The young man was startled to wake up to a face right in front of his. "You're awake? Now that you're awake, read up on the history of beast tamers." Chen Shu was left dumbfounded. Huh? Beast tamers? Huh? Did I get the wrong class? Chen Shu was stunned. This doesn't look good. I should get out of here. Chen Shu chuckled. "Mr. Li, this question is too valuable. Let's leave it for the others. I wouldn't want to intrude." Old Li grabs her by the collar. "Where do you think you're going?" Now a member of the beast taming class, Tranthu is met with scornful glances and whispers. "Io just transferred and is already dozing off. The students in this class must be trash." I don't know what the teacher was thinking. I heard his contracted spirit is only a low-grade talent. Speechless. Before he could figure out what they were talking about, a system screen popped up, scaring him half to death. He activated option 1. Remain silent and keep his head down. The reward is a bit of beast-taming power. Option 2 is to sincerely say that he wanted to be friends with everyone as a top student, but was met with alienation. Failure. I'm just an ignorant fool who knows nothing. The reward for this choice, an expulsion notice from Kim T High School, Branch 2 in Namjiang City. Choice number 3 is to accept Jiabing's help. The reward for completion is a low-grade flame potion. Chen Shu poked his finger forward, wondering when the school had adopted so much technology. In reality, no one else could see the system. Perhaps he was the only one special enough to see this absurd scene, while everyone else thought he was just a sleepy weirdo dreaming. What are you doing waving your hands around? Don't forget who was crying to get into the beast taming class yesterday. If you can't answer, go back to the normal class and see how disappointed your parents are. The young man turned to look at the blue-haired girl pointing at the book, trying to signal the answer. Is that Jiabing? Though he didn't know her, Chen Shu remembered her kindness, answering confidently as if he understood everything. In the 5th year of the Restoration era, the first dimensional space appeared in Chinese territory, unleashing countless vicious dark monsters and awakening the spirit beast masters. Despite the youth's confident reply, he had no idea what was going on. What the heck? Isn't it the 21st century? Where am I? This isn't the world you know, is it? Mr. Li's face is unreadable as he speaks. Do you think I'm blind? Get back to your seat and don't let me see you here again. Chen Shu returns to his seat, a huge question mark in his mind. Has he transmigrated? 2 worlds are running parallel. Wasn't old Li a math teacher before? And when did I ask to transfer classes? This system is so strange. Uninvited, a notification echoes announcing the reward. Dazed, he asked those around him if they heard what he did. But seeing their confused faces, Chen Shu suddenly realized something. Could this be the main character system that only exists in cartoons? The young man slumped onto his desk, unsure whether to be happy or sad, leaving his classmates confused and groaning inwardly. The main character. I'm the main character. Half the day goes by and the bell rings. Chen Shu hurried to the cafeteria. Finally time for lunch, and he still needed to find Dali to ask about the current state of the world. Exhausted, he heard a commotion in the hallway and wondered, did a manure truck explode or something? The chaotic sounds grew louder. Wang Meng, are you okay? You 3rd-year bully, don't push him too far. Get him to the infirmary now. In the hallway, 2 groups were arguing, and Zheng Yi said, Xiao Wang, you've lost to me 3 times in a row. How will our 5th-year class president pay me back? Oh, and don't forget to bring me the beast-taming pearl this afternoon. As he said this and took a few steps, the blonde-haired boy behind him called out. Turning around, Zheng Yi's eyes met Chen Shu's. Seeing the trouble, the young man quickly refused. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Amidst the chaos, Jiabing steps in to help, rebuking Zheng Yi, asking what's the point of his petty tricks. If you've got the guts, fight me, Zheng Yi sneered. Yo, isn't that Habang, the class representative from Class 5? What's up? Are you short 1 beast soul orb and want to give me another? I can't stand this guy, so I'm declaring a challenge. Come on, all of you. Let's go to the arena. I'll take on your entire class of 30-some people by myself. If I win, you'll return double the beast-taming orbs that Wang Meng lost. Chen Shu stood behind him, hands clasped, confident. You want to fight? That's my specialty. The onlookers chuckled. So, this newbie is the one? Well, figures it's the idiot from the normal class. Things are getting worse in Class 5. They'll let just anyone in. That's what you get with someone who's never used a spirit contract. The jeering grew louder, twisting Chen Shu's face in silent fury, and he spun around, eyes blazing, warning them with his gaze. Seeing Chen Shu's attitude, the others turned to each other and said, Oh, he turned around. Let's go see a fight. Once they left, Chen Shu glanced around, thinking about fighting. And the spirit pact. From the start, those words have been popping up a lot. That kid's got a sly grin. With my years of experience in breaking the rules, something bad is definitely going to happen. I don't like owing people favors. Cut to the arena, where classes 3 and 5 have gathered to watch the spectacle, with Zheng Yi leading the charge for class 3. He smirked, saying, "Xiaobing, I admit you're strong, but I didn't know you were so stupid. Challenging our whole class? I'll be taking that spirit beast orb of yours." Xiaobing didn't bother arguing and immediately took action, gathering spirit energy to summon his spirit beast, the Ice Wolf. Seeing this, Chen Shu and the others' expressions changed, unable to believe it was a 5th-level spirit beast. Zheng Yi and his friends paled as they were only level 4 spirit masters. He tried to reassure them, "Don't panic, a higher level doesn't mean everything. 20 of us can crush it." And so they all summoned their spirit beast, but their forms filled Zheng Yi with utter despair. A level 4 skeleton warrior, a level 3 violent ape, a level 3 mud monster, a level 3 scorpion, a level 2 green caterpillar. Weak as they were, they had numbers, and they charged. But before they could touch a hair on the Frostwolf, its roar sent them flying. Zheng Yi tried to reassure them. "Don't panic. Everyone switch back from auto mode." The youth next to him lost his green carrying worm, collapsing into a sobbing fit. "My green carrying worm," Zheng Yi continued to command. "Everyone switch to manual control." The beasts gathered and surrounded the Frostwolf, but as it lunged, an octopus snagged its leg. Zheng Yi grinned, while Xiaobing remained calm and composed. In less than 5 seconds, the Ice Wolf had defeated them all, sending them crashing into each other. Watching, Chen Shu grew anxious, wondering if he had a spirit contract and how to summon it. The boy next to him blurted out, "Hasn't it been there the whole time?" Then, pointing to the C8, he looked down and was shocked to see Mrs. Gu, or something, lying flat under the gaudy yellow chair, blending right in. Chen Shu was startled once again. The classmate next to him watched it all unfold and sneered, thinking, he only had to think about it, and it came out, proving he was indeed from the ordinary class. He scoffs at the system's display. A weak spirit like this poses no threat, even outside the beast space. This is his contracted spirit. The system panel reads, Contract Spirit, Golden Slim, All Attribute, Special Life Form. Talent, Sleepy Genius, capable of prolonged slumber. Defense power upgraded, Gigantic Transformation, Berserk Charge, damage depends on the weight of both sides. Do not use against enemies heavier than 10 pounds. Potential level, E-Contract belongs to host Chen Shu, Level 1, Beast Master. His beast-taming talent is utterly ordinary, and the creature beside him is still drooling in its sleep. Chen Shu grimaces, wondering why it looks so dumb. Its potential is suppressed, making it no different from an ornament. This level isn't even fit to fight. He placed it on his stomach and sighed in disappointment. Aren't we supposed to be the main characters? Shouldn't we have gotten some kind of mythical beast or dragon? Suddenly, the system reappears, startling the young man, who reads aloud. Option 1. Shout encouragement across the hall. Cheer for Habing, and the reward is +1 to Golden Slim's obedience. The second option, wave your hands and shout, Stop fighting! Everyone, stop fighting! The reward for completion is a bag of food for contract spirits. The third option is to launch a surprise attack on Zheng Yi and give them a good beating. The reward for completion is a large amount of Beastmaster power. Hearing this, Chen Shu smiled sinisterly, as if he had found his purpose. Below the arena, the Ice Wolf is being attacked and injured by other spirit beasts, the Bone Sorrow slashing at it relentlessly, drawing blood. It howls in pain and Xiaobing winces with worry, clenching her fist. Meanwhile, Zheng Yi smugly watches on, but Chen Shu ambushes him, slams him into a wall and drags him away like a corpse in a sack. Not letting him utter a single word, Chen Shu silenced him with a punch for every whimper, followed by relentless kicks that left him with no choice but to threaten. Do you know who I am? Chen Shu replies with an excited kick. Who you are is none of my concern. Remember my name because I won't be changing it. With Zheng Yi gone from the arena, Han Shu quickly regained the advantage, roaring and thrashing the others as if to send them to their ancestors. Seeing an opportunity, Xiaobing ordered Han Shu to seize the chance, and the extreme cold domain finished them all off at once. With a mighty roar, the Frostwolf ends the spirit beasts as the 5th years celebrate and the 3rd years erupt in anger, turning on each other. No one took more heat than Zheng Yi, who cried out for help, claiming he was under attack, causing chaos as everyone thought he was a mutated spirit beast. They even suggested reporting him to the Spirit Suppression Bureau, yelling that a Baofen Uday had become a spirit. Others, unafraid, threw themselves into the fray, while Chen Shu watched Qin deliver another blow to Zheng Yi. The system announces that the conditions have been met and the reward has been sent to the Beastmaster. A classmate approaches and asks, "Chen Shu, where are you going?" The young man crossed his arms and replied, "I'm just going to the restroom to relieve some stress." Zheng Yi's face was so swollen he couldn't stand and had to be carried out on a stretcher. He still tried to curse, insisting it was someone from their 5th grade class. This wasn't over between them. Chen Shu steps forward, seizing the opportunity to grab his pointing finger, warning him not to make baseless accusations. "We in the Beast Tamer Class 5 are all upright and honest. How could we do something so unjust?" Zheng Yi retorted, refusing to back down, his words becoming increasingly slurred as Chen Shu pressed down, the pain making him want to faint. The young man cracked his knuckles, feigning comfort. "Don't worry, Zheng Yi. I'll personally investigate. With Chen Shu's reputation, I'll definitely get you a satisfactory result." With one hand still holding his beast, he sighed. "Oh, the poor thing." With that done, Chen Shu and Slim casually headed home, Chen Shu musing, "A contracted spirit needs to reach level 3 to fight, and I'm only a level 2 beastmaster. I have a long way to go." Holding up his beast, he wondered, "Did you level up too? Does that mean the spirit's level syncs with the beastmaster's?" Just then, Xiaobing approached, offering him a blue gem, leaving him bewildered. She said, "If you hadn't intervened today, I wouldn't have won so easily. This beast-taming pearl is for you." Afraid of being exposed, Chen Shu feigned innocence. "Intervene? What intervention? I don't know anything. The Xia family is tired of your fake act. I've seen all the scripts you hide in your bag. A beastmaster's battle is incredibly dangerous, and he has no awareness of it, risking his own injury." Trying to avoid a fight, Chen Shu flees, saying, "Ha ha, it's nothing. I love ambushes." Xiaobing doesn't give chase, simply crossing her arms and clicking her tongue. He really is a good kid who listens when you tell him not to text and drive. Chen Shu must be a good kid, singing like a canary, unable to escape his flowery world, texting his friend about the day's events. Who knows who his friend is, but he's praising him like crazy. "You're the best, bro." Passing through an alley, a loud noise made him turn back to see 2 robbers trying to snatch a woman's purse, but they couldn't get it. She repeatedly cried for help as the thief insisted he only wanted her bag, not her virtue. The woman raged, saying that even if they got her body, they'd never get her heart, leaving Chen Shu staring in bewilderment. Is this robbery or assault? The system appears again, offering the first choice to ignore it and quickly leave. The reward is a bit of beast-taming power. Option 2, fear no evil, bravely step forward and defeat the 2 thugs. The reward for completion is a large amount of beast-taming power, but be warned, it could be life-threatening. Option 3, stop the gangsters. The reward is mastering the refinement of large quantities of medicine, unlocking basic alchemy. And the young man knows what he must do next. He immediately confronted the robbers, shouting, "Stop!" In broad daylight, in the dead of night, committing crimes in front of everyone. Zhang Dali will not let you get away with this easily." While the 2 robbers were still looking back in dismay, the woman had already run away for her life. Chen Shu quickly hopped on his bike and sped away, leaving the 2 robbers seething with rage. "Next time I see you, I'm punching you in the face. You hear me?" Chen Shu continued pedaling, grinning from ear to ear, as the system announced his reward had been sent to his inventory and the herbalism page had been unlocked. Hearing this, he was startled. A medicinal herb page? Back home, his mother greeted him with a smile, telling him to wash his hands before dinner. Chen Shu glanced at his father on the sofa, thinking, "At least my parents are still my parents." Back in his room, he took out the vial, cursing the stingy system for only giving him low-grade medicine. It seemed to be for drinking, so he irritably poured it into a glass and downed it. During dinner, the young man curiously asked, Are you 2 also beast tamers?" His father thought he was talking nonsense since he worked in a beast-taming unit. Then, remembering, he put down his bowl and took out the gift box containing the low-grade flame elixir he had just consumed, a reward for his hard work. Chen Shu, recalling the near-vomit experience, froze for a few seconds, then cautiously asked his father if the elixir was valuable. His father affirmed, of course, the flame elixir can permanently increase the fire affinity of a bonded spirit. 1 bottle like that is probably worth thousands. Chen Shu was shocked, unable to believe the price he had paid. His father explained that each bottle of the potion was made by pharmacists who devoted all their energy and time to observe the changes. The failure rate is extremely high, which is why it's so valuable. His mother added, sighing, "It's a shame the young lady's contracted spirit isn't fire attributed, so we should sell it and buy some practical items." With a forced smile, Chen Shu asked, "So, what happens to the person who drinks it?" His father replied bluntly, "Anyone who drinks it probably has a terminal illness." Holding the cup, Chen Shu was speechless, Thousands of yuan gone in a gulp, and he couldn't get it back. He returned to his room, intently studying the system panel on the screen. Countless poisons appear but remain locked. Among them, he notices the Herculean poison, which permanently increases the strength of a contracted spirit. Looking at the ingredients, he guessed they were easy to find, mainly the Great Power Flower, seemingly a medicinal ingredient from another dimension. Just as things were settling down, his phone rang with a challenge. The sender is Black Iron Supreme, with the message, "Lone Wolf wants to battle you." "Do you accept?" Chen Shu read the message and smiled. This kid came at the right time. It was none other than Zhang Dali, the person he had been advertising everywhere. By the way, Chen Shu asks Dali if he knows where to buy Dali flowers, leading Dali to think he needs them for virility, so he tells his father, causing a series of misunderstandings. The conversation ends with a simple question. "Do you have money? Lend it to me." The machine beeped, losing signal abruptly, cut to a laboratory where alchemists were experimenting with something. Though the world has a century of pharmaceutical history, the unstable and random nature of medicine makes the process complex and delicate. Otherworldly products have yet to be fully analyzed, and mass production is impossible. If you just scan the code of the right ingredients, the system will perfectly handle the process with output and quality far exceeding even master-level pharmacists. A top-level pharmacist can earn millions a year, and the more revered ones enjoy status and income beyond compare. Reading this, Chen Shu's mouth watered. If the information was correct, he was about to get rich, and with money he could make medicine for slim. The next day, at the entrance to the black market, two young men were stopped by the supervisor, none other than Chen Shu and Dali. The tall blonde man in sunglasses gave a curt reply. "Sorry, without a level 5 beast master to vouch for you, you can't enter." Chen Shu pleaded, hoping for some leeway, but the blonde youth curtly told them to get lost, leaving the two with no choice but to retreat. Dragging Dali along, Chen Shu retreated with a grimace, while Dali muttered dejectedly, "Looks like we're not getting in this time, Chen Shu. I'll have my dad bring you next time." As the two left, a figure rushed past. It was Xiaowu. Immediately, Chen Shu sped up, knowing that of all the options, only Xiaowu could save them. He pulled Dali toward Xiaowu, successfully gaining her attention. Xiaowu was a perennial top student, always at the top of the class. Hearing their call, she turned around and the two youths rushed up to her, cheerfully introducing themselves. "Xiaowu, I'm Chen Shu from the beast taming class, and this is Zhang Dali." "Hello, Xiaowu." Xiaoyu coldly responds. "What do you two want from me?" Chen Shu, acting weak and with tears in his eyes, pleads, "Senior, we want to go to the black market, but we can't get in. If you go, could you please take us with you?" Without a second thought, Xiaoyu agrees. That's how these two youths got past security. With their plan a success, Xiaoyu bid them farewell. "I have other things to do, so you guys can look around on your own." Inside the bustling market, amidst vegetables and eggs, the two youths were dumbfounded that high-level beast tamers were selling medicine that could transform contracted spirits into golden-level divine beasts. There's even a promotion where spending over 50,000 on flowers gets you an autograph. Ignoring it all, Chen Shu's eyes land on a vibrant red Hercules flower on the bald man's table. "How much for the Hercules flower, sir?" 5,000. Before he could answer, Zheng Yi rushed in from nowhere. He offered 10,000 with a smirk. "I'll pay 10,000. This flower is mine now, you shameless thing, Chen Shu." "So you dared to attack me. I won't let you get away with this. You want the flower, musclehead?" "Maybe in your next life." Chen Shu is dumbfounded. How did he know I was the one who attacked him? As he pondered this, Dali whispered in his ear, "I told everyone you did it. I'm just helping you get famous. No need to thank me." Chen Shu was so angry he wanted to fight, but just then he heard the system's voice. Option 1, compete with Zheng Yi here and mock his weakness. The reward for completion is a medium amount of beast-taming power. Option 2, yield to Zheng Yi and give up the purchase. The reward is a 10% increase in gold slim size. Option 3 is to goad Zheng Yi into treating money like trash. Buying a fake flower at a high price will reward him with a mid-grade wind attribute potion. Hearing this, Chen Shu smiled slyly, realizing the flower was a fake. As a man of morals and conscience, he chose option 3. Clearing his throat, he bid 20,000, adding a taunt, determined to win the flower no matter the cost. Zheng Yi naively believed it and laughed in his face. But little did he know, he stood no chance. Chen Shu played his part so well, the two were evenly matched, neither willing to yield, and the price quickly soared to 50,000. In the end, it was game over, and Chen Shu bowed out with the confident smile of a victor. He accepted defeat, generously ceded the prize to Zheng Yi, and cheerfully departed, seizing the chance to promote his cheap products. "Oh, right," Class President Jung, if you need writing supplies next time, come find me. I guarantee a good price. Just after paying, Jung Yi still looked dazed. Something didn't feel right. As he walked away, feeling pleased, Dali asked Chen Shu, "You just gave Jung Yi the flower? What are you going to do now?" The youth smugly replied, "It's fine. I gave up the flower, but I gained joy, made Jung Yi spend money like water, and got a reward. This is true happiness." He was still thinking this when he remembered what his friend had just done to him. Chen Shu flew into a rage. "Wait a minute, you dog! How dare you sell me out?" Dali clutches his head, explaining, "I just wanted to make you more famous. Please don't hit me. Are you even a brother? Hitting me is one thing, but summoning your spirit animal?" Chen Shu turned in confusion. The beast behind him wasn't his, but a level 7 flame bird. Dali looked up, equally confused. "If not you, then who? Didn't she say dark mages couldn't summon contracted spirits?" Upon closer inspection, it's Xiao Yu, engulfed in flames and furious. Ironically, the flame bird is being ambushed by something dark. And the system presents Chen Shu with choices once more. Option 1. Release Golden Slim and forcefully defeat the shadow monster, or earning a level up in beast mastery. Choice 2. Abandon her and flee amidst the chaos. Reward: Slim's attack skill level increases by 1. Option 3. To defeat the enemy, first capture their chief. Directly ambush the shadow monster's master. Reward: Slim Gold's metal attribute increases by 5%. Receiving guidance from the system, Liu Yi locks onto the target's location as Dali looks on, excited. It seems the outcome is already decided. Chen Shu turned and patted his shoulder with great confidence. "With me here, who wins and who loses isn't certain. Let's go fight, Daluk." As he said this, he stretched, revealing the fertilizer he'd been hiding, shocking Dali. "You're carrying around a bag of fertilizer? The one attacking to protect Flamebird is a level 9 shadow monster." Turns out, this guy was using the auto-lock function to target his enemies. Chen Shu appeared behind the monster's controller, a sinister look on his face as he crept closer. But it turned out to be a level 9 Beastmaster. Just then, Golden Slim jumped in front of him, startling him. What the hell? Where did this dung come from? In the moment he was distracted by the appearance of Golden Slim, Chen Shu snuck up behind him and shoved a bag of dung in his face. Seizing the opportunity, the youth kicked him in the groin, a blow that undoubtedly resonated deeply. He kicked Chen Shu and Dali while putting on an act. "Zheng Yai is the class president of the 3rd grade of Beast Tamers. Let's beat him senseless and then decide what to do." "Wang Deng from class 1 of 3rd high school, will we be okay after beating him up like this?" Meanwhile, the other guy kept begging us to stop. Seizing the moment, the flame sparrow quickly overwhelms the shadow wraith. As the dust settles, Xiao Yu spots 2 young men, looking utterly surprised. "Us?" Before he knew it, Chen Shu held up 2 fingers. "No need for formalities, Tiu Vu. We're just ridding the people of evil. So you were after Liu Wuyi as well?" Chen Shu was taken aback by this unfamiliar name. More accurately, he was only just learning of it now. As for Liu Wuyi, he was already being escorted away. Xiao Wu was clearly happy. "I really appreciate you capturing Liu Wuyi. I'll remember this kindness. If you ever need anything, feel free to ask." Chen Shu's eyes lit up as he began to think. What was needed? "Sister Xiao Wu, can I work at your 66 pharmaceutical company during summer vacation?" Xiao Wu countered. "The pharmaceutical company? You want to be a security guard there?" He knew becoming a pharmacist required mastering complex pharmacological knowledge and countless experiments, and the pharmaceutical company would allow him to experiment without considering the ingredients. The best option for him right now. Chen Shu answered decisively. "No, I want to go there to be an alchemist." He thought everything would go smoothly, but in the end, Xiao Yu still refused him. Nevertheless, she agreed to let him apprentice first, and even if it was just an apprenticeship, at least he'd have the chance to come into contact with alchemy. From that day on, he was seen in a completely different light. Chen Shu was amazing. People fought with contracted spirits, but he went hand to hand. It truly opened up a new horizon of creativity. Your reputation now surpasses even Xu Xiaoyu's. The mere style of the Yue pouch is enough for people to emulate for a lifetime. One student even asked if he still had the Yue poop bag, wanting one to ward off evil spirits. Chen Shu seems to be enjoying the praise, but he's not embarrassed at all. He's in high spirits when suddenly a shout rings out, "Get lost! Don't block my way!" This person is Zheng Nan, and he's already making a statement. "Are you Chen Shu? You're the one who bullied my sister and tricked her into spending 50,000 on fake goods." Before Zheng Nan could react, Tran Thu grabbed his wrist and the system presented 3 choices. Option 1, release Zheng Nan's hand, let him slap himself, and then give a flattering smile, saying, "Brother Nan, that feels great." The reward for completion is the nickname Instant Gratification, Zhuang Junjie, an accessory that increases rice consumption efficiency by 50%. Choice number 2. Solemnly say, "Big bro, you've mistaken me for someone else. My name is Zhang Da Li." The reward for completion is a 10% increase in Golden Slim form. Option 3. Fight back and show him who you are. Note, Zhengnan is a level 6 Beastmaster. The reward for completion is a skill book. Chen Shu scoffed at the choice in his mind. He dared to hit Liu Wuyi, a level 9 Beastmaster, so why would he fear a level 6? He decided to get right up in Zhengnan's face and challenge him, his tone menacing. "What if it is me? You got a problem with that?" Without hesitation, Chen Shu slapped him across the face, leaving Zhengnan stunned. "Do you have a death wish?" He was so angry he was about to explode, and Chen Shu taunted him. "What's wrong? You'd summon your spirit for this? If you dare, we'll call the Spirit Control Bureau." A classmate chimed in, reminding him that the government had long since banned summoners from arbitrarily summoning contracted spirits. "If you dare summon one, you're dead." Zhengnan, unable to control himself, continued to rant. "If you've got the guts, follow me to the school's beast-taming hall." Chen Shu knew he wouldn't dare, so he provoked him. "Do you think I'm like you, just offering myself up to be beaten? Seriously, have you been gaming for over 180 minutes? Has it eaten your brain?" He was about to protest, but Chen Shu cut him off, saying, "What do you mean, you?" He even went up and slapped him hard across the face. "If you don't have anything to say, get lost." His friends whispered, "Chen Shu, be careful." Zhengnan is aggressive, capable of anything when angered, but Chen Shu remains unfazed, arms crossed. He'll do anything. Huh. Then let's see him ace a test. But as soon as I turned around, old Li was there, and everyone had to settle down. Old Li announces that we'll have 3 days off starting tomorrow, but remember to study for the final exams next month. Meanwhile, Chen Shu remains focused on the system screen before him. All this work just to give Slim 3 combat skills. Even if I were to fight, I wouldn't lose easily. Old Li continued, "Also, to encourage you all, first place will receive a soul enlightenment pill. The top 5 will be rewarded with an intermediate Beastmaster certificate, and the top 30 will receive a Beast Mastery orb. Everyone, remember to try your best." Hearing about the enlightenment pill, Chen Shu looked up, excited. Enlightenment pill. Legend says it can grant skills to contracted spirits? Slim already has 3, but 1 more wouldn't hurt. Finally, school's out, and Xiaobing approaches Chen Shu, asking, "Hey Chen Shu, do you need me to tutor you at home?" Qingnian declines, leaving Xiaobing disappointed. "All right, I'm going to my interview first, then I'll study hard at home." A friend walking with Chen Shu looked surprised. "Wow, you just turned down Xiaobing like that?" A group of people blocked their path, but Chen Shu remains cheerful. "Oh, isn't that Brother Nam? Why is your face even more swollen?" He pointed at Zhengnan. "Tran Shu, don't push it too far. You'll get what's coming to you later." His buddy, seeing this, shrinks back timidly as he shouts, "Get him, boys!" To reassure him, Chen Shu said, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." But after saying that, Chen Shu didn't lift a finger. He just screamed as loud as he could. "Help! These seniors are trying to kill me." Within seconds, the school security arrives. Chen Shu feigned a pitiful tone. "Uncle Wang, these are the ones who said they wanted to get rid of me to commemorate their lost youth." Seeing this, Uncle Wang was furious. "Zhengnan, you want to take someone's life?" Zhengnan frantically tries to explain himself, saying he didn't do anything. Chen Shu then burst into tears. "Uncle Wang, I'm so scared. This Trin Nam dared to frame us in front of you." Seeing this, Uncle Wang was furious and glared at Trin Nam again. "To accuse others in front of me?" He frantically denied it. "I didn't." Just then, a composed man walked over and asked, "What's going on?" Old Li, standing nearby, chimed in. The boss, hearing the commotion from afar, asks, "Zhengnan, the exams are coming up. Why aren't you studying?" Zhengnan pointed at Teacher Li, mentioning Chen Shu, but before he could finish, Teacher Li interrupted. "Chen Shu, what? He's catching wanted criminals, and you're just causing trouble." Zhengnan was thunderstruck. "What? Caught a wanted criminal?" Chen Shu remained silent, intently observing Wang Jian from the Spirit Control Bureau, as Master Li continued to berate Zhengnan. So, the leader of the Spirit Control Bureau came here specifically to reward Chen Shu, while he only knows how to cause trouble for me. Why don't you go back and study hard? Dejected, Zhengnan slinks away, and after Lao Li dismisses everyone else, he quietly introduces Chen Shu to Wang Jian. Wang Jian politely introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Wang Jian from the Spirit Control Bureau. I've come to thank you for helping us capture the wanted criminal. This is 100,000 from the Spirit Control Bureau. Though Chen Shu desperately wanted the money, he had to play it cool. No need. Serving the people is what I should do. Wang Jian smiled. Please accept it. Also, I have something I'd like to ask you. I want to ask how you managed to find his location back then. Chen Shu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Even though the system guided him, he obviously couldn't say that, so he just said he saw the man's vicious look and knew he wasn't a good person. Wang Jian almost fell out of his chair. That was it? What if it wasn't him? Chen Shu said confidently. That's right, we covered our heads so he couldn't see us clearly. These evasive answers gave Wang Jian a headache. He decided he was done asking questions. Anyway, thank you for saving Xu Xiaoyu. If there's nothing else, you can go. Without hesitation, Chen Shu said, All right, I'll head out then. Goodbye, teacher and Uncle Wang. Even as he turned to leave, Wang Jian still hesitated. Could it really just be a coincidence? Soon after, Chen Shu and Dali found Xiao Wu. Hello, I'm Chen Shu, a classmate of Xu Xiaowu. I have an appointment to interview with her to become an alchemist, and from afar, a woman with glasses approaches the scene. You want to be an alchemist? Chen Shu patted his chest. Yes, I want to give it a try, she firmly replies. This isn't a playground for kids, go home. Why does Xiao Yu keep bringing people to the company? It's just causing trouble. Don't let them in here again. The cold woman signaled the guards to throw them out, but Chen Shu insisted, My interview hasn't even started yet. The woman coldly replied, It's over. But then, the system's mission appeared. Option 1, remain silent and go home in disappointment. The reward for completion is the title, Died Before Apprenticeship, with the added effect of Loser Aura +1. The second option is to seize the opportunity, kick the girl in the butt to break her composure, causing her to overreact and defend. The reward for completion is the Beast Mastery stat. The third option is to sneak into the lab and look for an opportunity. The reward for completion is an attack skill level up. Dali turns to him, unsure of what to do. Chen Shu pondered, tempted by the second option, but aware of its drawbacks. Ultimately, he decided to slip inside unnoticed. Dali runs ahead, taunting them with a pat on the butt. Chase me, you fools! The two guards are enraged. You little punk, get back here. And just like that, Chen Shu successfully snuck inside, while Dali got his butt kicked outside. Good work, brother. By the time the guard turned around, Chen Shu was already gone. Conveniently, there was a set of clothes nearby, which he quickly put on without a second thought. And just like that, Chen Shu confidently strolled into the alchemy area, even greeting the others as if he belonged there. Barely having arrived, he's already in shock. So many great lotuses here? The system alerts him that he has enough ingredients for the muscle enhancement pill. Does he want to craft it? After a few seconds of absent-mindedness, Chen Shu happily presses the craft button. Then after a few flourishes, he quickly produces several bottles of bubbling liquid. The system announces the successful creation of low-grade strength elixir, current proficiency 3-10, unlocking mid-grade strength elixir, leaving the two apothecaries nearby in stunned silence. Good heavens, is that really a strength elixir? And you made 13 bottles in one go? Chen Shu thought to himself, this alchemy system is too powerful. It basically doesn't fail if I have enough ingredients. Just then, the woman who once kicked Chen Shu out was speechless with shock. Oh, it's you. You're this amazing? Chen Shu was deeply hurt and speechless. I'm just a kid browsing. No need to call security. I'll leave on my own. The woman panicked, looking apologetic. I apologize for my negligence earlier. I didn't realize I was in the presence of a genius apothecary. If possible, I'd like to invite you to become a pharmacist in our department. Chen Shu's eyes lit up, and the system immediately presented two choices. Option 1, agree to Xu Qingxue's offer and become a professional alchemist for the company. The reward is unlocking all potion recipes, but the spirit contract will disappear. Option 2, agree to work only during summer vacation, remaining steadfast and becoming a beastmaster, with the reward being beastmaster power. The young man began to weigh his options. Though the first reward was tempting, promising to make him a top alchemist almost instantly, he made a different choice. He chose to become a beast tamer. Stroking his chin, Chen Shu replied, Sorry, the path I've chosen is to wander, so I can only be here for the 2 months of summer vacation. Even though Chen Shu only agreed to work during his summer vacation, Xu Qingxue still gave him many benefits and perks, also agreeing that if he could reduce the loss of materials during refining, he would be rewarded accordingly. For 3 consecutive days of his vacation, Chen Shu spent every day at the 666 pharmaceutical company concocting elixirs. 3 days have passed, and now the young man holds the golden slim, stroking its head, hoping it won't disappoint him this time. He fed Slim all the test tubes, which it obediently drank, its belly swelling until it burped contentedly. Chen Shu was surprised to see Slim's bulging belly and hurriedly shouted, It's about to give birth! It's about to give birth! Slim burped contentedly and fell into his arms. He checked the data, and Slim's strength had increased by 20% thanks to the drug, but to continue increasing it, he would have to use a mid-grade strength drug. He'd used up most of the ingredients for Formula 666 over the past few days, but luckily, Xu Xiaoyu had gotten him a pass to the black market. He'll head there tomorrow. The next day, Chen Shu shoulders his bag and heads straight for the black market. Indeed, money makes the world go round. Just pay up, and the ingredients are yours. He arrived at the public restroom, only to be faced with two crucial choices. Option 1, brew the elixir at home. Option 2, brew it in the restroom. The reward, level 3, historical knowledge. Without hesitation, Chen Shu chose to brew medicine in the overwhelmingly pungent restroom, a place he'd rather just forget. Why, of all places, did it have to be here? Chen Shu held his breath and plunged into this earthly hell. A guy with a stomachache rushes to the restroom, but no one answers the door, leaving him trembling. With no response, the bewildered young man wondered if the stall was empty. But after climbing up to peek inside, he was utterly shocked. What the hell? Is someone brewing elixirs in here? Inside, Chen Shu admired the vial in his hand before taking a swig, leaving the other guy in utter disbelief. As Chen Shu left with his backpack, the other man remained in stunned silence. Truly a monumental event worthy of sharing online. And just like that, the internet exploded with the news. A high-level alchemist concocting a pale yellow potion in a public restroom. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? A pharmacist concocted a new toilet drug before everyone's eyes and drank it all. Is this the legendary performance art? Everywhere he goes, Chen Shu is stared at and whispered about. The young man had no idea what was happening. What was wrong with these people? Why are they staring? Could they know I'm actually the long-lost son of some rich family? Lost in his thoughts, a green snake suddenly attacks, startling Chen Shu, who quickly summons Slim to fight it one-on-one. Slim and the snake battled fiercely as Chen Shu gritted his teeth, furious about the sneak attack. From afar, Chen Shu spotted the one who ambushed him, so lacking in honor as to strike him from the shadows. Now, let's see how I deal with this unsportsmanlike fool. Tranthu nonchalantly walks toward the tree where the guy is standing. Oblivious, he smugly believes his snake is already a mid-level spirit contract. Let's see where that Chen Shu thinks he's going to run. Hearing his name called, Chen Shu responds directly. Where do I run? Why, straight to you, of course. Though Chen Shu attacked, the student felt as if he'd glimpsed the Grim Reaper himself, stumbling backward into a tree as Chen Shu advanced, radiating a dark aura. The student trembled, collapsing to the ground, his face ashen as if he'd seen a ghost. As Chen Shu clenched his fingers, his smile twisting into a grotesque sneer. I thought I recognized you. Zhongnan's lackey dares to ambush me. Today, I'll show you what happens when you ambush me. Now it's too late to turn back in fear. The massage was swift and one-sided, and soon the man was beaten into a pulp, lying flat against the tree. And with that, Chen Shu turned and left, his Slim having successfully crushed the impudent green snake. Having just finished the fight, he heard people running over, likely members of the Spirit Control Bureau, drawn by the battle between the contracted spirits. Chen Shu was arrogant, but not without a sense of caution. He looked at the person on the ground and gave one last warning. He'd let him off this time. But next time, if you dare to do this again, I'll make sure you and your contracted spirit have nowhere to be buried. Sim pressed down even harder, causing the viper to cough up another mouthful of blood. Watching Chen Shu's back, the student tremblingly sat up. I really have changed. Chen Shu returned home and gave his parents the 100,000 reward from the Spirit Control Bureau, explaining everything. This is the Bureau's reward. I've still got 90,000 left in this card. But to Chen Shu's surprise, his father refused, saying the family didn't need the money right now. Since you're cultivating beast control, buy whatever medicine you need and tell me if you're short. Chen Shu's eyes lit up as he excitedly asked, You don't need it? Dad, are you secretly a rich second-generation heir? Chen Shu's father chuckled, took a sip of water, and said to Chen Shu, Don't worry about it. We don't need it anyway. It's getting late and you have school tomorrow. Get some rest. Chen Shu nodded and went to his room. He watched his parents chatting happily in the living room, lost in thought. His family was just a normal working-class family, so why did his father act like money was no object? And furthermore, Mr. Li and Uncle Zhang were both important people, yet they called his father by his first name. Could there be more to this than meets the eye? Oh well, if there really is a secret, Dad will tell me eventually. I should just go to sleep. I have school tomorrow, and just like that, the next day arrives. Chen Shu entered the classroom, still yawning sleepily, only to be met by his classmates who stared at him intently, freezing him in his tracks. What the hell? What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Old Li opened the door and stepped inside. Chen Shu, come here for a moment. Chen Shu followed, dazed, and as soon as they were inside, Old Li got straight to the point. Chen Shu, were you at the black market yesterday? Chen Shu turned pale, his smile strained, and fear gripped his heart. Had he been discovered for the beating yesterday? The youth stammered. Sir, let me explain. But before he could, the teacher held up his phone, asking, Is this you? Chen Shu was stunned, took the phone to look, and saw a shocking post titled Drug Maker in Public Toilet, with tons of shares and comments below. Chen Shu panicked. He was really famous. He'd only made one type of drug on a whim, but he didn't expect the whole city to know about it. If it was just this, then he could relax a little. Chen Shu returned the phone to his teacher, nodding and smiling. It's me. Old Li was relieved, showing no intention of punishment. I knew it was you. Even with just a glimpse, I can always recognize your stubbornness. But for now, everyone online is looking for the person in that public restroom, so be careful and avoid those unscrupulous merchants. Chen Shu nods obediently, and just like that, the matter of Chen Shu is settled. Just then, Shabing and a blonde-haired boy walked in, and Lao Li said to them, I've called you here today because the school plans to put the top students from the final exam into a special 12th grade class. Chen Shu was shocked to hear this. An advanced class for 12th graders. In previous years, it was only held in the second semester. Why now? Chen Shu glanced at Xia Bing, who was deep in thought and felt increasingly strange. What's going on? After school, he and Zhang Dali got their bikes and headed home. Dali cheerfully said, You're famous. Chen Shu humbly replied, No, it's just a casual photo. I had no idea it would go viral and the whole internet would be after me. Suddenly, Chen Shu stopped his bike, looking at a crowd on the side of the road, nearly causing Dali to crash into him. Following Chen Shu's gaze, a group dressed like old-fashioned debt collectors harassed a girl and her daughter, prompting Dali to ask, What's wrong? Do you know them? Chen Shu shook his head. He didn't know them, but the system had presented him with a choice. The first choice is to turn a blind eye, muttering that you see nothing. The reward is the Violent Squat Kill skill book. The second option is to help the girl out of her predicament, rewarding him with mid-level beast mastery. Option 3 is to join the evil forces and force the girl to return the money. The reward for completion is a tarnished title, twisting the spirit's personality into something cruel, abandoning courage and honor. Without a hint of shame, Chen Shu said, I may not know her, but courage and chivalry are my creed. He tossed his bike aside, and Dali followed suit, eagerly joining Chen Shu. If you've got the guts, I'll play with you. The debt collectors, seeing Chen Shu and Dali approach, immediately became wary. Kid, what do you want? Dali was about to play the hero, but Chen Shu went from cool to cowardly, covering his eyes and shaking his head. I didn't see it. The scene suddenly falls silent, and Zhang Dali is stunned. Did Chen Shu just come out here to say that? Thinking of playing the hero, Dali couldn't have known that saying those words would unlock a skill. Tran Thu breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the system's reward. As he was about to retreat, the little girl hiding behind the young lady looked at him with resentment, or rather at the debt collectors behind him. But Chen Shu was still startled, and his heroic spirit flared up again. Chen Shu pointed at the debt collector's cheek, glared, and shouted, You useless idiot! All you can do is bully women? Enraged, he cursed, You bastard! What did you say? Stop right there! Enraged, the debt collector gave chase, as Chen Shu and Dali fled, and the debtors hurried away. Taking advantage of their distraction, Chen Shu taunts them, Hurry and chase me. If you catch me, I'll give in. Chen Shu and Dali ran to a crowded place, hid by a building, and each grabbed 2 branches as camouflage. Just as they finished disguising themselves, the debt collectors passed by, but their eyes were apparently just for show, as they didn't see the 2 hiding right next to them and continued their pursuit. In Dali's eyes, Chen Shu's behavior was truly abnormal and problematic. Even though we left them far behind, why do I feel like his condition is getting worse? Chen Shu affectionately puts his arm around Dali's shoulders. Let's go. I'm in a good mood today. I'll treat you to a meal. Suddenly, a car stops right in front of them, and Dali goes into a defensive stance. Startling everyone, whether they're scared or not is another question. Chen Shu summoned Slim, ready for a fight, but as the car window rolled down, a familiar face appeared. Son, miss, get in the car. It was none other than Zhang Dali's father. The 2 quickly climbed into the car, and Uncle Zhang smiled at Chen Shu. Miss, I heard you're taking beast-taming classes. That's admirable. It's a pity Dali doesn't have the talent, or I would have dragged him to the black iron level. Chen Shu thought in surprise. Black iron level is above level 9, which is difficult for ordinary people to reach. He's strong even when lying down thanks to his system, but why does Uncle Zhang talk about it so casually? Chen Shu curiously asks Uncle Zhang, "Can you tell me about the other dimension?" Uncle Zhang asked with a smile, his tone gentle and pleasant. "You want to go?" "Miss, although there are many precious resources inside, the ferocious beasts are also very savage. Without great strength and a reliable team of beast tamers, I advise you not to risk it." Uncle Zhang was right. His strength wasn't enough, but with the system, who knows? But Chen Shu still politely thanked him. That night, back in his room, Chen Shu immediately began to cultivate. He diligently cultivated, absorbing all the knowledge from the system's rewards, but to advance further, he would need a great deal of medicinal herbs. The black market is no longer enough. If he has the chance, he wants to visit another dimension. Chen Shu happily opens a book introducing other dimensions, when suddenly his phone rings. It's a message from Xibing. What could she want to say with that embarrassed look? Could it be a confession? Chen Shu spoke before he thought. She should have said something sooner. How could he let a girl confess first? His fingers flew across the keyboard. "You like me, don't you? Fine, you can pursue me." But before he could send it, Xiaobing messaged again. "Could you lend me some money? I'm about to break through to Beast Tamer level 6, so I want to go to the black market to buy a mid-grade beast pearl." Is Chen Shu dumbfounded? He took so long to type. I thought the system was giving me another quest. Option 1. Generously say, "What kind of relationship do we have? Why even mention borrowing? Don't be so polite. Just tell me how much you need." The reward for completion is a small amount of Beastmaster power. Option 2 is to shake your head and quickly say, "I have money, but I'm not lending it." The reward for completion is a 10% increase in yellow slim size. Option 3 is to look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and say reluctantly, "Talking about money really affects feelings." The reward for completion is uncontrolled medicine. The fourth option is to puff out your chest and say, "As friends, I'll lend you the money, but with interest." The reward is high school level beast geography knowledge. Chen Shu scanned the options, drawn to the reward for the fourth choice. He already possessed most of the high school knowledge. With the addition of beast taming geography, getting into the special 12th grade class would be no problem at all. Chen Shu messaged Xiaobing, "I'll lend you the money, but with interest." The next morning, Chen Shu brought the money and the beast-taming pearl to Xiaobing as promised. Xiaobing politely said, "Thank you." Chen Shu chuckled. "We're friends. No need for thanks. How about you write me a glowing review instead?" Bang, furious, barely restrained herself. "Fine. I'll do it and then head back to class." As Chen Shu headed to the restroom, he ran into Zhou Xiaoming, nicknamed Fatty Joe, an old classmate from the normal class who'd been beaten to a pulp. As soon as he saw Chen Shu, Fatty Joe rushed over, arms outstretched, and tearfully cried, "Brother Shu! Zhengnan and Zheng Yi from Class 3 are bullying me." Chen Shu held up a finger to stop the fatty mass from lunging at him. "Wait, aren't they supposed to leave normal people alone? Did you provoke them?" Fatty acted as if he'd been wronged. "I peed on them." Chen Shu choked with laughter, collapsing onto the ground, slapping the earth as he howled, unable to stop himself. Zhou Mu sobbed. "Brother Shu, I know you're strong now. Can you help me get revenge?" Logically, Fatty Joe was in the wrong, but the targets were those two. There was no way Chen Shu would pass up this job. He stood up, patted Fatty Joe's shoulder, and said, "Okay, but it'll cost you extra. I want your family's store to sign a partnership with me." Startled, Fatty Joe asked, "Huh? But I don't have control over my family's affairs." Chen Shu put his arm around Fatty Joe's shoulders. "It's all right. You can push it along when the time comes. Now, let's talk about your revenge." Chomap nodded and recounted everything, but Chen Shu interrupted. "Wait, are you saying Zheng Yi is with Zhengnan at the graduation ceremony in the auditorium right now?" "Very good, very good. It's the perfect chance to settle both old and new scores at once." On stage, the principal was engrossed in a speech about the future and life after graduation for the graduating seniors. It didn't take long for Chen Shu to spot Zheng Yi and Zheng Nan attending the ceremony. They were indeed here. He tiptoed inside, as stealthy as a thief in the night, and quietly hid behind their seats. Oblivious, they continued to discuss their futures. For example, Zheng Nan will likely pass the entrance exam to the top beast-taming university. As Chen Shu bent down, pretending to tie his shoes, Zheng Nan suddenly asked, "By the way, has that kid Chen Shu been giving you any trouble lately?" Zheng Yi bit his nails, grinding his teeth. "No, I've been with those guys. He hasn't had a chance to get to me." "You're a level 6 Beastmaster. When are you going to teach that kid a lesson?" Zheng Nan shook his head, whispering, "That kid's not simple. He was able to badly injure Wu." Wait, we'll deal with him after I've gathered enough people. Zheng Yi was shocked to hear that. What? Brother Wu is a level 4 beastmaster and he was injured? Zheng Nan sighs, rubbing his forehead. Perhaps he's hiding his strength, so we'll have to hire some thugs to rough him up. Hearing this, Zheng Yi gritted his teeth and cursed. In every life, Chen Shu is truly a bastard. After a while, Zheng Yi got up to use the restroom. Little did he know, Chen Shu was grinning ear to ear, thinking his chance had come sooner than he expected. Following Zheng Yi, Chen Shu enters the restroom just as Zheng Nan turns back toward his brother, struck by a strange sense of familiarity. In the restroom, as Zheng Yi relieved himself, vengeance arrived. Chen Shu entered with a smile, greeting him, "Good afternoon, Zheng Yi. Taking a leak?" The look on Tran Thu's face and the bucket of manure in his hands made it clear he was up to no good. The U-Day fertilizer bombs flew, leaving no room for escape, and Zheng Yi was surrounded by darkness and a strange, foul stench. Zheng Yi froze, screaming curses. "Chen Shu, you son of a bitch!" Chen Shu coldly grabbed his head and dragged him to a corner, but this time, Zheng Yi was ready, summoning the skeleton spirit to fight back. Chen Shu saw the skeleton spirit glaring at him from the corner of the bathroom and thought, "A spirit contract? I have one of those too." And with that, Golden Slim appeared, instantly growing in size and crushing the skeleton spirit in an instant, leaving it defenseless. Chen Shu turns back, glaring. This time, no one can save you. Zheng Yi dared to use social beastmasters against me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know why flowers bloom. All that's left now are your desperate cries for help. After beating him to a pulp, Chen Shu felt incredibly refreshed, happily singing as he left the restroom. The sky was beautiful, the scenery serene, but as Chen Shu stepped out, he ran into Zheng Nan. And of course, Zheng Nan wasn't alone. A group of his men blocked the restroom entrance as he stood there smugly. "It is you." He stared at Chen Shu and asked menacingly, "Where's my brother?" Tran Shu smirked, lying with a bright smile and without hesitation. "Your brother Zheng Yi? I saw him go into the women's restroom." Nam coldly ordered his men to keep an eye on Tran Thu, then headed towards the restroom while his men immediately surrounded him. Zheng Nan paused. Though Chen Shu's demeanor was believable, he knew better than to trust him, so he turned to check the men's restroom. Finding it empty, Zheng Nan began to believe Zheng Yi had really gone into the women's room, but still uneasy, he decided to check it out himself. Stepping inside, he was shocked to find Zheng Yi covered head to toe in Chen Shu's underwear. Panicked, Zheng Nan rushed to check on his brother. As soon as Zheng Yi left, the system presented a new quest with 4 options. Chen Shu quickly scanned them, finding the first 3 rewards quite appealing. However, the reward for the 4th option was exactly what he needed right now. Completing the mission would upgrade his beast taming by 1 level. And with that, Class 12 Special was no longer a distant goal. As for turning his friend's father into an enemy, Chen Shu was confident in his silver tongue. Having accepted the quest, Chen Shu immediately switched to smooth talking mode, approaching and putting his arm around the shoulders of the most easily persuaded lackey, saying, "Hey, don't be so tense. Zheng Nan and I are actually pretty good. Don't look at me so fiercely and think we've been best friends since childhood." The guy looked at Chen Shu suspiciously, asking, "But you bullied his brother?" Chen Shu smiled gently, replying, "It was just a game. Zheng Yi is really like my own brother. We often play tag like that." The guy wasn't entirely convinced, but he was slowly starting to accept it. Chen Shu then cast his next line. "Think about it. If there was really a conflict, I would have run a long time ago. Why would I still be here talking to you?" Not stopping there, Chen Shu put his arm around the others, acting friendly, and added, "Let me tell you, Zheng Nan has always loved drama since he was little, doing this several times a year." In just a few minutes, everyone was completely fooled by Chen Shu's blatant lies. Just then, Zheng Nan escorted a battered Zheng Yi outside, overhearing the conversation and sensing something was amiss. Unaware that the subject of his story had just emerged from the restroom. "We used to play even worse pranks than this. Zheng Nan even dressed me up as a woman and told me to play the heartless villain." Zheng Nan angrily retorted, "Wang Yu, what are you guys doing?" Wang Yu and the others, still laughing at Tran Thu's story, casually replied, "We're just chatting." "Zheng Nan, you really know how to have fun. We didn't know you had that side to you." Growing increasingly suspicious, Zheng Nan asks, "What are you all implying?" Enraged, Zheng Nan throws off his friend's hand and shouts, "What are you talking about? What the hell are you all saying?" The friend awkwardly rubbed his reddened shoulder and said, "Zheng Nan is just acting. No need to scold people like that." Chen Shu sneered. "That's just how Brother Nan is. He gets into character easily, you all have to understand. Come on, everyone, give him a break. And Zheng Nan, don't be angry with your good brothers." All right, it's getting late. You guys have your graduation ceremony tonight, so let's wrap it up. With no suspicion, all of Jongnam's comrades departed. Chenshu waved goodbye. Go on ahead, brothers. Jongnam hasn't broken character yet. Let me help him, shall I? As Jungnam's crew departed, the smile on Chenshu's face shifted, becoming dark and calculating. Now then, Jungnam, let's begin. Chenshu approached, covering Jungnam's mouth, muffling his cries for help, as his friends who had just left heard strange noises from behind, as if someone was calling for help. A dark thought crossed their minds, and before long the group hurried back. They rushed back to find him on top of Jungnan, pummeling his face into oblivion. Spotting the group, Chenshu nonchalantly remarked, "Oops, looks like I've been caught." How unfortunate. To be fooled like this was beyond infuriating. You dare trick us, kid? You're good at fighting, huh? Today, I'll show you what it really means to be good at fighting. Chenshu is using the same old trick. No, we're all civilized people here. If you attack, I'll scream. Jungnan, dazed from the beating, suddenly snapped to attention at the word scream. Last time, the kid screamed and security came running. Now it's after school, and with finals coming up, if he screams again, if I can injure his bonded spirit, he won't be able to attend the special class anymore. This kind of revenge is much more satisfying than just beating him up. Jongnam's face twisted as he immediately spoke up. Wait a minute, Chenshu, you're a beast tamer. If you have the guts, duel me at the beast hall. Normally, Chenshu would immediately refuse, but this time, the system offered choices. Option 1. Beg for mercy and ask Jungnan to spare you, with the reward being the title of coward. The effect when attacked has a chance to soften the opponent's heart. Option 2 is to refuse directly and run out of the restroom. The reward for completion is intermediate-level beast control. Option 3 is to nod in agreement and win the spirit-packed battle. The reward is a yellow slim that has comprehended the back armor talent. Chenshu then turns to Jungnan to strategize. Having made that choice, I'm now a level 5 Beastmaster, and I might actually be able to beat Jungnan, who's level 6. But looking at all these other level 5 and 6 guys, this kid's face is priceless. Win or lose, these guys will jump at the chance to beat me to a pulp. Even Xiaobing, the strongest in our class, might not be able to take them all, but if it's just her analyzing the situation, I can definitely handle it. I agree, but I question your character, so I want a witness. At the Beast Tamer Hall, Chenshu quickly finds a witness. Xu Xiaoyu. Jungnan glared at Chenshu, realizing he could only deal with him during the duel, while Chenshu felt relieved to have Xu Xiaoyu as a witness. He exchanged pleasantries with Xu Xiaoyu, who worried that he couldn't possibly win against Jungnan. Chenshu chuckled. Don't worry, Xiaoyu, I'm confident. Even if I wasn't, I'd have to make it happen. After all, that talent came right to my door. Chenshu and Jungnan quickly entered the arena, their fighting spirits soaring. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the match, and both sides immediately summoned their bonded spirits. Jungnan's side summons a massive, sharp-eyed, and ferocious blue eagle, exuding an overwhelming aura from the start. It screeches, soars into the sky, and dives straight to attack. In the blink of an eye, razor-sharp talons struck Chenshu's Slim, lifting it off the ground. Seeing Slim struggling, weak and fragile in the enemy's claws, one couldn't help but worry. Slim, realizing the dire situation, desperately seeks a viable strategy, knowing that the eagle's superior speed makes a conventional fight impossible. Thinking he needed a different approach, Slim bravely persevered, fighting every second, but Jungnan's eagle showed no mercy. Claws rained down, each strike agonizing, and just as the audience braced for defeat, tears welled in Chenshu's eyes as he choked out a sob. Stop, I yield. This unexpected tactic only fueled Jungnam's arrogance. With the advantage in his grasp and his opponent seemingly retreating, Jungnan's excitement only grew, especially with the chance to destroy Chenshu's contracted spirit. He gave a decisive order, determined to teach Slim a lesson it would never forget, showing it the true meaning of power. The eagle screeches, spreads its wings, and dives, a majestic, bloodthirsty predator. Chenshu has been waiting for this. The opportunity has arrived. A strange smile crept across Slim's face, eyes glowing red. Jungnam flinched, a sense of foreboding washing over him at the sight of that expression. What's coming is here. The weakened Slim suddenly retaliates with a vengeance. It leaps with ferocious intensity. While a normal Slim can't fly, the golden Slim can hover in the air with a powerful jump, closing in on its opponent unexpectedly. In that instant, Jungnan's eyes turned bloodshot, his mind flooded with a single devastating thought. This is bad. Reaching the perfect height, Slim suddenly uses its special Gigantify skill, instantly growing to a colossal size, 6 or 7 times larger than the eagle. The bluebird struggled beneath Slim's massive form as Jungnan watched in horror, realizing Chen Shu's contracted spirit was not only powerful, but possessed multiple skills. Jungnan wasn't a fool. He knew when he was beat, and with Shu Xiaoyu watching, he had no choice but to concede. Chen Shu haughtily agreed. Slim shrunk back down, wrapped around Chen Shu's arm, and disappeared as he walked towards Chu Xiaoyu, and they left together. Zheng Yi rushed to Jungnan's side, his face etched with worry, as Jungnan sighed, his body swollen with injuries. "I'm fine. Just stay away from Chen Shu. I won't be at South River High anymore." "I understand. I'll stay away from him." Outside the school, Su Xiaoyu and Chen Shu strolled together for a while. Having witnessed the fight, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, "Chen Shu, is your contracted spirit an S-class? It feels even stronger than my flame sparrow." Tranthu laughed. "Of course not. Indeed, my contracted spirit is the SSS rank Invincible Universe Poop." As he walked, Chen Shu suddenly spotted Fatty Zhou ahead. Xiao Wu blankly asked Chen Shu, "The ultimate, invincible, universal being. I've never heard of that spirit." Chen Shu didn't answer Xu Xiaoyu's question, promising to talk later as he hurried towards Fatty Zhou, leaving Xu Xiaoyu to ponder him even more. "Now that you're a level 5 beast master, if you can get a beast orb in this time, you might be able to get into the special class." Little did Chen Shu know how highly Xu Xiaoyu thought of him. For now, Thon Yin is only focused on finding Fatty's parents to discuss business. "I've already taken care of things for you. Now, let's go talk to your mom about this business deal." Fatty Zhou looked at Chen Shu with surprise. "Right now?" Still, without asking questions, he takes Chen Shu home to talk with his parents. After a flurry of explanations, Chen Shu finally achieved his goal, happily bidding farewell to Fatty Zhou. Although he hadn't been able to gather enough materials to make the superior strength elixir since unlocking it at the black market, he's now settled a partnership. Zhou Xiaoming's parents agreed to provide the ingredients, and with a designated space, he no longer needs to worry about sourcing them, but they won't sell the finished product. Chen Shu wondered what to do with the medicine he had at home, when his thoughts drifted back to the black market. Slim doesn't need strength potions, and they're useless to him, so he might as well try the black market. The black market was as crowded as ever, and Chen Shu quickly secured a spot to set up shop. He placed his strength potions on the stall, eagerly trying to sell them. "Step right up, folks. Freshly brewed mid-grade strength potions. Guaranteed authentic or 10 times your money back. Don't miss out." He tried to sell them, but no one cared. His medicine was mid-grade, yet he sold it cheap. Chen Shu scoffed at their lack of discernment. Just then, a sly con artist approached him. "Kid, your scamming tactics are outdated. Want to learn some new skills from me?" Chen Shu's lips twitched as he eyed the shady character holding a book and trying to entice him. "For just 998, you can learn how to scam in the black market." "Kid, you're losing money not selling, so check it out." Speechless at the book's title, Chen Shu wondered what a rare edition of black market scams could possibly be. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. "There's a book on scams, and a rare edition at that." His eyes fell on the sign in front of him. "Limited purchase advertisement." "Wait, I know how to attract more customers now." He then pulled out a stack of money. He handed the money to the con man and whispered, "I need your help with something." The man left with the money and returned a moment later with a group of people. They were all actors hired by the con man. Chen Shu looked them over. "Not bad. You all look normal enough for what I need. Let's get started." The once peaceful black market is disrupted as a crowd gathers at Chen Shu's stall, their heated argument over the strength drug creating a chaotic scene that draws curious onlookers. "Damn it, do you even know how to wait your turn? How dare you try to cut in front of me?" Before long, the argument escalated into a full-blown brawl, a real-life action scene. Tranthu calmly observed the chaos from behind his stall, a smug thought crossing his mind. As expected, a good show always draws a crowd. They're putting on quite the performance. I almost thought it was real. "Come on, customers, buy my wares." He picked up a bottle, feigning interference, but in reality, he was subtly showing off. Stop fighting. Don't fight over a mere 800 wen for the mid-grade power pill." As soon as he said that, passers-by immediately turned to look at Chen Shu with astonished eyes. 800 T for a mid-grade strength pill, is it real? Just then, a man from the brawl crawled to Chen Shu's feet. Bruised and battered, he gasped, "Give me the mid-grade strength elixir, or I'll die unhappy." Before he could even receive the medicine, he dramatically collapsed. A truly divine performance. Watching the group fight and collapse, the initially skeptical crowd began to waver, and finally they believed. Soon, real customers flocked to buy the medicine. Boss, give me a bottle of the medium-grade strength potion. I want one too. I want one too. Chen Shu smiled, quietly giving the actors on the ground an okay sign. In no time, the stall was completely empty. He handed a stack of money to the extras the old swindler had introduced, nodding in satisfaction. Thank you, everyone. Let's work together again next time. The charade is over, and now it's time for Chen Shu to move on to the next phase, acquiring ingredients to refine his superior strength elixirs. With a gleam in his eye, he eyed the black market, a plan already forming in his mind. In his room, one after another, vials of high-grade strength enhancement elixirs were produced. With the system's help, the elixirs are made quickly and flawlessly. Chen Shu smiles, hoping Slim won't let him down this time. He laid out a pile of strength potions before summoning Slim, who instantly perked up at the sight of them and darted forward with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, all the potions were gone, its belly bulging with satisfaction, and its strength soared by 20%. Chen Shu gently stroked Slim's head, feeling extremely pleased. With this rate of improvement, he was confident the upcoming final exam wouldn't disappoint. Time flew by, and the day of the exam arrived. In the classroom, Mr. Lee stood sternly at the podium, his eyes sweeping across the class before solemnly announcing, "Students, today is your final exam. After the cultural exam, you will gather at the Beast Taming Hall for the Beast Taming exam. I hope you all achieve good results." The exam begins, and Chen Shu furiously puts pen to paper, because he had already mastered all the knowledge. But just as he finished the paper, the system suddenly triggered a new mission. Chen Shu looked up, meeting the bullet-like gaze of old Lee staring right at him. Chen Shu sighed inwardly, looking back at the mission board, a sense of helplessness rising in his heart. Oh man, what a tough choice, but the reward is too tempting to ignore. To avoid detection, Chen Shu decided to take a risk, picking up his exam paper and shuffling it back and forth, creating rustling sounds in the quiet classroom. In mere seconds, all eyes were on him and Lao Li as if radar had locked on, and he strode straight to Chen Shu's desk. Mission accomplished, easier than he thought. It seems the student's mental state is too fragile this time around. Old Lee rapped on the desk sternly and scolded, "If you don't know the answer, sit quietly. Don't keep flipping your papers back and forth." Chen Shu obediently nodded and said, "Okay." As soon as the teacher turned to the podium, he immediately put his head down on the desk and fell asleep. The test is done. The reward is here. What's better than resting? When he awoke, the papers had already been collected. The classroom air was heavy, the exam too difficult. A friend approached, asking, "This test was brutal. How did you do?" "It's fine. The important thing is that it's over," Chen Shu said with a calm smile. "The beast taming exam is about to start. Let's head over there." At the beast taming hall, the practical exam location, students lined up, waiting for their turn. Chen Shu and his friend quickly joined the line, and half an hour later, it was finally Chen Shu's turn. Before he went in, Xiaolin patted his shoulder, jokingly telling him to be careful and not to cry if he lost. Chen Shu laughed and entered, confidently displaying the demeanor of someone with real strength. His classmates were astonished. He'd reached level 5 in such a short time. Scratching his head, Chen Shu feigned his usual modesty. "Oh, to go from a level 1 to a level 5 Beastmaster in a month, and yet I'm still too weak." Everyone was speechless. As Chen Shu chatted happily with his classmates, old Lee strolled over, scanned the beast-taming house, and smiled. "All right. The final exam is over, and the results will be sent to your phones. All right, everyone, you're dismissed. I hope you all have a great holiday." The students, hearing this, began to leave in 2s and 3s. Amidst the chaos, Xiaolin squeezed next to Chen Shu, his voice filled with undisguised admiration. "Kid, you're something else. Level 5 without a word. Want to train together at my family's beast-taming school during the break?" Chen Shu smiled and shook his head. "No need. I have things to do." Xiaolin's eyes widened in surprise, wondering what could be more important than vacation. Chen Shu raised his hands to the sky, his face serious and full of momentum, as if declaring a great mission. "Of course, I have meaningful things to do." 10 days later at Pharmaceutical Company 66, the lab air was thick with the scent of herbs. After his short break, Chen Shu had built a solid reputation among alchemists. Now, everyone here respects him, even calling him Grandmaster Chen. Donning a pristine white lab coat, Chen Shu strides into the room, radiating confidence as if he commands the world of pharmaceuticals. For him, risking his life on missions for a pittance of experience was too much effort. Brewing potions was faster, safer, and more effective. Everything was going smoothly until one day while he was diligently brewing, Su Qingxue walked in, holding a bouquet of vigorous flowers. Her expression was stern, her voice even but laced with ill omen. Xiao Chen, this is the company's last batch of vigor flowers. Startled, Chen Shu's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief, What? Is the company about to go bankrupt? Su Qingxue's lips twitched slightly, her face helpless. Can't you have a little faith in the company? She places the bouquet on the table and continues to explain. Recently, a new power has been vying for the euphorbia supply, but the company's guild has set off to another dimension to gather new resources, so the situation should improve soon. Just then, the system's quest board lit up, offering a choice. Join the company's beast squad on an adventure to another dimension. The reward for completion is a Spirit Affinity Contract skill book. The second option is to say, then hurry up and scram. The reward for completion is intermediate level beast taming power. Chen Shu only needed to glance at the mission details to see the incredibly attractive reward. Without a second thought, he looked up, his eyes full of determination. Miss Shu, I want to go to the other dimension too. With a nod of approval, Chen Shu rushed home to prepare, finally getting his chance to explore another dimension. He wouldn't be careless this time. Whether it was a mission or a new experience, he couldn't be without the essentials. He laid out all his items on the table, wondering if he should bring them all, since he had absolutely no experience surviving in the wild. Just then, Chen Shu remembered something, chuckled to himself, and tapped his forehead. Oh, right. Chen Shu quickly rummages around, almost forgetting the survival skill book the system gave him. Chen Shu grabs the skill book and summons Slim, placing his hand on its head to transfer the skill. Immediately, Slim's stats were greatly enhanced, and it gained an extremely powerful skill, an invincible spirit. Suppress, suppress, suppress. This is an incredibly overpowered passive skill. Any creature suppressed by Slim will be completely unable to use skills, unless they are a spirit of a higher level by more than one major realm. Chen Shu looked at the skill information he just received, nodding with satisfaction. He thought to himself, this skill is truly overpowered. So, preparations are complete. Just a quick nap, and I'll be ready to go in the morning. Just then, my phone started buzzing non-stop, with a flurry of message notifications pouring in. Chen Shu looked down. Second in the class, second in the grade. A truly impressive result. As expected, the moment the scores were released, his phone rang. It was Lao Li. As soon as he answered, he heard an enthusiastic voice on the other end. Congratulations, you've been accepted into the special class for 12th grade. Old Li's voice was so joyful and surprised that Chen Shu couldn't help but feel happy too, raising an eyebrow as he thought, Old Li, wasn't this all expected? And you can't even keep your composure? Old Li said, genuinely moved. I misjudged you before, so I'm surprised. I truly didn't expect you to be a golden goose. What? Golden dung? Old Li calmly continued, his expression unchanged. Don't worry about the small details. All right, I need to inform one more person, and remember to study hard during your break. Chen Shu grinned wickedly. So eager, are we? Well, I should share the good news with my friends too. Without delay, he drafts a message to send to everyone. I've been accepted into the special 12th grade class. And as expected, my friends responded with a storm of messages. Everyone was in awe, showering him with praise. Tranthu listened to the phone ringing nonstop, her face beaming, her nostrils almost flaring. Humble? Humility wasn't in the cards today. But this joy wasn't enough to satisfy him, because for him, entering another dimension was far more impressive. Once he conquers that place, he'll be a legend, not just a special class student. After a busy day of preparation, Sim curled up and fell asleep. Chen Shu stretched and climbed into bed, muttering, If I don't sleep now, I'll oversleep tomorrow. The next morning, as planned, Chen Shu arrived at the company's assembly point, ready to depart for the other dimension. In the vehicle, he sat next to Xu Xiaoyu, accompanied by two senior beast tamers. Chen Shu gazed out the window, and in the distance, an area heavily guarded by the military gradually came into view. The portal to another dimension, its secrets hidden from the outside world. No sooner had Chen Shu thought it than Xiao Wu cheerfully announced their arrival at Qingyuan Town. Hearing this, Chen Shu immediately asked, Qingyuan Town, isn't there a spatial gate there? Isn't it another dimension? Just then, their car stopped, and Xiao Yu, like an all-knowing tour guide, explained that the portal was just designed to prevent those without power from mistaking it for another dimension, which was actually located in the Qingyuan forest within Qingyuan Town. She got out of the car, still chattering away. No vehicles are allowed in Qingyuan Town, so we'll have to get out here. He agreed without hesitation. Okay, they arrive at the checkpoint where Xiao Yu swipes her rank identification card, and the system confirms her access. Welcome. Chen Shu stood outside, contemplating that even more identity confirmations were needed inside. Those who aren't beast tamers probably don't even have the right to enter. After a while, footsteps moved forward. In Qingyuan town, the bustling crowds made him secretly assess that it looked no different from a normal city. He stared helplessly at the line of soldiers, but in reality, there were many spirits here. Suddenly, Xiao Yu spoke up. "That's right, you absolutely have to say that you must listen to Uncle Joe and abide by the rules here." She sternly threatened that the soldiers would deal with him on the spot. Chen Shu was shocked. Were they really powerful enough to handle troublemakers right then and there? He nervously eyed the gleaming gun barrels and nodded furiously, understanding that this other dimension was a crucial area for the nation. "The most important rule here is before anything happens, I'll ask Uncle Joe first," Shutuan clarified. "It's not as complicated as you think. Just don't fight or cause trouble." Chen Shu nodded, looking at him with a friendly expression. Yes, I'm very well behaved. I never fight or cause trouble." After walking for a while, the food squad stopped and instructed, "All right, we've booked a hotel, let's rest here and continue tomorrow." The three agreed in unison, and they entered the hotel together. After eating, drinking, and resting, night fell. Inside the restaurant, Shutuan noticed Xiaowu's absence and wondered, is Xiaowu really not eating? Chen Shu spoke up for her. Xiaowu said she wanted to rest. Hearing that, he didn't ask any more questions. "Okay, let her rest. Serve me braised rabbit, steamed fish, and crispy fried grasshoppers." Jojai smiled. "All right, the names of those dishes sound a bit unsettling. Are they made from ferocious beasts?" He explained. "Of course, Qingyuan Bed is close to the town, so the meat of ferocious beasts isn't too expensive, and it's considered a local specialty." Chen Shu stroked his chin, understanding dawning on him, when a voice suddenly called out from afar, "Oh, it's Huang Wei's gang coming to cause trouble. Isn't that the famous beast-taming Pearl?" "Not in the mood to talk," Jituan retorted sarcastically. "Huang Chuan, didn't you learn your lesson last time? Still not satisfied?" Unable to contain himself, Xiao Shu immediately throws a punch, saying, "Do you have a death wish?" Huang Wei orders the fight to stop, and Shu Shun pulls up a chair to join the table. He then told his men to sit down and eat. Seeing this, Shutuan simply shrugged. "Let's eat too." Suddenly, something appears, startling him. A system notification. Option 1. Summon a golden-skinned slime and attack directly. Option 2. Quietly eat your meal. Option 3. Show Huang Wei's group some color. The enticing rewards make Chen Shu's eyes light up, directly leveling up to black iron. Just as he's about to act, he notices some soldiers outside. Without a second thought, Chen Shu asked a random question that made the cafeteria staff spit out their water. "Uncle Joe, what would happen if I used a spirit contract to attack them right now?" Terrified, he warned Chen Shu, "Don't be impulsive. We'll be executed by the army. And haven't you always avoided fights?" Chen Shu pondered, dejected. He couldn't choose one, but choosing 3 would cause conflict and attract soldiers. Choosing 2 felt unfair. Suddenly, an idea sparked, and he reached into his pocket. "Got it." He feints, confusing them, and says, "Uncle Joe, I'll go show them some color." He tried to stop him, begging him not to go, but Tranthu strode up to them and slammed his hands on the table, declaring his intentions like a superhero. "I'm here to show you all some color." Chen Shu's defiant attitude infuriates Huang Wei. "What are you trying to do, kid?" He pulls out colorful papers, feigning excitement. "Feast your eyes on this. Now, everyone, this is red." He stared blankly, confused. Then Chen Shu pulled out another piece of paper and said, "This is yellow." His actions left them speechless, while Chen Shu continued to ramble on like a kindergarten teacher teaching colors. "And what color is this?" "That's right, it's green." Enraged, he cursed, "Kid, are you messing with us?" But he just grinned in response. "I really want to show you guys some colors." Xiaoxi pointed behind the guards as a warning. Seeing this, Huang Wei could only mutter to himself to control his emotions, don't be angry, your life is like a play." Chen Shu continued to provoke them, forcing them to endure despite their resentment. "Judging by your expressions, you've probably recognized the correct colors. These cards are for you all. Practice at home in your free time. No need to thank me." Huang Wei was almost purple in the face, but still gently reassured himself. Getting angry to the point of getting sick would not help. Having teased them enough, he urged, "Uncle Shai, let's go." He chuckled in agreement. "All right." As they turned away, he quietly asked, "Little Chen, are you really not afraid of offending Huang Wei?" Chen Shu feigned innocence, replying, "I was just teaching them colors. I didn't offend them." Shituan, not easily misled, warned as they walked, Huang Wei is irritable and unpleasant. Even though you were just trying to teach him colors this time, don't get so worked up next time, or he might cause trouble for you after we leave Qingyuan town. But he remained cheerful and unfazed. It's okay, he only knows you, not me. Moreover, Chen Shu tapped his bag, thinking, if it really comes to that, with my system, it's not clear who will win. The two walked through the thick mist, and he couldn't help but wonder, Uncle Joe, is this the entrance to Qingyuan town? Jiduan quietly explained that we would pass through the Qingyuan forest to another space early tomorrow morning, as Chen Shu seemed to notice something that startled him. In the corner of the forest, soldiers escort an iron cage while carrying the wounded. One of them shouts that a mutated green-eyed snake is up for grabs to the highest bidder. Immediately, many people began bidding, starting at 10,000, then 200,000. The price soared. 800,000. In mere minutes, the price soared, surprising Chen Shu. Can even a basic-level beast fetch such a high price? Shituan smiled, ready to explain. An ordinary blue-eyed snake is worthless, but a mutated one is a different story. Its gallbladder can upgrade Beastmaster power, and its eyes might grant contracted spirits keen eyesight. He patted his shoulder, urging him on so they weren't trying to sell the fierce beast. But this probability... Okay, it's late, we should head back. Hopefully this adventure will bring us some luck as well. In their home, late at night, everyone is sound asleep. Awakened, Chen Shu wondered, what's that sound? It was the system panel offering him a choice. 1. Go to the Beastmaster Association alone. 2. Go back to sleep. He yawned, utterly bored. Night again. Chen Shu sat there, lost in thought. Although a 5% increase in Slim's defense was good, it was only a temporary upgrade. The guide said making medicine was the long-term solution. He thought about it, then got out of bed, putting on his clothes as he decided to choose option 1. He then slipped away like a ninja, bursting with excitement as he ran, thinking, Beast Tamer Association, here I come. Chen Shu couldn't help but admire the towering building before him. This was the Beast Tamers Association. He strode inside, carefully observing his surroundings and surmising information trading, maps of other dimensions, portraits of ferocious beasts, a mission hall. It seems there's a lot to do here. There were so many services, but he decided to check out the mission hall. The search bar revealed rows of mission boards, collect greenish grass, capture blue-eyed mutant snakes, but the board at the very top catches his eye. A mission to hunt the Frostfield Lord Rabbit. The system prompts him with a choice. Accept any normal-level mission or take on the Frostfield Lord Rabbit hunt. Chen Shu pictured the giant rabbit helpless and muttered, Are you kidding me? Though this bloodline isn't strong, even at its worst, it's not something a level 5 beastmaster like him can force. But then, he suddenly realizes his strength. Slim relies on its physique to attack, so if it grows even larger, its other skills could also improve. So he sought out a guide. I'd like to ask, what are the penalties for failing a mission? Gaofeng greeted him politely. Hello, accepting a quest requires a deposit, which will be deducted upon failure. Hearing this, Chen Shu quickly inquired, So, how much is the deposit for the Wild Ice Lord Rabbit quest? He calculated that he had about 100,000 Huajia TE, and if it didn't work out, he'd just consider it money spent on skills, making him blush at the enthusiasm. This mission is issued by the military, so no deposit is required. You just need to successfully hunt the target to claim the reward. Chen Shu understood immediately. So it's free. He quickly seizes the opportunity and accepts. Though the moon was high that night, the tower was bustling with activity. Chen Shu held the mission paper he had just received. After a quick read, he began to worry. This mission was indeed very difficult, requiring not only extreme luck but also great ability. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad the system only told him to accept the quest, not complete it. He could just pretend he never saw it. Yawning like a lazy lion, Chen Shu muttered, It's too late. I should go back and rest. He quickly left the building and hurried home, carefully sneaking back into his room before drifting off to sleep as if nothing had happened. The next morning, the air was fresh and crisp as the expedition leader called out the order. Let's go. Today we head to another dimension within the Nguyen forest. He excitedly nodded in agreement. Yes. Within the misty forest was a large gate, guarded by many soldiers. The group slowly approached, and everyone swiped their access cards in turn, with Chen Shu confidently joining them in the mist. Step by step, the fog grew thicker, and the scene behind them slowly opened up. When the fog dissipated, what was revealed made him jump. The scene before him caused him to cry out, Is this the Nguyen forest? Gukdan nods in confirmation. Yeah, let's go. Leaving the spirit-suppressing army base, a seemingly ordinary bird flies overhead. In reality, an observation device is deliberately tracking the group. Unbeknownst to Chen Shu, the bushes rustled behind him. He turned around, startled, as a snake lunged at him with lightning speed. Damn it. Everyone was startled by this unexpected situation and anxiously called out to Chen Shu. But instead of fear, a smile of amusement spreads across his face as he summons Slim, a golden light emanating from his palm. It appeared in its giant form, its massive body pinning the snake. It struggled to bite him, but couldn't escape Slim's control. Chen Shu stepped back, sighing in relief, and stuck his tongue out at the snake, writhing beneath Slim. Can't reach me. Suddenly, he jumps in front of it, taunting it. I'm back. It's shaking with rage, but can't do a thing. Chen Shu jumped back again, but it still couldn't reach him. Everyone watched him jump around, provoking the snake, and couldn't understand why. It secretly glanced at Slim, who was off guard, and seized the opportunity to lunge at Chen Shu with its mouth wide open. As expected, before it could attack, Slim took it down on the spot. Tuan sighed. Oh, it was just a level 5 old snake. Why did it have to endure this? He then summoned a spirit and gave Black Wolf an extra meal. Black Wolf quickly devoured the snake, and he urged everyone to continue on their way. Let's go. Xiaoyu, ride the flame bird and scout the path ahead. She immediately summoned the fire plume, watching Xiaoyu sit proudly on its back. Chen Shu admiringly offered, Xiaoyu, let me carry your bag. But she refused. No need. But he stepped forward, snatched the backpack from her hands, and climbed onto the firebird before she could protest. It's okay. I have news. I'm in the special class now. We'll be college classmates, so helping each other is only right. This news comes as a surprise to Xiaowu. He passed the special class? He smiled sheepishly and replied, Yeah, I accidentally passed. His humble answer left her speechless. Chen Shu patted its back, ordering, Little fire, we can fly. Seeing the two of them, the food corps shook their heads in dismay, then told the guarantee army, Let's go. He secretly assessed Chen Shu, noting his reaction. Speed, spirit contract, and combat power were all excellent, but he frowned, concluding that he was a bit cunning. The two began moving in the direction the flame was flying. Sitting behind, Tranthu carefully observed their surroundings, when suddenly he noticed something. A mighty flower. Not far from them, a vigorous flower dangled from the cliff face, prompting Deng Jun to exclaim, Kid, do you have eyes that see for miles? Shi Tuan cautiously warned that rare herbs or minerals are often guarded by ferocious beasts, so everyone should keep their voices down. Old Deng, have your K-Walk spirit check it out. He adjusted his glasses and nodded in agreement. Under Deng Jun's control, a green light emerged, and a fierce green gecko appeared. He immediately ordered it to scout ahead, while they hid behind a large rock to observe. The gecko slowly approached the Hercules flower when it was suddenly bombarded by countless ice arrows. It deftly dodges the attack, only to be swarmed by a vicious pack of rabbits with razor-sharp claws. The rabbit opened its mouth, revealing a blue light that transformed into arrows aimed directly at the chameleon, which couldn't evade the attack this time. Its body quickly freezes. Seeing this, the foodie realizes they're dealing with Arctic hares. He then quickly summoned the black wolf. The black wolf, snarling, obeyed the command and charged towards the rabbits, scattering them in terror. Within its sharp claws lies immense power. With a single swipe, it easily defeats 2 wild ice rabbits. With such power, the rabbits were annihilated in mere minutes, horrifying the frail Diaoyu. But Chen Shu behind him was the opposite, his eyes sparkling as he muttered incomprehensible words. Would it be better with dill or chili? Hearing that, she suddenly felt disappointed. What was she thinking, hoping Chen Shu would be scared? Suddenly, he leaps off fire, yelling, Blackie, don't eat that rabbit! As he lands, ready to bag the rabbit, he's reminded that common icefield rabbits are worthless. He cheerfully replied, I know, I'm not going to sell them, just roast them for dinner. In just a few minutes, Chen Shu had filled a whole sack. With no spirit beast guarding the potent flowers, he eagerly looked up at the cliff face. Now we can harvest them. Chen Shu put his backpack down and took out a small silver shovel. With Slim's help, he easily climbed the cliff. From below, Shi Tuan praised him. Kid, you're pretty good at material science. You even know to use silver to harvest the Hercules flower. Hearing this, Chen Shu proudly boasted, Of course, do you understand what a 396 on the culture test means? That made him laugh. 396? Does he really think Uncle Joe never went to school? Even with a strong academic background, few can surpass 380, though he cares little if others disbelieve him. Yes, perhaps. The way he plucks the flowers with such practiced force is truly astonishing. Your movements are so smooth. Have you done this before? After the theft, Tranthu turned to negotiate. You're good at keeping things, so just leave it with you for now. He was busy spraying deodorant and replied absent-mindedly, "All right, leave it with me for now." Once he was done, Shutuan signaled, "Let's move on." Xiao Wu, and he once again rode on Huo Yan's back to scout ahead. Just as they set off, Black Wolf suddenly noticed something in the bushes and immediately growled, "Shit, there's a pack of steel-toothed weasels ahead." Without a second thought, he hastily summoned his contracted dark feather eagle, and the moment it appeared, he signaled for Dungjun to climb aboard. They quickly moved onto Little Eagle's back, and he reminded Little Wu to have Flame fly as high as possible, which she obediently did. Even high in the air, he warned them to hold on tight and not fall. They hadn't gone far when a commotion erupted from the forest below. Chenshu glanced back, his eyes widening in horror. Oh my God. Suddenly, a swarm of ferocious steel-toothed rats appeared from below. Each one screeches as it bursts through the undergrowth, and the players instantly become their targets. They ran and screamed, "Help me!" Now, cries for help echoed throughout the forest. Seeing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, "Brother, can we help them?" Zituan reluctantly shook his head. Under the steel-clawed rats, players fell one by one until only Linji nimbly climbed a tree. Reaching safety, he turned back to see if it was over. But, to Linji's surprise, the rats swarmed the tree's base. What? Now they're gnawing at the tree. This situation is becoming increasingly unstable. Shiduan immediately signaled, "Xiaowu, get out of here." The unsettling gnawing sound made both her and Chenshu uneasy. Xiaowu then sent flames soaring into the sky, far away from this terrifying place. Linji, still in the tree, quickly spotted them and cried out for help. But the team leader deliberately turned away, as if she heard nothing, filling him with despair. If that's the case, then right now, Linji suddenly lets go of the tree with both hands to summon his contracted spirit. Even if he dies, he's taking them with him. Receiving its orders, it immediately lunged toward the guild leader, who narrowly avoided danger by maneuvering the Little Eagle. In mere minutes, the players on the ground were wiped out by the rats, leaving Shutuan helpless to intervene. That's when he noticed a rat carrying a pine cone, standing out from the pack. After a closer look, Dokyum cautiously warned, "It's a Lord-class steel mane rat. Everyone hold on tight. Don't fall off or you're dead." The two giant spirits soaring in the sky caught its attention, and the four watched the rat's every move with bated breath. After a few minutes of observation, it seemed to realize it was outmatched and signaled the swarm to retreat, moving with terrifying speed to find a new target. Once they were far away, Chenshu breathed a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. Xiaowu was confused. "Uncle, why didn't we save them just now?" Shure explained seriously, "You saw it too. That person wanted to drag us down with them. Blue Star is different from other dimensions. A place with strict laws and strong enforcement. But here, there are no laws. No one would even know if you were killed." Finally, he advised, "I hope you don't become a bad person, but I also don't want you to be a good person at the wrong time." Hearing this, she obediently replied, "I understand." Sitting behind her, Chenshu sighed, never expecting Uncle Joe to say such things. Though the situation had calmed, the crew remained uneasy. "All right, we should get out of here before they come back." As the sun sets, two birds fly together towards safety, arriving as night falls. In the quiet forest, Chenshu leisurely roasts a rabbit, and when he pulls out a small box, the team understands, "So that's why you wanted the rabbit. You brought spices. It smells amazing." Chenshu smiled smugly, explaining that he'd brought it specifically in case they got hungry. Soon after, the food was ready, and he praised it. "Yeah, not bad. We'll need to take shifts tonight for watch duty. Little Tran and Old Dung will take the first watch, then it's me and Little Vu." The two youngsters, busy gnawing on rabbit legs, obediently replied. After eating and cleaning up, it was already midnight, and he and Dungjun quickly fell asleep while guarding the tent. Little did they know, countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. The long night passed quickly, and dawn finally broke as everyone emerged from their tents. With a suspicious look, Dong Quan glanced around, feeling like something had been watching them last night. Then he turned to the support unit. "Captain, did anything happen on your watch?" He shook his head dismissively. "Not at all." Dan Quan scratched his head, puzzled. "Maybe it was just my imagination." Shidan stroked his sparse beard. "An illusion, you say?" Meanwhile, Chen Shu, atop the Firebird, waved to the two men. "Uncle Joe, Old Dung, we should get going." He nodded in agreement, and the two of them climbed onto the back of the Black Feather Eagle and set off. With their contracted spirits soaring into the clear sky, Chen Shu and his group ventured deeper into the Qingyuan forest, encountering more and more ferocious beasts. With the Black Wolf by their side, they spent 7 uneventful days, catching 3 green-eyed snakes and gathering many herbs. After 8 days, the group gathered together. Shituan stood before them, announcing, "Today is our last day in the Qingyuan forest." They rally, determined not to fail on their final day. A young man named Dongqing replies, "Understood." The four turn, ready to continue on their way, but he's startled, looking around, unsure of which path to take. Chen Shu seems to realize something and immediately points in a direction as the system offers a choice. Turn left to challenge a black iron-level beast. The second option is to turn right and collect Tier 2 iron core fruits, and the third is to go forward and explore Than Nguyen Forest. Tran Thu looked confident, as if the system was thoughtfully telling him what lay ahead. He made up his mind. "That's it, I'll bet on this one." From behind, Dang Jun suddenly asked, "Captain, which way do we go now?" Zituan was hesitant, unable to answer. "We're trying to seize an opportunity, and you're giving your opinion." "Uncle Joe, wait a moment. Let me divine the situation before we decide." He looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. "You know how to do divination?" Chen Shu scratched his head and took out a deck of cards. "Just a little bit." Then he throws 3 cards to the ground. Without even looking, Tran Thu points in a direction, guided by the cards. Choosing the right, everyone silently watched the whole process as the team leader looked down at the cards, muttering to himself, "Right is right, we don't know which way to go anyway." Everyone continued to move in the direction Chen Shu pointed. As if sensing something, Dong Jun suddenly turns around, exclaiming, "Captain, haven't we seen a single ferocious beast on our path? Something feels off." Suddenly, a boar with sharp tusks charges, its footsteps echoing. This sight filled Dong Jun with dread as Chen Shu summoned his spirit and shouted, "Old Dong, watch out!" Slim suddenly appeared from above, crushing the wild boar, then grinned smugly. "You dare try to sneak attack me? You're not qualified." The wild boar below struggled to its feet, throwing Slim upwards with all its might, its tusks glowing red with power. It stomps the ground, gathering momentum, then charges at Slim with full force. Chen Shu frantically called out, "Slim, come back!" And with that, Slim vanished before the boar's eyes. The black feather eagle swoops in to take its place in the fight against the boar. The group recognizes the species. This mutated blood-grade boar is trouble. He frowned as he looked ahead. It looks like they'll need to fight together this time. The boar just knocked away the spirit, and now the black wolf has appeared behind it. The black wolf rushed towards the boar, which was goring the black feather eagle, sending blood flying. It growled, baring its sharp claws. The boar is knocked back, crying out to Luo Shiking, and crashes to the ground in a cloud of dust and debris. The black wolf and little eagle team up to attack, tearing into the boar as the remaining rock chomps down. The boar grunts, its power growing stronger. The party leader shouts, "It's about to use its skill. Little Eagle, use Soul Strike now." Little Eagle quickly obeyed, flying high and emitting a blinding golden light as the bewildered boar looked on, while Black Wolf swiftly slashed with its claws, sending blood flying everywhere. The wild boar collapses from the attack. Relieved, the team leader notes that they were fortunate to stop its passive skill from activating, or things would have gone badly. He realized something and cheered up again. But why would a mutated beast suddenly appear here? There must be herbs or minerals nearby. From the sky, the black feather eagle sensed something. Beneath the dense forest, level 2 iron core fruits had appeared. The group gathers the fruit as the team leader pats Chen Shu on the shoulder, praising him. "You truly are the team's lucky star, finding a Tier 2 iron core fruit to boot. We're going home with a full haul this time." He snapped his fingers triumphantly. "I told you I could tell fortunes." Dang Quinn announces, "Captain, I've finished with the boar, so let's move on." Thuk Don replies excitedly, "Okay, let's go." The group continued on their way, dragging the unconscious boar behind them, when he suddenly whispered in Chen Shu's ear, "Little Chen, I owe you and Old Dung a life. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word, and I'll repay you. I definitely will." Chen Shu politely replied, "It's nothing, really." Suddenly, a snake lunged out of the bushes toward the group. Before anyone could react, Black Wolf had already caught the green snake. He warned his teammates to stay focused and not lose their concentration. Dang Jun was dejected, realizing his earlier mistake. "All right, I understand." The sky was still clear and cool, but evening was approaching. He turned and announced, "We'll stop here for the night and head back tomorrow morning." The others replied in unison, "Okay." Seeing the honeycomb in the tree, Chen Shu was overjoyed, saying they were in for a treat. Then he commanded his pet, "Xiaoling, go get that honeycomb for me." Xiaoling obeyed, and Chen Shu proudly showed off the honeycomb to everyone. "Today, I'll be making wild boar with honey sauce for everyone." The flickering firelight illuminates the pile of animal bones nearby. Dang Jun chatted with Chen Shu, saying, "Hey Chao Chen, you should go to the Beastmaster University. You'll definitely be more outstanding than being a Beastmaster." He brushed off the suggestion, saying, "Forget it. you're burying a future legendary beastmaster. Besides, Zhang Dadao from my faction is a much better cook than you. He frowned in contemplation. Indeed, he wasn't bad as a beastmaster. You're 17 this year, right? Chen Shu asked, puzzled. What is it? Deng Jun blurts out unexpectedly. She's about the same age as my daughter. He shook his head. You don't need to introduce your daughter to me. I'm not interested. Seeing this, Deng Jun reached for the phone. Why are you acting like you're at a disadvantage? I didn't even say anything. I just wanted you two to be friends, Chen Shu said, snatching the phone. Old Deng, have some conscience. Are you trying to send my niece to prison? The phone displays a photo of a little girl with pigtails. You're telling me she's my age? Deng Jun retorted that they were only about 10 years apart, but Chen Shu he sternly rebuked him, asking if 10 years was the issue. This is a crime. We all have a duty to protect the young. Just drop it, okay? Don't mention it again, or I'll really get angry. Options appeared. 1. Roll 5 meters to the right. 2. Believe you have an iron head. Seeing these choices, Chen Shu gaped in shock, and without a word, kicked Deng Jun to the ground. It turns out that a giant beast is now standing where he was. A massive bear roaring before Deng Jun and Chen Shu. He frantically cried out towards the tent. Help me! The black bear is attacking. Black Feather Eagle quickly flew in to save the day. Xu steps out to ask, Are you all right? Chen Shu turns to respond. We're fine. Suddenly, his face pales as he points. Wait, there are more black bears. A horde of black bears stampeded toward them, enraged, and he gasped, forcing his fear into battle readiness. Flame and Blaze both take to the skies. The Gluttony Squad wonders why so many guardian bears are appearing, even though they defeated the Lord-class beast. Chen Shu broke out in a cold sweat, realizing they were surrounded by the black bears because they had eaten the honey. Flame, Dark Feather Eagle, and Slim relentlessly attack the bears, one of which rises up and roars deafeningly. They stomp the ground, creating a thunderous sound and shaking the earth, causing Chen Shu and Xiao Wu to lose their footing. Xu Tuan angrily roared, You damned beasts! And channeled power into his hands, commanding his beast to tear into the black bear. Xu Tuan couldn't help but worry. Xiao Wu, be careful! As the black bear lunged at Xiao Yu, the firebird swooped in to retaliate, and Slim stabbed the bear in the gut. He coldly berated the defeated foe. Crush this beast! The black bear embraced Slim, determined to fight to the bitter end. The coffin wheezed, unable to suppress the black bear, when suddenly the black wolf arrived, tearing at the bear and drawing blood. Chen Shu couldn't believe this was the power of a black iron-level contracted spirit. Even injured, it was still so strong. The bears are all dead. It's over. Good thing I didn't try to complete that quest to kill the Icefield Rabbit Lord, or the battle would have been even worse. My mind is still racing. I almost peed myself back there. I need to take care of that now, before I run into something else. It wouldn't do to actually wet himself. The system then presented a request. Option 1, relieve yourself by the grass. Option 2, relieve yourself from the tree. Seeing the options, Chen Shu could only gape. What's up with this system? Taking a leak like picking flowers, he just had to go with it. Whatever, I'll play along. Chen Shu grabbed the tree trunk and started climbing. He chose option 2, airing out his little bird in broad daylight from atop the tree. Chen Shu basked in satisfaction, gaining the Overlord's skill and increased duration. But then he noticed something. Chen Shu's face pales as he realizes something. Below him, a creature is drenched in his urine. Its face contorted with rage. The Ice Lord Rabbit had arrived. Chen Shu ran, crying and desperate. The Frostfield Lord Rabbit had arrived. Suddenly, Chen Shu came running, startling Xiao Wu and Xu Tuan, who watched him in surprise. A nearby tree was crudely chopped. The damage was caused by the Frostwild Hare's sharp claws, and seeing it approach, he fled in terror. Damn it, are we really cursed? This is the second time we've encountered a Lord-class creature. Realizing the danger, Extreme warns gravely, this Arctic hare is at least a rank A spirit animal, while our strongest black wolf is only rank C. We're in trouble. The Icefield Rabbit's furious gaze sharpened as it roared, the sound echoing through the mountains, and a blue light emanated as its brethren appeared, scaring him half to death. It's calling for backup. Of all the options, the team decides on the most viable one. Run quickly. After everyone was safely on the spirit's back, he carefully warned them not to get hit by any ice orbs, or they'd be done for. Xiao Yu nodded in understanding, but seeing the ice rabbits arrayed below, Chen Shu was terrified. After locking onto their target, they opened their maws to unleash powerful beams of light, but he used his wits to defuse the situation. Xiao Yu flies a little higher as Flame and Little Eagle raise their wings, gracefully dodging each attack. Seeing this, the ice rabbits were furious and immediately ordered their underlings to give chase. Chen Shu was now their sole obsession. The poor creatures are caught in the crossfire of their rage, while above, Flame and Little Eagle must flap their wings faster to evade the deadly attacks. Below, they froze every creature in their path, even forcing a bear into early hibernation. They were fueled by resentment, unleashing their attacks. Sensing the dire situation, Zituan questioned, "We can't keep running, we'll be done for." "Little Chen, what did you do? Why do I get the feeling it's targeting you?" Left with no choice, Chen Shu confesses the shocking truth. He accidentally peed on the rabbit's head. Everyone is stunned into silence. He could only shake his head in dismay, lamenting Tranthu's unique talent before explaining with despair that Icefield rabbits were notoriously fastidious. "Looks like we're running away then? It really won't let us off the hook this time." Thanks to Chen Shu's recklessness, Flame and Little Eagle had to fly for their lives. 10 minutes later, the situation hadn't improved, as the wild ice rabbits were closing in. In this situation, all he can do is encourage it. Hang in there, little firebird. 30 minutes have passed, and they're still relentless. 2 hours later, the Icefield rabbit is still chasing, but it's stopped attacking. Chen Shu sees a golden opportunity and makes a suggestion. "Uncle Joe, turn back and fight. All that's left is the exhausted Icefield Lord Rabbit." He urged the others, arguing that if they didn't fight, they'd have nowhere left to run, as Tu Doan Hio Y summoned dark energy into his palm, creating a spatial wall. Little Wolf appeared instantly, sharp fangs bared, ready to strike. The Frostfield rabbit froze, sensing the killing intent. Everyone landed safely, one by one, as Chen Shu eagerly anticipated the clash between the ice rabbit and Little Wolf. With claws bared, the Little Wolf prepared to tear his opponent apart. In a flash, the two powers collided head-on as Little Eagle swooped in to assist, circling behind the ice rabbit, seeking an opening, but unfortunately, its bloodshot eyes noticed him. The ice rabbit immediately fires an icy arrow at its opponent, and Zilang can only brace for impact as Shutuan looks on with concern. Oh no, the black wolf is about to be frozen. In the nick of time, Dewey appears and shatters the arrow into pieces. Meanwhile, Chen Shu was smug about his rescue, thinking a sneak attack would succeed. Dream on. He immediately ordered Little Lang to attack. "It's freezing up. Don't retreat. Attack." Seizing the opportunity, it roared and charged forward, teaming up with Little Eagle to unleash a relentless assault, leaving the Icefield rabbit overwhelmed and triggering its battle mode. Luckily, Chen Shu noticed in time, and they quickly retreated. Just as predicted, a barrage of icy arrows was unleashed. Thanks to the warning, no one was hurt, and he immediately ordered a counterattack. Taking advantage of this moment, everyone charges forward, with Slim and Fire joining the fray. Meanwhile, Little Wolf and Little Eagle began to gather their strength, but strangely, the Arctic hare just smirked. It stomps its foot to gain momentum, and the ground cracks under the immense pressure. In an instant, the Icefield rabbit is soaring through the air. It lands with ease, crushing Little Wolf as the surrounding foliage freezes into tiny glaciers. Chen Shu sensed something was amiss and stopped the other spirits. "Don't go over there, the temperature is dropping." The ice rabbit emanates a great power, with rotating blocks of ice, as Deng Jun looks on in anguish at the restrained Little Wolf. What to do? Black Wolf is still trapped. If we don't save him now, he'll die. Shivering Dawn is equally anxious. "Little Chen, what do we do?" Amidst the tension, Chen Shu offered a calm smile. "Leave it to me." Receiving Slim's gaze, he understood, then slowly approached Icefield Rabbit. But Xiaoyu was still uneasy. Isn't sending Slim over there a death sentence? And yet, he seemed so confident. Sending him to his death? Hardly. Slim, go. Obeying the command, Slim rushes forward, his inflated body knocking Little Wolf out of harm's way. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shu commands fire, and the little firebird catches Little Wolf in midair. Having achieved its goal, fire swiftly flew away, infuriating the Icefield rabbit, who glared at Slim, only to be met with its innocent gaze. Gritting its teeth, the frost rabbit cursed, "Go to hell!" Sensing danger, Chen Shu immediately retreated, realizing it was about to unleash a powerful attack. "Come back," she pleaded, as a freezing rain began to fall, forming a massive, frigid flower. Faced with this, he quickly mobilized his spirits to counterattack, seizing the moment to strike together before the Arctic hare could react. With a final powerful kick from Little Wolf, it collapses to the ground, defeated after everyone's hard work. Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief, finally at peace. Xiaowu was overjoyed and tightly grasped Chen Shu's hand. "We did it. We really did it. Chen Shu, did you see that? Can you see it?" He gently stroked her head. "It's only been a dozen meters away from me." "I'm not blind. There's no need to be so excited." Calm down, calm down. Suddenly, they both awkwardly let go of each other's hands while the rest of the group was busy examining the corpse of the wild ice rabbit. A lord-level ferocious beast worth at least $1 million. Let's gather our spoils and quickly leave Than Nguyen Forest. Everyone happily agreed in unison. It's all over. Flame and Little Eagle soar high on the blue sky. Chen Shu smiled brightly, finally returning home. The group stopped before a town guarded by many soldiers, and the extremely excited announcement was made. They were finally back. After so many hard days in the deep mountains, he was so happy he cried. Everyone worked hard this time. I'll transfer the money to you after we exchange the items. Little Chen, you get a share too? Chen Shu quickly refused. No need. Uncle Joe, you're too kind. I've already put the herbs I collected in the bag. You all can split the money yourselves. These words left Dong Jun and Shutuan speechless. He opened the bag to check and was utterly astonished. The boy was, indeed, quick. He smiled. No need to be so polite. As the sun begins to set, the team leader quickly instructed everyone to settle in for the night as they would return to Namjiang City in the morning. Everyone acknowledged the order. Silent night fell, with only the moon illuminating the darkness. As everyone slept soundly, Chen Shu carefully took the head of the Frostfield rabbit and went outside, heading towards the Beastmaster Association. Upon seeing the head, the employee stammered, You're really the wild ice lord rabbit? This prompted Chen Shu to urge them to get to the point. If this isn't an Icefield rabbit lord, then what is it? Hurry and complete the mission for me, but he doesn't seem to trust you very much. Just a moment, let me confirm. Soon after, he brought over Zishan, a soldier from the Zhenling army. Chen Shu stepped forward, shook his hand, and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Chen Shu, brother. Want to try some rabbit meat? Zishan politely declined. No need, sir. What you handed over is indeed an Icefield lord rabbit. Please provide your ID and the China points will be automatically recorded. After checking the documents, he suddenly raised his voice. You're only 17? Chen Shu nonchalantly replies, Doesn't it look like one? Zishan raises an eyebrow, his voice laced with admiration and praise. No, I'm just a little surprised that a 17-year-old could hunt an Icefield lord rabbit. All right, 50 Huajia points have been added to your ID. You can exchange them for resources at any government office. Hearing this, Chen Shu happily left. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. He nodded goodbye. All right. Watching him leave, Zishan couldn't hide his delighted smile. The next day, the food corps car pulled up in front of the apartment, and after dropping Chen Shu off, he smiled and said, Goodbye, little Chen. He waved back, Goodbye. Then he went inside to study the resources. He'd obtained great force flowers, iron core fruits, and could arrange for wisdom-opening fruit medicinal knowledge, so perhaps he could try making a will potion, or a basic defense potion. Chen Shu closed his eyes, focusing on his surroundings as his skilled hands swiftly crafted new potions in his private space. Having finished, Chen Shu noted that, as expected, the system's unlit prescriptions had a very high failure rate. So many ingredients, yet only 9 basic defense potions and 6 intellect potions were made. Suddenly an idea sparked. Test the potion's effects, he commanded. Slim, drink these. Without hesitation, Slim happily drank every vial, its belly swelling as it contentedly rested on the bed. The system immediately notified him that Slim's defense had increased by 1, along with its intelligence, and Chen Shu began to get annoyed because the results weren't what he'd hoped for. He could only try to restrain himself from exploding. The system gifts couldn't be thrown away. The system gift can't be thrown away. In the end, Chen Shu decided to gather all the medicine bottles into his bag to deal with them in another way. He decides to sell the strength potions at the black market first and immediately calls someone to discuss the matter. Hey, Dolly, I'm back. Come with me to the black market. As the two Dollies walked together, he joked, surprised that after so long he was heading straight to the black market. Chen Shu just smiled, remaining silent. Dolly, curious, pressed further. But Chen Pi, what are we doing at the black market? Chen Pi glanced mysteriously, replying smugly, To show you the true worth of your black market, brother. The two arrive at their usual spot, where an old stall used to be, but Chen Shu notices the empty space. Old Wang isn't here today. As he laid out his tarp, he muttered about how even scammers weren't diligent these days, truly pathetic. This startled Dali, who instinctively cast a suspicious glance around. Chen Pai, you've stooped to scamming people now? Chen Shu retorted irritably. Mine are real products, real medicine, you understand? He then held up the bottle of medicine with the flair of a TikTok sales streamer, saying, Now, I'll show you my reputation. I don't even need to try, and customers come to me. Dali can't believe it, responding with a contemptuous middle finger. Just then, two tall men approached Chen Shu's stall, and Lajiang casually asked the price of the medicine. Chen Shu nonchalantly replies that it's 8,000 per bottle. The man immediately changes his attitude, his face contorting as he curses, "Is this medicine made of gold? Or are the ingredients made of gold?" Chen Shu was now bewildered, not understanding the hidden meaning. What does that mean? Something feels off here? Zheng Hao quickly stopped Luo Xiang, calmly asking for a bottle, then examined the medicine from Chen Shu's hand, unable to hide his suspicion as he asked if it was genuine. Growing impatient with the suspicion, Chen Shu retorted, "Would I risk selling fake medicine from my own shop?" Zheng Hao repeated the question, his face darkening as if expecting a different answer. "Is this real medicine?" I asked. His patience wearing thin, he challenged, "Are you deliberately provoking me? Do you want to buy it or not?" He leaned in close, his voice a low growl. "If your medicine is real, I'll buy it for sure, but what if it's fake?" Chen Shu, exasperated, offered, "If it's fake, I'll drink it myself. Happy now?" Waiting for this moment, Zheng Hao opened the bottle, saying that if the medicine was fake, he would drink it himself. Then he raised the bottle to his lips. Chen Shu quickly stopped him. "Wait, bro, you can't drink it until you pay." Suddenly, handcuffs locked onto Chen Shu's wrists, and he was forced to the ground as Dali cried out, "Chen Shu!" Dali tried to rush to his friend's rescue, but Luo Xiang tackled him from behind. "Don't move!" Zheng Hao held up his license and declared, "The Namjiang Spirit Suppression Bureau is not allowed to resist, or you will be executed." Chen Shu and Dali were too scared to say a word. Later, in the detention room, they were separated from the outside world by iron bars, sitting inside under police supervision as Dali lamented, "Brother Bai, is that really you? Is this your black market influence? Truly extraordinary." Chen Shu protested, saying he knew nothing about it and that this wasn't how it was supposed to go, questioning Luo Xiang and Zheng Hao. "Boss, you've got the wrong guys. We're all upstanding citizens. I even caught a wanted criminal once." Zheng Hao coldly announced that they should stop talking nonsense, as they'd been investigating their fake medicine ring for half a month. La Xiang shone a light in Chen Shu's face, demanding, "Speak, where are your accomplices? Cooperate and you'll be shown leniency." Chen Shu frantically denied any involvement, his face pale as a ghost. "Officer, I'm really not a fake drug dealer." He thought to himself, "How could this be? I only went to another dimension and everything's changed when I returned." Zheng Hao's face grew darker. They truly wouldn't shed a tear until they saw the coffin. "Let's bring the victims to identify you and see what you have to say then." They were led from the interrogation room, through offices and corridors, finally returning to the Bureau's main hall. A crowd roars at the entrance, ready to burst in. Zheng Hao asks them, "Is that him?" As soon as they saw them, the crowd erupted. "It's him! It's him! Master Li's dark helper. Because of him, our spirit contracts are all spewing into the warriors and they all have stomach aches." Overwhelmed by the scene, Chen Shu broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing with terrifying possibilities. Had he really become a peddler of fake medicine? Faced with the angry crowd, Chen Shu was worried but tried to calm down and sort out the problem. Remembering Smile drank the stuff like water. If my medicine was really bad, why is he okay? He hesitated but spoke anyway. "Hey, are you sure you bought the medicine from me?" Xi Yu quickly shouted, "Yes, I bought it from you." He decisively raised his phone. "These people are in cahoots with you, aren't they? He's the one who said all those drugs were real." The phone showed a picture of Tianba with his familiar mustache. Chen Shu immediately recognized Brother Wangba, and everything clicked into place. I wondered why he wasn't around so early. Turns out, he ran away. Then he cheerfully apologized to the group of victims. "He's a professional con artist. We're not acquainted, and frankly, we're not in the same league. Has anyone ever had a problem with my medicine?" But the crowd remained skeptical, not believing him at all. Chen Shu was at a loss for words when he spotted a familiar figure. Uncle Wang Jian walked over leisurely, his presence commanding the crowd to make way. Zheng Hao immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Captain." He nodded slightly, then looked over and asked, "Chen Shu, what are you doing here? What's going on here?" Zheng Hao whispered an explanation into his ear. "Captain, that's what happened." After hearing this, Wang Jian turned to question Chen Shu and the other person. "How do you explain this?" He then raised his cuffed hands, shedding crocodile tears. "Uncle Wang, we're truly innocent. I wouldn't sell fake medicine no matter how broke I was," and he continued to ramble on. "Besides, my medicine comes from Company 666. If you don't believe me, I'll call someone from the company to verify with you." Chen Shu opened his messages to see that Shiduan had invited him to dinner an hour ago, and he quickly replied that he'd been arrested. He quickly replied that he would be right there, and Chen Shu's face lit up with confidence as he waited. Outside the spirit-suppressing bureau, the sky went from bright to pitch black as Chen Shu and the other man withered away in the interrogation room. Just then, the interrogation room door opened, and the chief burst in, laughing. "Little Chen, how's the food in the closet?" Chen Shu was as limp as a soggy pancake. "Uncle Joe, please stop, or I'll end up regretting it in that cell." He turned to greet Wang Jian. "Old Wang, it's been a while." He happily returned the greeting, "Long time no see," before cutting straight to the chase. "Old Zhou, is the strength enhancer he's selling on the black market all from your company?" "Indeed, they all belong to our company." Wang Jian accepts this answer without suspicion. "I see. Then there's no problem. You kids can go home now." The leader signaled to the two who were eagerly waiting to leave their seats. "Let's go, kids." Outside the Spirit Suppression Bureau, the sky was dark, and they raised their hands high, teasing each other with relief, feeling as if they had been reborn. "Chenpai, why do I feel so refreshed to be alive?" Chen Shu took a deep breath, expressing his agreement. "I feel the same way." Behind them, Shi Tuanru watched the two escapees, who seemed to have some system issues. He suddenly approached and whispered, "Are you two crazy?" Chen Shu wagged his index finger, acting worldly. "Uncle Joe, you don't understand. Unlike you, we're law-abiding citizens who listen to reason and aren't regulars at the Spirit Control Bureau." "Oh, right, the beast tamers are having a party. Should we head over?" He turned back to look at the Spirit Control Bureau's main entrance. "We won't be joining you. Perhaps another time. We'll catch up then." He sensed something was amiss but didn't pry, simply nodding. "Okay, let's go." Dali turned, puzzled. "Chenpai, this isn't like you. You're actually passing up a free meal." With a meaningful look, Chen Shu had important business to attend to. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes cold and determined. "Dali, I want to catch the person selling fake medicine." With a mix of excitement and mischief, Dali declared, "Chen Pi, I support you." Chen Shu patted his shoulder, touched. "You truly are a good brother, but how should we investigate?" A tall figure appears in Dali's mind. "I have a friend who might be able to help us. He's known as the savior of rookie detectives in Namjiang, able to solve any case." Intrigued by the glowing recommendation, he asks with a hint of hope. So, without hesitation, he reveals the man's true identity. Tang Haofei, the butcher. The sophisticated atmosphere immediately dissipates. Chen Shu looked like he'd just swallowed a fireball. Seeing this, Dali hurriedly explained, "Oh, don't doubt me. I'm telling you the truth. I'll come find you early tomorrow morning so you can see for yourself. You should also get to know the big shots in every level of Nanjiang City." Clearly, Chen Shu didn't believe him, and he put his arm around Dali, pulling him away. "All right." The next day, Tang Hefei. Early morning sunlight sparkled off the buildings. Chen Shu's constant yawning annoyed Dali, who thought he'd told him to get some rest. Today, they were meeting a high-level expert. What was wrong with him? "You're already sleepy? Your energy is only at 30%, he sighed. "Big brother, it's 6 a.m. He shrugged, explaining, "This can't be delayed. He'll close up shop later." Chen Shu, unenthused, tries to shake his shoulder. "Hey, Dali, have you been brainwashed or something? A butcher investigating fake medicine?" Dali became enraged at this skepticism. "Have I ever lied to you? Have you ever heard this saying?" He didn't recognize Di Sunan, so even a hero was useless. Just as he was about to calm him down, he sensed something flying toward him from behind. With lightning reflexes, he snatched the object from the air, roaring like a hero in a film. "Who's there? Who dares attack?" What he caught was a pink pig's trotter, and before the two could react to the bizarre projectile, a voice boomed out. "I didn't realize my reputation preceded me so much that even small fries like you have heard of me." Not far away, a muscular man with a scruffy beard and a cute pink apron stood in front of a pork stall. Chen Shu was stunned, while Dali recognized a familiar face and cheerfully greeted him. "Brother Yi, it's me, Dali." Sunan, with a cigarette in his mouth, lit it up. "Oh, it's you? The kid who asked me to investigate his background last time?" This sentence stunned Chen Shu, an investigation into his background. Dali quickly retrieved the pig's trotter from Chen Shu's hand. Seeing his fawning demeanor, he wondered if he was really his son. He was indeed something. If he had done this, he'd be an introvert for the rest of his life. But Dali didn't feel ashamed at all, remaining cheerful and polite. "Here you go, Brother Zai, your pig's trotter." He didn't hide his admiration, saying, "I can't believe you still remember me." Sunan was just as enthusiastic. "How could I forget? I even remember what color pants you wore that day." Seeing this display of affection, Chen Shu couldn't help but squeal. Something's not quite right with those two. Dali laughs to reassure him. "Ha ha, Don't worry about the small details. He put his arm around Chen Shu's shoulders and introduced him. Brother Z, my friend needs your help with something. Sunan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Brother, do you also suspect you're not their biological child? Chen Shu, pale-faced, adamantly refused. No, I don't need that. Chen Shu suddenly spoke up while standing in front of Sunan's stall. Aren't you looking for someone? He asked with a gentle smile, but then uttered something shocking. Tell me about his identity, appearance, height, even his bathroom habits. Chen Shu was stunned, like a deer in headlights. Before he could react, Sunan pulled out a huge cleaver and glared at him, menacingly. Is there a problem? Terrified, he stammered, no problem at all. Then Chen Shu offered a photo of Tianba, pleading, but I only have one photo, is that okay? With deadly seriousness, Sunan states her price, 50,000 and come find me in 3 days. He was thunderstruck, screaming as if he'd been robbed. How much was it? 50,000. Disgruntled, he turns away to call Dali. Forget it, you couldn't get 5,000 for Wang Bagay if you sold him. Suddenly, the system's notification appeared before him. The system presents 3 options. Zisunan's help for a large quantity of beast-taming power, finding someone else for a high-grade strength pill, or solving it himself for a mid-grade beast-taming seed. Seeing Chen Shu distracted, Dali wondered, Chen P. Chen Shu turned around, happily agreeing with Sunan. 50,000 is no problem at all. Deal. The other 2 were stunned, like fans who'd just had a movie spoiled. Bro, you change your tune so fast. He shakes his hand, his eyes sparkling with trust. 3 days from now, money for goods. Just then, another customer arrived, and he quickly put on a friendly face. How much do you need? 1.5 pounds, right? Scared those 2 half to death. Chen Shu put his arm around Dali's shoulders as they left, asking, Hey, Dali, do you really trust him? Even the Spirit Suppression Bureau couldn't handle it, so how can a pork vendor do it? He nodded emphatically, assuring him that he was only doing this temporarily. He still looked at him with suspicion, as Chen Shu scratched his head, thinking, All right, I'll check it out anyway. If it doesn't work, I'll just consider the 50,000 as an investment in a large number of beasts. With the decision made, he informed Dali, Let's go to the Beast Tamer Association. On the surface, Chen Shu remained calm, but inside he was already calculating how to recoup the 50,000 he was about to spend. Perhaps the Beast Tamer Association had some jobs. Dali gently urged, Let's go. Suddenly remembering something, he began to explain as they walked. Oh, right, Chen Pi, I'm going to Kyoto in August for the Kyoto Spirit Master University entrance exam. This was all new to Chen Shu, who couldn't help but wonder, the college entrance exam? What do you mean? He proudly explains. It's like early enrollment, a preliminary university exam. He was about to retort, That's not right, how could you, but was interrupted by the crowd. Li Hua was fearless, even threatening those in his way, telling them to get out of his way. Chen Shu was shocked, speechless, so much happening in just one outing. He immediately saw the system panel offering quests. 1. Catch the thief and receive a small amount of beast-taming power. 2. Be a passerby and receive camouflage pills. 3. Encourage others to make way and receive the Accomplished Cheerleader title. And 4. Run at the same speed as the thief to unlock the Speed Boost Pill illustration. Driven by the generous reward, Chen Shu grits his teeth, a glint of righteousness in his eyes. He yelled and gave chase, ordering him to stop and put his hands up as Chen Shu eagerly pursued the flustered Li Hua. During the chase, he threatened him. If you keep following me, I'll make you regret it. Only to be met with indifference and a middle finger from Chen Shu. He then sprinted alongside Li Hua, scaring him half to death. Oh no, he's run into a madman. He gritted his teeth, regarding him as his mortal enemy, and finally threw the bag back, saying, Here's your bag. Just stop chasing me. Unexpectedly, Chen Shu ignored the bag and continued running alongside him, quickly joined by Dali. I'm joining too. As Tusan retrieved the bag, he chased after them, shouting, You don't need to chase anymore. The bag is here. No one listened, leading to the 3 of them running side by side as he took the chance to talk to him. You want to torment him? I like it. 10 minutes later, the 2 Chens were still running happily, while Li Hua, stuck in the middle, was exhausted and begging. Brothers, I was wrong. Please stop chasing me. By now he was truly terrified, begging and crying. Grandpas, please have mercy. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to puke if I run any further. Please forgive me. Despite Li Hua's suffering, Chen Shu is still focused on the system. What's wrong with it? Why haven't I received my reward yet? And he dares to blame this thief for lacking ambition. The system hasn't given him a reward, and he dares to stop running? Suddenly, he grabs Li Hua's hand, and the big guy beside him grabs his other hand. Chen Shu laughed innocently, saying, Just keep running until you drop. They ran through a square, where adults praised them. Are they chasing the sun? I admire the youth of today, so full of energy. Someone agrees, saying their lazy child is still asleep. Come on, come on! Half an hour has passed and Li Hua is exhausted. Da Li and Chen Shu were only starting to tire, covered in sweat, while he was about to get a ticket to heaven. Just then, the system announced the unlocking of a new illustration book, the Speed Boost pill, and he happily thought, finally. The two simultaneously removed their hands from Li Hua. By now, he was so exhausted that his limbs were paralyzed, and he lay sprawled on the ground, whining. I mean, all I did was steal a bag, okay? Did you really have to do that to me? Chen Shu suddenly turned serious, pointing behind him. Enough talk. Do you see anything behind me? Li Hua forced a smile and replied, the Namjiang City Spirit Suppression Bureau. Hearing this, his face darkened, radiating a murderous aura as if he were about to beat Nu Tu. Very well. Go surrender yourself now, or else. Before he could finish, the man hastily replied, I'll go right away. And with that, he dashed into the bureau, much to the satisfaction of the two. Suddenly, he waved him over. Oh, right, what's your name? And surprisingly, he actually stopped to answer. Li Hua. Afterward, Chen Shu and the other guy were beaming, and he even patted his chest, feeling like the scarf around his neck was even brighter. It was then that they left, and as they walked, he asked, Right, you mentioned wanting to take the university entrance exam early. If you leave, will I be left here all alone? Dolly scratched his head sheepishly. Pretty much, but don't worry, I'll be waiting for you in the imperial capital. Chen Shu casually replies, All right, then good luck to you. They arrive at the Beast Tamer Association, and Dolly asks, Chenpai, what exactly are we doing at the Beast Tamer Association? Before them lay countless announced missions, and only then did Chen Shu answer Dali's question. To earn money and accumulate points. He still didn't quite understand. Make money? We're just students, what do we need money for? Accumulation points? You confidently point to the mission board, of course you can. See, here's one now. Investigate the fake medicine dealers for a reward of 100,000 huajia. At the entrance of the Beast Tamer Association, Chen Shu happily chatted with Dali. Later, I want to go to the Namjiang City Beast Resource Bureau. Oh, what are you planning? He refused with a sigh. I can't make it this afternoon. I have to go to the Spirit Chef to practice. I probably won't be able to go. He rubbed his chin as a simple plan formed in his mind. In this world of beast tamers, though beast masters take the lead, there are other support professions such as spirit masters, herbalists, and healers. As the name suggests, they provide assistance to spirit contracts, like a chef who uses fierce beasts as ingredients to create dishes for them. Chen Shu smiled with pride as he watched Dali leave, never expecting him to aspire to be a caretaker. He waved goodbye cheerfully. All right, then you prepare well for the exam and cook for my slim in the future. He readily agreed. All right, I'll head back then. He watched Dali's figure grow more distant. Content, Chen Shu turned and headed home, and an hour later he stood before a large old building, thinking the Beast Resource Bureau was more run down than he expected. As Chen Shu entered, he was greeted by an old man, wondering why he was there. Then he politely asked the receptionist, Hello, I'm here to use my China points. She replied enthusiastically, Please provide your ID card. Chen Shu handed over his card. A high school student? The receptionist wondered. She handed him a thick ledger. Hello, you can make your exchanges now. This is the exchange ledger. Chen Shu scrutinized every word in the book, pondering as he studied. There was indeed a lot here. Perhaps limited, but since he was only a trainee beastmaster without black iron level resources or higher, these would have to do. Chen Shu suddenly noticed something, pointing to the book and muttering to himself, Medicine from other dimensions will gradually become scarce. Many places will start to lack medicine, so I should exchange for some good medicine. He scanned the list of items. Hello, I'd like to buy 5 level 1 giant transformation fruits and 7 level 1 ironstone fruits. She smiled softly and replied, Okay. Having achieved his goal, Chen Shu departed, unnoticed by the old man, who chuckled, muttering that the CEO was somewhat interesting. As he strolled along the walkway, he mused to himself. Today had been a day of great gains. Not only had he received a mission, but he'd also acquired a pile of medicinal herbs, meaning he could happily concoct elixirs. A large crowd suddenly blocked the path ahead, piquing his curiosity. Was there something interesting happening? Chen Shu squeezed through the crowd to see a beautiful woman berating a little girl. If you didn't steal it, then why is my wallet short, and why is my phone broken? He was shocked to realize, Isn't that Nunu? Chen Shu immediately shouted the little girl's name. Nunu recognizes him as well, calling him Brother Chen. Niu ran over and hugged Chen Shu tightly, while Mei Li glared at him, demanding answers. "Are you family?" the little girl asked, tears welling up in her eyes. While playing here, I found this woman's love wallet. Mom said if you find someone's love wallet, you have to return it, so I waited here." He gently held the girl's hands, trying to comfort her as she continued her story with disappointment. This woman accused her of stealing her wallet and breaking her phone. The poor girl blamed herself. "Brother Chen, was I wrong?" Mei Li, still unbothered, continues to berate her. "So, parent, how do you think this should be resolved? Police station or settle it ourselves? Don't worry, I'm here." Tranthu gently soothes the girl. His face contorted with rage, as if to say, "You're finished." He glared at Mei Li, asking how she wanted to settle things. The system displays 3 options. 1. Receive compensation, a title, and an effect. 2. Leave and receive a mid-grade ice-binding pill. The 3rd option, fight for reason and receive a large number of beast-taming powers. Shamelessly, Mei Li demands double the money she lost, plus a new phone and wallet, or she'll call the police. Chen Shu laughed, telling her she was dreaming, and then exposed her scheme. She herself had said there was 1,000 yuan and a phone in the bag. "There's nothing in the bag, and of course it's not yours. Why would I keep it?" Knowing she'd been exposed, Mei Li was furious but didn't dare say a word. He suddenly snatches the bag from her shoulder, saying, "Give it here." Even now, Mei Li remains stubborn. How absurd. "The bag isn't mine, so it must be yours." But Chen Shu calmly held up the gold bag and made a small request. "The contents don't match your description. How can you prove this is your bag?" Mei Li frantically reached for it, cursing, "You lowlife, give it back." Then she confidently proclaimed, "Inside is my ID card with the name He Mei Li. You can take a look." He rummaged through the bag, finding exactly what she said, though the contents didn't quite match the outside. Chen Shu's expression turns hesitant. "Are you telling the truth, miss? Isn't this really your mother's ID? This could scar her for life." He looks at the name, but Chen Shu is even more stubborn, saying that a name proves nothing. She could be He Mei Li, and he could also be He Mei Li. It proves nothing. Hearing this, Mei Li teared up, feigning victimhood. "Don't you dare pull any tricks. Bullying a woman? How can a man like you bully a woman?" He frowned, holding the woman close, comforting her while retorting, "Oh, you're an adult when you're acting like a child to seduce someone. Why don't you say you're an adult then?" Everyone who witnessed this agreed it was perfectly reasonable. Yes. Then Mei Li shouts through gritted teeth, "What do you want?" Chen Shu seriously makes a proposal. Apologizing to the women, Mei Li had no choice but to bow her head slightly. But he immediately retorted that it was too quiet, he couldn't hear. A furious scream followed like a punch to the ears. "Apologies accepted." Chen Shu crossed his arms, looking satisfied. "That's more like it." Then he gently leaned down to ask the little girl if she forgave her, as the girl gazed up at him with wide eyes. "I forgive her." The system immediately displays a notification, rewarding him. With his Beastmaster power growing, Chen Shu turned and left, tossing the bag back to Mei Li. That's right, one must be kind. That day was indeed a beautiful one. After an elevator ride, he brought Niu home, but she felt a little sad. "Mr. Tranthu, did I do something wrong today? Should I not have picked up something that was lost?" Hearing this, Chen Shu gently placed his hand on Niu's head. "No, you didn't do anything wrong. Picking up lost items is the right thing to do. That older sister was wrong. It's late. Go home now." Those words eased Nunu's worries, and she happily waved goodbye. "Okay. Goodbye, Brother Chen Shu." Chen Shu quietly watched the little girl go inside. Although that woman tried to frame her for scamming, thankfully, he arrived just in time. Otherwise, she might not dare to help others in the future. Everything's settled, and he can leave in peace. Back home, Chen Shu hung up a "Do Not Disturb" sign on his door, then cheerfully told himself that he would diligently concoct pills next. Soon, he meditated with Slim after opening the alchemy space. The next afternoon, Chen Shu muttered to himself. After 2 days of training, it's finally done. The system notification immediately appears. His physique and defense increased by 2, much to his and Slim's delight. At this rate, I'll soon be able to take on a Black Iron level Beastmaster. After stretching, eating, and getting some sleep, I can go find Si Sunan tomorrow. Finally, the next morning arrives. Chen Shu strolls leisurely down the street, humming a tune, wondering what news awaits him today. Hopefully good news. Suddenly, someone called out to Qi-Qing, and Chen Shu turned to see who it was. It was Xiaobing. Surprised, Chen Shu asked, "Xiaobing, what are you doing here?" Happily, Xiaobing replied, "Perfect timing. I was planning to pay you back today. Since you're here, I'll settle it now." Chen Shu smiled politely. "There's no rush. It's not like I'm short on cash." But as he said that, he immediately pulled out his phone. Right. Will you be transferring or paying in cash? She fell for his trick and froze for a moment, but then calmly paid him via bank transfer. Back then, I borrowed 200,000 from you. So with bank interest? Chen Shu quickly interrupted. No need to calculate the interest. Xiaobing is flustered. Are you serious? He doesn't want interest. Is Tranby okay? You smirked and I just wanted to help you. Something felt off. Just as she suspected, Xiaobing was Tran Thu's confidant, and so it was. He continued to ramble on. Based on my judgment, Lao Wang is probably not the mastermind. The mastermind is someone else. I'm worried there are more high-level beast tamers. I can't handle it alone, so I need your help. Xiaobing happily nods. All right, I'll consider helping you as a favor. Chen Shu then suddenly spotted a familiar face. Jie Sunan. He was chopping meat and upon hearing the call rummaged through his bag, pulling out a pair of sunglasses. Sunan put them on, trying to look cool. You're here. Did you bring the money? Chen Shu grinned. Of course. Where's my merchandise? He demanded. I want to check the goods first. He held up 2 pieces of paper. Before he could act, Xiaobing snatched it away to look for herself. Is he really acting out a Hong Kong movie in broad daylight? Chen Shu fell silent immediately, and the 2 of them carefully examined the object in their hands. As they examined it, Sunan analyzed and warned, my investigation confirms this person is currently at the abandoned construction site. Furthermore, I must remind you, there are many summoners there. It's very dangerous. His gaze grew serious. Chen Shu stroked his chin, already suspecting the presence of beast tamers, but now faced with the reality, he turned to Xiaobing and asked, Are you willing to go? Her face was resolute. What's there to be afraid of? She says, instantly switching to battle mode. Then let's go. We have nothing to fear in ridding the people of this scourge. Huh, how ironic. As soon as they left, Sunan sinisterly made a call. Hello, Chen Shu has arrived at the abandoned factory. Before them lay an old, desolate battlefield. Chen Shu compared it to the photo. This had to be the place. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from within, and he and Xiaobing immediately hid in the nearby bushes. Someone's coming out. Xiaobing, let's hide. Tianba emerged, looking around as they held their breath to avoid detection. Chen Shujiang looked up and noticed Lao Wang and Xiaobing were plotting together. Chenpai, what's the plan? Should he capture him? He should wait quietly and let the professionals handle this. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he stealthily approached Tianba, who sensed danger and immediately turned to flee. Damn, if I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have been so greedy. He barely took a step before the light above him was blocked out. Huh? Why did it suddenly get dark? Chen Shu silently ambushes him with a sack while he's distracted, causing Tianba to lose his bearings and stumble. Ah, let me go. Behind him, Chen Shu took a few steps back, bent his knee, and with a flash of ferocity in his eyes, unleashed a super kick. Immediately, Tianba collapsed. Chen Shu approached and pulled at his pants just as Xiaobing saw him. He even brazenly took off his shirt, causing her to blush and scream, Ah, Chen Shu, you don't have to be such a pervert, do you? Chen Shu suddenly turns around. Huh? His expression changes, and he quickly explains, Oh my God, you've got the wrong idea. He's a man. Xiaobing feels a little embarrassed. Exactly. The problem is that he's a man. Tran Thu was exasperated with her. I just wanted to disguise myself and see what you were thinking, Xiaobing realized. Yeah, I got it. You do you, and I'll just be over here, not thinking anything. He quickly brings in Tianba's things, not forgetting to remind her before leaving. All right, I'll head in first. Wait for my signal, then make your move. She wondered, what's the signal? Chen Shu winks and replies, Hally out. Meanwhile, the scam gang is gathered, discussing their next move. When he saw him, Wenfeng called out, Lao Wang is back. We're just discussing our next plan. Come listen in. Chen Shu nodded. Indeed, Xiao Yang emphasized sternly. Brother Wen, we've alerted the Spirit Control Bureau this time. Things won't be easy. Wenfeng gnashed his teeth in anger, thinking of the days he risked his life in other dimensions for a measly few thousand. Xiaochen chimed in, That's right, 100 million is worth the risk, and without a leader we can't even enter other dimensions anymore. He listened to their conversation for a while and understood everything. These people used to be members of the Beast Tamers, but since they no longer have a leader, they've resorted to fraud. Wenfeng's mind races, knowing they can't leave the city, suggesting they hide in Fragrant Town for a while, before they all turn to look at Chen Shu. Hao wondered, So what should we do with him? Wenfeng casually suggested, How about we bury him? At this, Chen Shu's face paled. No way. I just infiltrated this place, and now I'm about to be sent to the afterlife? A notification pops up with 3 options. 1. Shout, "Bro, don't kill me!" 2. Sternly warn them. 3. Feign fear. All with rewards. Chen Shu retreated in fear, unsure of which option to choose, though the 3rd reward was the best. Chen Shu cried out, wait, you can't do this to me." Cao Yang's group approached, amused that they'd scared him into changing his tone. He even raised his fist in threat. "Old Wang, everyone has value in life. Give us a reason not to eliminate you." Hearing that made his heart skip a beat because, well, it's just not polite. But those words only earned him more contempt. "You see how scared he is, stuttering and stammering." Cao Yang put his hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder. "Xiao, let him see your less-than-stellar side." Chen Shu didn't hesitate, turning tail and running. "Help me!" That only excites him more. Trying to run, but he didn't care, running for his life. When suddenly a beetle appeared, blocking his path. Xiao Chen's sinister voice echoed from behind. "Why resist? Wouldn't it be better to just submit?" It glared at Chen Shu with murderous intent, and as he hesitated, a notification appeared. He'd gained a reward. Violence seated, assassination +1, injury skill +1, and bonus strength. He raised his hand to cast a spell. "Your beetle may be big, but mine is bigger." He just stood there, clueless, as a Slim emerged from the ground, startling the others. "What's going on?" Chen Shu commanded from behind, activating Violent Kill. The obedient Slim emanates a powerful light as Chen Shu grins, revealing a satisfied smile. What a pity. That arrogance infuriates Cao Yang, who prepares to charge. Damn it, he's not the old king. A level 6 summoner dares to fight us? Take care of him, brothers. At his command, they summoned their spirits. Their appearance alone is enough to overwhelm Chen Shu. Huh? A fire elemental? No, I can't take them all on alone. He rescinds his command, and Sim begins to slumber. It quickly closed its eyes, transforming into a giant defensive shield. Cao Yang sensed something was wrong and warned against going there. Little did he know, it was a trap for Chen Shu to escape. Just then, the azure rock flew straight toward him. But escape is not an option. It's Xiao Chen's voice, and he's riding on its back. While Chen Shu hastily read the Hallelujah sigil, shards of ice pierced the blue falcon's claws. Wenfeng angrily went to check on his comrade. Turns out Xiabing came to the rescue. "Chen Shu, are you all right?" Chen Shu replies, "I'm fine. You take care of the bird, and I'll handle this guy." Immediately, Xiaolang and Lam dive into battle. Meanwhile, he casually approached Wenfeng, who cried out in fear, "Don't come any closer." Chen Shu grinned menacingly, then pulled out a bag and trapped his opponent. His face twisted with malice, remembering the needle prick. He vowed to make his attacker's life a living hell. The inevitable was about to happen. Chen Shu pounced on Wenfeng, beating him senseless. Wenfeng's companions stood by, dumbfounded. He began to stretch and warm up his limbs. Next, they were coming for him. "It's been so long, why hasn't Song Mu gone in yet?" Wenfeng worriedly asked. Could something have happened? That kid was easy to deal with, but if they're from the Spirit-Suppressing Bureau, they sensed danger and scattered. "Never mind, let's retreat for now." Cao Yang pointed to a nearby door. "There's a back door here. Let's go this way quickly." But as they stepped inside, they stopped dead in their tracks. Little Wolf was waiting, a menacing look in its eyes. Wenfeng remained fearless, unleashing his level 6 spirit beast, the fire elemental and wild boar, who immediately attacked. The fire disoriented Little Wolf and the wild boar charged, goring Little Wolf and drawing blood. Xiabing was heartbroken to witness this. She turned to Chen Shu for advice, but he just smiled. "Just help me restrain them for now." Hearing this, Xiabing complies, focusing her energy to aid Little Wolf while restraining the fire element and the boar. She struggled to hold on. "Hurry! I can't hold them back much longer." It was then that Chen Shu triumphantly shouted. Slim activates its attack skill, quickly breaking through the wall and charging in, mercilessly crushing its 2 opponents. Wenfeng angrily curses, "A level 6 spirit contract trying to rebel, black pig." Activating its berserk skill, it hears the command, but it can't move. A minute passed without a peep, leaving him and Cao Yang helpless as Slim tightened its grip, causing the boar to squeal. 5 minutes later, all it could do was groan, smoke billowing from its nostrils as the other 2 watched, their faces changing. Only Tranthu smirked. "Gentlemen, aren't you a little embarrassed by this situation? All right, stop struggling and just give up." He then took out 2 more bags, causing Xiabing to ask in surprise, "Where did you get those 2 bags of urine?" He didn't answer, but instead threw the bags in their faces, a move that made Xiabing pale. Chen Shu happily pulled out his phone and called, "Hello, Uncle Wang. Come to West City. I've caught the black market scammers." And so they had to stay at the Spirit Suppression Bureau from morning until late at night, but Chen Shu seemed very pleased when he came out. Looks like that's settled, and I'm finally in the clear. A taxi pulled up in front of them. He turned to Xiaobing and said, "My ride's here, but I have to go to the Beastmaster Association now. Want to come along?" She declined. "No, I need to go home for dinner." Chen Shu got into the car and said goodbye. "Well, I'll see you later then." "See you at the opening ceremony." Xiaobing responded in kind, and under the night sky the car sped away. Soon he arrived in front of the Beast Tamers Association, stepping out with a cheerful demeanor. "Not only did I take down those scammers, but I'm getting 100,000 reward. Amazing!" Suddenly, Chen Shu sees a familiar figure. "Oh, isn't that Sunan?" She turns around, her eyes sparkling and lips alluring, leaving Chen Shu utterly stunned. "It's Jie Sunan." Chen Shu grabbed Sunan's shoulder, forcing a smile that masked his unease. "What are you doing here?" "Has the pork business expanded to the Beast Tamer Association?" The burly man sneered loudly. "I'm here to check the missions." The revelation takes him by surprise. You're a Beastmaster?" "Your attitude offends me. Is there a problem?" "As a Beastmaster, it's perfectly reasonable for me to sell meat." Chen Shu quickly justified, "Perfectly reasonable." Seeing his obedience, Sunan didn't press further. "Go get to work." Chen Shu smiled in response. "Okay, thank you." He hands the receptionist a card with basic information saying, "This is proof from the Spirit Suppression Bureau." Then he adds, "I'm turning in a mission." Tian Yu reads the information on the card. "Okay, please wait a moment." He looks up to inform him, "Sir, your mission to investigate the fake medicine seller is complete. The reward of 100,000 spirit stones will be automatically transferred to your account." Chen Shu enthusiastically rubbed his hands and thanked him, while Sunan cursed upon hearing the reward amount. Damn it, this mission was worth 100,000? Spittle flying, he immediately demanded money. "You middleman are cheating me. Give me 50,000. Your face pales as beads of sweat roll down your forehead. Crap, I forgot he was still here. But the panic was all in his head. Chen Shu's finger jabs into his chest as he screams, "Deceitful! Do you know what I've been through?" 5 men. He turned the tables, his tone as fierce as a grudge held for centuries. 5 criminals. Do you have any idea what I went through today? Do you have any idea? I was the one who risked my life against those 5 criminals. His acting skills were top-notch. He even punched his chest, demanding money, a total of 100,000 in reward money. "You took 50,000 as an information fee. No, you have to pay me back at least 10,000. Sunam was speechless, his thick eyebrows furrowed. "Brother, could you tone down the theatrics?" He didn't bother to argue further. "Come on, could you have caught him without my intel?" Helpless, Chen Shu waved his hand. "Fine, I'll give you a little more money. What else can I do? You're my good brother." With that, he patted the man's shoulder in farewell, saying, "Good brother, it's getting late. I'll head back first." And so, before Sunan could realize anything, he was running away in a cloud of dust, his screams echoing through the corridor. Damn it, that kid tricked me again. He was so smug his face changed, but when it comes to trickery, I'm the best. Under a red banner that read, "Verified Premium Medicine by the Spirit Control Bureau," he sold his wares to passers-by. For the next 10 days, thanks to the Bureau's endorsement, Chen Shu's medicine sold like crazy on the black market, earning him a fortune. At the Beastmaster Hall, backpack slung over his shoulder, he places an order with Xiang Hun. "How many dolly flowers are left in storage?" "I'll buy them all." Soon he, who had no materials, began buying a lot of Herculean flowers, bringing a perfect, standard smile to the receptionist's face. "Thank you very much." Taking advantage of the difference between refining medicine and selling it, Chen Shu earned 3 million, but his flower purchases attracted a lot of attention as night fell on the Jiaxing Pharmaceutical Company building. In the conference room, an angry voice booms, "Our Vigor Medicine sales are down 70% this month." "Investigate this for me." The owner of the Jiaxing Pharmaceutical Company slammed his desk and stood up. "I want to see who exactly dared to touch the sweet cake of Hatin Pharmaceutical." Meanwhile, in Tran Thu's room, he was fiddling with a bunch of test tubes on the bed, with Slim sleeping next to him. Just then, his phone rang, drawing his attention, displaying a message from Dali. "Lone Wolf wants to match with you." After reading it, Chen Shu was confused. What game is he playing now? Just then, another notification popped up from him. "Fatty, sorry, you're not worthy." Without a second thought, he immediately calls Dali. The ringtone blared, its cheesy lyrics grating on Tran Thu's nerves. "I love your lonely silhouette in the dark alley. I love your indomitable spirit. I love how you overcome despair, determined not to shed a tear." As he answered, the voice on the other end nearly burst his eardrums. Dali, what are you doing? He explained helplessly. Oh, I accidentally hit the match button with Lanya. Don't worry about the details. I'm heading to the capital tomorrow. Are you coming? Perfect timing to travel with Puang too. As Dai Luke finished speaking, a quest prompt immediately appeared before Tran Thu, offering two choices. Travel to the capital with Dai Luke, or continue building and developing street stalls. He read intently, lost in thought. There's even a choice to be made? But he'd made a lot of money recently, so going out was fine. He quickly and happily agreed. All right, let's go tomorrow then. I don't have anything else to do anyway. Having achieved his goal, Dali greedily coaxes him further. Okay, see you tomorrow. Oh, right, I'm broke. Remember to bring travel expenses and cover me. Is that what this is all about? His laughter echoed through the phone once more. Heh heh, I've got things to do. Talk to you tomorrow. Helpless, he could only sigh. Zhang Dali was such a pain. If they were leaving tomorrow, he had to start preparing today. Humming, he stuffed a few outfits into his bag, packing and tidying up. The next day, the weather was perfect, with clear skies and sunshine everywhere. As the train slowly starts moving, Dali complains incessantly. Chen Pi, why didn't you book a flight? With an air of composure, Chen Shu began to lecture. People today live too hastily, and the fast pace of life makes us lose ourselves. We need to learn to slow down. I don't want to hear any more of that fake stuff, so just speak plainly. He scoffed, equally annoyed, muttering that plane tickets were too expensive, as Chen Shu tried to placate him. All right, taking the train isn't so bad. Aren't we almost there anyway? Dali glared at his friend. 8 hours is soon to you? An announcement then blared that the train was entering Baklai City, but he continued to joke around. Ha ha, that's not it. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly cut through the air, crying, Help! Someone stole my purse. The mission board appears again, offering two choices and their rewards. Stop the crime, or pretend you didn't see anything, and go back to sleep. Time is running out, and he glances at the thief who's starting to run this way. Without a second thought, Chen Shu seriously pulled a sack out of his bag, while Dali curiously peeked over. Hey, Chen Pi, what are you doing? He proudly held it up, declaring he was ridding the people of evil when the strange claw inside caught the man's eye. A robber runs by, unaware of the shadow that has fallen over him. Before he can understand what's happening, he's completely covered and screams out in panic. Who's there? Sadly, no one bothered to answer him. Instead, a metal claw slammed into his head, the clang echoing to the Pacific. Chen Shu and Dali cheerfully high-five, proud of their perfect work. They return the stolen bag to the girl, while the thief is taken away by 2 police officers. Jinghan bowed repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you both. It was then that she noticed something strange. Huh? It seems Tan Han has realized who just helped her. It was you guys? Chen Shu and Dali stared at them, utterly bewildered, as Chen Shu clicked his tongue in disdain. He nonchalantly uttered an arrogant remark, infuriating Qinghan. Though my charm is undeniable, please don't use such outdated methods to start a conversation. Seeing that he really didn't recognize them, Dali pulled Chen Shu's hand and whispered, It's the loan shark. He was stunned, leaving Dali speechless. Huh? I lend money at high interest rates? How could I not remember? He was nearly speechless and reluctantly reminded her, I can't see. The same words he said when he approached her and covered his face. Dali's words stirred his memory of that day, revealing it was her. Qinghan was stunned that Chen Shu didn't recognize her. You don't remember me? He frowned, explaining, I said it then, if I can't see, I definitely can't see. She huffed in annoyance, fortunate that noble people like them left directly back then. Of course, Chen Shu wasn't one to back down. Debts must be repaid. It was then she wondered why they were on the train. So, are you two headed to the capital? While busy stowing things away, Dali replied, Yes, I want to take the entrance exam for Juling University. Qinghan laughs it off as if they hadn't just argued. No wonder he was so well prepared. Chen Shu ignores her attempt to change the subject. You're not running to the capital to escape debt, are you? The question startled her, as if she had something to hide. Her face flushed as she avoided eye contact. No, I paid off my debts. I'm just here to travel. Dali awkwardly covered Chen Shu's mouth to stop him from talking. It's okay. Ignore him. He's just delirious. The three continue talking, and he gets down to business, asking if she's in the capital for sightseeing. Time passes, and night falls over the capital's south station. Outside, Dali and the other wave goodbye to Qinghan. It was a pleasure talking with you. Farewell until we meet again. And with that, the two of them slowly departed. Just then, a voice called out, drawing their attention, and the two lecherous fools eagerly searched for the legs. Where? Where are the legs? A figure flashed behind them, and before Dolly could react, Chen Shu was sent flying with a kick. Damn it, are there thugs around? Before he could react, Fang Xi slapped him on the back of the head again. Enraged, Chen Shu turned around and cursed, "Who the hell is attacking me? You do realize you're provoking the bully of Nanjiang." The sound of another slap extinguished the young man's bluster. The scourge of Nanjiang, is it? Tears streamed down Chen Shu's face as he clutched his head, begging for it to stop, crying out, "Zhang Dali, save me!" And so, Chen Shu endured another blow. "Sister Fang Xi, I was wrong." With hands on her hips, Fang Xi scoffs, "Little punk, do you know what you did wrong now?" Her sharp eyebrows lift with each sarcastic word. "Weren't you supposed to be so brave?" Taking his chance, Dali comes up from behind to snitch. "Sister Fang Xi, Chen Pi is way too arrogant now. You were right to teach him a lesson." Chen Shu gritted his teeth at the traitor, kicking him in the butt in anger. "I'll teach you a lesson." Dolly dodges and cries out, "Sister Fang Xi, save me!" She watches them playfully and then giggles, stepping in to stop them. "All right, that's enough noise. I'll treat you guys to a meal." The two immediately agreed. Okay. At the food stalls, many people were out enjoying the food and admiring the stars. Fang Xi sits across from Chen Shu, asking, "Chen Pai, I heard you became a beast tamer and even got into South River High's special class." He took a skewer and replied with a smile, "There's no way to hide my talent." But she suddenly crossed her arms sternly. "Stop talking nonsense. Aren't you embarrassed to brag about your talent in front of me? If you're so good, get into the Yuaxia Academy." Unsurprised, he assures her that he will enter the Hoa Ha Academy, and Dai Luke Fan Chan pats Tran Thu on the shoulder, saying, "Good, you have ambition. We'll be waiting for you in the capital." As the joy subsides, he asks, "By the way, Sister Fang Xi, weren't you on a mission to another space?" She nods in confirmation. "Yeah, I just got back 2 days ago after killing a 3-star Black Iron Lord creature." Chen Shu was shocked. 3-star Black Iron. Remembering that Black Iron tiers are divided into 1, 2, and 3 stars, with 3 stars being the highest. Once broken through, one can enter silver. How can you say that so casually? We were almost wiped out by a 1-star Black Iron Lord Icefield Rabbit. As the three spoke, a voice cut in. "Isn't that Fang Xi, the famous flirt?" Supported by Ziyi and Wang Qi, Bai Huan's face flushed as she saw her eating with 2 men for the first time, and her discomfort was obvious. Seeing the crown prince cover his mouth, Wang Qi quickly stepped forward to explain. "Sister Fang Xi, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Our big brother is too drunk." But Bai Yuan slapped his hand away, oblivious. "What's there to be afraid of? Her beast-taming squad isn't even here." Fang Xi smiled faintly. "It's fine. You can go." He pointed at her, slurring, "I told you, she wouldn't dare do anything." Finally, Bai Yuan was helped away by Ziyi, and Wang Qi turned back to Fuang Tu, saying, "Goodbye, Sister Fuang Tu." She nodded towards Chen Shu, signaling him, and he immediately understood, nodding back. The specialized sack was quickly passed between them. Fuang Tu's sneakers propelled her forward, cutting through the air as she launched her attack, catching Bai Yuan off guard as he babbled to his companion. Before Fuangxi could finish, he was ambushed with a sack, and as she seized the moment to strike, Ziyi and Wang Qi paled, crying out. "Oh," she sneered. "What's wrong? Want to help him?" Of course they wouldn't dare. They just clenched their fists in anger, frozen in place. Enraged, Bai Wen tore the sack from his head. "Fangxi!" He flew into a rage and summoned his spirit. "You want to die?" Fangxi was unfazed by his threat. "Die? Do you even have the right to say that word?" Of course, her contracted spirit, the Crimson Flame Dragon, would appear when she called. The fire dragon growled, staring down at Bai Yuan. To the Crimson Flame Dragon, the snake was nothing more than a plaything, and before it could react, it was seized by the dragon's claws. The snake spirit was then tossed around like a toy before finally being thrown to the ground, where it weakly hissed and lay still. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan was kicked in the face by Fang Xi, while Dali and Chen Shu stared in stunned silence at the brawl. After the beating, she casually turned back to them. "Let's go home." He and his brother took the opportunity to pass by Bai Yuan, sneering, "Bastard!" Being looked down upon like that made him angry, and he kicked over everything around him. In the hotel room, Chen Shu's voice echoed. "So, those guys tonight were your classmates?" he asked from the bed. "Why are they so weak?" "I can't fight back when you hit me," she replied, propping up her hand. "Most of my classmates are weaker than me, so what's the big deal?" Chen Shu remained silent, giving a defiant thumbs up, and she reminded them, "Don't be like me. If you see them in the next few days, just run. You can't beat them yet." Dali and Chen Shu replied in unison. We know, don't worry. With that, she bid them farewell. All right, I'll head back now. You guys get some rest, and tomorrow I'll take you around the capital. As soon as Fang Xi left, Dali fell straight onto the bed, lamenting, I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Less than a second later, he was snoring, much to Chen Shu's bewilderment. Seeing that, he ignored it and went to bed. Guess I'll go to sleep too. But 2 hours passed, and Chen Shu couldn't sleep, his eyes wide open. He sat up in bed and said to himself, maybe I should go for a walk. The capital's streets were still bustling with people, even at midnight. Lost in the crowd, Chen Shu marveled, this is the capital, bustling even at this late hour. Suddenly, his attention was caught by something. The old ghost's general store was still open, its lights shining. Beast pearls. He noticed the displayed items were all beast pearls. It's a gland from a mutated beast. Consuming it directly increases beast-controlling power, and it's suitable for black iron level beast masters and above. Chen Shu curiously asked the price. Boss, how much does a basic level beast pearl cost? Ma Kuai, the owner of the old ghost's grocery store, calmly stated a price of 500,000. His face paled as he exclaimed, that's expensive. What about the black iron level beast pearl? He then quoted a price of 600,000 slurs as Chen Shu's eyes fell upon a glass jar. This is a massive spirit appearing in Chen Shu's mind. Is the heart of a lord-level rock eagle really worth 2 million? He was lost in confusion. But just then, the system's choices appeared. Leave and receive a high-grade flame potion, buy the rock's heart and receive a force reflection book, or reveal that he's researching boar bones and receive a mid-level beast mastery. He gritted his teeth at the impossible choices. Was the system forcing him to buy the 2 million heart? But he only had 2 million yen on him, while the other two choices. Growing impatient, the demon horse subtly urged him to leave, saying he couldn't afford it anyway. If you're not buying, then leave. Don't interfere with my business. This predicament leaves you awkwardly scratching your head. Why wouldn't I buy it? I was just doing a little research. Long Chen Shu finally understood that money is external and skills are more important. Then he pointed haphazardly at the items on display. This, and all the herbs in the store. Along with all the beast-taming pearls from another store, the old man immediately changed his attitude and asked, You want all of it? Chen Shu, his cheeks flushed, finished, I don't want any of it. Then, pointing to the heart inside the glass jar, he said, I want that. On a high wooden shelf, just below a row of rare herbs, the old man happily hands over the goods. Here's your heart, sir. He receives it with a polite smile. Yeah, but inside I'm screaming and crying. Wow, that was 2 million. The transaction complete, Chen Shu summoned his spirit and presented the expensive heart to Slim. Little gold, eat up. No sooner had he spoken than the precious item was swallowed whole. The scene shook Makwai to his core. Feeding a 2 million heart to a low-level slime? Are the rich really this extravagant these days? Having digested the heart, it sighed contentedly, and he immediately checked Smile's system panel. It actually comprehended wind control. Displayed above are the newly updated details regarding the new skill. Reading this, Chen Shu couldn't help but rejoice, thinking the 2 million was worth it. A green oasis amidst the towering buildings. 3 days later, Fang Xi took Chen Shu and Zhang Dali to visit the China Academy, where an intense battle between rank A familiars was taking place on the arena. Having witnessed the power of the Huaxia Academy, Chen Shu resolves to enroll. 3 more days pass, and another day dawns. Inside the hotel room, Dali, already prepared, softly calls out to the deeply sleeping Chen Bi, I'm off. He forced his eyes open to cheer him on. Good luck, I'll be waiting for good news. He turned and left, leaving Chen Shu to drift back to sleep as the bright sunlight streamed through the apartment, soon fading behind the tall buildings. Chen Shu was sound asleep in his room when the sudden ringing jolted him awake. He reached out to grab the phone. As soon as he answered, he heard Dali screaming for help on the other end. Chen Pi, emergency, emergency, I'm being blocked. The phone screen then went blank as Dali cut the call, and Chen Shu leaped out of bed, rushing out the door. Moments before sunset, a taxi screeches to a halt, and he leaps out, rushing towards Dali, who's being cornered, calling out his name without hesitation. Chen Shu urgently weaves through the gawking crowd. What's going on? The opponent sneered at Dali upon seeing him. Is this the cavalry you were talking about? Stop the nonsense. Who are you people? Chen Shu began analyzing him the moment he saw him. This fatso clearly lives a life of luxury, but those bodyguards behind him. Before he could wonder for long, the man introduced himself as Zheng Shang. Me? I'm Chudabayak of the Chu family from the capital. Your brothers were being obnoxious, provoking me during the exam, saying they would beat me. But outwardly, he blurted out, what was the result, as he inflicted further emotional damage. I beat him. I was 5th, he was 50th. And with that, he couldn't help but laugh. Then there's nothing more to say. I beat you, and I meant what I said. It's a sign of respect. He was on the verge of tears, and you could almost hear his heart breaking. Now completely enraged, Daibai roared, enough talk, I'll give you 2 choices. Fight my bodyguard, or fight my contracted spirit. The 2 immediately turned away from him to discuss it. Chenshu wondered why he didn't just call Fangxi. Dali helplessly replied, I did, but she's not answering. Maybe her phone is off. Growing impatient, he asks if they've made up their minds, when suddenly a system window appears before him. Option 1. Accept the challenge and win with a reward of 10% slim resistance. Option 2. Flee without fighting and receive a reprimand. Option 3. Attack Dabai while his guard is down. The reward is a 5% increase in Slim's speed. And so he immediately switched gears, seriously probing, so what are your abilities? Daybek's tone was humble, not arrogant, for an 8th-level beastmaster, but his eyes held utter contempt. Hearing this, Chenshu broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that this wouldn't be easy. Xu Xiaoyu was already top of the class at level 7. To be level 8 at this age, it seems there's a big difference between Nanjiang and the capital, and his bodyguard is also a problem. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made a silent decision. Fine, I'll give it a try, and I'll see how strong Slim has become after taking my 2 million. The air crackled with tension as he coldly agreed. Fine, I'll fight you. He turned to his subordinate, asking if they'd investigated their identities and if they were safe to attack. The bodyguard quickly replied, yes, they're just from a small city in the south. Meanwhile, Chenshu was giving his friend instructions. Dali, assess the situation. If I lose, you run and don't look back. Dali acknowledged with a nod, and he and Chenshu stood side by side, ready to fight, simultaneously summoning their spirit orbs, revealing a comical fat-flying pig from Dubai. Chenshu couldn't help but cover his mouth. I didn't expect yours to be a rare flying spirit. He was so infuriated by Dali that his face turned red as he cursed him. You won't be laughing for long. But he couldn't hold back any longer, laughing until his jaw ached. Ha ha! I'm a little uncomfortable now. I'm getting cramps from laughing. Just a moment. He's becoming more unhinged, ordering his spirit to attack Chenshu. Following its master's command, it gathers power, unleashing a massive energy ball towards Chenshu's spirit in an instant. Caught off guard, Chenshu is stunned. Luckily, Slim managed to jump in and block the attack, but the flying pig continued to launch energy balls at it. Ha ha ha! Looks like you're about to lose. Dabai taunts, as Chenshu's frustration causes him to emit an immense killing aura. Slim focuses on strengthening his defenses, then unleashes an attack that wipes out the Pig of Heaven's projectiles. Chenshu calculates that if they continue like this, they're sure to lose. Then, frowning slightly, it makes a decision. There's no other way. It has to try. Sensing his presence, it enters a state of fury and fires. It relentlessly unleashed attacks upon the flying pig, prompting Dabai to shout, I've been expecting this. Slim suddenly swells, its size increasing 6-fold, now a giant ball standing before the enemy spirit. But he acts like he expected this all along. Luckily, I predicted you'd do this. As Slim lunged to attack the flying pig, he commanded his contracted spirit to use the shrink skill, its body emitting smoke as it healed, before it frantically hurled balls toward Slim. Meanwhile, Dali was powering up, his bones creaking. Chen Bi, what do we do? Run. Chenshu quickly raised his hand, signaling, not yet. I have one more trick. Then he grasped the energy with the same color as his spirit. As the sky swine rampaged, Slim opened its mouth, gathering a wind-stopping technique. Unaware of what was happening, the swine stood frozen in place. Dabayak, oblivious to the danger, scoffed, why aren't you running? What are you trying to do? Meanwhile, Slim follows his commands, and the flying pig is suddenly paralyzed. Seizing the chance, it unleashes its ultimate move, Violent Seated Kill, and its spirit is instantly paralyzed, letting out a screech. He was utterly astonished by what unfolded before him, while our hero breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the combination of 3 unrelated skills actually worked. He then analyzed its mechanics: wind control for direction, impact for propulsion, and violent seated kill for power in the air. Chenshu smiled victoriously. Together, they finally reversed the wind. Perfectly. He was furious, yelling, You hick! You dare hurt my contracted spirit? The two bodyguards understood and moved closer to them. Even so, he stood in front of Dali and questioned him. What is the meaning of this? Going back on your word, Dabai roared, pointing at Chen Shu. What if I am? Charge, he commanded his men once more. They charged forward as one, but Chen Shu easily dodged them. He then focused on commanding his contracted spirit, Slim, to use collision. Slim jumps high, attacking the enemy in a zigzag pattern, while he and Dali approach Dabai with a twisted smile. You want to take back your words, right? Then he simultaneously slams the extremely powerful rule of the left hand into his face, saying, then swallow your words. He lands another blow for good measure. You want to fight us. Then Chen Shu squeezed his cheeks, reminding him, next time, open your eyes and stop acting like a kindergarten bully. Don't touch those you can't afford to touch, got it? With that, he casually turned and left, followed by Dali skipping happily behind him. He raised an eyebrow, saying, follow me, I'll keep you entertained. Suddenly, Chu Daibai's uncle, Chu Xuan, appeared before them. Chen Shu pretended to be calm as they silently passed each other. Then he signaled for Dali to run. A long trunk shoots toward them as the man yells, get back here! It easily snatches them high into the air before slamming them back down to the ground nearby. Inside, Chen Shu despaired. Why hadn't he seen this coming? This aura, he's definitely a black iron-level beastmaster. He then frantically searches his pockets. He pulled out his phone, only to find it shattered, leaving him speechless while the man was busy catching his precious nephew and asking if he was all right. Are you all right? Dabai clutched his chest, looking frail. I'm fine. But Flying Pig, Uncle, you have to avenge me. His mind began to race, realizing this was a crushing defeat. The Flying Pig was twitching in the corner, and Zhou Xuan glared at Chen Shu, his grip tightening on his phone. He menacingly approached him. 20,000 for treatment. Got a problem with that? But Dali's words made Chen Shu break out in a cold sweat. 200,000? Are you trying to rob me? 200,000? That's enough to buy a lot of pigs. He maintained his fierce expression, summoned his spirit, and asked through gritted teeth, you don't want to pay? The two were terrified, and Chen Shu quickly waved his hand. No, you're letting your nose grow and making things up. Such a rare flying pig is worth it. Then, with a flattering smile, he added, but neither of us has any money. Can we call someone to bring it over? Zhu Xuan raised an eyebrow at him. Oh, is it a relative of yours? He wondered if she was someone important. Tran Thu quickly clarified, I have an older sister, and she's a university student in the capital. So he quickly ordered, then tell her to bring the money here. He figured there are countless universities in the capital. What's so scary about a student? Hearing this, Dali quickly calls his sister. Hey, sis, Tran Thu and I are at Linzhou University waiting for you. Bring 200,000 over here. Seeing that things seemed settled, Zhu Xuan spoke up to confirm. Did you make the call? He immediately replies, okay, there are too many people here. Let's go to the beast taming house to wait. The sky was blue, the clouds drifted, and nearby, Fang Si, having just ended a call, couldn't help but think about the anomaly. Dali always calls me Sister Fang Si. So something must have happened to them. Thundi, can I borrow your wind-riding boots for a moment? I have something to take care of. Under the same vast blue sky, the two Chen brothers sit in the corner, reciting Buddhist scriptures under the watchful eyes of Dabai's group, as Dali anxiously asks, Chen Pi, do you think Sister Fang Si can handle this? He replied, bored, it's fine. If things really go south, we'll just pay them off. But you're acting like a capitalist slave over 200,000. Just sell a little more medicine and you can earn it back. We'll pay if we have to. He was taken aback by his friend's words, but that was 20. Over on Chu Xuan's side, he cracked his knuckles with excitement, feeling a bit idle. He dared to lay a hand on a member of the Zhu family from a small city. He was asking for it. Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched right in the face. Then a flurry of kicks from Zhu Xuan, who told you to hurt my grandson's contracted spirit. A low-level beastmaster dares to be so arrogant? Chen Shu cowered in the corner, drenched in sweat from fear. Inwardly, he felt sorry for him. Had he mistaken him for someone else? Dali, you've suffered. I'll avenge you, but looking at this, I can't guarantee he won't hit me next. Thinking this, she immediately shoved a bag of blood into her mouth. At this moment, Daluk, beaten beyond recognition, shouted, Are you blind? I'm not the Beastmaster. Zhou Xuan tilted his head in confusion. What's the meaning of this? Did I hit the wrong person? At the same time, Daibai pointed at Chen Shu and shouted, Uncle, he's the Beastmaster who hit me. So he raised the fist in his hand and approached him. It's okay, I'll hit you again, just like that. But just as he threw his punch, Chen Shu spewed blood, catching Zhu Xuan completely off guard. What in the world? Chen Shu was just lying on the ground, putting on an act. Big brother, I'm hurt. Flying pig, I'm guilty. It hit me again, boss. He spat out more blood, sending the man into a panic. He chuckled inwardly, recalling how Wang had prepared this blood bag when he was selling medicine on the black market to undercut prices. Good thing he hadn't thrown it away. He wondered if it was expired. The uncle and nephew were horrified, silently cursing. What the hell, is this going to be a murder? Meanwhile, Chen Shu pretended to stagger towards them. Go on, hit me, I deserve it. With a whoosh, Zhu Xuan frantically waved him away, shouting, No, no, don't come here, don't come here. He swayed like a flickering candle as he spoke haltingly. No, I have to go. Boss, hurry and hit me. Cough, if you don't hit me, I'll feel ashamed. Cough. With that, he spat blood into the man's face, and Chu Huyen caught him, shouting for someone to call an ambulance. Meanwhile, Dali stares blankly at the blood bag he somehow acquired, then, realizing what's happening, stages a similar performance. Chen Pai, if you're gone, I absolutely won't live alone. After their vows, they spewed forth as much blood as they could. The two relatives stared in disbelief at the bizarre scene, breaking out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Feng Sai was shocked by the sight before her. Chen Shu, Dali. Rage ignited in Fang Xi's eyes. Before her lay Shen Jing, Chen Shu, and Dali in a pool of blood, their murderous auras turning Da Bai and Zhou Xuan pale. She screamed in fury, Do you have a death wish? Chu Xuan barely managed to say, Wait, wait, before receiving a kick that sent him flying. Before he could recover, Fang Xi lunged, screaming for him to die. Faced with a woman's fury, Zhu Xuan could only raise his hands in defense, panicking at his predicament. He was just a normal student, after all. They both leaped back, creating some distance. Chu Xuan seemed ready to strike first, coiling his arm to unleash the electric elephant, but Dabai suddenly appeared behind Fang Xi. But before it could act, the flame dragon roared ferociously, a fireball ready to send Big White to the eternal beyond. Engulfing flames erupt, and the sheer force sends Dabai reeling, now bearing grievous wounds. But that wasn't enough, as the flame dragon mercilessly slashed down with its claws. Cuts marked the great white's thick hide, and it's further tormented by flames erupting from the wounds inflicted by the flame dragon. Zhu Shen was shocked to see his spirit companion about to say its final goodbyes. How could she be this strong? Damn it, looks like I'll have to summon my secondary spirit to escape. No sooner said than done, he raised a hand and gave the order. Dai Bai, restrain them quickly. The three were finally in position, ready to make their escape. Of course, Fang Xi couldn't let them escape so easily. Trying to run? With that, she summoned the ice dragon. Stop right there! Zhu Xuan was so startled, he was left in a daze. Damn it, a rank E-dragon. Just who is this person? In an instant, the sea dragon unleashed a freezing blast, encasing both man and bird in ice mid-air. It then flew up and kicked the ice block to the ground. Dabai and Zhou Xuan were on the floor coughing up blood, but Fang Xi's hatred was still burning. Avenge my brothers, you monster. But just as she was about to strike, Chen Shu and Dali shouted, stopping her. Don't, Fuang Tu. Murder is against the law. Their cries startled her, halting her actions. With tears in her eyes, she turned to them. Chen Shu, Dali, you're alive? Chen Shu quickly explained, We're alive, but you startled us when you came in, so we're just reacting now. Still suspicious, Fang Xi pointed at him. Then what's with the blood? Seeing her disbelief, Chen Shu quickly reassured her, It's fake, just a blood bag. Hearing this, Fang Xi took a deep breath and angrily kicked Chen Shu. Idiot! He and Dali pleaded incessantly as she beat them to a pulp. We were wrong. We really were wrong. Witnessing the scene, Zhu Shen timidly spoke up. Boss, ma'am, we're about to be roasted alive. His words startled Fang Xi, who turned around. She pauses her punishment. All right, I'll deal with you later. Chen Shu and Dali obediently sat repenting with their heads in their hands. Then she stood confidently in front of Dabai and Chu Xuan, asking them to explain what happened. In the blink of an eye, dusk had fallen. Fang Xi was stunned. You want my sister to pay you 20,000 yuan? Still terrified by her power, Zhou Xuan immediately waved his hands in apology. No, never mind, we were wrong. Knowing she had the upper hand, Fang Xi smirked. Is that so? Without hesitation, she turned to her two younger siblings. Chenpai, Dali, what do you two think? It didn't take long for Chen Shu and Dali to start acting pitiful. Fang Xi, my head hurts so bad I think I need 100 Beastmaster pearls to heal. Me too, I can barely stand. I need 10 Overlord beasts to soothe me. Seeing the two who were just flying around now in critical condition, Zhou Xuan could only grit his teeth and remain silent. The bait was cast, and Fang Xi was ready to bite. She feigned pity as she looked at him, saying her sister's injuries seemed severe. What do you intend to do? Daibai and Zhoujuan have been cornered. He began to negotiate, agreeing to pay 300,000 in medical fees. But upon hearing the offer, Chen Shu felt even more pain than when he was beaten. Only 300,000? He then shoved another blood bag into his mouth, spitting it out to create a truly gruesome scene. My internal organs are a mess. The two on the other side are now furious at Chen Shu's charade. But Fang Xi's two spirits were the real deal, prompting Zhu Xuan to quickly offer 4 basic-level beast control pearls and 1 mutated, ferocious beast. Pleased with the offer, he gets up as if nothing happened. Cheng Jiao! As night approached, Chen Shu turned on the flattery as they left the building. Fang Xi, you were so cool. However, Huang Tu wasn't satisfied, scolding him. Hold it. I haven't settled the score for you faking your death yet. Without hesitation, Tranthu explained along with Dai Luke. Huang Tu, I was in a critical situation. That person's punch was so strong, and I'm so skinny. If I took that hit, I would have died. Yes, we only did it because we had no choice. Finally, she's calmed down. All right, we'll leave it at that, but don't do it again. Hearing their sister stop scolding them, the two happily agreed. Yes, ma'am, whatever you say, my queen. Fang Xi replied sullenly. All right, enough flattery. Sort that stuff out yourselves. Then she turned back to instruct, Chen Pai, I'm taking Dali out tomorrow, so help me line up at the Huajia Hospital's beast taming department. Bing Changling has some issues. Chen Shu couldn't help but wonder, is there something wrong with the spirit pact? He obediently nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand, Sister Fang Xi. The next morning, at the sun-drenched Huaxia Hospital, the queue at the beast taming department was packed when Chen Shu's phone suddenly lit up with a notification. A message from Wang Fang reads, Big bro, need any services? I can do anything. His eyes lit up with interest. Anything, huh? Another message pops up from Wang Fang. Of course, anything is possible. Cheap, Chen Shu thought, like a fish back in water. If that's the case, I won't hold back. Without hesitation, he made his request, only to be immediately shut down. Perfect. I'm at Huajia Hospital right now and need someone to stand in line for me. Please come here as soon as possible. This frustrated Chen Shu, who couldn't believe she wouldn't take such a simple request after claiming to offer any service. She must be a scammer. To make matters worse, Bai Yang announced, Sorry everyone, please be patient. I have some urgent business to attend to. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Could things get any worse? As soon as he finished speaking, a control panel appeared, offering him 3 options to become a villain, filling Chen Shu with remorse. With a system like this, the choice is difficult, but it seems he wasn't too conflicted to pick up the doctor's coat. He happily puts it on, wasting no time. Dr. Tranthu is finally on the job. No problem, just leave him in the AC at home. He continued to give terrible advice, saying, No big deal, just let it watch a movie. Trust me, I'm a doctor, I'm never wrong. After 2 hours of hard work, Chen Shu stretched and yawned, finally sending them away. Now, to check the streaming rewards. A notification popped up. Violent seated kill reward acquired +1, making him grin from ear to ear. Just as Chen Shu was gloating, he saw Fang Xi leading Dali over, and Chen Pi excitedly stood up to greet them. Ms. Puang Tu, you're finally here. Seeing Tran Thu's appearance, she approached and scolded, Are you still pretending to be a doctor here? Aye, but he quickly explained while taking off his coat. Heh, isn't it so I can cut in line faster? Dali couldn't help but worry. Was he really not afraid of delaying other people's medical examinations? Then Chen Shu confidently affirmed, Don't worry, I have it all figured out. I told them to come back for a checkup tomorrow. Nothing major will happen. Baiyang then turned to look at them. Huh? Why are there only 3 of you? Report immediately if one is missing. Inside the clinic, Fang Xi tells Bai Yang about Yanlong's symptoms. Doctor, my bone dragon has been in a weakened state lately. Its strength has decreased by 20%, and it can't swallow or absorb food or medicine. He calmly replied, I see. Then he gave it a thorough checkup. After a moment, Bai Yang happily delivered the good news. It's nothing, he just ate something wrong. He'll be fine once he digests it. Hearing this, Fang Xi felt relieved. That's good. After stepping outside, they ran into a familiar face, Xiao Qinghan. Qinghan was taken aback. Sister Fang Xi, you two know each other? But she seems even more surprised. Xiao Qinghan, does that mean you two know each other too? Dali awkwardly chuckled. Yes, we know each other. But Fang Xi suddenly changed the subject. That's right, Yao Han. Why are you at the Spirit-Packed Hospital? Is something wrong? Her face now showed clear concern. Well, I borrowed some money to get by and then entered a competition to pay it back, which injured my Spirit Pact. I couldn't afford treatment, so I just did what I could. Chen Shu's face was filled with curiosity as Qing Han explained that Nanjiang High School had refunded her tuition, giving her the money to treat her Spirit Pact. This revelation leaves him speechless. What? Namjiang High refunded his tuition? She explained without hesitation. That's right, I was originally a student at Namjiang High School, but they paid for me to transfer to the special class. After sorting through the information, Chen Shu finally realized the special class. Could it be that we're... Qing Han asked curiously. Classmate, are you also a student in the special class? Hearing this, Dali replies for him, That's right, Tranbi also passed the exam for that class. As Chen Shu scrutinized her, he wondered those in the special class were all elites, and it was incredibly difficult to get in. So why did the school spend money to invite her? Could there be something special about her? Without hesitation, he asks, What's your talent? Why is the school paying you to transfer? Qing Han humbly replies, Perhaps it's because my Beastmaster talent is outstanding and my contracted spirit is A-grade. These words immediately dispel Chen Shu's doubts. Sorry for bothering you. Inwardly, he couldn't help but be impressed. Beastmaster talents were divided into normal, excellent, outstanding, and transcendent. The higher the talent, the greater the efficiency in training beast control power. I didn't expect this person to be a genius like Su Xiaoyu. Qing Han then prepared to leave, saying, Sister Fangxi, I'm going to see the doctor first. Fangxi waved goodbye cheerfully. Okay, we'll talk later. She turned, her expression serious, and instructed, Chen Pi, you and Xiao Qing Han will be classmates now, so please take care of her. Seeing this, Chen Shu crossed his arms, feigning boredom. With her talent, she doesn't need me to look after her. Fangxi frowned, clearly displeased. Come on, going from ordinary to a level 6 Beastmaster in a month isn't exactly normal. Chen Shu finally relented. Understood, I'll take care of her. He then began to grumble again. By the way, Sister Fangxi, are you taking us out tomorrow? The words going out excited Fangxi. All right, tomorrow I'll take you to Mount Tai Cheng. The next day, amidst the majestic scenery, she led Chen Shu and Dali on their mountain trek. After a while, she turned to them and asked Chen, Dali, when was the last time we went mountain climbing? Dali cheerfully replied, I think it was before my exams. Just then, Shenhui walked by and complimented them. You all are in great shape. Dali politely replied, You're looking good too, sir. Do you have some secret to staying healthy? Shenhui asked, panting. Without hesitation, he excitedly shares, The secret is staying up late every night. Look at me, I'm 24 this year and I'm still in great shape. These words left them all speechless as darkness fell, and it seemed Chen Shu and the group had found a place to rest. Let's set up camp here for the night, he declared, inspiring everyone. Okay, let's get some sleep early and definitely don't stay up late, or their present will become our tomorrow. Dali solemnly agreed. That makes sense. Let's cook something to eat. A while later, the three of them sat around the campfire with Hai Long, enjoying their meal, as Chen Shu sipped his soup and commented, Honestly, this whole situation feels like we're in another dimension. He then pointed to something in the trees. If this were another world, I'd definitely think that was a ferocious beast, but no one seems to be listening. Suddenly, shock was written all over Chen Shu's face as the entity he was staring at began to shake violently. He immediately shouted, Hey, Fangxi, there's a ferocious beast! As soon as Chen Shu finished speaking, she looked up warily with sharp eyes. Immediately, the black-armored beetle lunged toward them, and Fangxi reacted instantly. She commanded the Red Sea Dragon to charge, instantly freezing the black-armored beetle solid. The three of them then approached to investigate, discovering it was a black-armored beetle from the Devil's Wasteland. Judging by its appearance, it's likely a hybrid of the black-armored insect and a blue star insect, Fangxi analyzed as she knelt beside it. 100 years ago, the demonic plains fell, and though quickly suppressed, some ferocious beasts remained on Blue Star. Her brow furrowed. If it's just this kind of beast, normally it wouldn't be a big deal. But then she stood up, worry etched on her face, saying that if the original dark armor beetles from a century ago remained in Mount Tai Thon, it would be a big problem. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw her two brothers preparing to run. Fangxi can say what she wants. Let's get out of Mount Tai King first, then call the Spirit Control Bureau for a reward. Wait, something's not right. We should call for the reward first, then run. He immediately dialed the Spirit Control Bureau, and as soon as they answered, he frantically began to spin his exaggerated tale. Oh my God, something's happened on Mount Tithan. There's a ferocious beast from another dimension. What? Not just any beast, it's enormous. Seeing him spin the tail so skillfully, Fang Xi snatched the phone. Then she calmly recounted everything. Hello, this is Fang Xi from the Huaxia Academy. I've discovered a non-purebred black-armored beetle in Mount Taixing. Please investigate. But something caught Fang Xi's attention. A swarm of black-armored beetles flying overhead from who knows where. Without hesitation, she warned the person on the other end of the line, "This is bad. There's a large swarm of black-armored beetles in Mount Taithan, and many tourists are present. Notify the Beast Control Army to come here immediately." With that, she turned to the two young leopards. "Dali, Chenpi, you two run." Meanwhile, Chen Shu and Dali were already running for their lives. "Fang Xi, run!" Seeing her brave younger siblings run without a word, she could only remain silent. But the safety of others pulled Fang Xi toward danger. No, with so many tourists on Mount Taiking, I can't just run away. I have to go there. Just as Chen Shu was hurrying away, he realized he'd triggered a choice. A notification appears, presenting him with three options: stop the black-armored beetle, run as fast as he can to ensure his safety, or broadcast live to the internet. He immediately turned to ask Fang Xi, "Sister Fang Xi, a black iron 3-star lord-level creature? Can you beat it?" Chen Shu's words surprised her. He could assess its strength. Hesitantly, Fang Xi replied that if it was a black iron lord, she could only hold out until the beast tamers arrived, but Chen Shu immediately requested to join the fight. "All right then, we're not running anymore, let's take it down." Does Dali not like the word we? Reluctant to waste any more time, Fang Xi leads the two into the fray. "Let's go." Despite his reluctance, Chen Shu grabbed Dali and they were off. And so the three pursued the black beetles amidst his panic as a chaotic battle unfolded. The black-armored insect lord roared, and its swarm charged forward as if they'd just received a bonus. But something suddenly caught its attention. A massive fireball hurtles toward them, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion. As the dust settles, the black armor beetle lord curses, disheveled. Sensing danger, Fang Xi urgently warns, "Be careful, you two, and stay hidden." But before she could finish, they vanished. From afar, Chen Shu and Dali hid in the bushes, signaling that they were well hidden. Their actions left her speechless. The black-armored beetle lord, still reeling from the previous blow, was out for revenge. Fang Xi quickly conjured twin streams of fire and ice, a look of excitement on her face, ready to welcome him. Crimson Flame Dragon rushes forward, unleashing a fiery attack, but the 100-degree heat has no effect. Seeing this, the Scarlet Sea Dragon added a layer of ice to cool it down, but the Black Armor Insect Lord easily broke through with a little force. Played like a fool, it roared in anger, its mouth widening, sending saliva flying everywhere. This sight paralyzes Fang Xi with fear, as Chen Shu leaps up, shouting, "No, it's going after Fang Xi!" Even Da Li is alarmed. "Miss Fang Xi, watch out!" The Black Beetle Lord, possessed, charged forward, despite the relentless attacks. Its immense power is overwhelming. Is this the might of a Black Iron rank? It's too strong. Quickly, one of its claws pierces in front of Fang Xi, then suddenly stops. It turns out, in the nick of time, Crimson Sea Dragon froze it, saving her life. But before she could celebrate, the tough ice was shattered by the armored Insect Lord. Above, the Crimson Flame Dragon and the Red Sea Dragon were giving it their all to destroy the creature. A battle witnessed by two figures living in the mountain villa. "Damn it, what's up there? Dragons." The woman couldn't believe her eyes, repeatedly asking, "Dragons? Are those dragons?" "A dragon is flying." The two snipers spoke, unknowingly drawing attention to themselves, quickly attracting the Black Armor Buglord's attention. It loudly summons its swarm to attack. With a buzz, the Black Beetle swarm, upon receiving its orders, stampedes towards the mountain house like a horde of zombies. Fang Xi realized its intentions, her face paling. No, it's going after the civilians. Icebone Dragon, sweat dripping down her face. All she could think was, it's too late. In the nick of time, Chen Shu leaps from the bushes like a superhero, reassuring her. "Don't worry, Miss Fuang Tu, I'm here too." He shouts, summoning his contracted beast. Slim grows gigantic, and the moment the wind magic is released, it clashes directly with the black-armored beetles. Slim gathers power, growing to an immense size, its head gleaming brighter than ever. Then, with a powerful counterforce, it sends the armored beetles flying. Seeing this, Fang Xi praised, "Chen Pi, impressive. I didn't expect your Slim to be so strong." Chen Shu, hands in his pockets, offered a polite smile. "It's nothing, really." He forced a polite smile, thinking, 3 skills, how could I not be strong? Meanwhile, Crimson Sea Dragon repeatedly used ice shields on the black-armored Beetle Lord, but it had already unleashed too much power, and the ice layers were soon shattered. Seeing his friendly brother in trouble, the Crimson Flame Dragon steps in to help. From afar, Chenshu notices its dazed eyes and whispers in horror. With that look in its eyes, the Black Armor Beetle Lord roars, unleashing its absolute power, its body enveloped in a sinister, demonic energy. Seeing things escalate beyond control, Fangxi urgently warns, "This isn't good. It's going all in against us." Crimson Flame Dragon. Bone Chill Dragon. "Hoi!" Chenshu shouted, ordering, "Stop it now." But far exceeding their expectations, the Black Armor Beetle Lord spreads its wings and takes to the sky, abandoning its brethren, leaving Fangxi stunned. Is it trying to escape? She quickly leaps onto the back of the Crimson Sea Dragon. She then ordered the Crimson Flame Dragons to give chase, leaving Chenshu behind in a panic. "No, he has to follow," he cries out, summoning his contracted beast. Shim, but for some reason, the Black-Armored Beetle Lord suddenly plummets to the ground. This makes him suspicious. Could the spirit-suppressing bureau be here? Meanwhile, Fangxi and the Crimson Sea Dragon landed safely, but Chenshu's eyes widened in alarm. Something was wrong. Whoever was coming didn't mean well. He anxiously called out to it, and as soon as it appeared, he hurriedly jumped on. Meanwhile, Fangxi was in a remote forest surrounded by lush trees, when suddenly a large, dark, and foul-smelling foot with sharp claws appeared. Seeing Su-han, a third-year student from Huaxi Academy, appear riding Erlang, she couldn't help but be confused. Su-han. He grinned maniacally, his face a picture of arrogant mockery. So much for the legendary genius. Humph. The black-armored beetle you wanted? Some time ago, the black-armored beetle lord had died, with a chunk of its flesh missing. Looking at its color, Fangxi frowned, finding nothing. Her face darkened, and she said bitterly, "The core is gone." Her question echoed, "You dare steal my prey?" 2 red sea dragons and crimson flame dragons roared in defiance, but Su-han just smirked, unafraid. "An S-rank spirit contract. You think you're the only one with 2? More guts than brains." He slams his hand on the ground, summoning his second contracted beast, a horse with flamboyant fur. With his hands in his pockets and a confident smile, a dark shadow appears behind Su-han. "Feast your eyes on my sack." Confused, Su-han didn't understand what was happening, as a sack suddenly covered his head. Seizing the opportunity, Dali and his legendary claw launched a surprise attack, striking Su-han's head repeatedly. Blindsided, Su-han's head spins and he loses his balance, collapsing to the ground. Oh, when the host's consciousness is unclear, the Stream Covenant spirit will automatically return to the beast-taming space. Fangxi, in anger, kicks him a few times. Try to fight me? Meanwhile, Dali and Chenshu happily rummage through the valuable items, Chenshu holding a beetle shell with a sly grin. The young man, unaware of the world's dangers, patted his large backpack and cheerfully reported, "Sister Fangxi, we've got the goods. Let's go." Before leaving, she gives the helpless Su-han a final kick. "All right, let's go." They had only taken a few steps when Chenshu suddenly turned back with a sinister smile. Wait. While Fangxi and Dali were bewildered, he ran over to Su-han and danced around him, stripping him down to nothing but his pink underwear. Having completed his masterpiece, he stood up, dusted off his hands, and said with satisfaction, "Let's go." The two are shocked by the sight. "You've really gone too far." Chenshu smirked, justifying his actions. Who told him to show off? Let's see how he gets back. Their task complete, they resumed their journey when suddenly a massive figure emerged, startling them all. It was none other than the Dragon Guard. Looking up at the sky, Fangxi explained, "They're the Dragon Guards, responsible for handling major events, not some kind of ferocious beast." The Dragon Guard controlled the little eagle as it landed. Fangxi of the China Academy. She quickly nodded, then truthfully reported, "Yes, we eliminated the Black Armor Beetle Lord." He immediately stated his purpose. The Spirit Suppression Bureau had given them the task. Hand over the black-armored insect's corpse. She quickly pointed towards it. "The corpse of the Insect King is there. Mount Tai King is safe now." After confirming, he announced, "You can return." Watching the Dragon Guards disappear into the distance, Chenshu breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Thankfully, she managed to stand in front of Zhang Dali in time. He scratched his cheek, embarrassed, blocking his view of Su-han, knowing they'd be in trouble if he saw her. Fangxi smiled reassuringly. "It's okay. They usually don't do special checks." She turned and smiled, reminding them, "Let's go. It's late. We'll stay at a hotel tonight and head down the mountain tomorrow." He nodded in agreement. And so the three of them calmly left, step by step. Late that night in a hotel, Fangxi shares an item with Chenshu, the crimson shell of the Black Armor Lord. Keep it, see if your contracted spirit can devour it. If it can, it might gain the black coffin shield skill of the black-armored beetle. Hearing this, he waved his hand in refusal, saying his contracted spirit didn't need any more skills. On the surface, he smiled innocently, but in his mind, he thought the system was enough. Seeing this, she didn't force him. All right, by the way, you only have about 2 weeks left of your vacation. When are you going back? Dali raised his hand to answer first. I'm not going back. I've already been accepted. The school said they'll be organizing training for us, so I'll be staying here. I'll be back in 3 days. Fangxi offered him a cold drink, encouraging him. In that case, Chen Pai, good luck. Dali and I will be waiting for you in the capital. Then the three clinked cans together. 3 days later, at the hotel entrance, Fangxi and Dali saw Chen Shu off, waving goodbye as he departed. He bid farewell, then told the driver to head to the south docks of the capital. Laowi turned around to greet him warmly, saying that since they were both going to the South Pier, they could share a ride. Only then did he notice someone else was in the car. Wasn't it supposed to be empty? The carriage quickly began to roll, and Chen Shu stared unabashedly at the person next to him. Could this person be Su Han? Suddenly, the system appears and gives him 3 choices. First, escape and receive a large amount of beast-taming power. Second, seize the opportunity to escape hardship, increasing your golden slim physique by 5%. The third option is to shout that this isn't a kindergarten bus and receive a purification pill, which only makes him more curious about the other person. Riding together for no reason. This person is definitely suspicious. Chen Shu seriously considered the system's options. The first choice had rich rewards, but jumping off a speeding car could be dangerous. As for the third option, it would also stir up trouble. Perhaps it's best to act now. He immediately changed his attitude, embodying the capybara of the martial arts world. How could I not recognize him? Old Wang? Song Shu frowned, displeased that he'd been mistaken for someone else. The system identifies the target as Song Shu, Su Han's younger brother, as he waves his hand with a friendly smile. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else, but inwardly he was taking stock. Not a black iron-level beastmaster, and not Su Han. Chen Shu felt a lightness wash over him. Excellent. Now he could confidently choose too. But he feigned annoyance, saying, Driver, the South Pier isn't this way. You're going the wrong direction. Seeing that his plan was about to fail, Liu Jie dropped the act. Kid, just be quiet and sit still. He returned to his refined scholar persona, sitting quietly, waiting for them to take him to some remote mountain to... Before he could finish, he threw a punch straight at Song Shu's face. With lightning speed, Chen Shu grabbed him by the neck, a sinister smile spreading across his face, and unleashed a furious barrage of punches on Song Shu's face. Not only is Liu Si oblivious to the problem, but he's adding fuel to the fire, telling him to stop. Song Chu, didn't you used to practice martial arts? Quickly deal with him. Chen Shu froze for 5 seconds after hearing that. Martial arts. Song Shu clenches his fist and retaliates. But alas, he dodged the blow and landed one right in his face. You're as cold as ice, throwing punches without restraint. Do you even know martial arts? He lay there, frozen in fear, taking the beating. No. Having vented his anger, Chen Shu grabbed Song Shu by the collar and demanded, Now, are you going to take me to the South Capitol Pier, or what? He was beaten to a pulp, desperately begging, No problem, Mr. Liu will take you. The car quickly changed direction, and Chen Shu grinned, pleased with his success. The whole ride was just filled with screams. Arriving at their destination, he immediately got out, leaving Song Shu battered and bruised, barely recognizable. Get me to a hospital now. After a few steps, he pulled out his phone to call someone. Hello, Fuang Tu, everyone be careful. Suan sent people for revenge. Yes, I'm fine. Now I'm heading back, so please be careful. After hanging up, Chen Shu continued forward. For some reason, he suddenly turned back to look at the place he was about to leave and gave a dark smile. I'll be back in a year. Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion, Su Han, glass in hand, angrily berated his subordinates. Useless. You couldn't even catch a high school student. Worthless. Drag them away. His face darkened as he thought, Chen Shu, Fang Si, Zhang Dali. Just you wait. I won't let you get away with this. He throws his wine glass, shattering it to pieces, and time flies by. It's now evening at the Nanjiang City docks. Chen Shu excitedly stretched out his hand and shouted, Finally, I'm back. He quickly hailed a taxi, but before he could even get comfortable, Jia Hao asked for his opinion. Brother, is it okay if I give someone else a ride? He kindly agreed. If it's on the way, sure. Soon, the taxi pulled over to pick up its second passenger, Xu Xingxing, dressed in patient garb, waiting in front of a large hospital. Looking at the bright red letters above, Chen Shu thought in horror, Namjiang City Mental Hospital. Could that person be? Seeing Xu Xing standing there with a silly grin, he quickly concluded, Are you insane? Xu Xing slowly opened the car door, and Chen Shu immediately moved over to make room. In the still of the night, a taxi sped down the highway. Inside the car, the three of them stared at each other in silence, the atmosphere suddenly tense and stifling. Xu Xing eagerly spoke first. I'm at the mental hospital to do research. Chen Shu eyed the man suspiciously. So, you're not a patient, I knew it. How could a patient leave the hospital on their own? He changed his tune, warmly engaging. I'd say you're about my age. I didn't expect you to be doing research already. What kind of research are you doing? He asks with a calm smile, as the thought of being studied makes him freeze up. Huh? Quick as lightning, Chen Shu grabbed the door handle and cried out, Driver, I want to get out. Suddenly, a pair of arms wrapped tightly around his waist from behind, as Xu Xing frantically explained, No, I'm a student, just doing a part-time job during the holidays. He pinned him against the window, leaving him defenseless. A sugar baby? Working part-time as a psycho? I don't believe it. I want to get out of the car. He clung to her waist like glue, refusing to let go no matter what she said. Brother, I'm really just a student trying to make some extra money. Chen Shu was beyond listening at this point, just wanting to be released, begging the driver for help. But for the sake of his livelihood, Jia Hao could only turn a blind eye to the pleas. After a struggle, the taxi finally arrived safely at its destination. Chen Shu grabbed Xu Xing's head, annoyed, and questioned, I'm here. Can I get out of the car now? He immediately released him, saying, Of course you can. Then he excitedly introduced himself. I'm Xu Xingxing. Nice to meet you. He leaned over, annoyed, thinking he never wanted to see him again. Xu Ying watched him leave, a grin spreading across his face. Is that so? Then I'm sorry because we'll definitely meet again. Night falls, and the moonlight illuminates the city. Chen Shu was now embracing his beloved bed. I'm home, I can finally rest easy. Suddenly, Sunan's call came through, and he wearily frowned at the screen. He probes, Chenpi, are you back? Are you free tomorrow? I've taken on a mission and need your help. He quickly asks what the mission is, and Sunan announces the job to catch embezzlers in Nanjiang. He declines, uninterested, suggesting Zhenling Bureau instead. He didn't hesitate to add that the reward would be 500,000. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu immediately changed his tune. Chenpai, I can't stand criminals, so I absolutely have to help. Sunan was stunned. He changes his tune quickly. All right, come find me at the pork stall at 6 a.m. tomorrow. All right, see you tomorrow. He grinned from ear to ear. All right, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, he was thrilled that he could finally make some money. The next morning, Chen Shu and Sunan arrived at the meeting point, where he warily scanned the surroundings before asking seriously, Did you bring the stuff? He smacked the book against his head, scolding him. What game are you playing? Hurry up and look at the mission. He was hit hard. Okay. Chen Shu receives the file and reads it carefully. The mission is to hunt down corrupt officials in Namjiang. As if seeing something interesting, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. Could he use the power of the spirit pact? Is he also a beastmaster? Sunan tilted her head, drawing closer to ask, What's wrong, can't you do it? Chen Shu frowned, then made a decision. Not exactly, but he couldn't stand seeing you struggling. What? Just say you want more money? The two stared at each other in silence, until Sunam clapped his hands together, a deal struck. Moments later, in the north of the city, the scene was beautiful and peaceful. Chen Shu pointed towards the moving car and questioned. Weren't we going to the slums in the west of the city? Sunam asks, arms crossed. That information wasn't accurate. My inside sources say they're in the north. Hearing this, he seemed to understand. So that's how it is. By the way, Laoshi, why are you suddenly taking on extra missions? Are you short on cash? He gazed out the window, lost in thought. School's starting soon, just trying to make some living expenses. Chen Shu patted his shoulder in consolation. It must be hard. Earning a living for your son isn't easy. Sunan sneered at him and unceremoniously chased him away. Get lost. Soon after, the taxi carrying the two stopped in front of a high-rise building. He took a few steps, sensing something was off. Are you sure this is the place? Chen Shu looked around suspiciously. It wasn't a slum, but it wasn't exactly a fancy house, either. Seeing his disbelief, the man adamantly reaffirmed his information. It was definitely here. You can doubt my combat skills, but not my accuracy, Chen Shu urged, no longer wanting to delay. All right, let's head out. And so, the two made their way directly to the building's entrance. The guards, spotting strangers, immediately stopped them, denying entry to anyone not a resident. Chen Shu quickly concocts a story to deceive them. I'm a resident here. Don't you recognize me? I'm the owner of apartment number 2 in building 1. Qian presents his access card, further infuriating the guard after hearing his tall tale. What's going on? There's no building 1 here, move along. His lie is immediately exposed, and the atmosphere becomes awkward, leaving Tunam anxious. What do we do? If we don't catch him, you're paying for my ride. Chen Shu immediately reassured him. What's the rush? When one reaches the mountain, a path will appear, but someone emerging from within catches his attention. The prey has come willingly. His mood instantly improves. Isn't this the road we were looking for? With that, he waved over Xu Xing, his mentally unstable friend. Seeing it was him, he greeted him enthusiastically. Is that your brother? Taking your father for a walk so early? Good. Exercise is good. It can prevent dementia in the elderly. Though just a casual remark from a stranger, it hit Sunan where it hurt. And as he raged, Chen Shu could only hold on tight and repeat the mission. Embezzling from Namjiang, embezzling from Namjiang. With his mind awakened, his face suddenly lit up with friendliness, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief as Chen Shu pointed to the building ahead. Probing. You live here? Xu Xing replied honestly. My relatives live here. Hearing this, Sunan and Chen Shu exchanged glances, halos appearing behind them, before they erupted into maniacal laughter. 10 minutes later, Xu Xing successfully led them into the building, though he seemed a bit suspicious along the way. Are you two really here to catch criminals? Chen Shu asked, striking a pose of righteousness. Of course, upholding morality and condemning evil is our creed. Seeing that he completely trusts them, he immediately turns and asks, Lao Jie, which way do we go now? The accomplice points ahead. Soon after, on a certain floor's hallway, the three eavesdrop at a door. Sunam signals, you trick him into opening the door here. Chen Shu immediately agrees. Okay. He then knocked repeatedly, concocting a story to lure out their target. Hello, I'm with the repair service. Open up so I can check the water meter. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from inside, startling all three. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, wondering what was going on. Had they been exposed? With that thought, he summoned his contracted beast, Sim. As soon as it appeared, it used its collision skill, ramming straight into the door and blasting it open. As the door opened, Chen Shu rushed in, but Sunan stopped him. Wait, let me. From his hand appears an adorable pink butterfly, leaving him wide-eyed in astonishment. Can it scout ahead? He asked, giving a thumbs up and an adorable smile. Of course, Chen Shu flew into a rage, grabbing Sunan's beard and demanding, Then why didn't you take it out sooner? I had to break down the door. It's because you were too fast. Wait, stop fighting. I have the results of the investigation. Following the butterfly, he reveals the answer. He escaped through the window. Hearing this, he immediately gave chase, urging the others to follow. Then what are you waiting for? Go after him. Xu Xing quickly stopped him, saying it was too slow to chase on foot, and offered a ride on his bird, summoning the Thunderbird with a wave of his hands. This scene made Chen Shu think deeply. Are A-rank lightning birds and geniuses really that common now? Or even a madman has an A-rank spirit contract? Seeing the two still dazed, Xu Xing shouted, Chen Shu, hurry up! At that moment, a naked man rushed out from the building below. It was Namjiang's Jiang Zhao, the corrupt official, trying to escape in a taxi. Good thing I was fast, or I'd be done for. Suddenly, he noticed something appearing in the sky. To stall him, he deliberately shouted to attract attention. A corrupt official from Namjiang. He looks at the unexpected arrival with surprise. Aren't you with the Spirit Suppressing Bureau? Jiang Zhao quickly regained his composure and shouted, Where do you think you're from, daring to block my path? Seeing his plan succeed, Chen Shu instructed Zixing to attack, saying it was time for his contracted spirit to act, but all he could do was helplessly explain. Oh, my Thunderbird has no fighting power. Hearing this, he looked understandably puzzled. The A-grade spirit you told me about can't fight. He sadly explains that his Thunderbird is a bit mutated. Its natural skill is lightning speed, only good for running away. At his wit's end, Chen Shu turns, only for Sunan to deliver a fatal blow. His contract spirit is only for reconnaissance. He sighed in resignation, deciding it was time for him to act. He then retrieved a treasure from his cloak, gave an order to Xu Sheng, and had the Thunderbird fly a little lower. Once at the perfect height, Chen Shu stood up and raised a sack high into the air. Without hesitation, he leaps down to confront Jiang Zhao, summoning his contracted spirit mid-air. Sim strikes, and his bizarre actions leave Jiang Zhao and the dark rats dumbfounded. With lightning speed, Chen Shu successfully covered him with a sack, while Zim used his massive body to crush the dark rat beneath him. The group casually watches over Jiang Zhao, who's utterly drained, his body barely clinging to life. Wang Jian approaches and cuts straight to the point. He's the one who infiltrated South River? Chen Shu stated firmly. That's right. As soon as he finished speaking, the director patted his shoulder with satisfaction and praised him. Excellent. Namjiang City is fortunate to have people like you. Moments later, Jiang Zhao was forcefully dragged away by the police when Su Nan spoke up from behind. Chief Wang, I have something to say to you. Then he nodded, as if signaling something. You understand. Receiving the signal, Chen Shu quickly responded. Understood. A moment later, he abruptly changed the subject. Xing Xing, what do you want for dinner tonight? Those words left Xu Xing dumbfounded. Huh? It's not even afternoon yet. With that, he paused, then asked Su Nan, Where's Director Wang? He looked extremely satisfied now, heading back to interrogate the criminals, but only confusing Xu Xing even more. Before he could even react, Chen Shu suddenly rushed over, beaming with joy. Hero Zhu, we were only able to catch the criminal this time thanks to you. The stability of Namjiang cannot do without you. Hero Shu, your praises are endless. Namjiang has many criminals, and the people need you starting tomorrow. No, starting now, Hero Shu. Go check your territory. Catching criminals is your mission, and as Su Nan adds, justice is on your side. You can do it. With that, Chen Shu grabbed Xu Xing and said, Let's go. That seamless teamwork made him suspicious. Something wasn't right about these two. Then he suddenly exposes their scheme. You two want to get rid of me so you can take all the prize money, don't you? That left them both frozen, body and soul. Damn, this guy's not stupid. Su Nan quickly turned to explain, Of course not. How could we take all the reward money for ourselves? This is your reward, 500 yuan. However, Xu Song remained vigilant, carefully observing every change in the man's face, before unhesitatingly taking the stack of money. His face changed completely, revealing a criminal worth a lot of money. That expression made the two Tranthus breathe a sigh of relief. He really was an idiot. Soon evening arrived, and he strolled along, a satisfied look on his face. Good thing I tricked Xu Xingying, or I'd have to split the money 3 ways. As soon as he said that, he immediately transferred the money. Old Z, because you gave Xu Xingying 500 yuan, your share this time is 49th 500 yuan, is that okay? And Su Nan agreed without hesitation. No problem. Then Chen Shu quickly changed direction. Then let's part ways here. Goodbye. After a moment of thought, Su Nan finally realized something was wrong. Why was 500 yuan deducted from his share? But now he sits comfortably in his car, while I'm left here yelling on the street, Chen Shu, you tricked me again. Time flies, and 3 days later, Chen Shu arrives at school thinking, 2 months off, and it's finally the first day back. Suddenly, 2 people appeared, cheerfully greeting him. Brother B? Hello, Brother B? Then, Lu Shuangfei introduced himself. Brother B, I'm Lu Shuang from the Beast Language class. Hello there. And he happily replied, Hello, everyone. Receiving such warm attention, Chen Shu felt a surge of pride. So this is what it's like to be in the special class, welcomed by everyone. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled. His face turned green. He'd forgotten to take care of business this morning. As he looked around, Wu Shuang spoke up from behind. Seeing Chen Shu's flustered appearance, he commented, Why is that kid running so frantically? Inside the school restroom, he finishes his business, feeling incredibly relieved as he prepares to stand up. Suddenly, a hand reached out to Chen Shu, waving and asking, Hey bro, got any paper? Save us, brother. Immediately, a voice from the next stall called out, Brother, I need help too. The situation left him speechless, and all Chen Shu could do was helplessly hand over the paper to the 2 men. Come on over here. But then he noticed something was off. Something wasn't right. Why did these 2 sound so familiar? After some thought, Chen Shu finally figured out a way. He gripped the wall with both hands, slowly climbing upward. Observing from this angle, Chen Shu blurts out, Damn it, waiting for him is Xu Xing. Then he turned sharply to the next room, Zisunan's son. That made him angry. What's wrong with you? I am Si Sunan. This revelation stunned Chen Shu. You're Z Sunan? No, where's your beard? Sunam replied awkwardly, I shaved it off. School started, and I'd get scolded by the teacher if I kept it. Seeing them, the teacher scolded in unison, Are you still a student? Are you here to study? He asks, then confidently asserts, That's right. The 2 were frozen like statues, speechless. A moment later, Chen Shu looked at Xu Xing intently. What about you then? Are you here to study too? He replied resolutely. That's right, it made him question himself. Wait, I was a top student at Namjiang High School. How have I never seen these 2 before? Suddenly something clicked. Wait, Chen Shu shouted, startled. Could it be that the school paid to have you transferred to that special class? A chill ran down Chen Shu's spine as he realized they were really in the same class as him. He turned back to secretly assess them. Xu Xingxing was acceptable, at least still young. Then Pang Huang thought of the person behind Xie Sunan. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's voice broke through. Chen Shu submitted his holiday assignment to me. This leaves Chen Shu confused. Homework? I'm in the 5th year of Beast Mastery, and the teacher didn't assign any homework. Hearing this, she questioned him. The teacher didn't assign homework, so where did Jiabing get hers? The more Xiao Yu spoke, the more bewildered he looked. Huh? Could it be that she did it herself? But of course, she won't let it go that easily. I don't care. You're handing it to me today. Suddenly, Wang Jianxi steps forward. Xu Xiaoyu, get back to your seat. You don't need to collect Chen Shu's homework. No sooner were those words spoken than objections arose. Teacher, submitting homework is a student's responsibility. Why are there special privileges so soon after the start of the semester? The student was none other than Sun Ziyang from the elite class, who then glared menacingly at Chen Shu. Humph. Looks like that's got you all riled up. Humph. Is this fatso trying to provoke me on the first day? To defuse the situation, Wang Jian quickly explained that Chen Shu's academic score was 396, and according to school rules, scores above 390 were exempt from cultural assignments. That reason infuriated Ziyang. So what if he had good grades? So, no more homework? He flatly replied, sorry, good grades really do let you do whatever you want. Wang Jian then sternly instructed, from now on, remember that you are special class students. With good enough grades, you can disregard the rules. He then emphatically asked, understood? Everyone answered in unison. Understood. Wang Jian was extremely pleased to hear their satisfactory response. Very well. Now let's begin with the first segment, new student introductions. All new transfers, please come forward. Obeying his words, they went up one by one, standing in order from left to right. Wang Qinghan, Xi Xingxing, Xie Sunian, and Du Long. The first to introduce himself, Wang Qinghan, his contracted spirit is a grade A fire elemental spirit with outstanding beast-taming talent. Hello, everyone. Next up, Du Long presents his Ka Yue spirit being an A-grade earth dragon with outstanding beast-taming talent. Greetings, everyone. As for Sunam, Wang Jian solemnly introduced her. Ye Sunam, her packed spirit is a B-grade butterfly skilled in searching. Suddenly a knife falls from his person, and in a panic he explains, sorry everyone, it's a habit from my part-time job selling pork. I just grabbed it on the way out. Everyone in the class froze, but Wang Jian quickly dismissed it, telling them not to mind it. Next up is the last new student, Xuxing, Xingxi, Yueling, an A-class Thunderbird mutant with outstanding talent. With the introductions complete, he eyed Xuxing curiously, asking what she was wearing underneath, as school required uniforms. Without hesitation, she tore open her jacket, revealing her work uniform, as the director had instructed her to always wear it. The logo reads Nanjiang City Mental Hospital, shocking everyone once again. Damn it, a lunatic? Someone's voice echoed from outside the door. No, let me explain. Zixing tried his best to clarify everything. I'm not crazy, I'm a workaholic. But that explanation only earned me probing stares. In the next moment, they all cried out, Teacher, I want to drop out of the special class. I want to leave too. Knowledge is precious, but life is more so. Seeing this, Wu Shuang waved his hand to calm them down. Teacher, let me go. Calm down, everyone. Calm down. Suddenly, Chen Shu's eyes caught something, and the system appeared unexpectedly. Option 1. Stand up and say, as a normal person, I'm the first to back out. Reward, disguise potion. Option 2. Silently listen to the teacher. Reward, moderate beast mastery. Option 3. Comfort classmates and collect the 2 men's belongings with a bag of urine. Reward. Wind restraining. Skill level 1. Understanding the notification, he sighed helplessly. It seemed he still had to let that Chen person take action to resolve this situation. Then Chen Shu stood up and testified. Don't panic, everyone. I can prove they were just working part-time during the holidays, not acting as thugs. He then swiftly snatched the knife from Sunan's hand and confiscated Xuxing's jacket, stuffing it into his bag. With that done, and another wind skill acquired, Chen Shu calmly ordered, It's all right, you two can step down now. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Ziyang dredges up the pass, saying, Don't trust them. They're in cahoots. I saw them in the bathroom. They were climbing over the partitions to peep. As if hitting a sore spot, the 3 stiffen, and Wang Jin says angrily, Take your seats first. As he finished speaking, he slammed his hand on the table. Enough, no more trouble. Wang Jin loudly threatens them. Everyone calm down. Don't cause trouble on the first day. Listen to the opening ceremony schedule. Those words made the students sit up straight. He then seriously stated that there were 2 activities today: the opening ceremony and free time. Furthermore, there were 2 more things to tell them. Immediately, Wang Jian raised his phone, stating that the special class was required to stay at the school. Your room assignments have been sent to your phones. Please check them. Secondly, there will be a beast taming competition tomorrow to determine your rankings, so prepare yourselves well. Now everyone, go attend the opening ceremony. After hearing that, Chen Shu quickly opened his phone, which displayed room 302. Meanwhile, Sunan and Xuxing excitedly shared their own news as the inauguration ceremony began. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Xu Sheng lay idly on his bed, a hint of doubt in his mind. Won't we get caught skipping the opening ceremony? Chen Shu confidently replies, don't worry, they won't notice. He then asked the 2, hey, want to play a game? Seeing that it wasn't a bad idea, they agreed. Sounds good. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from outside. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on Chen Shu's door. Who could it be at this hour? Chen Shu rushed to unlock the door, where a threatening voice awaited him. You're Chen Shu. These IDs belong to Wang Yun and Hong Ming. Chen Shu is incredibly annoyed. Is this some kind of trouble? Losing patience, he says, what do you want? Seeing this, Wang Yun cut to the chase. Young Master Tong told me to tell you to stay away from Zhu Xiaoyu, got it? That threat leaves him bewildered. Who is this young Master Tang? Then, with a smug tone, he revealed the name. Tang Li, a sophomore. Hearing that, Chen Shu couldn't help but sneer. Oh, is that all it is? If there's nothing else, leave. I have important things to do. A second later, he slammed the door, but before it could close, another hand stopped it. Wang Yun barged in without hesitation, realizing this kid didn't understand the situation, and ordered Sunan and Xusheng, who were still in bed. You 2, get out of here. We have some business to take care of. They were still stunned, unaware of what was happening. Then, Chen Shu gently advised, please step outside for a moment. They need to discuss something with me. Hearing this, the 2 quickly got out of bed. Sunan glanced at Wang Yun before they left, politely closing the door behind them. Thud. Suddenly, he moved deeper into the room, startling the 2 men as he searched for something hidden. But before he could succeed, a hand grabbed his shoulder. Enraged, Hong Ming threatens him, you've got too much nerve, kid. Suddenly, he pulls a knife from behind his knee, and in that moment, Hong Min is stunned as Chen Shu slashes at him. Realizing his intention to retreat, he grabbed his hand and pulled him forward, completely reversing the situation. Chen Shu has the upper hand. Do I still not understand the situation? Wang Yun stands by, indifferent as ever. Hongming, don't worry. I don't think he'd really dare to strike. His face darkens. Is that so? With that, he winds up and brings the knife down with force. Sure enough, the knife plunged straight into the table with tremendous force, leaving Hongmin terrified. Wang Yun, do you think I'm a fool? Of course you don't believe me, because I'm the one who took the hit. In a split second, his attitude shifts. Big brother, let's talk this over. Let's talk this over. But Chen Shu kicked him hard in the butt, saying, stop talking and get over there. Then he turned to Wang Yun and told him to cover his head and sit down. And just like that, he obeyed as Chen Shu gave his orders. You 2, face the wall and sing Don't Treat Me Like a Sheep 100 times. So this is what surprises them. Hong Ming and Wang Yun are now obediently singing? Don't underestimate me. I'm not just a sheep. Then Chen Shu, standing behind them, said, you can come in now. Entering the room to this scene, Xuxing found it quite amusing. Chen Shu, your method of punishment is certainly unique. It seems I'll have to learn from you next time. In contrast to his joy, the other 2 were in despair, the grass greener because of me. Being praised like that, he humbly replied, too kind, too kind. Xu Huang then changed the subject, saying the afternoon was still long, so they should go home and prepare some things for the dorm. Chen Shu immediately agreed, saying he needed to go home to pack clothes and buy some food. As they left, Wang Yun glanced back before leaving with Hong Ming, only for a sharp cut to appear before him, followed by a threatening voice. Keep singing. You can't leave until you've sung it 100 times. And so they continued to hum the same old tune. The sky is bluer because of me. Hours later, everyone was exhausted. Wang Yun lamented in anguish. 100 times. Finally, it's over. Sobbing, he and his companion left in tears. Let's go back. Later elsewhere, Tang Li casually asks, so how did it go? After teaching that guy a lesson, night falls and Chen Shu leisurely rides his bike home. Today wasn't so bad after all. Even though I have to stay at school, being classmates with Si Sunian and Xu Jingjing is pretty good. He told himself that it seemed he wouldn't have to fight alone in 12th grade anymore. But he needed to go home and bring some extra bags of urine to defend himself. Suddenly, the system appears, presenting two choices. 1. Face the danger and counterattack to prove your strength, receiving a +1 to your Beastmaster level. 2. Flee and receive an invisibility potion. Option 3. Stand in the street and shout, "I want to fight 10 people. Come on if you want to die." Reward: a large amount of beast-taming power. Chenshu couldn't help but exclaim, "Danger again." Then, while pedaling, he pondered. Although all three options were good, if he could become a Grade B Beastmaster, he realized he could become stronger than Zhu Xiaoyu and the others. Out of nowhere, Chenshu suddenly jumps off his bike, taking cover to assess the situation. Suddenly, a noise came from the tree. Thump, thump, thump. He looked up, bewildered. Is this how people play these days? In a flash, Chenshu scaled the tree, observing the two men from behind. Liu Tian, still swatting insects, remained oblivious, while Liu Lei, disheartened, grew doubtful. "Brother Liu, we've been here for half a month. Will we really find that student?" Just then, Chenshu's voice came from behind. "Of course you will." This action startled them, and he recognized the boy as Chenshu. Hearing the noise behind him, Liu Tian was momentarily stunned. Before they could react, Chenshu struck. "You're going down." He and Liu Lei were thrown from the branch by this power, when suddenly a strange light appeared. Witnessing this, he was filled with doubt. A spirit master contract? Moments later, Chenshu commanded Slim to unleash its violent aura as it approached with a menacing cry. Slim's expression is extremely fierce. Faced with this, Liu Tian refused to back down, defeating it with a single move. Chenshu never expected this. A single blow broke through, and Slim desperately clung to him, wailing. Observing their movements, Chenshu considered the C-grade black-tailed scorpion spirit pact, when suddenly he realized something. Something's not right. A C-grade shouldn't be able to hurt Slim unless this person is a level 9 Beastmaster. Right now, Chenshu is torn between choices. If it's just a level 9 spirit, he might stand a chance. But seeing that the two of them still hadn't moved, he grew worried. The person hadn't made their move yet. A moment ago, he was conflicted. But now, Chenshu speaks with reason. "I'm an honest man, helping others, a model youth of the new era. I don't believe I've ever offended you." Liu Lei immediately retorted, saying that if anyone was to blame, it was him for touching someone else's interests, and then he took the initiative to attack. Chenshu's face betrayed his fear, but he quickly regained his composure and directed Slim to defend. Amidst the spirit's ferocity, Chenshu was overwhelmed with worry, for it was a level 9 contracted spirit, a level 9 shadow wraith. He began to fear for his own safety. This wasn't good. He can't win. Suddenly, Chenshu signals his spirit beast to enter a deep sleep. Seeing this, Liu Lei sneered, "Can't win, so you'll sleep? Shadow Panther." Seeing his teammate in such a hurry, Liu Tian quickly reminded him, "Be careful. This student is worth 5 million. Don't kill him." With that, his spirit decisively charged forward. "Don't worry. At most, he'll be half dead." Its claws relentlessly scraped at the bubble surrounding Slim, but in mere moments, the Shadow Panther's hand was dripping with blood. This prompts Liu Lei to exclaim, "What the hell?" Seeing the situation worsen, Liu Tian rushes to salvage it. "Useless thing, watch this." Immediately, the black-tailed scorpion lunged towards Chenshu. He urged his spirit, "Shim, wake up." His expression turned serious, declaring, "You forced my hand." Wine breath. Then Chenshu, riding on Slim, spoke with a threatening tone. They're definitely done for. This scene makes Liu Tian wary. "Careful, he's using his ultimate move." Suddenly, Slim and Tranthu fly high into the air. To the astonishment of the two below, he calmly raised his phone and called out, "Say cheese," and they both obediently complied. 2, 3. Then he waves goodbye. "Thanks for the cooperation. I'm out of here." It was then that Liu Tian finally snapped back to reality. Damn it, he took a picture. What if he goes to the police? Liu Lei chimed in. "That kid's a scoundrel. He said he wanted to fight, but he ran away. Pack your things. We need to get out of here." Meanwhile, on a crowded street, someone's footsteps echoed heavily. Thump, thump, thump. Battered and exhausted, Chenshu finally escaped and immediately called someone. "Uncle Wang, someone wants me dead. I'm sending you a photo. Find out who they are." A moment later, as Chenshu pondered, his phone suddenly rang with Wang Jian's call. He was surprised Wang Jian called back so quickly. How is it? Did you find anything? On the other end, Wang Jian reassured him. I've found him. He's a wanted criminal from the Zhenling Bureau this year. We haven't had any news of him, and I didn't expect him to run to our Nanjiang city. Don't worry, I'll investigate. Thanks to Chen Shu's photo, the investigation will be much easier. Wait for my news. Hearing that, he finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Okay. Having finished his call with Wang Jian, Chen Shu quietly considered that waiting for their news could take a long time, and immediately decided to return to school first. Chen Shu seemed more at ease. It had been a dramatic day for him. Time passes quickly, and before long it's midnight. The dormitory room is now silent, but Chen Shu remains wide awake, unable to sleep. Why would someone pay to have him killed? He couldn't understand it, no matter how hard he tried. He defended many, but who would pay so much to have him killed? Whose interest did I threaten? Wait a minute. Profit. And that's when a name suddenly popped into his head. Could it be the company selling the strength enhancement fruit? The more Chen Shu thought about it, the more sense it made. Back then, my reckless undercutting of strength drugs on the black market really did cut into someone's profits. Could these pharmaceutical companies really be the ones willing to pay $5 million for my life? But he still wasn't entirely convinced by his own speculation. It seemed he needed to ask Uncle Joe. As he grappled with his thoughts, Sunan and Shu Xing appeared with beaming smiles, though Chen Shu found it impossible to share their joy upon closer inspection. He asks, "Are we supposed to wear mental patient uniforms as pajamas?" His disgusted expression does nothing to dampen Shu Xing's enthusiasm. These pajamas are so comfortable. The material, the craftsmanship. He didn't even finish his sentence before Chen Shu coldly cut him off. Get lost. He acted like he'd rather die than give in. That even if Chen Shu froze to death, he'd go out naked rather than wear those clothes, to which Sunan responded with a smile as bright as a beauty queen. Are you sure you don't want to try it on? And with that, all of Chen Shu's resolve vanished in an instant. 5 minutes later, the one who was just resisting is now the happiest. These clothes are so comfortable. After a peaceful night, everyone gathers at the Beast Taming Hall's arena the next morning, where Wu Shuang earnestly begins the lesson. Today is the day of the class-level beast taming competition. Are you all ready? The class responds in unison. Ready! Suddenly, Wu Shuang realizes something. Where are 3 people? It seems Chen Shu, Xi Sunan, and Shu Jingjing are missing. Judging by his attitude, someone's about to have a bad time. Wait here, class. Some students are missing. Room 302 was eerily silent, its occupants lost in a deep, dreamless sleep. Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared in the room. Nangao Nehe was lying on Trandu, watching him sleep soundly. Xing Xing, stop fooling around. He barely finished muttering when he noticed something was off. Something's not right. A split second later, Chen Shu's scream echoed through the room. There's a snake! Suddenly, the temperature in the area plummeted below freezing. Everyone had a bad feeling, knowing they were about to fail miserably. Wu Shuang's expression was incredibly dark. How long are you 3 planning to sleep? Later, at the beast taming arena, Chen Shu was still upset about what had happened. Old Li was so cunning, using snakes to scare them awake. Shu Xing, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned, reassuring him that their problems were the real issue. All right, stop complaining and get ready. The rankings will determine our future resources, you know. This news invigorates him. If ranking is everything, then he must get serious. Just then, an announcement rang out. The first match is Chen Shu versus Sun Ziyang. Hearing this, Chen Shu was surprised but also very excited. His match is first. And so he casually left his seat, a little surprised to see his opponent. I'm up against you? Chen Shu then adopted a mocking attitude. So, fatty, your name is Sun Ziyang. That nonchalant attitude infuriates him. Enough talk, let's go. With that, Ziyang summoned his contracted spirit without hesitation, earning a flicker of admiration from Chen Shu. A B-rank golden claw beast. This fatty's got some strength, but he's dropped his carefree act, though facing me, he's just out of luck. Immediately, Slim appeared on the field, and before anyone could react, the golden claw beast lunged into an attack. However, Slim wasn't some pushover. Before the golden claw beast could touch him, he was stopped. That sight pleased Chen Shu immensely. Next, it's my turn. Slim activates his collision skill, and as soon as he finishes speaking, Slim seizes the opportunity to counterattack. Its swift and powerful attack gave the golden claw beast no chance to dodge, deciding the match with a single move, leaving Ziyang furious but helpless. Chen Shu wins, the announcement continues. In the next match, Shu Xingxing faces Hong Ming, as Chen Shu basks in the glow of his recent victory. Go for it. His composure gives Zixing more confidence. As soon as they entered the arena, Both sides summoned their contracted spirits, and Xiao Wu began to observe and comment. Earth-based contract spirits are at a disadvantage against flying types. It seems Hongming is doomed, but Chen Shu thinks otherwise. Even though Shu Xingxing's contract spirit is A rank, it has no attack power. How will Shu Xingxing win? At that moment, the Thunderbird unleashed its first attack, and a thought sparked in Chen Shu's mind as he watched. I see, Shu Xingxing must. Chen Shu was certain that he was thinking the same thing. A feint. Meanwhile, the match continued, and as Chen Shu watched and analyzed, he realized this was Wang Quangbao's defense, followed by a furious attack. The situation is incredibly tense, and at this moment, the Thunderbird suddenly wears an extremely mocking expression. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Its actions infuriate Wang and Bao. Soon enough, Wang and Bao couldn't resist any longer, leaping up to attack Thunderbird, a sudden turn of events that stunned everyone present. Oh heavens, what kind of trick is this? But Hongming quickly realized Lei Niao's intentions. Was he trying to lure them off the stage? He immediately shouted an order. Don't chase after him. Zixing smirked, a smile that was both contemptuous and mocking. You think you can just stand there and do nothing? Without hesitation, he unleashed another attack, and upon hearing its master's command, the Thunderbird immediately seized Wang Quangbao's head. At this point, there's no way Wang Qungbao can hold back, and Hong Min can see he's about to lose it. This isn't good. If Wang Chongbao doesn't catch that Thunderbird, he might just quit being an ape altogether. Despite Hong Ming's frantic shouts, "Don't move!" Just as Wang Kongbao was about to grab the Thunderbird, it suddenly changed direction, sending him tumbling off the stage in a most undignified manner. The match concludes in an unexpected fashion, with Zi Xingxing's victory leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. How could he win like that? Hong Ming refuses to accept it. You cheated, didn't you? Xing responded with a provocative smile. Junji doesn't mind using schemes. Chen Shu greets him with a beaming smile. Well done, brother, you have spirit. Xu Xingyang was smug. Of course. As the three were celebrating, the announcement echoed once more. Before they could react, the next match was announced. Zi Sunan versus Wang Yun, and someone was approaching them. Wang Yun seems confident, finally getting his revenge, making Chen Shu a little worried. You're not like Xu Xingxing. Your contracted spirit is for investigation, not combat. Sunan reassured him. Don't worry. If I can't win, I'll just forfeit. No harm done. There's no other way. All right, be careful. He was completely serious now, a far cry from his usual humor. Wang Yun, on the other hand, exuded an unyielding aura, and the moment they stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere turned glacial. Wang Yun seemed to have been waiting for this confrontation. He urged her to summon her spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned a giant crocodile to the arena. Even Chen Shu couldn't hide his surprise at the sight of it. A rank B spirit animal. The special class really is full of talent. Sunan calmly eyed his opponent, seeing Wang Yun's overconfidence as if victory was already in his grasp. Then, Sunan released Xiao Diye, and the crocodile lunged at her the moment she appeared. It uses its superior strength to attack, and Little Butterfly is unable to evade the blow. This scene shocks both Chen Shu and Xu Xing, and Chen Shu quickly speaks up. Si Sunan, stop hitting her, just admit defeat. Before he could finish, whispers arose around him, calling him weak. How could the school let him into the special class? Aren't they afraid of losing face? Xu Sheng was instantly enraged. Damn it, why did that bastard have to say that? What to do now? It's obvious he can't win. Let's just tell him to give up. Suddenly, Chen Shu spoke up, trying to stop them. Oh, wait, he's thinking of something. It seems he has his own way of doing things. At this moment, Sunan seemed provoked. Lose face? Let's see who's the one losing face here. As he spoke, Xiao Di's eyes suddenly changed. Now Chen Shu and Xu Hong knew what Sunan was planning. He was going to use his ultimate move. As they spoke, Wang Yun began to transform, and Xu Xing excitedly shouted that it was a burst of light. The scene unfolding before them was so comical that everyone around burst into laughter. What kind of skill is that? This blinding blue light, I can't even open my eyes. Wang Yun, you're so green. Someone tell me, is Wang Yun really green? Of course, everyone was happy except for the person involved, Xia Sunan. Unable to do anything, a fuming Wang Yun resorts to tattling. Teacher, Ji Sunan is breaking the rules. He's using skills on a summoner. But before Wu Shuang could speak, Chen Shu interjected. Teacher, Ji Sunan only added a special effect. There was no actual damage, so it shouldn't be considered a foul. From Xing nodded in agreement. Yeah, sure. You actually bought what those two were selling. Yep, doesn't count. The surrounding classmates laughed even harder, fueling Wang Yun's rage. Damn it, this is mental damage. Let's see how long your spirit contract can last. Ignoring the jeers, he focused his mind as the crocodile lunged forward, its target clear. Little butterfly. At that moment, Sunan nodded slightly, signaling Little Dai to suddenly release a camera, aiming it directly at Wang Yun and snapping photos rapidly, capturing his current state. The scene left Chen Shu in a daze. So that's how they take photos of fake medicine vendors at the black market. Meanwhile, Sunan added fuel to the fire. Come on, give us a smile. That's right. Imagine you're a superstar on stage with millions of fans, and the blue light above is your aura. Poor Wang Yun, he's completely petrified. Finally, Wang Yun couldn't take it anymore. I forfeit, but I have one request. Even before he could say it, Sunan knew what he wanted. I understand, I'll delete the photos. Then, Hai turned and left. Shi Sunan's victory left his classmates dumbfounded. Turns out fighting doesn't always rely on brute strength. Below the stage, Chen Shu and Si Xing greeted him with radiant faces. Not bad, coming from our brother. As they celebrated, Wu Shuang suddenly appeared. Take it easy, you guys. Rest up because the top 20 won't be so lucky. Hearing this, the three happily headed towards the spectator seats. The following matches were just as intense, with spirit contracts of all levels appearing one after another. In contrast to the tense atmosphere inside, the outside air was strangely peaceful. Soon after, everyone gathered together. The first round had come to an end. Match 2 combatants and the second round of the top 20 begins. The first match is Zi Sunan versus Tang Li, a name that surprises Chen Shu. Is Tang Li that sophomore? Over there, Wang Yun and Hong Ming look like they've found their savior. Young Master Tang, avenge us. Tang Li patted his underlings on the shoulders, reassuring them, don't worry. Then, with a confident stride, he stepped forward. Dare to face me in a match? In contrast to his tense expression, Sunan seemed much more calm. What's there to be afraid of? He smirks. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Once you accept, you won't escape my loving light. Hearing this, Tang Li scoffed. I won't let you unleash any skills. To this thought, Sunan could only shake her head innocently. The confrontation had escalated from light banter to intense standoff. At that moment, Sunan decided to take the initiative, and Tang Li immediately attacked. As Blue Hawk charged forward with fiery intensity, Little Butterfly slowly retreated, filling Tang Li with smug satisfaction. Is this your surrender? You can't be. But before he could finish, he saw Little Butterfly evade Bluebird's attack and quickly fly straight toward him. The situation unfolded too quickly for Tang Li to react. Damn it. And so he had no choice but to run for his life, when suddenly Sunan exclaimed, Xiao Wu, why are you taking off your clothes? Sure enough, Tang Li was running for his life when he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Where? Let me see too. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't Xiao Wu waiting, but Xiao Dai. Tang Li glared as she pulled out a familiar camera. Why did she have to use that trick again? His current state pleases Sunam immensely. Yes, gather the materials. When Tang Li couldn't take it anymore, Wu Shuang finally intervened. All right, Yi Sunan, you've lost. Put your skills away and stop fooling around. Only now does he order Little Butterfly to stop, the blue light dissolving amidst Tang Li's anger. Despite the loss, Sunam doesn't seem to mind much. I didn't want to win anyway, I just wanted to play around. Meanwhile, Tang Li wanted nothing more than to beat him to a pulp. But Zi Sunan's annoyance didn't affect the atmosphere there. In the next match, Chen Shu will face Yang Ziyu, and upon hearing his name, Chen Shu jumps up, eager to begin. Even Zi Xing and Sunan were more fired up than he was. Go get him, bro. We're waiting for you to take the top spot. Chen Shu didn't look so good. Both sides had summoned their bonded spirits. Before the match could even begin, Ziyu spoke softly. Chen Shu, would you concede? To this proposal, Chen Shu had no objections. I'll let you win, don't worry. Slim would definitely throw the match, but inwardly he was scornful. So young, yet resorting to such tactics. Don't blame me for being impolite. With just a glance, Slim knew exactly what his master wanted, and so it charged at its opponent with the speed of a turtle. Pop. As it approached, Erlong's eyes changed, and Slim was instantly caught in the 2 Diao-chan technique. He wobbles, retreating towards the edge of the arena, and Ziyu finally smiles triumphantly. Your brother has already lost. This turn of events has Sunan worried. Even the spirit contract has fallen under the spell. Chen Shu is in danger now. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crosses his eyes. Something's not right. He's not stressed at all? Chen Shu is indeed quite relaxed, but this may not be over yet. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Slim suddenly regained consciousness and used his collision skill to attack. Its attack was so powerful, it sent Mi Ling flying. Everyone watched in stunned silence. When Chen Shu gets serious, he's terrifying. Little sister, I'll give you a chance. Concede. Meanwhile, Slim wore an extremely smug expression. Given the current situation, Ziyu had no choice but to admit defeat. Indeed, Nam is as unyielding as iron before feminine wiles. Tranthu wins. Meanwhile, Ziyu was extremely aggrieved, saying, "Teacher, my spirit contract is seriously injured, so what should I do?" Seeing her distress, Wu Shuang gently consoled her. "Don't worry. The school will cover all the treatment costs, so it won't affect your studies." Hearing that, Chen Shu's eyes lit up. The school's paying? Without hesitation, he immediately signaled Slim, and then came a flawless display of shamelessness. "Teacher, my sim has internal injuries and needs treatment too. When it comes to shamelessness, Chen Shu is second to none. Your contract spirit is indeed powerful. I am impressed." Ziyu was also meeting someone so shameless for the first time. Even Wu Shuang had to restrain himself from throwing his disciple out. "Take a break, Slim. The next match starts this afternoon." Hearing that, Chen Shu deflated like a wet pancake. Okay, today is a relatively pleasant day. Chen Shu and his friends casually strolled down the school hallway, laughing and joking, when suddenly a voice called out. Chen Shu is taken aback when he hears someone call his name. It's the losers from before. At this point, Chen Shu only had one thought. Were they up to no good? Whatever their purpose, he wasn't worried. "Don't be so distant, just call me uncle." It seems his smile has angered Tang Li. "Did you beat up my men yesterday?" He struggled to contain his anger. "I've looked into you. You're just some talent from the normal class who somehow weaseled his way into the special class." Hearing this, Chen Shu was not afraid, but rather provoked him. So what? At this point, Tang Li didn't want to say much more. As long as he stayed away from Xu Xiaoyu, he could let bygones be bygones. Meanwhile, Dulong was constantly provoking him from behind. "Young Master Tang, no need to be polite. His spirit contract is low grade. Just attack." His eagerness confused Chen Shu. Why did this hothead suddenly want to fight? He then gave him a look that said, "I dare you. Kid, right now I just want to stab you in the butt." This non sequitur leaves Dulong completely baffled. What does he mean? His bewildered expression amuses Chen Shu, who intends to open the kid's eyes to the world. Dulong now realizes he's been teased. Before he could blow up, Tang Li stopped him, saying he hoped he'd still be so tough-talking in the next match. Suddenly, the system appeared, offering Chen Shu 3 choices, none of which were normal. He was speechless with his system, forcing him to choose at this moment. Chen Shu carefully analyzed the situation. Though reluctant to let Zisu Nan shine her loving light on Tang Li, he couldn't summon his contracted spirit here. After careful consideration, he made his decision. He had no choice but to reluctantly do it. Suddenly, Chen Shu rushes forward and takes down Tang Li, his overwhelming aura scaring him witless. But just a few steps away, Chen Shu collapses. This unexpected turn of events only added to his confusion, but the real show was just beginning. "You dare say that the students in the normal class are all trash?" As soon as Chen Shu finished speaking, all eyes turned to him. Panicked, Tang Li quickly tried to explain himself. "I didn't mean it that way." Zisunan continues to fan the flames, saying Tang Li's mouth is working overtime. "You just called the entire normal class trash, and now even Shushang is joining in. Who do you think you are? No one can exaggerate like him, and he dares to look down on the average students." Shusung got more and more worked up, and he even dared to hit my brother Chen Shu. "I'll fight you." Seeing the tension rise, Chen Shu suddenly punches Tang Li in the face, and the two begin to brawl as their classmates watch. Soon, someone couldn't take it anymore and charged forward, eager to teach a lesson to the one who insulted the ordinary students. The result? A chaotic brawl against Tang Li. Chen Shu glanced at Dulong and raised his eyebrows menacingly, who was immediately overwhelmed by his aura and tried to find an excuse to escape. "I think I forgot to bring in the laundry. I'll go get it." Then Dulong hurriedly tried to stop him. "Stop fighting. Please stop." Meanwhile, a notification appears before Chen Shu, indicating the mission is complete. He receives the Slim Physique reward, increasing his comprehension of the Great Antiquity transformation by 5%. Chen Shu seems pleased. "Oh, an unexpected bonus," he praises her. "Good, you saw right through my plan. Sunam is pleased. Of course, he'll embellish it with enthusiasm next, but your move was brilliant, turning him into everyone's common enemy." Chen Shu already knew this wasn't just because of him. Someone in that crowd must have seen through his act. With that, he turned and left, deciding that this was simply karma. That afternoon at the beast taming house, the sight before Chen Shu startled him. Tang Li, bound hand and foot, sat in a wheelchair facing him. Seeing his pathetic state, he burst into laughter. "Oh, what is this look? You certainly look special. Everyone around them burst into laughter. Ha ha. Humiliated, Tang Li gritted his teeth and called out Chen Shu. Just then, Wu Shuang entered with a scowl on his face, announcing that the next round should begin. Stop messing around. You'll break the broadcast. I'll make the announcements this afternoon. Let's begin the first match. Chen Shu versus Du Long. Upon hearing his name, he arrogantly declared, "Don't worry, I'll avenge you." Chen Shu smirked at this. Get revenge? Keep dreaming. Du Long, blinded by arrogance, believes himself to be the tallest among dwarves. Fighting me. It seems your luck isn't so good. He immediately retorted, "That's not necessarily true." With that, he directly provoked his opponent. "Little Dragon Man, I advise you not to watch. The water's deep here. You can't handle it." On the other side, Du Long has already cast his magic, so enough talk and let's begin. Before long, a pseudo-dragon appeared and roared ferociously. Du Long anticipated his opponent's performance, saying, "Let me see what this legendary Slim is all about." Chen Shu spoke up, asking, "Do you really want to see?" But Du Long was just putting on a show to flaunt his power. Does he want to admit defeat already? Indeed, trying to fight my dragon with just a Slim is a foolish fantasy. He spoke with great arrogance. Along with the blood of a giant dragon was known as truly invincible. But I'm not targeting you guys. Suddenly, Du Long froze, his eyebrows furrowing and his mouth agape. Tranthu's Slim suddenly appears, gigantic, in the middle of the area. Wu Shuang is shocked by what he sees, a treasure of immense power. This is the giant transformation skill that Slim has mastered, instantly suppressing both the subdragon and Du Long. What does this mean? Chen Shu's Slim has grown to an enormous size, completely overwhelming Ah Long. And so sweat poured from Du Long's brow. Chen Shu then arrogantly declared, "This is my Slim. Du Long, your A Long is invincible among its peers, but luckily my Slim is only F rank. If it were A rank, you'd surely lose. You're just bringing up old grudges, aren't you?" "That's right, Du Long. Didn't you just say you were targeting everyone?" What happened next? He hung his head, momentarily speechless. Despite his fear, Du Long remained arrogant. "Do you really think you've won?" Along began to channel his spirit energy, but with a snap of Chen Shu's fingers, he lost control, leaving Du Long stunned. Did he have a spirit contract sealing ability? Now Chen Shu smugly declares that it's his turn to make a move. In fact, he had planned this from the start. The pressure from Slim's enlarged form could seal the skills of low-level contracted spirits. This dragon just walked into my trap. Now I can do whatever I want with it. Slim jumps on top of Ah Long with its massive body. Du Long is now in a difficult position, and after an unknown amount of time, he watches helplessly as the Azure Dragon is defeated. Knowing he couldn't win, Du Long conceded, "I give up." Stop it, I can't take it anymore." And with that, Chen Shu arrogantly flipped him off, mocking the trash. In the end, Wu Shuang announced the results. Even he had to marvel at Chen Shu's victory. Chen Shu is far stronger than he imagined, and he glances at Wu Shuang, acknowledging his achievement. A notification pops up with 4 options, and Chen Shu is stunned, having heard exactly what he needed to. A chance to evolve his bloodline. An idea forms in his mind. Should he give it a try? Seeing this attitude, Wu Shuang got goosebumps. Why did he feel like this guy had bad intentions? He bowed to regain his composure, then continued the announcement. The next match is Wang Qinghun versus Xu Xiaoyu, but Chen Shu's eyes are fixed on Wu Shuang, trying not to be noticed. This made him suspicious. "Why are you staring at me like that? What are you planning?" Chen Shu was already plotting something, and he began to probe. "Teacher, I wanted to ask what level of Beastmaster you are." Without hesitation, Wu Shuang reveals his rank. Black Iron 2-star? What's wrong? You froze up as soon as you heard that title. Is this choice mocking me? How could I possibly win against a 2-star Black Iron? In the end, he had no choice but to back down. "It's nothing." As he headed to his seat, Chen Shu suddenly stopped because of Tang Li. Seeing him, he deliberately provoked him. "Young Master Tang, why do I feel like you're a mummy just dug out of a pyramid?" But Tang Li simply turned away, not wanting to argue. A fire ignited in Chen Shu's eyes, and instantly the entire arena was engulfed in flames, a fireball soaring straight into the stands. Determined to get a rise out of him, Chen Shu taunts, "Young Master Tang is on fire." Seeing the fire down below, he panicked and screamed. Damn it, his plan worked, and Chen Shu wanted to tease him even more. "Don't worry, young Master Tang, I'm here to help." Tang Li's insane scream echoed throughout the area. Chen Shu deliberately targeted Li's crotch, and he became even more excited as the flames grew. "Oh no, young Master Tang, the fire's too big." Not stopping there, Chen Shu turned to call for more to spread the embarrassment. "Everyone, come and help! Xing and Ye Nan both heard and approached Tang Li. They looked at each other, understood each other's intentions, and thus Xing and Su Nan joined the group stomping on the chrysanthemum. Tang Li cried out in pain. Chen Shu shamelessly tried to rope in Wang Yun and Hong Ming. "Don't just stand there, you two. Come and help." That bewildered look forced him to use his ultimate move. Was he really going to let his boss, Duan Zihuatun, watch? The two manipulated fools rushed over. Just then, Chen Shu called out a rhythm for the gang to attack his privates. "Follow my beat. 1, 2, stomp. 1, 2, stomp." All the commotion caught Wu Shuang's attention. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Growing bored, Su Nan suggests using water, leaving the drowning youths confused. It was then that Wang Yun and Hong Ming finally realized they'd forgotten they could use water. With a trembling hand, Tang Li reached out and grasped the hand of the one who caused this chaos, his voice filled with resentment. Not letting him finish, Chen Shu smugly interjected, "Young Master Tang, no need to thank me. We're classmates. This is what I should do." With that, he pulled the blanket over Tang Li's head. Back to the present match, the girls' competition is about to begin. One student, observing the situation, surmises that Wang Qinghan is about to lose, as a nearby girl turns to see the commotion and is startled. "Damn it, what's going on? Why is there white cloth draped over everything?" They chattered noisily. Were they about to head to a funeral wake? I'm at one table with the kids and another with the adults, while To Nam and Tu Tin are playing a tune that sounds like a funeral dirge. As Chen Shu passionately performed his skit, Tang Li, wrapped in blankets, frowned in anger, finally exploding and declaring, "Chen Shu, I'm going to kill you." Before he knew it, she was curled up like a silkworm. "If you're weak, don't push yourself. Be good and focus on healing." Just then, Junxian arrived with a stretcher. "Where are you hurt?" He instinctively looked down at the bundle on the floor. This scene leaves Junxian frozen in place. It seems this situation is beyond his help, and they need to go to the infirmary. Wu Shuang sighs. Well, I guess he can take the day off. Tang Li thrashed, throwing off the blanket. "No, I refuse. I want to keep fighting." Everyone silently watched him hobble across the floor. Feeling his spirit, he sighed helplessly. "All right, if you want to continue, then continue." Against his better judgment, he announces the next match, Tang Li versus Zi Qingxing. Tang Li has added their earlier mockery to his mental blacklist. Every offense, including the crotch stomp, will be repaid. "Today, I'll take you down." Zixing casually replies, "Oh, my apologies then." The match begins, and Tang Li summons the bluebird, which roars to life, only to be met with disdain from the thunderbird. It was traumatized, never expecting to be humiliated like this. Then, the thunderbird even circled around, as if to provoke it. Witnessing this only fueled its rage. Immediately, the bluebird soared off, chasing after its annoying foe. But Zixing stood there confidently, proclaiming, "You want to compete in speed against my bird?" Indeed, the thunderbird executes a sharp turn, leaving its opponent in the dust. But Tang Li wasn't backing down. "Did you think you could hesitate?" At that moment, the bluebird opened its beak, preparing to attack. It unleashes a furious magical attack on the thunderbird, trapping it in an instant. From Teen Than's perspective, who said I wanted to win? I just wanted to criticize you. Hearing its master's voice, Thunderbird's power surged, breaking free of its restraints. The force was so strong that the bluebird screamed in agony, its vitality quickly fading. This emboldened Xing, who declared he'd show some mercy for future encounters, considering today's events. He unexpectedly declared his surrender, then told Tang Li not to thank him, saying they were classmates helping each other out. Helpless with the group, Wu Shuang sighs, but ultimately announces Tang Li as the victor, before presenting a box and outlining its contents. Now, he announces the top three as Chen Shu, Xu Ziyu, and Tang Li. Then, Wu Shuang moves on to another topic. Next, they'll draw lots to decide who fights who and who gets a bye. The three of them then step forward to do as he says. They opened their ballots together, and Chen Shu quietly read the crumpled paper, while Tang Li was already celebrating. Mine's blank, mine's blank. Before he could celebrate, Chen Shu extinguished his smile. What are you so happy about? This is what it really means to not have to fight. He was immediately shown what it meant to have the words, "no contest," hit him square in the face, and Tang Li instantly froze up. Damn it, no fight? Just then, Wu Shuang announced that Xu Xiaoyu would fight Tang Li in the decisive battle zone. Tang Li had already become arrogant and contemptuous of his opponent. "Little Wu, to defeat Chen Shu, I can only eliminate you first." "Forgive me." Without a word, Xiao Yu summons her power. A firebird. Soon, a massive spirit beast appeared in all its glory, startling Tang Li. So he frantically requested, "Get me out of here." Once clear, Tang Li breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Chen Shu on the platform was excitedly cheering Xiao Wu on. "Give it your all, Xiao Wu. The more damage, the better. I'll take care of the rest." Her attitude makes Xiao Yu look back, then refocus on the fight, so Chen Shu has been waiting for this, and it's finally about to begin. However, he's noticed that Little Vu's previous match against Vong Thun Han, though a victory, took a heavy toll. And now, Hua Diem is suppressing Lam Dieu, shooting out small sparks that cause her opponent to cry out in pain. Even so, Chen Shu noticed the flame's light dimming. It seemed her victory was not assured. Just then, Azure Bird retaliated with a kick, quickly knocking Fire Flame to the ground, and Wu Shuang announced the result. Tang Lia wins. Chen Shu observes the named individual, and Tang Li fearlessly meets her gaze. Chen Shu realizes the top spot will be decided between them. Suddenly, Wu Shuang steps in, suggesting that Tang Li should rest before fighting due to his injuries, a suggestion that amuses Chen Shu. Time flies, and an hour has passed. Feeling recharged, Tang Li takes the initiative. "Teacher, let's begin." He truly wants to defeat Chen Shu right now. This time, I'll definitely regain my honor. Meanwhile, Sunan and Shuxing tended to Chen Shu as Tang Lie, consumed by animosity, faced off against the arrogant Chen Yiyi, who stormed onto the stage. In an instant, Wu Shuang's call echoed and the match began, their eyes immediately turning serious and sharp. A moment later, Chen Shu was back to his old self. No need to be so serious. But Tang Li had already begun summoning his spirit. Bluebird appears with a shocking aura, prompting Chen Shu to shout, "Wait, he's just warning Tang Li that his crotch is on fire again." Instinctively, Tang Li looks down to check, and just then, Chen Shu summons his spirit, falling right into the trap. Now, the massive smile appears, ready to dominate Bluebird. Slim attacks unexpectedly, leaving Bluebird no time to dodge, yet it dares to look innocent with its sparkling eyes. Tang Li is furious, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, I really underestimated you." It didn't take long for Tang Li to regain his momentum. "You think only 3 of you know how to humiliate others? Now watch this." The blue electric bird spreads its wings once more. As the fight intensifies, Chen Shu looks up at his opponent, only to see him shaking his rear, leaving Chen Shu and Slim stunned. The blue wings beat vigorously in the air, creating a rhythm that infuriated Slim, while Chen Shu seethed with rage at the shameless display. He points and accuses, resorting to such vulgar tactics, truly the most shameless person in South River High. The surrounding students are stunned, as it's coming from him. Then Tran Thu had to speak up. "Slim, don't stare at his butt. Even if we lose, we must lose with dignity." Following his master's words, Slim regains his fighting spirit, then signals to Chen Shu. "Understood." Slim suddenly dove headfirst into its own massive body. Thinking he had the upper hand, Tang Li mocked him, saying that burying his head wouldn't make him fly. "So, all you can see is my contracted spirit's butt." Slim's body grew larger and larger, giving Tang Li an excuse to mock him. Is Slim about to explode from anger? Wang Yun and Zhang whisper, "Young Master Tang, we should step back in case it explodes with..." Hongming joins his comrades, looking so round. Does he think he can fly away like a balloon? Ha ha ha. But soon after, Slim activates the wind skill and takes off. With a single move, it struck Bluebird, sending it sprawling to the ground. Not only that, it excitedly jumps on Bluebird's head and flashes a victorious smile, leaving Tang Li helpless as he watches his spirit be suppressed. No, he still has the nerve to accuse me of cheating. Chen Shu waves it off, denying the accusation. He says he didn't cheat, he just gave Slim a flying weapon. And to top it off, he provokes Tang Li, using skills that make him look like a fool. Chen Shu doesn't hesitate to argue, even wanting to take a dump on Slim's head. "Can't I just pull out my guts?" An exasperated Tang Li could only point and tremble. Just then, Wu Shuang stepped forward to announce that Chen Shu had won, dismissing everyone to go rest. The twins had distracted him, and oh no, he'd forgotten about the mission. A notification appears. Only half an hour left to complete the mission. Chen Shu approaches Wu Shuang with an awkward smile. "Teacher, wait. Don't announce the results yet. I have something to discuss with you." He glanced at him, asking what was up. Afraid of getting hit, he quickly raised his hand. "I swear I'm just suggesting a friendly negotiation, no bad intentions." And so Wu Shuang wanted to understand the situation better. "Speak." Scratching his head, made a request. "Could my Slim fight your contract spirit?" In exchange, Mu Xiang's gentle expression immediately darkens as she stares at Chen Shu with a puzzled look, his serious face making him feel a little cowardly. "Don't worry, I'll hold back." He could tell this student wanted to add something. "What's more?" Chen Shu broke into a cold sweat as he made his request. "And one more thing. Please resign and give the younger generation a chance. I want to be the homeroom teacher of the special class." With that, he fearfully covered his head, bracing himself. "Don't hit me." Not only did Wu Shuang not reprimand him, but he smiled kindly and said, "You're very well. I will grant your first request." He then summoned the massive Luke Tai and turned to remind Chen Shu, "Release your contracted spirit." Wu Shuang's gentle expression sent a chill down his spine. Li's smile is creeping me out, but Chen Shu still has to summon Slim. With the overwhelming aura of the six-tusked elephant, Slim was quickly suppressed, and he couldn't shake the feeling that old Li was up to something. On the arena floor, Luke Tai lunges for Slim's head, but it easily leaps away. Slim happily flits through the air, and now we understand. It's clear Wu Shuang is trying to intimidate me and force me to resign. Chen Shu was truly frightened. "Just kidding, it's nothing. Nothing at all." With that done, he announced the results again. Today's match is over, and the top three are Chen Shu, Tang Li, and Xu Xiaoyu. The specific rankings will be announced later. Moments later, he angrily criticized them, saying that their performance today was simply subpar. He singled them out one by one, saying that Tang Li acted like a fool, easily defeated by Chen Shu despite his innate advantages, and that he should reflect on this. Next, he criticized the next person. "Xu Xiaoyu, your flame control skills could clearly be paused temporarily. Wait until you recover some strength, then you can continue. Insisting until you lose is a complete waste of talent." Finally, Wu Shuang turned to Chen Shu. "And you?" With that, his expression softened, and he seemed satisfied for the time being. The spirit pact was a little rough, but at least the skills were good. As the competition ends, Wu Shuang sternly reminds them, "Go back and reflect on yourselves." With that, he waves goodbye to everyone. "All right, that's all for today. Study your cultural lessons tonight." The group shouted in unison. As Tunam walked down the hall, hoping for a suggestion, he asked Tranbi, "You're practically a local here. What's good around here lately?" With a grin, Chen Shu assured them, "There's definitely something special. Just wait, I'm treating everyone to a feast." But instead, he heads straight for the restroom, leaving Sunam to wonder if that's where he's getting this special treat. As soon as Zixing thought of the name, Toilet Delicacy, Chen Shu was actually accessing the system panel. "Come on out, my treasure." He grins with delight, relieved to have obtained it after almost being beaten by old Li. The system displays the exclusive Sleepwalking Killer skill book to enhance the spirit. Just thinking about it has Chen Shu excited. With this skill, combined with my others, I really might be invincible at my level. Ha ha ha! The morning sun shines on the wooden stall. With a helpless look, Sunan asked, "This is the fancy restaurant you were talking about?" Chen Shu casually placed a bowl in front of Xu Xing. "Well, what do you know? High-end restaurants often have simple decor." Xu Xing picked up her chopsticks, puzzled. "Why were you in the restroom for so long?" "What were you up to?" Chen Shu asked with a knowing smile. "A secret." Sunam's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized something. "Look at that guy, wearing a padded jacket in this heat, and it's pink. Just like he said, there's a weirdo over there wearing a thick padded jacket in the sun, acting like a detective." Sunam deduces, "I bet this guy is either crazy or a wanted criminal." Chen Shu, unconcerned, replies, "You think wanted criminals are that dumb? Dressing like that is practically begging to be noticed. He must be an artist." Suddenly, his phone buzzed, and as he answered, his face turned serious. "Hey, Uncle Vuong, what's up?" The man on the other end of the line spoke in a low voice. "Little Chen, we caught 2 of the wanted criminals from yesterday, but one is still on the run. Be careful. He might be near your school." He muttered, "Near my school?" Chen Shu's eyes flashed with alertness. "Understood, Uncle Wang. I have something to take care of. I'll hang up now." He then turned to Xu Xing and said, "Xiaoxing, go take pictures of that person." Xu Xing's face immediately twisted as if he were being forced to marry a demon. "Chen Bi, are you crazy? You want me to take pictures of a pervert?" But then, whether out of loyalty or a fleeting moment of madness, he pursed his lips and said, "Fine. Since it's a brother's request, I'll help you this time." Qin Xing, with his blood whistle, passed the excited man in the padded jacket, but afraid the man wouldn't notice him taking a candid photo, he pointed the camera straight at him with a bright flash, startling the man. Sunan and Chen Shu were dumbfounded. "Is that what you call taking a picture secretly?" Liu Lei roared furiously. "Are you crazy?" Qin Xing immediately lowered his head. Sorry. With that, he happily whistled his way back to the table. Xu Xing showed his phone to his friend, and upon seeing the photo, Chen Shu blurted out, "Holy crap, it really is that wanted criminal." While ordinary people panicked, Sunan and Shuheng, being extraordinary, were wide-eyed with excitement. What? Wanted criminal. The system's choices appeared before him. Option 1, shout, "Gangster, prepare to die." Reward, intermediate level, 6 defense, talisman. Choice 2, persuade the opponent to surrender. Reward, Slim's obedience increases by 5. Option 3, follow and observe the situation. Then we'll make our move, with a Slim physique reward of plus 1%. Liu Lei left the table, and Chen Shu took the lead, saying, "Let's go. We'll follow him, assess the situation, and then make our move." The two exchanged a look, then excitedly agreed. Okay. He approached a nearby car, and as he opened the door and stepped inside, the vehicle sped off. Chen Shu immediately hailed a taxi, and they all piled in. "Quickly!" He pointed ahead. "Follow that car." The driver gave a thumbs up, no problem. With that, he floored it, speeding away as the taxi quietly tailed the black car through every turn. Suddenly, the black car stopped in front of an alley, and Chen Shu immediately got out, beckoning his two friends to follow. The group watched as Liu Lei put his hands in his pockets and entered the alley, the sound of hurried footsteps behind him causing him to stop. Liu Lei spun around, met by a group of familiar faces. Chen Shu exclaimed, "Oh, if it isn't Brother Liu!" With a mocking look, he said, "What's with the new look?" Liu Lei grinned like a hungry tiger spotting prey. "I've caught you guys." "Well, if you're offering yourselves up, I won't be polite." Chen Shu's heart suddenly sank. What did he mean by that? "What do you mean, hooked us?" The system reappears before him. 1. Flee immediately. Survival is key. 2. Shout for help. 3. Eliminate the criminal gang. Each choice offers a different reward. His face paled as he realized he'd stumbled into the gangster's den, and a voice echoed from the distance. "Old Liu, is this your target mission?" Chen Shu became wary. From their crooked walks, rude attitudes, and sloppy clothes, it was clear the approaching people were gangsters. He glanced at Xu Xing as if he understood, and Xu Xing nodded. Electricity crackled at his fingertips, and the Thunderbird appeared. They exchanged glances, then quickly climbed onto its back, ready to flee. Chuza sneered. "Want to escape?" The ground beneath them suddenly trembled, and slimy earth arms emerged, seizing the Thunderbird and causing Xu Xing and Su Nan to fall. The earth elemental opened its mouth, as if to devour the Thunderbird whole. Gritting his teeth, Xu Xing revoked the contract and hissed, "Damn it!" Chen Shu quickly analyzed the situation. An earth elemental spirit. It seemed he had to use his ultimate move. He held up 2 fingers to signal Su Nan, then smiled broadly, trying to mediate. Misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Little Dai was gifted a star-studded green hat by the Zhao family for Chuza. Everyone around burst into laughter. "Damn, Laoli, you've been cuckolded." Seizing the moment, Chen Shu stealthily reaches behind him, secretly summoning. Slay, with a fierce look, secretly appears as if to avenge something. Chuzella screams, trying to snatch the hat off his head, but why can't he get rid of it? The others are laughing, hysterically, oblivious to what's happening behind them. Chen Shu climbed on, only to slide back down, and in desperation he grabbed onto its mouth for support, shouting, "Get up here, quick!" Once the 3 of them were on, Slim shot off like a rocket. Seeing their prey escaping, Chuza shouted, "Stop laughing, that Slim can fly." The earth element surged up, trying to grab the giant Slim, but just as it was about to touch it, Slim slipped out of reach, making Tranthu laugh with satisfaction. "Ha, ha, ha, ha." He sits on Slim's head, whips out his phone, and says, "Smile, you bunch of idiots. This'll be perfect for the Spirit Control Bureau to collect your debts." Those below paled upon hearing this, and suddenly it shook violently, sending Chen Shu reeling. He quickly turned and shouted, "Hold on tight," but it was too late. Achoo. Before he could finish, Xu Xing and Su Nan fell off of it. They both screamed. Chen Shu couldn't believe it. Is this really happening? Could this reverse the Tai Chi as well? As they fell, the criminals quickly subdued them. With a pale face, Zixing cried out, "Chen Shu, save me!" Chen Shu, high above, called down, "What? You want me to go?" He immediately ordered Slim to take off. "All right, I'm on it." Slim dashed off without a second glance. Qze, an earth elemental, and his men see Sunan and Xu Xing, a satisfied smile on his face. "It seems your brothers won't be able to save you." He ordered them to be taken away, adding that if Chen Shu dared to inform the Spirit Control Bureau, they would kill them both. His subordinate immediately responded, and they began dragging the 2 away, shouting as they went. "Let's go, no dawdling." Chuza warily turned back to check again. A gentle breeze rustles through the desolate streets as Chen Shu cautiously peeks out, realizing these guys are not to be trifled with. A slight smile graces his lips as he recalls his decision to flee from the 2 men last night, securing the invisibility potion. Gazing at the shimmering purple liquid in his hand, Chen Shu smirks. I'm counting on you this time. He then poured it into his mouth, a purple light spreading throughout his body. Ah, this effect is indeed worthy of the system's reward. Pounding footsteps echo through the buildings, growing more frantic with each stride as he gasps for breath and sprints forward, knowing the invisibility potion lasts only 20 minutes, and he must make every second count. Suddenly, Chen Shu stopped as he rounded the corner, his eyes landing on the closed house ahead. Wary, Chen Shu opened the door and quickly darted into a nearby bush. From afar, a henchman approaches, staring intently, making him jump. Has he been discovered? But Kai Triet simply walks past and closes the door, bringing him relief. So it was just closed. He turns back to scold the others. Why didn't you lock the door? Chen Shu quietly follows, only to find the criminals sitting there. Huh? Xu Xingxing and Zi Sunan aren't here. Liu Lei scoffed at the pink padded jacket, complaining that it was hot and ridiculous, while Nie Yu smirked as he carried a box, explaining that it was bait to lure the Spirit Control Bureau. But Brother Liu, do we really have to eliminate the Spirit Control Bureau people? Hearing this, he closed his eyes slightly, his voice deepening. Only by muddying the waters can we escape, so we must eliminate the Spirit Control Bureau. What about those students? Liu Lei's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Sell them all for salt. Chen Shu was horrified, never imagining these people could be so cruel. Looks like I need to find Zi Sunan and Zi Jingjing quickly. While Liu Lei is still discussing the plan, Chen Shu turns away. While we're at it, he sneaks into the main house and sees Sunan and Zixing tied to chairs, fast asleep, a smile spreading across his face. No more trouble. I'll summon Slim right away. Next, it's my turn to strike back. He tossed Slim the invisibility potion, which it quickly chugged down. Chen Shu gently stroked its head, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Go. Slim immediately rushed towards the criminals who were busy painting a grand future. Don't be pessimistic, everyone. Once we get out, with hard work, we can collectivize, scale up, connect, adjust capital in 3 years, double it in 5, and raise it on the market in 10. He bumped into Slim, sending him flying. Liu Lei, still unaware of the situation, immediately rushed in and knocked the others down. In just a few minutes, the Wan Bingang was sprawled on the ground, and he pulled out his phone, connecting to the other end of the line. Hello, Uncle Wang. Send some people over here. Chen Shu looked at the people lying motionless on the grass. Chen Shu, I am this city's unsung hero. The clouds drift away, leaving the moon shining bright in the sky. Wang Qian put his hands in his pockets and said softly, Tell me the truth. His face stern, he looked at Tran Thu. How did you take down those wanted criminals? He scratched his head, flustered, and made up a story. It seems someone asked whether the chicken or the egg came first, and a dispute with a group of people escalated into a fight. Beat them until they were dead. Wang Qian was speechless, seeing the river of blood outside the door. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shu happily changed the subject. Right, Uncle Wang. I'll definitely win the 3 Good Citizen Award this time, right? As for the reward, he could only sigh in the end. As for the reward, you won't be shortchanged. These people are all wanted criminals. We'll pay you once we've verified everything, but with this much money going into your account, you'll probably be busy. He pointed to Sunan and Xu Xing, who were piled up behind him. Then you guys handle it. I'll take them home. Wang Vine nodded in agreement, and without lingering, he dragged his 2 friends away. The next morning, in the Namjiang school dormitory, Chen Shu wearily lay down, finally ready to sleep after a long day. But before he could close his eyes, a piercing voice rang out. It was Sunan, talking in his sleep. Big brother, don't hurt me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. Awakened from his dream, Chen Shujiao sat up groggily, startling him. I mean, was old Z really that scary? Sunan looked around blankly. Huh? Was I dreaming when I got back to the dorm? Despite his yawns, Chen Shu maintained a confident facade. It was definitely not a dream. With me here, I definitely won't let anything happen to you. Old Z, you should learn from the apes. He watched him, so calm and collected. With that, he laid back down. All right, I'm going to sleep. I need to be ready to get our reward at school tomorrow. Little did they know, Sunan was deeply moved, realizing that Chen Pi had truly saved them. The next day at school, Wu Shuang announces to the class that they will be officially distributing the rewards for yesterday's match, and to come up and receive their prize when their name is called. Holding the paper, he read the first name, Chen Shu. Those around him wondered why Chen Shu remained motionless. On the podium, Wu Shuang began to lose patience. First, Chen Shu. Who knows what he's thinking? Sitting there like a statue, the teacher grits his teeth, fighting the urge to punch him. What, Chenshu, didn't you hear me? Chenshu then delivered a shocking reply. I heard you, sir. I was just worried the others couldn't. Wu Shuang's patience has reached its limit, and he roars in anger. Chen Pai, are you coming up here or what? Only after getting his wish did he leisurely stand up and swagger onto the stage. Yes, that's right. I am Chenshu, the top dog Chenshu. Chenshu even began to speak as if he were a leader. Now that everyone's here, I have a few words to say. I owe my victory to all of you below. He wore an infuriatingly smug look on his face. If you weren't all so weak, how could I have won so easily? His classmates were furious. Not stopping there, Chenshu calls out one person in particular. Young Master Tang, I must thank you for entrusting me with this. Tang Li spat out each word, Chenshu. Despite his fury, he calmly praises himself, saying, to describe myself, I'm just too good, too good. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the crowd began hurling objects at the stage, demanding he get off and go back to his seat. Chenshu sighed again, lamenting the ignorance of youth, then returned to his seat amidst glares that could kill. Sunan and Zhushang peered into the reward box, revealing the frozen depths that had become the lion's organs and the war cry skill, capable of temporarily terrifying enemies. Surprised, Sunan exclaimed, Damn, this is good stuff. These 4 are worth 500,000 and this organ is worth over 1 million. Hearing that, Chenshu was ecstatic, not expecting the school to be so generous. But then he frowned. Long Shen assessed, good stuff, but not very practical. Chenshu turned to his 2 friends and asked, Xiaoxing, Lao Xie, do you guys have any ideas? I want to trade these for Beast Tamer pearls. Hearing this, Sunan was stunned. Are you crazy? Exchange these for Beast Spirit pearls? Although Beast Spirit pearls are fast, their cultivation effect isn't as good as Beast Seeds. Chenshu said they didn't understand. But I don't need to cultivate. Xu Xing's eyes widened. Then where does your strength come from? Sunam gaped. Aren't you relying on Beast Spirit pearls? Even the most rebellious rich kids wouldn't dare do that. He simply said, Of course not, you wouldn't understand. Then, with confidence, he began to explain. Cultivation isn't just meditation. For those who truly understand, eating, sleeping, learning, and even using the restroom are all cultivation. Seeing their helplessness, Chenshu concluded, You'll understand when you reach my level. Xu Xing sighed in frustration, then suddenly said, Give me the item. My family knows the way to the beast-taming pearl. Seeing Sunam and Chenshu's reactions, Xu Xing was confused. What's wrong? Chenshu asked bluntly. What does your family do? Xu Shang scratched his head, confused. Just a normal family. We run a small business. Chenshu and Sunan couldn't help but think of a saying that perfectly described normal family. His lips twitched. Basic level jade spirit pearls cost $150,000, and black iron level cost $600,000. How could a business like that be considered a normal family? The group whispered below as Wu Shuang made his announcement. The rewards have been distributed. He instructed his students that next was today's lesson and they would all go to the beast-taming hall with him. At the hall, Wu Shuang stood on the stage and lectured, First, you need to learn how to use your skills flexibly. With that, he summoned his contract beast, a massive black and white python, one of his contracted spirits. One of its skills is binding, which can control enemies and provide armor. Wu Shuang then called out, Chenshu, summon your slim. Chenshu inwardly groaned. Why did it have to be his slim as the teaching example? He immediately dragged Tang Li out to take the heat. I stake young Master Duang's life on the effectiveness of this snake's binding. Then, Tranthu feigned innocence, speaking softly. Teacher, no need to demonstrate again. You've seen it before, haven't you? Hearing this, Wu Shuang followed along. All right. Black and white wrap coiled around him, and Wu Shuang stroked its chin. The binding isn't simple. It's not just a control skill, it has other uses. Do you know what that is? The system panel immediately pops up. 1. You instinctively lower your head. 2. Thanks to your extraordinary system, you look up at the ceiling. 3. Meet old Li's gaze with your own. Every choice brings an enticing reward. Chenshu sweats profusely, screaming internally, Not again. Why me? The system screen lights up, displaying Berserk Pill. He rubs his chin thoughtfully, realizing he has a choice to make. Chenshu looks up, glancing around at his classmates, but no one else has raised their head. When Tranthu's eyes met Vosong's, he froze, a look of surprise flashing across his face, feeling such intense pressure. Immediately after, he called out, Tranbi, you try, as the system displayed the Berserk Pill reward. Chen Shu steps up, clearing his throat theatrically. Just a few simple words. Then he begins to explain. Its binding speed is incredibly fast. It can control the enemy's speed, protect the host when in danger by using attacks to intercept, and then continue to analyze. The third effect is that it can contract the body to reduce its size based on speed, evade the opponent's attacks, and then leave a few reminders. Of course, the effects of any skill aren't set in stone. You can judge based on the specific situation. All done. The crowd murmurs in awe, and Wu Shuang asks with satisfaction, "Where did you learn all this? Did you research compulsions beforehand?" The narcissistic drive is immediately activated. No, isn't this just common sense? The students went from cheering to complete silence. How humiliating. As if to salvage the situation, he cleared his throat and said, "Chen Shu is right. The effect of any skill changes depending on the situation. Even a damage skill can be a protective skill." With that, he called on a student, Shu Xiaoyu. "Summon your contract spirit so Chen Shu can analyze the flexibility of the skill for everyone." Xiaoyu steps into the arena, snapping her fingers, and a fire spirit appears. Chen Shu cries out pitifully, "Mr. Li, I'm just a student." In his heart, he cried out, "How long will I have to lecture these 20-plus students? Isn't this a form of torture?" Wu Shuangjing replied, "From now on, you're the class president of the special class." Hearing this, Chen Shu quickly refused. "No way, I'm not interested." He immediately throws out some bait, 2 high-grade beast tamer pills a month, and just like that, he's made a friend. "To serve you all, Chen Shu, you can't refuse." Everyone was moved by that dazzling light as Chen Shu analyzed the flames for Xiaowu. "Xiaowu, you don't always have to use fire magic. Use your brain to adapt to the situation." He placed his hand on its beak. "There are 3 balls in total. You can try putting them in your mouth and combining them into one big ball." Furthermore, Chen Shu's hand stroked the soft fur, adding that it didn't need to use its mouth to spit it out. It could use another spot. Its butt was smacked. Like its butt. Xiaoyu hesitated. "Teacher." But Wu Shuang encouraged his student to give it a try. "Xiaowu, if you truly succeed, this will be a surprise attack." Though hesitant, she reluctantly agrees. "All right," Chen Shu immediately called on the next person. Next up, Tang Li. Caught off guard, Tang Li reluctantly stood up and summoned his contracted spirit. Upon seeing the azure bird, Chen Shu mocked him mercilessly, suggesting a restart, leaving him speechless with rage. But Chen Shu didn't care, his tone nonchalant as if he were doing something perfectly normal. Next. After carefully observing the Thunderbirds, Chen Shu indifferently remarked that their spirit packs were still usable, and he continued to evaluate each person throughout the morning. It wasn't until the sun began to set that the work finally came to an end, and Wu Shuang announced that class was dismissed. Chen Shu sighed to his 2 roommates. "Finally, it's over. I've been talking all day, let's go eat." As the group was about to leave, Shu Sheng suddenly remembered something. "Wait, I need to go to the gate to pick something up." He happily nodded in agreement. "Okay." So the 3 of them headed out together, and they were met by a shiny car and a middle-aged man waiting beside it. Yu Tian said respectfully, "Young master, this is the beast-taming pearl you requested." Zixing smiled and nodded amiably. "Okay." The situation left Su Nan and Chen Shu stunned. He exclaimed in surprise, "What the heck, a domineering CEO?" He then turned to Chen Shu, handing him the box. "Everything you need is here." Without hesitation, Chen Shu opened the box to reveal rows of gleaming pearls. After a quick check, he quickly closed it, a sly smile on his face. "I'm telling you, Xiaoxing, with your family's wealth, why are you working part-time at a mental hospital?" Su Nan chimed in playfully, "Chen Bi, what are you talking about?" "We're just working part-time. Xiaoxing is experiencing life." With that, he whispered in his ear, "Xiaoxing, do you have a stomach problem, frequent insomnia, and are you a clean freak? Is your real family name Gu?" Chen Shu joins in on the fun. "Xiaoxing, is it true that when you're constipated, you coldly say, 'Yeah, leave on your own'?" He was stunned, not understanding anything. The 2 of them seemed sick. The group burst into laughter, playfully entering the school gates. Witnessing this, Yu Tian, standing in the distance, was also happy for him. It had been a long time since he had seen the young master smile like that. As night falls, a hush settles over everything. In the dormitory, everyone seems to be fast asleep. Suddenly, Chen Shu's phone vibrated. He opened it to see a message from Wang Jian. "Chen Shu, come to the Spirit Control Bureau tomorrow." Chen Shu frowned, wondering if this was about a reward. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight gently illuminated the peaceful space. At the Spirit Suppressing Bureau, a voice echoed, "Chen Shu, do you happen to own a tank?" The question left him frozen, speechless for a few seconds. "What's this?" The man pointed to the photo, 8 criminals crushed by a heavy object. "Our initial assessment was that someone was driving a tank." Hearing this, Chen Shu's face fell. Uncle Wang, come on, I wouldn't dare drive a tank in the city. Wang Jian rested his chin on his hand, a pensive look on his face. I also felt it was impossible, so I'm still investigating. But then, his tone turned serious. All right, I didn't call you here to talk about this. I want to tell you. Wang Jian paused, then looked directly at him. They'd discovered who wanted him eliminated. The news hit Chen Shu like a ton of bricks. Who was it? Wang Jian replied sternly. It's the Haxia Pharmaceutical Company of Nanjiang City. It seems Tran Thu had already suspected this. So it was the pharmaceutical company after all. He asked, they want me gone at any cost. Did I have a business conflict with them? Without hesitation, he explained that he had sold over 200 bottles of vigor-enhancing medicine at a loss some time ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jian choked on his water in shock. He glared and boomed, Nothing? You're cutting off their livelihood. Wang Jian paused to regain his composure. All right, regarding this matter, we need to gather evidence before we can make any arrests. Lay low for now. Here's a card, plus the 8 wanted criminals have a total bounty of 5 Najwaja dollars, all in here. Check it out. He quickly took it, grinning from ear to ear. Yes, sir. A while later, Wang Jianqian saw Chen Shu out and instructed, Remember to keep a low profile. He nodded obediently. I understand, Uncle Wang, he said, waving goodbye. I'll be discreet, I promise. As he left, Chen Shu pondered. Hodging Pharmaceuticals mainly dealt in dolly pills, but now that he was on the Zhenling Bureau's radar, he wouldn't last long. An idea strikes him, and he claps his hands together excitedly. Soon, the entire city of Nanjiang will be out of dolly pills. Chen Shu begins to plan, realizing it's time for him to take a cut of the profits. Not so fast, Chen Shu pulls out his phone and makes a call. Has Lao Wang been released? Get your brothers together. I'm taking you all to make some money. He then looked through his contacts for someone else and called Lao Li to ask for time off. In the black market, Tianba chatted with Chen Shu. So, the big money you mentioned involves opening a shop with us? He gives a thumbs up, his eyes full of confidence. That's right, he plans to expand the original stall and rent a shop in the black market, specializing in potent elixirs. Then, with a friendly arm around his shoulder, he declared that they were his first recruits. Tianba rose, surveying the surroundings. So, have you picked out a shop yet? Chen Shu pointed directly across. I've already looked, it's this one right here. In that moment, he resolved to slowly dismantle the aphrodisiac company, starting today. Meanwhile, at the beast-taming hall, Wu Shuang's lecture was still in progress. He announced to everyone, Tomb 9, your task is to learn how to use skills flexibly, and next month I'll take you to another space for practice. He paused, then added, practice hard here during this time, class monitor, come up here and supervise. However, the class remained silent. It was then he wondered, where's Chen Shu? Sunam spoke up. Teacher, Tran Thu is absent. Wu Shuang, surprised, quickly checked his messages. Absent? How could he not know? Did she send a message he didn't receive? He opens it to find a message from Chen Shu. Old Li, I might be sick tomorrow, so I'm taking a day off. This is a notice, not a negotiation. Reading this, his face darkened, and he spoke each word with anger. Meanwhile, Tran Thu is at his computer, making deal after deal. Finally, all the high-grade strength potions have been purchased. By the time he finished, it was late, and night had fallen. Chen Shu stretched his arms, releasing a sigh of relief and exhaustion. The grand opening was finally within reach after a busy day. Turning to Tianba, he waved goodbye. That's all for today. I'll let everyone know when our shop opens in a while. Chen Shu smiled and said in a commanding tone, It's getting late. Go home. He played along, bowing respectfully like a loyal subordinate. Soon enough, he'd be able to call a taxi. Chen Shu quietly returned to the dorm, tossing his bag onto the bed as soon as he entered the room. I'm back. Sunam and Xu Heng looked at Chen Shu with suspicious expressions. Seeing their strange expressions, he frowned slightly. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? He forced a smile. Chen Pia, your actions today have angered the teacher. Chen Shu tilted his chin, seemingly unconcerned. Why should I care about what a little class president thinks? Xu Sheng asked pointedly. Aren't you scared, Tran Bi? He boldly retorted. Nonsense. Me, the terror of South River, afraid of some little teacher? Then, pointing at Chen Shu, don't you feel a little cool? It was then he realized it was wet. As drops of water fell on his head, Chen Shu wondered, Huh? Is this stomach acid? He reached out to touch it, his face paling as he saw his wet palm. Something's not right. Why is it raining? Curious, Tran Thu looks up to investigate. A sudden wave of fear washes over him, and he instinctively flinches as he sees the enormous black and white serpent drooling from the ceiling. He stumbled back in fear, his eyes fixed on the creature before him, who, now discovered, feigned innocence. But seconds later, Chen Shu froze as it lunged, his instincts immediately kicking in. He quickly summoned his spirit beast. Instantly, Slim appeared before his master, and without hesitation, Chen Shu leaped onto its back and took flight. Slim's limp body trembled as it lifted him up, and Lock Li carried him as she searched for an escape route. But just as it emerged from the doorway, it was seized by the black and white giant serpent, who wasted no time in snatching Slim back. Chen Shu lost his balance, falling face first onto the floor, and at that moment, footsteps approached. A mocking voice echoed, "Isn't that the fierce one from South River?" At that moment, an information panel lit up before him, listing a series of countermeasures and corresponding rewards. Frustrated, Chen Shu cursed the system, complaining about its timing. Unsure which option to choose, he closed his eyes and made a random selection. And so Chen Shu collapsed to the ground, groaning, "Oh, this is bad." Seeing him unconscious, Wu Shuang froze. "Huh? Chendi?" He was a little taken aback. "No way. His body is harder than anyone else's?" He then quickly approached and gently placed his hand on Chen Shu's forehead to check. Wu Shuang surmised, "He's sweating. Could he be faking it?" Then, stroking his chin, he deliberately raised his voice. "If that's the case, then bury him." Without hesitation, Wu Shuang commanded the black and white giant serpent to take Chen Shu to a deserted forest. He muttered to himself, "Where's old Li taking me? Unease begins to set in? Why are we flying for so long?" Terrified, Chen Shu wondered if he was really going to be buried alive in some deserted place. A little further on, the black and white great mamba finally dropped him off. Immediately, Wu Shuang coldly ordered, "Dig the pit." Though he feigned unconsciousness, he was screaming internally, "No." Hearing the intense digging, Chen Shu thought quickly, "No, Lao Li really might do something so inhumane." He feigned consciousness. "Cough, cough." Chen Shu spoke up weakly, "Lao Li, I think I can still be saved. However, Wu Shuang doesn't seem to want to let me go. I don't need you to feel. I need to feel that today is an auspicious day to bury you," he muttered under his breath. Damn it, Tranthu secretly plots. It seems he has no choice but to make his move. He quietly reached into his pocket, pulled out a red packet, and quickly put it in his mouth. Then Chen Shu bit into it, and the liquid immediately spilled from the corner of his lips. "Cough, cough, I'm not feeling so good." Pale and trembling, about to collapse, but secretly delighted to see the teacher panic. Witnessing this, Wu Shuang approached to investigate, dabbing the liquid, bringing it to his nose, and slowly inhaling. In an instant, Wu Shuang flew into a rage. "Dig. Keep digging. You're not stopping until it's buried." At that moment, Chen Shu cried inwardly, thinking, "Old Li, can't you show me any affection?" Suddenly, a notification appeared, announcing he'd won a reward. At that moment, Chen Shu was overjoyed. Had he succeeded? He glanced at the black and white python still digging with gusto, but the price was too high, and he quickly begged Wu Shuang for mercy. "Master, I was wrong." Seeing Chen Shu admit his mistake, he softened slightly. "You know you're in the wrong. Is this an announcement or a negotiation?" He scrambled to his feet, announcing, "I said I was wrong, so I was wrong." At this, Wu Shuang sternly asked, "Then tell me, where did you go this afternoon?" Chen Shu confessed, "I went to the Spirit Control Bureau this afternoon." He began to recount the whole story from the moment the moonlight was obscured by clouds. Only after the night faded and the sky cleared did Chen Shu finish his story. That's what happened. Only then, after understanding everything, did Wu Shuang finally let him go. Yes, I understand. If you dare do that again, don't blame me. Go get some rest, and remember, starting tomorrow, train hard for the next month, because we're going to another dimension." Suddenly, Chen Shu froze. Go to another dimension? From that day on, Chen Shu diligently trained in class during the day to prepare for going to another dimension. And at night, he and Tianba tried to complete the procedures for the store in the black market. Half a month has passed, and Chen Shu happily grabs the scissors to cut the opening ribbon. Today marks the closing of Hatin Pharmaceuticals and the grand opening of our Great Strength Pharmacy, so we're celebrating with a special discount. Today, get a 10% discount on everything in the store, Fei Lin announced into the microphone. Don't miss out, everyone. If your pets want to be invincible, they need a power boost. The two of them stood in the doorway, taking turns promoting. 1 bottle of Spirit Awakener, 2 bottles will keep you tireless, and 3 bottles will grant you eternal youth. Fei Lin enthusiastically shouted, "The Great Strength Potion tastes great. When I grow up, I want to go to another dimension to fight the villains. My master gave me the power potion. I will become the strongest contracted spirit. My master gave me the power potion." He raises his voice, greeting customers with a smile as bright as a flower. 28, de only 20, please. Sleddy, 8. Meanwhile, Wencheng excitedly brought the perfect power-up potion home, as the sound of knives echoed, drawing curious onlookers. Limited to 1 bottle per day, folks. Don't miss out. Absolutely don't miss out. Amidst the shop's hustle and bustle, Chen Shu smugly thought, I'm finally about to get rich. But he was surprised to see customers buying so few, huh? Why only 1 bottle? Upon hearing this, Tianba slowly analyzed the situation, explaining that the Supreme Strength Potion requires 40 bottles to reach its peak effect, costing over $1 million, and a mere 1,000 discount may not attract customers. Hearing this, Chen Shu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Only 1,000 yuan off? After pondering for a while, he introduced a new policy. Starting tomorrow, the price would change to 20,500 per bottle, with a limit of 5 bottles. He simply replied with a short acknowledgement. Okay. A few days later, as Chen Shu was resting in his room, Su Nan and Xu Sheng walked in. Oblivious, he was lost in thought. It seems opening a store isn't so simple. He still has much to learn, like how to trick customers into buying medicine. It's late. I should sleep and think about it tomorrow. And with that, Chen Shu drifted off to sleep. Seeing his listlessness, Su Nan wondered what Tran Bi had been doing at night lately, nudging Tu Tin with a sly grin. Why does he always look so tired when he gets back? It's not that he's worried, but if he keeps this up, even a working man could surpass him in a month. Dunsixing lamented the waste of talent, but Su Nan seemed to notice something. Wait. They witnessed Chen Shu's body emit a faint glow, and he stared blankly. Xiaoxing, why do I feel like he's... Then, Su Nan and Tuan Zixing simultaneously exclaimed, he's about to break through. That event made him so tired he can break through in his sleep? The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room, and as Chen Shu awoke, he stretched, dispelling the last of his fatigue and feeling unusually refreshed. A good night's sleep truly made a difference. Suddenly he flinched, seeing Su Nan and Xu Heng staring at him with dark circles under their eyes. Then Su Nan slowly said, Do you know what happened last night? Hearing this, he looked around to check. What's wrong? Did that giant serpent come again? Xu Sheng couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, Don't you realize you've broken through? But Chen Shu remained indifferent, saying, I did, so. He and Su Nan were stunned. He wasn't surprised. Now he acts all high and mighty. What's so surprising? An 8th-level Beastmaster is nothing special. Anyone can do it, right? Those words struck a blow to his roommate's pride as Chen Shu leisurely stepped out of bed. He spoke with smug satisfaction. I told you, even sleeping and using the restroom is a form of cultivation. You didn't believe me before. But do you now? Follow me, and I'll lead you to transcendence. Those words left Xuxing and Su Nan dumbfounded. Is it true? Time passed silently, and the sun rose high. As class began, everyone wordlessly took their positions. In the silence, Wu Shuang's steady voice cut through. Are you all still going to do this today? Before he could finish, Dulong raised his hand. Dulong, is something the matter? He puffed out his chest, took a deep breath, and arrogantly declared as he summoned his contracted spirit. Teacher, you once said that the strongest can be the class president. I believe that person is me. Hearing this, Xu Hing and Su Nan both thought he was shameless, as Dulong confidently declared, So today, I want to challenge Chen Shu. Backed by the mighty Earth Subdragon, burning with fighting spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shu muttered to himself, A challenge? Wu Shuang seemed very excited. Chen Shu, what do you think? He laughed inwardly. Wow, I just broke through and someone's already here to be cannon fodder. I'll accept the challenge, but there has to be something at stake. If I let every Tom, Dick, and Harry challenge me, how am I supposed to study? Wu Shuang was speechless, but indulged him anyway, turning to Du Long and suggesting they bet with beast-taming seeds. What do you think? He agreed immediately, without hesitation. Of course, I have no objections. Since the bet is set, Wu Shuang will be the referee, so you can start fighting. Suddenly, Chen Shu paused as the system panel appeared, offering choices and rewards, and his face twisted into a devilish grin. Was there even a choice? Then Chen Shu lowered his voice. Dulong, I would love to accept your challenge, but then... You quietly summoned your spirit beast, Dulong asked back, confused. But what? An ominous feeling washed over him, and when he looked up, he only caught a glimpse of a slim closing in. Damn it, a sneak attack. It hurtles down from above like a fireball, unstoppable. In response, the Earth Dragon braced itself. Chen Shu smirked, then said mockingly, Not bad. Your reaction is pretty quick, but did you think I was out of tricks? He immediately switched to serious mode, and Slim, who was charging like an arrow, screeched to a halt at his command. Slim immediately opened its mouth, inhaled a massive amount of air, puffed out its cheeks, and unleashed a powerful blast towards Great Earth Dragon, sending it flying. Having blown away its opponent, Slim nonchalantly landed with an air of arrogance. Witnessing the faint aura emanating from Chen Shu, Wu Shuang was shocked. An 8th-level Beastmaster? You broke through. Scratching his head, he feigned embarrassment, saying he accidentally broke through. Seeing his pet get pummeled, Dulong was incredibly bitter, vowing not to fear him, even if he became an 8th-level Beastmaster. No sooner had he spoken than the Earth Dragon fell before him. Out of kindness, Chen Shu offered a reminder. His dragon was in bad shape, but Dulong wouldn't listen, saying his dragon was fine and that he'd quickly turn the tables. Immediately, he commanded his pet, Earth Dragon, to endure the pain and continue fighting to the bitter end. Great Earth. Along used its skill to lock Slim in place, rendering it immobile, which excited Dulong. Go sell salt for me. It darts towards Slim with incredible speed. Yet, Slim simply yawns, unconcerned, as Chen Shu chimes in with a taunt. You want my Slim dead? Slim can beat you even in his sleep. As if on cue, Slim used gigantification, growing larger and entering a defensive state while asleep, hitting a nerve. Dulong was furious, feeling utterly bullied. Elan tried to claw at it, but his attack phased right through the gelatinous Slim, and he was sent flying back by its Iron Dream slap. In that state, Slim remained arrogant while the Great Earth Dragon was utterly defeated. Moments later, Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, challenging him to continue, but Dulong could only suppress his anger as the Earth Dragon remained motionless. I forfeit. He pointed directly at him and declared, The class president is forever the class president. Got it? Then, Chen Shu turned to his classmates and announced, I know many of you admire me. Today I'll give you a chance. If you can beat me, I'll give you 10 beast cores. His voice dropped with a hint of cunning. Of course, if you lose, you'll give me a top-grade beast seed. After a pause, Chen Shu asked again, Do any of you dare? As he waited, he secretly calculated that this was his chance to gain their admiration. The air grew eerily silent as each face in the crowd wore a unique expression, while Chen Shu on the arena floor smirked and declared, No one dares to fight? Seeing no response, he provoked them. Is the pride of a genius really being trampled by a nobody like me? Then Chen Shu feigned helplessness. But if no one else dares, someone suddenly appears and accepts the challenge. I will. Hong Ming's eyes lock onto Chen Shu with a sharp gaze. Without hesitation, he declared that he would defeat him this time, as a blue light emanated from his hand. Immediately, the apes and the boars were summoned, landing with a fierce presence and roaring to display their power. Witnessing this, Chen Shu showed no fear, stroking his chin with amusement, finding it somewhat interesting. The battle began, and Zim and Vuong, along with Bao, charged toward each other. In mere moments, the victor was decided, leaving the onlookers to hide their faces in shame, while Hong Ming wailed at the result. My monkey! In contrast, Chen Shu was delighted. All right, get down there. Next. At this moment, Tang Li nudged Wang Yun's hand with his elbow, causing him to be a little flustered. Young Master Tang, I really can't win. Hearing this, Tang Li lowered his voice and laid out his plan. Who said you're fighting him? Think outside the box, got it? To wear down that weirdo, then I'll step in. One strike is all it will take. In the end, Wang Yun could only sigh helplessly and compromise. All right, then. Chen Shu was still waiting for his next opponent. No one else? He immediately raised his hand. I'll go. A moment later, the match quickly ended, and Wang Yun sobbed, clutching her spirit. Boo-hoo! Chen Shu feigns distress. Is invincibility really this lonely? Suddenly, Slim beside him began to shrink, and that sight filled Tang Li with excitement. The freak's gigantification has worn off. The time has come, and with no more hesitation, he shouts, Chen Shu, you bullied my brothers, insulted me, and I, Tang Li, will never forgive you. This time, I'll make you suffer a crushing defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Li leaped onto the arena floor. Bluebird had already been summoned, using its power to help him land safely. The moment his feet touched the ground, Tang Li pointed, declaring, You freak! Prepare to die! Blue Hawk swooped in, claws extended, aiming for Slim. Tang Li watches intently, and Chen Shu realizes his plan. He was waiting for this moment to strike. But he has underestimated my Slim. His eyes are fixed on Slim as it enters a sleeping state, calmly analyzing. Even if the giant transformation disappears, I can still beat you. The sleep murder skill has now been activated, and a defensive net is appearing around Slim. Even with Blue Hawk's all-out attack, Slim doesn't budge, and Chen Shu faces the battle with grim focus. Now it's my turn, and Slim is still fast asleep. However, that didn't affect the battle at all. With the wind skill activated, it unleashed a powerful gust and soared into the air, then charged forward, startling him. But it quickly recovers and charges toward Slim, only to be struck by a sharp magic blade. Its feathers fell as the bluebird lost its balance and crashed to the ground. Witnessing this, Tang Li clenched his fist, his expression filled with rage as Chen Shu mocked him. While your lackeys are still nearby, young Master Tang, why don't you go get your contracted spirit healed? He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Just you wait, I'll be back. Ignoring the veiled threat, he seeks his next challenger. Now I only have one thing to say. Is there anyone else? Instead of excitement, the crowd below is now too scared to move. Seeing this, Chen Shu came up with a new plan. If that's the case, I have no choice but to... Suddenly, Slim convulsed in pain, and then spat something out. Shu rushes to its side in a panic. Oh no, Little Yellow, are you okay? Slim looked incredibly weak, so he could only hold him close and announce, I'm sorry, Slim is injured. Chen Shu's face darkens as he's interrupted mid-sentence about today's competition. Class monitor, I want to challenge you. It was Lin Xingchen, a student from the special class. That's a little underhanded of you, Chen Shu remarked with disdain. You want to take advantage of someone in danger? He simply smiled and explained, didn't you wonder if anyone else was up to the task? Not giving him a chance to refuse, he immediately summons the spirit rank Blazing Lion, surprising Chen Shu. A spirit rank contract, Lin. Your victory is a little unfair. His face remained gentle. Was the class president going to take back his words? But what he said next was full of sarcasm. Isn't this enough? How could the class president admit defeat when he's so strong? The crowd chimed in. That's right, class monitor, please begin. Chen Shu reluctantly conceded. All right, one more round it is. He commands Slim to use the giant transformation skill, and Slim's body begins to grow uncontrollably, causing him some mental distress. It's okay. It's badly injured and can't last much longer. Then he commands the Light Lion to use Light Lion Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, intense electric arcs appeared around the Light Lion. And even in his sleep, Slim charged forward to meet the attack. The distance between them closes, and the spirit smirks, confident of victory. But the Light Lion is easily blown away by Slim. Chen Shu could only feign pity, saying he didn't want to fight anymore, but they insisted. At this point, Tinthan was too shocked to speak. As the match ends, Slim suddenly spews out a strange liquid. Seeing this, Chen Shu quickly waves his hand. That's enough. No more fighting, no more fighting. Quickly give me the beast-taming seeds. My sim. He feigned concern for his gravely injured beast, knowing that defeat meant losing 10 high-grade beast-taming seeds worth 1.2 million. He couldn't afford to lose. The money was enough to catch everyone's eye, and challengers immediately appeared. He couldn't go back on his own rules. Ziyang quickly summoned the Golden Claw Beast, giving Chen Shu no chance to refuse. He secretly laughed, amazed someone would fall for it so easily. They were too naive. Then, putting on a Hollywood-worthy performance, he hugged Slim and cried. The crowd below, thinking it was real, cheered, Class monitor, you can't do this. Chen Shu feigned helplessness, saying, if that's how it is, then fine. Ziyang harbors grand ambitions, confident in his victory, but like previous matches, the Golden Claw Beast is easily defeated. And after each match, Slim silently bled, appearing incredibly weak as Chen Shu continued his act. Let's call it a day. I took Slim to the doctor. By now, the crowd was completely fooled, and everyone wanted to participate in the competition. Wait, there's us too. He could only sigh in resignation. One spirit after another was summoned, but all were defeated miserably. Even aerial creatures are no match for Slim. After a series of overwhelming victories, Tranthu still feigns pity. Mine's not doing so well. Anyone else? By now, everyone had come to their senses and stood still, not daring to move. Witnessing this, he turned and left, announcing that if there were no more challengers, he would take Slim for treatment. What a pity. What a pity. Chen Shu's expression suddenly shifted to one of delight. The Dream Kill skill and Slim were a perfect match. Chen Shu chuckled to himself, delighted with his haul of beast seeds. He entered the shop, eager to check the day's earnings. Tianba immediately reported the situation, which wasn't bad. All 5 bottles of high-quality great-strength elixir had sold out, a result that greatly pleased Chen Shu. Good, and also helped me buy some materials. enlightenment fruit, Thundiep flower, and QQ fruit. He proposes a new business strategy, entrusting them with important responsibilities to sell other medicines. From now on, the shop's income will stay with you all, mainly to help me buy medicinal ingredients. And Chen Shu was very generous. Furthermore, your monthly salary is $10,000, and Old Wang, as the shop owner, will receive $20,000 per month. Content, he thinks. These are all his spoils. In the days that follow, Chen Shu officially hands the store over to Lao Wang while he begins to practice alchemy and study. September was quickly coming to an end, and Wu Shuang addressed the students to announce their upcoming activities. A month is almost up. In October, I'll take you to a different space at the normal level, the Ice Canyon. He sternly warned them to prepare for the harsh environment, not only facing powerful beasts but also adapting to the extreme conditions, and emphasized not to bring unnecessary items. Below, Chen Shu turned to tease the two beside him. Did you hear that? He told them not to bring pig-slaughtering knives or mental patient uniforms, words that dampened Sunan and Xingxing's spirits while he smiled with amusement. After the presentation, Wu Shuang immediately ended the activity, dismissing them until they reconvene at school the day after tomorrow. The students all shouted in agreement, "Yeah." A moment later, Chen Shu's group walked together down the hallway, and he spoke with a doubtful tone. "Have you guys ever been to another dimension?" Tanam answers without hesitation. "Not yet. Xingxing is a little curious. Have you been there before?" Chen Shu's face revealed a smug expression. "Of course, you can ask around and see if the chaos in Qingyuan Forest was caused by this fierce man from Nanjiang." He began to exaggerate. "Back then, I even peed on the head of that Frostfield rabbit lord." Hearing that, the two were filled with admiration. "If that's the case, Senior, please advise us on what we should bring." Chen Shu immediately gave instructions. "Lao Xie, bring pots, pans, seasonings, and a grill. And," he said, putting his arm around the person next to him, "Xingxing, you don't need to bring anything. Just have your family hire a silver-level beast tamer and we can do whatever we want." As soon as he finished speaking, the two turned and left, realizing they'd been tricked. Sunan even gave Chen Shu the finger in good humor. Annoying, he just stood there watching them leave, and no one believed him. He thought to himself that he really should prepare for Ice Crevice. Back home, Chen Shu immediately sat at his desk and began researching information, intently studying the images on the screen. So, this is Ice Crevice Valley, the sunset gently illuminating the high-rise buildings. Stretching, Chen Shu finally finished reading the documents about the Ice Crevice, and humming, he got up, thinking it was time to prepare for the trip. Stepping out, Chen Shu saw his landlord locking up across the way and greeted him cheerfully. "Hello, Aunt Wang." "That's Aunt Wang, my next-door neighbor." "Hello, little Tran. Are you going out for lunch?" As they talked, she kept pulling on the doorknob. "Xiao Chen, are you busy right now?" Wang Zhe offered a warm smile. "I have a favor to ask of you." Chen Shu repeated the words, puzzled. "Help with something." Later, at the elementary school, the crowds bustled with activity. Chen Shu scanned the area, wondering what was going on, only to realize he was here to pick up a child. Just then, Niu was leaving school with her friend when the boy called out to her. The little girl immediately waved, "Brother Chen Shu." Chen Shu then embraced Niu, saying, "I'm here to pick you up today," when a familiar figure caught his eye. Isn't that Wang the loan shark? Without hesitation, he approaches. Wang the lender. "What's going on?" Qing Han turned around, quite surprised by the presence. Shenpai gripped her coat tightly. "It's nothing. Just a small conflict with a classmate." This piqued Chen Shu's interest. "A conflict, it's not a big deal. Tell me their name." He happily recounts, "This elementary school is my old school." Suddenly, someone appears from behind. Interrupting Chen Shu, he asks, who does he think he is? He reveals his name, as if that means something. It's Xu Chang from the special class of Namjiang High School, along with his younger brother. Seeing Qing Shui's fearful expression, he already had his suspicions. Could this guy have bullied Wang's sister? Then Chen Shu introduced himself. "I'm a student from Namjiang High School No. 2. Chen Shu reveals his identity. Xu Chang, a member of the elite class at Namjiang High School No. 3. He finally gets to the point. Did his brother bully someone? Hua quickly denied it, saying, "I didn't bully him, he ignored me. I only called him an orphan." This made Chen Shu pause to consider before the boy suddenly pointed at Qing Shui and began to mock her. Furthermore, the fact that he is an orphan sends Chen Shu into a rage, and he immediately raises a hand, but Xu Chang rushes to intervene. What to do? But it was too late. A slap landed squarely on Xu Chang's left cheek. It was then that Chen Shu explained his actions. What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to teach this little punk who doesn't know his place a lesson. Xu Chang's face darkens. You want to run away and hide? You're so tough picking on kids. If you're a real Beastmaster, meet me at the Beast Arena for a fight. Suddenly, the system panel appeared, displaying new missions with 3 options: avoid, provoke, or severely injure the opponent's contracted spirit. He seemed to have made up his mind. If you're looking to die, then Chen Shu accepts your challenge. Okay. At the South River City Beast Taming Center, the group stood in silence, facing each other. Qinghan tried to dissuade him. Chen Pi, why don't you just let it go? Don't take the words of a child to heart. Chen Shu didn't like that sentiment. A child's words can be a blade. This left her stunned, unsure how to react as she watched his figure recede into the distance. Xu Chang summoned his Thunder Tiger, while Chen Shu silently assessed his opponent. A level 7 Beastmaster with an A-grade Thunder Tiger. No wonder he was so arrogant. He mused that few his age in Jiangnan City could defeat him, but unfortunately for Xu Chang, he'd run into Chen Shu. After flaunting his power, Xu Chang became even more smug. Now that you've seen my strength, do you still dare to fight? Chen Shu's hand now emits a golden light, and I advise you to quickly find the best beast hospital and head straight to the emergency room. The corner of his mouth twitched into a contemptuous smile. You're the one who should be doing that. He immediately retorted, let's hope you're still so talkative later. With that, Slim was successfully summoned. Xu Shang points at him and laughs like a maniac. A forced Slim summon? Ignoring the taunts, Chen Shu remains confident. You'll be seeing the inside of the city hospital today. Now he's ready to fight. Is that so? Then let's see who ends up in the hospital. Lei Hu stomps the ground to gain momentum and charges at Slim without hesitation. Witnessing this, Chen Shu remained unafraid, uttering a meaningful phrase. Very well. Slim, bored and yawning, suddenly activates the Iron Slumber skill, leaving Xu Chang puzzled by this strange ability. Immediately, Slim's collision skill activated, and it charged toward Lei Hu. It was then he realized the situation was out of control. Thunder Tiger, get out of there. But it was too late. All Xu Chang could do was watch as Slim slammed into Thunder Tiger, sending him flying. Then, Slim activated his brutal kill skill, leaping onto Lei Hu and mercilessly pinning him down. The battle's outcome was decided. When did Chen Shu close the distance? Having dealt with the dog, he leisurely advances towards its master. Meanwhile, Xu Chang retreated as Chen Shu leisurely raised his hand, delivering a devastating slap that contorted Xu Chang's face. Xu Chang cradles his swollen left cheek, sputtering, unable to form a coherent sentence. You. Suddenly, Chen Shu turned towards Xu with a dark expression. You're next. As she finished speaking, a resounding slap landed on the boy's face, his eyes now sharp with anger. Who do you think you are? Just because you have a brother, you can do whatever you want? Then, using his overwhelming aura, he threatened, remember this, in that class, what Wang Qingshui says goes, got it? Terrified, Xu agreed without hesitation, understood. His expression softened, returning to its usual gentle demeanor, and he tenderly patted the boy's head. Good boy. A while later, Chen Shu's group left the beast-taming house, and Qing Han spoke up, a little embarrassed. Chen Shu, she says, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you so much for everything. Chen Shu smiled warmly. It was nothing. Ms. Puangtu told me to take good care of you. It's the least I could do. He waved goodbye. All right, it's getting late. I should head back too. Goodbye. Xinghan watched them grow more distant and softly replied, Goodbye. Meanwhile, Chen Shu was deep in conversation. Nunu, what do you want to eat later? Brother Chen Shu will take you. Nunu quickly replies that she wants to eat. 2 days later, at the school's beast taming center, a parent is shaking hands with Wu Shuang. Mr. Li, I'm entrusting my child to you. From afar, Chen Shu happily announced, Dad, I have to go now too. Even now, Chen Yu reminds him to be careful and prioritize his safety as he approaches the class bus. As soon as he boarded the bus, Chen Shu's eyes were drawn to something. Xing Xing had saved him a seat. Chen Shu went over and sat down, and they finally set off. A while later, at the Ice Gorge Town Hotel, they arrived and Wu Shuang was handing out the schedule. We'll rest in town tonight and head to Ice Crevice Gorge tomorrow morning. He also reminded them not to cause any trouble while exploring the town in the afternoon. Wu Shuang glanced at Chen Shu's group, emphasizing, especially you three. It seems he's planning something. Now that he doesn't want me causing trouble, I'm even more inclined to do it. Chen Shu then pulled Xing Xing and Su Nan along. Let's go. I'll take you to get your quest. And so, the 3 of them arrived at the Beastmaster Association's mission hall. He approached the front desk, asking about quests for Lord-level ferocious beasts. Taking a sheet of paper, Lu Qian casually announced a quest to hunt down and eliminate a Lord-level frostbone dire wolf. Hearing this, Chen Shu couldn't hide his excitement. Yes, this is it. She politely slides over the document. Please, take a look. He took it, gazing intently at the words within. Acquire the frozen bone wolf lord's heart, deposit $50,000, and receive a reward of $4 million. After a moment, Chen Shu stroked his chin thoughtfully. An Iron Rank Lord is beyond our capabilities, but if we can trick old Li... Sunan frowned, handing it back. Forget it, that's too expensive. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out to stop him. Wait, Chen Shu beats his chest and declares magnanimously, I'll take this mission. As soon as he said that, Lu Qian and Su Nan froze in shock. Oh, in case you didn't read carefully, she reminds him that this mission requires a $50,000 deposit. Shu Xing asks back, displeased. Saying that makes it sound like I can't afford it. He then flaunts his wealth, as if afraid no one knows he's rich. Here, let the three of us take one each. Despite his generosity, Lu Qian cautiously confirmed. I'm sorry, sir. You can only accept one. Are you sure you want to? A hand then subtly touched Shu Xing. Sunan whispered in his ear, Xiaoxing, let's see if there's an easier task and pretend a little. Let's not take this one. It's too expensive. Seeing his hesitation, he laughed brightly and waved his hand. It's okay. This is my first task, so of course I have to do it big. 50,000 isn't much. Faced with such unexpected wealth, Chen Shu and the man were frozen, screaming inwardly, Damn it! He's showing off! He glanced over as if to say something more. But then a mocking voice cut through the air. Hitsk, who could be so arrogant? Huang Wei approached with his arms crossed, not forgetting to taunt. So it's you, kid, in such a hurry to be reincarnated? Chen Shu casually responds with a relaxed smile. Oh, isn't that brother colorful? 2 months apart, and now you're here? He smirked, amused. Your mouth is as sharp as ever, aren't you afraid? You casually say, just average, 3rd in South Jiang. His words directly ignited the man's competitive spirit. Coincidentally, I also want to go to the ice crevice. Zhou Shiduan can't protect you. Just as she said that, a hand landed on her shoulder. What's this? Trying to bully my student? Startled by the voice, Chen Shu glanced back while he immediately turned around reflexively. Catching sight of a familiar face, he couldn't help but exclaim, It's you! Old Li's anger flared, causing Huang Wei to lash out. It is you, after all. But Wu Shuang, unfazed by his attitude, threatened him with every word. You know who I am, so don't touch my students or I'll bury you in the ice rift. And with those words, the man was left speechless. As he left, Chen Shu gave a thumbs up, clearly impressed. Mr. Li is so cool. But before he could celebrate, his teacher turned to him, scolding him for causing trouble, saying he'd already picked a fight with a Black Iron-level Beastmaster. Seeing his teacher's anger, he hid behind his documents, wondering if it wasn't just a small disagreement from before. A glance at the mission details gives Wu Shuang pause. Huh? Lord-level glacial bone wolf. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered in Chen Shu's eyes. Teacher, are you interested? Can you defeat a Black Iron-level Lord-class beast? Wu Shuang shook his head, replying with certainty, I could, but not to finish it. To avoid casualties, he suggests they choose simpler tasks, like gathering herbs or hunting common beasts. After listening, Chen Shu happily nods. Okay. His fingers flew across the electronic board, selecting 2 tasks, gathering water lily flowers and hunting stone lions. With everything settled, he immediately turned back to the others, saying, Let's go. On the way back, Chen Shu turned and asked, Xiaoxing, you have so much money, why don't you set up some attack skills for your Thunderbird? Shu Xing happily raised his hand to correct him. There are 3 skills to set up. As soon as he said that, the whole group squinted and grumbled in unison. You money-grubbing fiends. Seeing that dusk was approaching, Wu Shuang kindly said, Go back to sleep. Without waiting another second, Tranthu and Tonam responded in unison. That makes sense. Let's go, let's go. He watched the 3 figures fade into the distance, chattering away, and sighed. It's good to be young. The next day, the morning sun streamed through the windows, bathing the building in a golden light as the students gathered, awaiting their teacher's orders. Let's go. Today we're heading to another dimension. As soon as he finished speaking, the group turned in unison and marched off. Snow blankets the forest as the students line up before the stone gate, ready to enter the transfer zone. They close their eyes in unison, hand in hand, and pass through the thick mist. A moment later, Chen Shu emerged from the white snow and slowly opened his eyes, revealing the mission area ahead. The icy ravine stretched out before him, covered in snow. He yawned and grumbled to himself. Oh, heavens, this ice gorge is freezing, but it's completely different from the other spaces I've been to. At this time, Wu Shuang came over to remind them that this training is for half a month, and they must not go too deep into the gorge, or they may encounter ferocious beasts. Furthermore, no lone wolfing, stick to the plan. 3 to a group. Pausing for a moment, he emphasized the reward. The team with the greatest gains would receive beast-taming resources worth 2 million. He then gestured to the people behind him, introducing them. Each team would be accompanied by a black iron-level beast. If your life is in danger, they will intervene, but you will be sent back to headquarters and your training will end. Finally, he announced what they'd been waiting for: the official start of training. Immediately, everyone split into groups and scattered in all directions, while Shuxing and Sunan wondered why Chen Shu hadn't moved. "Chen Shu, why haven't you left yet?" He grinned, his eyes full of teasing. "Are you stupid? This isn't Blue Star, of course we have to fly. Get your Thunderbird out." Hearing that insightful remark, Shuhang clapped with delight. "Oh, right." Immediately, he unleashed a surge of shimmering energy from his hand, and in a flash, the mighty Thunderbird materialized before them. Receiving the signal, it spread its wings, carrying the group straight into the frigid sky. Looking around, he excitedly shouted, "Higher! A little higher!" Joining in, Chen Shu excitedly reached forward, declaring, "Today, we begin our conquest of the ice crevice." Sign immediately joined in, but the excitement was cut short when a giant eagle descended from the clouds. He and Sunan were instantly petrified at the sight of the colossal creature, their faces pale and ghostly. He was just as terrified, shouting in alarm, "Oh no, a black iron-level beast, run!" Lightning Bird's eyes gleamed with a cold light as it beat its wings powerfully, screeching through the air. Screech! It shoots off like an arrow, straight for the little eagle. Seizing the moment, the Thunder Rock ascended, then unleashed a blinding bolt of lightning upon the beast. Blindsided, the little eagle's eyes glowed crimson with fury. It charged after its taunter, who barely had time to exhale his cigarette smoke before Wu Shuang saw Chen Shu's group being pursued by the beast. A barrage of gunfire erupts from the security personnel, aimed at the little eagle, leaving him stunned. What's going on? Seeing it paralyzed and falling to the ground, Sunan marveled at the fearless beast. Suddenly, Wu Shuang spoke, startling everyone. "Congratulations, your training is now complete." That statement made Chen Shu frown and protest indignantly. "Don't joke around, we haven't even started yet." Xing also chimed in anxiously, begging, "Mr. Li, please give us another chance. We promise we won't lead any black iron-level beast here again." That pleading softened his heart. "All right, just remember this." Before he could finish, the three jumped onto the Thunderbird and flew away in an instant, leaving Wu Shuang frozen in place, dumbfounded. Soaring through the air, Zhu Ying nervously asks, "Won't Master Li be angry that we ran off like this?" Chen Shu grins mischievously. "What he doesn't hear, he won't know." That reasonable answer put him at ease. "That's true, so which way do we go?" At the same time, the system displayed 3 options. First, hunt near the Spirit Control Bureau to receive a large number of beasts. The second is, to be honest, in the designated area for extra rewards, or to go to the 500-meter canyon and stay for 3 days in exchange for the violent killing skill. After careful consideration, Chen Shu decided to head to the lowest part of the canyon. Hearing this, Zixing happily glanced over and gave directions to the Thunderbird. Understanding immediately, it spread its wings and dove without hesitation. As the group descended, Chen Shu asked curiously, "See, can your butterfly detect savage beasts in the vicinity, or just evil people?" Sunan asked calmly, without hesitation. "Of course. There's a pack of savage beasts below us." No sooner were the words spoken than a barrage of red stones came hurtling toward the group, throwing them into chaos. Caught off guard in this dire situation, he angrily shouts, "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Panic-stricken, Zixing turned around in a frenzy, asking Chen Shu what to do. With no turning back, Chen Shu raised his arm, channeling his spirit energy. What else could he do? Fight. Without hesitation, he leaped down, summoning a giant slime to catch him. From above, Zixing and Sunan watched with tense and worried expressions. "Be careful." Below, Chen Shu enthusiastically leaps down, his robes billowing. "Hoo-hoo!" He rode slim like a bullet, crashing into the ground and sending the ferocious beasts flying. "Drop dead, all of you." Not far from the edge of the snow, an ice lotus quietly appears amidst the white expanse. And he stops in astonishment. "Huh? Is that a snow lotus?" The creatures he blasted away now lay scattered around Slim like decorations, and after a quick glance, Chen Shu quickly assigned tasks. "Old Z will keep an eye on the surrounding beasts. Little Qing, be ready to fly up at any moment if danger appears. I'll gather the herbs." Hearing this, Shuxing immediately agreed, squatting down with his sparrow in hand and beginning the harvest. The air was still until Sunan seemed to notice something and was startled. Then he panicked and quickly warned, "Chen Shu, someone's behind us." Without hesitation, Shu Hong reached out, shouting, "Chen Shu, jump onto the bird!" Hearing the call, he turned and grabbed his hand. Barely settled on the Thunderbird's back, Zhu Sung told him to hold on tight, then steered them into the sky, narrowly avoiding an attack from the azure bird. Seeing them leave, Tang Li narrowed his eyes, displeased. Such a quick reaction? Recognizing a familiar face, Chen Shu frowned, annoyed that he was resorting to sneak attacks. He showed no hesitation or remorse, only provocation. So what? He retaliates with a knowing smile, unfazed. No matter, he just wanted to gift him an avalanche. No sooner were the words spoken than Slim, looking displeased, dove down like a whirlwind, piercing through the wind and kicking the mountainside. The impact shook the entire area, and he immediately broke out in a sweat. Damn it, that was close. Just as expected, the white layers above were dislodged and crashed down like a tidal wave. Li was stunned by the sight. An avalanche for real? And so, he and Bluebird frantically flapped their wings and fled, crying out for help. Those below, witnessing the scene, felt a tingling sensation, and immediately scattered, each racing to escape. "Run! Get out of here!" Chen Shu shouted in surprise, his eyes darting around. The sheer scale of it is terrifying, and sensing the danger, he cries out, "Xingxing, hurry, faster!" Receiving the signal, Xing immediately steered the Thunderbird into the sky as the white coating on the cliffs slid down, instantly sweeping everything away. Seeing that things had calmed down, Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally safe. Sunan chimed in sarcastically, saying they almost died, adding that the avalanche probably eliminated a lot of people. Hearing that, he shrugged, amused, and brushed off the responsibility. It was all Zhu's fault. After hovering in the air for a moment, Xing turned back and asked, "Chen Shu, where do we go next?" "Based on the mission's choices, head to the deepest part of the ravine. If we can find a mutated ferocious beast, we can basically secure first place." He responded with an excited expression. "Understood." And with that, the three of them, riding the Thunderbird, shot off like arrows, officially beginning their hunt. Meanwhile, in a distant corner, a pair of eyes secretly watched their every move. Wu Shuang had witnessed everything. He smirked, watching them with interest, impressed by their courage. After a swift flight, the Thunderbirds carried the trio to a deep, secluded ravine. A cold draft swept through them, making them shiver uncontrollably. He closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and sighed, wondering why the temperature had dropped so much. As soon as they landed, Xing and Sunan frantically zipped their jackets up to their chins, and he quickly followed suit to avoid freezing to death. Just then, a strange sensation swept over them, startling Sunan. Once the situation was clear, he quickly reported, Level 8 ferocious beast ahead, a group of demonic beasts to the left, number unknown, and 2 black iron-level demonic beasts to the front left. Hearing this, Chen Shu began to calculate, knowing that medicinal herbs are often found around black iron-level beasts. With that in mind, he decisively ordered them to head towards the black iron-level beasts flying higher. Upon receiving the order, Xing immediately signaled his understanding. Then, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his palm, and in an instant the Thunder Rock materialized, carrying them straight into the sky. On a distant mountainside, 2 snow spirits guarded a glittering flower. Streams of spiritual energy poured out, shining like starlight, and Chen Shu couldn't help but stare. "Damn!" he exclaimed. "It's an ice-leaf flower, the quest we accepted." Suddenly, the system offers 3 choices, including leaving to receive a mid-level spirit beast. The second is to take the ice-leaf flower with explosives, or eliminate the beast to increase all of Slim's stats by 5%. Chen Shu rubbed his chin and remained silent, while Sunan and Xusheng looked on in confusion. After some thought, he frowned and asked, "Laojie, Xiaoxing, do you think my Slim can take out those 2 snow spirits?" Sunan didn't answer, but simply put her hand on his shoulder, shaking her head in response. Meanwhile, Shuang crossed her arms, shooting a sharp glare. "I want to report you for attempted murder." Their reaction infuriated him. Did they really have so little faith? To prove his strength, Chen Shu unleashed a burst of energy, a confident smirk on his face. "Looks like I'll have to show you my true skills. Xiaoxing, prepare to steal the medicine." In the blink of an eye, Slim was summoned and materialized behind the 3. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes, surveying the terrain as if calculating something. Having identified the target, Slim immediately dives toward the edge of the cliff, and Chen Shu tightens his fist, issuing the command. Slim lets out a shout, trying to scare them. Obeying orders, he takes a deep breath and roars. But the sound it made was completely unexpected, shocking Chen Shu to his core. The sound and strange movement immediately alerted the snow crystals, who turned their heads, growled warily, and charged toward Slim without hesitation. But instead of panicking, it calmly rolls over to sleep, activating Sleep Dream Kill, a mechanism that acts as a protective barrier against their attacks. Seeing the snow spirits lured away, Chen Shu quickly shouted, "Now's our chance! Let's steal the medicine!" Suddenly, the Thunderbird's eyes flashed with a cold light as it scanned the sky, gathering strength and accelerating into a whirlwind, its power completely overwhelming Chen Shu. Frowning, he turned to Shu Sheng, his face contorted as he questioned, "You never had this skill before. Were you hiding your strength?" He simply replied, not bothering to beat around the bush. This skill was set up after the competition. Those words crushed Chen Shu, and tears of frustration streamed down his face. He'd been tricked again. Thunderbird began to flap its wings, gradually descending to the edge of the cliff where their prize awaited, and Chen Shu carefully reached out to pluck the ice leaf flower. But just then, the snow spirits suddenly turned, sensing their treasure being stolen. Sensing the approaching danger, Chen Shu immediately turned and shouted, "Let's go!" Yusing and Sunan pulled him onto the Thunderbird, and as soon as they were settled, Yusing ordered it to accelerate. Following instructions, it shot into the sky like a rocket, leaving the snow spirits to growl in frustration at the crafty humans. Seeing the ferocious beasts enraged but helpless, Chen Shu burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! You can't catch me!" Then Chen Shu repeated the trick of summoning Slim to attract attention, while he leisurely collected items. For the next 6 days, Chen Shu and his companions used this method to dominate the ice mountain, drawing the hatred of the beasts as they plundered their treasures. And for the next 6 days, Xiaodi was sent out by Sunan to observe the situation, while the other 3 leisurely enjoyed delicacies inside the cave. As Zixing enjoyed his barbecue, he chimed in, "Chen Shu, our harvest isn't bad, is it?" Upon hearing that, he immediately began to boast about their gains. Of course they were good. First place was already in their grasp. He excitedly raised his skewer, ready to celebrate with meat instead of alcohol, but before they could toast, Sunam sensed something was wrong and urged them to hurry. "Quick, pack up, someone's coming." Hearing this, he immediately slung his bag over his shoulder and hastily asked, "Which direction?" Immediately, he put his hand to his temple, receiving a signal from Tu Die. 300 meters to the left, moving slowly, heading straight for them, probably trying to ambush them. Someone was up to no good. Chen Shu tightened his strap and quickly made a plan. "Don't rush. Let's hide first. What if they end up being the ones left empty-handed?" A moment later, the sound of footsteps grew louder and louder. A group of heavily clothed figures appeared, marching forward with fierce momentum, and observing from behind the rocks, he immediately recognized them as a beast-taming party. They couldn't let them go any further, so the 3 rushed out to intercept them. "Who are you?" Lu Sung, leading the charge with a smirk, notes that they have a spirit probe contract, then brazenly threatens them. "Hand over what you've got and leave, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." But instead of fear, Su Nan retorted, "We're special training students under the spirit-suppressing lord. Do you really want to fight us?" Upon hearing that, he paused, surprised and doubtful, then turned to see the guardian lurking at the cave entrance, yet Lu Xing stubbornly refused to back down. "So what if you're backed by the Genling army? Do you dare ask him to intervene?" The lack of argument from the 3 only emboldened him further. "The boys should think carefully, for once they act, your training will be over." Slowly, Chen Shu raised the bag in his hand and offered, "If you want the herbs, come and get them yourself." Seeing his apparent cooperation, Lu Xing happily approached, a look of triumph on his face. "Ha ha, so you do know what's good for you. It's just that you were too greedy to notice the meaningful look between Chen Shu and Sunan." Chen Shu suddenly mocked as Lu Xing happily approached. "Brave warrior, a special love just for you." As soon as he said that, the whole group burst into laughter, as if on cue. While they snickered, his face darkened with humiliation, and rage consumed him. "You bastards, do you want to die?" he roared. And then, gritting his teeth, he charged forward. "Then don't blame me." But Chen Shu's face darkened, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "You want to take me down." Seeing he was being provoked, he unleashed his power without hesitation. More like, they're the ones about to ascend. Slim, summoned by him, rushed straight towards them in a collective, life-saving daze. What's this, a turd? It mercilessly crushed them with its massive body, as the 3 members of the Chen Shu team quickly scattered onto the Thunder Rock's back. Before leaving, he couldn't resist turning back to taunt them. "We'll be taking our leave now. Filth." With that, Thunderhawk flapped its wings, carrying the group high into the sky. The group barely created some distance before Slim vanished into thin air, leaving the 6th Order Goblin to rise, hair standing on end in fury. "Damn them for mocking us. Unable to bear the insult, he gathers his spirit energy into his palm, ready to deal with them. Then, mounting his spirit, he glanced at his sprawled-out teammates. Xiao Li, take care of the injured. I'm going to help them get revenge. In a flash, Lu Xing rode the wind, chasing after Chen Shu's group in the distance, and Sunan, who was looking around, suddenly noticed him gaining on them. His face changed, and he quickly tapped Chen Shu's shoulder, warning, "It's catching up." But Xu Xing didn't seem flustered at all, and affirmed, "It's all right." Without hesitation, he unleashed his power, activating the Lesser Thunder skill. The Thunderbird's energy surged, crackling like an overloaded power grid, and it shot forward with jet-propelled speed, prompting a suspicious glance from Chen Shu. "So all your skills are for running away?" And yet, he just shrugs with pride. "Of course, survival is the priority." His nonchalant reply left Sunan frozen in place. He and Chen Shu quietly turned their heads to exchange a glance filled with sympathy. Why did he suddenly feel sorry for him? Out of pity, Chen Shu unexpectedly spoke up. "I advise you to save your strength. Don't waste your effort." He didn't offer the advice out of kindness. After all, this man's skills were no match for Diao Lei, but Lu Xing didn't seem to care. "You brats will pay the price today." Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, Sunan frowned with pity. Why be so stubborn? In that instant, the image transmitted from Little Butterfly through his eyes startled him. After a closer look, his face paled as he urged, "Damn it, run! A massive horde of beasts is headed our way." As soon as he spoke, the scene before him stunned him. A horde of monsters, trailing swirling black energy, charged straight toward them. As his vision cleared, Chen Shu immediately recognized what was flying towards them. A swarm of ice bats. Observing and assessing the situation, he knew they were in trouble. So many ice bats. Could there be something among them? Just as he feared, a dominant figure emerged from the horde of aerial beasts. A black iron-level ice bat lord. The Thunderbird was caught off guard and surrounded by countless ice bats. Xing Xing turned to Han Chen Shu and asked, "Chen Bi, what do we do?" "There's at least one Lord-level ice bat here." And just then, some information appears before him. Option 1. Wipe out the ice bat swamp and receive the indestructible tombstone. Option 2. Scream that you're about to die and retreat for a reward. Option 3. Delve deeper into the gorge and use the beast to fend off the ice bats. The thought of the indestructible tombstone made his lips twitch. What's the meaning of the extra reward for Option 1? Chen Shu then looked down into the abyss, pondering. Now that we're below 500 meters, going further will surely lead to stronger beasts. He finally decides to descend into the ravine, and Wusheng nods in agreement without hesitation. Okay, ignoring the poor bird fighting the ice bats, the Thunderbird dives down without hesitation at its master's command. A sight that infuriates Lu Xing. Damn it, they really don't fear death. With that, he clenched his jaw, his eyes blazing with anger amidst the blizzard. Next, he commands the blackbird to soar, trying to escape the bats, but in the deep ravine, a swarm of ice bats awaits their moment to strike. Chen Shu curses under his breath, wondering if these bats are insane. Sunan is still adding fuel to the fire, and a pack of ferocious beasts lies below. Gritting his teeth, he decides to investigate. The Thunderbirds sped away as the two creatures played tag amongst the flowers. Chen Shu makes a new discovery and excitedly points it out. Level 2, Ice Leaf Flowers. Xing and Sunan froze, stiff as boards. He could see that from this distance, and he was smiling that infuriating smile of denial. Their talents all focus on maintaining silence. Let's go pick the ice leaf flowers. The two happily let it go, landing to find the frost ice wolf fast asleep next to a cluster of flowers. Chen Shu frowned. What a coincidence. We even ran into an ice giant wolf. Let's not make a stir and just pick the frost leaf flowers first. With the help of the spirit, he reached out and plucked a few icebone flowers, and the giant wolf suddenly opened its eyes in shock as its precious treasure vanished. Sensing danger, he turns to look and realizes they've been spotted. Time to run. The Thunderbird immediately took flight, but in its panic, it forgot all about the ice bats that had been chasing them. As it changed course, it saw the great wolf approaching. They were trapped. The giant wolves, not wanting to lose, called upon their brethren to rise up, howling at the sky in unison to assert their dominance. Xu Xing panicked, tearing at his hair with both hands. What do we do? Sunam and Liniem cried out in fear. Looks like we can't escape. Only Chen Shu calmly reassured the two, remaining composed. He remained indifferent as the flowers fell, while the lead bat instinctively reached out to grab them. Meanwhile, he whispered suggestions, hoping to incite a brawl between the two sides. Ling, the thief is here. And just like that, the two manipulated races stared each other down. The wolves and bats both saw an opportunity and engaged in a friendly exchange. The alpha wolf leaps forward, snarling and slashing its claws, as the two packs tear into each other with savage enthusiasm, incited by humans. Hidden behind a snowdrift, Chen Shu peeked out, observing the scene with great admiration. How fascinating. Truly fascinating. Sitting beside her, Tu Tin was equally astonished. A truly rare sight. The battle intensified, with the ferrets, though smaller than the wolves, employing a strategy of overwhelming force. He carefully observes the situation and judges, Tisk. This giant wolf is in bad shape. Bitten to a pulp like that. Hurry up. Meanwhile, he secretly notices a strange space behind a large rock. It's really no fun without a fight. Suddenly, Shuxing and Sunan were startled by a scream. Oh my god! Chen Shu stirred up a big wolf and quickly retreated. It's a lord-level frostbone dire wolf. Run! He's barely taken a few steps back and he's already summoning a spirit. Slim, with its elastic properties, was used as a door to block the Wolf King. Seeing the urgency, he summoned the Thunderbird once more, but he never considered the possibility of the Lord freezing Slim. Oh no, it's frozen. Chen Shu recalls his spirit and says, withdraw quickly, Slim can't hold on any longer. The gate is gone, and the dire wolf emerges, radiating menace, charging towards the flapping Thunderbird with incredible speed. The youths on its back urged, stop shaking your butt, let's go. The intelligent wolf opened its mouth and unleashed a long-range attack on its opponent. The Thunderbird flies away, but its tail is frozen. This sudden event makes it scream, and the pain drives it to fly at breakneck speed. Chen Shu is a little scared riding this aerial roller coaster, but his bird has no fear. It doesn't take him long to start enjoying himself. Ha ha! And Shuxing in the lead has been dozing off for ages. Oh man, we almost fell. After what seemed like an eternity, the two boys huddled by the fire, listening to Sunan's instructions. Today was far too dangerous, Chen Pi. Let's head up. Chen Shu's expression instantly changed, his eyes burning with rage. How dare they freeze his Slim? Unforgivable. He then began rummaging through his backpack. Finally, he clutched the test tube in his hand, his face beaming. Got it. Then, turning to his comrades with a wicked grin, he says, brothers, now is our time to strike back. Can't these two chickens understand my plan? Chen Shu announced, tilting the orange liquid. I want to blow those icebone wolves to smithereens as they watch the battle from afar. Sunam asked again seriously, Chen Pi, do you really want to blow them up? You're acting like a villain, trying to be evil, but you just look childish. Of course, Chen Pi is a man of his word, and besides, don't you guys want to complete the mission? Zixing's face was pale with worry, but what if they don't die from the explosion? Suddenly, Chen Shu laughed, patting them on the shoulders. Don't worry. Even if it doesn't kill them, it'll take care of the regular beasts, leaving only the Lord-level ones. Then, we'll figure out a way to get Lao Li to act, and won't that complete the mission? In the end, he abandoned his friends and slithered through the snow, thinking, watch this. Soon after, Chen Shu quickly closed the distance to the injured direwolf, but his eyes widened in horror. Oh no, have I been spotted? Chen Shu carefully hid from the wolf, thinking that for safety's sake, he should head back. He lay prone, gritted his teeth, and slowly retreated. He finally made it back to his teammates, and Zhusheng asked in surprise, why did you come back? Chen Shu looked up to see countless creatures running towards them. Why are there so many more beasts here? Just then, the Ice-Fang Great Wolf howled at the sky. Seeing all this, Sunan loudly warned, Chen Pi, there are 7 savage beasts on the other side too. The snow wolves, heeding their leader's call, charged across the snow as 7 more beasts rushed toward them. Many creatures converging on the canyon, with countless more closing in from behind. They were surrounded. The ferocious giant wolves bared their fangs and claws, while the ice creatures across from them threatened to fight to the death, and the two sides glared at each other, brimming with murderous intent. Shuxing's face is filled with dread. When will this cycle of vengeance end? Is a flower really worth all this? Sunan seriously asked his teammate. Chen Pi, a great battle is about to erupt. Should we leave? There are so many ferocious beasts. We really aren't enough to fill their bellies. His hand tightened around the tube of liquid explosives. Chen Shu shook his head, firmly objecting. No, not tonight. I won't be able to sleep. He might regret it for a moment, but he'll regret not blowing it up for a lifetime. Then he smiled brightly to reassure them, don't worry, I'll plant the bomb and run. Surely old Li is hiding in the shadows, ready to save us if anything goes wrong. On the other side of the battlefield, the wolf pack leader roared, initiating the clash. Instantly, the two species clashed in a frenzy, uncaring of the future, as the chaotic scene erupted in a storm of dirt and debris. Seizing the moment, Chen Shu urged them on and without hesitation hurled the liquid explosive forward. Go, Explosion King! The fragile glass shattered, spilling orange compounds everywhere. He glanced back to assess the situation while comforting Thunderbird. Get ready to run. The three of them worked together to ride on its back and escape, and even while flying through the sky, Chen Shu indifferently tossed the test tube behind him. I tossed it. The explosive fell, quickly igniting a large area, and I paid no mind to the fire behind me. He smugly thought, a real man never looks back. But suddenly, a giant serpent appeared beside old Li's Thunder Rock. Hearing an odd sound, he glanced back, then frantically shouted at Li Wushuang. Old Li, run! Is he too relaxed to react? But a moment later, his face turned pale. A terrifying explosion echoed through the snowy mountains, and a massive mushroom cloud of debris soared into the sky. With disbelief, Wu Shuang's eyes widened. A nuclear warhead. He then quickly followed the bird's escape. At the Spirit Suppression Army base, those who sought refuge witnessed the cataclysmic explosion, and the captain, mistaking it for an enemy attack, immediately rallied the troops, shouting, "Enemy attack! Assemble!" Upon receiving the order, countless soldiers armed with weapons stood at attention in the snow. Riding his spirit beast in pursuit, Li Wushuang shouted, "You three, stop right there!" The Thunderbirds screeched to a halt mid-air. "Wow, Master, your snake is so cool, it can even fly," Chen Shu said, playing dumb. "Is that a flying skill?" Wushuang is furious at his students. "Don't beat around the bush. Where did you guys get nuclear warheads?" He smirks, sweat trickling down his temples as if hiding something. "Master, are you all right?" "Scientific weapons are useless in other dimensions," he says angrily, pointing to the mess below. "You mean that wasn't a nuclear warhead? What else could blow up a glacial crevasse like that?" Now he's stirred up the spirit guard. The guilty boy tried to look away, thinking to himself, "Oh, this is bad." Then Chen Shu gave a flattering smile to deny everything. "Teacher, I didn't do it. My wish is for world peace, so I wouldn't do something like that." Wu Shuang, exasperated with these immature kids, had no choice but to let it go. "All right, regardless of whether you did it or not, remember, if anyone asks, you don't know anything." The three youths immediately responded, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, the black and white python's tail was frozen. He quickly noticed something was wrong. Things just got worse. 2 Icebone Wolf Lords are on our tail. Just as he looked up, Chen Shu saw a storm of bats charging toward them. "Oh no, there are 5 Ice Bat Lords here too." He had to swallow hard and pretend he was okay. They were surrounded by 7 lords. They stared at each other for a long moment. Chen Shu boldly asks, "Teacher, what do we do?" Wu Shuang responded by slamming a fist into his head. "How?" "Of course, we run. 7 of them. Did they really expect us to fight back?" Suddenly, a notification appeared. Option 1, flee without hesitation. Option 2, attempt to appease the savage beast lord. Option 3, fight to the death. Chen Shu muttered to himself, "Is that even a question?" Of course. His words were cut short as he patted Lei Diao's back, who, understanding, shot off like a rocket, leaving his shout echoing behind. "Let's go!" Wushuang's mouth twitched at the sight of this insane maneuver, but he still seriously observed the ferocious beasts behind them. Then, realizing the danger, he shouted, "Careful of the legs!" Chen Shu, who had flown far away, suddenly turned back. Unbeknownst to them, the ferocious ice bats were closing in, and the alpha bat lunged, sinking its teeth into the Thunderbird's wing. Afraid of the pain, it trembled uncontrollably, threatening to throw the 3 passengers from its back. Even so, it struggles to maintain its reason, shaking its legs to throw off the ice bats as the venom from the beast's fangs weakens the Thunderbird. No longer able to fly, it begins to fall, and Zixing frantically asks Chen Shu for advice. "No, I have to recall Thunderbird, Tran though." Suppressing his worry, he raises his hand to dismiss the spirit, and the 3 of them plummet from the sky. The dire wolves, who had been waiting, opened their maws, ready for prey, as Chen Shu flipped over to summon his spirit contract. Slim appears in midair with a serious expression. The group immediately looks in its direction, then instinctively grabs onto Slim's mouth. The 3 brothers clung to the spirit to slow their descent, grabbing Slim's mouth to reduce their freefall. Sunam finally breathes a sigh of relief, thinking they're safe for now. But just then, a ferocious ice bat swoops in, startling him. Oh no, not again. The beast's jaws clamped down on the contract spirit, bringing it to tears. Chen Shu anxiously calls out to Slim, who is slowly turning invisible from fear. All 3 lost their grip and plummeted to the ground. Slim was in bad shape. The ice bats abandoned their leader to pursue them relentlessly, when suddenly a blue serpent shot up from the ground into the heart of the battle. The monsters, focused on their prey, didn't realize what they'd hit, and the Ice Bat Lord crashed to the ground in confusion. Taking advantage of the chaos, the black and white python retrieves the group, and Wushuang asks with a serious expression, "Are you all right?" Chenshu answered for the group, "We're fine, but..." The situation has shifted from hunting 3 humans to hunting 2 snakes. "Are you sure about this, teacher?" Witnessing his painful record-keeping, he was speechless. "Master, it's not like you have to write a will already." As Gujin choked back tears, Wushuang encouraged the children. "Write it down. There won't be time otherwise." Ignoring his nonsense, he pointed directly at the strange snake, saying, "The black and white giant serpent is gone. Isn't there still a blue giant serpent? Poor blue snake is getting pummeled by the demon beasts, but that doesn't stop the idle bats from continuing their attack." The giant serpent immediately turned to face it, ready to fight, and Chenshu quickly assessed the situation. "Wait, we can still fight." The 3 were confused as he rummaged through his bag. Seeing the test tube in his hand, Sunam's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Was he really going to blow up the mountain pass again? Getting caught means jail time. He was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. "What? You're planning to use that to blow something up?" Chenshu retorted angrily. "Are you all colorblind? These 2 vials aren't the same color. This one is red." But inside, he was terrified, thankful he'd won that reward from old Li. This time, he'd dodged a bullet. In the end, Chenshu forced a smile and handed the potion to Wu Shuang to test on the black and white python. But even with the potion in hand, he hesitated, asking if it would explode. Inwardly, he was unsure, but outwardly, he denied it with confidence, saying, "No, no." Trusting his student, Wu Shuang unhesitatingly tossed the potion to the contract spirit. Understanding its master, the giant serpent coils its tongue around the vial. Amber eyes now laced with blood, as the special concoction overwhelms its body. "This is bad. Jump off now. It looks like the giant serpent is about to explode." Before they could react, the giant serpent flung them from its back, and all 4 landed safely on the ground. Then, Chenshu immediately glanced at the struggling black and white serpent. Was it cooked already? Shuheng and Sunan innocently sniffed the air. The smell of grilled snake meat wasn't bad. He sighed helplessly. "Oh well, it's about to die anyway. It'll be happy to have its flesh eaten before it goes to its final resting place," leaving Wu Shuang puzzled. Next, the leader of the group started cooking. "Mr. Li, come lend a hand." He spat blood at the sight. Finally, he angrily yelled at them, "Get out!" The energized giant serpent suddenly stopped. This slightly surprises Wu Shuang. It seems the medicine is working. White appears in its eyes, and the giant serpent writhes in the air, a dark purple aura flickering around it. Having regained its senses, it saw the blue snake being ganged up on by the demonic beasts. Without hesitation, the giant serpent used its innate skill, Ice Ring, opening its mouth wide to gather blue energy. From above, a similar magic circle appears, and countless ice arrows join the fray. Chen Shugang seizes the moment and shouts, "Teacher Li, quickly recall the blue giant serpent." On command, the azure serpent shrunk down and coiled around Wu Shuang's arm, while the ice formation expanded to encompass all the monsters. Heavens, the range and attack power are 10 times greater, he cursed in a panic. The giant wolf was the first to be struck by a barrage of ice spears, and soon every wolf and bat was riddled with wounds. Thanks to his quick wit, he quickly noticed something was wrong. "Mr. Li, they're getting away." But Wu Shuang remained calm with his arms crossed, a slight smirk on his face, saying they wouldn't escape. As if understanding its master's intent, the giant serpent's eyes gradually turned blue. The fleeing losers suddenly screamed in pain as their wounds burst open, and he alone stood amidst the mist, manipulating everything. Only then did Chen Shu sigh in relief, finally out of danger. But the giant serpent began to show signs of exhaustion, collapsing to the ground in a cloud of dust, hitting him square in the face, leaving him frozen and unable to move. And there it is. He kindly goes to its side to check on it, but it's not moving at all. Xing held up the vial with a silly grin. The black and white serpent didn't die, did it? Despite her anger, Wu Shuang tilted her chin up and declared, "Die? What die? It's just losing blood." But then his expression turned serious as he questioned, "What is this thing, and why is it so powerful?" Hearing that, he felt guilty and avoided eye contact, saying he found it in a public restroom. Ignoring their chatter, Chen Shu focused intently on the wolf. Still not selling salt? The thought barely crossed his mind before he raised his hand to summon a spirit. "Rest up, Mr. Li, leave the rest to me." He wore a sinister expression, like a true villain. "Today, Slim will send 7 Black Iron Lords on a one-way trip. It's cold, so these lords should just give up and die." The Icefall beasts, sensing their lives were in danger, huddled together in fear as Zhenling Jun arrived on his flying mount. Li Kai was suddenly stunned, his mouth agape. Below the snowy mountain, Chen Shu watched smugly as Slim punished the ferocious beasts. Ha ha ha! See if you dare touch me now. Just then, as if sensing something, he turned to look behind him. Oh no, the spirit-suppressing army is here. A soldier controlling a beast approaches Han. What's wrong, Lao Li? Wushuang calmly replied. The previous explosion blew up these Lord-class beasts. My student wants to pretend he killed them. What a great storyteller. Hearing this, he had no choice but to swallow his tears and force a smile. Li Kai nodded in agreement, without a hint of suspicion. I see. So that's what happened. He then moved on to the main topic, asking if they knew anything about the explosion. To escape, Chen Shu immediately hid behind the old man, while Wushuang led his team in denial, claiming ignorance. He accepts this reason, adding, Yes, this ice crevice may have to be temporarily sealed off for a while. You should leave here first. He was interrupted mid-sentence. Okay, we'll be going then. He paused, observing his student. His eyes gleamed with greed as he quickly packed away all sorts of items. I'm rich! I'm rich! He could only purse his lips in helpless silence as he gazed upon the snow-capped mountains and the heavily guarded spirit-suppressing army base within. In a room, Wushuang loudly instructs the students, Because of someone, this training ends here. Rest for the night, and tomorrow night we return to the academy. The children obediently acknowledged the instructions. Understood. Beneath the crescent moon, the tower was silent as Chen Shu excitedly examined their spoils, a decent haul indeed. I'm not turning in the frozen ice wolf's heart. I've already told the association to have the quest giver come here to buy it. We'll split the profits. While he was busy calculating, Peerless quietly opened the door, perhaps estimating the total value of what remained. Then, deliberately raising his voice, he announced the answer. 20 million. Startled, he instinctively clutched his bag of treasures. What are you doing here, teacher? He grinned sheepishly, dividing the spoils. Then he reached into his pockets, probing around. So, what do you think? Don't you want it? Chen Shu was on the verge of tears. No, it's not that. Of course I'll give it to you. I'll sell these when I get back. Suddenly a voice cut in. There's no need to sell them. As soon as Ziqing entered, he declared, I'll buy it. I'll have someone send you the money tomorrow. I keep my share. You guys can have it. He beamed, basking in the group's thumbs up of approval. Suddenly, he glanced to the side as his phone vibrated with a new message. Chen Shu opened it, read it, and immediately said, You sent that quest to find me. The man said he wants to use 11 million to buy this frozen bone giant wolf heart. He then got up to discuss with the others, but he asked me to meet him at the beast taming house of Daxing City High School. The next morning, 3 figures waited in front of Daxing City's first high school near a large administrative building. Any minute now, and we'll have over 10 million. But the voice on the other end was like a bucket of cold water. The number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. Chen Shu's expression turned serious. What was going on? At the same time, the system issued a notification. Option 1, wait patiently. Option 2, meet the buyer directly. Option 3, turn around and leave. Just then, a young man casually ran past the 3 of them, and Chen Shu smirked. Guys, wait for me outside. After who knows how long, he emerged, disguised and cheerful. Xing and Sunan stared in amazement, exclaiming, That works? He actually managed to disguise himself like that. Hello. I have a food delivery for the headmaster. He then drove to the Beast Taming Academy of Daxing City. Carrying a sack, Chen Shu entered the corridor, listening intently. Wang Qing, do you really want to challenge me? I could crush your little snake with one blow, so spare me the talk. Wu Yangbao wants to fight, so let's fight. This familiar feeling makes him think. Isn't that Ao Duangbao, my client? And there are 2 people in the arena, ready to fight. Wu Yangbao furiously commanded his spirit. Snow Lion, attack that rotten snake, Sisong. Across from him, Wang Qing retorted, Let's go and show that cat what you're made of. The 2 contracted spirits obeyed their masters and engaged in combat as Chen Shu casually observed the fight. Isn't that just asking for death? Who uses their claws against a snake's mouth? Just as expected, the ferocious golden serpent bit down hard on the snow lion's paw, which it quickly pulled away from the venomous snake. Unable to bear it, he cursed aloud. Idiot, use the freezing skill to slow the spread of the venom, then chase after it. Got it? That reminder sparked enlightenment in his mind. It was spot on. He pointed and commanded, Mad Lion, use your freezing skill. Snow Lion immediately froze the poisoned claw, then seized the opportunity to counterattack the snake, slamming a block of ice into its front line, staggering the golden serpent. Seeing his spirit unconscious, Wang Qing was furious. A mere sire dares to barge in here and cause trouble? Chen Shu deliberately ignored him. I'm here to deliver something to Ouyang Bao. Young Master Ouyang Bao quickly understood the situation. I am Ouyang Bao. Are you Chen Shu? You're delivering the goods directly. Go ahead and check them. Finally, he opens the sack, revealing a treasure trove of rare items, leaving the onlookers in awe. It's the heart of a lord-level beast. It's good to have money. After getting permission, he feeds it to the snow lion. I'll buy one first. If I can learn the skill, I won't need the other. Chen Shu confidently stated, Don't worry, you'll need both. On the elf's side, the beast heart begins to take effect. He struggled to activate all of his energy, but it quickly fizzled out like a popped balloon. He clenched his fist and cursed. Heaven and earth had truly not been comprehended. Yang Bao dejectedly accepted the remaining lump and then asked, How did you know I couldn't comprehend it? He grinned and explained, Just a hunch. The more money, the less luck. As Snow Lion absorbed more energy, she broke through, her claws Ganghua into ice claws. He praised her. You're exactly right, but someone interrupted. Skills only need to be used once. The most important thing is learning how to use them. Zhu Qing steps in, sternly scolding them, saying even one person knows more than you all. Don't fall behind like that, okay? Chen Shu is extremely annoyed to hear this. What do you mean, one? I'm the best in the business, so it's only natural that I'm well-versed in all kinds of knowledge. Do you understand? He challenged him outright. You know everything? Perfect. I'm gathering the students' spirit contract skills to teach them how to use them flexibly. He then handed him the stack of problems, saying if he was so good, he should do them. The system then prompted him with a choice. 1. Leave immediately. 2. Resist him. Or 3. Teach the students how to use their skills. He smirked as if he'd just cracked the universe's code, surprised to trigger 2 choices in one go. Then, Chen Shu swiftly grabbed the stack of papers. Let me. He finally ascends a flight of stairs to find a quiet place. Chen Shu stood next to Ouyang Bao, reviewing the exam questions, frowning slightly as he assessed them. As expected of Daxing City's top high school, all 10 students in the special class had A-rank contracted spirits, and there were even 2 level 8 beastmasters. Then he looked up at him, and this Ouyang Bao is an 8th level beastmaster with 8 skills. It seems that with money you can really do anything. Chen Shu stroked his chin thoughtfully, wondering what he was thinking. Okay, next, call him out and embarrass him. Ouyang Bao, your bone mist burst is best for closing the distance. Also, when the bone ore appears, it will obscure the opponent's vision, so learn to use it wisely. Zhu Qing, standing behind him, was shocked and cursed inwardly. Damn, he really knows. Then arrogantly, he raised his chin to the sky. I think I should be your homeroom teacher. Yang Bao's eyes were now filled with fanaticism. Not bad, big brother. He'd been tricked, but he could only endure it, quickly turning around to chase Chen Shu away. All right, you know what I know, you can leave now. He calmly accepts the outcome. Yeah, it won't be long before you're out of school. His phone then alerts him to a deposit of 11 million yuan. He checked his phone and saw a message from Yang Bao. Boss, let's grab dinner tonight. Chen Shu was silent for a long time before agreeing. All right, you pick the place. With the plan settled, Chen Shu put his phone away, unable to suppress a sly grin. With rich, gullible clients like these, it pays to build a good relationship. Who knows what I can swindle later? Cheng Zhuang straightened his collar, thinking to himself, telling Xing Xing and the others to go back. This was a job for him alone. Inside a lavish banquet hall with professional servers, a young man stood calmly at the entrance as Chen Shu basked in the attention of the crowd, many subordinates bowing respectfully. Big brother, big brother. Yang Bao, lounging on the sofa, finally spoke up. The boss has arrived and you happily chat with him. Is it really necessary to be so extravagant when treating someone to a meal? Not only did he pay for everything, but he hired all these bodyguards. Is he a second-generation rich kid? He sheepishly wags his thumb. I'm not a trust fund kid, my dad is. Chen Shu was speechless, clasped his hands in farewell, and apologized for the intrusion. But Yang Bao stroked his head, saying he really wanted Chen Shu to teach him how to win a fight. He immediately waved his hands. Huh? Teach you how to fight? Before he could refuse, he played his trump card. Big brother, I'll pay you whatever it takes to teach me. Following the arm's direction, there's a whole car of cash. Take as much as you want. With that much money, how could Chen Shu possibly refuse? When money's involved, feelings are bound to be affected. All right, I'll teach you one move for free. The ultimate secret to fighting is the sneak attack. The two young men huddled together, whispering, "I can." The private room was eerily silent as they seriously negotiated the price. "If you have any questions later, just send me a message. It's like we've known each other for ages. One question will cost you 10,000. Bao, now manipulated, respectfully offered the red envelope. "Thank you, boss." Chen Shu took the money, his heart racing with this new way to get rich. A few days later, Chen Shu taught Bao a new combat skill each day, diligently guiding him. 3 days later, at the train station waiting area, Chen Shu waved goodbye. "All right, this is far enough. Text me if anything comes up." His phone lit up with a call from Zisanan. He calmly answers the phone and waits for a response. "Hello?" Then, he suddenly shouts out loud in the middle of the crowd. "What? Nangjiang #1 High School is here. Hold on for 2 more hours and I'll be there." Inside the beast-taming hall, spirits lay scattered on the ground, the only one with any strength left being a red bird, as Lin Zixuan provocatively challenged. "Before setting out, the headmaster specifically told me that South River #2 High was hiding a big move, ready to scare people." How pathetic. He mocked Xiaoyu's group, saying they couldn't even last 2 hours. "Now I want to ask, is there anyone else?" They were so ashamed they couldn't even lift their heads. "If not, I declare the Namjiang Second High School's special class." Tu Hien was too busy sneering, calling them all useless, unaware that Tran Thu was quietly closing in. Seeing this, a student immediately retaliated with a bag of urine, as a girl excitedly shouted, "Chen Shu, declare while you're bagging him, I'm your daddy." Then, taking the opportunity, he punched him, and with the bag over his head, Zixuan was quickly defeated. Seeing their master at a disadvantage, the black spirit lunged forward, only to be crushed by Slim descending from above. Chen Shu shakes his head, unimpressed. "I'm gone for 2 days, and you dare cause trouble in my class?" He smirks, stroking his nose. "Who else would dare on my turf? You're asking for it." Finally, he turned to the teacher for permission. "Teacher, what should we do with them now?" Then he chose an answer based on the system's requirements. Chen Shu casually hoisted Zixuan up, startling Wu Shuang. "What do you want to do?" His answer was flawless, a challenge to the elite class of Jiang #1 High School. The onlookers were stunned. He'd only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped, his voice laced with curiosity. "Oh, that reminds me. I remember when Fang Xi was here. Chen Shu caused so much damage that the school awarded her 10 million. Hearing this, Wu Shuang sadly avoids eye contact, but his path is blocked by 2 young men. Not wanting to cause trouble, he calmly requests, "Let's go, Mr. Li. Let's go to the school to discuss business." That same morning, in the principal's office, Mingtai sat before his computer, repeating in disbelief, "What? You want me to give you 2 million? He seemed furious. "You want to challenge Jiang #1 High School's special class alone?" Suddenly, his expression turned serious. "How could you possibly believe I'd succeed?" Chen Shu glanced helplessly at the young man on the floor. "Or perhaps you'd prefer I kick Zixuan. I'll show you how a beastmaster defeats Lin Zixuan." Now that things have come to this, Mintai rises and coldly observes Tranthu with a hint of anticipation in his heart. "Let's see what he's got," Carlo casually agreed. Hearing that, he gave a chilling smile. "Ha ha. Then I won't hold back." Chen Shu looked down at the unconscious Zixuan, then raised his hand and struck his avatar. Upon waking, the first thing he saw was him, and he recoiled in terror. "What do you want?" Chen Shu suddenly grinned. "You want to fight me?" Inside the beast-taming hall, 2 contestants faced off in the vast arena. Zixuan regained his composure and summoned his spirit. "If you're looking for a duel, are you trying to meet your ancestors? I'll grant your wish." The ferocious pangolin appears before the crowd. "Let me see your true strength." As usual, Slim descends from above upon his opponent's head, enraging him. God, what a cheap shot. Seizing the opportunity, Slim kicked the ice mantis away with his stone-infused stump. Chen Shuli retorted with conviction. How can a summoner's actions be called a sneak attack? Then, with hands on her hips, she flashed a smug grin, like a true villain. "Ah, Mingtai," his face ashen, asked the person next to him. "Is that really the top student in our class?" Wu Shuang could only defend that a beastmaster only needs to win, and the scene of the 2 beasts chasing each other was extremely childish. He silently placed a comforting hand on his subordinate's shoulder. "All right, the headmaster is here for entertainment, not a match." Ice Wolf was pitifully chased by Slim, who looked menacing. Zixuan wouldn't allow his summoned beast to be made fun of like that. It seems he'll have to use his ultimate move. Hearing its master's command, Ice Wolf immediately turns around, transforming its tail into countless threads that lash out towards Slim. His smugness is now impossible to hide. Just wait. Those constricting threads are only getting tighter. Slim cleverly activates Dream Sleep. No matter how much Ice Wolf attacks, as long as it's asleep, it won't be hurt. Now it's Chen Shu's turn to gloat. Brat! Now it's my turn. Slim breaks free of the lucid dream kill and swells, snapping all the restraints. Across from him, Zixuan sneered. Is that all you've got? The Shadow Beast accelerates and Ice Wolf escapes from the front, moving behind Slim. He carefully channels energy into his summoned beast, confident that even a larger size won't overcome his contracted spirit. Chen Xuan casually waves his hand, unleashing a new ultimate move. Is that so? Then try this. Slim began to inhale deeply, and the lack of airflow caused its body to swell, finally disappearing and reappearing behind the Ice Wolf. In his signature style, Slim doesn't forget to use his special technique, crushing his opponent with his weight. After tormenting its opponent, it gleefully hops back to its spot, leaving the students of South River High School No. 2 in stunned silence. On the arena floor, Ice Wolf lay collapsed, covered in blood, its fate uncertain. The outcome was clear, and though unwilling, Zixuan announced, I concede. Chen Shu, overzealous, flipped him off, saying, Is that all South River No. 1 High School has to offer? The students outside joined in the mockery. Is that all No. 1 High School of Namjiang has to offer? Zixuan could only hang his head in shame. I lost because I'm inferior. But immediately after, he continued to provoke him, saying, Don't think Namjiang High has no masters. If you dare come, I guarantee you'll be carried out. This threat carries no weight, as Chen Shu casually remarks, Oh, Zixuan didn't bother arguing and just turned to leave. Just you wait, I'll be back. But little did he know, a sinister smile crept across his face. Ha ha. After a few steps, Zixuan suddenly felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Looking up, he froze, and before he could react, Chen Shu threw a sack over him, then wound up a punch. He seized the opportunity to mess with Zixuan, who was still clueless, causing him to fall backward and lose consciousness as Chen Shu casually rotated his shoulder, ordering his men to carry him back to Nanjiang High School No. 1, a command the students enthusiastically obeyed. Stunned by the scene before him, Tai Ming was speechless, and before he could recover, Chen Shu placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, Headmaster, do you believe in my strength now? Tai Ming immediately switched to coward mode, turning his head away, no longer daring to deny it. Just waiting for this, he begins to unfold his plan. If that's the case, then Chen Shu is extremely excited, ready to make Nanjiang High School No. 1 run red in 2 days. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang quietly observed the chaos around him. Well done, class president. Knowing Chen Shu's penchant for recklessness, he cautioned him, Come here. No nuclear weapons. For now, he seemed to listen obediently. Of course, before long, the bright sunlight shone across the school grounds, where Shu Xing strolled with Chen Shu and Su Nan. Today was truly exhilarating. I thought our school was about to be crushed, but we managed to turn the tables. Then, just to be sure, he asks, Chen Pi, are you really confident you can make Nanjiang No. 1 High School run red with blood next week? Only then does Chen Shu dare to express his true feelings. Not really. I need to prepare thoroughly. But immediately, an idea sparked. Xiaoxing, does your family run a beast-taming business? Do you sell any overlord skills? And while I'm at it, do I get a discount? He quickly offered an exceptional deal, a 10% discount just for him. Hearing this, Chen Shu immediately made a decision. Okay, can you ask if they have these 3 skills? Back in his familiar dorm room, the final important call came to an end, and Xu Sheng relayed all the information he'd gathered. Chen Pai, I had my family check, and those 3 skills aren't available, but there is one similar to Hu Jinwen's innate growling threat skill, which can break through the opponent's skills. Chen Shu's eyes lit up. How much does that even cost? He naively held out his hand to show the price. 4 million, even with the discount, he was still floored. What? 4 million? 2 days later, in the dorm of South River High School No. 2, Chen Shu stared in disbelief at the item in Xu Hang's hand. Worth 4 million. He was immediately stunned. That's right, don't underestimate it. This is a top-quality item. Since you say so, I'll accept it with the utmost care. I see, with the item in hand, Chen Shu wastes no time in trying it out. He even sincerely prays, I'll use 10 years of my roommate's life to ensure I successfully comprehend this. Slim's skill increases by 1, and he's so happy he pumps his fist in celebration, but then his face turns sinister. Today is the day I use blood to wash Nanjiang High School No. 1. Fully equipped, Chen Shu drags people to the opponent's school gate, and upon meeting them, he introduces himself warmly. Hello, we are students from Nanjiang High School No. 2, here to challenge you. Yutzi is speechless at the fake face, then waves them away like evil spirits. Sorry, we haven't received any notice. Please go back. Zai Xing retorted, annoyed. How could that be? Our principal said they already arranged it. He's already on edge from just one question. I told you we weren't notified, so just leave. Just then, a voice came from behind. What's going on? Oh, it's Director Jiang from number 1 high school. UC immediately turned back to report. Director Lin, they're students from 2nd High, saying they're here to challenge us. Lin Jiang, annoyed, pointed at them dismissively. How dare 2nd High act up here? Aside from 3 years ago, when have you ever been able to stand up to us? Did Lin Zixuan beat you all senseless? Chen Shu's no pushover either. Just a few words and he's stirring up trouble. Hey, didn't you tell them to take Lin Zixuan back? You didn't bury him, did you? Wu Song quickly covered. Bury? What bury? I sent him to the hospital. They're probably treating his spirit animal right now. But his face began to pale at Chen Shu's sigh. Lao Li, I misjudged you. Are you really such a kind person? He then turned to taunt Lin Jiang. Your Lin Zixuan was defeated by me, and he can't even believe it. You're lying, get out of my way. These words sent Chen Shu into a rage. So arrogant, huh? Telling me to get lost. Sensing something was amiss, Wu Shuang tried to intervene, but it was too late. He'd already lost his cool and attacked. His eyes blazing, he charged like a mad bull, landing a kick to Lin Jiang's face that sent him flying. Dudzi immediately calls it in over the radio. Call the police, call the police. We have an intruder on campus. Lin Jiang couldn't even get up from the ground. Who are you people? Meanwhile, Chen Shu casually brushed the dust off his pants, then put his hands in his pockets, looking every bit the heir of the dragon. Just as he was about to deliver another blow, a voice boomed, Who's there? How dare you cause trouble here? The person standing before him was Wang Feng, the head teacher of the special class at Zhang number 1 high school. After checking the information, Chen Shu stopped all actions. Unable to defeat his opponent, the Black Iron level beast tamer immediately creates an opening for Wu Shuang. Sir, you have a visitor? In such an awkward situation, he could only force a smile. To ease the tense atmosphere, Wu Shuang cheerfully introduces himself. Hello, I'm Li Wu Shuang, the head of the special class at number 2 Namjiang High School. But Wang Feng only scoffs even more. Did you bring your students here to cause trouble? He asked, maintaining his obsequious demeanor. How can this be considered troublemaking? We're issuing a challenge according to the rules. As for this director, he's just playing around with my students. Wu Shuang added, seeing Lin Jiang in the back. Back to the main issue, Wang Feng arrogantly declares, I was originally going to let you off easy, even though you came here to challenge us. Looks like I'll have to teach you all a lesson. He confidently declared, unaware of what was to come. Wu Shuang still wore a smile, while Chen Shu was a little flustered that Wang Feng had so easily agreed. Follow me. They watched him go, still muttering, I want to see you all crying as you run out of South River number 1 high school. Soon, everyone gathered at the school's beast arena, where Wang Feng announced, Students, the head students of Namjiang number 2 high want to challenge your class. Indeed, everyone laughed mockingly. Has number 2 high school gone mad? The weakest link dares to challenge us? Haha, that's hilarious. Have they lost their minds, daring to challenge us like this? Chen Shu, hearing these words, was itching for a fight, and he immediately summoned his stream, only making them more dismissive. A low-level stream? Damn it, are they crazy? He's really lost it. Let me go, teacher, let me go. The students below began to clamor, but just then, Dang Nguyen stepped forward to restore order. Don't interfere, let me go. After the challenge, Tran Thuman slyly entices them. Old Wang, your class seems pretty strong. How about we spice things up with a bet? Wang Feng took the bait, but what did he have in mind? He immediately offered an incredibly favorable deal. If I can defeat your entire class, I want 20 high-grade spirit beast seeds. If I lose, I'll give you 40. Thinking Chen Shu was a fool, he grinned and pointed at the students below. Upon being chosen, Dang Nguyen was ecstatic. Thank you, teacher. Leave it to me. As he summoned his beast, he taunted, I'll show you the difference between 1st and 2nd high. Before he could finish, Sim jumped in, putting them both on the defensive. Dang Yuan watched his spirit beast get crushed and could only scream, You dirty sneak resorting to cheap tricks. But Chen Shu didn't care, just yawning with boredom. Sorry, time's short, next. Witnessing such an organized display, the group below fell silent, prompting him to speak up. Weren't you all eager to try just a moment ago? Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Just as Chen Shu was about to speak, a voice cut in. Let me. Wenwu confidently steps forward, summoning his death glare beast. Go on. Her appearance took him by surprise. An A-rank spirit already? The match hasn't even started, so why is Wenwu holding back? Defeated by my Deathhorn beast, you won't be considered too bad. The male students below cheer with fervor. Wenwu, defeat him. What can a slime even do? The students from 2nd high are too arrogant, which only invigorates Chen Shu even more. Defeat. Yes, a defeat is in order. No sooner said than done. Slim charged at his opponent like a moth to a flame, ultimately knocking the unicorn beast flat on its back. The audience is shocked. How could this be? With one move, Wenwu was defeated? Seizing the momentum, Slim ferociously defeated another beast. He shows no mercy, even to the little bird, and those two big monkeys are bullied into tears by Slim. Finally, Chen Shu can proudly declare himself invincible. How lonely. The #1 high school's male students are utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Wang Feng looked just as grim. Sensing the unfavorable situation, he immediately gave orders to his men. Zhang Tian, it's your turn. Zhang Tian calmly steps out from the crowd. He immediately gathers energy in his palm. If that's how it is, I'll end this match. Chen Shu and Slim silently watched him show off. Watch closely. In an instant, a summoned beast appeared overhead, the storm lightning bird. Indeed, he was a little surprised. A rank E stormwind bird. Zhang Tian is ready for battle, while Chen Shu is still lost in thought. No wonder he's putting on such a show. But he quickly came up with a countermeasure, skillfully gathering brilliant golden energy. If I'm #2, then no one is #1. Slim, empowered, charges toward his opponent. The incomplete thunderclap bird attack left it vulnerable, and Slim seized the opportunity. Even Zhang Tian didn't anticipate this move, leaving him dumbfounded, but Chen Shu was extremely pleased. What's with that look? Slim continues its assault. Seeing Slim fly towards the wind lightning bird, he immediately became alert. Was there more? He urgently commands the lightning rock to evade before things get worse. Luckily, it flew high enough to avoid Slim's devastating headbutt. Driven by its battle-hungry nature, the Thunder Rock decided to retaliate. It tried to gather another energy orb in its mouth, but that only amused Chen Shu. A counterattack, was it? With that, he snapped his fingers. Slim continues to charge at his opponent, while he looks on with glee, saying, "Try again in your next life." Phoenix twins were knocked flat onto the arena floor, leaving the #1 high school team in stunned silence. Chen Shu basks in the glory once more. Being undefeated is a lonely existence. They were so provoked, they were left speechless. With that done, Chen Shu turned to his main objective, paying up the 20 top-grade beast-taming seeds. Even now, Wang Feng tried to weasel his way out. What's the rush? Aren't there still people who haven't joined? He gave him a judgmental look, utterly shameless. Just then, the system offered 3 interesting choices. Chen Shu's face twisted with glee. Oh, this choice couldn't have come at a better time. He decided to go it alone. I'm not targeting anyone in particular, but everyone here is trash. Come at me all at once. Wang Fengzi smugly gives the order. You asked for it. Everyone, attack. In the blink of an eye, a variety of ferocious beasts threatened Slim, as the group behind them grew even more eager. He's far too arrogant. We absolutely can't let him off easy this time. Crush him. The beasts immediately formed a circle around Slim. As it unleashed its new skill, they laughed so hard they spat out their drinks. How could such a cute roar not be embarrassing? But instantly, all the beasts were beaten to a bloody pulp. Over here, Chen Shu was wearing a sinister smile. Ha ha. Let the rolling begin. Slim, obedient as ever, casually lies down on the first beast. With its massive size, it rolled around, crashing into the last spirit beast. And before it could react, Jia Shu desperately tried to salvage the situation with an attack, only to be injured himself. After recovering, all the beasts combined their strength for a final attack, but Slim effortlessly deflected them all, reveling in its power. Catching them off guard, it charged head-on, sending them flying. Seeing the beasts sprawled on the ground, the opposing team fell into stunned silence. Jiashu and Tankyo exclaimed, "This is ridiculously strong. I've never seen a contract spirit at this level so powerful. Is this a mutation?" Just then, Chen Shu received more good news. Slim's charge skill had leveled up, and all of its golden attributes increased by 10%. Wang Feng, standing far off, was startled by his words, now completely convinced. Without waiting for a response, Chen Shu arrogantly waved his hand. "Let's go!" Watching them leave, Wang Feng couldn't help but worry. South River #2 High might just make a comeback at this year's competition. Soon after, at the entrance of the school, Chen Shu eagerly pitched his deal. Remember to tell the principal, 2 million per school, fair price, no scams. If he's interested, he can find me anytime. Wu Shuang's expression was a little forced, but he had no way to refuse. Okay, I understand. I'll go find the principal. You guys go back to the Beast Hall first. He quietly watched the eager figure leave, then sighed with melancholy. It seems the principal will have to bleed a lot this time. Soon, Chen Shu's group arrived at the beast-taming house. And then, there's Tang Li's group. They actually succeeded in challenging him one-on-one. Wang Yun in the back is already showing his fear. Young Master Tang, maybe we should leave him alone. We really can't win, but he still wants to play the hero. What's there to fear? Once I catch up to his level, how could I lose with my A-rank spirit contract? As Chen Shu's group approached, Hong Ming frantically asked again, "Boss, are you sure?" Tang Li clenched his fist with determination. "Nonsense, Duong Liet. I must fight these evil forces to the end," though his face betrayed his fear. "Say no more. He's coming." He stood rooted to the spot as Mo Chenshu glided past, his steps suddenly halting, followed by a deadly glare. That one sentence from Mo Chenshu was enough to make Tang Li sweat bullets. He tried to face him, but his face was ashen. He still put on a menacing front, his voice a chilling blend of coldness and murderous intent. "That's a nice outfit you have on." Those words left Tang Li's group speechless, and they only dared to breathe a sigh of relief after he was gone. The atmosphere grew heavy as Wang Yun pleaded, "Boss, do you really think this is the way to get revenge?" Soon after, in Wu Shuang's class, "All right, that's all for today's lesson." Class is dismissed, and sensing an opportunity, Chen Shu informs Xuxing and Sunan, "You guys go on ahead. I need to discuss something with old Li." He then happily approached Wu Shuang. "Teacher, what did the headmaster say?" His face changed, but he remained calm enough to fabricate a story. "The headmaster needs to consider it further. A response that displeases him. What's there to consider? If you won't do it, I'll take matters into my own hands." Chen Shu happily left the classroom, his mind racing with thoughts of his business venture. How could he possibly stop making money? Only Peerless, unable to relax his face, looked worried. Soon after, he indeed sought out Headmaster Tai Min. Upon seeing him, he sensed something was up. "Chen Shu, what is it?" Chen Shu gets straight to the point. "Headmaster, do you want Second High to be famous throughout Nanjiang?" Speaking of which, Tai Ming frowned slightly. He wanted to, but the cost of training the school's special class was already very high. Without another word, he immediately offered a discount of 1 million per school, a proposal the principal hesitated over. Even though Chen Shu's spirit contract is only of the lowest rank, his abilities are comparable to Fang Xi's. Perhaps it's worth taking a chance to make a name for himself. "Fine. If you can defeat the other 6 schools in the city, I'll transfer the money to you." Hearing the word money, Chen Shu's eyes lit up like headlights, and he agreed without hesitation. Back in the dorm, Su Nan and Xu Xing were questioning him. "Chen Bi, you really want to challenge the other 6 high schools?" He grinned as he explained his reasons. There was no other way. The school was offering too much money. Then he changed the subject. "By the way, Tiu Tin, does your family have any low-level black iron beast tamers? Though he's 90% reckless, Tranthu still has some reservations about helping me. I'm worried other schools will try to sabotage me if they lose, but Xuxing enthusiastically offers another solution. Indeed, no black iron-level beastmaster is needed. Just speak to the media in South River City. A silver level challenging the geniuses of 6 high schools would surely attract reporters," he explained logically. Then he added a brilliant point. Who would dare mess with him then? Chen Shu's eyes sparkled at the mention of cash and the possibility of attracting more sponsors for extra money. Without a second thought, he snapped his fingers in agreement. "All right, I'll arrange it." Moments later, he immediately calls someone, and as soon as the other end picks up, Chen Shu excitedly introduces himself. "Hello, Uncle Joe. I have a money-making opportunity. I wonder if you're interested." Days later, news of Chen Shu's challenge to 6 high schools spread across social media with sensational headlines, attracting the attention of countless netizens as media outlets scrambled to cover the story. Soon, the day of the challenge arrived, and in the school dorm that morning, Su Nan offered a few words of encouragement before he left. "Chen Shu, you have to do your best. I bet on you to win." Smelling a rat, Chen Shu's expression immediately soured. "Bet on me to win?" He didn't hesitate to explain the whole story. "Didn't you know? Your challenge has sparked an underground betting pool with some wagering on your victory against the 6 high schools and others predicting your failure. The current odds are 11-1, but he doesn't seem too thrilled. 1-1. They think that highly of me?" At that moment, the system presented 3 choices, igniting Chen Shu's mischievous side. Without hesitation, he makes his decision. If that's the case, then I'll pretend to lose. Su Nan and Xu Xing were taken aback by this. He wants to throw the match? The answer that followed left them speechless. A fixed match? I've fought so many battles. It's only reasonable to slip up once. And then, with feigned integrity, I'll strongly declare that underground gambling is illegal. That I, the guardian of justice in Nanjiang City, absolutely cannot tolerate it. So you all better retreat quickly after tomorrow's fight. Chen Shu sincerely advises, his face then revealing his true colors. This time, whether it's dirty money or clean money, I, Chen Shu, will take it all. He was now incredibly proud of his life's ambition. To have it all, Shuxing and Sunan were still in shock as they exclaimed in unison, "What a savage!" Soon after, at the South River No. 3 High School Beast Taming Arena, people flocked in to watch the competition. Below the stands, cheers and jeers mixed in a raucous din. "Go, Chenshu, you trash!" Before all the cameras, Tai Ming earnestly encourages him. "With such fanfare, you have to try your best." Chenshu confidently declares, "Rest assured, I have a plan." As soon as he finished speaking, he leisurely stepped onto the arena, hands on his hips in a proud stance, and began to move. Meanwhile, his opponent eagerly entered the match. Lihian tells his opponent to go first, sauntering onto the stage with his hands in his pockets, then theatrically jumps into position. Lihian struck a pose before Chenshu and introduced himself. "At your service, Lihian." He raised his palm and a swirl of dark energy appeared. The dark elemental was revealed and he looked a little panicked. A-rank dark elemental spirit. This one's no pushover. But he quickly composes himself, sheds his outer robe, and returns the greeting with a surge of spirit energy. Chenshu immediately descends from above. The two of them, along with their spirits, are strikingly dressed in matching outfits. This flamboyant display is almost embarrassing to watch. Before starting, Chenshu strikes a few poses for the cameras. First cool, then cute, and finally a debonair look showing off his sharp jawline. Hold on a second, everyone. Chenshu finally returns to the arena. All set? He then waved his hand, summoning his simian. I'll be careful up here. As soon as it landed, it immediately used gigantification. Seeing this, Li Tian began to sweat profusely, while Chenshu became even more excited. Slim, crush him. Slim uses charge again, rushing towards his opponent. The dark elemental remained unfazed, its body gradually fading away until it completely merged into the ring. This allowed him to avoid the headbutt, leaving Slim in utter disbelief. Even Chenshu didn't foresee this. Huh? The skill of etherealization. Li Qian is momentarily smug. You want to beat me? With your Slim, you're not qualified. But with the protagonist's aura, how could he give up so easily? Chenshu immediately unleashed a powerful move. Dewey continued. Let's see which lasts longer, your transformation or my attacks. And so, the hunter and hunted clash once more. Finally, the dark elemental couldn't hold on any longer and reverted to its original form, while Slim was still going strong. Seizing the opportunity, he loudly announced, "This is it." Slim accelerates, aiming straight for his opponent's abdomen. The powerful impact sends the dark elemental flying dozens of meters towards the stands, giving Tranthu even more reason to gloat. So much for an A-rank spirit pact. The students below were utterly astonished. He quickly pulled a loudspeaker out of nowhere and placed it on the arena floor, letting it blare in their faces. Next, next. This nonchalant attitude put everyone on guard. Chenshu faced their stares, a little surprised that no one moved. He had to change tactics. How about this? If you all come at me at once and win, you get 40 high-grade beast cores. If you lose, you give me 20. Hearing this, Shen Yi bristled. You're pushing it too far. Everyone at Nanjiang 3rd High is a genius. 6 of them have A-grade spirit contracts, and the rest are B-grade. Chenshu's ears are starting to itch. Does that mean the principal agreed? I thought he was so tough, but he's just as cowardly as anyone else. Of course, he didn't accept. Do you take me for a fool? I knew the fate of South River High all along. That makes his lips twitch. Then why are you still here running your mouth? The two exchanged a silent, intense look. It seemed Chenshu would have to back down. Oh, I'll propose a new rule. Forget it. I'll indulge you this time. No more suffering. You can all come at me, A ranks and B ranks together. Win or lose, no need for beast cores. Chenshu loudly asked for opinions. What do you think? Shen Yi had been waiting for this, so he didn't hesitate. And just like that, Slim stood alone against a horde of beasts. It immediately unleashed its immense power, easily defeating each opponent one by one. Finally, Slim landed triumphantly, claiming absolute victory. But it was Tai Ming and Chenshu who were most shocked, mouths agape. A match against Nanjiang Xing of 3rd High School. Bathed in a radiant aura, Chenshu seized the moment to show off. True invincibility is lonely. Time passes, and moonlight spills across the dormitory balcony. Seeing Sunan intently watching her phone, he can't help but be curious. What are the odds, Lao Xi? Thanks to Manjin's over-the-top acting, the results are in. The odds are now 5-1 in your favor. Hearing this, he began to put his plan into action. Before tonight, use my ID to bet 10 million that I'll lose. The more he spoke, the more inhuman Chenshu's expression and smile became. Next, it's time to rob the rich and give to the poor. Sunam watched from the sidelines, not daring to say a word. And after that day, Chen Shu challenged a new school every day, becoming a media darling. Unsurprisingly, Chen Shu emerged victorious every time, his opponents humiliated to the point of tears. The final match was fast approaching. His match against Namjiang Special High School attracted many sponsors. As usual, Chen Shu arrogantly stepped into the arena saying, "Enough talk, come at me." Before he knew it, he could almost see the stacks of money flying before his eyes. 50 million was about to be born. But life isn't always a dream, and Chen Shu's instincts immediately sounded an alarm. Why did he feel like something was wrong? Even so, he only coughed lightly, then spread his arms with fake friendliness, urging them to come at him together, but only the crouching dragon raised his hand to speak. Chen Shu was overjoyed. Was this a one-on-one challenge? But then he threw a bucket of ice-cold water on those hopes, saying their special class wasn't afraid to fight, but the time wasn't right. And so, they surrendered. A clear and decisive declaration that nearly made Chen Shu's eyes pop out of his head. The students echoed in turn, "We surrender, we surrender." But it only made him more frantic. "No, we can't let them surrender like this." He immediately bristled defensively. "I object." Wolong was not to be outdone. Arguing his point, he says, "We've already surrendered. Why is the challenger protesting?" This silences Chen Shu, who then grabs his megaphone. Stay calm, you can definitely provoke them into fighting." No sooner said than done, he immediately began to taunt them. "Admitting defeat before even fighting? You special high students are all cowards." Yes. Outside the special high school, the sun shone ever brighter. But inside, the students were incredibly tense. A summoner's strength relies on their bonded spirit, and a weak will can affect the outcome of battle. Chen Shu even used your class's prodigy, who possesses a wind-type spirit beast of A grade, as an example, saying that I defeated him time and time again, even leaving him psychologically scarred. The crowd below burst into laughter, fueling his passionate storytelling. You think he gave up? That he's afraid? Let me tell you, even now, he still wants to fight against the evil forces with me. Chen Shu declared resolutely before everyone, ending with a profound statement. This was the aura of a true genius. He may be defeated, but he'll never be broken. The students below, moved by his words, begin to applaud. Chen Shu's eyes lit up. The moment had come. He seized the opportunity to try again. Does anyone else want to challenge me? But the atmosphere was eerily silent, making Chen Shu tense. Could it be ineffective? Fortunately, a voice rose from the crowd, asking everyone to step aside. It was Wolong, burning with passion, wanting to challenge him, a welcome sound to his ears. Oh, finally a savior. Chen Shu almost misspoke in his excitement. "All right, what's your name?" he asked confidently. As soon as Zhu Wolong finished speaking, he was greeted with a warm welcome. Very good. Come on in." Wolong confidently steps into the arena. In an instant, the two face off. Chen Shu, bathed in the protagonist's aura, and his opponent, who possesses nothing but courage, immediately conjuring a grand vortex. "Blue Dragon, go forth." The audience below began to ignite with hope. Azure Dragon sounds powerful, but it's just a tiny worm. They were all speechless. Someone couldn't help but say, "Bro, how could you bet on that worm of yours?" Another girl chimed in. "A fight against a worm? What kind of match is this?" "Go down." Seeing Wolong's panicked expression, Chen Shu became even more flustered. Oh no, he's panicking. Then he quickly forces a smile and starts to move. He forcefully throws his hand forward and Slim Hungdung appears right behind him. It shows a deadly dangerous expression, scaring Than Long half to death. Witnessing this scene, the audience was horrified. This is bad. On the field, Slim charged towards his opponent without hesitation, but suddenly lost his footing and slid in another direction. Like a gust of wind, he breezes past Than Long, leaving him utterly bewildered as Sim's momentum carries him headfirst into the stands. And Chen Shu played along perfectly. I, Chen, admit defeat. It all happened so fast that Wolong couldn't process it. Did I win? But the audience is already suspicious. What the hell? Did Chen Shu lose? Did the great Devil King Namjiang really fall to an unknown nobody? Is this some kind of act? They immediately swarmed him, scrutinizing him so closely that he broke out in a sweat, a forced smile plastered on his face as turmoil brewed within. What to do? Quickly, Chen Shu turned towards the stands. I know you're all surprised, but you look so eager. I am undefeated in the hearts of the people of Nanjiang. But in the end, he pointed to Slim, who was sleeping in the distance. Slim's obedience is too low. You can see the intelligence in his eyes. Though Slim's assist was a bit off, Chen Shu managed to recover. Oh, even with its eyes closed, its intelligence is too high, leading it to disobey commands, so I lost. Rest assured, I will train harder to increase its obedience. The more he spoke, the more emotional he became, successfully escaping the previous pressing situation. Yes. Yes, in the end, Slim was the MVP. Just then, he clasped his hands together and loudly announced, "Chen Shu, I bid you farewell," then decisively turned and left without another word. The students watching were in awe, thinking this must be a true king. Soon after, in the dorm room, Chen Shu couldn't hide the sinister look on his face as he stared at his phone. Ah, ha, ha, ha. The money's finally in my account, but Shu Hung sees right through me. All this play acting for a little cash? But he immediately retorted, "Is this just a little money? This is..." Then he held up the notification of the received funds as proof. Chen Shu shoved it in his face, emphasizing that it was 70 million. Then he turned to Su Nan, seeking an ally. "I ask you, Old Z, if you had the chance to make 70 million, would you pass it up?" He just gave a forced laugh and looked away. Chen Shu didn't need an answer. He just put his arms around them. No one could easily pass up that kind of money, could they? After leveling up, he quickly discussed business with Xu Xing. "Right, Xiaoxing. Does your family sell large quantities of pet beast pearls? I want to buy 40 million. What do you need so many for?" Chen Shu had no intention of hiding his plans. "Leveling up, I'm about to reach 9th level Beastmaster." Time passes, and 3 days later, inside the Beast Tamer Hall, Wu Shuang is laying out a plan. It's November now, and after a month of hard work, your combat abilities have likely increased. Now, let the cultivation course begin. His expression remained unchanged as he carefully laid out the details. This training course would last 2 months. For 2 months, whoever levels up their beast the fastest will take first place. Chen Shu knew right away that he had this in the bag. The fastest leveler would be him, wouldn't it? But he was startled when Wu Shuang pointed outside. "The training location isn't the beast taming hall. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We're heading to a new location." Soon after, the blue bus pulled up to the gate, and he was already feeling energized. Were they going to another dimension? Wu Shuang had to resort to drastic measures. "All right, the frozen rift is currently sealed, so I can't take you there. Get in the car." Soon, the car sped down the road, stopping before a magnificent location. Chen Shu noticed it through the window and immediately recognized the city's best beast training center. But he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, this is the place. To attract and cultivate Beastmaster talent, Nanjiang City has spared no effort in establishing countless Beastmaster dojos of all sizes and throughout its districts. The most prominent of which is the Beastmaster Training Center, considered the best training ground but with exorbitant fees that deter most. Perhaps it's because the largest area here isn't for competition, but for training. Only when Chen Shu officially stepped inside did he truly understand how amazing this place was. "The school is more generous than I thought." After they had their fill of observation, Wu Shuang suddenly announced, "From tomorrow on, we won't need to attend lectures." He emphasized every word, as if daring them to forget. "Your only task each day is to train." Then, with his brightest smile yet, he revealed, "This is the city's most advanced training room, costing 100,000 oyster per day. I hope you all seize this opportunity. Now, go and experience it for yourselves." The eyes of Chen Shu's group now gleam with anticipation, eager to jump right in. Words were no longer necessary. They all dove into their training, seizing this rare opportunity. Time flew by, and soon their training ended, and they had to return to Namjung Second High School. Xu Shang stretched, his face full of energy, surprised at how abundant the spiritual energy of this beast-taming dojo was. He couldn't help but smile. "A little cultivation, and I already feel so refreshed." Regarding this, Chen Shu narrowed his eyes in assessment, finding it acceptable. In truth, his heart held thoughts far different from his enthusiastic facade. Compared to the system's rewards, this was nothing special. He'd contribute a bit, then find a chance to slip away tomorrow. Suddenly, Xu Xing's phone rang, interrupting their conversation, and he shared the message he'd received. "Chen Pai, your beast-taming pearl has arrived, surprising even Chen Shu himself. So fast?" Soon after, the group heads outside to await the delivery, and before long, the bodyguard arrives with the goods. "A young master, everything you need is here." Chen Shu approached with excitement. The 40 million spirit beast pearls have arrived, and he's overjoyed to see the stacked crates at last. Its arrival couldn't have been better timed for Chen Shu, and it seems he's not far from breaking through to become a level 9 beast tamer. Time flies by, and night quickly falls over Nanjiang City. While the world slept, Chen Shu quietly grinded experience with his mouth, slowly devouring an entire barrel. So tired. But the body's natural clock is not so easily defied. Before long, Chen Shu succumbed to exhaustion. "Forget it, time for bed. I'll continue tomorrow." The next morning, the students of South River No. 2 High lined up for their turn, and the bus carrying the city's, perhaps even the nation's, future headed to the best beast-taming dojo around. Wu Shuang announced once more, cutting straight to the chase. Today marks the first day of official training. Proceed to your individual training rooms. Moments later, the students focused on strength were already settled in their places, concentrating all their energy when Chen Shu received 4 choices from the system. First, focus on training and nothing happens. Second, borrow the Beast Jade to level up and receive a large amount of beast power. The third option is to cause trouble and be chased by Li Wushuang to get a guide to perseverance medicine, or be directly kicked out and gain a wind skill. Bathed in the morning sun, the beast-taming dojo appears solemn. While his family quietly focused on their training, a shadowy figure disrupted the solemn atmosphere, none other than Chen Shu completing his escape system mission. However, something caught the corner of his eye. Unbelievably, Wu Shuang was lying in wait with the black and white giant serpent, shocking him. Old Li, already used to his mischievous student, calmly smiles. "Good morning." Resigned to his fate, Chen Shu knew his skills were irrelevant. The manual was key. He retreated obediently, landing with a crab-like swagger, his face grim as he assessed the situation. Old Li is guarding the outside, so jumping out is impossible. Chen Shu's brain is working overtime, and he comes to a decision. It seems he only has one option left. So he takes out the beast-taming pearl he brought with him, not sitting still but cautiously looking around. His eyes dart left and right as if searching for a breakthrough, finding the snack rather dull. Then, as if realizing something, Chen Shu grinned with excitement. He had an idea. Before long, he chose the third option the system offered, to cause a ruckus by picking a fight. But before he could act, the murderous aura from Wu Shuang was enough to stop him in his tracks, so intense that Chen Shu panicked and screamed silently before he could even turn around. When did old Li get here? Before he could say a word, our hero knew what to do. "I'm off to train," Long thought bitterly as he left. He chose to be a good person first, foregoing all other options, and began an endless cycle of digging. Feeling reassured after observing him for a long while, Wu Shuang was satisfied that he wouldn't cause any more trouble. Finally, he decisively left, while Chen Shu had already gone to bed. In the blink of an eye, time flew by, and the sky above transformed into a romantic sea of stars. Only now did he groggily open his eyes. Turns out he was so hungry he had to wake up. Chen Shu had already prepared everything in advance and eaten dinner. Not just any food, but barbecue itself. Next, he searches and fumbles for something more. Turns out he had the essential outdoor dining kit. In no time, Chen Shu successfully opened his favorite beast-taming Pearl BBQ restaurant. The faster he levels up, the more he has to eat. If he doesn't eat now, he'll never get the chance. But what's coming is coming, and different ingredients can't stop the smoke. However, after chewing for a while, he realized something was wrong. It was only then that he stood up to check why the smoke was spreading so quickly. The scene unfolding before Chen Shu was shocking. The training hall was ablaze, and the source of the fire fled in terror. "Fire!" A sudden scream shatters the solemn atmosphere of the training hall. "Fire!" People scrambled to escape in a frenzy. "Run quickly." Meanwhile, Wu Shuang, having just finished confiding in the restroom, heard the cry of fire. Before she could even fix her clothes, she hurriedly fled the scene, leaving the students of Nanjiang No. 2 High School bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What happened? Why is there a fire all of a sudden? In all these years, this is the first time they've heard of a Beastmaster's beast being set on fire. Everyone's gaze, especially Cat Hong's, instinctively turned to Tran Thu. How suspicious. Could someone have done this? But before anyone could say anything, he jumped to make his declaration. How infuriating. If I catch the arsonist. Whether it was his bold words or something else, the 3 members of the Cat Hong remained silent, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Shuang had arrived and was smiling slyly at Chen Shu. If she caught the arsonist, what would she do? He was still confidently vowing to beat him, but the culprit was immediately apprehended and taken away without a second thought. Very well, let's review the camera footage together. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, 10 minutes had passed until Wu Shuang's roar echoed through the area. "Chen Shu, you dare to grill food in the Beast Tamer dojo?" Back in the Beast Tamer sect office, he could barely contain his tirade. "You dare grill food here? Why not do it at a gas station?" Chen Shu scratched her head, feigning innocence in a way that made everyone want to flip the table. "I've grilled in other dimensions, even in public restrooms, but never at a gas station." "Thanks for the reminder, teacher." He immediately used that as an excuse to escape the danger. "Then I'll be going." Unfortunately for him, Wu Shuang summoned his black and white behemoth without hesitation, and Chen Shu couldn't hope to outrun it on foot. Before he knew it, he was violently returned to his original position. His anger had long surpassed the point of explosion, only missing the sound of a bomb to complete the effect. Trying to run, he frantically waves his hands. No, I wouldn't dare. Master, I just want to go pay the compensation. Hearing this, he was satisfied and grabbed the student, saying, Let me take you. Finally free, Chen Shu was released, though still annoyed. He couldn't believe a barbecue cost him $300,000 and landed him on a blacklist. Now, Wu Shuang wants to roll her eyes at her thoughtless student. You think it's unbelievable too? Let's just leave it at that. Lucky you didn't end up behind bars. But then his tone suddenly turned serious. Tell me the truth. Do you really not want to cultivate? He replied with an indifferent tone. It's not that I don't want to cultivate, but I don't have the talent. I can't even absorb the most basic beast power. This was unbelievable, shocking Wu Shuang. Then where did your Beastmaster level come from? Chen Shu could only pout and evade the question, half-truthfully. The truth will come out eventually, making him suspicious. What do you mean? You didn't say anything more about it, and now you're begging with puppy-dog eyes. Master, I promise I'll become a level 9 Beastmaster this year. Please don't make me stay here. Have mercy. Seeing this, he didn't pursue the matter but made a proposal. All right, but we'll make a deal. If I fail, I'll give you 30 million. Without hesitation, Chen Shu spoke with conviction. After settling everything, the moon hung high once more. He groggily emerged, rewarded with the long-awaited Perseverance Potion Guide from the system. Having a hard time managing Chen Shu, Wu Shuang couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of her heart. What a legendary figure. On a deserted street, Chen Shu trudged forward, bored. It was too early to go back. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Maybe I'll check out the black market store. No sooner said than done, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the black market. Before long, he arrived at his destination and ran into a familiar face, old Wang Tianba, who was shocked to see him. Young Master Chen. He and his men showed the proper respect to the robber. Greetings, young Master Chen. But he was already used to seeing him. Without Chen Shu saying much, Tianba rushed to report. The shop's doing great, selling out every lunch, but even he's surprised to hear it. Sold out. He envisions the future, knowing that strength is paramount to entering the Imperial Academy, and that even if he can't reach Beastmaster level 9, his master-level potions might get him in. His brow lifts, revealing confidence in his plan. He should hone his manual skills while boosting the shop's popularity. A man of action indeed, no sooner thought than done. Finally, a new advertisement is born. Free potion brewing at the public restroom, 100% success rate, including perseverance, defense, physique, willpower, jumping power, and explosive speed potions. Without missing a beat, he issues his next command, telling them to take the sign to the black market entrance and shout a bit, then turns to Tianba. Where are my clothes? Give them to me. He immediately responded, and in a flash, everything was arranged by Chen Shu. Everything is ready except for a title. Next, Lu Shu arrives at a familiar place he hasn't visited in a long time. The legendary bathroom pharmacist has returned, but no sooner had he arrived than Zhou Yu appeared out of nowhere, utterly shocked. Could it be? The Great One. It really is you. Relief washes over Zhou Wu's excited face. The black market rumors were true. Chen Shu gradually recalls him yelling about someone brewing potions in the restroom. Without hesitation, he approaches his first customer. So, what do you say? Interested in mixing potions? It's free. Everything's free. Unfortunately, Zhou Yu doesn't need anything right now. I don't need it, but I can help you promote it a bit. With that, he happily started a live stream. Hello everyone, I've finally found the pharmacist in the public restroom and he's actually showing up. What's more, he politely asked Chen Shu if the master alchemist will reveal himself. He nodded. Sure. And then Chen Shu announced, Hello everyone, I'm the free medicine maker in the black market's public restroom, sparking a flood of comments. Damn it really is him, isn't he the ruthless one? Honey, scold me, I want to hear the telegram. Miracle Man, run, you've done something big. Before Zhou Yu's bewildered gaze, he slowly read and replied to her group of fangirls. You're so fierce, so handsome, I want to marry you. Please, everyone, don't focus on my appearance. I hope you'll pay more attention to my substance. Thank you. At this point, he was speechless as he watched Chen Shu continue. I will definitely support you, my aggressive brother. Anyone who tries to stop me will have to deal with me. Don't worry, I won't stop you. Baby, I'm here for my fierce brother. I love you and you love me. Moa, the more she heard, the more confused she became, so Zhou Yu decided to investigate for herself. Huh? Why are the comments so tame today? Turns out all those gentle words were just spam, all saying the same thing. The brute has arrived. Run! He stares blankly at the supremely confident Chen Shu. Bro, are you sure you're reading the comments? There's nothing different up there, is there? Chen Shu didn't show much, but directly erupted with a dangerous look. Or perhaps he was just proving himself right, word by word. Take a closer look. Zhou Yu, intimidated by Chen Shu, nervously replied, I did, and you're right. After their conversation, the audience was dumbfounded, realizing it was a classic debate over light years as a unit of time. If you disagree, come debate. Don't you all feel a philosophical air about this? What debate? Not letting things linger, he immediately spoke up. All right, let's get back to the main issue. He then made a sales pitch in the 666 live room. Business is business, but mixing medicine recklessly is a crime. Free is real, so come find me. No sooner had he spoken than a frantic knocking echoed at the door. It was Chi Hao, who had rushed over upon hearing of Chen Shu's return, asking if he was the infamous concoctor. He confidently agrees to concoct 2 portions of the leaping potion. No problem. Then he turns to the screen, saying, Watch closely, everyone. A new potion is about to be born. He returned the smartphone to its owner, his back straight and his steps firm as he headed into his workspace, ready for battle. Worthy of the title, Toilet Alchemist. 10 minutes later, Chen Shu emerged with his promised masterpiece. Kai Hao thanked him, trusting in his reputation, and summoned the fox without hesitation. It obediently takes whatever its master offers, but suddenly a strange glint flashes in its eyes. In the next moment, the fox's body overflows with energy, leaping about with lightning speed, and Kai Hao's eyes sparkle with delight. This medicine is real, and the viewers who witness it can't help but exclaim, Damn it, it's real, I have to go. Don't fight me for it, buddy. I'm on my way. The one who makes medicine in the public restroom lives up to the hype. Chen Shu's lips curled into a triumphant smirk as he announced through the live stream, Seeing is believing. My skills speak for themselves. Come find me. Cheers and excitement echoed through the romantic night sky. Charge! I'll be the first one there. Charge! Now, the restrooms are so packed, it's hard to say if anyone who actually needs to go can get in. And then, Chen Shu unleashes a series of godlike maneuvers without a wasted movement. Everyone was ecstatic to receive such high-quality goods for free. In the hustle and bustle, time flew by, and the brightly lit buildings went dark as the night wore on. He stretched, feeling satisfied. Finally, the day is done. But then, Chen Shu notices Zhou Yu, who's been following him. So he raised an eyebrow and asked the necessary question. Huh? Why are you still here so late? He seemed shy, but asked directly. I wanted to ask you something, Great One. Why do you give away free medicine to others? Without a hint of hesitation, he immediately answered with a breath full of compassion. For love and peace. With that, he dismisses them. All right, hurry home. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu was already tearing up at the answer he received. What kind of saint is this? Not stopping there, Chen Shu gave Tianba another order. Old Wang, fix the bathroom door tomorrow. Add a window so I can pass the medicine out after I'm done mixing it. He immediately agreed. Understood, young Master Chen. These noble words further elevated his image in Zhou Yu's heart. Truly, a great man is different. And from that day forward, Chen Shu went to the black market's public restroom every day to concoct medicine for free. All for his goal. Such diligence deserves to be rewarded with the far-reaching reputation of the great strength pharmacy. People flocked in droves, selling out in seconds. 10 days later, as the sun rose, the restroom was empty. The red bar indicating Chen Shu's potion proficiency is nearly full, the white almost gone. His excitement and radiant smile proved the sleepless nights were worth it. He's finally about to break through. In the black market, night has fallen and everyone is asleep, except for Chen Shu and his little Slim. Now that his skill proficiency is increased, his potion-making speed has also improved. His eyes are glued to his spirit, deep in thought. Slim has consumed a lot of medicine. It seems my pet's level will break through soon. Then someone suddenly blocked Chen Shu's path. None other than A2, who posed a question that sounded more like a confident assertion. Chen Shu's face was a question mark. Who was this woman acting like they'd just come from a date? I'm Ozzy from the 333 Pharmaceutical Company, she whispered, her breath teasing his ear. Are you free now? A2 showed no signs of stopping her flirtatious advances. I want to invite you over, practically not even giving Chen Shu a chance to speak, to my place to discuss medicine, but of course, you won't just stand still. The romantic atmosphere was building, but Chen Shu quickly shattered it. No, it's too late. The school has a curfew. He even smiled, adding, if you don't understand something, you can come find me tomorrow. But Ozzy wasn't one to give up so easily. The closing time was just perfect. With a clear goal, she was determined to show Chen Shu what a night of excitement was like, instantly turning up the ambiguity. We could have talked the night away, but you heartlessly refused. No, I must cultivate tonight. He hurried away, as if A2 were some terrifying beast, nearly disrupting his breakthrough. Seeing this, she didn't bother chasing after him, but instead reported the mission's failure over the phone with a serious expression. Watching his departing figure, not even a glance back, AZ realized he might not like women and prepared a different approach. In the dorm, long devoid of light from South River No. 2 High School, Chen Shu quietly focused on cultivating the fruits of the system. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, his eyes burst open, shining brightly. The energy around him had reached new heights, his potion proficiency had broken through, and his beast mastery had risen to level 9. Excited, Chen Shu eagerly began to explore, wondering if the system had any additional rewards. And then he saw it. A gift from the system. A potion to unlock the black iron level. Before he could investigate further, Sunan's voice rang out, and a smug grin spread across Chen Pi's face as he showed off. I've broken through to level 8. Sadly, he only realized it when I got close. Tsunam's panic and disbelief reached a fever pitch. He'd already broken through to 9th level Beastmaster? Faced with this situation, Chen Shu nonchalantly asked, "Is there a problem?" Tsunam's voice was filled with such despair, it was as if all it needed was tragic music to collapse on the spot. We're tired as dogs every day and still can't keep up with you. But instead of offering comfort, his companion teases him, asking how a dog could be more tired than him. Then he gets serious and cuts to the chase. If you really want to catch up to me, there is a way. Chen Shu jokingly suggests preparing millions of beast-taming pearls, provoking Sunan to teach him a lesson. Get lost. Then he continued the topic of leveling up with palpable excitement. But I have to admit, it's time I visited the beast-taming dojo. Time for everyone to witness my breakthrough. The next morning, the soft sunlight fell on the backs of the three, as Chen Shu and the others made their way to the beast-taming dojo, only to be stopped just a few steps in. Xin loi tianzin, ngailangoi o trong dan sach den, kan tra fi rui ro. Return exactly one translated line. Plain text, no tags. With a perfect smile, Shinru says, "Sorry, sir, but you're on the blacklist and need to pay a risk fee." Without hesitation, and with the confidence of someone with capital, he swipes the card. She doesn't say a word, simply processes the transaction, and it goes through. Xin loi tianzin, ngailangoi o trong dan sach den, kan tra fi rui ro. Without delay, Shinru swipes the card and returns it to him, and the trio once again strides boldly into the beast-taming dojo. Before long, they found Wushuang in a state of contemplation. As everyone had recently achieved breakthroughs, Chen Shu stepped forward, beaming like the sun. "Hello everyone, long time no see." But arrogance, always ready to provoke, lingered on his lips. "Anyone want to challenge me?" Even for him now, it's nothing special. Just take one step forward. But everyone here had already experienced Chen Shu's terrifying power, so they remained silent. Even after leveling up, they couldn't stop their trembling legs from stepping back. When the others came to their senses, only Tang Lia remained standing alone. This stark contrast made him raise an eyebrow and applaud. "Not bad, young Master Tang, let's begin." Though slightly unexpected, he didn't hesitate. "Chen Shu, you really think I'm afraid of you?" Lightning energy crackles around him. "Let me tell you, with my outstanding talent, I've broken through to level 8. Today is the day you pay your debt." With a fearsome aura, the azure bird is summoned to face the enemy, but Chen Shu remains unfazed, his fighting spirit burning. Well, it's time for me to see just how arrogant Slim has become since his growth spurt. Can a level 9 defeat a level 8 with a single move? This presence alone made the students and Li Wushuang pale and scream. What? For Tang Li, it was like a bolt out of the blue. He broke through to level 9. Overwhelmed with internal energy, he coughs up blood in frustration. Then, brimming with confidence and eager to show off his power, Chen Shu stepped forward to urge him on. "Yes, let's begin." Unexpectedly, Tang Li's determination wavered, realizing the difference in their levels. And he demonstrated true adaptability by gritting his teeth and giving up. "Who wants to start with a monster like you? I quit." This blunt declaration leaves even Chen Shu speechless. And just then, Wushuang cuts through their meaningless exchange. "Enough." He sternly reminds all the students to return to their training rooms. This anticlimactic and unchallenging end left Chen Shu bored, and he clicked his tongue in annoyance as Tang Li, caring little for appearances, fled the scene. "All right, teacher, time to train." Just as he was about to join the others, unfortunately, given what's happened, Wushuang can't bring herself to trust Chen Shu. "Wait, let me check your bag first." This left him unsure of what to do. "Master, is this really necessary?" But before the students from South River No. 2 High could leave, they unanimously agreed it was necessary, piquing Wu Shuang's interest. See, the people have spoken. In the end, Chen Shu had to let his treasures fall into the teacher's hands so he could see what he was carrying. From drills to sacks to dryers, blue liquids, scales, and spices, leaving him speechless. He then makes a firm decision, allowing no compromise. He'll keep these items and return them on her way back. Without pause, he urges his disciples to return to their positions and resume their training. Little did anyone know, Chen Shu was silently plotting, a mischievous smile on his face as he concealed his most powerful weapon. Luckily, I brought this with me. Under the gentle sunlight, the atmosphere around the beast-taming training ground was solemn yet tranquil, but someone was inside, ruining the mood. Hello, everyone. Good evening. It's none other than Chen Shu, being extremely kind as he cheers everyone on. Cultivation is sacred, so you all must try harder, words dripping with sarcasm. Even though I'm a level 9 Beastmaster now, I take responsibility for my words. Every point of Beastmaster power I have, I worked hard to get. Not stopping there, Chen Shu continued to say things that made people want to flip the table. Even though I'm level 9, I still remember what I used to be like. Unfortunately, he didn't get to enjoy this feeling for long before being interrupted. Chen Shu, are you crazy? Just as Vosong's rage was about to erupt, he arrived just in time to rescue the other students. Tell me the truth, what are you doing? However, he calmly replied as if it were obvious. He cares about his friends, and as class president, he must understand everyone's situation. They are all the future of the nation. Clearly, after everything that's happened, he knows Chen Shu is two-faced, speaking like a human but ultimately forced to put on a show. This answer only made the veins on Wu Shuang's face and neck stand out even more. You weren't pretending, were you? His murderous intent grew with every word he hissed through his teeth. Let's see what you've got, level 9. A battle with the Master today will surely scare Tranthukin into backing down. But the system unexpectedly presents related options. First, agreeing earns a black iron level physique enhancer. Second, he could refuse outright, showing respect for his teacher and receiving a level 2 jump fruit. Finally, he could find an opportunity to ambush him and obtain a large amount of beast-controlling power. He immediately dove into a thorough analysis. Although the rewards for all three options were great, looking at the furious Wu Shuang before him and wanting to break through to Black Iron before the exam, what he needed most now was beast-controlling power. Chen Shu finally breathed a long, relieved sigh, having made his decision. It seemed he could only be a hero. And so he puts his plan into action. Look, Mr. Li, a flying saucer. Little did he know this trick would buy him the time to retrieve his tool, the bag that Wu Shuang was supposed to confiscate. And then, Chen Shu smirks deviously, seizing the perfect moment to strike with his ultimate cunning. Old Li, you can't blame me for this. Unfortunately, Wu Shuang's experience isn't something you can easily exploit. His eyes now burned with rage at Chen Shu's flippant attitude. What do you want? He immediately shrinks back, sweating like a river. Nothing. He quickly made up an excuse to escape. I'm off to chase UFOs for the sake of our nation's aviation. But such nonsense only made Wu Shuang laugh in exasperation. Come, let's talk. No matter how hard Chen Shu tries or begs for his life, he can't avoid the gifts meant to teach him a lesson. Seeing this scene, Tang Li is deeply moved, not by submission, but by the end of the world. A sense of relief washes over his face. Finally, heaven has opened its eyes. When the door opens again, Wu Shuang leads the way, completely at ease. Behind him, Chen Shu seemed accustomed to the wounds on his face. The world couldn't scare this man. Turns out he's just someone who likes to act cool in front of everyone, stay calm in all that you do. And so he persisted in acting strong, leaving Su Nan hesitant and speechless until night fell over the dormitory. Chen Shu's enthusiasm faded, and he returned dejected, prompting a quick invitation. Chen Pai, want to grab some food? Now the black cloud of frustration from being defeated and failing the system's mission hangs over him. You guys go eat, I want to train. He says that, but he's not about to starve himself. Oh, and could you bring me back 3 beef noodle soups, 4 pork buns, and a hamburger? Seeing Chen Shu so dejected saddened Su Nan, as he seemed truly shaken this time, while the students of Nanjiang No. 2 High School, spurred on by Chen Shu's level 9 Beastmaster status, became even more motivated and focused. Before they knew it, 2 months had passed, and Peng To greeted a new day. Wu Shuang addressed everyone to make an announcement. Today marks the end of our 2-month training period, so let's get straight to the main event. Next, the announcement of the training rankings. Unsurprisingly to everyone here and to him, first place goes to Tran Thu. With a smug and irritating look on his face, he steps forward. Thank you for your efforts, everyone. Down below, Tang Li couldn't hide his hatred and envy. Dulong, did you always want to protest the ranking system? Instead of himself, he shamelessly pushed him forward. And now, Dulong was actually listening. The moment Wu Shuang awarded Chen Shu first place, he jumped out and protested. Teacher, he immediately made him uncomfortable, causing him to furrow his brow. This sudden change made Chen Shu silently watch as Dulong approached. Of course, he wasn't going to let it go, not when his familiar tools were already prepared. A chill ran down his spine. But Dulong stubbornly continued his protest. Teacher, I think the ranking isn't just about the bag anymore. Even Slim's image has been partially summoned by Tran Thu, not to mention the bright and threatening smile. How can the ranking be so low? It's enough to make him stiffen up. With that, Dulong forced a smile and said, I think this ranking is indeed very reasonable, just as you're satisfied with this answer. Very good. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder, interrupting the conversation. It was Wu Shuang, who had been watching the whole time. All right, let's move on to a more normal topic. Without waiting for a response, he began his announcement. Tomorrow marks the start of a 3-day New Year holiday. After the break, I'll take you all to the Spirit Duel Arena to battle Beastmasters from Daxing City. That phrase caught Chen Shu completely by surprise. Head duelist. His mind raced with thoughts. He'd heard of the Spirit Arena before, but never participated. It's said to be a massive spirit fighting arena run by the government. He pauses, recalling what he knows. To boost popularity, the government holds monthly rankings and awards special prizes. I can't believe we can participate. Then a figure flashed before them, catching the attention of both Chen Shu and Wang Qinghan, instantly triggering a memory. Wang Qinghan once went to the Spirit Underground Arena to pay off a debt, and upon realizing this, she happily approached him. Qinghan didn't mind being called back and gently asked what was wrong. Chen Shu, what's up? He asks directly, his excitement evident. You've been to the Underworld Arena before? Do you have any experience to share? Qinghan honestly replied, No, the one I went to was private, not like the state-run one. But before he could say much, she suddenly changed her tune. Oh, right, Tran Thu, are you free tonight? She was overjoyed, her tone brooking no refusal. We want to treat you to dinner. That evening, in the dorm, Chen Shu wondered aloud. Dinner? Why would they want to invite me to dinner? Sunan's imagination runs wild. Could it be that they want, with his oblivious and emotionless face, he suggests they want him to teach them cultivation? This leaves him utterly speechless. Never mind, there's a reason you're single. Wherever you're eating, we're coming with you. Without a second thought, Chen Shu enthusiastically declared, Let's go freeload. Soon, the three of them arrived at the meeting point with Than Han's group. Tran Thu raised an eyebrow, assessing the scene before him. A top-notch hot pot restaurant, and they were at table 234. Then, muttering to himself, he scanned the area until he spotted Xiao Yu, Qinghan, and Jia Bing chatting shyly. Before he knew it, Qinghan spotted him. Chen Shu, we're over here. A slice of meat is slowly dipped into the boiling, spicy hot pot. The scene cuts to a large hot pot restaurant filled with diners, as Xiao Wu carefully prepares everything and shyly offers, Chen Shu, try this. Meanwhile, Than Han is letting Chen Shu experience what it's like to be face first in a fruit basket. This is also delicious. Xie Bing happily places some food in front of him, saying, and this too. He found himself in an incredibly awkward and embarrassing situation, surrounded by 3 beautiful girls, all smiling under the warm lantern light. Shujing and Sunan, on the other hand, were completely ignored, their expressions judging the lucky guy sitting across from them. He finally speaks up, reminding everyone that he's still there. So, what's the occasion for inviting us to dinner? Qinghan's attitude immediately takes a 180-degree turn. We didn't invite you. Those harsh words instantly froze Sunan in his tracks, and he took a deep breath to compose himself before subtly changing the subject. So, what do you want with Chen Shu? Chen Shu found that reasonable. While still chewing, he asks, So, what do you want from me? She seemed flustered, like an 18-year-old girl in love for the first time. Another hand gently tugs at his sleeve to get his attention. Xiao Wu, on behalf of her rivals, directly states their true intentions. The truth is, I only invited you here to hang out. Thanks for helping us before, and we also wanted to ask what school you're planning to apply to. Her beautiful face suddenly shone brightly, like the stars above. After graduation, we want to be with you. The result is a complete misunderstanding, with Chen Shu taking things in a totally different direction. You're trying to compete with me for schools? Seriously? I'm going to the China Academy. Xiao Yu's face suddenly darkened, as if her rosy world had completely collapsed. Her eyes gazed into the void, lost in thought. Never mind. Let's just say we wanted to thank you for everything, so we treated you to a meal. He was even more confused. Huh. Forget it. What was that about? A glass of fruit juice is suddenly offered, and he takes it. Was Chen Shu flustered by the suddenness of it all? The three beauties cheerfully raised their glasses together, toasting, while he could only stare blankly. As the silent night descends, modern skyscrapers rise against the deep blue sky, dotted with floating clouds and illuminated by the clear moonlight. The group of girls cheerfully wave goodbye to Chen Shu from a distance. Even now, he asks such a clueless question. So what was the purpose of them inviting me to dinner? Sunan gives him a judgmental look. There's a reason you're single. Shu Heng nodded in agreement. Yeah. Chen Shu was about to add something. As if on cue, an emergency announcement appears. The Beast Tamer Association has issued a new mission. Hunt and eliminate a pack of level 9 ferocious beasts with 2 different options and corresponding rewards. His surprise was immediately apparent. It's an emergency mission, he thought to himself, carefully considering the situation. Now that Sim has broken through to level 9, if he had a little more beast-controlling power... Chen Shu turned to ask his friend for his opinion. Xie Xiaoxing, I have a mission for you. Are you in? Sunan and Shu Xing agreed without hesitation. A nighttime landscape unfolds, revealing majestic, layered mountains and a vast expanse of dense vegetation. Chen Shu slowly emerges from the car that brought them here. The 3 young people quietly and carefully observed the scene, the details of their dangerous mission in hand. The mission: eliminate the level 9 fire snakes that appeared in Taibin Mountain, Namjiang City yesterday to protect the citizens. The reward, 1 million huaxia te with the hint that they are vulnerable to cold. Snan asks again to confirm. Chen Shu, what do you say? Chen Shu's answer was clear from the start. Let's do it. The young Beastmaster's silhouette faces the towering mountain under the moonlight, emboldening those who dare to reach the summit, as thunderbirds crackle with electricity, diving from the dark sky, guided by Little Butterfly. Suddenly, Sunan's voice broke through, and Thunderbird immediately changed course. Suddenly, something caught Chen Shu's attention, a nest of fire snakes slumbering in the territory they'd seized from the people. He carefully guided the spirit, confirming they were in the right place. Thunderbird, stop, don't go over there yet. Then he summons a magic circle and sends Slim in. Instantly, the giant Slim hurtled down with incredible speed, and one of the seemingly sleeping fire snakes suddenly opened its eyes, sensing the anomaly. But it was too late. Slim's fierce offensive had officially begun. They couldn't let an enemy run rampant in their lair and began building up intense heat in their mouths. Chen Shu felt excited and shouted, initiating the clash. Under his master's command, Slim charged towards his opponents, facing them head-on despite the overwhelming odds, and confidently declared, "Yo, you think those little tricks can burn my Slim? Go look in a mirror." As a result, the round golden face slammed into the fire snakes, the violent collision creating an extremely deafening sound, leaving Tu Nam in utter disbelief. Damn it. He's determined to get to the bottom of this with Chen Shu. Chen Shu, tell me the truth. How did you raise Slim? It's clearly just a low-level spirit. Xingshu proudly replied that it was all done with heart and the power of boundless love, scaring the fire snakes back into their caves, even though they don't have any limbs. Zixing was utterly bewildered, sweat pouring down his face. Stop it, you two. But looking at this, if there are no surprises, the fight might be over soon. As soon as Slim returned to its master, Sunam cursed loudly in disbelief. It's out. Damn it, is it really over? But Chen Shu quickly objected, using the poor Slim's tears to deal with the hammer. What caught his attention first were the 2 golden peaches, now completely tainted gray. Didn't you see Slim's butt was that black? Something's wrong. This fire serpent is unlike any they've faced before. Its massive size could easily devour the nearby towering mountain. Chen Shu, in a daze, realized the danger of this foe. It's a Black Iron-level lord. Run! The Thunderbird shot off like a bolt of lightning, its wings tilting sharply as it prepared to retreat. Just as things were heating up, a notification popped up before him, offering 3 choices. Flee Mount Taiping to save his life, refuse to flee and fight, or report the situation to the Spirit Control Bureau, each with corresponding rewards, including a miniaturized concentrated explosive. Chen Shu's mind suddenly connected to the surrounding terrain, and he put 2 fingers under his chin, showing his interest in the explosive. This gave him a brilliant idea, and he acted on it immediately. He immediately signaled Shu Xing, who was controlling the Thunderbird. Xiaoxing, stop. Chen Shu suddenly stood up and declared boldly in broad daylight. Brothers, prepare for battle. Sunam immediately retorted, outraged. Are you crazy? Zixing is terrified, unable to believe what he's hearing. A Lord-class fire serpent. The moment he slipped his hand into his pocket, he retrieved a miniature concentrated explosive, which he triumphantly raised into the air. Of course I'm not crazy. Take a look. This only made the two young men cry even harder as they clung to Chen Shu's legs for dear life. Boss, this isn't another dimension. It's Blue Star. You'll be breaking the law. You know, after that incident at the ravine, there were many people looking for you. If you do that again and someone gets hurt, you'll really be a criminal. Calm down. But his mind was made up, unshakable. I've thought this through, so don't worry. He even flashes his trademark trustworthy smile to reassure his two friends, saying, I know what I'm doing. I'll be fine. Countless, sharp thoughts raced through his mind. This time, it's just a condensed miniature version, unlike last time, plus the bonus reward is real explosives. He might not use them, but he has to have them. Then, Chen Shu turned to Shuxing to give his next instruction. Shouting, tell your bird to speed up. The Thunderbird immediately spread its massive wings, its body crackling with bright blue lightning, while below, the Lord-class fire serpent charged a fiery blast in its maw, ready to fire at any moment. He calmly guided him step by step, telling him to keep his distance as the fire serpent opened its maw full of sharp fangs, unleashing a ball of searing energy that scattered sparks everywhere. However, with its superior agility and speed, the Thunderbird easily evades the attack without much effort. But it doesn't stop there. It continues to accelerate forward, determined not to give the enemy another chance to attack. This is when Chen Shu plays his trump card, giving the snake a taste of its own medicine. From the start, the giant bird never intended to confront the fire snake head-on, but merely flew over it, giving its master the perfect position to throw the potion into the enemy's mouth. The massive serpent, thinking it had found a delicacy, swallowed it whole without hesitation. Chen Shu immediately shouted, "Run!" The Thunderbird quickly fled at breakneck speed, its body becoming a brilliant lightning bolt tearing through space. He even took a selfie to commemorate his and his companion's epic escape from danger, but less than 5 seconds later, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The shockwave surged like a frenzied tornado, dragging colossal plumes of smoke and dust into the sky as the earth trembled violently, and the blinding light of the explosion engulfed a vast area. Elsewhere, Li Wushuang's peaceful noodle break is interrupted. He recognizes this horrific creation as the work of his prized pupil, Chen Shu. The scene shifts to a location not far away, where thick white smoke obscures all visibility, and the air is heavy with the acrid smell of explosives and dust, making it extremely polluted. Suddenly, the silhouettes of two suspicious figures appear atop a mountain, like phantoms silently observing from above. The mysterious figure in the black cloak speaks. "You're saying Chen Shu is responsible for this?" Azai quickly affirmed. "Yes, my investigation is complete. He was also responsible for what happened at the icy crevice." His face pales with a sudden chill. Does he really have a plan? He just scratched his head, flashing an innocent smile. This thing... Sunam couldn't help but worry, and quickly reminded him. "Let's get out of here. Mount Tai Bin is done for. The Spirit Suppressing Bureau will definitely investigate. If they investigate us, we're going to prison." Thinking quickly, he signaled the Thunderbird to turn around, and just like that, the group retreated from Mount Tai after causing a ruckus, unaware that a suspicious figure in a black cloak riding a flying beast and had been secretly observing their every move from afar. The trio of young men finally returned to the city, the streets deserted in the stillness of the night, when Sunan finally spoke up, discussing their recent adventure. "Hey, Chen Shu, are we even going to turn in the mission?" Chen Shu just sighed in frustration. "We can't. We didn't get any fire snake scales. Knowing blame wouldn't change anything, Tu Tin had to vent. They could have just run, but now the mountains exploded." He then turned and continued to ask for the other's opinion. "Hey, Chen Shu, what exactly was your purpose in blowing up this mountain? Was your enemy's grave in there?" That question froze Chen Shu in his tracks, as he realized he'd just made up a completely meaningless excuse. "New Year's has no fireworks. I just wanted to liven things up, blow up a mountain to help the people of Nanjiang City." Just then, Chen Shu's phone rang incessantly in his pocket. He reluctantly pulled it out to see who was calling, but the name on the screen only made him more confused. "Mr. Li..." Chen Shu quickly softened his voice and slowly greeted the person on the other end of the line. "Hello, Mr. Li." It was as if Wushuang could reach through the device and scold the troublemaker. "Chen Shu, did you cause the Mount Taiping incident?" "Everything happened exactly as you predicted." "Of course, he's still trying to weasel his way out of it." "Oh, what are you talking about? Mount Tai Bin? I don't know what you're talking about." He immediately retorted, his voice stern, telling me to stop pretending. He'd just arrived at the scene. "Those are definitely your tracks. Listen carefully. No matter who asks, you can't reveal the truth. Understood? Perhaps due to the throbbing headache, Chen Shu quickly ended the call, shoving his phone into his pocket with a nonchalant sigh. He's so impatient. Guess there's no other way. Both Sunan and Shuxing shot their friend judgmental looks, the silence speaking volumes. Irritated, he asked for his opinion. What do we do now? Chen Shu looked up at the dark night sky and immediately made a decision. It's late. Let's all go home. And so the three young men parted ways, each heading in a different direction. In Chen Shu's neighborhood, tall buildings stood beneath a cloudy night sky, creating an unusually quiet cityscape. He slowly climbed the stairs, only to be startled by a pair of legs waiting for him. It was none other than Ah-Zi, a beauty with curves that captivated and a cascade of hair that exuded an ethereal charm, greeting him with a voice as sweet as honey. "A little brother's Tranthu, we meet again," Atu says playfully, her voice sweet and clear. "We meet again." Chen Shu's brow furrows with disbelief. "Why did you come to my house? If you want to ask about the medicine, come to my shop tomorrow morning. Otherwise, come back after my parents leave." But just as he turned to leave, Atu suddenly stopped him in his tracks. "I can't wait any longer." She even brazenly pushes Chen Shu against the doorframe, now holding all the cards, her beautiful face flushing red like a tomato. Mr. Chen breathes into his sensitive ear, carrying a hint of warmth and a sweet fragrance. "I want to know the answer today." Then she began seducing the innocent young man in every way imaginable, telling him he didn't need to worry about his parents coming home. So, before coming here, Ozzy had calculated everything meticulously. "I already checked. Your parents won't be home tonight." She knew how to use her assets, and tonight they could be alone at his place. But despite the tempting offer, only one detail caught Chen Shu's attention. "My parents won't be home tonight." Atu presses her bountiful assets against him, hoping to increase his favor. "Indeed, tonight we can do whatever we want." This tempting invitation sparked a grand idea in the young man's mind. Do whatever I want means shoving the beautiful woman aside and rejecting temptation itself. So go on, leave, and don't waste my time. Before Atu could react, she received a brutal wave. "Goodbye. If you need anything, come to the shop tomorrow. Tonight I have to concoct medicine all night long." She was frozen in place, unable to process what had just happened, as the door slammed shut in her face. This only served to wound the great beauty's pride. Ozzy took a deep breath, trying to swallow her anger. He's got some nerve. But in the end, she couldn't hold back and erupted in a tirade. Meanwhile, Chen Shu Wuzhu was lost in thought about his free evening while his parents were away, eager to finally enjoy watching TV in the living room and concocting elixirs. His hand gently presses the remote control button, finally able to experience this for once. The crisp images on the screen and the clear sound make him nod in satisfaction. How wonderful. He immediately pulls out countless tools, ready to practice his craft. Tonight is his night for passionate alchemy. Meanwhile, outside, Ozzy plots her intrusion, her eyes burning with determination. She can't lose like this. Just then, she noticed the open balcony window. Bingo. Confident in her beauty and seductive skills, she's determined to make Chen Shu fall for her. But as Chen Shu focuses on his training, he senses something ominous. He subtly glanced sideways, his blue eyes taking in the situation, and immediately spotted A2, already inside, dressed in a provocative bunny outfit. "Hi, I've been here since this afternoon," and she even swayed her assets back and forth in front of the bewildered young man. After that day, Ozzy appeared before Chen Shu time and again, acting like a true stalker, with the sole purpose of having ample time to flirt with him whenever she pleased. Another time, she simply stood outside, silently observing her target through the glass, finding him no matter where he went, no matter how well he hid. A new day begins under a clear sky with drifting white clouds as a blue bus travels down the road carrying a distraught Chen Shu who is weeping about something. Tears streamed down his cheeks, a picture of misery. "I was so scared back then." Clutching Sunan's arm, he questioned, "Who sent her to sabotage my studies?" Zizing also came to Bowie.com with this blockhead. "You think she's here to interfere with your studies?" Chen Shu affirmed with absolute certainty. "Of course, why else would she come to me wanting to study, and at night no less, if not to hinder my studies?" Sunam now wants to throw hands with this milk-wasting idiot. "There's a reason you're single." Even now, he still wears that bewildered look. What does this have to do with me being single? He and Shuxing just cast judgmental glances at the whimpering Xie Xiaoxing. Just then, Wu Shuang suddenly announced, "Quiet down, everyone. The teacher has something to say." Mr. Shuxun explained the upcoming competition. "We're almost to Daxing City, where we'll compete in the beast taming competition tomorrow. The competition requires a team of 3, so form your teams accordingly. Also, remember a few important details. The city-level beast battle will be held here at the end of February. If you can achieve first place, you'll qualify for the Provincial Beast Taming Competition, the ultimate strategy for those who want to reach the top. If you can achieve a top 5 finish in the Provincial Beast Taming Competition, you'll earn extra points, and the list of invitees for Wushuang's competition has already been drawn up. So I hope some of you won't be lazy and will definitely work hard. Right, Chenshu. Even Chenshu found this a bit strange. Why mention his name specifically? However, the Provincial Beast Taming Competition quickly brought back memories of the past. Back then, Fangxi had relied on her S-rank spirit contract to win first place in the city competition. But in the provincial tournament, she only ranked 15th. Even someone as strong as her. Unparalleled, he continued to explain the rules of the competition. Chenshu, you absolutely must participate in the beast taming competition. As for my teammates, Sunan and Yusung eagerly volunteered. Is that even a question, teacher? Of course, it'll be the 3 of us. But to our surprise, the teacher strongly objects. No, I must choose someone with combat power. He enthusiastically reveals his special ability. Teacher, I can torment my opponent and unseal the light of love. The next young man's answer was even more worthless. Well, 10 points for misplaced confidence. Teacher, my Thunderbird can spit. An enormous vein immediately bulges on Wu Shuang's forehead, followed by a firm refusal. Get lost. In unison, they replied, Yes, sir. Annoyed, he called out Tranthu's name. Did you hear me? Left with no choice, Chenshu resigned himself to his fate. Yes, I heard you. Oh heavens, is it all my fault that he can't bear to part with me? After a long while, the bus finally arrives at its destination. Peerless Rush steps forward to open the door, ready to disembark. But Chenshu finds it strange that he suddenly freezes in place. Why are you so slow? It was then that his eyes widened, his mind reeling at the horrific scene unfolding before him. A crowd led by Duangbao and Ah Tu had been waiting in formation for some time, all standing at attention. The subordinates behind them immediately bowed in unison at a 90-degree angle, greeting their leader. The other students began to whisper amongst themselves, utterly bewildered. Who is that? What is this setup? Are they waiting for someone? Atu immediately greeted him with a flirtatious kick of the shuttlecock. Brother Chen Shu. With a dark expression, Chen Shu pulled Yang Bao aside to have a little chat, his voice dropping to its lowest register as he began to question him. Are you crazy? What on earth are you doing? He simply responded with the most clueless smile imaginable. I came to pick you up. His teeth clenched with fury as Yang Bao sheepishly massaged his shoulders, trying to appease him. I heard you're participating in some kind of spirit battle. I wanted to observe and learn. But that doesn't explain Atu's presence over there. Chen Shui pressed him for answers. Then what about her? Why is she here too? Kid, she's not some mole you sent, is she? Seeing the tension, he decided not to push it. It's not Master. I met her for the first time today, and she told me. She's the Master's wife. She told me. Master is here today. Hearing this, Zixing and Sunan seized the opportunity to tease their friend, while Xusing could only rub his temples in exasperation. Countless sharp deductions form in his mind. It seems there's a hidden hand trying to stop him, and their intentions are far from over. Since she's here, he'll just have to show everyone that he can definitely pass this test. Then, he turned to Yang Bao, grabbing his shoulders and instructing him carefully, I'm entrusting you with a mission. Keep an eye on this girl and don't let her out of your sight. He immediately gave a thumbs up, full of confidence. Yes, Master. Chen Shu cautiously glanced at Wu Shuang, who was waiting in the distance. Then I'll go in first. The teacher is waiting for me to check in, and he obediently agrees again. Yes, Master. Feeling it wasn't enough, he grabbed Yang Bao by the collar, threatening him one last time to keep a close watch on her, making the poor guy sweat profusely. With everything temporarily settled, Chen Shu happened to pass by Ah Zi, whose eyes were now filled with hearts of infatuated love. A chill runs down his spine as the students line up to receive their keys and room assignments. Just then, Wu Shuang seized the opportunity to ask Chen Shu about the earlier commotion. Chen Shu, what did they want with you? He carefully chose his words, saying they just wanted to talk, but with his years of experience, the teacher wasn't about to trust his troublemaking student. He warned Chen Shu that if he caused any trouble in Daxing City or detonated explosives again, he would bury him, leading Chen Shu to make all sorts of promises. I understand, I promise not to cause any more trouble. I know exactly why he's being so strict with me. If I use explosives again, I'll really be watched. Wu Shuang's attitude suddenly shifts, her hands gently touching his shoulders. Okay, go on. To help you do your best, I've booked you a large room all to yourself this time. Chen Shu nodded in response, then headed to the front desk to check in like everyone else. Okay. On the surface, Wusung appears calm, but inside he's on high alert, filled with worry. No, I still have to keep an eye on that kid, Chen Shu, or things could get messy. Night falls on the high-rise resort hotel below. He's now curled up in the warm blanket on the white bed, ready for a good night's sleep. Okay, time to sleep. But trouble found him again. A sudden, insistent knocking at the door startled Chen Shu awake, his eyes snapping towards the sound. Who could be looking for me this late? Could it be those old geezers missing me already? Without a second thought, he went to greet the uninvited guest, only to find Yang Bao and Azi barging into his room late at night, greeting him with a casual, "Good evening, master," as if it were no big deal. Leaving Chen Shu frozen in place, unable to voice his frustration, he suddenly gave him a less than friendly shoulder pat. "Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on her?" But little did he know, Yang Bao was as straight as an arrow. "That's right, you told me not to leave her side, so, of course, I brought her along when I came to find you," he sheepishly reveals the situation. "Master, I already spoke with the hotel and they're fully booked. I have nowhere else to stay, so can I stay here tonight?" "Stay here? But what about her?" Yang Bao confidently asserted, "Of course, she'll stay with us. This bed is so big there's plenty of room for the three of us. Shushu, hurry up and come here." In this awkward situation, he didn't know what expression to make. Freezing, Chen Shu gritted out the name of that disciple. Not giving Yang Bao a chance to react, he picked him up like a kitten, asking him to leave for a moment. Her tone was cold and devoid of emotion. "I want to speak with Ozzy in private." Before Yang Bao could react, he was locked outside, while Chen Shu cut straight to the chase. What did she want? But A2 showed no embarrassment, instead acting seductive. What is she planning? Without another word, she pulls him close, the sudden advance catching him completely off guard. Damn, it doesn't stop there, as Ozzy pushes herself against Chen Shu, sending them both tumbling. What is going on? With this atmosphere, of course she won't miss the chance to escalate things. Of course, she wants to confide in you, Chen Shu. Her slender fingers caress him. How many times has Chen Shu rejected her? She slides further down. Can't he grant her even a little bit? His face grew hazy with her every word. Just once would be enough. But just as they were about to cross the line, Yang Bao burst through the door, stopping things from going too far. "Master, I'm here to get my room card from the front desk." He almost popped his eyes out when he saw the wild scene before him, but Ozzy showed him no mercy. "Get out." Yang Bao's face turned purple, and he slowly backed away. "Sorry to bother you, but this commotion has awakened Chen Shu. Don't leave." Next, without a word, he takes out the familiar bag, using the same excuse he's used countless times before. Look, a flying disc, but as always, it works surprisingly well. With a sharp eye and perfect timing, he immediately stops Ozzy from acting out. Only now did Chen Shu dare to breathe a sigh of relief, exhausted, before telling Yang Bao in no uncertain terms, "This room is yours." He emphasized, "Remember, no matter where I go, she stays here," practically spitting out the words. "If you let her come find me again, our master-disciple relationship ends here." Whether Yang Bao understood or not, he obediently replied, "Understood." Chen Shu, not wanting to wait any longer, immediately wanted to escape this place. "I'm off then. No need to see me out." He even closed the door and gleefully said goodbye. "Bye-bye, my good disciple." A sharp glance at the door behind him reveals a cunning look like a true villain. Next, finally, in the next moment, righteous light radiates from him, illuminating everything, and no one will bother his studies anymore. Tran Shu and his group of three headed to Wu Shuang, who had been waiting for a while, looking tired and listless, yawning behind his hand. "You care about your students. What's wrong today? Didn't get enough sleep?" Chen Shu's dark circles were prominent as he wearily nodded. Remembering last night, Su Nan and Zhuheng cornered him with accusations. "Chen Bi, she came to you, and you're still acting like this? You're going too far." They angrily shooed Chen Shu away while mocking him. "Go back to sleep tonight. We don't want to ruin anything for you." He dug in his heels, trying to resist, but their minds were made up, and they dragged him out like a criminal. As the three stepped into the room, they witnessed a very suspicious scene. Ozzy, with her hands tied, lying face down on the bed, accentuating her curves. She turned back with a joyful smile, but back in reality, Chen Shu found it harder and harder to explain, scratching his head in annoyance as he vaguely replied, "I'm fine, just a little tired." Seeing this, Wu Shuang didn't press further, only reminding him, "Okay, wait a bit and eat something to replenish yourself on the bus. Let's go now." He dragged his battered body onto the bus, where Su Nan and Xu Xing, sitting on the back seat, peeked out at him with ambiguous eyes and twisted smiles. They chuckled, their imaginations running wild, guessing that Chen Shu had been through a fierce battle. He leaned in close and teased, "How was last night?" Having not rested, he's irritable, remembering fighting until dawn, the fiery clash with Ozzy flashing in his mind. "I spent all night battling wits and courage with her," Chenshu sighed, lamenting how terrifying inner demons truly are. The bus arrives at the Great Qing City Spirit Battle Arena, and the group disembarks one by one. The staff in charge immediately announces, "Mr. Li, the matches have been arranged." The first to fight is Chenshu. His face brightened, regaining a bit of vitality. "I'm up first." I turned to see Wu Shuang's scheming gaze. Is there anything he doesn't know? It seems Teacher Li really wants to see his strength. Chenshu smirked, subtly reaching into his pocket for something, as the host, Luo Qian, raised his microphone and shouted, "Next up, we have a battle between two level 9 Beastmasters. On one side, from the Lamthine Beastmaster squad, is Zhu Yang." Xu Yang frowned and coldly headed towards the arena, as Luo Tian pointed towards the other competitor. And on the other side, from South River No. 2 High School, is Chen Shu, who smirks confidently as he calmly observes his opponent. The two sized each other up as Luo Tian announced, "Let the match officially begin." Summoned from the void, the wolf's claws and fangs could easily tear prey to shreds. Xu Yang felt lucky today and decided he'd buy a lottery ticket later. "I can't believe my opponent today is a student and their contracted spirit is only a sim." Before he could finish, his expression changed drastically, utterly unbelievable. Sim was just a hindrance. Chen Shu stood there with his arms crossed, completely unconcerned by his attitude. Meanwhile, Sim was dozing off, even snoring softly. Xu Yang chuckled in disdain, feigning concern as he advised, "Little friend, why don't you just admit defeat? Otherwise, you might suffer a crushing loss today." "A crushing defeat? I've heard that one before." "That's not necessarily true." Then he casually rummages in his pockets as if no one is watching, leaving Xu Yang dumbfounded. What's he up to? Meanwhile, Slim seizes the opportunity to quietly approach the village. After searching for a moment, Chen Shu pulled out a megaphone and arrogantly warned the audience, "Attention, beast tamers. The brood of South River is here. Know your limits and surrender. Don't resist in vain. No one will pay for your treatment." Ignored, he fumes, wanting nothing more than to beat him to a pulp, a truly reckless student courting death. "I'll show you that real beastmasters aren't delicate flowers like you." Chen Shu calmly reminded him, "Is that so? Maybe you should check on your contracted spirit first." Hearing that, Xu Yang was shocked, his instincts telling him something was wrong. "What?" Meanwhile, Slim's massive body has crushed half of Wolf's lower body, and it's constantly vomiting blood. His anger flared, eyes bloodshot as he accused, "That's a cheap shot." With an innocent smile, the other replied, "How can a beastmaster's actions be considered a cheap shot? Tell me, do you yield?" Slim increased the pressure, causing Lang to vomit blood. Gritting his teeth, Xu Yang concedes, "I yield, though I'm not happy about it." Only then does he seem satisfied, twisting the knife in his pain. "As I said, no one's paying for your medical bills." Chen Shu continued, grabbing the loudspeaker and declaring, "I'll say it again. If you face the fierce warriors of South River, I'll surrender immediately. Don't expect to get lucky. Facing me is a recipe for disaster." The unlucky guy he speaks of is Zhu Yang, whose face turns purple with rage, yet he doesn't dare retort. He points at him, vowing, "Just you wait, I'll be back." The arena doors open, and Chen Shu calmly strides in under the gaze of hundreds, who murmur in disbelief, wondering how he could have done it. He's too strong, even if he is a little underhanded. He flashes a bright smile, feigning humility while subtly showing off. "It's nothing special, really. No need to get excited." Unable to bear his smugness, Wu Shuang slapped his shoulder, warning, "Don't get too cocky." Chen Shu doubled over, choking on his saliva. "Ah, he's setting you aside for now to focus on the other students. Xiao Wu, you're up next." With a cold expression, she nodded. "Okay." He offered Gu Yu a friendly, quiet, "Good luck." She brushed past Chen Shu as if he were nothing. Xiao Yu's words felt like a lonely, cold wind. On the arena floor, Fire and Blaze Tiger cautiously probed each other. He was quite shocked and tense to see that Flame was an S-rank contracted spirit. While his Slim could beat an A-rank, an S-rank was out of the question. Chen Shu frowned, secretly sizing up Xia Yan. It seemed this person would be a formidable rival. With a swiftness that caught Fire Spirit off guard, Hellfire Wolf struck, its claws sinking deep. Luo Qian declared Xia Yan the victor, a smug grin spreading across his face, the outcome as expected. Even though Chen Shu was prepared, he was still shocked by how fast it was. Little Yu lost. Luo Qian continued his duties, announcing the next match with a bored sigh before turning to leave. There's probably nothing else worth seeing. He scanned the stands, thinking he should find a place to sleep. Chen Shu found a spot half in the shade and half in the sun, laid down, and immediately began to snore. The sky gradually darkened, but the arena remained brightly lit. He suddenly awoke with a start, a bubble of snot still clinging to his nose. Tranthu groggily sat up. Where is everyone? Sunam and Suhung looked at him appraisingly. Their match is over. They've already gone back. Master is awake? Chen Shu asks, startled. Wait, why are you here? Chen Shu demanded, grabbing his collar. Have you forgotten the task I assigned you? He hastily corrected. No. I remember tasking the bodyguard with watching the school. Yang Bao smiled sweetly, feigning sincerity. I'm here to treat you to a meal, Master. Seeing an opportunity, he put his arm around him like a close brother. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Together, they head to a well-known restaurant nearby. As they stepped inside, they ran into Wu Shuang's group, who turned around in surprise, then quickly pretended not to know them. But Chen Shu gave him no chance, cheerfully waving hello. Teacher Li Wushuang could only offer a strained, polite smile. So, it's Chen Shu? What a coincidence. You're awake? You guys were talking about eating together. Too bad he's as thick-faced as a fortress wall. Yes, I'm awake. It's so late and everyone's still eating here. He was about to agree when he spotted Jia Yan's figure. Huh? Chen Shu studied the familiar face, certain that this was the man from the arena today, and stopped in his tracks, letting out a mocking laugh. So you're here too, huh? Shaiyuan said to Xiabing with a sneer. My sister's a loser. Chen Shu frowned, watching the situation unfold in silence. Are they sisters? Little Yu, with her fiery temper, slammed the table and stood up in anger. Hey, why are you talking like that? He sneered, hurling insults. Oh, so you're just a subordinate of a defeated general? She gritted her teeth, struggling to contain herself in the face of his arrogance. So, now the defeated general's subordinates dare to be arrogant in front of me? Jia Yan went too far, calling them all useless. Xiabing's face darkened as he clenched his fist, waving goodbye. Seeing you now, I think my father made the right choice abandoning you. Trash belongs with trash, so just keep being trash. What's this? Picking on someone smaller than you? Knowing he couldn't discipline him there, he quickly changed his tune, patted his shoulder with a smile, and subtly warned him to be careful when alone. Xia Wei arrogantly leaves, not needing his concern. At that moment, the system panel appears, offering Chen Shu 3 choices. 1. Praise and build a good relationship with the other party. 2. Turn a blind eye. Or 3. Immediately counterattack, each with generous rewards. He silently signaled to Sunan, who understood and nodded in agreement. Zixing, quick-witted, quietly closed the door, and then Sunan quickly summoned Little Butterfly. It takes flight, heading straight for Jia Yan's back, creating a bright green light above his head. He's startled and panicked. What is this? He looks like he's growing grass all over, flailing madly. Get out of my way! Chen Shu seizes the opportunity to snap some photos. He deliberately provokes Jia Yan, his hands still moving. Hoo-hoo, bro, you're about to be famous. He's furious, baring his fangs. Do you want to die? Chen Shu smirks deviously, then turns and runs away, saying, to live a peaceful life, one must accept a little green. Blinded by rage, Xia Yan was about to summon his contracted spirit when Wu Shuang quickly stopped him, saying, Wait! He grabbed Jia Yan's wrist and warned coldly, You want to attack my student in front of me. Jia Yan gritted his teeth, veins popping with rage, but ultimately he knew better and restrained himself, leaving in anger. Just you wait, I won't let you get away with this. The other students who witnessed this scene felt extremely relieved, truly refreshed. Looks like dealing with idiots still requires some skill. Insulting our class won't be tolerated, no matter how far away you are. Let's see if he dares bully Zhibing again. Ha ha, what a cuckold. Xiabing blushed and shyly approached him. Chen Shu, thank you. He smiled naturally and said, It was nothing, really. Suddenly Chen Shu paused, noticing something was off. Huh? The mission isn't complete yet? Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. He immediately moved to prevent Xia Yan from escaping, waving goodbye beforehand. Don't thank me so soon. This isn't over yet. I'm heading out, Lao Li. You guys go on ahead. Wu Shuang cautioned, Don't go overboard and no bombs. Chen Shu quickly agreed, understood. His enthusiastic classmates cheered him on. Meanwhile, Xia Yan was still fuming with rage. Damn them for releasing contract spirits in the city. His face darkened, vowing to vent his anger. He couldn't wait any longer. He pulled out his phone to contact the Spirit Control Bureau and make them pay. Hello, is this the Spirit Suppression Bureau? Xiaoyan was so focused on reporting that he didn't notice Chen Shu sneaking up behind him. Taking advantage of his distraction, a student from Nanjiang No. 2 High School swiftly covered his head with a sack, blinding him. What the hell is this? He smirked, stomping Xiaoyan into the ground like trash, as Shan Xin replied, "Something good enough to deal with you." His legs trembled, and he lay sprawled on the road. Ah. Chen Shu then delivers another kick, and Xiaoyan screams in agony like a stuck pig. Though trembling with fear, he still mustered the strength to threaten, "Do you know who I am?" daring to hit me. His pathetic state only fueled his pleasure. So much for tough talk. Chen Shuxi mercilessly delivered a devastating blow to Xiaoyan, and in the silence, the sound of something cracking echoed. An insult to a man's honor was something he couldn't abide. Even if it meant punishment, he would summon his contracted spirit. "You bastard. I want you dead." The flame tiger emerges from the void, baring its fangs as it lunges to tear him apart, its claws raised and snarling with rage, fueled by Xiaoyan's emotions. Sparks flew past Chen Shu's face, and he sneered, "You think that's enough to kill me?" As he spoke, he moved his hand slightly, and golden spiritual energy flickered. Slim is summoned right above the flame inferno tiger, its sharp teeth ready to tear Chen Shu apart. Slim crushes the blazing tiger with its massive form, its pained cries like tears. Though Xiaoyan's vision is obscured, he senses its condition. He was shocked, and Chen Shu clenched his fist, a sinister look on his face. "You're next." He recoils in fear, dodging the blows. "No, stay away." Chen Shu grabbed another sack, covered him with it, and began to pummel him. Xiaoyan screamed helplessly, "Someone, help me." Silence returns as blood stains his hands and clothes. Ignoring Xiaoyan's battered form, he coldly threatens, "Dare you call anyone else trash again?" This made him realize Chen Shu's identity. "You're from South River High School No. 2. He ground Xiaoyan into the dirt, adding, "I'm just a messenger of justice." Next, he kicked Xiaoyan in the butt, sending him flying like a ball, then gave a thumbs down, warning, "Remember this. If you keep acting tough, it'll be worse than today." Chen Shu deliberately cracked his knuckles, creating a terrifying sound. "Now, run away with your head down and don't take out the bag," which he hastily did, looking as pathetic as ever. "Don't hit me. I'm running. I'm running." The system immediately announces the mission is complete, and the reward is a large amount of beast-taming power. Finally, it's over. He sighed in relief, realizing he had to take matters into his own hands. Passers-by stared at the strange, moving object. "What the heck is that? Oh my god, it's a sentient bag of pee." Chen Shu calmly put his hands in his pockets and left the scene, returning to regroup with the others. Wu Shuang had been waiting for him. "Is it taken care of?" Chen Shu arrogantly flips his hair, boasting, "Wasn't that easy?" Blushing with emotion, she nuzzled his cheek and shoulder affectionately. "I really didn't expect you to worry about me so much that you'd wait outside." Wu Shuang shivers and unintentionally corrects him, "You're overthinking it. He's just worried I'll launch another nuke." Chen Shu was so hurt he froze, silently faking tears of pity. He chuckled helplessly, telling her to go home and rest, as they had to go to the spirit battle arena tomorrow. But his mind was still reeling. He seems to have forgotten something. The image of AZ gagged and bound flashes through Chen Shu's mind. Crap, I just remembered. He hurriedly chased after Wu Shuang. "Wait, Professor." Chen Shu sat down and shamelessly hugged his leg, his eyes sparkling. "I want to discuss something with you." The next day, the spirit battle arena buzzed with excitement. Full of energy, Chen Shu sits in the stands, finally having gotten a good night's sleep. "I guess I'll be sleeping with old Li again tonight." Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the air. "You're bullying my student." Xiaoyan's teacher, Liu Shi, stands with her hands on her hips, a fierce look on her face, while he stands humiliated beside her in silence. Xiaobing and the other students can't help but laugh at his battered and bruised appearance. They turned around and defiantly gave Chen Shu a thumbs up, the real culprit winking playfully. Just then, someone stepped forward as the simple-minded Chen Shu was about to confess. Wu Shuang immediately stepped in front of him, cutting her off. "Students? What students? I don't know what you're talking about." She frowned, angered, then smirked, deliberately provoking him. "You dare to do it, but not admit it? Mr. Li, is this how you teach your students?" Yet he remained rational, feigning innocence. "What does he mean by that? Are you trying to provoke me?" The crowd behind them begins to stir. Xiaoyan suddenly caught Chen Shu's sinister gaze, and his face paled with fear. His arm trembled as he hesitantly called out to Liu Shi. "Miss, she puts on an act of righteousness to reassure. Don't worry, I'll definitely get justice for you." With newfound support, Xiaoyan nodded confidently. He glared at Chen Shu while she turned to Wu Shuang to express her stance. If he insisted on protecting his student, then they would have to settle things at the spirit duel. Suddenly, a rift appeared in space, and within it, two pairs of eyes, one red, one gold, gleamed. The black-white giant serpent and another spirit beast tore through the portal, ferociously glaring at Liu Shi. He coldly confirmed, "Are you sure?" She gasped, her eyes wide with terror. "A summoner and an S-class spirit. Li Wu Shuang." He calmly waves his hand. "You know me? Then you're invited." Sweating bullets, Liu Shi desperately tried to defuse the situation, saying the students were young and impulsive and could resolve things themselves. Her attitude shifted completely as she cleared her throat and corrected herself. "We're teachers. We shouldn't get involved in the children's affairs." The others wished they could dig a hole for her to hide in. Wu Shuang glared at Liu Shi, warning, "Then what are you doing here?" She wisely changed her tune. "I'm simply asking if you're bullying my student." He nodded in satisfaction. "What if it was our student who did the bullying?" she asked, forcing a smile. "Ha ha ha, I was just asking." Liu Shi sensed danger and hurriedly pulled Jiayan away like a gust of wind. "If you already know the outcome, then I have nothing more to say. Goodbye." Chen Shu gives a fawning thumbs up. "Master, you're so domineering." Wu Shuang doesn't acknowledge the praise, coldly brushing him off. "Enough, what did you do to him?" He pondered, stroking his chin in thought. What had he done? Tran Thu's expression suddenly turned sly as he grabbed a piece of paper, his eyes fixed on Haviem's weary figure. He sneakily slapped a note on Jiayan's back that read, "I'm Jiayan, and I'm an idiot." He turned around, bewildered. The daydream fades, and Chen Shu innocently replies, "I didn't do anything. Just what a righteous person should do." The others are silent, clearly not trusting his character. Their protection stirred Xiabing's heart. "Mr. Li, Chen Shu, thank you, everyone." He chuckled modestly. "It was nothing. You can insult me, but not my friends." Her cheeks flushed crimson. After this incident, she cherishes him even more. Xiabing hesitates, wanting to confess her feelings. Just then, the loudspeaker crackled to life. A staff member approached, announcing that it was Chen Shu's turn in the arena. He ignored her and turned to Wu Shuang. "Mr. Li, I'm off." He patted Chen Shu's shoulder, encouraging him to go. They watched his confident figure as Yabing suppressed her racing heart, whispering his name. Chen Shu raised his voice, stirring the atmosphere. "Perhaps you've all been eagerly awaiting today's match." Today's match is quite interesting, as he enthusiastically introduces one side as the 89th ranked Spirit Board member from a month ago, the 9th level Beastmaster, Lin Yuan. Then he moved on to Chen Shu, emphasizing, "There's another even more interesting one. Although he's only fought one battle, he's left a deep impression on everyone. The ferocious one, Chen Shu from Nanjiang No. 2 High School." He casually strolled onto the arena with his hands in his pockets, as Luo Chen waved his hand to announce the match. The spirit fight begins, and Chen Shu repeats his tactic from the match with Xu Yang, casually producing a loudspeaker. He arrogantly issued a warning, "No matter your rank, facing me will be a challenge." Lin Yuan was furious at his arrogance. He tells him to surrender, as the treatment costs are very high. Gritting his teeth, he activates his spirit energy, done with the talking. "Let's begin." Green and black spirit energy mixed together, spreading through the air as Lin Yuan summoned the azure-tailed beast. It crouches, ready to pounce on Chen Shu, who nonchalantly picks his ear while summoning Slim. It used its smooth head to directly smash the green-tailed beast away, and in the audience, Xiayan felt a sense of familiarity and suddenly stood up, snitching. "Teacher, it's him. He's the one who ambushed me yesterday." The blue-tailed beast is no pushover either, whipping its tail to attack, but Slim, despite its size, is agile, leaping away with ease. Lin Yuan, confident in his victory, says with pity, "You're just a sneak attacker daring to fight me? Kid, you've met your match." Chen Shu smirks confidently. "Not so fast." Calmly, he manipulates Slim's spirit energy to activate the Water Dream kill, instantly lulling it into a deep sleep, drooling and all. Strangely, a thin barrier surrounds its entire body, preventing the blue-tailed beast from attacking, so it frantically whips its tail, trying to shatter Slim's barrier. Chen Shu calculated the timing and knew he was done for, but Slim, who seemed to be asleep, suddenly moved towards the blue-tailed beast, wanting to collide with it. The blue-tailed beast sluggishly takes the full force of Slim's headbutt, suffering severe internal injuries. Losing its ability to fight, it slides across the ground as Slim seizes the opportunity, leaping high to deliver the final blow with its massive form. It coughed up a blood in agony, and witnessing this, Lin Yuan finally snapped out of it. Tears streaming down her face, Yang Yang cries out for the azure tail beast, while Su Nan and Shu Heng applaud, praising its savage power. Wu Shuang said nothing, but her smile revealed her delight as Chen Shu proudly put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Lin Wan is still reeling from the shock. How could he have predicted the blue-tailed beast's speed? Chen Shu said, stroking his chin with a knowing look. Talent. Ordinary talent is nothing special. With that, he turned and left, leaving behind an imposing figure. He muttered in disbelief, "Talent. The genius Chen Shu." Calmly, Chen Shu left the arena, where Wu Shuang awaited him, saying, "Well done. If you keep this up, you might have a chance at the top 10 in the monthly arena." He smirked, his tone one of disgruntled dissatisfaction. Top 10, really? His eyes suddenly noticed something. The system panel displayed 4 options. From lowest to highest, Tranthu must achieve a ranking, the lowest being top 30 and the highest being first place. The higher the rank, the greater the reward. Chen Shu was stunned, his jaw dropping in disbelief, barely managing to stifle a shout. Gigantification. He regained his composure and began to calculate. Now gigantification is Slim's most frequently used skill. Without it, Slim's combat power would be reduced by at least 70%. As expected of a divine relic, he began to imagine its potential power. If he could level up again, he might easily eliminate a Lord-class spirit. The attractive reward filled Chen Shu with enthusiasm. Looks like first place is mine. The loudspeaker's announcement cut through his thoughts. Tang Li of number 2 Namjiang High School versus Xiayan. Tang Li, please prepare yourself. Hearing his opponent's name, Tang Li was in tears of injustice. Seriously? An 8-star Beastmaster versus a 9-star? Even Luo Qian feels sorry for him. Sympathetically, he reveals the reason. Your teacher requested it, saying it would quickly improve your strength. Chen Shu gives a thumbs up, 100% agreeing with Wu Shuang's brilliant idea. He was dumbfounded, not understanding what act he was putting on. Tang Li summoned the spirit of a hero on a suicide mission. The whole class bids farewell to Tang Xiao, giving him face by applauding in unison. Go for it, Tang Xiao, go for it. This tragic scene leaves Wu Shuang speechless. Does it really have to be this way? He patted his shoulder, comforting him. It's okay, go on. The loss of a spirit contract won't affect the Beastmaster. But Tang Li's expression remained pale. Are they sending me to my death? The whole class cheers him on. Go on, Tang Li, we're rooting for you. He turned resolute, a single tear of sorrow glistening in the air. Xiayan still wore that same unpleasant look on his face as Tang Li gritted his teeth in fear. Chen Shu foresaw the outcome. It seems Xiayan won't spare Tang Li this time. As soon as it began, the fire tiger pounced on the bluebird. It opened its jaws, revealing sharp teeth aimed at the bluebird's head, finally clamping down on its neck and tearing its prey in two. He closed his eyes and sighed. There was indeed no miracle. It's over. He then bid Wu Shuang a weary farewell, as there was nothing left to see. Teacher, we're going to grab a bite to eat. So Nam and Tutin quickly raised their hands for permission. Teacher, I'm leaving too. In the arena, Tang Li was on the ground, mourning his unfortunate blue, while Xiayan stood by, arms crossed, his face gloomy, a fire of hatred burning in his eyes. Chen Shu, you special case. I, Xiayan, will definitely not forgive you this time. Chen Shu had his arms around Ba Gu, Xu Xing, and Su Nan, chatting animatedly when suddenly his nose itched, and he sneezed. He rubbed his nose suspiciously. Who's thinking about me? Just then, Xu Xing pointed frantically at the sky and cursed. Ah, a big bird. Against the setting sun, the massive black-feathered iron feather stood out as it flew in. The system interface pops up with 3 options. Flee, eliminate the iron feather, or dump a bag of urine on its head. Rewards vary with difficulty. Chen Shu quickly grasps the key point. The iron feather beast is a lord-level monster. Keeping a cool head, he planned his attack. Little Star, have your mutated Thunderbird take me up there later. He nodded decisively. Okay. Chen Shu was fearless, even excited. I'll show them what a real man is made of. Summoned by Xu Ying, the Thunder Rock appears, crackling with lightning across its body. Once they were secure on its back, it took flight, wings carrying them toward Iron Feather, a David and Goliath matchup. The closer they got, the more palpable the threat became, leaving all 3 wide-eyed and stunned. Seo Hyun began to doubt, Chen Shu, can we really do this? This bird is bigger than you. Chen Shu, who had already chosen the 3rd option, quietly withdrew his hand, his mouth twisted, and cold sweat poured down. Sometimes sheer size trumps beast mastery. And Chen Shu, with a nudge to Xu Xing, makes a decision befitting the situation. Let's get out of here. wait for his attention to land on something else. Wait a minute. Chen Shu realizes the iron feather has ignored them and is targeting someone who wandered into its sights. His heart pounding, he shouts a warning, "Ooh, young Bao, get out of the way!" Bao is frozen in place, seemingly too frightened to react. Is he done for? His pupils contracted as he braced for the inevitable. A Lord-class beast. Chen Shu frantically activated his spiritual energy, while Yang Bao commanded Slim to appear in its giant form, charging toward the target. Too fast, too dangerous, Slim headbutts it squarely in the back, then lands safely. Iron Wings, however, is critically wounded and plummets. Was today Duang Bao's unlucky day? Even in its fall, it chose his location to crash. Just as Duang Bao was about to leave his body behind, a hand grabbed him by the collar. Chen Shu yanked him to safety, while Tai Yu crashed to the ground with the force of an explosion. Seizing the moment, he commands, "Now's our chance. Go die." Yang Bao clung to Chen Shu's leg, weeping miserably. "Master, you're my savior, my reborn parents." With a surge of power, Slim turned to its opponent, leaping high and initiating a violent finishing move on Iron Feather. Though barely alive, Iron Feather struggles to resist. The electric shocks cause it to vomit blood, its fur emitting a burnt stench. Sunam can't believe her eyes as she witnesses this miraculous scene. A black iron beast dead? His face paled as he muttered to Chin-Si, wondering how he could be so powerful now. He's now incredibly excited, seeing the system notification that he's won the skill reward. Execution +1. He scratches his head playfully, winking with feigned modesty. "I'm just too strong, though in truth I'm feeling quite lucky. Perhaps this lord was injured beforehand, which is why he was so weak, but it's great to be able to exploit the opening." Sinan, who was a bit unconvinced, was intimidated by Chen Shu's showy attitude. Suddenly startled, he realized the identity of the figure in the sky. This man is Imperial Dragon Lord, Wang Xianyang, and he approaches them with a majestic air. Chen Shu and Slim exchanged a knowing glance, agreeing to quickly devour the prize. Slim immediately transformed into a wisp of smoke, swooping down to the Iron Wing's corpse and tearing out its heart to devour. Arriving on the scene, Haiyan Duang was met with a bloodbath, and in shock he asked, "You eliminated the iron-winged beast?" To which they responded with Oscar-worthy performances. He smiled awkwardly, admitting, "It was me. Serving the people is what I should do." Suspicious, Zhuanyang pointed at him, confirming that he was the fierce Nanjiang, Chen Shu. Startled, he sensed something was wrong. This man knew him. His attitude shifted, from unfamiliar to knowing. Xianyang probed, mentioning that the events at Mount Taiping and Ice Crevice were connected to him. Though his heart pounded with tension, Chen Shu outwardly remained calm, realizing he was under suspicion. Composing himself, he feigns ignorance. "Mount Taiping? What's that? I've been to the Ice Crevice, but sadly, I don't know who that maniac is who blew it up." With that, he clenched his fist, vowing, "But don't let me catch the culprit. If I ever see him, I'll beat him senseless." Xianyang still wasn't entirely convinced. "Are you sure you had nothing to do with it?" Chen Shu forces a smile, nodding frantically to prove his innocence. "It definitely had nothing to do with me." Luckily, he didn't press the issue. "All right, if it wasn't you, forget about it." Xuanyang recalled his contracted spirit and instructed, "If you finished off the ironclad beast, then its corpse belongs to you." Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief, finally daring to wipe the sweat from his brow, having narrowly avoided exposure. With all obstacles cleared, he turned to his drooling teammates. "All right, that's settled. Let's roast the ironhide beast and have a feast tonight." As night fell, smoke drifted by a stream on the outskirts. Transhu's group of 4 sat in a row, waiting for the ironclad beast 9, its outer layer turning golden and emitting a mouth-watering aroma. Yang Bao looked at him admiringly. "Master is truly amazing." He modestly waved his hand. "It's nothing." Then Chen Shu rubbed his hands, implying, "But I saved you. Shouldn't I get something?" He understood immediately, smiling brightly. "Of course, I've already prepared it." With that, he pointed to something, boasting, "Master, look, you'll be pleased. Good kid, very thoughtful." But as he turned around, Chen Shu's expression changed completely. "Why is it you?" Ozzy leans against a tree, striking a pose, as Chen Shu's cheeks flush red before our very eyes, and he stammers. Slowly, Ozzy approached, finding him at last. Yang Bao smiled knowingly, unaware of the trap he'd just set for Chen Shu. "Ha ha ha, I told her to come," she said. "You saved me, I should show my gratitude. I thought about it and brought my master here, giving you no time to react and forcing you against the rock behind you." Chen Shu's body stiffened as he stammered. "You're hopeless," Ozzy chimes in. "That's right, if you do good you deserve a reward." She casually sits on his lap, her hands wandering. Am I right, Tran Thu? She turned to glare at the two bright lights, her murderous aura sending shivers down their spines. Hurry up and leave. Realizing the situation, Sunan and Shu Hong grabbed the dazed Yang Bao and fled, leaving them to their privacy. We're out of here, he tearfully begged. Don't go. Finally alone, Ozzy excitedly flips her hair. Let's continue. Ozzy slowly approaches Chen Shu's face. Her hand gently caresses his chest as the other slowly moves downward, but just as she's about to succeed, Chen Shu angrily stops her. Enough, he warned, feigning a cold demeanor. If you continue, I won't hold back. Too bad this trick doesn't work on Ozzy. How exactly do you plan to not hold back? He immediately pulled out his phone, choosing the most naive and simple method. Hello, is this the Spirit Suppressing Bureau? I want to report someone for harassing a minor. She was speechless at his childishness, but had to admit that sometimes being childish was surprisingly effective. 5 minutes later, she was being escorted to the station in handcuffs, as Su Nan and Shu Sheng watched in stunned silence. They really took her away? They stuck out their thumbs in protest. That was awesome, my friend. Chen Shu was embarrassed, his mouth stretched from ear to ear. What else? Don't you know who I am? After dealing with the Iron Wing grilled meat, they returned to the hotel, their footsteps echoing in the silent hallway. He collapses onto the bed, relaxing his body in the softness, finally alone. Tran Thu loosens up, hugging his pillow like a child, so comfortable in his beloved bed. Suddenly, he froze, as if he'd forgotten something, then punched his head in realization. Oh, right, he also took down an iron-clad beast today. Chen Shu immediately sat up to see what skill he could learn from absorbing its heart. He activated the Spirit Energy Circle, and a system notification appeared. Wind Control Skill +1. With his new skill, Chen Shu began a training sprint, the sounds of battle echoing through the arena every day. He and Slim teamed up to sweep through enemies, spending every day in the arena, while Ozzy, for harassing a minor, spent a tearful month behind bars. She wanted to cry her eyes out, regretting her actions. In the past month, several spirit beasts suddenly appeared in the city. They flew wildly through the sky but were quickly captured by the spirit wardens, their massive bodies forced into spirit shackling nets. A month later, the streets were lined with lanterns and decorative tassels. Chen Shu and the others walked side by side, as he voiced his thoughts. Why do I feel like things haven't been peaceful for the past month? He observed the captured spirit beasts, noting, even the city is plagued by savage beasts. Wushuang approached, answering his question. It may be because a new dimension is about to appear. He calmly explains that the spirit energy has been recovering for nearly 1,000 years, and a new dimension appears periodically, but he feels this one is particularly dangerous, with unusually large beasts emerging. Chen Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement, but his master patted his shoulder, saying, whether it's dangerous or not, it has nothing to do with you. Even if it appears, it'll take 2 years, by which time I'll be in college, ready to go. Today is your match against Xia Yan. Wu Shuang solemnly reminded him. Don't you dare embarrass me. Xia Wei's desperate look flashed through his mind, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Don't worry, I won't let you down. The piercing sound echoed throughout the arena, as the familiar warning was repeated, and the ruthless Nam Jiang entered the fray. Just surrender and don't resist in vain, Luo Qian said, tossing away the speaker and stirring up the atmosphere. Greetings, esteemed viewers. As you may have gathered from the recording, today we're in for a visual feast. On one side, pointing to Chen Shu, is the ferocious Chen Shu of Nanjiang, undefeated in 65 matches. And now his opponent, Xia Yan, contractor of a top-tier spirit. Luo Qian's voice stirred the crowd's curiosity. Who will be the undefeated champion today? Let's find out. All the students from Namjiang High School cheered for you. Go, Chen Shu, go! Shu puckers his lips, blowing a loving kiss to the crowd. Thank you all for your support. Xia Yan glared at him, finally getting his chance, as he confidently analyzed everything. If I'm not mistaken, yours is grade A, right? Maybe even top of the line, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to defeat the others. He gritted his teeth, spitting out each word. Today, I'll show you the true power of a top-tier spirit pack's bloodline suppression. Xia Yan's blood boils as he desperately summons his contract spirit. Chen Shu, I'm sending you to meet your maker. The flaming fox roared, exuding a domineering aura, but Chen Shu remained calm, even sneering contemptuously. Top-tier bloodline suppression? He activated his spirit energy, summoning Slim. Let's see how your S-class spirit will defeat mine. In contrast to Flame Tiger's imposing appearance, Slim is incredibly adorable, landing confidently to face its foe. Slim and the Flame Tiger face off, the atmosphere thick with tension. the flame tiger seemingly sensing the presence of the one who defeated him before. It growls apprehensively. Seeing this, Chen Shu sneers, "Looks like your sick cat is a little scared." "Are you crazy?" Xiaoyan angrily denies. "You're overthinking it." Just as he was about to act, the system suddenly appeared. The three options were to crush the blazing tiger with Slim's butt, surrender and reconcile, or douse the opponent with a bag of urine and fight. Each choice offered a reward. Without hesitation, he chose the third option, quickly pulling a sack from his bag. Xiaoyan instinctively broke out in a cold sweat. "What are you planning to do?" Chen Shu politely turns to Luo Qian and asks if they can remove the protective device, a device used in every match to prevent beast tamers from being influenced by contract spirits. The humiliating memory flooded back and he panicked, shouting, "Absolutely not! He's going to attack!" The staff immediately responded, "Sorry, we can't open it." He sighs in disappointment, putting the sack away. "Well, looks like you got lucky this time." Seeing that both players were ready, Luo Qian grabbed the mic and announced, "Let the match begin." Xiaoyan impatiently urged the blazing flames to use their skills. It inhaled deeply, preparing to unleash a fireball towards Slim. Slim leaps to the side, dodging the attack as Chen Shu calmly directs its movements, ready for anything. He activates Dreamy Murder, and a transparent barrier covers his entire body. The fireballs dissipate upon contact. Slim appears to have fallen asleep, a soft snore escaping. Once it was safe, it opened its eyes, unleashing a unique sonic attack, sending waves of sound rippling outward. The sound waves disoriented Liat DM, blurring its vision, and Slim seized the opportunity, launching a collision attack like a speeding arrow. Blaze regained consciousness and quickly went on the defensive, but it was too late and it had to use its hard head to brace for the impact. In less than a second, blazing flame was sent flying, blood spraying through the air. Its body landing beside Xiaoyan, who stood there stunned by the sudden turn of events. Not stopping there, it used its momentum to leap and crush blazing flames, aiming to end it all, causing an uproar as the audience jumped to their feet to get a better look. So did VL really win? Wu Shuang was also secretly praying for Chen Shu. Xiaoyan trembled, grinding out the words through clenched teeth. "I lost." His arrogance shattered, he deluded himself, and "No, it can't be, you must have cheated." His entire body felt like it was plunged into an icy abyss. He hoped it was just an illusion. "That's right, you cheated. Otherwise, how could I have lost?" Xiaoyan stubbornly refuses to believe he could be defeated like this. "I'm reporting you for cheating." Chen Shu witnessed a new level of shamelessness. Cheating, he thought, glancing at Hu Lieyan, who was miserably pinned under Slim, exposing Xiaoyan's dirty intentions, unstable abilities, yet stubbornly accusing others of cheating. He sneers, showing his contempt. Following you was a waste for Hu Lieya. Slim increases his pressure in response to Chen Shu's words as he coldly states, "If you don't want to admit defeat, that's fine, but your spirit contract..." He sneers, bringing his face close to Chen Shu, who is now utterly terrified. Xiaoyan stammers, unable to speak, his earlier words now a joke. "No matter how unwilling you are, you still have to admit defeat. Damn it, there's no way out." Xiaoyan, swallowing his humiliation, lowered his head. "I concede." Luo Qian immediately announced, "Chen Shu wins this match." The audience erupted, deeply admiring his consistent performance, chanting in unison, "Invincible Chen Shu! Invincible Chen Shu!" He slicked back his hair with a cool pose. Invincibility is truly lonely. Xiaoyan grits his teeth, glaring at him with hatred, and vows revenge. "I won't let you get away with this." Chen Shu calmly steps off the stage. Wu Shuang is still waiting for him as always. Chen Shu is back. He sincerely praises, "A very good performance. Give him an inch and he'll take a mile. But what can you do when she's just too strong?" The other students, despite having seen it many times, could never get used to Chen Shu's personality, while Wu Shuang felt a headache coming on and pinched the space between her eyebrows. "Don't get cocky, just sit down and watch their matches. Listen to me and sit between Su Nan and Xu Heng." Next up is Zhu Xing, whose fight is incredibly fierce, in contrast to Su Nan's more subdued match. As for Shibing, she's simply decimating her opponent, no problem at all. As night descends and the moon peeks through the clouds, Wu Shuang announces, "That's all for today's matches." He clearly announced the new information. "Also, I want to tell you all, something, due to the New Year holiday. We'll wrap things up here, and in 2 days, we'll be leaving Daiheng City." Hearing this, Tranthu quickly raised his hand to object. "If we leave early, how am I supposed to get first place?" He was exasperated by the boy's impatience. Don't worry, 2 days is plenty of time for you to take first place. Dismissed, and remember to pack your things. He sighed in frustration, stood up, and agreed. Then his mood lifted, and he put his arms around his two friends. Let's go, let's head back. They walked side by side under the soft moonlight, the wind rustling through the trees. Suddenly, someone pointed at Chen Shu with a sneer. Uncle, it's him. Chen Shu. Startled, he turned to find the source of the voice, asking, Who's there? Javier, now emboldened, felt secure with backup. It's me. Wu Li's face bore several knife scars, adding to his ferocious aura. One look was enough to know this thug was trouble. Chen Shu smirked, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Oh, so you called your parents? Wu Li's expression darkened as he cut to the chase. So, you admit you bullied my nephew? He casually waves his hand, just trying to get his attention. Bullying? I'm telling you, big brother. Sunan and Shu Hing quietly backed away and slipped off. Chen Shu, feigning innocence, points at Xiaoyan. When did I ever bully him? Is it because I beat him in the spirit arena? He widened his eyes, speechless at Xiaoyan's audacity. How polite of you, he says with a dejected bow. Then I apologize. Next time I see young Master Jia, I'll be sure to admit defeat. Okay? Xiaoyan angrily reveals the truth, saying it wasn't about the arena, but about what he did to him that night. He remained calm, feigning ignorance. Could you be more specific about that night? Otherwise, people will think I'm a pervert. Wu Li, convinced by his reasoning, put his arm around Xiaoyan to encourage him. Xiaoyan, what did he do to you that night? He asked hesitantly. Just then, a plate of spicy crawfish came flying toward them. Xiaoyan, already on guard, immediately warned, Uncle, watch out. He wasn't just some ordinary thug. He reacted quickly, shattering the plate of crawfish with a hard punch. But this action sent the scalding sauce flying onto Wu Li's bald head and clothes. Xiaoyan clicked his tongue, feeling indignant for his uncle. The three of them exchanged glances, giving a thumbs-up of approval, then scattered in 3 different directions. He shouted, Mr. Li, someone's trying to kill us, help! Smoke still billowed from Wu Li's clothes as he ground out, You think you can run? With that, he moved, and in a flash he was almost upon Chen Shu, grabbing him by the collar, freezing him in place, his face pale, drenched in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a stream of purple spirit energy flew by, startling him. He turned to see a giant serpent with its red mouth open, ready to attack. Wu Li tensed up, then quickly realized something. Summoning a battle pet, unfortunately, no one can use spirit contracts within the city limits. He was truly enraged, veins popping on his forehead. Chen Shu, this time you're definitely going to die by my hand. Wu Li raised his fist, ready to beat him to a pulp. Chen Shu retreated cautiously, but there was nowhere left to run. Was the infamous bully of South River really about to fall? Just as he was cornered, he spotted 2 familiar figures passing by. And Tranthu's eyes lit up. Excited, he cried out, Fangxi Da Li. They heard him, stopped, and turned, asking, Chen Shu, what's wrong? This commotion also caught the attention of Wu Li and Xiaoyan as she tearfully played the victim. Save me. Her face darkens, and the atmosphere turns grim. Who gave you permission? Fangxi crouches, then leaps into the air. Enraged, she raises her leg, ready to send Wu Li flying for bullying her sister, while Da Li grips his weapon, charging in to back him up. Witnessing the scene, Chen Shu gulped, marveling at her ferocity. Fangxi and her multi-tool claw unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, finally stopping only when Wu Li and Xiaoyan were covered in wounds. She asks mockingly if he wants to continue, and Wu Li instinctively raises his hands to shield his face, begging for mercy. Stop! I'm from the Wu family of Daxing City. He thought his powerful name would deter them, but it had the opposite effect. Frowning, Fangxi grabs him by the collar, her face a mask of fury. From the Wu family, are you? A powerful hand lands on his bald head. Wu Li cried out in despair, feeling utterly wronged. Enough is enough. There has to be a limit to everything. The more he begged, the harder she hit. Limits, you say? He couldn't take it anymore, his posture as pathetic as could be. Please, no more, no more. These are all influential figures, yet they still take Fangxi's merciless blow, flying straight into the wall. Influential, right? Wu Li clutches his head, begging for forgiveness. Big sister, I was wrong. Dissatisfied, she kicks him repeatedly. You admit you're wrong? The 2 underlings beside him were as pale as mummies, and with a trembling hand, Daluk pointed forward. Chen Pi, can you withstand that palm strike? Chen Shu shook his head like a broken fan. I don't think even a beast could withstand that. Just then, Fangxi glanced over and ordered, "Chenshu, give me the bag of urine." Instinctively, he salutes, a gesture that confuses her. Why is he so worked up? Trantu drops to his knees, presenting the bag like an imperial seal to the king. "Here," he says, offering the bag to her, his expression unreadable. As Fuangtu takes it, she wonders if she's scared him. "Never mind, just throw it at Wu Li," she said without hesitation, putting it on herself and dragging her nephew around the room. He immediately picked it up and did as she said. And so, with Jiayan on her shoulders, she ran off. Chenshu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at her. "You're amazing, Sister Fangxi." She got goosebumps and brushed him off, saying, "Spill it. What trouble have you caused this time?" He smiled and began to ramble. "This is a long story. Let me tell you from the beginning." The three walked along the deserted road, eventually running out of things to say. That was the gist of it. Fangxi stroked her chin thoughtfully. "I see. Okay. If he ever troubles you again, just tell me, and I'll help you beat him up." Chenshu brushed it off, changing the subject, saying he could handle the fight himself. But now that they were here, he wanted to invite them to Dueling Academy tomorrow. Dolly asked in surprise, "What's at Dueling Academy?" He smiled knowingly, put his arms around them, and announced, "To watch me perform, of course." Seizing the moment, Luo Qian eagerly introduced Chen Shu as he stepped into the arena. "Today, we have Chen Shu, the Invincible, from number 2 Nanjiang High School." He skillfully built up the excitement. As the rising star of January, Chen Shu is likely to take first place in the spirit fight rankings, and he excitedly turns to interview the person next to him. As far as I know, no student from Daxing has ever taken first place in the spirit arena. Could Chen Shu be about to break that record? Chen Shu confidently raises his hand, declaring that, of course, he'll be the one to break the record. Suddenly, Luo Qian changed his tune even faster than flipping a pancake, hesitating slightly before announcing, "We also have a similar case. The top beastmaster of the spirit arena in December, Wang Zishan. Now, let us eagerly anticipate today's match." Zishan slowly approaches the center of the arena, his brow furrowed as he assesses his opponent, while Chen Shu glances up at the stands and immediately spots a familiar figure waving. Fangxi gives him an encouraging smile, saying, "Good luck." As if invigorated, he smiles slightly and signals to his opponent, "Let's begin." Slim is quickly summoned, its large, wobbly body like a jelly, happily landing on the ground as Zishan laughs in disdain, saying that for all the talk, it's just a Slim. He proudly summoned his spirit, declaring, "Feast your eyes on this." The Thunder Beast slowly emerges, its body crackling with lightning, radiating a terrifying power. Chen Shu is visibly surprised. An A-rank spirit animal, the Lightning Beast. No wonder he's so confident. But my Slim isn't exactly a pushover either. He smirks, declaring war without hesitation. Let's see who the real king is between rank A and rank F. Without hesitation, the Thunderlight Beast unleashes its power, striking with lightning-fast blows aimed to take down its target. Slim was momentarily taken aback by the decisive attack. The skill's speed left no time to react, but it quickly regained its composure, eagerly absorbing the lightning as if savoring a freshly baked treat. Chen Shu calmly analyzes his opponent's moves, noting the paralysis effect. It might work on other beasts, but unfortunately, Slim has an invincibility skill. His entire body now a sturdy shield, impervious to lightning, he commands with ruthless efficiency. Die. Slim, receiving the order, instantly transforms into a rocket, charging headfirst toward its opponent. But its opponent was no pushover either. The Thunder Beast dodged with ease. It didn't give up, attacking relentlessly, but the Lightning Beast continued to evade with ease, as if the two contracted spirits shared a single thought. Chen Shu was quietly impressed. That was fast. Seeing a change in his opponent's expression, Zishan attacks relentlessly. "Looks like you have weaknesses too." Annoyed by his superior attitude, he retorted without giving in. "You have more weaknesses than you realize." Slim's dream kill. Slim drifted into a peaceful slumber, unconcerned by the danger lurking behind him, his arrogant expression unchanged. "You think you're the only one with 2 skills? Thunderlight Beast uses Thunderclaws." The moment it received its master's command, it roared, shaking the very air, and bared its claws, ready to send its opponent to the afterlife. The Thunder Beast roared, charging forward like a beast starved for days. Its front claws dig into its opponent, slashing mercilessly, ignoring the golden energy that makes it bleed and break. Finally, the pain caused it to roar. Chen Shu Huxi taunted, "Looks like your claws aren't sharp enough." Zishan remained calm, speaking softly. "Is that so? Then how about this?" The lightning beast, obeying orders, raises its head to the sky, energy gathering in its horns, and fires at Slim's forehead seal. At that moment, Slim frowned, activating all the spiritual energy in his body, like igniting a battle engine. He gave a sly smile, feigning sympathy, but alas, it was too late. Slim curls into a ball, shattering the Thunder Beast's energy shield in seconds, using a brutal collision to turn the tables. Chenshu stared at Zishan and declared, "The thunderous light beast is using an ultimate move that can't be interrupted. You've already lost." At that moment, Slim launched himself high into the air, landing with a soft thud on his back. The audience was stunned by the swift battle, then erupted in cheers of support. Chenshu seized the moment, turning away with a wave of victory, truly alone at the top. Elsewhere, two figures watched the entire match on a large screen. Zhengshang observed cautiously, "To possess such power with a forced spirit contract, this Chenshu is no simple man." He immediately ordered Ozzy to release Ah Hong in 2 days, and to make Chenshu one of them at all costs. She obeyed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Chenshu is still basking in his victory. So, what do you think? Am I impressive now? Fangxi and Dali were stunned by his attitude, and she praised him out of pity. "Indeed, your strength is not bad, but after the competition, don't you need to return to class?" He nodded dumbly, like an idiot. "Oh right, he almost forgot." Chenshu, up to no good, suggested, "Fangxi, come with me. Mr. Li always mentions you, he misses you a lot." Seeing it as a small matter, she immediately agreed. Okay. Soon they arrived at the door, excited, and called out, "Mr. Li, look who's here." He suddenly stops, taken aback by the appearance of certain individuals. Huh? It was Xiayan's group, and this time, Tianchen and Wuli's older brother had come along too. Seeing them, all the positivity drained away, and he questioned them with annoyance. "Why are you here?" Vianhang quickly intervened to defuse the situation. "Tran Thu, they're the new sponsors." Tran Thu couldn't help but be suspicious of their appearance. "The new sponsors," he said warmly, "are providing this month's first-place prize, including Lord-tier materials and a 5 million donation." He then carefully handed the gift box to Dali, saying the rewards were all inside. Tianchen stood by, looking apologetic. "It was my nephew and brother who caused trouble for you yesterday, Chenshu, and we apologize." He glanced at the check next to the gift box. "This 5 million is our apology." He then cheerfully extended his hand, wanting to make peace. "I hope that you, Chenshu, can let bygones be bygones and turn enemies into friends." Suddenly remembering something important, Tianchen sternly requested, "One more thing. I hope you all will no longer interfere in our family matters." Chenshu angrily brandished his fist. "What do you mean, your family's business? Xiabing is one of us in the special class." He casually passes the trouble to Wu Shuang. "Even if I don't care, do you think our homeroom teacher will sit idly by? You even have the nerve to hide behind him and issue warnings. Daring to bully Xiabing, he'll be the first to bury you all, dragged into this as a shield." Though aggrieved, Wu Shuang had no choice but to relent. "Xiabing is my student, so please leave." Being dismissed, Tianchen's face darkens, his gaze filled with killing intent. "Isn't this a bit much?" Fangxi couldn't take it anymore and retorted, "That's too much. What have we done?" She dismissively waved her hand, not wanting to waste words on those who didn't understand. "Okay, you've apologized. Now leave. 5 million is protection money. If you don't bother Chenshu, we won't bother Xiayan." Tianchen, feeling insulted, flew into a rage. "Extorting protection money from the Wu family of Daxing City? Based on what?" She smirked, tossing the badge. "Is that not allowed?" He was caught off guard, instinctively grabbing the card to examine it. As soon as he read the inscription, Tianchen cried out in alarm, "You're a dragon guard!" He looked up, meeting a cold, murderous gaze that sent shivers down his spine, and he immediately bowed his head in defeat. "I apologize for my impudence. Consider this 5 million a small token of our meeting, Miss Puang too." He quickly waved his hand, signaling, "Let's go." They immediately turned and left, leaving Chenshu with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, his eyes shining with admiration as he gave a thumbs up. "Awesome, Ms. Puangtu. Dailuk is trying to get in on this. You have to get us one too." Fangxi, knowing their game, chuckled and promised, "Once I become the head of the Imperial Guards." The two of them simultaneously blurted out words of affection. Damn it. Wu Shuang, annoyed by the students' childishness, reminds them, "All right, quiet down, let's go home and celebrate the new year." Mr. Chu thoughtfully instructed, "The car is waiting downstairs. Daili and Fangxi, you should go with them." They replied with polite smiles, "Okay," as everyone eagerly headed home, looking forward to celebrating the new year. Chenshu happily puts his arm around Dali's shoulders, humming a song. I'm rich, Seeing him about to leave, Habang rushed over, and Tranthu turned back, hearing someone call his name. Shyly, she suggests, "Stay a while, there's something I want to tell you." He asked, confused, "Shebing, what did you want to say?" But before he could finish, she rushed forward and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. She quickly composed herself, a little shy to look at him. "Thank you for protecting me like that." She quickly left, her heart pounding from the intimate gesture, leaving Chen Shu stunned and lost in thought. Xiaobing, her tendency to overthink things is kicking in again, and her face is like a famous Manch painting. Does she think I stole first place from her and wants to use a honey trap to ruin me? A fleeting thought sent him into a panic, shaking his head in denial before declaring, "No, I absolutely cannot waver. My heart belongs only to studying." He suddenly recalled their intimate moment, his face flushing like a tomato. But Chen Shu was lost in the heavenly moment that had just unfolded. She was so soft. Suddenly, reality crashed in, and a voice snapped, "Chen Shu, let's go." His mood ruined, he frowned slightly, offering only a perfunctory reply as the morning sun bathed the sky, weaving through towering buildings and illuminating the bustling streets. They slowly stepped off the bus, chatting leisurely as they walked, when Chen Shu suddenly remembered something important. "Oh right, Dali, Sister Fang Si, I texted my parents on the way here and told them you two were coming too." He happily relayed, "They want you to come over for dinner." Fang Si had no reason to refuse and readily agreed. "Great, I have something for you too." As they stepped into the living room, the three immediately crowded around an object on the table, a small vial with a dazzling exterior that demanded attention. Chen Shu asked suspiciously, "Sis Fang Si, is this what you wanted to give me? You didn't get it from some black market, did you?" Fang Si, annoyed by her brother's suspicion, smacked him on the head. "Black market? This was developed by the Huaxia Academy. It can upgrade all of a spirit pack's attributes by 10%. Hearing that, he immediately looked up. All attributes. A complete emotional turnaround, he was moved to tears, his voice gradually becoming choked. Fang Si laughed, patting his shoulder encouragingly, telling him not to thank her, just do his best on the exam and not let others look down on him. Chen Shu grinned, shamelessly asking if he could buy in bulk. He excitedly explains that he wants to start a company, and with such an amazing product, wouldn't they dominate the pharmaceutical market? She loses it and kicks him, expressing her affection without restraint. "Get lost, and hurry up and give Slim his medicine." He chuckled, scratching his head, not forgetting to appease the other person. I'm just kidding." Slim, now summoned, happily waves his stubby little arms. Chen Shu gently fed it the medicine, like luring a child with candy. He watched with interest as it absorbed the power, knowing a miracle was about to happen. Chen Shu smiled. "Watch closely." Slim, catching his master's signal, prepared to broaden everyone's horizons. Its chubby body immediately swelled, floating in the air like a magical jelly. Witnessing this incredible transformation, Fang Si couldn't help but marvel. It got so big. Dream was bashful from the praise. It happily closed its eyes, making adorable sounds. Bloop, bloop. Chen Shu quickly received the notification of bonus points, and he touched his chin in satisfaction. 2 points to all stats isn't bad. Fang Si happily encourages him, saying he now has a real chance of getting into the Huaxia Academy. She thoughtfully reminded him to focus on studying during this time. "I'll be waiting for you at the Huaxia Academy." They bump fists, vowing to strive together. Meeting in the imperial capital, and just like that, another day passes. Chen Shu's drunken stupor is shattered by a ringtone. Why can't he just fly away? The world is at peace, but he's annoyed and groggy. Who is it? Groggily, she slowly reached for her phone and answered. "Hello?" Fuang Tu's angry voice boomed from the other end of the line. "Our Jingsing wants to have dinner with you, and I have 3 minutes to get to your door." Tranthu was not pleased, but decided to ignore him and go back to sleep. Before he could even lie down, he jumped up, the reminder echoing in his head. 3 minutes. He frantically grabbed a jacket, urging himself on. Soon after, Chen Shu and the others gathered at a traditional-style restaurant. He asked, a bit curious, "Xiaoxing, why did you suddenly want to treat Sister Fangzi to dinner today?" With a shy smile, Zixing placed food in the bowl of the person next to her. "Isn't it obvious? I admire Sister Fang very much and want to get to know her better." Fang Si, blushing, was about to politely decline when the incessant ringing of a phone interrupted them. Her demeanor suddenly shifts as she rises to her feet, serious. "Understood." Chen Shu asked with concern, "What's wrong?" She urgently recounts the situation. "A horde of savage beasts has appeared in Zhenwang City. Eat up, everyone. I have something to take care of." Just then, a familiar notification popped up, catching his attention. Faced with 3 options to resolve the situation, he must choose one to receive a reward, and without hesitation, he selects the 3rd option on the notice. Wait, Sister Fangxi, I'll go with you. Chen Shu immediately instructed. Xiaoxing, summon your bird. Xin was excited and quickly followed the order. Okay. The Thunderbird appears in the sky, its body a beautiful deep blue. Chen Shu gets straight to the point. Sister Fangxi, where are we headed? She seemed used to his efficient work style, casually reporting their destination as a government agency. Xing couldn't help but feel excited about the upcoming trip. Good. The Thunderbirds immediately carried them into the sky as night began to fall, perfect for their operation. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Control Bureau, a formidable force is assembled, led by Wang Xiang, whose commanding presence reflects her authority. As Fangxi arrived, he anxiously inquired about Captain Wang's situation, asking where the ferocious beasts had appeared and what their characteristics were, to which the man promptly reported the information accurately. These ferocious beasts resemble black apes and have moved south. It seems they're dark tide beasts. He carefully pulls out a prepared envelope and politely offers it, saying it's a small token of his appreciation. Chen Shu demurs. There's really no need, just give it to me. Before he could touch the envelope, a slender hand smacked him in warning. Fuang Tu stated firmly, I'll handle this, don't worry. Take this back. He then signaled, Xiaoxing, let's go. Immediately, he directed the Thunderbird to fly to their designated location. It carefully scanned every nook and cranny, moving from high above to just above the fields. Fangxi frowned slightly. These savage beasts were proving difficult to find. Hearing this, Sunan reassured him, I'm here, don't worry. She was overjoyed, as if seeing a savior in the contract spirit. Excellent. He scratched his head sheepishly, embarrassed by the praise. Zhaodi, find the ferocious beast. Receiving the order, Zhaodi slowly closed her eyes and began the search. Suddenly, its bright blue eyes widened as it received a signal from afar, and it happily informed the others. Found them. Little Dai swiftly took the lead, guiding the Thunderbirds close behind. Before them lie thousands of savage beasts, ready to attack their prey, as Sunan tearfully clings to Xing in fear. Damn it, so many savage beasts? Chen Shu's eyes nearly popped out of his head at the horrifying sight. Damn, so many. Looks like I have to use my special technique. They're caught between a rock and a hard place, watching him grin as he pulls out a vial. Damn it. Xing frantically turned to the person next to her for help. Sister Fangxi, stop him, or he'll blow this place up like Ice Rift Valley and Mount Taiping. Her senses awakened. Fangxi angrily roared as she realized who was behind it all. Damn it was really you? Feeling called out, he makes excuses. Heh, it was just an accident. Before an attack could even be launched, the beast suddenly turned, locked onto its target, and charged with terrifying speed. Caught off guard, Thunderbird stumbles back as the rampaging beast charges headfirst, roaring. Sensing danger, Chen Shu shouts a warning. This isn't good! It's ambushing us! Full of confidence, Fangxi instructed. Don't worry. Just protect yourselves. He immediately raised his hand to the sky, and 2 black cosmic holes appeared. Crimson Flame Dragon and Crimson Sea. Dragon are summoned, surrounded by immense power, while the beast strikes Thunderbird, only to face a severe punishment. The Crimson Flame Dragon's fireballs. The beast's body spontaneously combusts in a sea of flames, its agonizing screams echoing as the fire spreads to its minions. They were soon engulfed in flames, like garlic-roasted meat. Enraged, the beast used another ability, creating multiple clones to aid in the fight. This surprises Fangxi a cloning technique. The Thunderbirds returned, seeking revenge on the loathsome monsters, and as they were distracted, the Crimson Sea Dragon appeared from behind, freezing them with a single flap of its wings. Her eyes are full of disdain, but sadly, she's still too weak. Not to be outdone, Crimson Flame Dragon joins the fray with a burst of fire. Having just experienced bone-chilling cold, the beasts now face a fiery inferno, collapsing to the ground in droves. The contracted spirits watched the situation intently. Fangxi gently descended from the Thunderbird, going to assess the situation. The beasts are charred, but unbeknownst to her, she's now in someone's sights. Dong Ming, with a high-powered sniper rifle, confidently lining up his shot. Ha ha ha, soon the genius of Huaxia Academy will be shot dead. The system immediately issues an urgent mission to Chen Shu. With indifference, faith in reincarnation, and 2 lightning bird speed, boosts to dodge the bullet, plus a slime summon to take the hit. These 3 clues were enough for him to recognize the bullet. Could it be? With his 20/20 vision, he easily spots the location of the sniper rifle. In a panic, Chen Shu tries to shout as loud as he can to warn her. Sister Fangxi, someone's attacking! Fearing the worst, he summons his contracted spirit, while Dongming pulls the trigger, declaring her demise. Only now does she sense the danger, but Slim has successfully blocked the bullet. Fangxi stares at the splattered blood, unable to believe what she's seeing, and sensing the approaching danger, Chen Shu shouts out an order. The Thunderbird retreats behind Slim as Dali stares blankly, unable to comprehend the scene before him. What the hell is going on? He gritted his teeth in anger, ambushed just as he received a reward notification. With the Death Pill and Berserk Pill in hand, he immediately commanded his spirit to charge into battle. Activate the shield. Dongming was caught off guard, his face darkening as he was blocked. Not easily defeated, he immediately summons his contracted spirit to continue attacking the target. The mighty Shi appears, its eyes full of confidence, just like its master. He quickly jumped onto his spirit animal and charged toward the massive figure before him without hesitation. While Chen Shu suspiciously wondered, "Were you the one who ambushed me?" Dongming slowly stood up, lamenting that a level 9 Beastmaster had foiled his plans. His eyes burned with hatred as he threatened, word by word. "I hope you'll be so lucky next time." "What do you mean, unexpected? I was taking my sweet time," he scoffed with disdain. "Like a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger. How laughable. Next time I'll only use half my power to deal with you." With that, he abruptly turned and left. Farewell. He couldn't help but judge that arrogant attitude. How pretentious. But enraged, he decides to unleash the potion he's been saving. Think he can act tough and get away with it? Thinking you're me, huh? Without hesitation, Chen Shu throws his gift at the fleeing figure. The vial of crimson liquid spills onto the Jybird, and Dongming senses something is wrong, unable to hide his panic. What's happening? A piercing scream echoes as the crow demon loses control and crashes to the ground, creating a shockwave. He painfully crawled away from the scene. What exactly was going on? Suddenly recognizing a familiar figure, his face instantly paled. Damn it, it's them. Chen Shu slowly stepped off the rocks. Oh, who's this in front of me? He and his brother simultaneously revealed their murderous intent, their eyes like vampires who had spotted blood. Why aren't you running? Dongming quickly made excuses, asking with a strange smile, "Don't you think there's been a misunderstanding?" "Oh, guess if I believe you," threatening me with a sack out of nowhere. The next scene? "I think you've seen enough bloodshed." Chen Shuchi then put a plastic bag over his head, signaling to attack now. He still doesn't seem to be afraid, throwing sneak attacks. "Don't push me." Before he could muster any power, Fangxi ruthlessly stomped on his head, launching into a relentless assault. What's this? You still want to resist? All that's left now is the sound of screams as they're ganged up on. Ah. Chen Shu suddenly has an idea, a sly smile creeping across his face. "Bury him," Haley quickly chimes in, her eyes lighting up. I don't know where he got the appliances, but he gleefully suggested cooking them. Everyone froze for 3 seconds, then their mouths stretched into uncontrollable grins. Where did all this stuff come from? Fangxian subtly dissuaded them. All right, you guys, no more trouble. Let's leave this to the Imperial Dragon Guard to investigate. Xuzhang, the last shred of reason in the group, agreed, saying a black iron-level Beastmaster tried to hunt down students from the Huaxia Academy. He seriously states his opinion, sensing a conspiracy. She shares the same thought, boldly speculating that they might be working for some organization. Dongming slowly awakens to the noise around him, opening his eyes to assess the situation. He grits his teeth in anger, cursing inwardly. Damn it! He slowly reached into his pocket, taking advantage of the distraction to pull out a secret weapon, while Chen Shu was about to join the others. As if guided by his ancestors, he immediately looked down to check on the person pretending to be still. Unaware that he'd been exposed, the man nonchalantly pulled out the remote and pressed the button. Sensing danger, he urgently warned his teammates, "Careful, he's going to self-destruct." Without hesitation, he summoned Slim to protect them. An earth-shattering explosion erupts as it uses all its might to shield Rongzhen with its massive form. Only when it lands safely does Chen Shu breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. We almost got blown to bits. With a grimace, Fangxi made a request without hesitation. Let's head back first. He understood her intentions and nodded in agreement. Fangxi's Ludio appeared swiftly, and one by one they climbed onto its massive form for transport, soaring from the outskirts back to the bustling city. In the blink of an eye, Fangxi's group was in the town center. She bid them farewell, eager to submit her mission and speak with the dragon guards. You guys go home first. Chen Shu waved goodbye with a hint of regret. Goodbye, then. Zixing and Sunan smiled happily. Goodbye. Her figure disappeared into the bustling street. The others returned to their own tasks, as Chen Shu eagerly prepared to make his move. Let's go, Dali. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone cuts their conversation short. He was puzzled. Why would old Wang be looking for me right now? As soon as he answered, Tianba sobbed as he reported the incident. Young Master Chen, something's happened at the store. Someone is saying our medicine is fake and they want to report it. Stunned by the news, he blurted out, "What?" People began to notice the commotion at a store across the street and a crowd gathered to watch, their voices a helpless murmur. "We told you, we don't sell fake medicine here. Stop harassing us." The Chungkang group shouted furiously, repeating the same demand. "Pay up, pay up." Tianba was in a difficult position, unsure how to resolve the situation. Just when he was stuck, he noticed a familiar figure appear, and his eyes lit up as if he'd found a lifeline. "Young Master Tran, you're here." Tran Thu calmly inquired about the situation. "What's going on?" He quickly reported the situation. "This man bought 10 bottles of medicine from us today, then claimed they were fake and started causing trouble." "I understand." Turning to the group, he introduced himself. "Everyone, I'm the owner of this shop. Tell me what you want." Fei Yang directly stated his demand. "Pay up," Chungkang added fuel to the fire. "You're the owner. We have only one demand. You sold fake medicine, so pay up." He slowly turned the tables. "Fake medicine? What proof do you have that my medicine is fake? Based on your hair? Or are you pretending to see through some hidden conspiracy?" He feigned surprise. "Based on the fact that you're all working together to frame us." They were startled, their eyes darting around nervously as their secret was exposed. Lu Bu refuses to back down, continuing to demand his rights. "What do you mean, ganging up? We don't even know each other, so stop talking nonsense and pay up." The other two quickly chimed in. "Selling fake medicine requires compensation, so stop with the nonsense." "That's right, no matter what, the medicine you sold was fake." Just then, Wen Shu appeared as if by chance, interjecting to defuse the situation. "Actually, there's another way to prove whether or not the medicine is fake." He casually offers a solution: concoct the strength-enhancing drug right here, then have everyone's spirit contract take it to prove its authenticity. He doesn't seem too bright, letting slip a few slip-ups. "Coincidentally, I'm also from the South Thuong School of Pharmacy, so I can help with the concoction." "How about we compare?" Tran Thu raised an eyebrow. "So this is where you were waiting for me?" Analyzing the timeline, they set me up to be accused of selling fake medicine, challenged me, and then planned to take my spot in the black market? He plays along, giving them the show they want. No need. I think we should let the Spirit Control Bureau determine what's real and what's fake. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately picked up the phone and dialed a familiar number. "Hello, Spirit Control Bureau?" He was a little flustered, hastily refusing. "No need to bother the Spirit Control Bureau. We can just compete." After ending the call, Chen Shu pondered, staring at the system screen before him, carefully calculating his next move, and finally decided to accept the challenge. "Fine, I'll fight you then." Wen Shu sighed in relief, his wish granted. "Okay." He clapped his hands, ordering his men to bring the equipment. The lackeys quickly brought the tools as ordered. "Boss Li, here are the tools." Chen Shu smiles, amused, so he did come prepared. He arrogantly pulls away the white cloth, revealing the concocted drugs. Smiling, he confirms the competition. "My ingredients are ready too, let's begin." Undaunted, he calmly opens the reward box before him. "Let's begin." Thinking fast, he immediately shouted to stop. "Wait," he excitedly challenged. "How about making the medicine blindfolded?" With a disgruntled expression, Wen Shuren asked again, "Are you kidding me?" Receiving that response, Chen Shu spoke with a mocking tone. "Kidding? Looks like you don't have the guts." Not giving him a chance to respond, he hurled insults, calling him trash, leaving the other speechless with rage. Barely managing to choke out a single word, Chen Shu calmly held up the blindfold. "What do you mean, you?" Then he quickly puts it on, saying, "Watch closely." He raises his hand, a faint, smug smile on his face. The young man concocts medicine with his heart, not his eyes. Chen Shu sets down the test tube and signals to begin. Wen Shu didn't know what to say as he watched, but quickly got to work. He meticulously measured each ingredient under a microscope, while Chen Shu casually tossed things in with his feet up on the table. Witnessing this strange situation, the audience was surprised, feeling that his posture was all wrong. Another person had to turn to ask his friend, "Is this public restroom attendant really okay?" Suddenly ripping off his blindfold, Chen Shu held it high, declaring his task complete, and the auditorium erupted in a frenzy. The public restroom attendant stopped. "Is he really done? That's impossible, especially with his eyes covered." Hearing the praise, he secretly gloated. "Normally, this speed would be impossible, but I have a system. Bet you didn't expect that? I'm just built different." Then turning to provoke Wen Shu, he paused. "I'm done. You can test it out. Lost in his own work, he was caught off guard by the news. What? Snapping back to reality, Wen Shu pounced, questioning. It hasn't even been 30 minutes. How is that possible? He quickly breaks into an arrogant smile. Just because others can't doesn't mean I, Chen Shu, can't. He then had no choice but to step forward and observe his opponent's work. Let's see. And don't forget to take a good look. Wen Shu picked up the test tube, completely overwhelmed by it. Was it really complete? He turned to Chen Shu, asking, Did you really concoct medicine blindfolded? Without explanation, Chen Shu simply offered the blindfold. Why don't you try it? He quickly grabbed the blindfold, adjusting it repeatedly, confirming he couldn't see a thing. Just as planned, Chen Shu smirked, thinking, He's fallen for it, and swiftly raised his fist, declaring, Eat this! Wen Shu took the full brunt of that blow and fell backward, erupting in a furious roar. Ignoring his words, he cheerfully announced, Everyone, today all my strength elixirs are free. First come, first served. Wow, that's great, it's free, I want a bottle. Chen Shu, standing above, quickly instructed, Don't rush. Go inside and find the shopkeeper to buy it. The crowd below stirred with excitement. I want one too. Me too. Wen Shu, annoyed, ripped off his blindfold, jealously thinking, Discretion is the better part of valor, time to retreat. Chen Shu quickly noticed his escape plan, narrowing his eyes in thought. Trying to leave? He ordered his teammate in the crowd, the strongman, to follow him. The teammate raised his hand to signal understanding, whispering an okay. Wen Shu hastily tried to leave the scene, but he was quickly stopped by Dali, who blocked his path with a tree. Where do you think you're going, brother? Only now did Chen Shu leisurely search for the man, as it seemed Dali was heading this way. Spotting him, he quickly waved him over. Chen Shu, what brings you here? All taken care of, Dali asked with a grin, offering a high five. Of course, he pointed to the sorry state of Wen Shu, who had been force-fed onions, prompting Chen Shu to praise him. As expected of you. After that, the two walked away arm in arm, laughing happily. Let's go home. He struggled to sit up, immediately grabbing his phone to tattle. Hello, teacher. I've been beaten up. After that day, amidst the modern skyscrapers, Chen Shu leisurely traveled between the black market and home when suddenly a notification rang out. He quickly picked up his phone to see a new message from Fang Xi. It seems the meeting place is at a certain cafe, Chen Shu asked with a concerned expression. Sister Fang Xi, you actually found out his identity? She gently placed the paper down and replied, He immediately read the contents of the paper. Liu Ping, 28 years old, leader of the beast-taming Fist Division, contracted to the Fire Beast, studied at Nanjiang University, no prior convictions. Chen Shu slammed the paper down, feeling extremely indignant. Wait, why is there no information about weapons or explosives? He stopped mid-sentence as he realized something. Could the organization behind him be capable of suppressing the Dragon Guard's investigation? He propped his chin, reasoning that if they failed once, they'd surely try again. Speaking of which, Chen Shu unzipped his bag and exclaimed, That's right, as he pulled out a test tube. Here, Fang Xi. He slams it on the table and explains, This is Berserker Serum. It can instantly upgrade a contracted spirit's power tenfold. Chen Shu then produced another test tube filled with a similar liquid, an explosive capable of leveling a city. This made her gasp in astonishment. He continued to lay out his plans, saying that no matter who they faced, they could turn the tables. But if they couldn't, Chen Shu solemnly pointed and instructed, I will definitely come to eat memorial rice. Realizing his intentions, she feigns disappointment, wondering what she could possibly expect from him. And his face darkens at her words. I will tear your enemies to shreds no matter who they are. She was overcome with emotion. Okay, I'm sure nothing will happen to me. Fang Xi then changed the subject. Right, didn't you want to get into Huaxia Academy? I'll take you to meet someone. Chen Shu was filled with questions. Meet someone? Who? In the stillness of the city, a voice suddenly calls out, Is that you, Xiao Fangshu? Yibing smiled gently and invited him in. Come in. Chen Shu entered, looking around as he thought, Why is there an old man here? So it's him, the old man from the Resource Bureau. Then he tugged at the sleeve of the person next to him, probing. Fangxi, what's the story with this old man? She glanced at him, smiled faintly, and replied, A golden-level beast tamer, pausing for effect, and the chief examiner for the Nanjiang City College entrance exam. Hearing this, Chen Shu's eyes widened in surprise. What? He turned to look at Yebing's back, realizing just how powerful the old man was. And now that he knew Yebing would be grading him, Chen Shu smiled, ready to butter him up. Ha ha ha, he immediately ran over, looking enthusiastic. Old yeah, let me give you a shoulder rub, and not stopping there, he even plans to use a beauty trap to curry favor with the old man. Mr. Yeah, you've been alone for so many years. How about I introduce you to someone? Chen Shu's words left Ye Bing utterly bewildered. As if to say, has this guy lost his mind? This scene made Fang Si, who was standing next to her, want to disappear into the earth. She cleared her throat, trying to save face. Professor Ye, my teacher asked me to visit you. Next, he places a box on the table, then bows slightly, showing a bit of sincerity. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll look after my younger brother, Professor Ye. The sight made both the old man and Chen Shu's eyes widen in shock, the old man furrowing his brow as he spoke thoughtfully. This medicine must have cost you a good chunk of your semester points. A potion with no side effects that triples stats is already rare. Yet Ye Bing refuses this one without hesitation, maintaining a dignified but respectful demeanor. Take it back. I can't break the rules. If this kid has the ability, I'll give him the points. Hearing this, he grinned, telling her in a relaxed but confident tone, Don't worry, Officer Fang Si, I can get a high score on my own. As a dragon guard, I can't knowingly break the rules. Fang Si was still a little worried, but she had to indulge her brother. All right, Chen Shu then turned to Ye Bing, asking directly, Right, Mr. Ye, I wanted to ask if I could become a black iron level beast tamer before the exam. He changed his tone, his eyes shining with anticipation. Then would I get a direct admission to the China Academy? He finished, and the old man glanced at him with suspicion and contempt. A black iron level beast tamer? Are you dreaming? How many years has it been since someone like that appeared? But Chen Shu didn't care, maintaining his smile as he pressed the issue. Ha 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 ha. Whether you're dreaming or not, let me tell you, if you become a black iron beast tamer, can you be directly admitted to the Wuxia Academy? Seeing his determination, the old man replied directly, If you can really do it, I, a gold rank beast tamer from the extreme industry, guarantee you direct admission. Thanks to the old man's guarantee, he was immediately excited, a deal, secretly rejoicing. That way, I don't have to worry about the exam anymore. Slim's potential will have an impact. After the two left, Ye Bing quietly watched them go, his eyes filled with anticipation. A black iron-level beastmaster, huh? At the same time, as he was walking, something suddenly occurred to him. That's right, Sister Fang Si. My dad said we're celebrating the new year at my house today. Dolly and the others are already there. Let's go home now. Hearing this, Fang Si softly agreed. Before he could say anything more, his pocket suddenly rang. He pulled out his phone, grumbling, Who's calling at this hour? It's a strange number. As soon as he answered, a serious voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Chen Shu? I'm Zhou Yujiang, a teacher at South Thuong Pharmaceutical University, and I'm calling to ask if you'd like to attend our university. Before Chen Shu could answer, he was stunned by what the man said next. I can offer you direct admission. But then you paused, a thought flashing through your mind. Direct admission before I've even become a black iron-level beast tamer? Suddenly, a system screen appears before him. Option 1. Accept admission to South Kang Medical University and receive a Grand Master level potion. Option 2. Refuse, saying the university isn't worthy of him. The reward is a giant fruit. Choice 3. Ask if they can withstand a nuclear blast. Reward lightning medicine. Looking at the information on the screen, Chen Shu couldn't help but panic. The grand completion reward is tempting, but his words betray a different choice. Can your walls withstand a nuclear blast? He's made his decision. Option 3. This question left Yu Jiang speechless on the other end, only able to utter a single, huh, while Van Hu was equally bewildered. What did he say? Without waiting for further explanation, he responds directly. If I can't stop it, I'm sorry, but I won't choose it. He left the man with the cold dial tone of a disconnected call. Wen Shu frowned in disbelief. He hung up just like that? Yu Jiang didn't care in the slightest and coldly turned to leave. Looks like we'll have to find another way. With the troublesome couple dealt with, Chen Shu smoothly put his phone back in his pocket. Fang Si turned to him, asking, What's wrong? Did a university want to recruit you directly? Hearing that, he couldn't help but flex a little. That's right, but I turned them down. I only want to go to Wuxia Academy. A hint of worry flickers in her eyes as she hesitates. Isn't that a little too blunt? He shrugs it off, casually putting his arm around her. Let's go, just Fuang Tu. Don't keep Dolly and the others waiting. Time waits for no one, and it's almost midnight. In Tron Thu's small apartment, everyone gathered around the table, the atmosphere warm and cozy. After a satisfying meal, Dai Luke suddenly suggested, Tron B, it's New Year's Eve tonight. We have nothing to do. How about we go out and set off fireworks? Fang Xi, sitting next to her, agreed, suggesting they invite Qing Han as well, a proposal to which Chen Shu had no reason to object. Okay. She immediately got up, went to the balcony, and quickly made a call. Hey Than Han, we're going out to set off fireworks. Everyone, let's move and meet outside. Lying on the lush grass under the night sky, gazing at the twinkling stars, Fang Xi suddenly said, Qing Han, work hard on your college entrance exams and I'll protect you when you come to the capital. The girl next to her smiled in response. Okay, Sister Fang Xi, I'll do my best. As if remembering something, she spoke up. Oh right, Fuang too? Didn't Tranthu want to get into the Hua Ha Academy too? Hearing this, she tilted her head, asking casually, Chen Pi, are you feeling pressured about the Huajia Academy entrance exam? But before she could finish, she suddenly screamed, realizing that Chen Pi was no longer where he was standing. Fang Xi sat up, looking around in bewilderment. Where did Chen Pi go? Qing Han was equally confused. I don't know either. Suddenly, his loud shout from behind made them both turn around instinctively. I'm here. In an instant, their eyes widened and their mouths gaped, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. But Chen Shu remained unfazed, excitedly showing off her creation, her special, aggressive version of fireworks. Dolly stares wide-eyed at the massive contraption, exclaiming in disbelief, Holy crap, when did you make this? Oblivious to the horror, he boldly proclaims, The new year calls for preparation. Tonight, I'll be the youth who lets his ideals fly across the streets on New Year's Eve. He unhesitatingly pulls out a lighter, ready to ignite. With anticipation, Chen Shu announced, Everyone, today is the day you witness a miracle. As soon as he finished speaking, a magnificent firework display bloomed in the sky, and after admiring his masterpiece, he couldn't help but admire himself. So, what do you think? Beautiful, isn't it? But at that moment, Fang Xi noticed something was off, and a series of questions popped into his head. Wait, what's that sound? Like a bullet. Meanwhile, Wang Jin was relaxing on his sofa at home when his phone suddenly rang. He barely answered the phone when he was urgently informed. Wang Jian, an unidentified explosion has occurred in the city's outskirts. Take your men to investigate. Like a bolt from the blue, he exclaimed, What? Amidst the New Year's cheer, Chen Shu and his friends happily watched the fireworks as the name Namduk Hui blazed across the night sky, adorned with brilliant bursts. Before she could enjoy the moment, Fang Xi realized a huge problem and cursed under her breath. Damn it. She immediately summoned Crimson Sea Dragon and warned everyone, No, this will attract the attention of the Spirit Suppressing Bureau. Before she could celebrate, Fang Xi realized a problem and cursed under her breath. She quickly summoned the Scarlet Sea Dragon, telling everyone that this would attract the attention of the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Fang Xi quickly directed it to fly in front of the burning fireworks box, immediately getting into position. The Scarlet Sea Dragon opened its mouth, aimed, and unleashed a blast of cold air. In moments, the fireworks were encased in a jagged block of ice, which soon shattered from the heat, revealing the extinguished fireworks, smoldering with black smoke. With the matter resolved, she grabbed Chen Shu's hand, urging, Let's go. We can't attract the Spirit Suppressing Bureau. He reassured her, confused, saying it wasn't that serious. It's just fireworks, he says, before being proven wrong by the arrival of a group of people. They're really here. Chen Shu paled, a sweat beading on his face. Did we really attract the Bureau of Spirit Management? Wang Jin, who led the group, looked around and began to question. Did you cause that commotion? He quickly waved his hands, denying it with a smile. It wasn't me. I heard the sound too and rushed to the scene, knowing someone was causing trouble. Chen Shu shook his head thoughtfully, only to realize the person had already escaped. He clenched his fist, putting on a righteous face and making a firm promise. Uncle Wang, give me some time. I'll definitely catch that person. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang slammed his hand on his shoulder, making him jump. Did you think I'd believe you? Wang Jian then signaled the armed forces behind him to take him away. Soldiers surrounded him, leaving no escape, and he froze in fear. After a night of emotional turmoil, Chen Shu sat listlessly, questioning his very existence. He sits on the dilapidated bed behind bars, looking utterly dejected, while Dali, unable to watch any longer, turns to the girl beside him and asks, Sister Fang Xi, are we really not going to bail him out? She coldly looked at him and declared without compromise that he needed to learn a lesson, or he would do it again. After watching long enough, she urged, let's go, it's late, we should head back. Though reluctant, he agreed, and the two heartlessly left Chen Shu alone in his desolate prison cell. The next day dawned bright at the Spirit Control Bureau, where Wang Qian frowned and admonished him, Be a decent person next time and don't let it happen again. He immediately bowed deeply, sincerely apologizing. Yes, Uncle Wang. Hearing this, the elder waves him off and turns away, telling him to go home. With that, they parted ways. Wang Jian returned to work and Chen Shu headed back to his car. As he was about to get in his car, his phone rang and he quickly answered. It was Fang Si on the other end. Chen Pai, can I borrow your Thunderbird for a bit? A horde of savage beasts has appeared. Surprised, he asks, What? Suddenly, a digital screen appeared before Chen Shu, displaying 3 options, and he carefully considered them as he read the mission details. Although the third option was tempting. Bombing Nanjiang City. Chen Shu, still haunted by his recent arrest for using explosives, shook his head, refusing to even consider it. Without hesitation, he made his decision. Sister Fangxi, I want to go too. On a beautiful day, the bright morning sun illuminated a luxurious villa. Seeing the lunch the butler brought, Xu Xing lamented, Why this again for breakfast? Butler Pan Hao, used to the complaints, simply reiterated, Young master, there's no choice. Because your progress is too slow, the master has ordered you to eat at least 30 beast-containing pearls every day. Hearing this, he felt like collapsing, tears streaming down his face. I'm really not happy at all. As Xu Xing grieved, his phone suddenly rang incessantly, and he answered it like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. Chen Pai, why are you calling me so early? After waiting a moment with no response, Xu Xing called out again. Hello, Chen Pai. The other party quickly responded. Hey, Xiao Xing, let me borrow your bird for a bit. Hearing this suggestive request, he couldn't help but tease him. Huh? What are you saying so early in the morning? Chen Shu, hearing the irritating tone on the other end, snapped. Hurry up, I don't have a spirit flight contract. Get your bird here in 10 minutes. Have it wait for me at my place. With no other choice, Xu Sheng informed Pan Hao. Sorry, something came up with my friend, so I won't be able to train today. Far from being flustered, he quickly offered a convenient solution. It's all right, young master. You can let little lightning go, then continue your training. Those words crushed Xu Xing's hopes of skipping practice, returning him to a state of boredom. Having money really isn't all that fun. Soon after, a thunderbird appeared in the sky, carrying 2 people towards a mountain range. Chen Shu, riding on his friend's spirit beast, couldn't help but feel a pang of longing, surprised that Xiaoxing hadn't come. Fang Xi didn't reply, but instead tried to dissuade him. Why don't you stay here? It's too dangerous there. With a Silver Lord leading the team, I'm worried something will happen to you. He didn't care and leaned his head against her, acting spoiled. It's okay, I have Slim to protect me. Please, Fuang Tu, let me go. I really want to. But in his mind, Chen Shu deviously plotted his true objective, to seize new materials should an opportunity arise. He continued to call her name in a sickeningly sweet tone, Sister Fang Si, pushing her patience to its limit. Finally, unable to bear the constant pestering, she relents. All right, let's be clear. We're mainly dealing with common savage beasts. The dragon riders will handle the rest. Hearing this, Chen Shu immediately cheered with joy. Yes! While flying steadily, the Thunderbird suddenly flinched, as if sensing something unusual, breaking hard and scattering feathers all around. Without hesitation, the Thunderbird turned tail, fleeing at top speed, a sudden change in course that left him disoriented. Damn it! It must be dangerous up ahead if even the Thunderbird is running away. Seeing his hesitation, Fang Xi suggested, If you're scared, then you should go even more. Unexpectedly, he wasn't afraid at all, but instead wore a sinister grin, secretly plotting. If there were any powerful beast exploiting them would greatly benefit Slim, wouldn't it? Seeing his resolve, she warned him, but the Thunderhawk ignored it. Undeterred, Chen Xing spoke as he pulled something out. This wasn't a decision for Little Lei to make, as the cunning Chen Xing raised his bag in threat. Little Lei, if you don't fly, don't blame me for being unkind. Chen Shu continued to shout, scaring it pale, unsure of how to fly. The Thunderbird quickly circled back, not daring to waste a single second, prompting Fang Xi to give an incredulous thumbs up. From above, the two witnessed a fierce battle between the contracted spirits, with the firebulls currently gaining the upper hand. Chen Shu gaped at the spectacular fight, amazed by the power of silver-grade contracted spirits. Then, Fang Xi gently patted his head and said kindly, Let's go. Stop watching. We need to get to the spatial fragment. She commands her spirit to move out. Thunderbird, go. Even so, he seemed to have a reason to linger, patting her shoulder to signal her to wait, a move that annoyed Fang Xi to the point of cursing. What the hell are you doing? You absolutely cannot use a nuke. But he just smiled smugly. Don't worry, I won't throw it. Immediately after, he raised 5 fingers and began to summon Slim. She felt that such a spectacular battle would be incomplete without her participation. In a flash, Zim appeared and surrounded all the squabbling contracted spirits. It opened its massive maw, ready to devour the fire oxen before it, who, caught off guard, could only stand and await their doom. Taken aback by Slim's arrival, Zhuanyang exclaimed that the Dragon Guardians had sent reinforcements, and a golden level one at that, before it unleashed its terrifying roar with 2 adorable squeaks. The contract spirits were stunned, and Qinchuan and Ziming sighed at the ridiculous scene. Fang Xi looks bored, and Chen Shu quickly changes the subject, wondering if the terrifying roar was useless against them. He awkwardly laughs it off, calling Slim back as if nothing happened, deciding to just retrieve Slim into his space. In an instant, he recalled Slim from the Thunderbird's back, leaving a fire ox below, bewildered and slow to react. A moment later, it began to pant, its eyes burning with murderous intent. Not willing to give up, the horde charged forward, howling in fury. They all targeted the Thunderbird in the sky. Recognizing the imminent danger, Chen Shu shouted a warning, "Damn it, we're screwed, run!" Fortunately, the Thunderbirds in the air easily avoided the Firefish's headbutts. Now do you know what skill is? All they could do was watch the Thunderbirds disappear into the sky, crying out in helpless croaks. But surprise, surprise, Qinchuan and Ziming were still in the electric field, immediately becoming the Firefish's new targets. From above, Fang Xi witnesses the chaotic battle and worriedly exclaims that the fight is about to intensify. She then turned her back to Chen Shu and questioned him. "Chen Pi, do you want my sisters to be expelled?" He simply smiles and tries to persuade her, "Sister Fang Xi, listen to my explanation." Turns out he was trying to deceive her with lies, that Silver Lord is clearly cunning and must be hiding something sinister. He then confidently declared, "I'm just provoking him, ruining his plans. I have ulterior motives." Even so, she still didn't quite believe him. "Why are you so agitated? Are you telling the truth?" Hearing this, he clasped his hands together, overjoyed. "Of course, but she just said in a bored tone. Why is it so untrustworthy?" Moments later, changing the subject, he turned her head forward. "Look, Fuangtu, the spatial passage is here." She sensed the anomaly in the sky. A portal was indeed materializing, just as he said. Under the open sky, he and Duang waited for Buangtu. Just then, Qinchuan appeared behind them, asking a question with a weary tone. "Brother Wang, Fang Xi hasn't arrived yet." He simply smiled in response. "Perhaps soon." But Ziming just laughed it off, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Could it be that the genius of Huaxia Academy is afraid? Qinchuan's expression suddenly turned serious at the taunt. He immediately retorted, "Xue Ziming, you better watch your mouth." The argument intensified as he put his hands on his hips and snapped back. "I say, Qinchuan, you have an S-rank spirit contract. Are you really that afraid of her?" But he just shook his head. People are different. Suddenly, the Thunderbird carrying Fang Xi and Chen Shu finally arrived. It was Fang Xi. Qinchuan exclaimed triumphantly, "She's here." The two of them looked incredibly impressive at that moment. After landing, Xuanyang took the initiative to greet her, saying she had finally arrived. "This is Chen Shu," waving back in greeting before asking with a puzzled look, "Chen Shu? Why is he here?" Introducing him to her comrade, Fang Xi says, "He's my brother, here to help." Chen Shu replies happily, Good, your arrival is timely. Lead them to guard this area. Report any situation immediately. I'm going to reinforce them." She replied succinctly. "Good. Now she can see Ziming watching her from afar on the back of his spirit beast." He crossed his arms and arrogantly asked, "Are you Fang Xi? I've heard you're strong. I'm intrigued by you." But she seemed a little let down and asked, "Who are you?" Hearing this only amuses Ziming, further inflating his ego. "I am Xue Ziming, a genius of the Demon Path Academy. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from somewhere, and sensing danger, Fang Xi channeled her inner energy and shouted, "Prepare for battle!" Qinchuan obeyed her command, and everyone summoned their contracted spirits, ready for battle. Chen Shu silently pondered, reaching for a vial of strange red liquid from his pocket, but Fang Xi noticed, causing his face to pale. "Don't use that potion. Give it to me now." Heeding her warning, he reluctantly complies. Okay. But she detected another threat. Glowing red eyes hovering in the central pavilion. A bad omen sent shivers down their spines. In an instant, the Crimson Fire Apes and their leader fully revealed themselves, and Chen Shu cried out in fear as the dangerous enemies drew near. Red fire monkeys, only Fang Xi is a red fire monkey. At that moment, one was about to ambush her from behind. Seeing this, he shouted a warning, pointing at Fang Xi, "Be careful." but amidst his frantic cries, Chen Shu suddenly fell silent at the impressive sight before him. Amidst the grotesque monsters, Fang Xi's voice rings out, "Crimson Sea Dragon!" Hearing her call out to its brethren, the Scarlet Flame Dragon turned to its master, and seeing her in danger, it rushed to her aid. The dragon activates its fire-breathing mode and unleashes it on the battlefield, directly breaking the encirclement around Fang Xi. Delayed in joining the fray, the Crimson Sea Dragon can only watch as its companion rains fire upon the earth. Seeing its incredible adaptability, Chen Shu was stunned, shouting, "Damn it! How is it so strong? Is this a hack?" The Crimson Fire Monkey struck hard, screeches a few times, but they stubbornly endured, refusing to leave. Seeing them still alive, the fire dragon unleashed a massive burst of fire. Sensing danger, the monkey noped out of there, rocketing into the air to avoid the heat blast. Enraged, it clenched its fist, focusing its power on the figure before it. With its strangely robust body, the lone monkey leaps into the air, swinging its fist straight at the dragon. Seeing the situation turn sour, the Crimson Sea Dragon retreated in fear as the monkeys beat their chests in unison, ready to defend their territory from the uninvited guests. Sensing a change, Fang Xi turned to warn Chen Shu to step back, while Zi Ming, silent until now, saw their opening and alerted his teammates. "Let's go!" The battle cry echoes as they charge into a chaotic melee, making it impossible to tell friend from foe. Amidst the chaos, Chen Shu leisurely watched the brawl with Thunderbird, a bag of Jiang Tom Fuok popcorn in hand. Before long, the unskilled red fire monkeys were on the ground, courtesy of their opponents. Suddenly a roar echoes through the mountains, halting Qin Chuan's group in their tracks, and Chen Shu's keen ears recognize the familiar sound of a silver beast. Though not certain, he warns Fang Xi, who cautiously acknowledges. Her nerves on edge, she summons her spirit, ready for battle. The Scarlet Sea Dragon charges through the smoky haze as the beast emerges with a mighty roar. Tension fills the air as Ziming exhales and asks in a low voice, "Are you okay?" The monster slowly approached, giving Fang Xi time to observe its form and speak for the first time. She began to ramble, ruining its cool entrance and relegating it to a subtitle. "The Silver Lord is inside, but hasn't arrived yet. It's still in another dimension." Hearing that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Qin Chuan, feeling relieved, blurted out, "That's great." But before he could even celebrate, Fang Xi's expression suddenly changed, and she uttered a cryptic and incomprehensible sentence. "But they'll be here soon." Upon hearing that, Ziming's heart raced, his cowardice plain for all to see. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's run." She glared at the pathetic figure, her blunt response causing the atmosphere to plummet. "So, is the Magic Metropolis Academy teaching soldiers to desert?" Chen Shu mocked, mimicking the other's tone. "This is clearly what Nanjiang No. 2 High School teaches." Fang Xi's expression darkened, and she immediately turned back with a grim face. "What did you say?" The force of her words made him tremble, revealing his cowardly nature. "You must have misheard," he said, shaking his head with undisguised contempt. "A college student trying to run away? How embarrassing." Chen Shu maintained his composure, but inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I'm just a senior in high school, so I can strategize my escape. Let's see where I can run." Before he could act, the system window popped up, startling him. 1. Stand still and observe to master the frostbite tincture. 2. Step forward with a carefree air and receive 2 black iron-grade Beastmaster orbs. 3. Use explosives to destroy the space passage and automatically increase all stats of the Golden Slim by 5%. Though all the options were good, he paused, hesitated for a moment, then glanced at number 3. But his dark eyes and the shake of his orange vial betrayed a mocking, unspoken malice. "I'll still choose 3. For no other reason than to make people happy." Not knowing what her wayward brother was planning, Fang Xi roared like a tigress. "Damn it, what are you trying to do?" Chen Shu boldly proclaims, living out his fantasy of becoming an invincible hero straight from the screen. "Fang Xi, don't stop me. I'm going to fight for our country." Seeing his theatrics, she sighs and delivers an enlightening bonk on his head. "Fight for what?" Realizing words were useless, Fang Xi snatched the explosives without warning. Her voice softened, but her eyes betrayed her helplessness as she looked at the young leopard before her. "Don't act rashly. Even though this is the outskirts of South River City, what if the explosives affect the city?" Chen Shu rubbed his head as Li Ni explained that they had to detonate it now, and Fang Xi coldly pressed him, showing no leniency. "Why?" Meeting her threatening gaze, he shrinks back and blurts out a ridiculous excuse, because school's about to start. Defeated by his utter stubbornness, she unleashed her fury in one powerful word: "Get out." After that fiery outburst, Fang Xi could only sigh. Once her anger cooled, she quietly entered her own world of deduction. like Slock Holmes. Even if I called for reinforcements now, it would take too long, and another Silver Lord might appear. Fangxi looked up at the two spirits flying high above, letting her thoughts race. There are only two options now: use the Berserk Potion or the explosives. The Berserk Potion can quickly give my Crimson Flame Dragon the strength of a silver rank, which could at least buy us some time. Amidst the confused gazes, only Chen Shu and Liang Ting seemed to read her mind, and he stepped forward to begin the conversation. I don't think the Berserk Pill will do much good. If we can't hold out until Wang Xianyang and the others arrive, we're doomed. Sensing her lingering hesitation, he patted her shoulder. Fangxi, let's just blow it up. We can blow it up in another space. Fangxi sighed, relenting as time was running out. But something still troubled her. Another dimension is guarded by the Silver Territory Lord. Sensing hesitation in Danji's eyes, Chen Shu immediately called out to the carefree spirit, startling it. Understanding his intent, the Thunderbird frantically shook its head, desperate to avoid being dragged into this mess. Despite its protests, he grinned without an ounce of remorse. What do you think of this sack? The blue bird was speechless, accepting its fate with no human rights, so it didn't even bother to express itself. With a pat on the head, Wu Si praised, "Someone's about to cry. Good job." With a cold glare, Fangxi ordered the men in black, "You are responsible for dealing with the beast outside the space passage behind us." Her voice hardened, emphasizing that they must remember, no beasts escape. Despite his inexperience, Ziming couldn't resist showing off, asking what they planned to do. But Fangxi, without explaining, simply warned in a low voice, "Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Just follow orders. Chen Shu and I are heading over there now. Remember, if a single beast escapes, I'll deal with you myself." Intimidated by the chilling pressure, Ziming immediately cowered and nodded. "Understood," as Chen Shu gently supported him. Fangxi quickly mounted the Thunderbird and looked down, repeating once more, "We'll go first, you follow behind." The Bluebird, now under command, shoots into the sky at lightning speed. Once it's far away, Ziming turns to Qin Chuan and says, "Let's go." He quickly responded with a deep voice, a stark contrast to before. "Okay." The brief exchange concludes, leaving behind a scene of desolation as the two young men flee into the distance, toward a swirling portal suspended in midair like a ball of fire. The four stopped immediately, their eyes fixed on it, as Fangxi glanced at his companions and quietly announced that it was a spatial portal. With that, she turned her head back towards Chen Shu, telling him they'd be going first. He nodded slightly in agreement as she turned back to remind them, "We're going in. Watch over this place." Huanchuan gave a thumbs up, replying with a simple, "Okay." He and Ziming watched as they disappeared into the golden vortex, only to reveal a sea of raging lava on the other side. Chen Shu glanced down, his eyes widening as the creatures below came into focus, causing him to curse. "Damn it, so many savage beasts." Without hesitation, he pulled out a syringe filled with orange liquid, yelling as if he were about to drop an atomic bomb. "Eat my explosives." Hearing that, Fangxi's soul nearly left her body, and she quickly tried to stop him. "No, we're too close to the portal. It'll affect Blue Star, and we won't be able to escape." Chen Shu suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on something, and muttered, "He's drooling with desire," nodding his head in complete agreement. She looked at him, wondering if he agreed so easily. Huangtu couldn't help but turn her head towards the source of the light, questioning, "What do you see?" Chen Shu's eyes remained glued to the brilliant spots of light. It emanated from countless burning red fruits, captivating him more than any beautiful woman. A true blazing fire, a vine of flames. Frowning, Fangxi wondered if he could really see it. But before she could ask, she sensed something behind them. In less than a second, she screamed a warning, shoving Chen Shu to the ground. "Watch out!" A massive fiery tail sweeps across their previous location, eyes wide with shock as they watch the creature streak past. What was that? The Silver Lord, a massive, mutated lizard engulfed in flames, hurtled towards them, triggering an alarm in Chen Shu. It's the Silver Lightning Bird Lord. Run! It obeys, accelerating in a different direction. The Silver Lord growled in frustration, but determined to catch its prey, it gave chase, much to Chen Shu's annoyance. "Damn it, you reptiles dare to chase me?" A sinister smile then crept across his face, and he gave the order. As if understanding its master, the Thunderbird's eyes gleamed, and it spat contemptuously at the Silver Lord, the liquid sticking to its head in blatant provocation, causing it to roar madly. It looked up at the Thunderbird, its flames suddenly erupting as it unleashed a massive fireball. Caught off guard, he froze, as if paralyzed. "Damn it," the Thunderbird cries out. The sound reverberated through the air, and then it spread its wings, accelerating forward. but the Silver Overlord relentlessly pursued, unleashing a barrage of fireballs at Chen Shu. He dodges a dangerous blow, his eyes flashing with tension. The plane rises slightly, and it immediately accelerates, leaving a dazzling trail of light behind it as the Silver Lord opens its mouth wide, spewing out an even more intense torrent of fire. Chen Shu glances back, his face contorted as he yells, "Ah, the fireballs are catching up!" He looks at Thunderbird and anxiously shouts, "Little Thunder, your master said you have a new skill. Use it now." Its eyes flashed with understanding, and it looped like a roller coaster, gaining momentum for a sonic boom. Fang Xi squeezed his eyes shut, while Chen Shu's hair was blown back as he yelled, "Damn it! Too fast!" At that speed, the Silver Lord was instantly left behind, and he closed his eyes, breathing a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding becoming a tasty barbecue. That was close. The Silver Lord is truly twisted. Thankfully, Little Thunder has a new skill. He glanced ahead, his voice suddenly cheerful. Then he chuckled. As soon as the Thunderbird landed, Chen Shu darted forward like an arrow, diving into the bright red fruit. It was harvest time. Clutching his spoils, Chen Shu was oblivious to the pack of beasts closing in behind him. Luckily, his pet Thunder Rock swooped in just in time to snatch him away from their snapping jaws. Beaming, he showed off his haul to Fang Xi, a bountiful harvest that made Chen Shu cry out, "Little Lightning, let's go deeper. There's bound to be something even better." Seeing his excitement, Fang Xi frowned and warned, "Stop fooling around. We have important work to do. If we keep delaying, something bad might happen." Chen Shu waved dismissively, his voice full of confidence and arrogance. "Don't worry. With the fierce Nanjiang here, even ferocious beasts will be driven back." No sooner were the words out than a sharp claw swiped at them, and Thunderbird tilted its wings to dodge, accompanied by Luo Shiking's scream. Chen Shu's face changed as he looked back. Were there really beasts unafraid of death? Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Barely escaping the Silver Lord, they were now being pursued by the ferocious flame tiger. Not to be outdone, Erlang relentlessly pursued them, as Chen Shu frantically looked around. And as the crimson flame joins the fray, it's a free-for-all for supremacy. Chen Shu, now drenched in sweat, pales and mutters, "Damn it, 3 Silver Lords weren't enough." Just then, Chen Shu saw something behind the white Silver Lord that made his eyes widen in shock. 4 Thunderbirds soaring into the sky. Below, the 4 Silver Lords are roaring with fury, their bodies ablaze with scorching flames. Chen Shu pulls out a vial and grins wickedly. It seems it's time to witness a miracle. He looked down and asked his spirit, "Little Lightning, how's the skill coming along?" The Thunderbird chirped in response, then flew towards the mountains as Chen Shu began to grandstand, sharing his feelings. "In that case, allow me to say a few words before the explosion. First, I'm deeply honored." Seeing the time-wasting antics, Fang Xi delivers a swift blow to his head, switching to tyrant mode as she scolds, "Are you crazy? Hurry up and detonate it." He wouldn't dare disobey this fiery woman, only muttering under his breath that a daughter shouldn't be so crude, before gently but decisively throwing the potion down into the midst of the silver-ranked lords waiting to attack below. Having completed their mission, he quickly commanded the Thunder Spirit, who, upon receiving the signal, let out a long cry as lightning crackled around its blue feathers. With a boom, the Thunder Spirit broke its limits and flew away from the area. Below, the Silver Lords could only stare as the vial spun in the air, falling towards them. And upon impact, it unleashed an explosion rivaling an atomic bomb. Fortunately, Thunderbird carried Chen Shu and Fang Xi out of the blast radius, but the heat wave and shockwave awakened the dormant volcanoes, triggering violent eruptions. The Silver Lords could only gape, mouths agape, as a series of events unfolded in an instant. And when they finally reacted, it was too late to escape. They could only accept their fate, buried in the boiling lava. A scene of devastation, like a fiery hell, with only the echoing roar of erupting volcanoes remaining. From afar, Chen Shu excitedly filmed the scene, wanting to capture the moment, but Fang Xi, in a panic, pinched his ear, urging him to flee from the approaching fire dragon. Chen Shu is startled to see flames approaching them, realizing it's a massive fire dragon roaring with rage, its fiery wings beating powerfully as it relentlessly pursues them. The 2 stars raced, one in front of the other, in a desperate fight for survival. Suddenly, the fire dragon ambushes them from behind, spewing fireballs at the Thunderbird as they approach the portal. Chen Shu urged the bluebird onward, accelerating into the portal as it plunged into the radiant vortex. The fire dragon's fireball followed close behind, and finally the Thunderbird carried them both completely into the spatial passage. Looking back, Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief. having escaped the pursuit of the fire dragon talisman. It was a close call. The fireball struck a nearby volcano, triggering another terrifying eruption of lava. Lava erupted, striking the dissolving vortex, and only when the Thunderbird emerged from the portal did Chen Shu finally relax. Whew, finally back. He happily waved to the two people waiting for him. Old Qin clan of Qin province, you're done for. Suddenly, the two people's expressions changed, as if they saw something terrifying, and they immediately rode their beasts and fled, leaving Chen Shu dumbfounded. A pillar of fire erupts behind him, startling him. Damn, he's being followed. Thunderbird, get out of the way. Luckily, it was fast enough to avoid the explosion's force. Deafening rumbles echoed as the Thunder Rock flew for its life. Not far away, the explosion hadn't reached them. Xuanyang had just defeated a fire ox, finally finishing it off. He decided to check on Fangzi and the others, but his keen senses detected something was amiss. Something's not right. Turning around, Xuanyang is horrified to see nothing there. Where is my mountain? Where is my passage? He suddenly remembered the terrible explosion. Could it be that now Qin Chuan and Zi Ming rush over to deliver news? Brother Wang, I have a report. Before they could speak, the Thunderbird appeared behind them, with Chen Shu casually speaking from above. Report? Report what? Zi Ming stammered, his face paling and sweat beading on his forehead. The group dismounted their spirit beasts and approached Xuanyang, who turned to the most reliable among them and questioned, Fangzi, tell me, what exactly happened on your end? Why have even the mountains and tunnels disappeared? She and Chen Shu exchanged meaningful glances, understanding each other's thoughts without a word. He was anxious, afraid his secret would be exposed. The explosives were too important to reveal, or he might be taken away for research. Chen Shu's mind raced, searching for the most believable explanation. He had to figure out how to lie convincingly. Finally, the central nervous system displays the results. There it is. He cleared his throat and began to describe the events in vivid textbook detail. We exhausted ourselves wiping out the first wave of beasts, but then we heard the roar of the Silvergaze Lord from another dimension. Chen Shu became more and more animated as he spoke. To prevent the danger, Fangzi and I went to another dimension first. His heroic tone captivated everyone, wanting to buy time, but in that dimension they encountered the silver monarch beast of the volcano. And then he slowly built the story to its climax. We had angered it. The distance between them was at least several thousand meters, and he even gestured wildly, reenacting how bravely they fought the monsters. White light blazed in its mouth, attacking us directly. Not forgetting to mention the hidden contributions of his comrades, he added that the mutated Thunderbird's speed allowed them to escape the spatial passage. Finally, Tran Thu summarized everything, explaining that even so, the skill's power still pierced through space, creating the current outcome. Covered in sweat, Tran Thu forced a smile and concluded, "That's what we encountered." Believing his fabricated story was airtight, Chen Shu looked at Xuanyang with sparkling eyes, thinking his performance was excellent and that he'd bought it. However, he still had many unanswered questions. He was also at the Ice Crevice and Mount Taiping. Could it be him? Chen Shu was sweating bullets as the Dragon Guard stared at him judgmentally, finally saying, "Even so, I'll believe you for now." Hearing this, Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief, as if he'd just paid off his debts for the month. But he wasn't off the hook yet. It seemed they would still investigate him. She then casually brushed it off and bid farewell to Chen Shu. With the immediate danger averted, our mission is complete. Dismissed. Once the Dragon Guards were out of sight, he turned and joked, "Finally, they're gone. If they'd used torture, things would have gotten ugly." Then, with a mischievous grin, he eagerly sought her opinion. "Sister Fangzi, where are we going now?" She replied curtly, "Home to cultivate." Despite her cold demeanor, Chen Shu eagerly obeyed. Days turned into nights, and Tran Thu spent his days selling otherworldly herbs at the pharmacy and his nights in diligent cultivation. Time flies, and a month later, at a grand and modern school, students wearily file into class. The school year is finally about to begin. Chen Shu is just as excited, making friends on the very first day. "Hey everyone." He casually sits down and scratches his back like an old man, saying he was going stir-crazy at home before the semester even started. But before they could chat for long, Wu Shuang walked in, announcing news that no student wanted to hear. The cultural studies exam will now begin. As he said this, everyone in the class glared daggers at Chen Shu. Their strange behavior gave him goosebumps. Why were they all staring at him? Xuxing, sensing his thoughts, explained, "You had the best score in cultural studies last semester, so everyone wants to beat you." Only then did Chen Shu finally understand. "Oh, so that's how it is. Well, they're overthinking it this time. First place is mine." Before he could finish, he uncapped his pen, a triumphant smirk on his face, confident in his victory. After boasting to the heavens, he immediately gets to work, carefully reviewing each question. Confident, Chen Shu stood up and declared, "Teacher, I'd like to submit my paper." Chen Shu smugly pointed at himself, saying, "Invincible, how lonely I am." His statement made everyone below grit their teeth. They threw things at him, yelling, "Get out! You made us run around like crazy trying to find a place to hide." Sick tisk, these clueless kids. Only Wu Shuang looked at him with a pensive gaze. In a private office, a voice broke the silence, reporting on Chen Shu, causing Ming Tai to choke on his water. "What?" Wu Shuang's serious gaze confirmed it. With his arms crossed, he inquired again, "Mr. Li, do you really want Chen Shu to be the team leader for the beast competition?" Following that conversation, the school held a 3-day examination. On a bright day at Chen Shu's school, Wu Shuang stood at the podium and announced, "Now, let's announce the results." As expected, his previous declaration had come true. Chen Shu continued to take first place in chemistry. Without another word, he dismissed the class. We'll continue training at the beast taming hall this evening. Class dismissed." Suddenly, Wu Shuang stopped Chen Shu. "Tranthu, stay behind. I need to talk to you." Once everyone was gone, he finally broached the subject. "Now that everyone's gone," Wu Shuang gets straight to the point. "After discussing it with the principal, we've decided to let you lead the team in the upcoming beast taming competition." He was stunned, hardly believing his ears. At the same time, a system window appeared before him, presenting 2 choices. 1. Refuse Lao Li and gain the title of Unstoppable Brute, with the default effect of having system rewards. Or 2. Agree with Lao Li and receive the exam answers and a large amount of beast-taming power. Chen Shu was thrown into confusion. Another choice to make. Helpless, he lamented inwardly, knowing the choice was already made. There was no escaping this system. Before he could finish, the answer was already in his heart. But if he agreed, wouldn't he be thinking too much? Chen Shu refused immediately. "I object." He patted his chest smugly. "I want to study. No one can stop me from immersing myself in the ocean of knowledge." He immediately offered a huge reward, 20 million if he broke the record of Namjiang High School number 2. The massive sum of money successfully caught Chen Shu's attention. 20 million. Blinded by the money, he immediately fawned over Wu Shuang, vowing to give his all for the school's glory. The old man finally smiles in relief, saying, "Good, I'll announce this to the others this afternoon." Chen Shu immediately agreed, saying, "Yes." Seeing him happily walking beside his friend, Wu Shuang couldn't help but fall into contemplation, hoping that this time he could truly succeed. A few days later, he stood before his class to make an announcement. "Today, I have an announcement. Registration for the city's beast taming competition has begun. Namjiang Second High will also participate." Wu Shuang gazes at everyone with a determined look. "If we win the city tournament, we can represent Nanjiang in the provincial competition. Captain Chen Shu and team members Xu Xiaoyu and Tang Li." He suddenly interjected. "Teacher, I object." Chen Shu pointed at Xiabing, listing her many strengths to persuade him. "I don't want Tang Li. I want to team up with Xiabing. Xiabing's combat power isn't the strongest, but her Ice Wolf specializes in control. Xiaowu and I don't lack attack power. We just need to add some control ability." He turned to Wu Shuang, explaining, "Teacher, beast mastery is about strength." Tang Li shouted his intentions. "I want to replace Chen Shu. I want to be the leader." He had already planned this, the time to reclaim what was his, yet Chen Shu remained unfazed, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He senses that he's broken through to Beast Tamer level 9, so now he thinks he has a chance? Chen Shu patted his chest, looking excited. "Tang Li, do you really want to fight me?" Seeing his fiery spirit, Tang Li felt intimidated, but clenched his fist to calm himself, thinking, now that he was a level 9 Beastmaster, one of the 2 best in the class, he didn't believe Chen Shu could have leveled up so much during the break. Thinking this, he stepped forward to challenge him. Of course, Tranthu was overjoyed, turning his back to head to the arena, calling out behind him. "Then come, let the battle begin," as Chen Shu summons his cute cheese spirit. A giant slim appears, as aggressive as its master. Huang retreats. "Damn it, it was only 20 meters last semester. How is it 30 meters now? If I can't win, I'll tattle." He turned to the teacher, tearfully complaining about him. "Mr. Li." Wu Shuang patted his shoulder, his face clearly showing schadenfreude. "What are you looking at me for? Don't worry, our school's infirmary has plenty of room." With no way out, he slowly shuffled forward, his body contorted like a coconut grub soaked in fish sauce. Before the expectant eyes, Tang Li mustered all his courage to summon his spirit, the wind-riding beast. But with that difference in skill, even a glare from Slim was enough to stun them both. He turned to Wu Shuang, tearfully begging, "Save me." "Life isn't that easy, kid." He pretended not to hear, turned away, and shouted, "Begin!" As soon as the command was given, Slim launched a preemptive strike, activating his roar skill directly in his opponent's face. Tang Li's face went blank, as dazed as an overloaded CPU, while the wind beast beside him stood there, stunned. Then, with its oversized, rotund body, Shin leaped into the air, activated brutal seeding, and crushed the poor wind spirit beast under its weight, leaving Tang Li in shock as it struggled to escape the heavy Slim. The surrounding students were speechless, shocked by the violence, while Chen Shu smirked, hands on his hips. "Young Master Tang, do you still want to participate in the beast battle?" Unwilling, Tang Li clenches his fist, but even he knows when he's outmatched and gives up. He immediately makes his decision. "I think Xiaobing is more suitable. Anyone who doesn't let her go will have to deal with me." His about-face was so fast, the spectators were left speechless. Hearing what he wanted, he happily recalled Slim. Very good. Meanwhile, Tang Li's heart ached as he stumbled forward, seeing his precious son beaten to a pulp on the floor. The arena fell silent after the swift match. Seeing this, Tran Thu spoke up, his power shattering the atmosphere. "Does anyone else have any objections?" With that, he quickly glanced at the stands, calling out a name from the crowd that sent shivers down someone's spine. Dulong sneers. "I thought I sensed some dissatisfaction from you earlier." Chen Shu smiled mockingly, staring provocatively at Dulong, who avoided eye contact, frowning and hanging his head low. Then his expression did a complete 180, and he denied it with a smile. "How could that be?" "What are you saying, class monitor? I was the first to support you." Seeing him back down, he decided to let it go. "Very good. This attitude pleases me." Then he turned to Wu Shuang and announced, "Teacher Li, my request for Xu Xiaoyu and Xiaobing to team up for the beast taming competition has been approved. The beast taming competition will officially begin on March 1st. Use this time to practice your tactics and strive for first place," Chen Shu confidently replied. "Okay." At the same time, Xiaobing stood behind him, blushing shyly as he took the opportunity to share more information about the competition. "Also, regarding this year's exam, we've received the latest information. The cultural subject remains unchanged, but the beast taming department will affect the practical combat portion. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll likely be sent to another dimension. A hazy screen displays layers of mountains at sunset. The location is likely a common level dimension. Yang Mountain Pass." Wu Shuang continued, saying that in addition to Nanjiang City, candidates from 4 other cities would also participate, bringing the total number of candidates to over 5,000. As he spoke, he approached Chen Shu, sternly warning him that anyone who dared to release something like a nuclear bomb would not escape the punishment of the law. He understood the veiled warning, but the literal meaning was to stop him from causing trouble. The teacher could just read his ID card. The fiery monsters populating the arena give him pause, but the terrain of this dimension is simple, making it easy for the judges to oversee, so he'll have to get creative if he wants to cause trouble. Wu Sheng turned to the students and instructed, "From now until the exam, there are 100 days left. You must work harder. In March, continue to practice your combat skills. 2 people in a group fight each other." He then began dividing them into groups according to the list, calling out names for them to step forward. Li Jun and Du Long. With everyone paired up, Wu Shuang dismisses them to begin training. "With the groups assigned, everyone should start training," Little Yu asked worriedly. "Chen Shu, shouldn't we practice our skills a little?" Chen Shu dismisses the idea with a sneer. "No need. Recklessness will ruin things." Xiaobing, face still flushed, frowned as she spoke. "So what do we do now?" he suggested. "Let's catch some fish. You two adjust the skills and talents of the contract spirit for me." With other matters now irrelevant, the 2 girls were relieved, happily holding hands and listening intently. "Okay, we'll go make those adjustments." Suddenly, a system window appears with 3 tasks related to the upcoming match, each with incredibly attractive rewards depending on the choice. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shu immediately raised his hand. "Teacher, I'd like to request a leave of absence." Seeing his student's flippant attitude, Wu Shuang was annoyed and snapped. "It hasn't even been a week since the semester started, and you already want to leave? Are you deliberately trying to defy me?" He quickly defended himself. "No, not at all. I want to plan our strategy. Give me a week and I'm confident I can easily win first place in the match." Doubtful, he asks again. "Really?" he asks, and our hero confidently replies, 100%. If justice fails, we'll resort to dirty tricks." He pointed at the 2 miserable figures in the distance. "If you don't let me rest, I'll beat up Duong Liet and Du Long every day." They could only stare in disbelief, caught in the crossfire as Tran Thu Thong Dong left the training ground. So his third option was to force his opponents to surrender before the match even began. Now it's time for the ferocious Nam Jiang to awaken the nightmares of the high schools. Before that, he pulled out his phone, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Then he dialed a number. "Hey, Puang Tu, are you free?" he asked casually under the clear sky. After the call, Chen Shu and Fang Xi quickly met up to put their plan into action, challenging the local high schools to one-on-one duels. She glanced around, a smirk playing on her lips, and declared, "Let's start with number 1 high." He responds with excitement, "Yeah!" But before them is the gate guarded by Doozy. With security watching, how do you plan to get inside? He casually tossed his lollipop aside, confident that such trivial matters were no match for a seasoned player like himself. He had a plan. Chenshu calmly approaches him, politely greeting the old acquaintance. "Hey there, it's me. Remember me?" Dazed, Yuzu doesn't recognize him, but Chenshu smoothly repeats his past actions, saying, "Back then, I kicked your director away with 1 foot. Only then did he panic, howling like a stuck pig. Damn it!" Seeing the other man's hostility, he quickly explained, "Don't worry, I'm here at your school for a friendly exchange, and to make a proposal, so hurry and let me in." Duza bristled, refusing to let the strangers in. "I haven't received any notice." Faced with this awkward situation, all it took was a confident smile and a little help from Fang Xi, who couldn't stand to see her dear brother so stubborn. She proudly pulled a powerful card from her pocket and ordered the gates to be opened. Doozy was stunned, thinking they were Yao Imperial guards, and had no choice but to concede, inviting them in. Chenshu uses hair gel, never imagining that deceiving people would be as simple as weaving a basket. Is it really that easy? Satisfied, Fang Xi put away the card, frowning as he thought to himself that it seemed like it was time to find old Wang to forge one. With that settled, they entered the school grounds through the main gate, out in the open. Inside the classroom, Wang Feng stands at the podium, assigning tasks to the students. The beast-taming competition is about to begin, and he's decided to make Jiang Tian the captain, with Wen Yu and Lin Zixuan as team members. Finishing his presentation, he asked again to be sure, "Any objections?" The students and Dong Qing replied clearly and politely. Okay, just as he was about to wrap up the class when no one else objected, a hand suddenly reached out. Chen Shu's firm voice echoed, "I object." Everyone was shocked and began to whisper amongst themselves. "Who is it?" Chen Shu and Fang Xi stride forward, unfazed by the stunned gazes. Wang Feng, seeing them, immediately tried to shoo them away, asking what Master Chen Shu was doing there. "Get out of here. She's even talking back to her elders without any respect." Now, don't be so quick to dismiss my brother. Let him speak his mind." Humiliated and scorned, he retorted angrily, "Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you?" Huang Tu stared ahead, a subtle challenge in her tone. "Why listen to me?" She calmly casts a spell, her palm emitting a dazzling light, followed by the appearance of 2 magic circles, her aura growing ever more domineering. Because of this, of course. A water dragon and a fire dragon emerged, roaring fiercely, heightening the tension. Wang Feng, terrified, instinctively took a few steps back. 2 dragon-type spirit contracts. Only now did he realize Fang Xi's true identity. Too bad it was too late. Standing before the pair, Wang Feng trembled uncontrollably in fear, nearly wetting himself. Chen Shu approached slowly, requesting, "Lao Wang, I'm not here to cause trouble, but to discuss something." Standing boldly before the students, he declared, "I'm here to suggest you all forfeit the beast-taming competition," a confident smile spreading across his face. "Because I'll be participating." Those words truly ignited the emotions of the crowd below. Jia Shu was the first to speak. "Damn it, do you still think it's like last semester? That's because you were high level, but now everyone's equal. You think Slim lets you do whatever you want?" Tan Chu quickly chimed in, never having met such an arrogant guy, daring him to fight in the arena. Zhu Kai and Yu Ning also joined in on the fun. "Damn it, take me with you." That's right, a duel on the stage. Though cattle move in herds, Chen Shu nonchalantly crossed his arms, provoking them. So, same rules as before, all of you against me alone. The students below couldn't take it anymore, and they all decided to team up and solo him. Damn, so arrogant, but surprisingly, there's still one standout among all those failures. As if victory was assured, Zhang Tianhong declared he needed no one else. He alone was enough. He stared directly at him, issuing a clear challenge. It was then that I let my guard down. Today, he would surely lose. Chen Shu sighs, exasperated, thinking that he's really getting into his role. Oh man, Lan can be even more dramatic than I am. Even so, he doesn't say a word, keeping a bright, eager smile on his face. Let's see what you've got. Immediately, Slim appears, looking down haughtily at his classmates. Everyone stops, stunned by the enormous figure before them, finding it hard to believe. Even a yawn from Slim is enough to terrify someone, making them rethink their previous statement. Chen Shu calmly mocked him. Show off. Didn't you want to duel me? Let me see the power of your Stormhawk. Of course, Zhang Tian wouldn't dare to bluff now. He was silent, even visibly flustered, before turning to his fickle classmates. He wants to challenge our entire class. Let's grant him his wish, everyone attack together. Indeed, Zhang Tian's shamelessness truly astonished him. His about-face was even faster than his own. Lin Jiang shouts, ordering everyone to charge forward like a swarm of flies. Then came a chaotic battle, with Slim taking on everyone, initiating dream slaughter. The students commanded their beasts to attack, while Dai opened its mouth, accumulating a dazzling golden aura as its body expanded. The bewildered beasts didn't have time to react as it leaped into the air, continuing to expand and absorb the golden energy. Perhaps the other beasts realized the danger, but it was too late. They were crushed under Slim's weight. A wolf howling in agony. It then turned to attack other targets, and of course, Chen Shu's Slim was the strongest. Its overwhelming power crushes everything in its path, leaving the spirits helpless as they're caught in a chaotic whirlwind. Zhang Tian watches silently, a knowing smile spreading across his face as he says, "Looks like I'll have to step in." He immediately raised his hand, summoning his prized companion. "Come forth." The storm lightning bird, obeying its master's command, emerges ready for battle. Before us, the bird's massive beak crackles with gathering lightning. See, between its sharp, steel-like teeth, a ball of pure, thunderous energy begins to form. That attack hits Slim head-on, forcing it to grit its teeth and endure the pain of its skin being seared. Even so, Chen Shu taunts him, "Is that all you've got? So you thought you could defeat my Slim?" He summons an intensely fluctuating orb of light. Soon, Slim activated its overlord skill, a layer of golden light enveloping it like a suit of armor. It charged forward, retaliating so fast that only afterimages could be seen, its round body like a giant bowling ball, flying straight into the Storm Eagle. Its powerful attack sends the opponent crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust, but Slim doesn't stop there, continuing to attack the opposing team's spirits from every angle. Every student was left speechless by its agility and strange movements. It was invincible. At this point, even Wang Feng had to concede. "We surrender." Chen Shu's face was filled with satisfaction and confidence. That's more like it. Looking at the scattered spirits on the floor, he mocked them, saying that if they had surrendered sooner, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Teacher and students alike were frozen in the face of defeat. Wang Feng suddenly probes, catching his attention. "I have a question." Despite his stern appearance, he adjusts his collar and smirks. "Want to know the secret to my success?" Wang Feng directly inquired. "Are you willing to tell us?" The students in the back were eager to take notes, and without hesitation, Chen Shu stepped forward to explain. "I believe there are 3 main points to success. First, perseverance." The special class immediately took notes, nodding in understanding. He continued to instruct them, saying, "Second, make trouble." Hearing this, they were so stunned that they all exclaimed, "Is that really the secret to success?" But Chen Shu calmly continued. "Third, persist in causing trouble." The special class was speechless, their mouths agape. That made him sigh, despite his enthusiasm. No one would believe it, even if he told the truth. Then he turned and waved to his friend. "Let's go, Sister Fangxi, to Namjiang No. 3 High School." She immediately agreed. And so, watching them leisurely depart, the special class could only bid farewell in their hearts. Meanwhile, at Nanjiang Baozhang No. 3 High School, Slim unleashes his fury on a tiny spirit, sending it flying with a few swift moves. The entire arena fell silent as Chen Shu waved goodbye before leaving, saying, "Farewell, everyone." No sooner had he disappeared than the teachers were panicking, their faces pale. "Damn it, he's too strong. How can we possibly win?" Untouchable, absolutely untouchable. A week later, Chen Shu's group happily enjoys an outdoor barbecue. Holding a grilled skewer, he smugly thought that the students of Namjiang were no match for him. In just 1 week, all the schools had surrendered. Fang Xi, standing nearby like an older sister, immediately lectured, "Don't be too arrogant. There's always someone better, so you should still focus on improving yourself." But Chen Shuwu ignored them all, focused only on grilling. "Who wants some skewers? The beast taming competition is tomorrow. Do you guys have an emperor?" she asks, skewers in hand, her face alight with anticipation. I'm returning to the capital tomorrow. Classes are about to start. The gluttonous Dai Luke finally spoke up. Me too. Hearing this sad news, he sighed in disappointment. That's too bad. You missed my most heroic moment. But quickly regaining his spirits, he raised his glass and cheered. Then let's meet in the capital. The three immediately raised their glasses together, promising to meet in the capital. A few days later, one night, Fangxi happily waved goodbye in the distance, and Chen Shu enthusiastically bid them farewell as the taxi soon drove away. With his hands on his hips and a determined look on his face, Chen Shu knew the battlefield was next. The following day, the arena was eerily silent. Wu Shuang immediately noticed something was off. His stern face showed concern, and he nudged him. Did you do something? Using nuclear weapons to uproot other schools? At this question, even Chen Shu was speechless. Old Li's first reaction is nukes? Is that even reasonable? He quickly patted his chest and solemnly declared, No, Chen Shu said. We rely on strength. To subdue people with virtue. Chen Shu glanced meaningfully at the other students, then suggested, Say something, everyone. They were immediately stunned. Everyone reluctantly cooperated, saying, That's right. He happily turned to Wu Shuang. See, I told you I was right? But he still couldn't hide the doubt on his aged face, weakly saying, How can you believe that? From the stage, Zixuan raised his voice to attract everyone's attention, inviting the teachers of the high schools to draw lots, as Wu Shuang, sitting in the stands, happily called out, Here we go. The group quickly gathered on the field as Chen Shu revealed a sinister look towards his classmates. Next up is us. His eyes revealed clear anticipation and determination. Meanwhile, Dongyu and Fuqi grimaced as he stood before them, relentlessly asking, You still remember last week's promise, right? They nodded eagerly, but with fear in their eyes. Receiving the answer he wanted, Chen Shu smiled with delight. Good. The students could only fall silent at this sight. The stands once again fell silent as the drawing participants returned. Gong Hao immediately cheered. Teacher's back. Standing before his students, Wu Shuang's voice turned stern. We're up against Nanjiang No. 3 High School. Hearing this, Chen Shu meaningfully turned to look at his opponents, who all trembled under his gaze. Soon, the live broadcast screen lit up, signaling the start of the match. The guests and judges are seated, and as the introductions echo through the hall, the 981st Namjiang City Beast Taming Competition is about to begin. Under the spotlight, Shen Ling excitedly announces, Dai. I believe the high school contestants are ready. The first match is between Namjiang High School No. 2 and Jiang High School No. 3. Let's welcome the contestants from these two high schools. As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Shu and his teammates entered the arena with overwhelming momentum. Despite the impending match, their opponents remained calm, confidently striding forward. He didn't keep the audience waiting long. A single word signaled that the crucial moment had arrived. The match begins, and the crowd erupts in a frenzy of cheers. A cacophony of excitement. Undaunted, he unleashes a preemptive strike the moment the signal is given, and Wang Teng eyes the crackling electricity in his opponent's hand with caution. The two behind him weren't doing much better, their foreheads already drenched in cold sweat. But as the team's ace, he quickly regained his composure, as if encouraging himself. Wang Teng. I have never failed. Chen Shu didn't reply, only offering a confident smile. His opponent remained steadfast, determination etched on his face. Today would be no different. The audience below grew even more excited by this exchange. Oh, this is getting interesting. Suddenly, Wang Peng changed his gaze, turning back to call out to the MC, and the already excited crowd began to speculate. What kind of secret move was coming? Another person was already singing his praises. I've heard of Wang Teng from Nanjiang 3rd High. Not only is he incredibly talented, but he's also brimming with confidence. A crowd fixates on the stage, eager for a spectacle. Wang Teng versus the Brute. Today promises to be interesting. Shen Ling, partly to provoke the audience and partly to satisfy his own curiosity, responded, Do you have any requests? His brow furrowed, making him look dangerous, but his words were light as a feather, devoid of any sense of honor. We want to surrender. The two words left the audience wide-eyed, a mix of shock and confusion instantly killing their excitement. Surrender. Wang Teng felt no shame, and even proudly confirmed it once more. Yes, surrender. This turn of events left Shen Ling feeling a mix of disappointment and helplessness. To surrender with such passion and dedication? The victor is clear, Zhang Sheng from 2nd High with Wang Deng's baffling display. As the two opponents passed, Chen Shu's eyes met his, and he couldn't help but admire him, gesturing in praise. Lord of Pretense, you truly live up to the name. In the following matches, the audience began to notice something was amiss. It seemed every team was trying to lose. The demon beasts put on quite the act, as team after team faced off against Chen Shu's group. Before he could even act, the other side immediately forfeited. I surrender. Against other teams, they might have at least tried to lose. Faced with him, they all surrendered, and the finals quickly arrived. Amidst the silence, Shenling announces the pivotal moment, welcoming Zhang's second high and Nanzhang's fifth high to compete for this year's championship. No sooner were the words spoken than Chen Shu's team swaggered onto the stage, exuding confidence, while their opponents were nowhere to be seen. The entire hall fell silent, unsure of what was happening, so he quickly made up an excuse to defuse the awkward situation. Before he could finish, a blank piece of paper floated down from nowhere, standing out in the hall. The white flag of surrender gently falls onto the stage as he watches, while the judges, clearly displeased, can only sit in silence. This embarrassing display was too much for Nibin, who angrily ordered Wu Shuang to have Chen Shu meet him at once, while Jia Hun grew impatient at the lack of a match. The jeers erupted, unrelenting. What kind of game is this? Is this really the finals? There must be some kind of shady deal going on. Shenling was cornered and with no other choice reluctantly announced the results. It seems our 5th high school has forfeited the match. Let's congratulate the students of Namjiang Second High School. He took Chen Shu's hand and raised it high in declaration, his words joyful, but his expression betrayed him. After 3 years, they finally won first place in the city. Xiaobing and Xiaowu were both confused. We haven't even started fighting and we've already won? Chen Shu didn't answer directly, only urging them on. Don't ask, just go on stage and accept the award. He eagerly accepted the champion's prize, laughing with joy, oblivious to the judge's annoyance. Ha ha, this award is truly a testament to my virtue. The other two behind me were speechless at this scene and could only stand there like statues. As he celebrated his victory, Wu Shuang arrived with grave news. The mayor wants to see him at City Hall. He leaned in, delivering the less than pleasant news with glee. Chen Pai, disrupting the match, you're done for. Receiving this bombshell, he's stunned, hardly believing his ears, and asks, Huh? I'm being targeted? Soon, they stood before the fateful door, and Tranthu hesitated. Master, you're really not coming with me? Wu Shuang, who seemed to have been waiting for this day, wore a smug look. Go on. I'm busy picking out your burial plot. As your teacher, I must ensure you have a proper grave. These words turned him pale, and cold sweat involuntarily trickled down his forehead. This was unnecessary. What's coming will come. He takes a deep breath to steady himself. After a moment, Chen Shu finally mustered the courage to knock. A voice from within quickly responded, Come in. Those 2 words alone were enough to make his face fall. Though afraid, he entered, cautiously asking the man before him, Did the mayor want to see me? Contrary to Chen Shu's expectations, Niabin was extremely welcoming. Sit down, no need to be nervous, make yourself at home. Only then did he dare to relax, breathing a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted. Knowing he was safe, he spun around and slumped into the chair as if he were at home. Without hesitation, Chen Shu kicked off his shoes, shocking Niabin, who exclaimed in surprise. Oh, Tran Thu, he thought to himself. Does he really think of this as his own home? Tran Thu, still oblivious, was asked by Ngitho, What is it, Mayor? Unable to voice his true feelings, he offered a flimsy excuse. We're just talking. No need to take your shoes off. Though a bit confused, he obediently put his shoes back on. Okay. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Niabin chose to start with a compliment rather than diving straight in. This is just trying to cause trouble for me. He thought for a moment, then feigned humility, which was barely acceptable. Unfortunately, I couldn't beat my master. This shocked the man, who asked, Your master? In an instant, Chen Shu successfully shifted the blame to someone else, Old Ye, who guards the entrance to the Beast Resource Bureau. The name alone drained the color from Niabin's face. Old man Ye? Seeing his opponent's stunned disbelief, he smugly continued, Yes, it was him, and he even begged me to take me as his disciple. I'm all about respecting my elders, so I had no choice but to accept. Seeing his opponent was not easily swayed, he changed his tune. If it's Elder Ye, then you can go back. Through Nibin, what would have been a reprimand became as light as a feather. I can forgive you for ruining the beast-taming match this time, but you must win first place in the provincial competition. Without hesitation, Chen Shu agreed, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He was out of danger, for now. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he knew he'd almost met his end. Luckily, I remembered to mention Old Ye. Hopefully, they won't investigate. Stepping outside, Chen Shu was shocked by the emptiness. Huh? Where's old Li? Just then, a message appeared on his phone. I took them back to school. Remember to come back early tomorrow. He didn't dwell on it, quickly shaking off the unease. All right, see you tomorrow then. Meanwhile, back in that room, Nibin mysteriously makes a phone call. Hello, Shuqi Lu. He was a connoisseur, quickly finding a way to uncover the truth and help me investigate whether old Ye had taken on a disciple. The beast taming school was nestled modestly by a small forest, under a clear sky dotted with clouds. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Hang diligently taught the ways of beast mastery, as Chen Shu gritted his teeth, realizing Lao Li had just wanted him back early for class. He dejectedly held his head, blaming himself for being careless, never expecting the teacher was just worried he'd be late. The thought of the confining time ahead twisted his mouth in frustration. The provincial competition was in a week, and he'd have to spend that week in class. Unable to find an answer, Chen Shu yawned, bored out of his mind. He struggled to keep his eyes open, inwardly lamenting how dull it all was. But with a single chime, he instantly throws his gloomy mood away like trash. The system, according to his wishes, intimately offers 3 proposals with generous rewards. Learn, wait for the provincial exam, and receive the flower of great strength. Go to South Shang and get the charge skill +1. Or concoct medicine and get the proficiency of the great power medicine. Chen Shu stared at the screen, mentally calculating. While all 3 options offered enticing rewards, the thought of his cruel spirit contract made him carefully consider his choices. Slim's skill was already at level 9, and he'd even envisioned its triumph, filling his heart with joy. No matter who he faced, he wouldn't be afraid. After a long internal struggle, Chen Shu decisively raised his hand, interrupting the lecture. Teacher, he dropped a bombshell, laughing amidst the crowd. I want to drop out. Wusung's face was expressionless as he coldly uttered the word, scram. Seeing that he wasn't fazed, Wusung sighed and made up his mind. It seems this is the only way. He focused his energy into his hand, turning to his classmate with eyes gleaming. Tang Li, your training's been good lately, hasn't it? Let the class president give you some pointers. Slim's sudden appearance on command scared him witless, his whole body trembling as he tearfully begged Wu Shuang for help. The teacher, exasperated, pointed at his nonchalant face. All right, Chen Shu, stop it. I'll let you skip class, okay? Accustomed to getting his way, he babbles on, asking for more perks. But I have nothing to do back home, so why not let me go to Namthuong City first? Chen Shu pauses to reposition himself, then frankly waves his hand to state his intentions, or rather to exchange knowledge and await the interprovincial battle. Wu Shuang didn't move, just stood with his arms crossed, listening to him ramble on. He quickly realized he was getting nowhere and changed tactics, targeting the person next to him. Young Master Du, your Earth Dragon is quite large. Without needing to hear more, Dulong copied Tang Li's stance, and 2 aggrieved teachers burst out. To be countered by the same move twice, he clenched his jaw to keep from transforming into a beast on the spot. With no other choice, Wu Shuang pulled out his phone, tapping away as he tried to placate him. Okay, just don't cause any trouble. In an instant, the screen confirmed the tickets to Namthuong City were booked, and he eagerly presented it to Tran Thu, hoping to be rid of him as soon as possible. Here are our 3 tickets for this afternoon. He couldn't wait, grinning from ear to ear, a turnaround even Li Hai couldn't keep up with. Okay, thank you, teacher. The system is on fire, and I've gained another charge skill. Finally, the long bus ride has brought him to Namthuong City, where he stretches and greets the city with gusto. Namthuong City, Tran Thu. I've arrived. The trio wasted no time and headed towards the exit gate amidst the bustling bus station. Namchan City greeted them with a beautiful sunny day, the golden light stretching across the tall buildings as Chen Shu led the 2 girls around, familiarizing themselves with their new surroundings. Before they'd gone far, Xiao Yu tilted her head and asked Chen Shu if they really had to eat out that night, since the funds given to them by Teacher Li weren't that much. Before she could finish, he puffed out his chest and declared, No problem. Both she and Xiaobing looked at him with shining eyes and shouted in unison, You're paying. He quickly wagged his index finger in denial. No. Then, Chen Shu pointed an accusing finger at Xiaowu, revealing his plan. He would freeload off her tonight. Her speechless reaction was priceless, and she finally snapped, exclaiming, I'm speechless. Willingly or not, they head to a nearby restaurant to fill their bellies, a steaming pot of spicy hot pot placed between them. The simple meal was full of flavor, and Chen Shu dug in without hesitation or pretense. Xiaobing, eat up. Little Yu Bao, don't stand on ceremony with her. She blushed as she agreed, chopsticks in midair. Though her smile was shy, her movements were quite practiced. The aggrieved party, rendered speechless by the brazen pair, could only grind their teeth and swallow their anger, while Xiaoyan's voice cut through the chatter as she entered with the rest of Chen Shu's group. "Mr. Lu, long time no see." He mumbled to himself, chewing. The voice sounded familiar. Not seeing him, he happily continued, "This table's reserved, so eat as much as you like." Luya replies, pleased, "You're too kind." With eyes shining like headlights, Tranthu made a silent judgment. "Ha Vien, huh?" Without hesitation, he stood up to greet him. "Oh, little Zia. Long time no see. You're looking more and more disheveled." Unaccustomed to this awkward exchange, Luya hesitantly asked the person next to her, "Mr. Yan, aren't your friends a little unfriendly?" A suspicious blush crept across his face, and he stammered, "This." Oblivious to his teammates' discomfort, he immediately threatened Chen Shu. "Buddy, arrogance isn't the same as ability." He countered slowly. "Is that so? You think you're all that?" Just as Luya was about to charge in, Xiaoyan finally snapped out of it and reached out to stop him. "Don't," he whispered urgently in his ear. "Brother Lu, let's go. Don't cause trouble with him." He looked confused and asked for clarification. "What's wrong?" "He's just a level 9 Beastmaster." Xiaoyan cautiously looked at the man labeled as a level 9 Beastmaster. The explanation stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Sweat poured down his face as he stammered, but finally, after glancing around like Zhang Luo, he mustered his courage and unleashed a shocking truth. "He once defeated me," a revelation that left Luya reeling. His voice involuntarily rose in pitch. "That's strong?" He swallowed his pride and reminded his brothers. Xiaoyan's group, unable to even eat, left in frustration with empty stomachs. Chen Shu's provocation fails, and he expresses his regret. "Oh well, I wanted to test my new skills, but Lin Zhen ran away like a coward." Just then, Zhao Yu offered a more reasonable suggestion. If he wanted to meet someone who wasn't a waste, he might have to wait for the match in a week. He happily agreed with her, but still wanted to stick to his original goal. "Okay, we'll wait for the provincial snatch battle, but before that, we have to." Xiaobing tilted her head curiously, asking what they should do. He waved his hand, revealing a bold plan to cause trouble. For the next week, the destructive trio finally arrived at the planned location. Chen Shu brings Xiaobing and Xiaowu to South Thuong City High School, all disguised as model students. But, unsurprisingly, the group was mercilessly stopped by security. A high-level spirit master is no match for professional security. Having run out of options, Chen Shu resorted to his familiar tactic of sneaking over the wall, only to find Yan Yu waiting with a radiant smile. All their tricks ultimately failed, and he tossed him back to the school gates like a helpless chick. Defeated, they returned to the Nam Thuong Hotel, resigned to their fate of bowing and scraping for a week. Tran Thu sprawled on the bed, a sense of ennui weighing heavily on his mind. Little did he know, the fierce Nanjiang would be defeated. Suddenly, a knock at the door pulled him back to reality. Xiaoyu called out impatiently from outside. "Chenpai, today's the draw for your duel opponent. Hurry up." His teammates are anxious, but he still has time to sigh. After LeMay puts on his backpack, Tranthu finally announces, "Here we go, here we go." The two-men, one-woman team quickly arrives at the Seoul Duel Arena in Nam Thuong City. With steady steps, he entered the grand hall, his eyes scanning the reporters at work, immediately deducing that an interview was underway. But since it's none of his business, Chen Shu follows the two beauties to the lounge, his mind racing as he takes in the crowded scene. There are 32 teams in total. He rubbed his chin excitedly, practically jumping for joy inside. Lost in his fantasies, Chen Shu is jolted back to reality by the system. Who will be his first opponent? The familiar interface appears, but this time there are only two options. 1. Quietly wait for the draw to begin. Reward. Complete the fewest number of beast-taming rules. Option 2. Use a special method to make everyone remember you. Reward. 5% increase to Slim's beast mastery. He glances around, wondering, is this reward for real? With a dark idea now in mind, Chen Shu grinned and thought, I've got it. He then began his performance in front of the other competitors. Well, now that everyone's here, I have a few words to say. Out of nowhere, this shameless guy appears, leaving everyone dumbfounded and utterly confused. Oblivious to the awkwardness, he grinned and continued his self-absorbed performance. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Shu from Nanjiang City. Just call me Uncle. Oblivious to whether anyone wanted to, he announced, I have an announcement, not a negotiation. After all that, Chen Shu dropped a bombshell. If you run into me, just surrender. Don't even hope for a lucky break. The crowd erupted, like cats with their tails stepped on. Who does he think he is, calling himself a genius? Some even shouted insults directly. What is South River City? A frog in a well. Xiaoyan was the only one who didn't overreact. Some even sighed secretly as these meaningless words had no effect on him. And now, they're dragging him out as a witness. I know you're all geniuses, but life is always more important than dignity, and Xiaoyan understands that very well. Chen Shu then approached Xiaoyan, who was frozen in place, and encouraged him. Xiaoyan, go ahead and share your life-saving knowledge with everyone, quickly. A familiar dread washed over him, and he could only stammer, This. The other students witnessed this shocking scene, and their jaws dropped in fear. They all shared the same thought. Xiaoyan's expression seems to be one of intimidation. But who could threaten him? They exchanged panicked glances, all arriving at the same conclusion. The show-off beside them. Could it be that he lost to this Chen Shu? When the system announced that Slim's defense had increased by 5%, he rubbed his chin, thinking to himself that these people were truly ignorant, and that was enough to impress them. This brief interlude is cut short by an announcement calling the players to draw lots and determine their opponents. He smirks, his heart filled with anticipation for the glorious future ahead. The real moment of slaughter has begun, and Chen Shu decisively leads his people forward. With burning resolve, the three entered the spirit arena, and one by one, they approached the stage to draw their lots. It was Chen Shu's turn to reach into the box, Xiaoyan watching anxiously. Please don't pick us, please don't pick us, please don't pick us. He trembled like a leaf, drawing strange looks from those around him. Is it that bad? What's coming is coming. He draws his lot and reads it, a sinister smile spreading across his suspicious face. Chen Shu glanced back at Xiaoyan, his voice as chilling as if it rose from the underworld. It seems we're fated. Overcome with emotion, he cried out to the heavens in anguish. Is this really happening? Luya steps forward, patting his shoulder reassuringly, telling him to be confident, as this is a team battle, and one strong person won't do the trick. Hearing this, Xiaoyan regains his fighting spirit. Okay, I'll try to beat him. Even after he was done, Chen Shu didn't forget to give his opponent a friendly, killer look, and soon it was Jia Hua's turn to draw. He wore the same sly grin as Chen Shu, while Tan Chu frowned, clearly displeased. That's when Chu Zhu took the mic to summarize. The contestants have finished drawing their lots. Tomorrow, the pet taming battle for affection officially begins. Contestants, please prepare yourselves, adjust your condition, and show the style of your city. Chen Shu's Halo team was full of fighting spirit, a stark contrast to Xiaoyan, who was still frowning and depressed. Fate would have it that these two rivals would meet again. His competitive spirit flared, a mocking sneer raising goosebumps on his opponent, who then scurried away like he was avoiding a plague. Get out of the way, let me through. Xiaobing anxiously asked Chen Shu, what should we do tomorrow? There's no way I can beat Xiaoyan. He immediately gave a thumbs up to boost morale. It's okay, I'm here, we can definitely do it. That should put your mind at ease a little. Time slipped away, and the next day arrived at the spirit arena. Wang Qing stood before all the contestants, making a solemn address. Greetings, everyone. I hope you'll all give it your all at the annual Southern Commerce event. With just a few words, he quickly wrapped up his speech. Without further ado, I declare the match officially open. Elsewhere, as the competitors watched Wang Qing on the screen, Chen Shu pondered the news, thinking he was at least at the golden level. At the same time, Jiaqi and Cao Nguyen appeared together to announce the regulations, and now, the rules of the match. Our match will be a team battle, focusing on teamwork. Next, the rewards for the match. He explains it so passionately that even his sunglasses are shining. The winning team will get 3 chances to designate skills, even below the gold level, plus 100 million Hua Ha coins. Xiao Yuan then elaborated on the rewards, stating that second place would receive a skill designation opportunity, plus 50 million Hua Jia coins. The third place prize is 30 million Hua Jia coins, and his eyes lit up as his mouth watered. With such generous rewards announced, Cao Yuan declared the end of the regulations with great fanfare. Next, we begin the first round. Nam City versus Daiheng City. Go Nam City! The audience below roared in response. Invincible Nanjing will crush Daxing City. The crucial moment has arrived, and Chen Shu's group stands up together as the first match pits Chen Shu's team against Xiaoyan's team at the Seoul Arena in Nantruong City. He and his teammates muttered encouragements to themselves, but he was shaking uncontrollably. I can do this. I can do this. While he was still muttering, his opponent began to cast a spell, golden solar magic emanating from his hand. The slime quickly appeared, growing larger and looming over Xiaoyan. I can beat him. He was already faltering at the sight of Slim, barely able to move his mouth. Fight what? What is that thing? It stirs, a sudden tremor running through it, astonishing everyone, a golden slim. The fans below were equally stunned by the slim, its aura far too powerful for a low-level spirit. Damn it. All that book knowledge was a lie. Reality is the only truth. In the operator's booth, Jaha watched the match on the screen, dumbfounded. Minister, is that really slim? He muttered to himself, analyzing the situation. The golden aura splits into two types, one with a natural affinity for light. After some consideration, Ha came to a conclusion. One type has a natural talent for defensive forms. Below, it's clearly a defensive form, with physique as its primary attribute. If I'm not mistaken, it has a gigantification skill, and a very high level one at that. He shook his head in disbelief. Impossible? 8th level gigantification? But he quickly turned his attention back to the arena. To have comprehended a divine skill upon becoming a first-level beast Tamir, and then to have gigantification level up with each subsequent promotion. Xiahao narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowed in thought. It seems this Chen Shu has a secret. He immediately turned to his superior for guidance. Minister, should I investigate him? Without hesitation, Wang Xing gave the order. Yes. As Chen Shu's triumphant image lingered on the screen, a flood of information suddenly appeared before him, outlining the rewards he could choose from. Option 1. Reach the top 16 in the provincial competition and receive a large amount of beast-controlling power. Option 2. Reach the top 8 and violent seeded. Kill skill +1. Option 3. Win top 4 in the provincial beast-taming competition. Reward complete. Streamer gets a chance to evolve their bloodline. Option 4. Win first place in the provincial beast-taming competition. The reward: the reverse champion title with the default effect of seeing the disdain of the people of Nanjiang City. And that last one made his limbs go numb. Is option 4 serious, as if the people of Nanjiang wouldn't look down on me if I didn't have this title? But he quickly regained his composure, analyzing each option. Did these 3 choices only want him to get 4th place? Boyang desperately wanted to run, but he had to ask Xiaoyan for permission to fight. He salvaged the last of his dignity and made a bold decision. Fight! Xiaoyan enters serious mode, assigning tasks to his teammates. Take out the 2 others first, then surround the monster. With that, he began to summon his spirit, and the Crimson Flame Fox appeared, ready to face Slim. The remaining 2 members mustered their courage, determined to fight as Boyang summoned his spirit. Extreme Icebird. Duanfeng quickly followed suit with the Wood Spirit. With everyone ready, Xiaoyan shouts, initiating the battle, while Xiaobing and Xiaowu unleash their Firebird and Ice Wolf attacks. The Battle of the Spirits officially begins, and both sides charge into the fray, with Slim unleashing powerful magic across the arena. The Flame Tigers are knocked unconscious by the attack, and Xiaoyan is furious, realizing they've been ambushed again. Seeing him struggle, Chen Shu laughed triumphantly. Ha ha. Slim, gathering all his strength, unleashes a devastating blow on his stunned opponents, his chubby body sending them flying. Poor firefoxes. They're already getting pummeled by plants at the start of the match. And Slim even winks, basking in the glory of victory as the Wood Spirit loses its balance and falls on its rear. Before they could recover, the enemy pounced again. Xiaoyan frantically warned his teammate, "This is bad. Recall your contracted spirit now." But it was too late. Slim crushed it mercilessly, leaving Boyang to mourn his beloved Wood Spirit. In desperation, Xiaoyan devised a plan. Freeze it with your Icebird. My blazing fire tiger will attack quickly. Duanfeng agrees without hesitation. The Arctic Icebird exhales a long stream of ice at Slim to restrain him, who immediately uses his magic to enlarge his body. Taking advantage of the moment, the Inferno Fox stealthily circled around for a surprise attack. But just as it pounced, claws extended, Slim cleverly cast a Sleep Dream spell, creating a shield around himself. Its defensive bubble blocked the Flame Fox's sharp teeth, and even the Icebird's beak couldn't pierce the shield. From afar, Chen Shu couldn't hide his triumphant smile. It's my turn now. Instantly, Slim soared into the sky, gazing down at the 2 enemies waiting below. His sinister face and stifled laughter only amplified the eerie feeling, instantly shattering Xiaoyan's fighting spirit. We forfeit, Xiao Yuan announced into the microphone. Let's congratulate the team from Nanjiang City on their victory, advancing them to the top 16. The audience erupts in cheers for the Holy Dung Squad. Holy crap, we're the best. Chen Shu casually put his feet up, humming a familiar tune, enjoying the relaxation after the victory. Xiaobing and Xiaowu spoke in unison, seemingly unable to believe what had just happened. Are we just going to keep winning like this? He mumbled, his playboy demeanor undermining any authority. Don't worry too much about it. There will be many more situations like this to come. Then, he yawned without hesitation in front of everyone. Xiaoyu, Xiabing, our next match is at least a week away. Do you two have any plans? Shu Shun asked about their upcoming schedule. Once again, they shared a brainwave, casually replying that they'd be reading in the hotel. Shocking, Tran Thu. Of course you two would. Xiabing, a little embarrassed, quickly responds. So, what about you? What are you planning to do? He smirks deviously as a massive betting table is wheeled into the room, signaling the start of the game. Zhang declared, hands empty, that he'd found some fun, while Chen Shu cheerfully presented the alluring dealer for online betting. To keep you entertained while you wait, I've arranged a little something. Without hesitation, he explains the rules. Simply scan the QR code on the table to bet online, choose your team, and place your wager. Not stopping there, he continues with his persuasive reasoning. So no one thinks anything shady is going on, I'll only charge a 20% handling fee for the winners. Everyone, do your best. The crowd below was stunned by his performance. Chen Shu placed his hand on his chest, affirming, Don't worry. If anything happens with the violent Nanjiang, I'll take responsibility. Suddenly, he changed his tune faster than flipping a pancake, threatening them sternly. Also, if anyone dares to report me for violations, I'll beat them to a pulp, even to death. Wang Qing's hurried voice suddenly rang out. Mr. Chen Shu, I need to speak with you. Could you come out here for a moment? As soon as he finished speaking, a massive door panel slammed down in front of the entrance. He flew into a rage, yelling, Get rid of this! Then he sternly warned the instigator that any further incidents would result in disqualification from the match and direct handover to the Spirit Suppression Bureau. He quickly raised his hands in innocence, saying, This wasn't me. Despite his anger, he didn't want to waste his time coming here. Once the other party was seated, Wang Qing took the initiative. I want to ask you a question. Chen Shu nonchalantly states his terms. 100,000 yen per question, no haggling. The minister is speechless at his flippant attitude. Finally, he suppressed his emotions and decided to introduce himself. I am the Minister of Education of Nam Thuong Province, meaning I oversee the province's examinations. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat, stunned beyond words. This guy has such an incredible background. He quickly approached, shaking hands and showing respect. His instincts told him to take this conversation seriously. Wang Xing chuckled, reminding him of the past, saying he would answer Minister Chen Shu's questions if he knew the answer and remain silent if he didn't. What about the 100,000 yen fee? Chen Shu immediately feigned ignorance, acting as if he'd never mentioned it. What fee? He couldn't help but feel helpless in the face of this young man. You little brat! He quickly regained his usual serious demeanor and began to probe. I want to ask you, is your spirit contract really a slime? Wang Qing explained hesitantly. We've discussed this, and slimes can't possibly be this big. Just as he was about to answer, the system interface suddenly appeared, as if sensing his predicament, and presented him with options. Option 1, reveal the reward system, which the coffin immediately dismisses in a panic. What the hell is option 1? A coffin, seriously. The system quickly proposed other options. Choice 2, lie and say his contract wasn't a dud. He chose option 3, playing to his strengths, and received 3 basic-level Beastmaster pearls and a burning potion. Chen Shu sighed heavily, secretly choosing the third option. It seems things have come to this, so I can only spout nonsense. He affirmed with a smile that it was slim, his face darkening as a sly grin crept across it. Just a rather unique one. He began to use his talent, lying through his teeth. Every day, Slim absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, merging it into itself, growing larger with each absorption. Without hesitation, Chen Shu admits that Slim has grown so much in such a short time, and Wang Qing, sensing danger, immediately interrupts. Wait, what are you saying? Absorbing the sun and moon's essence? You swear it's true, that it's cultivating the invincible sleep sutra. He was stunned into silence, unable to believe what he was hearing. Stop. What kind of technique are you talking about? He emphasized, a bit guiltily. Invincible sleep art. Hearing the confirmation, the minister could only stare, stammering. Did you pass it on? Chen Shu asked, overjoyed, while Wang Qing nonchalantly continued to embellish the story. The minister usually only reads books, but he didn't hesitate to deify him as a genius, and I even signed him up for a professional dance class to cultivate his talent. Wang Qing was now in a state of utter turmoil and quickly made an excuse to leave. What was that all about? The Ministry of Education has business to attend to. I must go to a meeting. With that, he paused the conversation and stood up. That's enough for now. He doesn't forget to pretend to stop him. Minister, are you just going to leave like that? I wasn't finished. Chen Shu gleefully recounts things that never happened. I haven't even told you yet. During his time off, Sim even taught himself programming. He left without acknowledging him, forcing him to stop bragging. Minister, he knew the man wasn't far, so he tried to throw in a few more digs. Oh, this minister is hopeless. He can't even handle that. The words, "not allowed," hit Wang Qing like a punch, freezing him as if struck in his dark heart. Time slipped by, and after that day, everything seemed to return to normal. Wang Qing had someone confiscate Chen Shu's table for the people to use. In his free time, he could only cultivate in the hotel room to stave off boredom. And just like that, a week quietly passed. The arena buzzed with excitement as the first day of competition came to a perfect close. To Yuan clearly stated, next, 16 teams will compete for the top 8 spots. Teams, please come to the stage to draw lots and determine your opponents. The crowd surged forward, eager for the chance to draw first. The atmosphere in the hall gradually livened up as Chen Shu candidly shared, "I'd sacrifice 20 years of the other city's contestants' lives just to draw a weak team." He draws a lot exactly as he wished, and his eyes light up. Damn, is it really working? He suddenly whips his head around, declaring with a killer's gaze, "Next, I'll go on a rampage." Everyone around him tenses up, silently praying they won't be unlucky enough to face him. Under the clear sky, a resounding sound emanates from the arena. Namjiang High School No. 2 versus Nankan High School No. 3. The match begins, and even standing still, Chen Shu's group exudes an immeasurable aura as the crowd roars, "Invincible Namjiang bullies! Charge!" Everyone gaped, expressing fervent admiration. "Defeat them, invincible savage!" The pressure from all sides made the three Zhuoming sweat profusely, all frozen in the same stiff pose. Xiaobing couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so full of energy?" Chen Shu tapped his forehead, adding that acting exaggerated was basic. No need to be obsessed with him, he was just a legend. He hypnotized himself, laughing triumphantly, ignoring the bewildered girls beside him, while Zhuo Ming, provoked by this taunt, roared without thinking, demanding an end to the useless chatter. Always ready to listen and understand, he grins and agrees. "All right, no more games. Let's get this started." As soon as he said that, he channeled his spirit energy into his hand to summon his contract spirits. The red, yellow, and blue third brothers rushed out, each trying to show off their strengths. This situation is a bit confusing, so he double-checks. A surface-level ice wolf. Zhuoming, suddenly optimistic, gave a thumbs up with a dreamy look. Looks like we might have a chance this time. His three spirits bared their fangs, eager to salvage their master's pride, as Chen Shu dropped his nonchalant facade and seriously assigned tasks. "Xiaoyu, you hold the panther back. Xiaobing, have the ice wolf go behind Xiao Huang." The two girls, connected by their thoughts, agreed in unison. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu summoned her spirit, the flamebird who understood her intent and flew towards the panther with fiery wings. Not to be outdone, Xiaobing summons the ice wolf who, with a menacing glare, stealthily moves from behind, causing Xiao Hu to pale. Looking to forge his own path, Jiming commands his contract spirit as Little Monkey attacks Slim. No longer needing to face the dangerous Ice Fang wolves, it grins contentedly and crosses its arms in defense as the Little Monkey unleashes a bizarre attack, sending dazzling shards of crystal racing forward. Slim grits his teeth, using his back to withstand the brutal physical attack, but before he can recover, the Little Monkey presses the advantage. Chen Shu quickly turns to remind his teammate, "Use the water ice domain." She clenched her fist and shouted to her spirit beast, "Little Lang, ice domain!" Hearing a familiar voice, it immediately turned to seek its target. Once locked on, a wave of energy radiated from Little Wolf's body, spreading like the sea. Sensing danger, Xiaoping quickly advises, "Little Monkey, use your skill." Ever obedient, it hurls the thick, dark purple liquid at the center. Slim is caught in the crossfire, falling victim to the Little Monkey's control. The sticky sensation contorted his face, and Chen Shu, enlightened, hesitantly spoke. "Is this a control skill?" The three opponents clenched their fists and cheered. "We're about to win," he sneers, not hesitating to throw cold water on their hopes. What's there to be happy about? It's nothing special. To prove his point, Slim uses his ultimate move to cleanse the filth from his body, and once he's clean, he frowns and activates revenge mode. In the blink of an eye, his whole body bounced like a ball. Then Slim brought his ultimate move crashing down on his foe. Little Monkey was terrified at first sight, frozen in place, trembling before Slim's immensity. Worried something might happen, Jeji called out to Xiaohu, who turned around, his body suddenly changing. The two of them were astonished and exclaimed, "Chen Shu is forced to look at it." So decisive? He then turned to find another target, startling the Minotaur. Then let's switch to someone else. He quickly ordered his spirit to attack. Sim charged at the man-bull, obeying instantly. The Minotaur, fearless, met its gaze with eyes full of murderous intent, and then charged. Both sides clash with all their might, the force of the earlier headbutt causing an explosion that shatters the earth. The force of the attack knocked Mangnu unconscious, and moments later the leopard regained its senses, letting out a piercing shriek. Seeing the change in the cheetah, Xiaoyu asked worriedly, Chen Shu, did you use some kind of skill? Why is the cheetah suddenly like this? Chen Shu studied the panther's pitiful state for a moment, then pretended to think seriously. But his answer stunned Xiaobing. The empathy was too strong. He saw himself in the forest musk deer and was terrified. Then he looked at the group of gamblers. So, are you still up for it, brother? The three of them hang their heads and sigh. Fine, we give up. Xiaoyuan quickly grasped the situation and happily announced Namjiang second high versus Niamsi third high. Namjiang second high wins. The crowd below erupted in unison, chanting, Ruthless one, ruthless one. Hearing this, Chen Shu smirked. Yeah, then he struck a narcissistic pose. True invincibility is so lonely. Two girls below blushed at his actions, so embarrassing. Night fell and the moonlight shone everywhere. Chen Shu smiled and said to them, That's all for today. See you again. They cheerfully waved goodbye as well. With that, the two happily held hands and left as he quietly watched their figures fade into the distance. After that, Luluo returned to his room to prepare for bed, when suddenly he was startled by his phone ringing incessantly in his pocket. Chen Shu quickly answered his phone. Fang Si. He frowned, wondering why she was calling so late. Chen Shu quickly answered the phone. Hello, Ms. Fang Si, what's wrong? I have something to discuss, Fang Si said, cutting straight to the point. Yes, I have something I want to talk to you about. Do you remember Liu Bing? Who? Someone owes us money? Niger asked. Hearing that irritatingly naive tone, Fang Si angrily roared, making him tremble. It was the black iron-level beast Tamir who attacked us last time. She then softened her tone. I've gathered some intel. He's part of an international organization, possibly with a base in South Merchant City. You're still there for the competition, right? You have to be careful. Chen Shu was alarmed to hear this. What, in my area? Fang Si nodded slightly. Yes, I'm calling to remind you to be careful. Remember not to cause any trouble there and don't attract their attention. That's all, I'm hanging up now. With that, the call abruptly ended, and he could only shake his head and chuckle at her impatience. Then, multiple system options appeared before him, each screen displaying a different choice. The first option, remain low until the match ends and return to Namjiang City, with a moderate increase to beast-taming power as a reward. Option 2, report directly to the Dragon Guardians and investigate the organization's base. The reward for completion. All of Slim's stats increase by 10%, plus a large amount of Beastmaster power. As if realizing something, Chen Shu quickly turned around, approaching the window, the base that Sister Fang Si mentioned. Looking at the brightly lit building across the way, he wondered, could this be it? He suddenly recalled Fang Si's instructions. The base was in the center of South Merchant City. Chen Shu smiled slyly, pleased with his enlightenment. It's not that I'm causing trouble, it's the system that's forcing me to. Suddenly struck by an idea, he grabbed a bottle of incendiary fluid, but then frowned in thought. The office building was full of people, and a direct attack could cause accidental casualties. He should probably investigate first before blowing it up. After a moment's thought, he pulled out his phone and made a call. Hey, Z, send your beetles over here for a bit. After that day, while there was still time before the second round, Chen Shu sent his spies to investigate the office building, quickly gathering intel. One day he stood alone, silently observing the office building, glancing around as he thought to himself, this is the place. After glancing around, he grabbed the incendiary potion and prepared to enter, when suddenly his phone rang, startling him. Chen Shu quickly answered the phone. Hello, Xiao Wu, what's up? The drawing is done and the competition is about to start, he asked, his voice dropping slightly as he listened to the report. The opponent only has one rank S spirit, then they can wait. With that, he looked up at the building. Wait for me to burn this place down, then I'll be there. Hearing this, the other side was curious. What? What building? Suddenly, a familiar figure appears before him. Chen Shu frowned slightly, recognizing a familiar face, a member of the criminal organization. Without hesitation, he ends the call. I have something to do, I'm hanging up. Then, he turns to look at the man with a knowing gaze. Lu Xing spotted a dropped wallet, his eyes lighting up with a greedy smile. Fortune favors the bold. But as he bent to grab it, Chen Shu spoke up. Hey, I think I dropped that. Lu Xing glanced over, while Chen Shu calmly continued. Did you pick it up? Unwilling to lose his newfound luck, Lu Xing shouted. How can you prove this is your wallet? Chen Shu calmly smiled and replied, My ID card is inside. You can see for yourself. Hearing that, he opened it with some doubt, only to find a short note. Your sack is gone. Suddenly, everything went black. Damn it, why is it so dark? Outside, Chen Shu quickly threw a sack over Lu Gung, then followed up with a swift punch, just as a shout echoed from afar. A gun. He has a gun. Chen Shu turned in surprise to the trembling man. Had they been discovered? He angrily put on a menacing face to intimidate the man. What are you looking at? Terrified, the man stammered, I'm sorry, sir. With that, he quickly fled, leaving only, I didn't see anything. Chen Shu smirked. Indeed, young people. He then dragged Lu Xing away to deal with him, as cries of agony echoed. 10 minutes later, Chen Shu calmly left the scene, sporting new clothes he'd swiped from Lu Xing. Standing beneath the building, he whispered, I'm here for the Dark Organization. Meanwhile, Lu Xing was beaten to a pulp and left in the restroom. Chen Shu tried to remain calm as he entered, his mind racing. If what Lu Pingfan said was true, then this office building was filled with members of the Dark Knights organization, so he could... But he'd only taken a few steps when Wen-Kei spotted him. Stop! Chen Shu's nerves were instantly on edge. He'd been recognized. He stared at the back in front of him, not thinking twice, and sternly asked, Lao Lu, how's tonight's progress? Causing him to sweat with anxiety, especially since he was a black iron-level beastmaster. Seeing the other person's silence, Wen-Kei pressed closer, demanding an answer. Have you arranged an escape route for the executor? What about the follow-up work? He continued to nag. It was like listening to someone trying to rap. I'm not talking about you guys. As a contact, you need to be more careful. Your mistakes could endanger the executors. Seizing the moment to vent, he brings up the past. Liu Ping's misfortune. Also due to a contact's faulty intel. The assassination failed, alerting the Imperial Guard. After a few minutes of impassioned explanation, Wen-Kei narrowed his eyes, feeling ignored, and frowned in question. Something's not right. Why are you so quiet today? As he turned around, Chen Shu froze him in his tracks, his face rapidly turning to ice. With no escape, Chen Shu sighed in resignation, realizing he had to act directly. He quickly pulled a pipe from his vest and, without hesitation, hurled it to the ground, creating a massive explosion. As smoke billowed, he ran for his life, flames engulfing everything in sight. Enjoy my wrath, Wen-Kei. Leaving the chaos behind, he sped away, his laughter echoing down the road. Ha ha ha. Reaching the gate, he turned back to taunt them one last time. This is the price you pay for seeking revenge against the ruthless Nam Jiang. With a wave of his hand, he called Slim to join the fray. As soon as he was settled, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky, escaping the chaos. As Omka slowly ran out the gate, he angrily screamed into the air, Stop! Seeing his escape plan succeed, Chen Shu grinned from behind the wall, a perfect mastermind. He nodded with satisfaction, a smug smile on his face. You want to chase after the fierce Nam Jiang? Dream on. Not letting things cool down, Chen Shu pulled out his phone and tapped away, sending them a big gift in the process. Seeing the results he expected, he grinned like he'd just received a full scholarship. That's done. Chen Shu leisurely walks away, his face indifferent to everything. With the deed done, it was time to head to the arena. He hadn't gone far when the explosions began, consuming the building as planned. Just as Baoan was about to relax, he jolted upright as the cameras in front of him burst into flames. Manhwa, having just received the news, quickly reported, Boss, the arsonist is the ruthless Tran Thu. Wuji didn't even bother to glance at him, his deep eyes revealing a layer of anticipation that had long been buried. Is the ruthless Nam Jiang really this Tran Thu? At the office building's underground base, Manhwa wasn't entirely sure. Perhaps so. It seems Fang Xi's mission involved him. Fei Shun clenched his fist, eager for revenge. Wuji stroked his chin thoughtfully. Not yet. Let's retreat for now. He turned to his men and said, We'll deal with Chen Shu later. Moments later, at the entrance to the underground base, a group of people were secretly moving something when suddenly someone shouted, Liu Wuji, why the hurry? Wuji turned to face him. It's you. Wang Qing stood there, sneering. No wonder he escaped the Dragon Guard's pursuit back then. He'd joined the Black Knight. What Wuji did was unforgettable. Hunting silver-ranked savage beasts, and even worse, luring them to the Spirit Control Bureau's base. Even more ruthless were his methods. While the spirit wardens and the savage beasts fought, he annihilated the remaining spirit wardens. Wang Qing grits his teeth, suppressing his anger. After 10 years, I'm finally about to get my revenge. Wu Ji is still as arrogant as ever. He's no match for me. Wang Qing points to the sky, saying he's just stalling for time. Your opponent is above you, he smirks. Governor, you can make your move now. He's sweating bullets. The Ice Phoenix King, a majestic ice phoenix, slowly descends. The one-eyed man is the governor of Nam Thuong Province, the only king-level beastmaster in the entire province. And it was only when he saw the Ice Phoenix King rushing towards him that Wu Ji became frightened. No, we have to run. Wang Qing has seen through his intentions. Trying to escape? He immediately seals off the surrounding area. Wu Ji can no longer escape, and Meo Meo suddenly appears, letting out a cry. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Stadium in South Thuong City, Xu Xiaoyu and the others were waiting. Chen Shu was overjoyed, having just received a system notification that he'd won a reward. Slim's stats increased by 10, plus a large amount of beast-controlling power. Seeing the girls' faces turn sour, Chen Shu is stunned. What's wrong with you guys? Did your overconfidence suddenly flare up again? Are you captivated by my good looks? Xu Xiaoyu gets straight to the point. The skyscraper was on fire just now. Did you do it? With the criminals apprehended near the building, Sung Jun felt a sense of relief, finally bringing them to justice. He suddenly turned back and asked, "By the way, do you know who reported the crime and who set the building on fire?" Wang Qing's first thought was Chen Shu. The criminals were being moved out one by one, and Wang Qing felt his suspicions were likely unfounded. Perhaps not. A mere high school student couldn't be this powerful. He politely replied to Sheng Jun, "I don't know yet, but I'll investigate." Thung Tuan didn't press further, saying, "All right, I'll leave the rest to you." Afterward, he departed on the celestial Ice Phoenix King, and Wang Qing secretly ordered an investigation into Chen Shu. Back at school, Xu Xiaoyu and the others were discussing something when Chen Shu approached, Xia Bing still finding it hard to believe. Could he really be behind what happened in that building? But Xu Xiaoyu trusted her intuition. She felt it was him. Chen Shu arrives, confused by their conversation. Huh? What? What are you two talking about? What building? I don't understand anything. Hearing the noise, they immediately turned around, Xia Bing speaking first. You've arrived. Xia Bing remained skeptical. Is it really not you? Xu Xiaoyu prompted from the side. Xi Bing says, "Are you stupid? You believe the words of the ruthless Nanjiang? Besides, he just said he wanted to burn down a building." Chen Shu chuckled. "Just kidding, it's cold. I just want to warm it up a bit." He urged his two friends, "All right, we should head to the competition, or they won't wait for us." He thought to himself, "As long as I don't admit it, who can find me?" The arena is set, and the hosts announce, "Next, we have the battle between the South River Bully and Nam Thuong High School, number 5. Let's look forward to Namjiang the Berserker's performance this time." He turned to Chen Shu. They were ready. Inviting the Berserker, the three advance onto the stage, brimming with confidence. In the stands, the crowd roared, chanting, "The Brute," as the host signaled the start of the match. The three on his side released their spirits, shocking some in the audience. Damn, how is that thing so big? Is he on hormones? But some countered that hormones couldn't work that fast, suggesting it was inflated with air. Clearly, it wasn't that big. The opponents are trembling with fear, but Hamyuk is still arrogant. Interesting. And Chen Shu is being very polite to his opponent. You guys can start. Hamduk confidently steps forward, not to fight, but to signal. Wait. Hamyuk directly called out Chen Shu. I want to fight you one-on-one. He remained calm. Had he found some incredible skill? Chen Shu agreed readily. Okay, let's duel. Hamyik, getting his wish, immediately expressed, thank you. He could channel his power and fight at any moment, ready and waiting. And as he finished speaking, a beautiful woman appeared. Dark elementals are summoned into a fiery form, and Tranthu's eyes gleam with triumph, counting down the seconds to victory with his S-rank dark elemental spirit. A pity, as teamwork would have been the key to winning. With a flick of his wrist, golden light surged back, instinctively gathering without command, because he's facing me. He raises his arm, executing a precise motion, and utters words that chill the air. It still has to be a ghost. Hamyik didn't flinch, but instead burst out laughing and issued a challenge. Is that so? Then let's just see. As he finished speaking, the dark elemental, upon receiving its silent order, charged forward. Dim is summoned and ready to fight. The dark elemental roars, unleashing a blast of purple energy. A smirk crept across his face, his eyes betraying an innate arrogance. You're done for. The purple beam erupted and hurtled toward the slime without hesitation, as Chen Shu smirked at the attack. Is this your trump card? It's nothing special. He snapped his fingers, issuing a clear command. Sniff! It reacted quickly. It charges toward its opponent, skill activated, but the energy sphere suddenly changes direction, leaving it frozen in place. He stands still, but his head spins, questioning everything. A rare sealing skill. He's waiting for Slim's skill to wear off. Seeing the dark element tailing Slim so closely, Chenshu couldn't help but scream. He was soaring through the air when his master called out, causing him to slam on the brakes mid-air and turn around. Ham Hyuk's face showed confusion, then a thought flashed through his mind. Why did he stop? Did he give up? I'm about to win. He clapped his hands together, grinning from ear to ear as if he'd just seen the best show of his life. I'm about to win. I'm about to win. Chenshu glanced at Xiaobing, speaking in a low, meaningful voice. Xiaobing, you understand. Without needing to ask, she understood and shouted, Ice Wolf, go! Xiaolang blocked the direct hit, enduring the full force of the dark element. The terrifying impact made him cough up blood, his body staggering, unable to recover. Thanks to his keen observation, he quickly deduced one thing. These beams of light would weaken. Zhao Shen came well prepared. Ham Duke's eyes widened in fury, his voice echoing with rage. Didn't you say this was a one-on-one fight? Xiao Wu summons a spirit out of nowhere. The flame bird, engulfed in brilliant fire, unleashes a barrage of fireballs upon the dark elemental. And as it's distracted, Slim seizes the chance to strike from behind. It swiftly pins the dark elemental to the ground in the blink of an eye. The dark elemental coughs up blood, its face contorted in pain. The arena fell into an eerie silence as the audience watched the unexpected battle unfold with wide eyes and dropped jaws. Humiliated and enraged, Han Yu pointed at Chenshu, cursing him for his underhanded tactics. Chenshu, you're playing dirty. Chenshu put on an innocent face, his voice raised a halftone. Play dirty? I wouldn't dream of it. I'm fighting solo. He then casually gestured toward Xiaobing and Zhao Wu, a cunning smile plastered across his face. The three of us are dueling you alone. Perfectly reasonable. Not stopping there, he turned to Chao Nguyen and casually asked, What do you think, MC? Chao Nguyen looked momentarily flustered, a forced smile appearing on her face. Not knowing how to answer, he quickly turned to the audience and shouted, What do you all think? The entire stadium erupted as if rehearsed, chanting, The tyrant is the best! The tyrant is the best! Clutching the mic, he stoked the flames, teasing, Looks like you all have your answer. With a flourish, Cao Yuan announces the final results. South Commerce High School No. 5 versus South River High School No. 2. Namjiang High School No. 2 wins. And amidst the roaring cheers, Chenshu faces the stands, raising his hands in victory. Xiaobing, still in disbelief at their easy victory, hesitantly asks, Are we really that strong? He tilts his head, a smug smile playing on his lips. Sometimes, battles can be this simple. With the sun setting in the west, Chenshu stood before Xiaobing and Xiao Yu, saying casually, Well, goodbye. After parting ways, he put his hands in his pockets, humming a cheerful tune. But he hadn't gone far when he stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes widening in surprise as he saw something. And he gasped. Huh? Recognizing the person walking toward him, the name Wang Qing immediately popped into his head. Instantly, Chenshu stood at attention, snapping his hand to his forehead in a military salute. Minister, Wang Qing frowned, staring at him intently before asking, Han, were you the one who sent me the message? His eyes widened, his face blank with confusion. Huh? Message? What message? He warms his hands, his expression stern as he questions, Did you cause the skyscraper fire? Chenshu quickly clasped his hands, bowing his head in admission. Yes. Then, he looked up and began to ramble on. He said he was using the restroom nearby when he felt a burning sensation on his butt. He thought it was hemorrhoids, but it turned out to be a fire. Before he could continue, the man waved his hand. Stop, what are you talking about? His face darkened as he angrily shouted, I don't have time for your jokes, tell me the truth. Chenshu raised his hands in surrender. Seriously? Then, growing serious, he recounted the events. I saw that great battle. Could ordinary fire be something even the governor couldn't extinguish? As Slim's image flashes in his mind, he continues, Besides, my Slim has all attributes, which is the same as having no attributes. It can't create great damage, so it couldn't have created such a strong fire. This fire clearly has nothing to do with me. With unwavering resolve, Chenshu declared, You can frame me, but justice will always prevail. Wang Qing was moved to tears by this declaration, then patted his shoulder lightly before slowly walking away. Before encouraging him, All right, do your best in the competition. He watched the man's figure recede into the distance, then sighed in relief. crossing his arms as he thought even if he managed to fool him, he couldn't wander around outside anymore. He had to see the effects of the system's reward bag. Then, he cheerfully turned and continued on his way, while Wang Qing stopped in his tracks. He reached into his pocket for his phone and called Wu Shuang. As soon as the call connected, he asked, "Lao Li, I heard that Chen Shu is your student?" As the afternoon sun cast long shadows, the pet shop was bathed in a sepia tone, both peaceful and ancient. With his hands in his pockets and a spring in his step, Chen Shu beamed like he'd just won the lottery. He was just chilling when he suddenly gasped in shock, because before him appeared the system's blue LED screen with the words Bloodline Evolution. Immediately, both he and Slim wore comical expressions, their eyes shining brightly with joy, as if they'd won the lottery with an SSS rank. Chen Shu suppressed his excitement and quickly pressed the button to use the reward. As soon as it was activated, Slim closed its eyes tightly, awaiting the upgrade. It gradually swelled and fell asleep like a dumpling in a steamer, surrounded by dazzling flashes of light that forced him to step back and shield his eyes. He quickly clasped his hands together in a resounding clap, filled with determination. Tranthu knelt down in reverence, hands clasped tightly, muttering incessantly, "Supreme Grandfather, I beseech you with the urgency of law. If I can truly become an S rank or higher, I vow to turn over a new leaf and no longer be a menace to South River." Time passed, and the shadow of evil receded towards the horizon, painting a warm, orange-yellow band. The sun quietly retreated, making way for the moon behind dark clouds and the stars in the night sky, and Tran Shu, startled awake, was like a deer caught in headlights at the sight before him. Huh? He stares at the shimmering golden Slim, shrouded in a fading mist. He wondered blankly, is that all? Looking around like a fool to see if he'd missed something. Was there no heavenly tribulation? Finally accepting the truth, he remembered to check the slime's stats. A giant golden slime. Kind, sleepy, with solid defense, diverse skills, E-rank potential, but full of promise. This result was a bolt from the blue, causing Chen Shu endless pain. So all that did was increase the potential rating? He collapses to his knees, looking up to the heavens in despair. "I gave you a chance to cleanse your soul?" His eyes lost focus as he muttered a lament. "Too bad, fate has other plans." As his sorrow subsided, he stood up and absorbed the power. "Fortunately, my base stats have increased, and I've gained a new talent, boosting my combat power by about 15%. Observing the golden stats in his hand, Chen Shu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, feeling confident he could handle upgrading 2 contracts to S rank. Having gained some benefits, he gazed at the crescent moon and muttered, "Time to head back." The moonlight cast his leisurely silhouette on the road. Soon, Chen Shu returned to his hotel, nestled amidst the bustling city and its towering, brightly lit buildings. As he stepped into the lobby, he froze, as if struck by a pressure point, for Master Wu Shuang stood before him. "Oh no, it's old Li." His eyes turned into 2 sharp blades flying straight towards him. His demeanor sent shivers down Chen Shu's spine, his heart pounding like a deer caught in the headlights. Could it be about the skyscraper? Without hesitation, he activated his survival instincts, turning to flee. Alas, old Ginger is spicier, and a large hand reached out to stop his escape. Caught by Wu Shuang in an instant, Chen Shu could only wear a face of utter despair, belatedly offering a disingenuous greeting. Mr. Li, what brings you here?" He was met with a deathly glare and a voice simmering with barely contained rage. "Not the wind, but fire." Chen Shu paled, realizing it was about the skyscraper. In the end, he was safe and sound, listening to Wu Shuang's advice. Confess. You can see his words came from the heart, but they still made him reel. He'd looked into it. No one was hurt, just disturbing the peace and burning down a building, so maybe 20 or 30 years. He was getting emotional, like he was giving a farewell speech. He said he was only in his 40s and they could start over. He promised to hire the best lawyer, leaving him speechless. Seeing Wu Shuang's dedication, Chen Shu decided to speak up before he heard any more pearls of wisdom. "Forget it, I'll tell you the truth." He used every word and gesture he could to recount the entire story from beginning to end. It went something like this. After a long and exhausting explanation, he concluded with a righteous declaration. He was eliminating a threat to the people, but he raised an eyebrow, disagreeing. "Eliminating harm for the people? I think you're the biggest threat of all." Wu Shuang rises and asks a serious question. "Chen Shu, can you agree to do something for me?" Sensing his tension, Chen Shu straightened up and replied, "What is it?" Unexpectedly, he teared up and pleaded earnestly, "If you ever truly go astray, Don't say I was your teacher. He doesn't want to be disturbed in his old age. Enraged, he was about to argue when his phone rang. Ring, ring. Wu Shuang saw the name on the screen and coldly explained. See? Even your sister thinks you're a good person. As soon as he answered, a loud female voice boomed from the other end. Little brother, did you burn down Nanfang City Center? Well done. He never expected them to be two peas in a pod, and he stared in disbelief. Seeing this, Chen Shu mocked him by praising himself, saying that this is what a model citizen should do. Eliminating evil is something Chen Shu could never ignore. After some back and forth, Fangxi directly asks how she managed to find the Black Knight's base. Even the Imperial Dragon Guards couldn't find it. This was a question Wu Shuang wanted answered, so he strained to listen. However, he deliberately glanced at him and refused outright, infuriating him but leaving him powerless. A secret. Hearing that, she wasn't disappointed, but kindly reminded him, "Be careful. The Black Knight organization may seek revenge." Chen Shu confidently assures her, "Don't worry. Even the Dragon Guards couldn't find out, so Black Knight won't either." Hearing this, she bids him farewell, relieved. "All right, that's that." He looked up surprised and asked, "Why are you sitting so far away, teacher?" Wu Shuang frowned, piecing things together. "Did Fangxi tell you to do this?" Chen Shu didn't reply, deliberately changing the subject. "All right, Mr. Li, don't overthink it. I'm busy with the competition." Without waiting for a response, he left the room, offering a casual, "Good night." This brazen attitude made him forget his position as a teacher, cursing the bastard. But his resolute and upright nature made Wu Shuang restless. "No, I can't pretend I don't know about something this big." He immediately grabs his phone and frantically dials a number. As soon as the call connected, he cut to the chase. "Hello, Minister Wang, let's meet." Yes, the sun's rays peeked through the clouds, the first light of day filtering through the windows of the high-rise buildings. After that day, because Mr. Li was there, Chen Shu was extremely well-behaved and didn't go out to cause trouble. Time flies, and a month after the preliminary competition, the real deal begins as scheduled. Aside from Chen Shu, Xiaobing, and Xu Xiaoyu, 3 other teams remained. As the sun rose high, a knock echoed, drawing the attention of the students in the room. Wu Shuang glanced around, then frowned, and asked, "Xiaoyu, Xiaobing, and Chen Shu are here." She answered coolly, not covering for her teammate at all. "He's probably still asleep." This answer clearly struck a nerve, fueling his discontent. Asleep? He's sleeping through such an important match? Enraged, he turned away like a robot, muttering about finding him immediately, leaving the 2 girls to watch helplessly. The sun is high, its rays shimmering off the glass, illuminating a serene sky, while Chen Shu sleeps soundly, unaware of the impending doom. Wu Shuang stood menacingly behind him, radiating a dark aura like an assassin, setting off alarms in his subconscious. Why did he feel so strange? His large, expressionless face uttered 2 chilling words. "Wake up!" The sudden ambush startled him, and he screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Oh, it's old Li. He was dragged to the arena, radiating an aura of utter resignation. In the stands, Cao Yuan looked handsome as he introduced his home team. Next up, it's Nanjiang No. 2 High versus Nanshang No. 2 High. Wu Shuang said nothing, just patted Chen Shu on the head and urged, "Hurry up, it's starting." He was so calm, not worried at all, as if to say, "Don't rush. They won't start until I get there." Despite his attempts to suppress the impending eruption, Mr. Taiyang twitched like he was disco dancing, finally losing his patience and kicking him forward, yelling, "Get going!" Under Mr. Li's deadly gaze, Chen Shu dazedly hurried down the stairs, when suddenly he missed a step and tumbled forward. His arms flailing, he shouted in a panic, "Get out of the way!" The disastrous fall sent Trenthu crashing to the ground with a loud thud, nearly embracing Habang, whose face flushed crimson. He spoke with concern, feeling slightly guilty. "Xiaobing, are you all right?" Her face still flushed red, she shyly called his name, breaking the intimate moment between them. "What are you waiting for? The match is about to start, let's go." Unable to hide his embarrassment, Chen Shu stood and reached out to Xiaobing, saying, "Come on, let's get you up first." The young woman's heart pounded as she slowly reached out, her pale hand meeting his. The air around them seemed filled with pastel pink and fluttering hearts as Xiaobing's mind spiraled, her thoughts consumed by their joined hands. Unable to bear the shyness, she suddenly screamed and ran away. This left Chen Shu standing there, wondering what was up with Xiaobing. A cold wind sweeps through the wide field, igniting the tension that's about to explode, as Cao Yuan announces into the microphone, "Let the match begin." "Let the match begin," sneered Trang Yinghe, leader of the opposing team. "Ready to admit defeat?" Faced with such arrogance, Chen Shu simply responded with a nonchalant question. Huh? She continued to taunt him with her usual arrogant attitude. Your Sims are strong, but they can't stand against our combined forces. Unfazed by her taunts, he simply remained indifferent. Is that so? Instantly, the opponent's 3 spirit contracts materialize in the arena. She had barely summoned her spirit when she revealed a triumphant look on her face. So, what do you think? He and Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, beholding a rare plant spirit, a healing spirit. Without another word, they both summoned their spirit companions to the field. In an instant, Zim and Firemane appeared, radiating a fierce aura, ready for battle. Chen Shu smirked, secretly relieved. If I hadn't upgraded my attributes, I might have really lost this time. He quietly watched his contracted spirits from behind, silently assessing their increased strength. The opponents didn't know what face to make, because to Zhuang Yao, these actions were nothing more than weak struggles before defeat, and they hadn't even summoned all their creatures. He confidently gestured, like adding fuel to a boiling pot. To beat you, 2 are enough. It's fine to provoke, but when the tables turn, they start acting innocent. The opposing team was so angry, they started cursing. You're too arrogant. We won't forgive you this time. The gorilla's roar signaled the start of the real fight. Immediately, a layer of shimmering gold began to spread, encasing its hand like hardening lava, and then the sturdy helmet was complete. Finally, its entire body was quickly covered in that solid armor, activating its golden armor. Without waiting for orders from its master, the gorilla dragged its oversized body straight towards Slim. From a state of stillness, its fiery eyes suddenly turned a strange white, as if its mind had been invaded. Without warning, it lunged forward, just as its elven teammate was executing a technique. Slim, despite sensing the danger of the water dream kill, couldn't resist as he drifted into a deep sleep. Witnessing this fratricide, their masters cried out in shock. Why did the flame bird attack Slim? Chen Shu angrily cursed. Damn it, little Wu, are you betraying me? The other party immediately explained. My spirit contract has been manipulated. He seems to have noticed the anomaly in his flame. Xiao Wu quickly pointed it out to him. Look into its eyes. The fierce battle rages on, Sim and his opponent locked in a relentless clash. She frowned, unsure of what to do, and asked Chen Shu for advice. But in contrast to Xiao Wu's expression, he was calm, his confidence never wavering. It's all right, I'm here. He then turned and signaled to another teammate. Called upon, Zhebing silently acknowledges, carefully approaching the slumbering Slim. Its size suddenly increases dramatically thanks to the Overlord skill, leaving the audience in shock. Oh no, it's getting even bigger? Seizing the moment, Trang Engyu speaks clearly. This is the moment. Slim opens its mouth, inhaling a stream of blue energy into its body. Chen Shu points and shouts, Go, Slim! Slim, now inflated like a balloon, begins his counterattack. The gorillas were terrified by its massive size, and Zhuang Yao gritted her teeth in frustration. Is this beast really that powerful? No, she had to give the order immediately. Charge! She commanded, and the ape obeyed. Its eyes burned red, crackling with golden lightning, and when the 2 contracted spirits' lightning collided, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. In the stands, the audience cheers wildly, even snapping photos with their phones. Wow. In a dazzling display, Slim deftly evades the gorilla's attack, surprising even Xiaoshu. Then, Xiaoshu himself is enveloped in a mysterious light. Seeing this, Tha shouted, This is bad! Its target is my Xiaoshu! Hearing this, Zhuang Yao raised his hand and gathered energy. It's okay. Leave it to me. She fires a lightning bolt that wraps around the gorilla's leg, fueling its rage even further. The added energy from her makes the gorilla leap high into the air. Chen Shu smirks, confident that everything is under control, and finally unleashes his ultimate move, Slim's Wind Riding Technique. Upon hearing the command, Slim summons a whirlwind to lift himself into the air like a nimbus cloud, his target, the violet butterfly. It lunges toward the purple spirit beast, but the butterfly successfully defends against Slim's attack. Seeing this, Holin began channeling his inner energy into his contracted spirit. Is that all there is? That's underestimating my purple butterfly. The energy surrounding it intensifies. Slim lunges, trying to overpower him, but the spirit dodges the attack. Chen Shu watches the intense fight and scoffs at their efforts. So what? He then turned to Xibing. Haxia silently raised her hand, unleashing a frigid blast of energy, instantly encasing the purple-winged butterfly in ice, a turn of events that stunned Zhuang Yao. What? And Shengyi is just marveling at Slim's ice attribute? Holin immediately denied it loudly. That's not right, look at its mouth. Wait, when did Little Wolf appear in Slim's mouth? It's Little Wolf. With Little Wolf in his mouth, Slim crushed the purple-winged butterfly pump with his weight. The ultimate victory belonged to Chen Shu's team. He raises his arms in triumph. We won! Meanwhile, Chen Shu and Wu Shuang's group celebrated their victory at a barbecue stand, toasting to today's semi-finals. Xiao Wu sincerely compliments him, saying that Chen Shu is truly gifted. She sighed, amazed that he was so much stronger than them. But he just humbly replied, "Oh, this is nothing special. You all know what my real talent is." After hearing him, Wu Shuang retorted, "The talent to commit crimes, right?" Here, Chen Shu frowned at him while chewing on the meat skewer. "Why call it criminal? It sounds awful." He immediately changed the subject. "By the way, when are the finals?" He closed his eyes, savoring the meat skewer, and said he wanted to return to Nanjiang City. "I miss my friends," he says as the others' faces fall. They remember his epic pranks, like when he'd sneak up and put a sack over someone's head, then laugh like a maniac. Xiao Yu explained that his friends might not remember him that well, but he arrogantly scoffed, "How could they forget me? I'm the most popular guy at Namjiang High." Wu Shuang and Xiao Yu just exchanged weary glances. Xiabing smiles, saying the finals might be a while off, then continues. Now the losing teams must compete to determine their final rankings, and according to the schedule, the finals won't begin until mid-May. Chen Shu ponders this, realizing that time is running out. Resting his chin on his hand, he calculated that at his current rate of gaining tamer power through sleep, he could reach the black level before the exam, and he smirked with satisfaction as Wu Shuang looked on. The provincial match is set, the exam is set, everything's been going too smoothly lately, but it seems he wants to prank Wu Shuang. That's right, he turned to him and said, "Mr. Li, I want to buy some laxatives. Do you have any recommendations?" The fact that the best PowerPoint couldn't take care of himself startled him. "What are you planning? You want to drug the students of South Trade High School?" He waved his hand dismissively. "No, that's not it." But Wu Shuang didn't want him to resort to such dirty tricks. He cursed, "Damn it, why are you being so unreasonable? Can't you use your intelligence for good? Why do you always act like this?" Even so, he ignored the harsh words and pouted, believing there were 1,000 ways to win. "I just want to use a unique method. What's wrong with that?" He then deliberately provokes Wu Shuang by picking his nose, paving a completely problem-free path for himself. This only infuriates him further, and he raises his cleaver to threaten the boy. "No, you can't do that, or I'll bury you right now." Only then did he admit defeat. "Fine, I'll listen to you." He quickly offered Mr. Nguyen a heaping plate of grilled skewers. "Here, have some skewers?" But his actions only made the teacher more vigilant, realizing he had to keep a close eye on Chen Shu. On the way back, Chen Shu whistled carefree, while Wu Shuang quietly instructed Xia Bing, "Your teacher has to go out for a while later." "Xia Bing, you must not betray my trust." She responded respectfully. "Yes, teacher." She turned to him and affirmed, "I understand, teacher." Rest assured, I'll keep an eye on him, he thought, wondering if the city of Nanjiang's reputation rested on this. The morning sun peeked through the high-rise buildings as Chen Shu stared intently at his phone in his small room, his expression as serious as if he were studying a lost martial arts manual. His eyes light up as a hospital icon appears on the screen. He's found it. He locked onto his target, thinking gleefully, according to the coordinates, this is where the laxatives are. A triumphant grin spread across his face, like a villain about to strike. He put away his phone, outlining the basics of his plan in his head. Old Li was out for now, so who could stop him? Then he grabbed his bag and prepared to leave. But as he reached the door, Chen Shu stopped short, letting out a soft groan as Xia Bing suddenly appeared, and he looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Xia Bing, why aren't you asleep?" Her face flushed red. She could only mutter the words. "The teacher told me to watch over you, so I've been listening for any sign of trouble." Though confused, Chen Shu couldn't help but notice her strange behavior. "Watching over me? Why is your face so red? You're not well. Let me see if you have a fever." He then reached out to check her temperature the old-fashioned way, but Xia Bing flinched, dodging his hand and protesting. No, it's nothing." Chen Shu, with his EQ on vacation, continues his clueless exploration. He noticed her ears were red, then reached out and touched her earlobe, causing her to stumble back in embarrassment. Startled by her overreaction, Chen Shu rushes to Xia Bing, catching her as she falls and expressing his concern. "Xia Bing, be careful." Flustered, she turned away and asked awkwardly, "Where do you want to go so late?" With a straight face, Chen Shu quickly made up an excuse. "I'm a little scared being alone in my room. I want to go out and see people. Feel a little human warmth." Xia Bing froze for a moment, her brow furrowing slightly as if she couldn't believe what she'd heard. Afraid? An unexpected thought flashed through her mind, and she blurted out, "If you're scared, why don't you stay with me tonight?" Realizing a bit too late how that sounded, Hobing quickly tried to cover her tracks, whispering, "Xiao Wu and Teacher Li are out, so I'm the only one here." Chen Shu, oblivious to her flushed face, simply asked, Xiao Wu isn't here either? Xiaobing nodded slightly, her eyes darting away as if she'd burst into flames if she met his gaze. That's right, Mr. Li asked him to go along. Hearing this, he grinned wickedly, realizing that Xiao Yu wasn't here today, and he couldn't have been happier. Heaven is on my side. She hid her blushing face, unaware of his wicked grin, and stammered. But Xiao Yu and I share a bed, he blurted out, overjoyed. This is perfect. Xibing nodded, a little shy as she made the suggestion. Then let's get some rest. After he said that, she glanced up at him, her eyes full of anticipation and a hint of nervousness, in an atmosphere of silent ambiguity. Unexpectedly, Chen Shu wrapped his arm around Xiaobing's waist, pulling her close. Resting so early just doesn't suit our youthful spirit. Instead, he leaned in close and whispered, Let's do something else. Habing's eyes lit up, a thought flashing through her mind. Something else? Xiaobing asked softly, her voice full of doubt. What do you want to do? Chen Shu smirks, like a thug knocking on someone's door at midnight, and replies suggestively, Something good. Before she can react, he slams the door shut. Seeing this, Xiaobing blushed and snuggled into his arms, acting shy and coquettish, saying, Actually, my room might be a little better. Hearing that, Tranthu froze in surprise, repeating in disbelief, Her room. He tilted his head at Habang, his voice full of confusion. Why would we go to your room? An idea sparks in his mind, and he excitedly asks, Do you have laxatives in your room? She stares back, eyes wide with disbelief. Laxatives? She looked at him like he was an alien who'd just landed on Earth. What do you need laxatives for? Chen Shu immediately wore a sly expression, as if preparing to do something indecent. I need laxatives for something. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaobing froze, realizing what he meant. With an EQ that barely registers, Chen Shu drops a verbal bomb. Xiaobing, I'm only letting you in on this because I consider you a true friend, he said, looking at her with eyes sparkling with trust. Would she betray him? The words good brother struck Xiaobing's heart like a bolt of lightning. Oblivious to her darkening expression, Chen Shu continued to press. Xiaobing, you won't tell Teacher Li, will you? She swallowed her unspoken pain, answering in an eerily calm voice. I won't. I'll go change. Then we can go together. Hearing that, Tranthu cheered. Good buddy, only you have a dark face, silently questioning life. A moment later, Habang slowly followed behind Tranthu, who was as happy as if he'd won the lottery with the laxatives in his hand. He turned back to put his arm around her, beaming as if he'd just accomplished something amazing, and saying, Thanks today, Habang, you're the best. Now that we've got what we need, let's call it a day. Hearing that, she could only sigh. Fine. No one said another word. They silently parted ways, returning to their rooms in a slightly awkward atmosphere. For some reason, Chen Shu glanced at Xiaobing's back, a fleeting thought crossing his mind that she seemed strange, but he quickly dismissed it as his imagination, then looked down at the spoils in his hand, his face as bright as if he'd never known sadness. Never mind, more important things await. He returned to his room, immediately throwing himself into concocting the potion like a true artisan. After a while, the strange potion was finally complete. Chen Shu cheered with excitement. It was finally done. He held up the potion, as excited as if he'd created a treasure for the sect, his eyes sparkling like stars. Even golden-level beast tamers will be driven mad. Chen Shu laughed triumphantly, his voice echoing through the room as if announcing a major human invention. Ha 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 ha, this medicine is one of a kind. With a signature sly grin, he proudly declared its name. Bandit Flush Potion. The next few days Chen Shu cultivated in his sleep, and before he knew it, May had arrived. The night before the exam, he pulled out his homemade concoction, a treasure that filled him with glee. Tomorrow is the exam, and it's time for the bandit laxative to work its magic. But before he could even smirk, a series of knocks echoed through the door, followed by a deep, stern voice. Chen Shu opens the door, the summons hitting him like a bolt from the blue, his heart pounding like a criminal caught red-handed. Who could be here at this hour? Do they know I was planning to use the laxative? Chen Shu quickly hides the medicine in his pocket, his hands and feet fumbling as if he were disposing of evidence. Hide it quickly. Having finished, he rushed to the door, muttering like an old man as he unlocked it. Who's knocking at this hour? As soon as he opened the door, Chen Shu was confronted by Wu Shuang's stern face. One look was all it took to make him jump. Mr. Li, what's wrong? His eyes, sharp as knives, scrutinized every expression. You seem a little strange. Sai then entered Chen Shu's room, his wary eyes scanning every corner, searching for something. He turned, scrutinizing every corner of the room as if he'd caught a whiff of deceit, sending chills down the boy's spine and causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Upon hearing him call out Wushuang, Master Li immediately glanced over, his gaze turning the boy to stone, his face deathly pale. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, as if he'd noticed something suspicious. Without a word, Wu Shuangchai strode directly toward Chen Shu. He approached, eyeing him suspiciously. Why did he look so uneasy? Those simple words sent shivers down his spine as he internally screamed, "He knows." But outwardly, he remained stubborn. No, Mr. Li. What brings you here?" Only then did Wu Shuang get serious and state his purpose. He was there to remind him not to oversleep for the duel tomorrow. Hearing that, Chen Shuru breathed a sigh of relief, feeling absolved. Is that all it was? Recovering quickly, she lies through her teeth, promising to wake up early. Not giving him a chance to speak, he shoved Wu Shuang out the door. "Mr. Li, I'm sleepy. Good night. See you tomorrow." But he was still suspicious, asking with displeasure, "What are you so nervous about?" The only response was an indifferent slam of the door in his face, and an enraged Wu Shuang stomped off, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, that kid is so rude." Inside the room, Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief as the angry curses faded away. Whew, finally gone. Without hesitation, he pulls out the hidden vial, his eyes burning with determination. Before Mr. Li notices, he has to use it. He quickly grabbed his phone to call Zifengyu, inwardly thanking someone for their great service. Luckily, Xia Bing gave me the phone. I'll call first. Chen Shu smiled, readily setting up his opponent with a date in a voice as sweet as honey. "Hello, Zifengyu from South Kang High School. This is Chen Shu, and I'd like to invite you to a late-night snack." Wu Shuang led the way, with Xiaobing's group of 3 chattering behind. Just as they crossed the doorway, he suddenly stopped and questioned Chen Shu. "You didn't give them laxatives, did you?" Hearing this, he turned pale with fear, inwardly insisting that he was willing but unable. But then he remembered what he had said on the phone last night. "Tonight, let's have dinner together as friends." Realizing the person on the other end wasn't responding, Chen Shu pressed on. Hey, can you hear me?" But all he got in return was the dial tone, driving him mad. Seething with frustration, he retorted, "I wasn't involved." How could Chen Shu be the type to poison someone in secret? Wu Shuang turned to him with a doubtful look, adding a definitive response. "Huh? I don't believe it." He smirked, showing off his newly forged restraint. "I know your character all too well." Before departing, the headmaster granted me a special privilege. As Chen Shu's jaw dropped, the couple behind him covered their mouths, snickering as he revealed, "If you cause trouble, I can eliminate you and cooperate with the police." Ignoring that little interlude, everyone sits seriously in the hall to hear the introductions. Today is the long-awaited Beast Tamer showdown. Qiao Yuan stands on stage, fulfilling his duties as the perfect MC. On one side is the champion of Nam Thuong Hai for the past few years, and on the other is the strongest dark horse in Namjiang City. As Feng Yu's team tensed up at the mention of their opponents, wondering if it would be Wang Yongheng or a newcomer, Chen Shu and his teammates smiled, confidently ready for battle. While the stage is set and the crowd is hyped, let's see what happens next. Qiao Yuan gestures, ready to present what the audience has been waiting for. The 2 most brilliant teams of the day stepping onto the stage. The stands erupt in cheers, a roaring wave of support, while the other side counters with equal fervor. He coldly grunts in acknowledgement, then ignores him, prompting a loving gaze in return. He returns the favor with a lightning-charged glare, as the referee's voice booms across the arena, cutting short their silent exchange. The match begins, and Feng Yu's group simultaneously prepares their moves, summoning their powerful contracted beasts. Though on opposite sides, Chen Shu couldn't help but marvel at the extreme ice-horned deer, the nightmare bloodbird, and even the celestial thunder beast. They're all S-rank contracted spirits, making this a tough fight. No wonder he refused my invitation. Slim, heed my call. Lead our brethren and show them we're just as formidable. Both sides have now unleashed their trump cards, and Feng Yu begins to order the deployment of their battle formation according to plan. The Ice Spirit happily obliged, and the Thunder Emperor Beast unleashed a ball of lightning. Its attack flies straight towards the golden egg on the opposite side, and Slim is hit with a painful blow, unable to dodge. They stand before the arena, their spirits burning with intensity, as Feng Yu confidently declares that the problem is minor and they should continue with the plan. Chen Shu doesn't care who you are. You think he won't attack? On the other side, Slim is ready to launch an attack. Feng Yu summons a horned deer, which roars ferociously, trying to assert its dominance. But something ahead worries Chen Shu. Slim has been locked down by the ice spear skill, and the onlookers are growing anxious. Slim is trapped, and the bandits are finished. Emboldened by his fans, Feng Yu mocks him, saying he truly doesn't know how to fight back. Meanwhile, Chen Shu remained calm with the help of his two friends. Xiaobing, Xiaowu, help me. They get into position, ready to strike. Xiaoyu commands the fire spirit bird to unleash waves of flames, melting the ice, and the massive block begins to smoke under the intense heat. Seeing the effect, Xiaoyu knew that with enough time, the flames could break through the ice prison. But Feng Yu, who had been watching, finally stepped forward to interrupt. Ha! You think you can break my ice prison? Those two in the back are providing support too. You think you're the only ones with teammates? With that, they unleashed more combat spirits. The shadow bird critically wounded the flame with a sneak attack, and two more massive spirits blocked Little Lang's path. They were overwhelming him with numbers, pushing Han Bing into a corner. Xiaobing anxiously called out to her ice wolf, but Chen Shu was even more concerned for its life. Withdraw it. If this continues, Ice Wolf will suffer chronic damage. A great loss. Xiaobing had no choice but to obey. With Little Lang withdrawn, the horned deer turned its attention to the hovering firebird, while Chen Shu remained concerned. Xiaoyu steels herself, declaring she can hold on. With newfound resolve, the firebird seems to gain immense power. Its body ablaze, it unleashed a torrent of fire, freeing Slim. Slim braced himself against the fiery onslaught as the shadows seized the opportunity, ambushing the flame from behind, while even the horned deer attacked from below. And with the Thunderbeast's attack, the fire spirit is caught in a pincer movement, suffering burns and wounds all over. It cries out in agony as every wound bursts into flames. Seeing his spirit being bullied, Chen Shu couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Should he just give up? Unexpectedly, things take a turn for the better as Slim's ice begins to crack. Chen Shu cheers, amazed by the success. He encourages it and Slim roars. Slim bursts free, shattering the ice, and lets out a cry that hypnotizes all the spirit beasts. Their focus shifted to Slim, who was now fighting with everything he had. But the hypnosis wore off quickly, and the phantoms awoke. The horned deer regained its senses, and the thunder beast returned to normal, as Chen Shu watched the whole scene in a daze. It's not good. They've awakened. The Thunder Emperor beast strikes first, a lightning bolt rushing towards Slim, shocking him into a frenzy. Those dirty dogs are kicking Slim while he's down, ganging up on him just like they did with the flames before. Poor Slim is taking a beating, its once gleaming body now covered in wounds. Tranthu angrily glares at the villains, realizing they're planning an endless assault. Neither the Icebird nor the Firebird can fight anymore, and Slim alone can't win this. Are we really going to lose this time? Xiaoyu patted his shoulder, not wanting him to lose heart. No, we won't lose. And with that, she gave the order. The Firebird, the most pitiful creature in the world, would fight once more. It frantically takes flight, showering the ice deer with flames, which, overwhelmed by the heat, is left stunned. The two spirits clashed relentlessly, with Slim absorbing every shard of the ice deer's power. Obeying its master, Slim continues the attack, transforming into a giant ball, threatening the spirits. It was then that the Wind Whisper squad realized the danger, and Wind Whisper gave the order. Enduring the attacks, the Shadowbird and Thunderclap are enraged, but Slim uses a teleportation skill, becoming impossible to track. And in a flash, he's above the Shadowbird, his slimy body ready to drop, the Shadowbird unable to withstand the blow and sent flying. Slim regains the upper hand, activating his accumulated skill to pull the Shadowbird back towards him, while Thunderhorn rushes in to help his battered companion. The Firebird noticed its strange behavior and flew to block the twin wings. Slim now had the upper hand against the Shadowbird, staring down the one who bullied him, making him even more twisted. The power it's been building since the beginning is finally unleashed, crushing the Shadowbird. Chen Shu orders Flamebird to retreat, leaving only two of them. He believes Slim has recovered and places all his faith in it. Slim can handle this. Xiaowu obeys and withdraws. Slim, the glossy fireleaf bird, stood before the remaining two spirits. At this point, Chen Shu was also triumphant, his perfect cyclic control making it clear that they had already lost. Just when they had the upper hand, Feng Yu and the others were in for a rude awakening, and Chen Shu wasn't about to let them wait. Slim avenges the Firebird, striking the two spirits before him with a vengeance. It attacks in waves, smashing the Alo Nightmare Bird before turning to the Thunder Emperor Beast, bouncing like a ball, then dropping like a flying meatball. The Thunder Emperor Beast is overwhelmed by the attack, its strength depleted, and the audience below can't believe their eyes. They cheered, chanting the name of the invincible Slim Bandit. Invincible Bandit. The Chenshu group celebrates their victory with the round Slim, leaving even the teacher in awe. This is incredible, the MC excitedly cheers. Nanjiang High School wins, and Xiaoyu looks at him with gratitude. Chenshu says he was lucky to have him this time, but Chenshu modestly waves it off. If I were alone, I definitely wouldn't have won. You two did great as well. Hearing the praise, Xiaobing blushed as he continued to play the good guy, looking at Feng Yu and the others. Don't be discouraged. Life is full of ups and downs. But his encouragement fell on deaf ears. Let's go, he says, inwardly cursing. How could such well-meaning words sound so despicable? The MC announces the winning team, marking a historic moment. 3 individuals from a small city have fought their way to the championship. Next, I'd like to invite the teacher from Nanjiang Third High School to the stage to accept the award as the teacher walks towards them, while the audience continues to cheer. What a performance by Tufei. A spectator steps up to help Chenshu capture the moment. The photo captured his special moment, but Chenshu wasn't interested in pictures. It's time for the champion interview. I love the champion's interview the most. Nirvana goes against everything you'd expect. The audience streams out as the event concludes. What do you want to eat tonight? It's on me. It's over. It's over. Chenshu just got burned big time. Are you kidding me? Isn't she supposed to be interviewing the champion? So give me the money. Give me the money. His eyes welled with tears. Don't go. The game ended differently than he imagined. Aren't champions supposed to be famous? Suddenly, a hand reaches out to save him from his despair. Hello, may I interview you? Transhu felt like he'd struck gold, snatching the mic and ordering the Gu group to get filming. Start filming. The moment Chenshu had been waiting for had finally arrived. First, Namjiang City was able to win the championship, mainly due to my astonishing strength, incredible intelligence, and irresistible charm. Of course, my 2 teammates are also very good. Every word from Chenshu makes Xiaobing even more moved. We'll continue to look forward to your interview. As for my teacher, the less said, the better. The teacher was furious, his face turning black. Chenshu continued to unleash his words. I'm an expert in everything, like blowing things up, so come to me with any partnership deals. I'm the Namjiang Bandit, and I represent myself. Also, anyone who wants to sign can do so in advance. Each copy sells for 9.9 million, and Gu Jue is furious at his unjust profiteering. Turn off the camera now. But she wasn't fast enough as he pushed her aside. No, don't rush. Let me say a few more words. Isn't there a tycoon who wants to buy this glorious reward? He needs $1 billion for bringing the Glory Championship home, but Chenshu scolds him for it, not understanding him at all. Wu Shuang, annoyed, drags Chenshu away, saying it's time to leave, as it's too embarrassing. He stubbornly retorted, You don't understand me. At a restaurant, they celebrated, congratulating Nanjiang on winning the championship. The teacher brings up the reward distribution. How should they split it? The cash prize will be divided evenly and they'll each get a custom skill. Chenshu is happy to play fair. His 2 friends exchanged glances and Xiaobing offered shyly, Keep the prize money. We're happy with a custom skill each. Chenshu happily agreed. Okay, so what custom skills are you guys thinking of getting? But Xiaoyu has a different idea. I don't want a skill. I want to give money to the elderly. Seeing her friend's confusion, she asks, Pay money? Isn't your company 666 Pharmaceuticals? How did it come to this? Xiaowu was angry, then relaxed her face. It's not for the competition. My family has already spent nearly 2 billion yuan. Chenshu's overthinking king disease relapses. His family bribed officials, making his 2 friends lose patience. And even Mr. Wu Shuang sighed in frustration, wary of Nanshang No. 1 High School targeting his slim. I told her to buy a skill. Otherwise, do you think an A-rank spirit contract could last this long? Chenshu teared up at this. He was extremely grateful to Xiaowu, feeling he had troubled her too much. In the city of Nanjiang, the cheerful chirping of birds heralded a new day. The air in the station is quiet, yet hurried, everyone anxiously awaiting the train that will take them to work. As Chenshu stepped onto the platform, the train happily inhaled the dust of the city. Ah, that familiar feeling, nothing beats Nanjiang. Still full of energy, he poked Huichvo Song and started talking, as if he had just remembered something important. Old Li's suggestion last night was great. I really miss home. I miss my friends at Namjiang High. That strange way of speaking gave him goosebumps, thinking he had multiple personalities. Or perhaps he just misses bullying them. That cold expression says he's not buying it. He chuckled awkwardly, pretending to change the subject. What did the teacher say? Not wanting to linger any longer, Chenshu decided to head forward with the 2 girls. Coming home. Stepping off the last stair, he suddenly froze at the sight before him. Not only him, but the 3 behind him froze at the sound. Welcome home, champions. It's unclear how long his fellow disciples had been waiting, but a red banner was thrust in their faces, proclaiming, "Congratulations to the number 2 high school of Nanjiang on winning the championship," accompanied by thunderous cheers. Champion, champion. He scratched his head and smiled, trying to appear humble, but his eyes couldn't hide his delight. Amidst the commotion, Niebin slipped through the crowd and strode forward with gusto to greet him. "Humble, are we? South River City is proud of you." Getting a chance to meet such a dignitary up close, he probed, "Mr. Mayor, are we talking tens of millions here?" Hearing this, a weary, forced smile appeared on his face. How troublesome. To avoid a bad situation, he started shouting to rally everyone. "Let's all welcome the champion." The plan was a resounding success as everyone rushed in to embrace him. "Welcome the champion. Welcome the champion." The sudden turn of events caused him to curse at Niebin in dissatisfaction. If he won't give it, then he won't. He was lifted high into the air by the crowd, his body tense with fear, silently praying he wouldn't fall. Later, in a quiet residential area of the city, Chenshu looked around, sighed, and thought, "It's finally over." Recalling the painful memories he had just experienced, his tired brain wept, remembering signing his name over and over. Looking at his trembling hands as if afflicted with Parkinson's, he couldn't help but be terrified, having signed until his hands were about to give out. Just remembering the money that had vanished without a trace made him collapse on the spot, especially since it was free. Pushing aside the jumble of emotions, he hesitantly heads home, a nervous excitement bubbling within him. Time to go home and rest. Transhu gently opens the door to his room, cheerfully greeting, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." The moment Lin Dan appeared, footsteps pounded in his ears. He knew something was wrong, so he heightened his senses and went on the defensive. But before he could react, his mother grabbed his shoulders, shaking him violently. "Son, you're finally home." Her face was pale as she managed to utter a few simple sentences. "Go see your father, quickly. He's delirious." The words barely registered before his mind began to race with panic and worry. "What?" Entering the room, he slowly approached Chen Yu. "Dad." Receiving no response, Chen Shu asked again, "Dad!" Suddenly, he stood up, holding incense in one hand and making an incomprehensible statement. "Why don't you become a dragon? It's been so many years. Don't hide yourself anymore." This bizarre performance left him speechless. His mind adrift, unable to grasp reality, Chen Shu stared in disbelief as his father prayed fervently before the fish pond. But after a moment's thought, realizing this person was family, he could only sigh in exasperation. He stood silently next to Chen Yu, gathered all his strength, and asked, "Dad, what are you doing?" Ignoring everyone, he roars at the talisman in his hand, awakening his bloodline to reach the pinnacle of life. Despite her pale face, Lingdan whispers the cause of all this. "Seeing how amazing your slim is, your father is convinced your talent comes from him, and that his fish is definitely a divine beast." She shook her head, sighed, and quickly passed the problem on to her son. "If this isn't delirium, what is? Go talk him out of it." Seeing his mother's tense face, Chen Shu sighed and accepted his fate. "This is just absurd." "Mom, don't worry, I'll go talk to him." However, things happened so fast that he stood still for a moment to process it all. After a moment of hesitation, he cleared his throat and reluctantly went to his room to wait. Moments later, Tran Thu emerged, carrying something in his hands, his face as bright as a light at the end of a tunnel as Lin Dan waited. "My son is here," excitedly holding up a box labeled Dragon Gate. Without hesitation, he heads straight for Chen Yu, his voice full of energy. "Dad, this won't do. You have to get it through Dragon Gate." The paper box in his hand quickly caught her eye, and Ling Dan stepped back, muttering in annoyance. "You two are really sick." Without hesitation, she turned and left, not wanting to deal with them. The father and son stared intently as the goldfish slowly swam into the paper box, but with no progress, the father began to frown and question. "What's wrong with little Huang? Did you feed it some weird elixir? Otherwise, how would little Goldie end up like this?" Hearing his words, he couldn't help but feel helpless. "What do you mean, fallen?" He stared into the fish tank, contemplating the small fish inside. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Tran Vu, and his father stared at him with unconcealed suspicion. "Seeing your eyes, I know you're about to lie. Tell me the truth." In this dire situation, he blurts out the most brainless thing he could say. "Fine, I admit it. I blossomed." His father frowned, asking through gritted teeth as if trying to pry the truth out of him. Get to the point. He felt like he was losing, his initial bravado fading. It really did blossom. This time, Tran Vu didn't ask anything more. but his eyes sparked with murderous intent as Tran Thu anxiously awaited his next attack. No need for negotiation, he lashes out with a broom, scolding and berating without missing a beat. You won't tell the truth, huh? Fearing his father's wrath, he quickly confessed everything. Okay, so you took the medicine. Fang Si gave you. Finally, something he wanted to hear, and he breathed a sigh of relief, as if to save face. That's more like it. He nods along, but inside he just wants to escape the situation. For over 20 years, no one believed his lies or his truths, but now the madness fades, leaving him with a gentle father asking after his son. That's right, son. Your exams are coming up. When will you be returning to school? The unexpected question catches him off guard, and the teacher tries to smooth things over with a few words. At that moment, a system window appeared before him, presenting 3 choices. A college degree for a good job, reward 3 black iron grade patience potions, 2 summer vacation starter packs, reward 2 explosive potions, or drop out and become a security guard. Choose to study hard and surpass your friends at all costs, and receive a silver grade potion of intellect. His face slowly froze with each word that appeared, until his soul seemed to leave his body. What kind of crazy choice is number 3? Sabotage the first-place competitor. He tapped on System Panel 2. Starting the rest state? Not forgetting to turn back and say goodbye, his teacher told him he was too tired and to rest for a few days. Dad, I'm going to rest first. Chen Yu sighed at his son's actions. Looks like I still need to talk to Teacher Li. And the sun began to rise. Chen Shu was still fast asleep, as usual. His phone screen was lighting up with calls. Old Li. Chen Shu instinctively reached for his phone, but another hand stops him. Chen Yu stares at the phone screen. Want to take the call? Let me help you with that. He deliberately put it on speakerphone to get back at her, and Mr. Li's voice could be heard all the way in the Arctic. Chen Shu, what do you want? And his father is intentionally making a scene. I'm leaving. Chen Shu was startled awake. That's too much, Dad. Master Wu Shuang heard his lazy tone. Oh, you're even more enraged and dare to be inattentive. It's the 2nd day already. You're still not going to school? Chen Shu was sweating bullets, but still being cheeky. Go to school? What for? I'm on vacation. Master Wu Shuang didn't argue with him, saying, Holiday, my foot. Hurry to school. Today's the deadline for the exam pass. Miss the exam, and I'll bury you. The exam is still the most important thing, forcing Chen Shu to abandon his laziness. It's today. I'm on my way. He grabbed his phone from the bed, hurriedly threw on his uniform, and bid his father farewell. I'm off to school. Tran watches his son head off to school, amused. That kid, I told him he could rest. Tran Thu arrives at the grand school, greeted by excited female students as if he were an idol. Greetings, Class President Tran Thu Champion. Even the male students were huge fans. Hey, Class President Tran Thu. Greetings, Champion. You're warmly received, so don't forget to say hello back. Yes, hello everyone. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared behind Chen Shu, tapping him on the head hard enough to rattle his soul. He angrily cursed. Who was that? Daring to lay a hand on the ferocious Nam Jiang, Bosong arrives, scowling at him. What's with the smug look just for getting an exam card? You're the only one in the entire grade who hasn't gotten one yet. Are you going to take the exam? With the teacher's firm words, Chen Shu had no way out. Shizuru dejectedly followed Teacher Li, who stood on the podium gazing at his students. You guys can study on your own. Chen Shu, come with me to my office. Chen Shu hadn't taken 2 steps before the teacher called him back. He's paranoid, always thinking the worst of his teacher. Is old Li trying to bury him? In Li's office, the kind teacher offers him a cup of tea, but to Chen Shu it's like poison. This is poison. This is poison. Mr. Li could tell what he was thinking with a glance, and reassured him that it wasn't. Without hesitation, Chen Shu chugged the tea, earning the teacher's praise. Then he held a card in his hand, giving her a treasure, a pass. During this time, she should be well behaved and not interfere with the studies of others. She can go wherever she wants, but she can't cause trouble. Chen Shu is pleased to finally have a new item. Did he really give me a break? Well, if you insist. At the city's black market, Chen Shu began to roam freely. And just like that, the exam is only 10 days away, and he casually heads to the beast-taming center. It's been months. Time for you all to tremble before me again. Inside, countless examinees have brought their spirits. Chen Shu arrogantly throws open the door, drawing everyone's attention as he praises their hard work. As class president, I'm ashamed to say I haven't paid enough attention to everyone's studies, so today, I'll personally guide you all a little. With that, he summoned Slim, adding that everyone's beast-controlling level had probably increased. You can all come at me together. If you can defeat me, the reward is 5 million yuan each. His challenge excites them, but Chen Shu adds a condition. A 100,000 entry fee with a 50x reward for victory. An opportunity they shouldn't miss. The mention of money made them hesitate, a 100,000 entry fee. Then they all turned and left. Go on, get lost. Even if Chen Shu wanted to keep them, he couldn't. Oh no, how about just 50,000 as an entry fee? Then he gradually lowered the price to rock bottom, 30,000, 10,000. Backed into a corner, he finally relented. Fine. No fee. It's free. At this time, 2 young men stayed with him, and Chen Shu was terrified. Don't mess around. I don't want to be wearing a green hat. To betray a brother? Never. We're in this together. We're all counting on you for this exam. Chen Shu can't stand his ways. You're not thinking of cheating, are you? That would be illegal, Tanam says, waving his hands in denial. What are you talking about? How could I do something illegal? With that, he explained the exam to him, saying this year it would test their teamwork with groups of 4. 4 people form a group. Chen Shu is stunned, wondering how he missed this. Sunam continued to ramble on about the exam, saying that Lao Li had announced it yesterday, but perhaps he didn't come, and the teacher forgot to text him. Hearing this, Chen Shu broke out in a cold sweat. Perhaps it wasn't that the message was forgotten, but that he'd blocked the teacher. His face paled as he stared at his phone, his spirit crushed. Since the 3 of us are a team, and with his powerful spirits, Chen Shu is confident. With Little Star's lightning bird speed, your scouting ability, and my combat skills, we'll be invincible. However, the exam score will be based on each person's performance, and if you want to do well, you must win. Chen Shu has to work with these difficult guys, so he has to constantly change his attitude. I suggest we just blow them up. Laesh and Q. Both allies are left with question marks. Someone as clever as you is a dime a dozen where I'm from, so he flips them off and says, "Get lost." Seeing the bait was strong but ineffective, Sunam put his arm around his classmate and went to find other teammates. I think we can find someone a little more reliable to team up with. I agree. Chen Shu has lost both of his teammates for the upcoming exam. Oh, I was just kidding. Come back, let's team up. Their luck is unstoppable. But even in their excitement, they have to ask if this has angered Chen Shu, whose face is now a mask of displeasure, while Sunan and Xusheng breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. The Vanguard has a plan. If that's the case, let's coordinate and practice for the next 10 days. Give each other a pep talk, and hopefully we'll have a great victory this time. The 3 of them joined hands and cheered, "Victory!" For the next 10 days, Chen Shu, Zixingxing, and Xie Sunan practiced combat, rediscovering their initial synergy, and their spirits reunited as well. 10 days later, the official exam begins, and Chen Shu wistfully gazes at the university gates. The time has finally come. 2 guards noticed him standing blankly before the school gates. Are you a lost student? Chen Shu paid them no mind, for he was about to accomplish what others could not. Allow me to introduce the wooden tag, the very item that infuriates them. Where did that come from? Extra items are strictly prohibited. Chen Shu wears the wooden tag on his chest, the inscription upon it only describable as domineering. The beast-taming champion, the fierce Chen Shu of South River. The guard's attitude shifts, as Chen Shu's tag indicates his exam is about to begin. With his Beastmaster title alone, Chen Shu could live as a scholar for life. How did you know I was the champion of the beast battle? The guards were speechless at his level of dedication, and Chen Shu patted one on the shoulder before leaving. Don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. As his figure receded, the guards realized they'd mistaken him for a fan. I don't know when I said I had expectations. Chen Shu confidently strides through the university gates. Students swarmed around him, chanting his name. Blessed be the gods. Oh my god, it's Chen Shu. Damn it, it's Chen Shu. I'm taking the test at the same location as the god. Chen Shu eagerly embraces it all. Ah, to be unrivaled is such a joy. As the exam is about to begin, the atmosphere becomes more serious than ever. The test takers are now seated at their desks, passing around the exam papers. Here, your exam paper, and Chen Shu abuses his power to open the system panel. Option 1, achieve the admission score for regular universities. Option 2, achieve the admission score for key universities. Option 3, exam scores meet the admission requirements of prestigious universities. Option 4, exam scores meet the admission requirements of Huaxia Academy. But Chen Shu only cares about one thing. If he can magnify it again, can Slim be crushed? This time the reward is a divine skill, and he must have it. Formulas of math, physics, and chemistry raced through Chen Shu's mind as he meticulously solved each problem, gladly accepting the challenge. He raised his hand to signal the teacher. "Teacher, I want to hand in my paper." The teacher was surprised by Chen Shu's speed. "It's only been half an hour and you want to hand it in already?" The entire room focused on him. "Turning in the test already?" Without hesitation, Tranthu states, "Yes, I'm in a hurry." He then walked to the podium to submit his paper, taunting his classmates as he did so. "I'm off, you guys keep trying." His smug demeanor is infuriating. Meanwhile, Bingzhan is also making preparations at the school, congratulating the students who succeeded in the college entrance exams. Wu Shuang saw Chen Shu come out and felt a little uneasy, wanting to confirm things one more time. Chen Shu then taught him a lesson in humility. Chen Shu, how dare you hand in your paper early? I'll beat you to death. The two chased each other around the yard for dear life. Wielding all his strength, Wu Shuang swung the ruler, declaring, "This blow would surely send someone to their grave. Take this." Chen Shu screamed, bending backward to narrowly avoid the blow, and the miss only fueled his rage. "Dare you dodge?" He felt more wronged than Do-Yi and frantically explained as he ran, "Teacher, I'm not running. I'm done." It was as if Wu Shuang had been given a reviving elixir, and despite calming down, he still asked with suspicion, "Really? Having just brushed with death, how could he lie?" He quickly raised both hands to affirm, "It's true, I swear." Sensing his sincerity, the teacher decided to forgive him. "All right, I'll believe you this once," and yet his attention is drawn to the toy that just attacked him. "Where did you put my cane?" He ignored the pointless question and turned the issue back to him. "How did you do on the exam?" Chen Shu, his life spared, reverted to his usual flippant self. "Let's just say, if anyone in the country scores higher than me, Tang Xiao will have diarrhea." He knew a leopard couldn't change its spots and chided, "You're still using others as an example." Ignoring the inappropriate setting, Wu Shuang immediately starts the music. "Tell me my score, teacher." But just as he started, Sunan and Shuxing interrupted. "Mr. Li Chenshu." He awkwardly paused his lecture, turning to ask a concerned question to diffuse the situation. "Why are you two out so early?" While the ringleader grinned, relieved, he asked the two the familiar question. "How did the exam go?" Sunam stroked his chin, deep in thought. "How should I put this?" After some thought, he put his arm around his best friend and answered with a familiar comparison. "If Xiaoxing and I score lower than average, Dulong will get diarrhea." Wu Shuang was exhausted and could only give a thumbs up in reluctant praise. "You guys are worthy roommates." He sighed in exasperation, shooing them away. "All right, get out of here, go home." But before they teleported away, he reminded them to gather at school in the afternoon, as tomorrow they would be taken to another dimension to participate in the beast-taming competition. The three huddled together, grinning from ear to ear, and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Then, they all put their arms around Ba Ko Nyang and left, leaving Wu Shuang with Xiao Sai's departing figure. Watching them go, he was conflicted, recalling their strange behavior and blurting out, "Cheating, huh?" Ignoring that little interlude, the bus convoy continues down the road. The students filled every seat, all trying to maintain order. The only one to break the serious atmosphere was Chen Shu, who looked around and made a blunt statement. After all this time, they've finally arrived in another dimension. A familiar voice reaches his ears, and Wu Shuang Shenhai immediately looks around. The moment he caught sight of him, he flinched. Chen Shu's hair stood on end as he wondered, "Why is old Li looking at me?" But with nerves of steel, he cheerfully reassured himself, saying, "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Before long, the convoy stopped in front of a rather ancient-looking building. Chen Shu stretched and cheered as he stood up. They had arrived, and the other students began to disembark. He hastily urged his two sworn brothers to get out, and Su Song curtly agreed. But before he could move, Wu Shuang called out, "Chen Shu, stay behind." He approached with a menacing look, leaving him utterly bewildered as beads of sweat poured down his face, his mind racing with questions. What was old Li trying to do? It wasn't long before he pointed at the boy's face and yelled for him to raise his hands, a demand that earned him a death glare from Wu Shuang. Witnessing this, Chen Shu lamented his fate, as the two locked eyes in silence. He nervously swallowed, wondering what was happening. Without a word, the man approached, examining him from head to toe, even squatting down to rummage through his bag. Witnessing this, Chen Shu adopted a posture of utter resignation. After a few minutes of inspection, Wu Shuang confiscated a suspicious item and tossed the bag back to him. "Give it back." With a cold look, he crossed his arms and declared, "You can go." Confused, Chen Shu dared to ask, "Mr. Li, what did you take my bag for?" Knowing his intentions, he issued a warning, "This is a sensitive time, so don't do anything foolish." Disappointed with the response, he sulked and complained. "Okay." But inwardly, he grinned mischievously, because even without the bag, he had other options. Chen Shu quickly met up with his two comrades, saying, "I apologize as soon as I get off the bus. Sorry to keep you waiting, let's go." Xing smiled kindly. "It's nothing. It's nothing." Wu Shuang followed, adding a worried reminder. "Remember to go to bed early tonight." He stood like a model student, promising earnestly, "I understand." Finally, in his beloved bed, Chen Shu encouraged himself to rest easy and try his best tomorrow, and then promptly snored until morning, oblivious to the sun. The ancient space lay silently beneath the blue sky. Today was perfect for an outing. The next day, the convoy set off again for another testing location, arriving at the scorching sun hills as the sun began to set. The students poured out, filling the space with noise and excitement as Chen Shu stretched and declared that they had finally arrived. Before he could gather his thoughts, the instructor announced, "Students, this year's beast taming department will only have 2 exams, combat and potential assessment. Now line up and register for the potential assessment. Listen to the instructions and form a line at the entrance." His mind still reeling from the information, he wondered if there were really only 2 tests this year. And when he glanced to the side, he was even more surprised. Huh? It was then that Chen Shu saw Ye Bing standing among the judges and thought, "Mr. Ye, he's usually so carefree, but now he's suddenly flustered. Should I say hello?" Before he could decide, the system issued a notification, presenting 3 options: compete fairly, receive beast mastery; forfeit, receive black iron intelligence elixir; or cause chaos and become a silver beast master for a moment. After digesting the information, his eyes shone brighter than headlights, and his heart danced wildly. Finally, a way to level up. He instinctively reached into his pocket, unaware of what secrets Tranthu had hidden, his steps now lighter than air. He stood at the entrance, head held high, and declared in his heart that he was ready to cause trouble. Chen Shu pulled out the explosive tube from his pocket, inwardly sighing, "What a pity." But halfway there he changed his mind, stuffing it back into his pocket as he recalculated. According to the plan, the 3rd option was still the best. He looked at the system panel and sighed, lamenting inwardly but still reading it out to Cheju, choosing her, throwing the explosive on the spot, becoming a hero for a second, completing the reward, and becoming a silver-level beastmaster. When the image of Xiaofeng and Peng Xi popped into Chen Shu's head, all his plans were thwarted. Unfortunately, besides Grandpa Ye, the other 2 judges were also gold level. Looking at the quality of the bodyguards in front of him, he could already imagine his fate. Even if he reached the silver level, he'd be reincarnated on the spot. His survival instincts kicked in, and he obediently returned to his team. But as soon as he did, the system distributed a large amount of Beastmaster power as a reward. He frantically flailed, trying to get the attention of his 2 brothers. "Damn it, Laojie, Xiaoxing, why is there smoke?" The named duo paled as they watched the flames sweep past, and they instinctively made a run for it, while Wu Shuang, seeing the chaos, flew into a rage. "What kind of performance art are you putting on now?" Xu Xingshi paled, trembling as he pointed the finger at his best friend. "Chen Bi, are you trying to set yourself on fire?" The students nearby, triggered by the word self-immolation, began to panic. That voice sounds familiar. Some lay sprawled out while others covered their mouths in fear. Damn, is that really Chen Shu? Some watched with eyes wide, thinking the heavens had finally reined in the demon. This commotion quickly draws Ye Bing's attention, and old Zhao summons his ape to restore order, demanding silence. The noisy crowd, just moments ago like chirping sparrows, now fell silent. With an imposing presence, Zhao approached the fire dancer, expressing his concern. "Chen Shu, what's going on?" He waved his hands in exasperation. "I don't know either," Peng Xi said anxiously, voicing a bold guess. "Old Ye, why do I feel like this thing is breaking through?" He grasped the hidden meaning in these words and fell into contemplation. Breakthrough? Shinshu stared at the energy swirling in his hand, the truth dawning on him. Could the beast-taming power be a system reward? Without a second thought, Ye Bing dismisses the idea. What nonsense. He hasn't even cultivated, yet reality slaps you in the face, regardless of status. The elder quickly corrected himself, not finishing his sentence. No, he's really breaking through. The 3 esteemed judges were dumbfounded. Ye Bing exclaimed in disbelief, "He can break through without training?" As a crowd of onlookers watched, Chen Shu ignored the searing heat around him. The students finally come to their senses, confirming what they've just witnessed, as Chen Shu suddenly finds himself the center of attention, grinning triumphantly. Chen Shu basks in the glory of his effortless level up, while Ye Bing watches in stunned silence as a candidate breaks through right before the exam. The old-timer recalled his spirit and turned to manage the remaining students. "All right, everyone else, line up." As sparks danced around him, a voice urged him on, and students couldn't resist snapping photos as he meditated. Chen Shu calmly sat cross-legged, surrounded by flickering flames, the crackling sounds reaching his ears. A steady crackling. Outside the exam venue, the students lined up obediently as Zhengxiang announced the results of the C-rank assessment, patiently reading the list in his hand. The last person called was a B rank, while Yu remained in meditation for 3 hours. Sunam watches anxiously, wondering when he'll be done. It's been so long. Just as he finished speaking, the boy opened his eyes. Still spitting out a mouthful of fire, Zhengsang wasted no time in asking for his opinion. "Chenshu, can you begin?" He calmly rose from the flames, answering without hesitation. "I can." He held out his hand, showing off his E-rank spirit, familiar, secretly pleased. Ha, let them have a taste. The students who hadn't left yet were all stunned, and he shared their feelings, trying to understand despite his fear. How can the Beast Tamir champion be such a low level? The students, having regained their voices, exclaimed, "This can't be. Our high-level A, B, and C contracts were defeated by an E-level?" The only one who hadn't lost his composure, Yebing calmly reminded everyone and took careful notes. As Zhengxiang landed, Chenshu jolted awake and rushed forward, his heart pounding like a pig in boiling water, desperately raising his hand to stop him. "Wait!" Feeling like he overreacted, he chuckled, explaining, "I'm just breaking through, give me a sec." Without a word, Chenshu circulated his spirit energy, letting his actions speak for him. In addition to the familiar red and gold flames, dangerous-looking purple lightning crackled around him. With his extensive combat experience, Yebing held out his hand, warning everyone, "Fall back!" As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of energy erupted from Chenshu. Then, with a flourish, Duimeng, eyes blazing red, appeared behind him, and the entire school gasped in unison, eyes wide with disbelief at this miracle. His spirit, once a scorned E-rank runt, has transformed into a colossal mountain, intimidating his classmates. Stunned by reality and stinging with shame, they stubbornly ask, "Holy crap, did he really break through?" The other students covered their eyes, unable to accept this cruel, absurd reality, a powerful, familiar, rapid cultivation and evolution through bloodline ascension. All Zhengxiang could hear was the desperate screaming, "Mom, I don't want to study anymore. Why is the difference between people so vast?" As the familiar purple gate opened, Yebing excitedly announced, "It's not over yet. A space channel has appeared." Old Hai Long stroked his precious beard, smiling so hard his face could burst, as Chenshu's second spirit, after the black iron, was about to arrive. He stood tall in the air, silently waiting for it to emerge from the smoke. A jet-black iron-grade spirit, its emerald eyes gleaming like jewels. It tilted its head back and roared, the sound echoing through the void, welcoming its master. The group watches as a massive portal radiates a dark energy that inspires awe. Yuzi, startled, speculates wildly about what kind of spirit beast the fierce Nanjiang will summon. A rank, D rank, or even SS rank. Zhuoyang nodded in agreement, offering a profound analysis. It's highly likely, after all, his beast dung is super S grade. Mo Chen was extremely excited by the rare spectacle. "Come on out, hurry up, I'm suddenly so excited." Beside him, Tutin added to the excitement, shouting Vu's name loudly. "Come on, Tranbi, almost there!" Chenshu was a little speechless at his enthusiasm in this situation, but he was still influenced by the fiery atmosphere around him, reaching out to pat Slim's head as if to encourage him. But looking at the white mist ahead, he felt a sense of anticipation. Could it really be a divine beast? In response to that hope, a wolf-like figure emerged from the smoke. Yibing hastily speculated that it appeared to be a wolf-type contract spirit, and not a weak one at that. A moment later, the dense mist gradually dissipated, revealing the spirit's appearance, finally easing Chen Shu's suspense. His excitement was short-lived as he slammed on the brakes. Wait, the more he looked at it, the more conflicted he felt, his eyes filled with doubt. His beautiful dream shattered, he stared in disbelief. Did he just summon a husky? Ignoring its frozen master, it happily trots over, expressing its joy with a howl. The surrounding crowd wears utter confusion on their faces, their mouths agape. Isn't that a husky? As if it wasn't embarrassing enough, it strikes what it thinks is its coolest pose and howls. Chenshu felt like he'd fallen from heaven, blankly holding his head in despair, wondering if he was being toyed with. Out of sight, out of mind, he hugged his wounded heart and decided to check his spirit power, hoping things would be better. Never mind, let's check its stats first. The system quickly displays Husky's profile. An elemental beast with a lively and intelligent personality, potential rating D, and an ordinary Beastmaster talent. He finally breaks down, screaming in despair. This wasn't the script. Where's my dragon or phoenix? Or at least a white fox or a Kirin? But the harsh reality hit him hard, bringing him to tears. And it's just a husky elemental beast. Suddenly, a hand clapped him hard on the back as if to pull him out of his melodramatic mood. Zixing was very sympathetic to his friend's plight. "Chenpai, it's okay. Cheer up, while Su-nan affectionately put his arm around him, cheerfully adding a word of encouragement. Kwok Lin is definitely an otherworldly being, unlike any husky on this planet, and far more intelligent. Contrary to those positive thoughts, Chen Shu forced a smile, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. Are you sure about that? Before them, the husky, devoid of any majestic aura, was rolling around on the ground, begging for a belly rub. Zixing and Su-nan could only stare at each other, struggling to find a way to salvage its shattered image. He couldn't bear to watch Husky embarrass himself any longer. Resigned, he accepted his fate. Forget it, I'll just recall him. A green aura emanates from his hand. But before Chen Shu could act, the energy from the great bear beside Ye Bing suddenly caught Husky's attention. It gradually lost its goofy look, bristled, and growled, taking a deep breath to gather its strength. As Husky unleashes its skill, fireballs materialize in the air, targeting the enemy. The magical barrage instantly strikes, forcing the great bear into a defensive stance. With considerable power, it deftly dodges the incoming fireballs, leaving the onlookers stunned by the extraordinary clash. The skill release was too fast. Yibing was so impressed by the sudden display that he secretly marveled that even his black bear almost couldn't dodge it. After a mental boost, Chen Shu was finally pleased with his unexpected moment of glory. Noticing his fleeting thoughts, the old man reminded him, "All right, no more showing off, reel it in." Lost in his elation, he obediently complied. "All right, immediately use the skill to recall the 2 spiritless contracts and return." After all that commotion, the judge delivers a devastating verdict, rank D. Before the ink could dry, Chen Shu rushed in to stop him, startling Zheng Xiang. "Wait!" He was puzzled by the sudden interruption, but remained respectful as he inquired, "Huh? Did you evolve beyond your level? You reveal your true nature as a slippery merchant, explaining it all with great fanfare." "No, it's just that I have 2. According to Chen Shu's calculations, 2 D ranks equal an SSS rank. Zheng Xiang was intimidated by Li Li's arrogance, his mind now filled with question marks. Suddenly, Ye Bing interrupted the farce, announcing the next stage with a stern voice. "Enough. It's time for the 10-day practical exam." Of course, with such a long survival period, he had to reveal the requirements of this challenge. "Students, form your own teams." Hearing this, everyone rushed to find trustworthy allies, and countless invitations heated up the atmosphere. "Team up. Team up. The 3 of us are enough. We're done." Perhaps he was already prepared. The bustling scene before him made Chen Shu accept his solitary fate. But then he saw Xia Bing searching around, and she secretly cheered when she spotted his back. She slowly approaches, hesitating to speak, but he's too engrossed in strategy to notice her. It seems she'll need to make a bold move to ace this practical exercise. Suddenly, her friends appeared, forcing Xia Bing to swallow her invitation, as Su-nan made her intentions to form a team very clear. "Tran Shu, you're here, and you seem quite pleased. The 3 brothers are essential." She had to give up the chance to team up with Chen Shu, leaving a sigh of regret. Ye Bing, seeing that the students had found their places, continued to explain the format. "Now that the teams are set, each will have a proctor." As the 3 conversed, discussing their strategy, Du Min suddenly approached. Without giving anyone time to think, Tranthu loudly announced their departure, introducing himself with a friendly demeanor, despite his calm and experienced appearance. "Chen Shu, I'm your proctor." And so Du Ming's pre-exam pleasantries continued. "I've heard about you. I have high expectations." Before he could finish, he inhaled the smoke from the rising Thunderbird. It hovered in the air, its eyes urging, "Du Min, don't waste any time." He automatically translated its thoughts into words, hesitating to confirm. "Is this how shameless you are, teacher?" Ignoring the minor detail, he begins his mission by summoning a spirit. "Never mind. Come forth, bird beast." From amidst the lightning, it spread its majestic wings, no less imposing than the Thunderbird itself. Doming then climbed onto the beast, quickly pursuing Chen Shu's team to oversee them, while the youths carefully observed the terrain around them, calculating advantages for the upcoming battles. Since Tutin trusted Tranthu as their leader, he naturally asked for his opinion. "Tranbi, what do you think? Where should we fly? The landing point is crucial for our next move." He didn't dare decide right away, but had to consider it carefully. "I've got it." In his moment of doubt, Chen Shu considered the system's options. 1. Venture directly into the depths of the Scorching Sun mountain range. 2. Set up camp and take a vacation. 3. Deceive the remaining candidates. As thoughts quietly slithered along the erupting mountainside, Chen Shu considered that the dangers of the Scorching Sun hills, mostly common-grade ferocious beasts, didn't even compare to the azure origin forest. For him, there was no pressure at all. He should venture deeper to get a higher score. Having confirmed their direction, Chen Shu happily pointed the way, signaling them to fly deeper in. Hearing this, Shu Sung simply nodded in response, without asking any further questions. Understood. Upon receiving the order, the rockbird's body immediately lit up, crackling with powerful electricity. It accelerated, leaving Mo Dooming in its wake, who felt a growing sense of unease. But he quickly shook off the negative thoughts, deciding to follow and figure it out later, urging his bird to keep up. As Chen Shu's group moved, a sudden growl echoed from below, startling them. What was that sound? To answer their questions, Sunan immediately summons a spirit. Xiaodai goes down to investigate, prompting Chen Shu to urge Xiaoxing descend a little lower. Without hesitation, Zixing complied, and the Thunderbird descended as instructed. Moments later, Sunan held the spirit contract in his hand and accessed the information, as Xiaodai identified them as level 9 mutated beasts. Hearing this, he pointed to the monsters, identifying them as 3 mutated mole beasts, who immediately roared in warning at the sight of the intruder. But the sight didn't scare him. Instead, it piqued his interest. This was a good chance to test something out. Little Star descended even lower, and in the next moment, Thunderbird obeyed, diving down further. The distance was right, so Chen Shu summoned his spirit beast, Husky, and in a burst of energy, it appeared in a flash of light. Then Husky opened its mouth wide and howled defiantly. The mutated diggers, enraged by the sound, charged forward as Chen Shu smirked, ready to show them the power of a black iron beast. Obeying its master, Husky took its stance and unleashed a wave of power, shocking the 3 diggers. Seeing their reaction, he was even more delighted. Scared now, are you? Go get him, Husky. But before he could show off, a strange energy suddenly descended, causing all 4 contracted spirits and beasts to freeze. A beast-taming space gate silently opened in the sky, floating as if secretly beckoning. Husky tilted its head, then slowly approached, sniffing a few times. As if drawn by something, it stepped inside without hesitation, vanishing without warning, leaving Chen Shu bewildered. What the hell is going on? Chen Shu scratched his head, his face contorted in frustration. Why did I end up with this kind of spirit contract? As he raged, Sunan patted his shoulder and whispered, Chen Shu, the earth beast is about to go crazy from your contempt. Visibly enraged, it pouted as if the world had abandoned it. Unable to endure any longer, it bared its fangs, raised its claws, and opened its mouth wide, preparing to unleash an attack. But just then, a hand reached out, pulling with it an endless surge of energy. In an instant, Zim was summoned, falling from the sky and landing squarely on his butt. Gritting his teeth, Chen Shu lashed out in frustration, completely missing the point. Didn't they see he was troubled? With everything settled, Shu Hung approached him, saying softly, Let's go. He smiled in response. Yeah, let's head back. But before they could leave, a tremor beneath their feet startled Chen Shu. At first it was just a faint tremor, but the increasing vibrations made him suspicious. Something was wrong. Without hesitation, Chen Shu rallied the group. Let's go. No sooner were the words out than the 3 leapt onto Thunderhawk's back without hesitation, and the ground began to tremble with heavy rhythmic thuds, sending pebbles scattering. In an instant, an invisible pressure bore down, cracking the earth into large fissures. A colossal mutated earth beast slowly emerges with the force of a tidal wave, leaving the 3 in stunned disbelief. Damn it, a king-class beast too? Chen Shu frowned and rubbed his chin, considering the situation. Then, pointing to the dazed monsters, could those 3 mutated earth-burrowing beasts be the offspring of the Beast Lord? At that moment, the students who had been following immediately turned tail and fled in panic. Oh man, I really shouldn't have gone the same way as that brute Nanjiang. We've only just stepped out and already run into a pack of beasts. Watching them scramble away left him speechless. He hadn't told them to follow him. The earth beast's piercing cries echoed through the dust cloud. The little beasts swarmed the raging Beast King as it rose to its feet. Squeak, squeak. As the situation grew tense, Shu Sung hurriedly asked, Chen Shu, which way do we run? Du Ming, hearing this, pouted in dismay. Seriously? The 3 stooges who caused this want to run away? But contrary to expectations, Chen Shu suddenly puffed out his chest and declared, Run? Why should we run? We made this mess, so we're responsible for cleaning it up. If we run, what will happen to the others? He was overjoyed to hear him declare so boldly. It seems Chen Shu is a good person. I misjudged him. However, as he turned around, he was met with 4 pairs of eyes staring intently at him. Seeing his strange behavior, Zhu Xing tilted her head, wondering, Did you pick up the wrong script? Behind him, Sunan stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, speculating, Or did you get influenced by Husky? Without missing a beat, Chen Shu brushed him off and corrected him. No, I just want a good score. This bizarre situation was enough to frustrate Du Ming with the students before him. A moment later, he raised his hand, unleashing a surge of energy, deciding they would strike first, excitedly planning that if they couldn't win, they could at least run. In the blink of an eye, a giant SM appeared above the burrowing beast lord, as Su Hyun frowned, facing the wide-eyed burrowing beasts who looked as if they were staring at an alien creature that had just fallen from the sky. The smaller beasts were stunned, confused by the sudden turn of events. In the center, the lord's eyes flashed crimson as it hissed, preparing to attack. Immediately, their horns flashed as they unleashed their innate tearing ability, firing bolts of red lightning. Slim remained unfazed, glancing indifferently at the oncoming energy as Chen Shu watched, waiting for the opportune moment to shout, "Sim! Dream Slaughter!" Upon command, it activated a shimmering, mirror-like Dream Shatter defense, and the red lightning crashed against it, leaving it completely unscathed. Then, Slim unleashed a countershock, creating a powerful energy that shook the area. The little beasts, struck by the blow, immediately rolled on the ground, wailing and whining. Boo-hoo-hoo. Above, Sunam watched in astonishment. Are those groundhogs really trying to guilt-trip them? Observing the surroundings, Tranthu agreed. None of them were actively attacking. These burrowing beasts seemed to be crying for attention. Suddenly, something strange caught his eye. Something's not right. Do you see that strange color beneath Slim? Slim has Dreamweaver active, so why is there blood? A shocking thought suddenly occurs to Chen Shu. Oh no, not this again. No, Chen Shu immediately commanded to use Violent Crush. Upon hearing this, it gained momentum and leaped into the air, just as a beast emerged from the ground below, ready to strike. A one-star Black Iron Lord Earth-digging beast. This sight only solidified Chen Shu's earlier guess. As expected, Slim descended from above with overwhelming bloodlust, using violent seeding without holding back. The beast below barely had time to look up before it was shocked and immediately burrowed deep into the ground, trying to escape. At that moment, Slim slammed down into the empty space, causing the area to shake violently. Chen Shu laughed with delight. You're being countered, then I'll crush your little brother. Wasting no time, he gives the command, Slim, charge! Slim furrowed his brow and made a noise as if he understood. Up. It then charged forward like a ball, scattering everything in its path and causing the smaller beast to scream. In moments, several of them were flattened and unable to move. After managing to surface, the Land Mole Lord hastily commanded, scattering them in all directions. Obeying their leader, they scattered in all directions, and the remaining students, seeing this, turned pale and charged towards us, screaming. Without a word, they all activated their mana, urging each other to flee. The burrowing beast lord huffed, its eyes fixed on the one blocking its path. Its body trembled with each breath, power visibly building. Slim didn't dare move either, watching intently with a tense expression. From above, Dumin watches Tranthu's group, lost in thought. It seems, after observing, he's come to a conclusion. A great battle is about to begin. Slim and the burrowing beast lord stood glaring at each other, neither willing to make the first move, completely frozen, looking at the ferocious beast with the formation on its body. Continuing like this wasn't the way. After a moment of thought, Chen Shu makes his decision. It's time for a little baiting. Then he jumps up and yells as loud as he can. As if telepathic, it raised its hand in response. Op, then lifted its round, shiny butt and wiggled it provocatively. The Lord Earth-digging beast, seeing this, turned red with rage and roared in fury. It suddenly dives down, burrowing through the earth and disappearing completely. Its movements terrified Su Qing as it burrows into the ground again. In the next instant, the beast suddenly emerges behind Slim, startling him into a scream. At that moment, the burrowing beast lord unexpectedly slashed out with its claws, and Slim, unable to dodge, took the full brunt of the attack. Not wanting to lose momentum, he immediately created a barrier, hoping to pursue the cowardly beast. Seeing this, Chen Shu grinned with excitement. Trying to run? He then shouted loudly. Husky, as soon as it's summoned, it unleashes a barrage of fireballs. The relentless attacks all target the same point, and one strikes the burrowing lord's fatal weakness, causing it to cry out in pain. Ah! Husky wags its tail, turning to its master with an expectant look. Praise me. Witnessing the bizarre scene, Chen Shu and Slim were slightly shocked. It finally had some effect. But the beast wasn't completely down yet, so he immediately gave another command. A terrifying roar, please. Hearing the command, it opened its mouth wide and let out a resounding roar. The sound reverberated through the earth-digging lord's head, freezing its body and sending it tumbling with its legs in the air. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Chen Shu placed his hand on Xu Xing's shoulder and commanded, "Xiaoxing, grab it!" Hearing this, Xu Xing became visibly excited. "All right, hold on tight," he said, immediately commanding the Thunderbird to flap its wings towards the beast, lying helpless on the ground. And just like that, it swooped down, its claws snatching the lord-level burrowing beast. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, it lifted the creature into the air, perhaps for the first time in its life. But the sudden movement startled the beast awake, its mouth opening wide to unleash an attack. Seeing this, Xu Xing shouted, "Thunderbird, release it, it's about to use its skill." It chirped in response, as if to say, "Understood." Without hesitation, it released the Earth Digger Lord, letting it fall. And in that instant, Chen Shu shouted, requesting impact. Acknowledging the command, the round creature immediately emitted swirling rings of energy around its body. Beep! From above, the falling Lord Earthworm suddenly trembled, a look of panic in its eyes as Slim rammed into the dazed Beast King, causing it to cry out in pain. "It hurts! It hurts!" By the time Slim stopped, the Earth Digger had already spun around several times. Seeing this, he was overjoyed, his body crackling with electricity, his flight speed increasing. Soon, the sound of him pummeling the Earth Beast echoed like drums. The poor Beast King, dizzy and disoriented, could only cry out, while Sui happily clutched his stomach and laughed. Pew up. From afar, Du Min, riding on the back of a bird beast, witnessed everything. He was genuinely impressed, noting that this kid certainly knew how to surprise people. Watching Chen Shu eagerly cheer for Slim, he couldn't help but praise him. To think he could defeat a lord of the same level, after just becoming a black iron-level beastmaster. Finally, Du Min concluded, the younger generation is to be feared. Meanwhile, Tran Thu was astonished to see Slim digging up the earth like playing with a ball, taking minimal damage while fighting in midair. Next, he directed Husky to unleash a fireball, the dog's entire body crackling with electricity. It was about to snatch the flower when it heard his voice. Immediately, it stuck out its tongue with that trademark Husky grin. Following his master's orders, Husky unleashes a massive fireball, somehow managing to roast Slim's rear end, leaving it shocked and wide-eyed. Seeing the mess, Chen Shu grimaced and cursed. "Oh my God, you stupid dog." He angrily roared, "Listen to my commands." At the same time, the savage Beast King crashed to the ground like a sack of rice. Though aching, it breathed a sigh of relief, finally landing, then its eyes widened, blood vessels bursting around its pupils. From the sky, Slim's roasted tail plummeted, about to make intimate contact with its face, and just as Slim landed, the volcano behind them erupted. It was then that Chen Shu smiled in praise, acknowledging Slim's help as Thunderbird slowly landed near the unconscious mole beast. From out of nowhere, Sunan shivers as he watches, thinking he needs to show off a little. He smirks, pulling out a massive butcher knife. Even Du Ming, watching from afar, was stunned. What was he doing? And he's carrying a butcher knife. Can that even cut a lord-class beast? Instead of answering, Sunan simply leaps towards the giant burrowing beast, knife in hand. Having practiced, he happily showed off to Chen Shu and Xu Xing, saying they'd have food tonight, while Du Ming watched in stunned disbelief. As night falls, Chen Shu and the others set up camp, enjoying grilled Beast King meat. Xu Heng asks while eating, "Chen Shu, what's the battle plan next?" He was about to answer when he realized something was wrong. Then, the system interface appeared, offering a choice. 1. Deal with a single ferocious beast lord. 2. Eliminate 2 ferocious beast lords. Or 3. Destroy 3 ferocious beast lords. Seeing the enticing rewards, he immediately revealed his capitalist side. "I didn't have a plan, but now I do." Then he turned to Xu Xing and said, "Tomorrow, we'll venture deeper inside." The next day, Chen Shu and the others were taken away by the Thunderbird as planned the night before. Perched on its back, he frowned, realizing Slim wasn't enough to complete the mission. He'd have to train Husky. Without hesitation, he summoned it. "Come on out, Husky." Immediately, Husky appeared, crackling with electricity, and barked happily at its master. Tran Thu appeared, holding a sack from who knows where, eyes gleaming like a lighthouse. The 2 Sunam froze for 5 seconds, unable to believe that the sack hadn't been taken by old Li. Sign was just as surprised. How was it still here? He flashed back to that morning at home, before they left, when Chen Shu was staring intently at Dan Zhao's things. Old Li has been wary of him lately, and he hesitated for a moment, thinking, what if the teacher suddenly wanted his sack? Then he neatly folded the cloth bag, and with a sly look, Tran Thu stuffed the small bag into his shirt, secretly challenging the Tunam gang. Suddenly, he knelt in front of Husky, smiling as he commanded it. Husky unleashed a fireball. It obediently rolls over, exposing its white belly and whining. Suddenly, Chenshu expertly throws a sack over it, like a dog thief. Terrified, Husky whimpered, struggling and barking, but Chenshu didn't seem to care. He throws the bag to the ground, and the poor dog lands on Thunderbird, whimpering. Then, with a villainous expression, Chenshu removes the bag and orders the tearful Husky to sit properly. The Husky reluctantly spits a fireball, tears streaming down its face. Still not satisfied, Chenshu pointed at the sack to psychologically manipulate Husky, asking what it was, and only then did Husky reluctantly breathe a powerful fire at the chosen target. It was still upset after doing it, but he just patted its head dismissively, saying, "Yeah, you're so obedient," with a look of utter boredom. But since he wasn't its master, he could only sigh helplessly. Another child traumatized by sacks. The group traveled until the next day, with the Thunderbirds flying over a bottomless abyss filled with glowing red eyes and growls. Seeing this, Chenshu happily thought that they were probably far from the entrance to the space, then pointed and announced, "Let's stop here." Chenshu's group landed on a patch of barren land, and as night fell, Chenshu said, "Let's rest here for today." Hearing this, Zixing replied, "Then I'll set up camp." Suddenly, from afar, Little Butterfly hurriedly flew towards Sunan, reporting something in its own language. Upon hearing the news, Sunan exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He then warned, "Chendi, there's danger nearby." Unfazed, Chenshu calmly retrieves a vial of strange substance, reassuring him, "Don't worry. Let's rest tonight. And tomorrow, we hunt." Seeing him like that startled Shuxing and Sunan, who questioned him, "Chendi, what are you doing?" While the other one just yelled, "Damn it, don't do anything reckless." In contrast to their panic, Chenshu remained calm and handsome. "Don't worry, I'm just a little itchy." Sunan and Shuhanga were clearly unconvinced. "You're so bored you're playing with nuclear warheads, aren't you?" A husky suddenly appears, tongue lolling, eyes bright as stars. It barked and was stuffed into the shell that Chenshu was holding. A jolt of electricity ran through him, forcing a quick reaction, and he swiftly produced a sack. Just as Husky leapt, Chenshu presented the sack, and the poor Husky ended up neatly inside, with Chenshu tying it shut. It thrashes around inside, and Chenshu scolds it while holding the bag. "Trying to mess with me?" He throws the bag away, adding, "Stay put." With the task complete, he breathes a sigh of relief, ready for sleep. Chenshu enters the tent, reminding Shuxing and Sunan, "You two should rest as well." The other two seemed refreshed, but Shuxing simply replied, "Okay." After that, the Thunder Serpent rested beside the tent, and to be safe, Dunam placed a surveillance camera facing it. Having finished, he rested on the back of the bird beast, and by the next morning, the Chenshu group was already packing up their tents and running. Exhausted, Dunan stretched and yawned, but suddenly froze, his eyes wide. A silent scream erupted in his mind as he saw the three men dressed like they were in a hospital. What's going on? Have these three lost their minds? Why are they wearing hospital gowns? Meanwhile, Sunam excitedly praised, "Xiaoxing, this fabric is great. Did you improve it?" Hearing the praise, Zixing happily gave a thumbs up. "Of course, it's 40 degrees now. Wearing this won't be hot." The three climbed onto the Thunderbird's back, and Chenshu outlined the plan. "Laoji, find mutated beasts. We're only hunting mutated ones now." Though hesitant, Sunan agrees and summons Little Butterfly, who immediately uses her abilities to sense direction. Receiving Little Butterfly's signal, they learn that a black iron-level mutated beast is just 1,000 meters ahead, and the trio immediately sets off to hunt, leaving Dunan and his bird behind. Little Butterfly was enveloped in shimmering dust as it flapped its wings forward, and at that moment, Chenshu's voice rang out, "We're almost there. Behind Little Butterfly are the people riding on Thunderbird. Stop talking and follow Little Butterfly." Then, Tranthu's group passed by a pack of firehounds resting, and Tranthu was pleased to see them, black iron-level mutated flamehounds. He then ordered the Thunderbirds to descend, landing near the pack of firehounds. Chenshu and his group hid behind a large rock, signaling their readiness. Just then, one of the firehounds sensed something was wrong and growled to alert the pack. Grow, retreat quickly. The firehound's alertness surprised Chenshu. "Damn, they're that perceptive." Even so, he's not afraid, but even more excited. Then I won't hold back any longer. Next, he summons Husky. Husky is summoned, and it sits facing the firehound, barking. Go. The hellhound growls softly in response. Strangely, the husky isn't scared, instead circling and sniffing, leaving it frozen like a phone with 2G signal. Chenshu couldn't bear to watch any longer and called for backup. Slim. Suddenly, a gigantic Slim falls from the sky, ready to pounce on the firehound who realizes he's been tricked. Not letting it escape, Slim quickly uses its massive body to pin it down. Even as the firedog shrinks, it can't break free. After witnessing the swift battle, Sunan was impressed. Chen-pai, your skills are so fast. The gigantification is already ending as the battle begins. Chen-shu didn't explain much, saying, just watch. And with that, he stopped shrinking it. This surprises Sunan even more. He can control the multiplier skill? Is this the benefit of Black Iron level? Chen-shu modestly waved his hand, saying, the priority now is dealing with this mutated light flame hound. The fire dog is glaring at you, clearly upset that you don't care about its feelings. You ordered the eager husky to charge forward, and it naturally put on a cool face and barked. Obeying its master, it ran in front of the fire dog. Husky, tongue lolling, stared intently at the fire dog, who looked away nervously and barked. Suddenly, Husky lunges forward, growling, scaring it so badly its fur stands on end. Husky's attack creates massive explosions, leaving the flamehound defenseless. Not stopping there, it conjures magic from its mouth. An ice spell that freezes the hellhound solid. Chen-shu proudly watches Husky, praising its ability to both roast and freeze. Husky really knows what it's doing. Meanwhile, Sunan and Shuxing prayed with crosses in hand, saying, Amen. He approaches the flamehound's corpse, eyes gleaming with interest, and reminds them, stop saying amen and get the beast-controlling pearl first. Having found the pearl, he held it up and called out, let's go to the next place. Dongqing and the others responded. All right. After a moment, the Thunderbird carried them away. A few minutes later, the three landed by the campfire. Chen-shu held up a piece of meat, lamenting how difficult these powerful beasts were. After a whole day, we only found 3 mutated beasts, not the Lord. So, do you suggest we keep moving forward? Sunam shakes his head, disagreeing, saying that going deeper doesn't guarantee they'll find anything. It would be great if we could recreate the coincidence at the ice canyon. Shusheng disagreed with his idea. Come on, that attracted so many ferocious beast lords. But the ice crevice? Tu-Sing described and analyzed the eruption. The ice crevice lords were completely wiped out because they liked to join in the fun. Hearing this, Chen-shu hesitated slightly. After a moment's thought, he stood up, deciding to change locations and begin hunting normal beasts tomorrow. With nothing left to say, the two immediately agreed. Very well. Slim earnestly chased after the beasts, and for the next 6 days, the trio of Chen-shu began their slaughter of ordinary beasts. 6 days later, Slim stood triumphantly before the terrified rabbits, while the other 3 watched the spectacle from atop Thunderbird. Xing, do you think there's any left for us? Sunan tearfully defended. Of course, we tried our best. We just couldn't find a lord. Chen-shu sighed wearily, then leaned back, gazing up at the sky in contentment. Is being strong a mistake in this world? That seemingly ordinary question left Shuxing and Sunan speechless. Below, Husky and Slim gleefully chase after the ferocious beasts. Chen-shu peeked his head over the Thunderbird's wing and gave it an order. Slim stopped and shook itself a few times. Reluctantly, it moves along, dejected. Husky flies down to deliver the beasts, confirming they're safe to eat, and happily puts them into the bag one by one. With his task complete, Husky flew back to the Thunder Rock, a bag of food in his mouth. Chen-shu took the bag inside, lamenting his hard day as a hunter. Suddenly, he made a suggestion that confused them. Oh, right, let's stay nearby tonight. What if you bared your fangs and got them excited, and those rabbits led their lord over here? We'd be rich. That night, they built a large fire and roasted rabbit, as Husky cheered with delight. It jumped around excitedly, then sat back and howled. Chen-shu disagreed and covered the bag of meat, startling it. Dejected, Husky slumped down and began to cry, taking a large bite of meat as he sulked. If this keeps up, the exam will be too easy. Can I show off the style of a fierce warrior from South River? Shusheng, sitting next to him, replied, It's already great. Our battle was a complete victory, and we've definitely earned extra points. He calculated that the group had accumulated 255 points in the past few days, which should be enough to secure at least 185 points. Chen-shu was shocked. Only 185? Still, Husky rubbed against Chen-shu, begging. He looked at its gleeful face, helpless. Having no choice, Chen-shu gave it a whole chicken, something worthless. Husky sniffed it, then decisively refused. It points at the spice jars, demanding more. Chen-shu is even more despondent, but lets it have its way. You sure are picky. Husky's eyes lit up as he sprinkled spices on the meat. It happily savors the delicious meal, while Shuxing feeds the Thunderbird and reminds Chen-shu. Chen-pai, now that you're Black Iron level, you need to pay attention to food that suits your contracted spirits. He explained it all to him. The beast's base isn't enough to sustain the energy consumption of a black iron level, so they need to eat every day. A proper diet and high-quality food can enhance the strength of your contracted spirits, Chenshu happily replies. All right, I'll have Dolly work on a suitable menu when we get back. Over here, Sunan is feeding Little Butterfly. Here, you eat some too, Chenshu suddenly shouts in surprise. It eats meat? Hearing that, he immediately made a nonsensical correction. No meat, no happiness, got it? Hearing this, Xiaoti's face froze for a moment, and she glanced at Sunan with disdain. Xiaoti immediately became upset, writhing in anger, leaving the three of them helpless. Chenshu glances at him thoughtfully. Are you sure you just don't like meat? Sunan retorts, refusing to admit it. Is this meat poisoned? He suddenly realized the problem and jumped up, shouting. No, something's not right. A powerful beast is approaching, and judging by Xiaoti's eyes, it's not alone. Decoding her question, the three of them fled. Sunan pulled Chenshu onto the Thunderbird, which was still patiently waiting. He glanced back, a sense of unease washing over him. Could it be that their slaughter of common beasts these past few days has driven the Beast Lords to join forces? Suddenly, the two turned back, curiously asking, Are you doing it? Chenshu waved his hand, immediately refusing. Do what? At most, little Huang can only take down one. Zizing points to Husky, who is climbing up. Isn't there, Husky? It gleefully enjoys the meat, oblivious to everything else, as Chenshu calls out softly, Husky. Seeing its clueless expression, he helplessly put his hands on his hips. Are you trying to be funny? The two of them immediately pushed him away, apologizing with displeasure. Excuse me, Chenshu said, reaching into his pocket. Wait, he pulls out a bottle of black diarrhea medicine. But Chenshu's devilish face frightens them into stopping him. Damn it, don't provoke them. We can't afford to anger those beasts. Right, no need. With an angelic smile, he points to the potion, saying it's just ordinary medicine. What are you thinking? They snapped back in surprise. Normal medicine. My foot. Chenshu held it up and turned away. Don't worry, I know my limits, he assured, hopping off the Thunderbird and quickly grabbing a piece of meat. Chenshu poured the medicine inside and then cheerfully asked for a favor. Old Z, mark the rabbit meat. Little Dai then glowed with magic, its eyes twinkling, wings fluttering, marking the poisoned spots with a blue light. Chenshu stroked his chin, a cunning and excited glint in his eyes. Now, let's go and watch the show. The fragrant meat spread its aroma as the group watched from behind a rock. Soon the Fireclaw leopard appeared, followed by the golden-feathered light-winged lord, the sharp-eyed white-slicing rooster, and finally, a raven. The four spirit beasts eyed the delicious meat, cautiously circling, unable to resist the tempting aroma as Chenshu's group eagerly anticipated the show. It's about to happen. The Fireclaw leopard leans down, tongue lolling out in anticipation. The white chicken and black crow couldn't resist taking a bite, while the light-winged bird and Fireclaw leopard didn't hesitate to devour a large piece of rabbit meat. White chicken slash and black crow also ate heartily. Shu Hong was a little worried. Wouldn't these lords explode? Swallowing a nuclear warhead would be certain a death, right? Hearing this, Chenshu angrily retorted, Are you colorblind or something? Nuclear bullets are gray, unbelievable. His words only deepened the confusion of him and Sunan. Suddenly, a sinister look crept across Chenshu's face. Even if they don't explode, they'll still be a nuisance. His smile loses its humanity as he makes a decision. Tonight, they strike. The four spirits quickly finish eating, each one full to bursting. It was then they warily eyed each other, gazes filled with resentment before scattering in every direction, and a look of delight spread across Chenshu's face. The mark is inside them now. He immediately turned and signaled Xu Xing and Sunan to follow. The Thunderbirds didn't have to wait long before finding the Lightwing bird's nest, where the leader was commanding the flock to follow. Then it spread its wings and flew off, followed by its young. But in that moment, the Lightwing bird suddenly froze, caught off guard, and released its bowels in broad daylight, plummeting from the sky. The earth-shattering sounds continued, enough to make its feathers fall out, and the light-winged bird, experiencing such a sensation for the first time, was reduced to tears of helplessness. It lowered its head, trembling as it stepped away from the scene of its relief, but just when it seemed to be over, the gurgling sound returned, forcing the light-winged bird to rush back to its former hiding place. The stench quickly spread, forcing the flock to cover their noses with their wings in resignation, but the bombardment continued relentlessly. After only a few minutes, it collapsed from exhaustion. Chenshu seems quite pleased with his handiwork. Then he charged forward, scrambling onto the boulder. Let me go first. Just then, the light-winged bird suddenly jolted awake, shaking violently. Chenshu quickly hid behind a rock. Damn it, I thought it was down for good. Soon after, it mustered all its strength and dropped a massive bomb, landing right behind him. Damn, that stinks. Chenshu quickly grabs a sack. Luckily, he has one, and with a little modification, he has a perfect mask. With his mask on, Chenshu continued to crawl closer to the lightwing bird, finding a suitable spot right behind it. That should do it. Taking advantage of its inattention, Chenshu immediately summoned Slim. By the time it noticed the spirit's presence, it was too late. Slim's massive form pinned the lightwing bird, rendering it immobile. Dusting off his hands, Chenshu was pleased at how simple it was. He then turned to call out to Shuxing and Sunan, "Come on out, you don't have to hide anymore." He immediately signaled for the Thunderbird to fly over, and after observing the situation, Chenshu reminded them, "They haven't noticed us yet. Fly higher." Though controlled by Slim below, the lightwing bird thrashed, desperate to escape. Waiting for his chance, he gently stroked Husky, calling his name. Receiving its orders, it immediately goes on the offensive, unleashing countless golden orbs from its mouth. Unable to escape, the lightwing bird is struck by the full force of the attack, crying out in what sounds like a warning. The flock in the sky quickly received the signal, finally realizing their lord had been subdued. The lightwing birds cried out in anger, as if to say, "We'll fight you to the death." Then, as one, they turned and flew toward Chenshu's group, forming a living net before them. Sensing danger, Chenshu warned, "Get back. Don't engage them. There are too many. Getting hit could be disastrous." Without wasting any time, Shu Hung quickly signaled Lei Diao to take flight as the bird's wings beat like blades, flying towards them in succession. One of the flock suddenly turned back and cried out, ignoring them. The entire flock immediately changed direction, surrounding Slim. The Lord roared, signaling, "Kill the thing on me first." Receiving the order, the flock unleashed their innate wing blades, firing countless blades towards the spirit. Seeing this, Chenshu couldn't help but praise them. These beasts were smart enough to run away first. Then Slim activated the hypnos state, and a golden shield appeared around him. It acts as a shield, taking the brunt of the wing-slash storm, but only for a few minutes before explosions erupt and Slim is engulfed in smoke. The protective layer shattered, and a long gash appeared on its body. Chenshu found it hard to believe that 100,000 wing strikes could break through the sleepy murderer's defense. It seemed a quick victory was the only option. He immediately ordered Husky to attack the leader, and a beam of green light shot from its mouth toward the lightwing birdlord. Husky howls, unleashing a torrent of flames that startles even Chenshu. Seeing the fiery rain descend, Shim swiftly dodges aside. Another massive explosion echoes, sending dust and debris flying. As the smoke clears, the mangled corpse of the lightwing bird is revealed, sending the flock into a frenzy of grief. Immediately, they fled in haste, fearing they would be the next victims, as Lei Niao landed, and Sunan grinned, knife in hand, declaring it another pile of good materials. Zai-Sing wonders what they'll do next, and Chenshu happily replies, "Of course, we're going to take care of the other three." Having dealt with the prism wing birds, they continued on their way, following the trail to a volcano where they finally found the Crimson Fireclaw. At noon, the elves fought valiantly. In the evening, they happily captured this glorious moment together. Chenshu happily holds his phone, satisfied that they've defeated 4 lords and can finally rest, unaware that a dark shadow has been lurking behind them, as night falls and only the lonely moon shines. Hutke and Thunderbird leaned on each other, enjoying the silence of the night as Chenshu finally opened his eyes after a long sleep, sighing with relief. Sunan suggested they find something to eat, and Zhuxing couldn't hide his excitement as he strode outside. "Let's eat." Just then, his dog-like nose began to work its magic. "Chenpi, do you smell something?" Chenshu closed his eyes, trying to sense the faint stench in the air. A moment later, he pointed at each of them accusingly. "Damn it, who hid the monster beast dung?" He suddenly turns, his eyes sharp and cold, seeing only the goofy husky barking happily. "Woof, woof." The 3 of them froze, and Sunan hypothesized, "Chenpi, are you talking about your diarrhea medicine? Did we not dispose of the beast's corpse properly, or was it eaten by another beast?" Hearing this, Chenshu looked troubled. "It probably isn't. It was my first time using it." He then tried to change the subject, nudging the others. "Let's find something to eat, I'm starving." And so, the 3 brothers flew on the back of the Thunderbird. "All right, I'll let you off the hook for now." However, Sunan's every nerve cell was still restless. "Is that scent a bit too much?" They instinctively covered their noses. With great difficulty, Tutin groaned, "I can't take it anymore." In situations like these, Tranthu goes into show-off mode. "Don't worry, I brought something." They were sweating bullets watching him pull out all sorts of things. "How did he fit all that in there? That bag of holding has no bottom." Chen Shu happily exclaimed, "Found them!" Then he produced 3 masks. "Here, take these." Seeing this, Sunan and Shuxing fell for his trick, stuck like glue. But this still didn't reassure him, and even Bang Huang noticed that he was carrying a gas mask. "Did you plan to use laxatives from the start?" At Tunam's accusation, Tranthu immediately defended himself. "How could I? I just have a lot of survival experience. What if we end up in a toxic environment?" He and Shusung crossed their arms, faces screaming disbelief. He urges them to hurry. "Okay, put them on quickly, let's go." Helpless, Sunan quickly puts on the mask to save his nose, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The air is normal again. Suddenly, a loving voice called out from behind, "Dear Chen Shu." It was Duming and Diaosho flying towards them. Overwhelmed, he sheepishly scratched his head. "Could I borrow a gas mask?" Hearing someone in need, Chen Shu had an idea. He waved his hand dismissively, looking smug. "You're lucky you're our proctor. Otherwise, maybe I would have lent you one. This student is a puzzle to Duming." Chen Shu rests his chin and says playfully, "I, the tyrant of South River, don't mince words." Even with his scheme in place, he hesitated slightly before holding up 5 fingers to name his price. 500,000. Duoming's head throbbed as he stood there, dumbfounded, cursing inwardly. Ridiculous, and who would dare extort a teacher on school grounds? Before he could say another word, Chen Shu launched into a multi-level marketing pitch. "Teacher, just 500,000 will get you incredibly fresh air." But Duming still refused. "Enough, I don't have money." Seeing him leave, he still shouted to promote his wares. "You have to seize the opportunity." But that wasn't all, as Chen Shu wore a sinister smile, wanting to follow them. "Let's fly towards the stink." Sunan and Shuxing, infected with the slow virus, immediately agreed. "Okay." The Thunderbirds quickly flapped their wings and flew far ahead. Half an hour later, even Do Min couldn't take the stench anymore and gave up. The weakling had no choice but to bargain for a lower price. "How about 50,000? Shuxing and Chen Shu turned with sinister smiles. Sunan and Chen Shu happily agreed to the deal, and he tossed the mask to Duming, who caught it. Taking the mask, he immediately put it on and breathed a sigh of relief as a flock of firebirds flew past. It happily took flight, soaring high to bask in the warm sunlight. Suddenly, the lake below stirred with strange movements and unsettling sounds. The water instantly froze over, the ripples hardening into sharp, jagged points, and an icy chill filled the air. The fire crows were shocked and breathed fire, trying to destroy the thick ice. But the more fire there was, the thicker the ice became, rising higher and higher, consuming the land. Beneath the ice, the mad lion rises, roaring in fury at being awakened from its slumber. The mad lion's roar echoed through the heavens, sending shivers down the spines of every creature, big and small. Duming cries out in fear, overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure. Their path is quickly blocked by a massive ice wall. It seems like a big one, at least black iron level. "Chenpai, what do we do?" Chen Shu grinned slyly. "Let's assess the situation first. If we can't win, we'll run." He then pointed the way for the Thunderbird. "Little Thunder, let's go." Seeing this, he immediately shouted, "Damn it! Have you lost your minds?" Demin frantically called out, "Don't go! I'm not even sure I can win." Hearing this, the 3 exclaimed in shock. "He can't win?" he confirmed with embarrassment. "That's right." And with that, visions of perfect scores danced in their heads. They eagerly charged into battle, thinking someone was offering them free points on the last day of the exam. The appearance of the white lion caused quite a stir among the local beasts. The students who witnessed everything were stunned. What was going on? They were sweating more than a waterfall in their panic. Are these beasts on something? Damn it, could my luck really be this bad? At that moment, Wu Shuang noticed the extremely unique and familiar Thunderbird across from him. Having dealt with so much already, he's affirmed himself, but oh no, it's Chen Shu again. What has he done this time to cause such a commotion? Did he rob a beast's grave? He immediately gave the panther cubs an urgent order. "Scatter!" And with that, they all ran as fast as they could without looking back. Meanwhile, back with Chen Shu's group on the Thunderbird, a series of choices appear before him to deal with the situation. Let Duming take action, calmly flee, fight to the death with the monarch who possesses the brave man's inscription, or seek the monarch's forgiveness. It wasn't a difficult decision, but Chen Shu found a common thread. The system's choices all involved giving up, which meant this beast was truly powerful. This plunges him into thought. But giving up, and then glancing at the precious treasures below, the herbs, the strange stones, that alone is enough for Chen Shu to decide. So, let's give it a try. Without hesitation, he immediately summons his contracted spirit. Just like its master, it fearlessly furrowed its brow and charged straight at the ferocious king-level lion. Of course, Chen Shu wouldn't forget the slime's special skill, gigantification. Next, he uses brute force, dislocating the white lion's jaw, and then commands Xuxing's contracted spirit. This was the moment. With a single swoop, the Thunderbird separated Slim and the ferocious beast, giving Chen Shu the chance to recall Slim. Slim. Retreat. And then, from out of nowhere, he acquired a bunch of special potions. So, next. Meanwhile, the white lion was still reeling from Slim's headbutt. By the time it recovered, it unleashed a shocking surge of energy. In mere moments, the once empty space was completely covered, exciting Chen Shu. Had the savage beasts arrived? Unafraid, he seemed thrilled. It seemed he could only cause trouble once. As soon as he said that, he threw the items in his hands away. It turns out that with just one station, that vial of medicine was the source of the earth-shattering bomb. A series of continuous tremors echoed Chen Shu's warning. This can only explode once. We need to get back to base quickly. He sternly assures Xuxing that they'll be safe once they return to base. Without question, he nods in agreement. He then commanded the Thunderbird to escape the smoky bone pile, soaring high and far at terrifying speed. More frighteningly, aside from a few injuries, the white lion's strength remained abundant. It roars with regal authority, commanding its brethren to continue the chase. Somewhere nearby, someone was drinking water, but not in peace. It was Ye Bing, enjoying a moment of tranquility, who was suddenly forced to pay attention. What's all the commotion? A moment later, he spat out his water as he witnessed a chase between a monarch-class beast and a Thunderbird spirit. Chen Shu, no longer excited, arrived screaming as if he were being slaughtered. "Old Ye, save me!" Meanwhile, Ye Bing was already furious at the mess he had to deal with. That troublesome brat was at it again. Despite his grumbling, he wouldn't abandon his students, even against a king-level beast. His furrowed brow and decisive movements revealed a seasoned Ye Bing. And in an instant, a towering figure with the aura of a white lion was summoned. It turns out the great bear he summoned was not only comparable, but its power and size made the beast look like a mere puppy. Just then, Wu Shuang arrived, having finished arranging things for the students, and his anger was etched into the deepening lines on his forehead. "You just can't resist causing trouble, can you? Let's go." In an instant, the black and white giant serpent is summoned, its presence suffocating. Then, the white lion forces Chen Shu's group to flee, like toys for Da Zhang and Black and White. And so, the comedic trio could finally breathe a sigh of relief and peace, finally safe, as he turned to Wu Shuang with a questioning tone. "That's right, I saw everyone returning, so did the exam end early?" Of course, what he got in return was an even more scathing rebuke from him. "You're saying you caused a disturbance in another dimension, forcing us to end it early. I didn't do anything, why me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Du Min chimed in and presented the evidence to Wu Shuang. "These are the exam records." As Ye Bing and the old man focus on the weekend film selection, Chen Shu, knowing what he's done, whispers to his companion, "Let's go." Unfortunately, the black and white giant serpent wasn't about to let them escape this dangerous place. Its sharp eyes scanned them, but without the rage Ye Bing expected. "You stole a king-level lord's treasure, and now where do you think you're going? Is this payback?" Even though he's been found out, he desperately tries to justify himself with a helpless tone. "What is that? Let me explain." Despite Chen Shu's desperate attempts to explain, the peerless duo remained unmoved, and his efforts seemed futile. And so it was. At this point, Ye Bing felt helpless and decided to just let it go. "All right, go back to the hotel and get some rest." Chen Shu finally had a moment to breathe, relieved to have gotten away with his deception. Seeing beside her also relaxed a little. But Su Nan, with her fragile emotions, hugged the instigator of the event and burst into tears. "Wow, that just scared me so much." This display didn't earn her any sympathy, and Chen Shu kicked her away. "Get lost." Soon, silence returns, and the sky shifts to night, with ominous eyes lurking. The silent night is perfect for those who need to do things in secret. A figure resembling Ye Bing, perhaps realizing something, heads toward the scene of the White Lion incident from earlier that day. Under the gentle morning sun, the bus slowly starts its journey on the empty road. Chen Shu relaxes into his seat, a heartfelt sigh escaping him. Finally, he's almost home. Then, he turned to ask Xiaoyu and the others how they did. "Right. How were the exams, you three?" She calmly replied with humility that she could enroll in a famous university in the capital. Tan Han, on the other hand, seemed a little embarrassed and continued, "Well, I'll be studying at a university in the capital too, and Habang as well." "Me too." Hearing this news, Chen Shu, who already knew his own results, couldn't help but exclaim, "That's good. You can come find me at the China Academy if anything comes up." As soon as she said this, she suddenly seemed to gather all her courage and prepared to speak. Unfortunately, before Yabing could express her feelings, he blurted out an advertisement that killed the mood. "We're all friends. 10% off." With just one sentence, Chen Shu demonstrates his incredible ability to destroy any romantic atmosphere. And as the sun begins to set, the car carrying the future of the nation finally arrives, greeted by cheers of, "They're back!" From behind, Tutin couldn't help but assess him with a sigh. "My brother, there's a reason you're single. But for a guy like Chen Shu, who seems to lack emotional intelligence, it's too difficult to understand." What did he mean by that? Without explaining, he simply changed the subject. "We're here, let's go." Though he didn't understand, he didn't dwell on it. The student's return was met with eager parents. "How did the test go? I heard there was an incident at your testing site." A barrage of questions followed. "Are you hurt?" Even Chen Yu came over concerned. "Is my grandson all right?" But before Chen Shu could answer, he jumped to a more pressing matter, his fatherly warmth scalding like boiling water. "Are you all right? Is the other dimension okay too?" His words, so unlike the others, stunned him. What was going on? Shouldn't a father normally ask about his son's well-being? And why is he worried about other dimensions? With an uncharacteristic cheerfulness, he says, "Doesn't your father know you too well?" From then on, Chen Yu acts more like a companion to his son. "Let's go. I'll take care of you now, take you home, and we'll have some good food." Suddenly, before leaving, Chen Shu called out, "Xiaoxing." Hearing his name, Zixing turns, raising an eyebrow in question. What is it? That extremely familiar old bag of his has reappeared in this situation. Chen Yu is stunned, wondering where he got it. Aside from those in the know, the students and parents alike recoiled in alarm at the sight. Chen Shu helplessly held the bag, which seemed to contain something. "What's there to be afraid of? I'm not going to do anything." He happily handed the bag to Shusheng, saying it was their harvest, and he could handle it. Chen Shu spoke, thinking about the spirit. "Also, I'm not sure about the White Lion's treasure. Your family is in the beast-taming business, so maybe it'll fetch a good price." Xing's eyes lit up as he happily agreed, waving goodbye and promising to meet again. As night falls, the moonlight illuminates the city, and at Chen Shu's home, he enjoys dinner with his parents. As Ling Dan happily served her son food, she asked, "So, son, how did it go?" Chen Shu grinned, flashing a peace sign. "Sure," Chen Yu scoffed. "Sure to get into the factory." Not wanting to be looked down upon, he grew angry and resolute. A factory? No, his son would get into the Huaxia Academy. His mother smiled reassuringly, saying, Huaxia Academy was good too, and Fuangtu Dai Lle would have friends there. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Oh right, he forgot to tell Fangxi about it. Later, in Chen Shu's room, he lay on the bed, tapping on his phone. Chen Shu sent a message to the group chat, and both his friends, Jigu Sunan and Shu Qing, were on board. Suddenly, a notification pops up on his phone. He's successfully leveled up to Black Iron and can log into his Beast Tamer Guild account. This news catches him off guard. So soon? I just became a Black Iron rank, and already the online association has sent me news. Truly a government website. Chen Shu hurriedly clicked the link on the screen, and the facial recognition system immediately appeared. It scanned his entire face, and upon completion, the system announced that Chen Shu had successfully logged in. It then displays 3 tiers from top to bottom: gold, silver, and black iron. Naturally, Chen Shu taps the black iron tier without hesitation. The system then displayed 3 options: treasure purchases, information exchange, and beast taming experience. But the prices made Chen Shu's jaw drop. Damn, why is everything so expensive? He lamented, scrolling through his phone with tears in his eyes. Can't afford it, can't afford it. Suddenly, Chen Shu remembered something, his eyes lighting up like headlights. He remembered he had a customization skill. His expression turned serious as he tapped away at his phone, realizing he needed to calculate carefully. After a while, Chen Shu felt dizzy and decided to stop looking. This website's stuff is too complicated. He tosses his phone aside to ask old Li tomorrow. Soon, he drifts off to sleep. After a long while of searching, the night grew late, and Su Xing's call suddenly came. Chen Shu was immediately awakened and groggily answered the phone. Who is it? Early in the morning, Su Xing's excited shouts nearly scared Chen Shu half to death. Chen Pie, we're about to get rich. In the cozy atmosphere of the restaurant, Chen Shu and his 2 best friends met for a meal. Suddenly, Su Xing remembers something. What did he mean by striking it rich on the phone? He leans in close to Chen Shu and whispers, Your stones are worth nearly 100 million. He was enjoying his cruller when he suddenly panicked, as almost 100 million. Sighing calmly explains that the stone is a treasure called black iron, and its sole purpose is to permanently increase attributes. one with fire, one with light, each boosting attributes by about 10%. Hearing this, Chen Shu's eyes sparkled with delight as he happily thought of Husky. The attribute increase was a perfect fit. He immediately stood up and slammed the table, eager to sell. Chen Shu watched Sunan and Xing discuss splitting the 200 million they'd earned and happily stretched his arms out, relieved. Finally, the extra stock is gone. Where to next? As he finished speaking, he let out a long yawn, and Sunan answered his earlier question. Old Li is organizing a class party, but he frowned, looking unhappy. But you look so sleepy. Why don't you go home and get some rest? Tran Thu Fong looked confident. It's fine. I slept from 4 to 7. Even the Grim Reaper is impressed with my health. You go on ahead, Tianfeng. Let's get going. It's getting late. Sunan looped her arm around Xusheng's neck, laughing happily. After a short walk, the three arrived at a beautiful restaurant. The restaurant was bustling with people, and Chen Shu stopped in front of a bag by the door. The three of them confidently stared inside, but those in the restaurant screamed in terror at the sight of him. Chen Shu has arrived. Seeing everyone's panic, he reassures them, "Don't be tense. Pretend I'm not here today. I won't be using the sack. Carry on with your conversation." It seems Tran Thu is here to see Vo Song. Seeing him, he said, "Mr. Li, I have something to ask you." Everyone in the shop breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like he really wasn't going to do anything to us. He innocently asks, "Mr. Li, do you know any skills that would suit my husky? I want to give it a skill." Many names flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed. Let me think about that. At the vast high school, the teachers all looked ahead, observing something. On the screen, the actions of students, including Tran Thu, Tu Tin, and Tu Nam, are displayed. He and another student gleefully smear diarrhea medicine on a roasting rabbit. Its fumes sent the White Lion and Lady Yao running for their lives, leaving the teachers speechless. Sheng Heng rises in anger, questioning how a high school student could do such a thing. QZ retorts sternly. Theoretically, he's nothing like a high school student, and in reality, even less so. Have you investigated his identity? Mu Yan adds gravely, "We compared him to domestic wanted criminals and found nothing." He questioned him, "What about international fugitives?" He was stunned, quickly replying, "It wouldn't go that far, would it?" But Chuzo was furious. "I think it's that serious. Let me see." Mu Yan searches Lu's iPad, finding no record. Yibing is exasperated by their fuss, insisting there's nothing there. Sheng Hing seriously asks for everyone's opinion. How should we score him? How many points, or should we give him full marks? Kyuzu quickly objected. I don't think so. His behavior is too reckless, and he doesn't seem to consider the consequences. He then sternly explained, luckily this is an exam with supervisors watching. Otherwise, who knows how many casualties there would be. I suggest 180 points out of 250, but Jiang Yun disagrees with Chuza's opinion. I disagree. I think his combat experience and beast-controlling abilities are excellent, and he should be recruited. Sheng Heng agreed, siding with Professor Jiang Yun, and began an enthusiastic analysis. A student who dares to attract the attention of a ferocious beast, their fearless spirit alone, is worth full marks. Besides, Sheng Heng shrugged, cheerfully retorting, since when has the Huaxia Academy been afraid of accepting troublemakers? Sun's original intention was to cultivate true talent. Wouldn't ordinary people just be a waste of resources? Kyuza was furious, but Shengxing ignored him and continued the discussion. If that's the case, let's agree on it. 254 points will be the median score. Yibing and Jiang Yun agreed in unison. Deal. Mu Yan happily seals the deal, while Chuza angrily scoffs, and Chen Shu plays games in the car while Wu Shuang researches on his phone. Suddenly, he asked Chen Shu, "Chen Pai, do you think the flame-encompassing Lord's sustained attack talent skill would suit Husky?" The phone screen displayed information about the sustained attack skill. Subsequent damage increased by 1%, and the sustainable duration could be extended by 3 minutes. Wu Shuang hesitantly explains, "That's not right. I still feel like something's off. Releasing a skill that only adds 1% damage. The fight won't last long." Then, looking at his phone, he confessed, "Your husky doesn't have many skills to add. Let's look at something else." Chen Shu reluctantly agreed, deciding to trust his teacher's judgment. Suddenly, a system appeared before him, offering 3 skill options: Sustained Attack, Lightning Release, and Bone Tribe Strike. Completing each would add 1 point. Chen Shu was ecstatic, a smile slowly losing its humanity as he mused, Wasn't it time for some high-level skills? He has an idea. Wait, Professor, I want this one. From that day on, Chen Shu began adjusting each item to his liking, dedicating himself to researching new herbs to further enhance his strength. Time quietly passed until the day the official results were announced, and a lively internet cafe erupted with excited cheers. Oh my God, a prodigy. Come look, she got 605. Everyone stared at the screen, chattering. Over 600 points, is she from the special class? The moment the results appeared, the girl burst into joyous laughter. Oh my God, I passed. As the others celebrated, Chen Shu casually remarked from the shadows that the young were truly ignorant, turning to his two friends with undisguised curiosity. Xiaoxing, Laoxie, what did you guys get? Sunan asked, eyes wide, her finger trembling as she pointed to her score of 625. Xu Sheng, equally shocked, replied, 602. Hearing that sky-high score, Chen Shu nodded in satisfaction and clicked to see his own. Very good, now it's my turn. The data immediately displays 400 in academics, 20 in potential, 245 in combat, plus 20 from the provincial exam, totaling 685 points, a result that sends everyone into an uproar. Wow, a perfect score in culture? Is he even human? Now that's a true master. That 605 total from before is nothing. As the crowd cheered, Chen Shu simply shrugged with the lazy air of a top student, as if to say, it's nothing. Just a perfect score. Everyone calm down, I'm just a bad student. Just then, someone recognized him and shouted with shining eyes. Oh my God, it's the infamous Nanjiang bully Chen Shu. Upon hearing the idol's name, the crowd surged forward, shouting and cheering. The brute was indeed a brute. I love you, you brute. Sign my autograph. Seeing things getting out of hand, Chen Shu cursed under his breath. Damn it, this is bad. Without hesitation, he turned and ran for his life. Let's get out of here. Xu Xing and Sunan, abandoned amidst the frenzy, screamed and struggled in desperation. I'm not violent, don't kiss me, don't pull my pants down, let go. Outside the internet cafe, Chen Shu took a deep breath and sighed in relief. Finally, they've dispersed. Perhaps it's over. However, as Xu Xing cautiously emerges, he begins to grumble incessantly. It's all your fault, Chen Shu. He looked so aggrieved, covered in lipstick, saying he'd been ravaged by a group of men. Seeing his utterly defeated state left Chen Shu dumbfounded. Where's Lao Yi? Exhausted, Zixing slowly wiped his face. It was too chaotic. I couldn't see clearly. I was probably desperate, still hiding and afraid to come out. Suddenly, a familiar figure approached and interrupted. Who said that? To Sunam's surprise, he emerges unscathed, though his legs tremble uncontrollably. Seeing him unharmed, Chen Shu praises him. Not bad, old Z. You've got some skills. Zixing Kuaizhi leaned on his shoulder and teased. If you're unharmed, why are your legs shaking? But Sunam just silently shook his head with a helpless look on his face. He looked up, tears streaming down his face. My pants, they've been torn. He choked up, as if he'd lost something irreplaceable, while the other two stared blankly at the drafty tear. Sunan sadly stared as Xing and Chen Shu stifled their laughter, asking, What are you still looking at? It's getting dark, let's go home. The two trembled, their stomachs churning, and turned away in agreement. Okay. And so, the three of them nonchalantly left the scene as if nothing had happened. But after a short distance, they stopped, turned, and wordlessly put their arms around each other, as if they had understood all along. And so, the three burst into laughter, their triumphant sounds echoing through the bustling streets. Ha 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 ha. That night, in Chen Shu's quiet home, he muttered, My talent should be enough to get into Huajia Academy. He watched Slim and Husky tear up the corner of the room, musing that nothing was certain. As he stroked his chin in thought, he suddenly remembered that the admission notice and skill customization would arrive tomorrow. Chen Shu suddenly thought of familiar faces in the China Academy, all geniuses, like Fang Si. Then he turned to his spirits, muttering about his plans. Besides upgrading Husky's skills, he needed to prepare some things, just in case. Suddenly, a sly grin crept across his face. Time to make some diarrhea medicine. Thinking so, Chen Shu immediately closed his eyes, focusing on circulating spiritual energy around his body. His hands moved tirelessly through the ingredients as the light of dawn crept into the house. He yawned, stretched wearily, and thought, finally done. Then he climbed into bed, pulled the covers up, hoping for a peaceful sleep. But before he could drift off, a girl's voice announced someone at the door. Chen Shu, the Imperial Dragon Guard, has delivered the materials. Hearing this, he immediately jumped out of bed, tossing the blanket aside, his eyes shining. The custom skill materials had arrived. Then he excitedly scurries over, thinking, Here it is, here it is. As he opens the door, Chen Shu sees Xue Yu standing there with a box in her hands and a bright smile. Hello, Mr. Chenshu. I'm Suayu from the Imperial Guard, in charge of escorting the materials. Here are the materials for your custom skill. Chenshu nodded excitedly. Thank you, thank you. Receiving the goods, he couldn't contain his joy. Thank you for your hard work. Unable to contain his smile, he could finally give Husky a new skill. It cocked its head, barking and pointing at itself, but he didn't say a word as he grabbed it and dragged it away. The door to the small room burst open, and in an instant a blinding light shoots out. The lightning above Husky's head suddenly vanishes, leaving Chen Shu stunned. Seeing his efforts go up in smoke, he roared, "You failed to comprehend it?" Then, he turned to look at the untouched bottles behind him. Luckily, I bought 8 portions. I refuse to believe you need all of them to comprehend. No sooner said than done, Chen Shu immediately pinned it down and forced it, a little roughly. Eat this! Instantly, an earth-shattering surge of energy erupts from its body like a tidal wave. But everything remained the same, the light flickering and dying as quickly as it appeared, yet it repeated the process, clinging to a sliver of hope. However, the result was no better, making Chen Shu so angry he wanted to flip the table. The constant painful shocks that yielded nothing also made Husky feel dejected and frustrated. Meanwhile, he wasn't doing much better, tears streaming down his face after 7 failed attempts. Looking at the remaining item in his hand with dismay, he realizes he only has 1 chance left. Wasting no time, Chen Shu shoves it into Husky's mouth and warns Han Yue. If it didn't work, they were done for. But heaven doesn't disappoint those who persevere, and in a flash of light, it finally broke through. At the same time, the system appeared before him, announcing the completion of the Level 2 sustained attack skill, increasing subsequent damage by 3% for 3 minutes. Seeing the task complete, he relaxed, finally succeeding. He almost had to get rid of the dog. Then, without hesitation, Chen Shu absorbed the Divine Skill Book of Doppelgangers and grinned as the data appeared. Doppelganger Level 1, Active Skill, creates a short-lived clone that inherits all skills except Doppelganger. Having read everything, he stretched, sighed, and thought about using the remaining time to make diarrhea medicine. Chen Shu happily began concocting his new formula when a sudden, loud knocking echoed from the door, followed by a shout. Chen Shu opened the door, a familiar voice filling him with curiosity. Thinking it was his acceptance letter, he hurried to open the door. Before he could even say hello, Yebing charged right in, parched with thirst. Oblivious to his surroundings, he beelines for his target, taking a long swig before Chen Shu can stop him. Yebing immediately turns back, looking puzzled. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Chen Shu didn't dare speak frankly, and could only stammer, It's okay, it's okay. Glancing at Ye Bing, who was sitting leisurely in his chair, he asked tentatively, Old Ye, did you come here to bring me my acceptance letter? Spoken to, the elder pulls a letter from his coat. That's right. Seeing his eagerness, the old man asked, Where are your parents? Chen Shu replied while examining the object in his hands. They've just stepped out. I can read it myself. No sooner said than done. As Chen Shu opened the blind box, he found it was the admission notice from Huaxia Academy. Seeing him jump for joy like a child, Yibing cheerfully asked, By the way, kid, want to make some money during the holidays? With a raised brow, he proposes, I have a student taking on a mission in another dimension. Are you interested in joining? What matters is the reward. After a moment's thought, Yibing frowned and offered a number, 1/9, which would give him 5 million. Disappointed by the meager sum, Chen Shu scoffed, A measly 5 million for a mission? That response caught him off guard, leaving him stunned. Huh? That infuriating look made him snap. Are you out of your mind? He thinks he's part of the remaining 90%, and yet he just shrugs in protest. Am I wrong? The fierce Namjiang have always eaten meat? When did they switch to soup? Then, looking up to the heavens with confidence, he says, If I'm so bored I get a stomachache, I'll take it. Ye Bing repeats his words in annoyance. What do you mean, free enough to get a stomachache? Suddenly his stomach rumbled, interrupting the conversation and freezing them both in place as he clutched his body, a sense of unease washing over him. Damn it, not again? A golden-level body with a stomachache? Chen Shu glanced at the cup on the table, horrified. I didn't expect this diarrhea medicine to work on a gold-level beast tamer. I can't let him know I did this. Thinking quickly, he placed a concerned hand on Ye Bing's shoulder. Mr. Ye, are you all right? Still not understanding what was happening, he forced himself up, uncomfortably saying goodbye. I'll be going now. If you really want to join, give me a call. As he walked, he pondered in confusion. That's not right. I'm a gold-rank beast tamer. How could I have a stomachache? Could it be? Yebing's eyes fell on the last thing he touched, the cup of water sitting silently in the corner. Seeing his reaction, Chen Shu tensed up. This is bad. Is Mr. Ye about to find out? Ye Bing's hand remained on his stomach as he eyed Chen Shu suspiciously. That glass of water was yours. Sensing trouble, he tries to play it off by whistling. What water? Are you blind? His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, red light. How could he not know that the chaos of the savage beast in the Liang mountain range was all because of the drugs he administered? As soon as he finished speaking, the old man fell silent, scrutinizing him with an unyielding gaze, leaving Chen Shu no choice but to be honest. All right, I admit I was running an experiment. Seeing Ye Bing about to blow his top, he immediately covered his head in defense. But let me be clear, I didn't want to poison you. You drank it yourself, didn't you? That only made him angrier, but a sudden stomach pain stopped him in his tracks. Clutching his stomach, Ye Bing hurried out, but not before turning back to threaten, "You brat, I'll deal with you later." Chen Shu watched him leave, speechless. That's ridiculous. I'm not introducing him to any more square dancing. Just then, the phone in his pocket suddenly began to ring incessantly, and he answered it immediately. "Hello, Sister Fangzi." She sounded listless and bored on the other end of the line. "Chen Shu, do you have any plans for the holidays?" He slumped into a chair, ready to earn some cash. "I've bought socks. I'll wear them on my head then." Hearing this ridiculous joke, Fuang Tu scolded, "You idiot, just come see me during the holiday. The Beast Tamer squad needs a new member because of an incident, and since you're already Black Iron rank, come help me out." Meanwhile, a system interface appears before Chen Shu, presenting 4 absurd choices, 3 of which involve people he knows. This data is overwhelming. What is choice 4? The wisdom of a husky or a skill book? After a moment of confusion, he blinked and answered the phone. "Okay, I'll go over there." And as soon as she said that, she hung up without hesitation. As the screen dimmed, he thought to himself that he should see Xiaoxing and the others before leaving, and immediately dialed the number. "Xiaoxing, let's go out for a while tonight. My treat." That afternoon, at a magnificent building with a prominent blue dome against the high sky, Chen Shu stood next to 2 friends, utterly horrified. "I told you to pick a place, not to rip me off." His face darkened with displeasure. He pointed to Wu Shuang, who was beaming beside him, and questioned, "Why is he here too?" Chen Shu stared at the menu, speechless. "This is so expensive?" The more he read, the more tears welled up. With a calm demeanor, Zixing ordered, "I'll have this, this, and this as well." With that, he closed the menu. That will be all. As Chen Shu read on, she became increasingly lost in thought. Seeing this, Zixing said, "Chenpai, don't bother looking. Today's meal is on me." Tears turned to surprise as she asked, "Huh?" He casually said, "I'm preparing to go abroad, so I'm treating everyone before I leave." After confirming he wasn't hallucinating, Chen Shu threw the menu to the floor. "Why didn't you say so sooner? Why the sudden trip abroad?" Xing happily joined the table, explaining that his father had found him a great foreign beastmaster and wanted him to study abroad for a while. After talking about himself, he turned to ask about the others. "And what about you guys? What are your plans for the break?" Sunan casually replied, "I've been a bit tired these past few years, so I'm planning to travel." He then shared his upcoming plans. "I'm going to the capital." Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang felt uneasy. "Are you changing your hunting ground to rely on Fangxi?" Seeing his expression, Chen Shu felt helpless and explained, "Why do you call it changing the scene of the crime?" "This is called going to the capital to contribute." Recognizing the tense atmosphere, Zixing raised his beer. "Whatever kind of contribution it is, let's eat and drink our fill today. We're not going home sober." Everyone raised their glasses, and the 4 of them cheered, but soon only the sober Wu Shuang remained, as the other 3 became drunk. The 2, fueled by alcohol, began to ramble. "Xiaoxing, when are you coming back from abroad? Don't forget your brothers." "Boo-hoo, Xiaoxing, I'm going to miss you. Oh, right, do you still have your patient uniform?" "Give me one." Vosong smiled inwardly at the sight of the 3 of them. It was good to be young. He placed a hand on Chen Shu's shoulder to steady her. "Easy now, don't fall." He quickly pushed the hand away and confidently said, "Don't worry, I'm not drunk, I don't need your help." Wu Shuang watched with helpless eyes. "I'm not drunk." Just then, Chen Shu's phone vibrated in his pocket. Ding, ding, ding. He picked up the phone and answered. "Hello." Ha. Before he could say a second sentence, the phone was snatched away and pressed to someone else's ear. "Xiaobing, your teacher and Chen Shu are on Jiangjing Road. He's drunk, so could you come pick him up?" He staggered a few steps, then fell back into the chair. "Old Li, I'm sleepy. I want to go home." Wu Shuang smiles at Chen Shu. "We'll go home soon, but first I have a surprise for you." The word surprise makes his eyes light up. "Just give me money. I don't need surprises." With that, he fell back asleep. He didn't answer, but only looked behind him, saying, "Still needed." Xiaobing arrives and Wu Shuang says, "Here's your surprise." Wu Sung quickly pushes him towards Xiaobing, startling her, and she rushes to catch Chen Shu. Chen Shu, are you okay?" With the plan a success, he quickly ran back to the others. She watches him carefully, noticing signs of car sickness, making Xiaobing feel a little awkward. "Xiao Yu, let's take him home." Hearing this, she looked at Wu Shuang as if she understood everything. All right, he's probably chuckling to himself from afar. This is all the help I can offer. At Chen Shu's house, Xiao Wu rang the doorbell repeatedly, but then sadly turned away. No one was home. Xiaobing supports Chen Shu, filled with worry. What do we do now? Xiao Yu thinks for a moment. I have an idea. Her eyes begin to light up. What way? Xiao Yu grins. There's a hotel nearby. Why don't you take him there? Xiaobing's smile fades, quickly replaced by embarrassment as Xiao Wu urges her, Don't hesitate. I have to go home soon. She added, If you don't take care of him, he'll be sleeping on the streets tonight. Her cheeks flushed. Xiaobing looked at Chen Shu and finally made her decision. All right, let's get him to a hotel. Here at the hotel entrance, the two of them support him on either side. This is the place. Inside the room, she gently tucks him in, and Xiao Yu, seeing that everything is fine, says, It's getting late. I'll head back. Startled, Xiaobing looked up and said, Wait, I'll go with you. But as she reached the door, Chen Shu collapsed to the floor inside. Hearing the noise, Xiaobing turned to see Chen Shu rushing to help him up. Seeing this, Xiao Wu could only smile, winking at Xiaobing. Go for it, Xiao Yu said, slamming the door shut, leaving her flustered. But I'm all alone. Looking down at Chen Shu, Xiaobing's cheeks flushed red. My heart is beating faster and faster. She leaned down, their lips almost touching. When Chen Shu suddenly opened his eyes, startling her. Hubing stammers, I was just checking if you were awake. He grabs her arm, pulling her closer, making Xiaobing even more flustered. Did you think a romantic moment was about to happen? Chen Shu begins to vomit, and Xiaobing is speechless at the sight. Gentle sunlight streams through the white curtains as Chen Shu wakes up, clutching his head in pain. His face pales as he looks down. What? Where are my clothes? Chen Shu's eyes dart around and then it hits him. Is this a hotel? His eyes widen in horror as he screams. He'd been taken advantage of. He sat on the bed, dazed, when he heard the door open. The sound seemed to pull him back to reality, and he turned toward it. It was Xiaobing who opened the door, and she came over to check on him. Chen Shu, you're awake? Xiaobing quickly hands Chen Shu a bag. Here are your clothes. When Chen Shu saw her, his face flushed red. Xiaobing. He was starting to imagine what happened last night. Chen Shu quickly grabs the blanket, covering himself. Don't come any closer. Xiaobing was stunned, not understanding his reaction. After leaving the room, Chen Shu awkwardly said, About last night, I'm so sorry. He naively explains, I was drunk and didn't know what I was doing, so I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. She looks at him with gentle eyes. It's okay, Xiaobing added. I've already taken your clothes to be washed. I'll call you when they're clean. Hearing that, Chen Shu was taken aback. He turned and said, By the time they're clean, I probably won't be home anymore. Then Chen Shu revealed his plans. I'm planning to go to the capital for a while. Xiaobing froze. What? You're going to be gone the whole break? She seemed flustered, as if wanting to say something, and her whole body tensed up as Xiaobing shyly called out to Chen Shu. She smiled softly. I was planning to visit the capital during the break as well. Would you like to go together? That evening at Starbucks, a surprised exclamation suddenly rang out. What? Xiao Yu stared wide-eyed at Xiaobing, whose face was as red as a beet, and quickly confirmed, Are you and Chen Shu going to the capital together? Under that curious gaze, she lowered her head shyly. Yes, we'll meet in Daxing City and fly to the capital together. Hearing this, she became even more excited, immediately pouncing forward. So, Xiaobing, you're taking the initiative? Suddenly, she turned serious, stroking her chin thoughtfully. But then, as if struck by an idea, Xiao Yu exclaimed, She's got it, and immediately jumps up, urging him on. Let's go get you some things. It all happened so fast that Xiaobing could only stare in confusion, and that was that. Before she knew it, Xiaobing was dragged to the lingerie section, her mind still reeling. Xiaobing's face turned beet red as she glanced around, while Xiao Wu analyzed the lingerie, calling them weapons for a decisive battle. Before she could protest, she quickly grabbed item after item, finally selecting the one she liked best. How about this one? Xiaobing wanted to disappear into the ground from embarrassment. Seeing that she didn't object, Xiao Yu gleefully tossed the item into the shopping basket. Very good. We'll take it all. The shopping cart was now filled with her selections, including a mysterious love box, and she hugged Xiaobing with a radiant expression. Everything was ready, just waiting for the opportune moment. Meanwhile, back at home, Chen Shu was busy packing, muttering to himself as he placed each item in his bag. Flashlight, asylum uniform, sack, then glanced at his acceptance letter and nodded. And this, too. After everything was packed, he happily declared, "That's it, let's go." Opening the door, Chen Shu cheerfully bid farewell. "Mom, Dad, I'm off to the capital to see Sister Fang." For some reason, Chen Yu grinned slyly, telling him to be careful, and Chen Shu happily thought his father was genuinely worried about him. "Thanks for your concern, Dad, I know." However, his next words nearly made him choke on his own blood. He meant everyone else, even savage beasts, should watch out. His blunt words shattered the warm father-son illusion Chen Shu had built. But the moment he opened the door, Ye Bing's face appeared, startling him. Oh no, is trouble coming? As Chen Shu opened the door, he was met with the familiar face of Ye Bing, and in a panic, he slammed it shut. He must have opened it wrong. But before he could turn around, the old man grabbed him off the ground. Trying to run? The old man slammed the door shut and scrutinized Tranthu with his arms crossed. Where could he possibly run now? Fearing for his life, he immediately knelt down and begged. "Mr. Ye, I was wrong. Please, forgive me." Ye Bing's face is now as black as night, thanks to that laxative. His hand on the boy's shoulder sends him into a panic. Not the face. But instead of anger, Ye Bing's face is filled with satisfaction. It's truly exhilarating. "Give me a little more." This reverse psychology leaves Chen Shu utterly bewildered. He was immediately stunned and blurted out, "Oh my God, Mr. Ye, are you a pervert?" Hearing this, Ye Bing coughed defensively. What are you talking about?" "I'm just making a normal request." He then scratches his face sheepishly and reveals a secret. "Lately, I've been constipated, and unfortunately, regular medicine doesn't work. But your medicine is very effective, so I'd like a little more." This earth-shattering story leaves Chen Shu speechless. Even a gold-rank cultivator gets constipated. His excitement slightly annoyed the old man. Is it so strange that a gold-level hunter has slow digestion from eating too much beast meat? He forced a smile and quickly replied, Okay, as long as you're not here for revenge, everything's easy." Then, turning away, he rummaged through his bag. "Just wait a moment." Chen Shu pulled out 2 items, excitedly exclaiming, "Found them." Looking at the ingredients in his hand, Ye Bing was stunned in disbelief. "You're using a sack to carry medicine?" He scratched his head and chuckled. "I thought it was practical." He didn't pay much attention to it, though. Oh well. He quickly left to deal with the urgent matter, saying he'd take it and contact me later if anything came up. Chen Shu nodded in agreement, but as Ye Bing disappeared into the distance, a crucial thought struck him. Crap, he forgot to tell him the dosage. Cold sweat dripping, he desperately considered the consequences. Oh well, a golden body should be able to handle it. If not, I'll personally intervene during mealtime. He helplessly consoled himself, then grabbed his bag and headed out to catch the bus. The morning in Daxing City begins with the clamor of car horns from every direction as Chen Shu Liangting steps off the bus alone, his eyes falling upon Jing Yangbao, who is seriously directing, pulling up a banner a little, not clearly visible. The sight left him stunned. Yangbao was really going all out, promoting things at the bus station. It seems he'd have to step up his game. Thinking this, Chen Shu strode towards his acquaintance and called out. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than he stretched out his hand with a beaming smile. "Please take care of me from now on, teacher." Then he looked at Chen Shu with curiosity, asking, "By the way, why did you suddenly think of Daxing City?" But instead of replying, he looks at the chattering crowd, impressed by the top student and his even more impressive teacher. That scene pleased Chen Shu. The effect wasn't bad. Only then did he leisurely reply to Yang Bao, "I want to fly to the capital." Hearing an opportunity to help, he eagerly offered, "Master, just say the word, and you can take my family's private jet." This made him so flustered that he had to double-check. "You have a private plane?" Without hesitation, he nodded. "Yes," he said with indifference, leaving the other man to sigh. The rich are cruel. However, Chen Shu declined the offer. "Just this once, then. I'm leaving tomorrow, so maybe next time." Suddenly, Yang Bao's eyes lit up with excitement. "Since I'm leaving tomorrow, would you like to join my party tonight?" At the same time, the system offered 3 choices. A free meal ticket, a beast upgrade, or decline for a chance to gain a win skill by revealing his top scorer status. He paused, contemplating upgrading his spirit beast space. This reward had never appeared before. Could it be because he was now Black Iron level? It then dawned on Chen Shu that he had never seen this reward before. Apparently, this only appears after reaching the black iron level, so he seizes the rare opportunity and happily puts his arm around Yang Bao's shoulder. So where are we eating? Arriving at an ancient villa amidst vibrant flower gardens and tranquil fountains, a luxurious car slowly rolls to a stop at the gate. As Yang Bao and another step out, a servant immediately bows respectfully. Young master has returned, while Chen Shu beams with delight. How polite, how polite. The guests, seeing the mansion's owner return, gathered around, eager to see what would happen. Young Master Wu Yang, he announced. This is my master, before eagerly inviting him inside. Master, let's go in. The two had barely stepped inside when a voice called out from behind. Xiaobao. He turned around to see Feng Yu standing behind him. An Feng. In the next moment, he was shocked to clearly see the person next to Yang Bao. Oh, it's you. Even worse, Chen Shu was stunned, blurting out, Oh my God, it's Ta Feng Nu from Namthuang High School No. 1. Seeing Tran Thu and Feng Nu awkwardly facing each other, Duang Bao couldn't help but wonder, An Feng, master, do you guys know each other? Remembering something, he claps his hands, exclaiming that his master beat up his cousin back then. A sore spot for Feng Yu, who freezes, his face growing even more awkward and embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he took the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere, saying, We could say we became friends through fighting. He extended his hand, introducing himself. Hello, Tran Thu, I'm Ta Feng Ngu, Ao Duang Bao's cousin. Tran Thu didn't dwell on the past and readily shook his hand. Hello, Tran Thu, Ouyang Bao's teacher. He then unexpectedly moved in close, leaning against him with an innocent expression. I was in such a rush then, I wanted to treat you to a meal. What a coincidence to meet you today. His audacity makes Feng Yu smile wryly. Ha ha ha, thank you. He immediately steadied Chen Shu and quickly changed the subject. Let's head inside then. Hearing this, he happily nodded in agreement. No problem, let's head inside and get the party started early. No, with that, the three of them strode deeper into the DH estate. Seeing Yang Bao's group arrive, Yang Liu greeted them with a smile. So, Xiao Bao and Feng Yu are here. Standing between the two, Chen Shu happily stepped forward, but paused slightly, noticing an unfamiliar face. Chen Shu, from Nanjiang City, at your service. Hello, sir. Seeing him suddenly tremble, Yang Bao couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Seeing it on the ground as planned, he feigned surprise. Oh dear, my admission letter accidentally fell out. How embarrassing. He then picked it up and showed it off, saying the facade of the China Academy was too grand and needed some changes, otherwise he wouldn't want to go. The remaining three were stunned, watching his unbelievably natural performance. To break the awkward silence, Yang Bao quickly introduced, Dad, this is my teacher. Chen Shu, you've taught my son so much. Without you, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Huaxia Academy. He then happily reached inside his coat, saying that he helped Xiaobao get into Huaxia Academy. Of course, the Ouyang family should repay you, and with something from the Tianhua Beast Group. Take this card, Xiao Chen. You can use it at the Tianhua store in the capital. Hearing this shocks Chen Shu. The Tianhua store? Are you the owner of the Tianhua Beast Taming Corporation? Chen Shu held up the card with a surprised look, never expecting Ouyang Bao to be the heir of the Tianhua Beast Taming Group. It seems taking him on as a disciple was worth it. He thought to himself, talent and power can indeed bring status. Then he stared at the water sphere forming. Never mind, I shouldn't dwell on this. Now he must see what effects his upgraded beast space can bring. Immediately, the husky spirit appears, jumping and frolicking before him. Dumb dog, do you sense any difference? Then the two stared at each other in silence for a long time. Chen Shu could only shake his head in frustration. Never mind, Husky's IQ is too low. I should try something else. Next, he summoned his remaining spirit animal and asked, Sim, do you sense anything different? It excitedly barked twice, making him sigh in exasperation once again. He wished he could understand them, and how great it would be to awaken a spiritual contract spirit. Chen Shu then simply recalled them, deciding to keep watching. With that done, he grabbed his phone, thinking he should ask Xia Bing what time they were leaving tomorrow, but the call went unanswered for a long time, making him suspicious. Lin's premonition of trouble led Chen Shu to his next course of action, to venture out into the night. As he approached the hall's entrance, he could clearly hear the argument. Xia Bing, don't test my limits. He glanced over to see a crowd gathered nearby. Xia Jing was angrily questioning his daughter. Little Bing, it's my brother's celebration today. How could I not attend when I happened to be here? She retorted, clearly annoyed. I was just passing by. This only fueled his rage, and he grabbed her. How dare this girl speak to her father like that? The others chimed in. That's right, completely disobedient. Meanwhile, Jia Yan was inadvertently pushed back, nearly falling. Chen Shu thought to himself that it was time to make his move. Suddenly, the system offered him choices. Embrace the gangster style and gain an attack-sustaining skill. Shout for them to stop and run to gain a charge skill. Or abandon the situation and flee with Xiaobing and her mother, receiving a speed-boosting drug. Chen Shu grinned, grabbing a sack that suited his purposes, while Jia Yan waited with bated breath for the drama to unfold. Ha ha, Xiaobing, let's see what you do this time. Suddenly, he felt a fleeting sense of unease, a cold aura, and quickly turned to see what was coming toward him. This is Tran Thu, chuckling softly as he tells his accomplice it's him, while stuffing the person into the sack. Just as he cried out for help, she quickly clamped her hand over Jia Yan's mouth. Don't struggle, your father's side is even more exciting and no one will notice us. He then pushed him into a corner. Chen Shu was excited and clenched his fist. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Jia Yan was still struggling, crying out for help. He immediately delivered a powerful blow to his gut, while Xiaobing, on the other side, poured out her pent-up resentment as Chen Shu continued to pummel Jia Yan. Your brother Jiajing is blameless, yet you hate me for leaving you back then. Today is your brother's celebratory banquet, and your father hopes you'll attend. Shechi chimes in as well, saying, That's right, Shibing, your brother has been accepted into the painting academy. Apologize to him. Family harmony is paramount. But suddenly her attention is drawn to the commotion in the distance. What caught Shibing's eye was Jing, physically assaulting a hooded Jia Yan. Unconsciously, she smiled slightly, and his expression softened. That's right. What grudges could sisters possibly hold? Xiaoyan, come say a few words to your sister. But it was only now that he realized the familiar figure had vanished. Where's my son? Then, everyone was drawn to the commotion behind them. Enraged, Shezhong immediately questioned, Who are you? Who gave you permission to hit my son? Having finished his beating, Chen Shu kicked Xiaoyan back toward his father, who rushed to catch his precious son. As for him, he walks over to where Xiaobing is standing. Xiaobing, let's go. She smiles back, happy to hear it. Yes. He takes her hand and Chen Shu brazenly leads her away. Seeing this, Xiaojing's anger reached a boiling point. Stop right there. You hurt my son, and now you want to leave? You've crossed the Ngus, who dream of leaving Daxing City. He turned back, smiling sarcastically. Then go, family? I thought you were a Jia? He was speechless, only able to mutter a curse, as Jia Yan desperately tried to dissuade him. Dad, let them go. Don't say any more. He's the ruthless gangster from South River. But hearing that, Xiaojing's anger flared and he shouted, A South River thug! This is Dahing City. What can a South River thug do? Chen Shu stopped in his tracks and turned to face them. So Namjiang is useless, huh? He lets the card fall to the ground. He calmly bent down to pick it up, then held it up in front of them. Oops, I dropped my card. The sight of the card sent shivers down everyone's spines. That's a VIP of Tien Hoa. Chen Shu even wore a helpless expression, saying, Looks like I'll have to call old man Ouyang. But as he turned, a voice urged, Friend Chen Shu, please don't. With a calm expression, Tian Chen approached, and Chen Shu frowned slightly, turning to look back. Tian Chen held out his hand and ordered the others, Xiaoyan, Xiaojing, apologize to Chen Shu now. Xiaoyan immediately bowed his head obediently. I'm sorry, Brother Chen. Chen Shu, still unsatisfied, dangled the card in his hand, feeling that one apology wasn't sincere enough. Damn it, he's treating me like his own son. Sorry. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. That's acceptable. He then stroked his chin, mocking the other man. That's right, Xiaoyan. I heard you say something about not challenging your limits as soon as I came in. He approached him with a sinister smile. Now that I've challenged your limits, what are you going to do about it? He trembled, answering with resignation. Then I'll just have to set a new limit. Hearing that, Chen Shu wore a satisfied expression. Very good. Very sensible. Then he turned to Xiaobing for her opinion. Do you want to beat them up? She simply shook her head, replying, No need, then grasped his hand tightly. Let's go. He followed her toward the door, glancing back once. Okay, and with that, they left. Xiaobing and Chen Shu both wore serious expressions, while Tian Chen bid farewell to Chen Shu with a friendly smile, before turning to curse Ha Chan and his son in a fit of rage. You idiots, get out of my sight! Meanwhile, in the elevator, she spoke up, a little embarrassed. Chen Shu thanked him, only to be met with a very modest wave. It was nothing. He was only doing his duty. All she sees now is the star that is him. Huh? What duty? Chen Shu replies with a sly grin. The duty of the aggressor. Xiaobing sighed helplessly and walked away. Confused, he asks, What? She shakes her head, changing the subject. It's nothing. Let's get some rest. We have a flight tomorrow. He quickly agreed, but inside, his heart was pounding as he held her hand. Soon, a new day dawns, and the plane soars through the sky. And inside the cabin, Chen Shu sat gazing at the scenery outside, as Xiaobing curiously spoke up from beside him. Chen Shu, what are you thinking? You just blurted out what was on your mind. Habing, do you think if I threw a bomb from this height, would the whole world turn into a dazzling firework display? Is this a joke? You suddenly say something so misleading. I feel a little suffocated. She was completely panicked by Chen Shu's state. He wouldn't actually open the window and throw a bomb, would he? Her overthinking mind only convinced her that she was right. She really wanted to do it. It was then that he noticed Xiaobing and how terrified she looked. In the end, he could only put on his usual helpless facade. Oh well, he'd just have to try and explain it to her again later. How could that be? I'm not one to rush into a dangerous zone, so relax. But all she could hear was crawl into reincarnation. Chen Shu just shook his head fondly. Don't you understand me yet? About 2 hours later, the plane successfully landed. Only then could she breathe a sigh of relief, finally escaping danger. Xiaobing fell into thought, relieved she didn't actually throw the explosives out the window or they'd be goners. Then, regaining her composure, she asked, Chen Shu, where are you going next? She simply replied, I'll take you to the hotel first. Are you well prepared for this trip to the capital? Her heart fluttered. There was no trip to the capital, I just wanted to be with you. And then some. She smiled mysteriously, remembering the contents of her suitcase, hoping to move him. Then, excitedly, she replied, I'm well prepared. I want to visit the capital first to get acquainted with the environment. Chen Shu nodded in agreement. Okay, you be careful. Then he added, let's go. Miss Fang Xi is here. Let's head back to the hotel first. He quickly waved goodbye to Fang Xi, and the scene shifts to a luxurious hotel. After bringing Xiaobing to her room, he gave her a few words of advice. Xiaobing, Fang Xi and I have something to discuss, so rest first. With that, Chen Shu gestured, I'm in the room across the hall. Call me if you need anything. She simply replied, and seeing Xiaobing's expression as he turned to leave, Fang Xi couldn't help but smile with amusement. As he turned back to her, Wang Tu stepped in, teasing him with a few words. Little Shu Shu, tell me, what's the relationship between you and Habang? With eager eyes, Fang Xi moved closer, staring at Chen Shu, making him sweat with embarrassment as he insisted they were just friends. Not buying it, she was determined not to let her little brother evade the question. Friends? She asks. Then why is she here with you in the capital? He drops his bag and quickly tries to explain. She says she wants to adapt to the environment here first. Engine Fuang Tu is jolted back to reality, quickly grasping the main point. Oh, adapting to the capital's environment? Chen Shu reluctantly pulls his sister back to the main topic. Which other dimension do we need to go to, Tunu? It then dawned on her. Oh, right, she almost forgot. In stark contrast to her earlier amusement, her tone turned serious. A dangerous other world. Hearing this, his eyes lit up like stars, his excitement clear. A dangerous level. Doesn't that mean there's a silver rank lord there? Fang Xi was furious at his expression. He wasn't this excited when he was with Xiaobing, but he gets excited about this. Chen Shu was suddenly scolded, leaving him utterly confused. What did Xiaobing have to do with this? Now she's frustrated, lamenting his hopelessly low EQ. Never mind, he'll never understand. We should wait until we return from another dimension. Having said what needed to be said, Fang Xi gave him a few final words of advice before leaving. Rest up today, and tomorrow I'll give you a tour of Huajia Academy. He quickly and obediently agreed. Okay. The next day at the China Academy, a white supercar slowly pulled over to the side of the road. Chen Shu and Fang Xi stepped out, and he couldn't hide his excitement at the grand school before him. After a year, he was actually at the nation's top Beastmaster Academy. Before she could respond, her phone rang. Without delay, she leaned against the car door and answered the call. Hello, Professor. Seemingly, the other party had more pressing matters to attend to, so she turned to him and said, Chenbi, the teacher needs me for something. Go explore on your own, and I'll find you later. Without hesitation, Tranthu quickly agreed. Okay, I'll explore on my own. Seeing his sudden unusual excitement, Fang Xi immediately warned him, there are king-level beast tamers here, so behave yourself and absolutely don't cause any trouble. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Of course, it didn't take long for her to change her tune faster than flipping a pancake. I'm not even afraid of legendary-level beast tamers. Suddenly, the sight of 3 diligent bees doing push-ups surprised Chen Shu, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Huh, so diligent in the morning. They're already working out so early. However, he didn't dwell on them for long. turning his attention to the mission screen that had appeared before him, the rewards arriving just in time. After reading it, he didn't hesitate, reaching out to grab an old, worn sack, preparing for his less-than-ethical actions. Without concealing himself, Chen Shu revealed a sinister grin as he scanned the area. Let's see who the lucky one is today. He finally chose Wang Cheng as his target for this mission, slowly and silently approaching. But before he could act, a supercar sped into the center of the academy. The engine roared, shattering the school's tranquility, and Wang Cheng, enraged, bellowed, "Boy, you're speeding!" No sooner said than done, he tensed his muscles and jumped. Chen Shu watched, bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Wang Cheng suddenly landed, blocking the reckless yellow car, his strong body seemingly capable of lifting and throwing it. It sped straight ahead, but luckily Wang Cheng's skills were on point, stopping the car with just one hand. Witnessing the scene, Chen Shu was horrified, her mouth agape, unable to speak, as Wang Cheng exerted more and more force, golden sparks flying as he forcibly stopped the supercar. After dealing with the car, he angrily roared into it, "You little brat, get out here!" Ling Chen, unfazed by Wang Cheng's power, confidently struck a pose and greeted him. "Long time no see, Mr. Wang." Wang Cheng's temper is as fiery as ever. He doesn't even let him finish before raising a hand to deliver a punch. "Ling Chen, you think you can do whatever you want just because you've graduated?" His cool demeanor didn't last long before his old teacher landed a solid punch. The attack was too fast, too dangerous, and he was sent flying. He crashed into a tree, the impact so great that it cracked, and tasting the familiar punch, he could only offer a sheepish apology. "I was wrong, Master Wang. I was really wrong. It seems I've gotten used to being beaten." Ling Chen, unharmed, gets up and promises he won't do it again. Wang Cheng, fuming, tells him to get lost, threatening to revoke his diploma if he speeds again. He replies as obedient as a puppy, "Okay." Without hesitation, he grabbed his sandals and scurried away, saying, "I'm out of here." "Goodbye, Mr. Wang." Having witnessed everything, Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I didn't touch him, or I'd be the one crashing into that tree. He looked at the poor tree, already cracked from the impact, and shuddered at the thought of it being him. As Chen Shu was lost in thought, Wang Cheng suddenly praised him. "Kid, well done." Mr. Teen approached with a friendly smile. "I think you were trying to save me just now, weren't you?" Tranthu was startled and stepped back. "Oops." His face paled as he looked away, scratching his head, unsure of how to start the conversation. "Misunderstanding?" He finally admits it, his eyes as innocent as a kitten, waiting for a treat. "That's right." Before he could finish, Wang Cheng interrupted. "Right." He finally noticed what Chen Shu was holding. "What are you doing with that sack?" Your smile instantly vanishes and your face contorts. He quickly put it on his head, making up a ridiculous but somehow plausible excuse. To block the sun. As if afraid he'd discover his wicked intentions, he ran for his life. "I have things to do, I'll be going now." Wang Cheng simply smiled in response. That strange kid ran off a long time ago. Why is his face recognition kicking in now? But why does that kid seem so familiar? It seemed Wang Cheng had vaguely sensed it, the ruthless brute from South River. After running a good distance, Chen Shu wearily leaned against a nearby tree, panting. Is everyone at the Wuxia Academy a powerhouse? He surveyed the people around him, sweat pouring down his face. No, he couldn't just randomly greet someone. Remembering Wang Cheng's powerful blow from before, he paled with fear. What if something like that happened again? Why would anyone choose a path that disadvantages them? Without hesitation, he chose the safest option, realizing that sometimes disguise potions aren't so bad. He quickly stuffed the sack into his pocket, abandoning any thoughts of causing trouble, and ran to the training ground where the three were still doing push-ups, hardly believing his eyes. Are these three still here? Like a bolt from the blue, Chen Shu was awestruck by their willpower. Under the blazing sun, they showed no signs of fatigue. Could they be black iron-level beast tamers? The three members of Jihong's group continued their push-ups, oblivious to Chen Shu's presence, until he broke the silence. "Lishan, have you figured out how to answer Instructor Liu?" Lishan, drenched in sweat, still managed to reply. "I haven't figured it out yet. If I can't give him a satisfactory answer, I'm afraid the suffering will continue. And Ling is in the same boat." Nan chimed in with a complaint, her face flushed. "Ugh, why did we choose this advisor?" Chen Shu felt like he'd known them forever, fitting right in with Lishan's group of three. Yes, they definitely regretted their choice. "I didn't even want to choose him in the first place." Lishan's tone was weary and resentful. Yeah, I regret it now too. If I could choose again, I definitely wouldn't pick this advisor." Chen Shu feigned agreement. "Yes, next time we must be more careful." Although Yinling agreed, something felt off. But will there even be a next time for us? Suddenly, Liu Feng's figure approached from afar. Ji Hong looked up and quickly identified the approaching person. Mr. Liu. The three of them immediately stood at attention in a matter of seconds. Hello, Teacher Liu. Noticing that he was still oblivious, Ji Hong quickly whispered, Stop it. Teacher Liu's here. Hurry up and stand up. He obediently stood up with a friendly smile as the system notified him that he had obtained the human disguise potion. It was then that he noticed the unfamiliar face, his expression one of shock and alarm. Damn it, who are you? Without answering, he turned and walked away, vaguely saying, Just passing through. We'll talk next time. Liu Feng didn't react much, but his eyes were glued to the uninvited guest, scrutinizing him, until something suddenly clicked. Before he could escape, a voice stopped him cold. Chen Shu, halt. Chen Shu's body tenses up, cold sweat pouring down his face. Damn it, I've been recognized. Is it an enemy? In a moment of desperation, he pointed away, creating a diversion. Look, an idiot. Though not the smartest move, it worked, catching Liu Feng's group off guard, allowing him to slip away easily. His childish trickery clearly angered him. Without warning, a surge of power erupted. And you think you can escape me? In moments, it was upon him. Everything happened in a flash, leaving Chen Shu in stunned silence as Liu Feng's spirit energy hand seized his collar, hoisting him into the air. Why are you running? I'm a professor at the China Academy. Liu Feng... His eyes darted to the scar on his face and the gold chain, and he trembled. Are you sure you're a professor? You look more like a criminal. He points at Chen Shu, stating his purpose directly. Stop playing games. There's nothing wrong with me calling you. Once you enroll, become my student. This bizarre turn of events leaves him bewildered, a million questions racing through his mind. Huh? What? Liu Feng smiles kindly, patting Chen Shu's shoulder, telling him that freshmen can choose a professor as their advisor. I think you're all right. You fit my tastes and you're quite awkward when trying to understand things. Have you heard my story before? He admits frankly. I watched your exam video and gave you the highest score, so I'm good to you, right? Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief, glad that they weren't enemies. Meanwhile, Li Shan's group huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Who is this guy? Why is Professor Liu being so nice to him? I don't know them. He turned back in anger to scold them. Get out of here, all of you. Being beaten by my classmates is humiliating. They were terrified and immediately ran away as fast as they could. Liu Feng continued to look at Chen Shu, asking for his opinion. What do you think? Want to be my student? He arrogantly makes his offer. Becoming your student isn't out of the question, but I'm a little short on cash lately. His eyes turned into dollar signs as he demanded $1 billion, sealing the deal. Liu Feng questioned his existence. This is the first time someone has dared to treat me like this. $1 billion, I'll give it to you, Chen Shu said with a serious face. Master, there's got to be a fee for taking on a student. $1 billion is fair. He began to bristle, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. I've only ever heard of apprenticeship fees, not acceptance fees. Every arrogant word you utter is because I don't know you, and I want to. Suddenly, a dark aura surrounds Liu Feng, and he transforms into a demon from hell. Kid, don't you know who I am? This scene made Chen Shu a little nervous. Just as he was caught between a rock and a hard place, a voice came to his rescue. Chen Pai. Sweating profusely and looking anxious, Fang Si hurried over, trying to hide Chen Shu behind her. Hello, Professor Liu. This is my younger brother. Did he do something to upset you? I apologize on his behalf. Liu Feng's attitude softens. It turns out Chen Shu is her younger brother. If that's the case, then it's fine. I've decided to give you a little motivation. If you perform well after enrolling, the apprenticeship fee isn't out of the question. He innocently explains that since the teacher wants him as a student, he'll definitely need to charge a fee. No problem, right? Liu Feng, in a good mood, bid them farewell. All right, I have things to do. I'll see you later. She politely watched him leave. Goodbye, Professor. Once he was out of sight, she poked Chen Shu's chest, scolding him. Do you have any idea what fear is? Professor Liu Feng is known throughout the school for his temper, and you dare provoke him. He didn't care, arrogantly declaring, Whoever bullies me, I'll blow up Huaxia Academy. Everyone turned to Chen Shu, assessing him with hostility. This guy wants to blow up our school? Everyone stopped what they were doing and glared menacingly at Chen Shu. But Fang Si sensed their dark intentions and shot them a warning glare. Huh? The crowd immediately froze. Everyone was wary, as if they'd encountered a wild beast. This person must be Fang Si. Let's get out of here. We can't mess with this. After they dispersed, she continued to advise him. I suggest you choose Professor Lu Feng as your advisor. Don't harm the other teachers. Chen Shu's lips twisted. She didn't expect Fang Xi to be such a person. She felt she'd worried too soon. Forget it. These are all things that happen when you start school. Changing the subject, she says her team has some things to take care of, so she'll call it a day. Go find Dali. It's been a while since the three of us hung out. He happily agreed. Okay. At Spirit Master University, with its eco-friendly campus, Dali was sitting on the ground, idly playing with a claw to pass the time. He listlessly fiddles with the claw, complaining about the boredom. When will Chen Pi and the others arrive? At that moment, a muscular, bald man quietly approaches. Lei Wen quietly raised his foot, ready to strike, but suddenly Dali's hand slipped, sending the claw flying backward. He didn't expect this situation and immediately panicked as Lei Wen, unable to retract his foot, kicked hard into the base of the claw. It flew out, bouncing against the ground, startling him. He warily turned to find the culprit. He knelt down, clutching his leg in pain, cursing in anger. What the hell was that? He picked up his claw and then feigned concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Lei Wen was stunned, about to answer. I, with great force, seized the opportunity to smash the claw into his face. You want to ambush me, huh? Before he could recover, he landed several more blows. Seeing Lei Wen's head swollen, Dali decided to show mercy. How is your head so hard? Forget it! Forget it! He ignored the man groaning on the ground, turned, and headed back. Suppressing his dizziness, he rose, angrily blocking Lei Wen's path as he steadied himself and gave chase, grinding his teeth as he threatened him. You think you can hit me and run? He sneers contemptuously. I think you're the one who should be running. He suddenly sensed something was off, furrowing his brow in confusion as he looked around. Huh? Just then, a sack blocked the light above him, sending him into a panic, his eyes darting around. Lei Wen's pupils contracted in surprise. Fang Xi and Chen Shu jumped out, each holding a side of the sack, and covered his head, instantly blinding him. He could only scream in panic. Ouch, who are you people? They continued to kick Lei Wen's legs. He glared at him with cold eyes, daring to lay a hand on the brother of the Jiangnan bully. They continued to beat him mercilessly. Seeing Luo Yu arrive, Dali explained, They're not our students, just ignore them. Then he enthusiastically joined the fray, kicking Lei Wen in the butt. This scene leaves him speechless as he lectures the bully while chatting with Chen Shu. Chenbi, I didn't expect you to get into Waxia Academy. Fang Xi asked curiously, Dali, why are you provoking students from other schools? He chuckled casually. It's nothing. I just got close to an upperclassman from the same school, and this guy got jealous. Dali scratched his head sheepishly, referring to the live streamer he often watched. It's a silver spirit pearl, she happily suggests, finding it quite interesting. Let's tour your school while we talk? I reluctantly agreed, wishing I could kick Lei Wen one more time. All right, let's go. The three of them left him trembling on the ground and walked away. He hurriedly dropped the sack, his face bruised and swollen, his words slurred. You guys. Fang Xi leaves a stern warning. If you want revenge, come to the Huaxia Academy. Chen Shu Ting threatened menacingly, If you dare cause any more trouble, I'll blow up your school. His face twisted with rage. He threatened them like a thug. If you don't disappear in 10 seconds, I'll keep hitting you. Lei Wen, scared out of his mind, flees in terror, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. He loudly starts counting down. 10, 9, 8. Dali and Fang Xi sneered as they watched him go, while Luo Yu, sweating bullets, cautiously confirmed. Are these two your friends, Dali? He asked. With a polite smile, Dali replied, Yes, I'm just showing them around the school. The old man cautiously warned them. Don't cause any trouble on school grounds. Chen Shu offered an innocent smile, politely reassuring Luo Yu. Don't worry, Grandpa, we're all civilized young men. It might have been more convincing if he wasn't holding a blood-soaked sack. His face turned impassive, and he chuckled twice, a sound devoid of warmth. Ha ha. During the day, Lingzhou University becomes peaceful and relaxing. Fang Xi leads Chen Shu and Dali to the laboratory building when a male student approaches with a friendly demeanor. Hello, Sister Fang Xi. She immediately raised her hand and smiled politely. Hello. Then, two beautiful girls cheerfully greeted her in unison. Hello. Fuang Tu politely returned the greeting. Hello, everyone. Seeing her treated like a celebrity, Chen Shu playfully teased her. It seems Fang Xi is quite popular at Lingzhou University. Fang Xi calmly explains, I've been here a few times and helped Dali deal with some people. Intrigued, an idea sparked in his mind. He called out to those nearby, asking them to stop for a moment. With newfound swagger, Chen Shu drapes his arm around Dali's shoulder, declaring, "An attack on Dali is an attack on the ferocious Chen Shu of South River." Upon hearing this, everyone froze and stared at him in shock, while Da Luke, now under his protection, looked at Tran Thu with teary, grateful eyes. But Chen Shu slyly added one last thing. "Of course, beast tamers above Black Iron rank are welcome to disregard me." Hearing this, he fell for the classic honey trap. He really is a good brother of mine. Fangxi watches them like they're idiots, telling them to stop talking nonsense. Then he waved his hand, dismissing the crowd. "Everyone, go your own way." Only then did the group dare to breathe a sigh of relief, and they fled as if rockets were strapped to their feet. Moments later, at the entrance of the lab building, Dali confidently pointed to himself, carrying his legendary claw. "All right, now you're on my turf. Today, I'll personally cook for you all so you can taste true delicacies." Soon, the entire experimental building was filled with the aroma of food. The three of them raised their beers in a toast, Fangxi excitedly downing half his glass. "Now that we're all in the capital, we can see each other every day." Chen Shu took a bite of meat and announced, "Oh right, Xiaoxing and Laoxi will also be coming to the capital for university." A series of good things kept happening, and Dali couldn't hide his joy. "If they're coming too, we can form a team." Before he could finish, he changed the subject with an expectant look. "And while you're at it, Dali, fix up my spirit-packed menu too." Those words hit Dali like a bolt from the blue. When did we talk about a menu? Weren't we just talking about Z and Xiaoxing? Chen Shu cleared his throat, trying to brush off the minor details, then cautiously asked, "What level of menu do you want?" He exclaimed in disbelief, "There are even levels?" Amused, Chen Shu offered a choice. "Then definitely the highest level." Hearing this, Dali could only scratch his head and force a smile. "I just enrolled, so what I make can't be called a menu. It's more like animal husbandry, just feeding the contracted spirits." He then explained a bit shyly that only his teacher could make the highest grade, but his teacher only values geniuses. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shu eagerly asked, "Only valuing geniuses?" Then with pride, he pointed at himself, asking, "Then why don't you read my ID number?" Fangxi and Dali were embarrassed for him, but Chen Shu slammed the table with determination. "In that case, let's go see your teacher later." Soon after, a scream echoed from the teacher's office. "Help him with a menu?" Chengqing frowned at Chen Shu. "You're the one?" He immediately waved his hands, refusing. "Go back." Making a menu for Fangxi was already an exception. Absolutely no more exceptions. Suddenly, a notification popped up from the system, offering 3 different choices with special reward levels. Chen Shu pondered the system's options. A great reward dangled before him, but something else weighed on his mind. The memory of promising Luo Lei he'd travel to another dimension with Fangxi. If he could just add one more, Dali is trying to persuade him, and since teacher Chen Shu is also a student of Huaxia Academy, he should help him. After some consideration, Chen Shu decides to use his soul contract to conquer him. Chengqing sternly refuses. Huaxia Academy recruits 500 combat-type beast tamers every year. If I had to make menus for all of them, I'd be swamped. Suddenly, a husky rushes in from afar, startling him with a loud bark. It licked his face, and he recoiled in annoyance. What in the world is this thing? It runs back and forth across the table, showing off its talents to everyone, as Chen Shu confidently raises his hand. "Why don't you look at my spirit pact first? It's very talented." Chengqing stares at Husky, frozen in place, a spirit animal. He listened, carefully observing it, then pointed and exclaimed, "Isn't this just a D-rank elemental beast? You want me to make a menu for a D-rank spirit contract? If it were SS rank, maybe I could help." He shakes his head mysteriously, saying, "Teacher, it's different." Chengqing was skeptical, thinking it looked even dumber than a normal elemental beast. "Now I'm starting to think this is a blue star husky." Feeling insulted, it grabs the book on the table in retaliation. This only fueled his anger further. "Damn it, stop chewing on my books." Ignoring the warning, the husky wreaks even more havoc. Go, go, go. Woof, woof. Chengqing suppressed his anger, warning through gritted teeth, "Get out of here, or my menu tonight will be dog meat." The husky tilted its head, looking blankly at him, then continued to frolic, jumping from place to place. Then it created another version of itself to play with. Chengqing was astonished. "You have 2 huskies." A realization dawns on him and his face pales. "That's not right." Chengqing turns to question Chen Shu. "This is the art of duplication." Chengqing was utterly astonished. "No, that's impossible. How could a beast-type spirit master learn the art of duplication? It defies all logic." Chen Shuru, anticipating his reactions, remained calm. "So, what do you think, Professor? Your elemental beast has a gift, doesn't it?" He heartily praised him, patting his shoulder. That's right. This friend of mine is a true genius and just graduated high school. Hearing this, the man froze. Just graduated and already iron rank? Chengqing frowned, his expression turning ugly. Where is your remaining contracted spirit? Chen Shu immediately fulfills his request, using Sim's gigantification level 4, and then confidently declares, I'm worried Fang Fan won't be able to handle this. Take a look at this. Trin Than was completely stunned. Damn, both of your level D spirit contracts have god-tier skills? That's hard to believe. Chen Shu was secretly pleased with the praise, but remained polite, saying it was just so-so, and Chengqing was finally convinced and agreed. All right, I'll give you a free black iron level meal plan. He then asked seriously, you guys go on ahead. I'll have Dali give it to you in a week. You can cover the food costs, right? Feigning embarrassment, he begged, Master, is there any chance you could provide us with a free 2-year meal plan or perhaps a small sponsorship? Dali and Fang Si couldn't believe their ears, and they both cursed. What the hell? Working together, she forcibly covers Chen Shu's mouth and drags him away as he quickly bows and explains, He's just joking, sir. We'll leave now. Thank you. Goodbye, teacher. A moment later, the three of them were outside. Dali couldn't take it anymore, angrily scolding, Why are you being so unreasonable? It was hard enough to get the teacher to make a free menu for you, and now you want to take advantage? Chen Shu didn't think it was a big deal, and even analyzed it for him, saying that if you're going to be a good person, you have to go all the way. He flicked him on the head, saying, That's a big deal. Back then, the teacher only agreed to make food because of Fang Xi's amazing talent, and even then, it cost 100 million. He exclaimed in shock, 1 million? Do spirit chefs earn that much? He patiently explained, helping him understand. What do you think? My mentor is a king-level spirit chef, one of the best in the country. He's a renowned expert in creating menus, charging at least hundreds of millions each time. Chen Shu sighs heavily. Burning money? As the two chatted, Fang Si suddenly interrupted. Chen Pa, let's go. It's time to head to the Hoya Academy and get to work. His face lights up with excitement. Finally, another dimension? She whispers in his ear, Take care of Xibing for me. Then she looped her arm through Gu Chenshu's, saying, We're heading out. Leaving Dali utterly confused. Xibing, why is she here? Suddenly, Fang Si shook her phone, signaling him. He understood and checked his phone to see Fang Si's message. That's your future sister-in-law. Treat her well. He smirked. Sister-in-law, this is going to be interesting. The morning clouds drifted by, beautiful and serene. Only Ning angrily jumped up to question, What? Fang Si, you want this person to replace Ah Ling and come with us to another dimension? Qing Yi was also skeptical of Chen Shu. Fang Si, are you sure he can do it? She scanned him from head to toe, noting his youthfulness and doubted he could handle the ferocious beasts. Don't tell me we'll end up having to take care of him. Chen Shu smiled brightly. Your eyes are sharp. I've never actually killed a ferocious beast myself. I just think nuclear weapons are much better. The three of them were stunned by what he said. Huh? Nuclear weapons. Fang Si sighed, realizing they were naive to think Chen Shu was a law-abiding citizen. He was about to explain, but she urged him on. All right, enough talk. Let's head to the beast-taming facility. They stood up at the same time and said in unison, Okay. A moment later, everyone was at the Huajia Academy's beast-taming center. Fang Si instructed, Xiao Qiao release the hunting missions for this expedition. She immediately complied. Understood. A series of important information appeared on the screen. The Living Wood Swamp Otherworld. Danger level. Ning felt worried as she read, Sister Fang Si, are we hunting in this space this time? In this other space, the danger level in the Living Wood Swamp is all medium lock. She directly voiced her doubts. Now that Ailing isn't here, and her brother is taking her place, Fang Si seems to trust his abilities implicitly. No matter, Chen Shu can handle this. Tell me the specifics. Next, she summons her contracted beasts. Fang Si, a 3-star Black Iron Beast Master, whose contracted spirits are a Super S-Class Crimson Flame Dragon, specializing in attack, and an S-Class Icebone Dragon, specializing in control. Next up is the introduction of the second member, Ning Qingdi, a 2-star Black Iron Beastmaster whose contracted spirits are the S-rank Rock Giant Beast, mainly for defense, and the A-rank Gale Weasel, mainly for speed. Of course, teammate number 3 is just as impressive. Chao Yue, a 2-star Black Iron Beast Tamer, has a Grade S Raven Eye Spirit for investigation, and a Grade A Healing Green Worm for healing. And finally, partner number 4, Lu Zhu Ning, a 2-star Black Iron Beastmaster whose contracted spirits are the Super S-ranked Enchanting Red Butterfly, specializing in control, and the A-ranked Black Thunder Fruit, specializing in attack. Chen Shu couldn't hide his surprise at the four beauties showing off their talents. Wow. Seeing Chen Shu standing motionless, she reminded him, "It's your turn, little brother." Snapping out of it, he replies, "Oh, right." He quickly demonstrated his abilities to everyone. Tranthu, a one-star Black Iron Beastmaster, has a D-rank giant golden slime as her contracted spirit, specializing in attack, control, defense, and cuddling. It blushes shyly when it sees a pretty girl, leaving the three others frozen in place. But Chen Shu, ever resolute, continued. Its D-rank beast element is primarily for demolition and attack. The husky bared its fangs, trying to look fierce, while Slim laughed, jumping around happily. Everyone stares in confusion as Qing Yi questions, "Fangxi, do you really think these two can go on adventures with us?" She turns and says confidently that there's no problem, then asks Chen Shu to fight them to prove himself. He agreed enthusiastically. Okay, done. Chen Shu suddenly remembers something. "Oh right, Ms. Fangxi, can I use medicine?" He holds up a vial of prepared liquid. Like this, for example. Fangxi's heart nearly leapt out of her chest. "Oh God, don't do anything rash. Are you crazy?" she yelled angrily. "I told you to use the spirit duel contract to scare Chen Shu half to death." "All right." He quickly drops the playful act and summons his husky spirit. Meanwhile, Fangxi had reverted to her gentle, girlish demeanor. "You two, go on up," she said, a cue Ning and Qing Yi were waiting for. Okay. They summoned their contracted spirits one after another, the Dark Thunder Fruit and the Stone Rock Beast. The atmosphere in the arena gradually heats up as Fangxi declares the match begins. As soon as she finished speaking, Husky immediately went into attack position. Its strike was so swift and powerful that Little Black couldn't evade it. Seeing this, Jining was extremely dissatisfied. So sinister, and a sneak attack? In response, Chen Shu gave her an infuriatingly smug smile, saying, "How kind, how kind." Husky was now in its most frenzied state. Grrr. It relentlessly unleashed a barrage of attacks, overwhelming its opponent. Xiaohei was completely on the defensive, forced to evade, but ultimately unable to escape Husky's inescapable net. It let out a pained cry, indicating a serious injury, but Husky had no intention of letting it rest. That sight terrified Zhu Ning. "Little Black, dodge it." Just as she spoke, Husky's attack tore through the air, but this time its move seemed ineffective. Only now did Ji Ning dare to breathe a sigh of relief, barely dodging it. But a second later, the attack everyone thought was a dud suddenly changed. Even if the heavens intervened, Little Black was doomed. The sight was so surreal, Ning was utterly stunned. What in the world? Even Qing Yi couldn't hide her shock. Hidden within the ice orb is stray lightning, making this husky an all-attribute spirit. They both stared blankly at the gleeful husky, but only Ning felt as though the universe was mocking her. How could my S-class spirit contract be suppressed by this D-class mutt? It's too late for her to realize this husky is no ordinary dog. At this moment, Xiaohei was seemingly provoked, immediately focusing all of its power, determined to deliver a decisive blow. Having gathered its energy, Little Black unhesitatingly attacks Husky, but just then, Slim suddenly appears. It directly took on Xiaohei's lightning with its own body, a sight that astonished Ji Ning. Huh? It ate it. It swallowed the skill whole, and Slim looked incredibly satisfied after absorbing the attack. It focused on digesting Little Black's energy as nourishment, and when Slim opened its eyes, its gaze radiated a formidable power. In that moment, Stone Rock suddenly felt deeply uneasy. But before he could react, Slim unexpectedly leaped into the air. A terrifying aura emanates from Slim as it prepares to pounce, radiating savage violence, while Qing Yi smirks coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. "You think you can suppress my Stone Rock behemoth? Not a chance." As Qing Yi finished speaking, the Stone Rock entered a defensive stance, prompting a knowing smile from Chen Shuji. In mere seconds, the Slim ballooned in size, overwhelming Stone Rock with its oppressive presence. The battle wasn't over, but Qing Yi felt her heart couldn't take much more. How could it get so big? Even Qing Yi's face went pale. Before them now stood a colossal slime, like a mountain that moved. Her face betrayed her utter panic. "My skills are sealed. The Rock Beast is a 2-star Black Iron contracted spirit, now controlled by a 1-star Black Iron slime." Qing Yi was nearly helpless, but Sim suddenly spoke up, trying to reassure her. "Leave it to me." As soon as she said that, Little Black charged forward once more. Lightning crackles from its body, striking Slim with blinding speed, leaving it reeling. In an instant, Slim's condition became extremely miserable. Yet Chen Shu showed no sign of worry. Her attacks are powerful, but Qing Yi has regained her confidence. "You attack, I'll defend. As long as we defeat Slim, we can win." Those words steeled Ji Ning's resolve, her eyes shining with determination. Okay, it seems Husky senses danger now. He bares his teeth, growling menacingly. Suddenly, Husky unleashes a powerful attack, but lightning doesn't strike the same place twice. This time, Xiaohei successfully evaded the attack, and sensing danger, Husky unleashed its fire-breathing technique. Unfortunately for Husky, that fiery attack is no match for Xiaohei, who has returned stronger than ever. Amidst the tension, Chen Shu remains calm, thinking, "You want to fight my Husky? They've taken the wrong path." He scoffed inwardly, knowing that continuous attacks on Slim might have worked, but he wouldn't allow them any hope. Thinking quickly, Chen Shu shouts out, "Husky!" No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the Husky in the arena began to transform. This situation is truly beyond imagination. A doppelganger skill? Qing Yi couldn't hide her panic as she stared wide-eyed at Husky, suddenly thinking of a possibility. No, it could just be a similar skill. The textbooks say elemental beasts and the divine skill of cloning have nothing to do with each other. While everyone was confused, the two Huskies howled with power. Woof, 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 woof. Then, together, they channeled lightning, aiming it directly at Xu Yan. The power of that attack was no joke, as the defensive layer around him began to crack and slowly break apart. Before Xian could react, an ice orb hurtled towards him at breakneck speed, slamming into him and shattering into countless fragments. Crack. Finally, Xian couldn't take it anymore and let out a miserable scream. Witnessing this, Zhai Ning and Qing Yi finally had to accept the truth. "We concede." Chen Shu responds with a rather irritating smile. True invincibility is lonely. Seeing the results of the match, Qing Yi sighed in frustration. "We actually lost." Even after experiencing it firsthand, Zhi Ning can't believe it. His contracted spirit is really only a D rank. At that moment, a smug Chen Shu pulled out a small notebook and earnestly recorded, "First battle at the China Beast Academy. Preliminary rating, SSS. A for true evaluation, D for overall, E, the Great Black Bird, preliminary evaluation. A, true evaluation, E, comprehensive evaluation." Every word from Chen Zhu was like a bolt from the blue, shocking the two beauties into oblivion. Even Fang Xi is speechless at his obliviousness. Okay, no more recording. Anyone could see the words, "very satisfied," written all over Chen Shu's face. Only now, noticing the expressions of the two women before him. "Senior Lu, Senior Ning, why do you both look so upset?" A second later, Ji Ning turned and left before Chen Shu could annoy her to death. "Ha ha. Stone-headed beast. Oh no, the stone-hide behemoth is injured. I'm off to the infirmary." Seeing this, Qing Yi also quickly retreated before she couldn't resist sending Chen Shu to his ancestors. "I'm injured. I need to go to the infirmary." After they left, Qiaoyu approached with a very gleeful expression. "You're right, Sister Fangxi. We must prioritize the plants." Fangxi remained silent, only sighing helplessly as 3 days later they would officially arrive at the swamp to harvest living wood. Hearing this, Xiao Yue happily nodded. "Okay, see you later." "Chen Shu is extremely excited right now, so I'll head out first." Fangxi quickly stopped him. "Wait, Chen Shu." Hearing that, he turned back, looking bewildered. Ms. Fangxi." Immediately, Chen Shu wore a knowing expression. "No need to praise my performance today. It was just basic maneuvering." His smugness infuriates Fangxi, who thinks he's full of himself, and she suddenly has a bad feeling. "I have a feeling that if I leave you here for a while, my beast-taming group will fall apart." After a bit of small talk, Fangxi revealed her true purpose. "Can I see your spirit contract board?" For Chen Shu, this was a small matter. He immediately swipes to open his notification panel. No problem. Displayed were the details of his spirit contracts, Slim and Husky, leaving Fangxi increasingly stunned, questioning her own comprehension. Are you sure you didn't Photoshop this?" After reviewing the stats, Fangxi concludes that while the board isn't photoshopped, it's still impossible. She then earnestly explained to Chen Shu that even if he leveled up a minor realm and upgraded a skill, the skill level couldn't be that high. In contrast to her passionate explanation, Chen Shu simply shrugged, looking smug, as if it made perfect sense. "Every time I break through, my skills level up 2 or 3 times. Who says you can only level up 1 skill at a time?" This attitude leaves Fangxi speechless. Setting that aside, she patted his shoulder, advising, "Don't tell anyone about your spirit contract." Chen Shu instinctively scratched his head and continued, "Okay, I'll head back." But suddenly, Fangxi raised her hand, stopping him. "Hey, my Husky," Chen Shu playfully corrected, wanting to say, "her Husky." But his face suddenly froze. Before Chen Shu were 2 Huskies, wrestling with each other. He's sick of this sight, still using his right hand to threaten them. Damn it, are you crazy? Get back here now, he says, sighing. This is such a pain. Having observed for a while, Fangxi secretly assesses that this is the real enchantress, and even Fan Lingchen couldn't fake it so well. She seems to think of something, then stops Chen Shu and suggests, "Wait, I'll go back to the hotel with you." Yet, Tranthu didn't suspect a thing. Okay. At a towering building in the city center, Fuang Tu lingered around Habang, probing her, and even covered her mouth to laugh, making her confused. "Sister Fangxi, what's wrong?" Xiaobing was starting to feel uncomfortable under her gaze. "Is there something wrong with me?" But Fangxi just chuckled and denied it. "No, I just wanted to look at you." Then she moved closer, her dangerous expression making Xiaobing uncomfortable. Fangxi leaned in, her eyes full of intent. "Not bad, not bad. Our little Xiaobing has really grown up." Her cheeks flushed. She whispered, "Ms. Puang too?" Finally, the other woman relented and got to the point. "All right, I won't bother you anymore. I came to ask you something." Fangxi cut straight to the chase. "Do you like Chen Pi?" The sudden question catches Xiaobing off guard, making her even more embarrassed than before. Her face flushed. Xiaobing hesitated before finally confessing, "Yes, I like Chen Shu." Fangxi welcomed the news, as if she'd been expecting it all along. "Very well, I accept you as my sister-in-law. However, she has a very worrying problem. Tranbi doesn't know what love is. This might be harder than she thought." Habang couldn't agree more. Oh yes, she had subtly hinted at it many times before, but Fangxi only caught the word hint and suggested that if hinting didn't work, she should be more obvious. Xiaobing suddenly became like a puppy waiting for the next words. "Huh?" Her adorable demeanor made Fangxi pinch her cheek without restraint. "Just you wait, I've made arrangements for you these next 2 days." With that, she heads out. Fangxi looked around like a pro spy as she made a call. "Hello, Dali, I need you for something." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Chen Shu was tinkering with something. After much research, he wiped the sweat from his brow, finally succeeding in his concoction. Chen Shu was eager for this experiment. It was time to let the husky out. Immediately, he summoned the ferocious husky. Slim peeked its head out from behind, and Tranthu couldn't hide his concern upon seeing it. Has the wound from today's fight already healed? Speaking of which, Chen Shu realizes something. Could the upgrade effect of the beast space be to heal wounds? He analyzed this in his head and suddenly burst out laughing, realizing how much money he'd saved. Then, Chen Shu waved to Slim. "Come here and take your medicine first." Slim and Husky were both delighted by this gesture, and Chen Shu now takes pride in his achievements. These 4 important medicines can increase the fighting strength of the 2 contract spirits, so he can rest easy about the living wood swamp. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. Instinctively, Chen Shu checked the caller ID. "Dali calling at this hour." Chen Shu was curious. "Why is he calling me so late?" Chen Shu quickly answers the phone. "Dali, what do you need me for?" The other end of the line suddenly made an offer. "Hey, Tranbi, I'd like to treat you to dinner tomorrow night. If you have the time, dress nicely." This made Chen Shu wonder. Dress nicely? Do I usually dress so shabbily? Dali didn't say another word, immediately saying goodbye. "Okay, see you tomorrow night." Ending the call, he forced a smile, telling the 2 who had been watching him, "It's done, Sister Fangxi." She then lays out the plan, while Xiaobing blushes with embarrassment. "Next, we need to choose the clothes so we can succeed tomorrow night." From afar, Dali couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the racy outfit in the box. Tsk, tsk, tsk. The next day arrives, and Chen Shu stands in front of a store wondering what Dali wants to eat, deciding to buy some food. As he stands there, something catches his eye. Huh? What the hell is this? Before Chen Shu stood Choza, a man he already despised. What rotten luck. "What the hell?" Choza scoffed, his arrogance on full display as he questioned him. "Don't you know me?" Chen Shu casually denies it, adding disdainfully, "I don't know you. I just feel unlucky." Incensed, Xiuze was left speechless, as young Master Chen ignored him and ordered some dishes from the staff. Choza then cuts in, brandishing his authority. "Hello, this is my membership card." This gave him an excuse to bark orders. "I don't want to see any small fry disturbing my VIP area." "Very well, please follow me." This piqued Chen Shu's curiosity. "So, what's on your second floor?" Wei Lan politely explains that it's mainly for VIP guests, and she bows to reassure this godlike customer. "But rest assured, sir, we will provide you with the same level of service." At that moment, 3 options appeared on the mission board. As soon as he read it, Chen Shu excitedly suggested, "I want to go up there too." Wei Lan was a little hesitant to announce, "Sir, the second floor requires..." Before Wei Lan could finish, Chen Shu held up his membership card. Wei Lan was instantly stunned and, to be sure, asked, "Sir, would you mind if I checked something?" Chen Shu was annoyed. Why didn't they check the old man? Despite the awkward situation, Wei Lan tried to explain. "He's a professor at the Huajia Cultural Institute." With that, Chen Shu reiterated, "The Cultural Institute." He didn't want to waste any more time, so he handed the card over for verification. "All right, then hurry it up." Wei Lan immediately took the card. "Okay." She then placed it in the verification machine. "Please wait a moment," Wei Lan reassured the guest. "It's almost done. The results will be in soon." Wei Lan politely returned the card to Chen Shu, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting. The check is complete." And with that, she took the lead, saying, "I'll take you to the second floor now." Wei Lan, exuding the grace of a refined employee, leads him onward. On the second floor of the Tianhua restaurant, Tran Thu sees Cao Troc sitting at a table, drinking tea. He turns to Wei Lan and suggests, "Help me with the menu." Chuza, already spotting someone he dislikes, wonders, "Huh? How did you get up here?" But Chen Shu, never one to back down, provoked him. "I walked up here." Chuza turned away, not wanting to bother with him, but Chen Shu deliberately provoked him, asking if he had desecrated his ancestors' graves. And he successfully gets Chuzo's attention, who's so enraged he could eat him alive. "You insult me? Is that what passes for genius these days? It's infuriating." And so Chen Shu politely stood up and apologized. He rephrased the question more formally. "Did I blow up your ancestral tomb or something?" Chuza couldn't process it all as Chen Shu continued to provoke him. Isn't this still lacking in quality? He gritted his teeth, retorting that he should have stopped him from entering the Huaxia Academy, defiling the top-tier sacred ground for beast tamers. Without a second thought, Chen Shu retorted, "You were the examiner who scored me. Is that why you want to stop me? I didn't provoke you, did I?" Chen Shu questioned the man's statement, asking, "Based on the scoring criteria, am I not qualified for the Huaxia Academy?" Chuza stood up, gesturing to the other man. "I don't need to explain myself to you." Now it was Chen Shu's turn to be provoked. How dare he challenge the fierce dragon of South River? Watching him walk away, Chen Shu's face darkened. He clearly had no idea what the consequences would be for provoking him. Images flashed through Chen Shu's mind. Diarrhea medicine, nuclear warheads, sacks. He gritted his teeth. There was always a way to deal with him. The waiter approached from behind, calling out, "Sir?" Dan Feng looked troubled. The variety of beast meat he needed was extensive and nationwide, requiring time to gather. In contrast to that awkwardness, Chen Shu didn't care how long it would take, and the other party immediately replied, "5 days will do?" He nodded and then asked, "Okay, do I need to put down a deposit?" Dan Feng then smiled. "No need. VIP cards enjoy special privileges." Chen Shu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Is that so great? He wondered what other benefits there might be. Chen Shu rubs against the staff like a pyramid scheme, trying to entice them with offers of credit. Dan Feng helplessly added, "Oh, and I can offer credit, up to 5 million. Immediately, Chen Shu deflates. Is that all? Dan Feng scratched his head, adding that besides this, the VIP card offers a 10% discount on all products and allows pre-ordering skills. Catching the key point, he stroked his chin and asked about pre-ordering skills, and Chen Shu immediately instructed, "Then keep an eye out for the Thunderous Blast skill for me." The other party nodded with confidence. "Understood." With that, he turned and left, saying he'd await their news, as the moon hung high outside the building, and Xiaobing blushed with embarrassment. Will Chen Shu come? They wondered. Fang Xi reassured her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, we've already arranged it. He'll definitely be here. It's all going according to plan." Hearing that, Xiaobing quietly replied, "Okay. Dali suddenly came to tell me that Chen Shu is here." He snaps his fingers mysteriously, and a seat is immediately cleared. The lights go out, and Fang Xi gently kisses Xiaobing's cheek, whispering words of encouragement. Footsteps echoed closer as Dali and Fang Xi hid behind the kitchen counter. He even brought a guitar. They both smiled expectantly. Xiaobing nervously clutches her dress as the door opens, and the man of her dreams walks in. Chen Shu enters, puzzled by the empty room. Huh? Fang Xi and Dali said they'd be here for dinner, but where is everyone? Sensing the strange silence and gloom, he muttered to himself and tried calling Dali, but there was no answer, leaving him surprised. Deaf and unhesitating? Chen Shu turned and left without a second thought. "I'll head back for now." Suddenly the sound of a guitar rings out. Curious, Chen Shu turns back to see who it is. Xiaobing, in a pink dress, steps into the light, and he's stunned to see her. She turned and began to dance a soft, graceful ballet, as fluid as water, and the sight made Chen Shu's cheeks flush. As the dance ends, embarrassment paralyzes Xiaobing, while Chen Shu looks on, puzzled, as if asking about what just happened. This is him. She shyly scratches the back of her head, her face flushed. I have something to tell you. At that moment, Fang Xi gripped his shoulder tightly in excitement. It's about to begin, as Xiaobing gently takes his hand. Chen Shu, from the moment I met you, I knew you were a good person. Her eyes lowered. Even though you treat the world with disrespect, I know you're kind at heart. Then she remembers the moment Tran Thu rushed forward to protect others. Finally, she smiles, knowing him as the happiest thing in her dark life. Xiaobing hesitated. Though this is sudden, I want to tell you, I like... Overwhelmed, Chen Shu added, leaving her speechless. So, you're trying to compliment me? Fang Xi and Dali were utterly confused. Xiaobing itched to retort, no, I want to tell you. Chen Shu's face is full of confidence, as if he understands everything. No, does that mean you want me to be your boss? Fang Xi asked, squeezing Dali's arm in anger. This is clearly a confession, so why does he think Xiaobing wants him as her boss? Meanwhile, Dali is being squeezed to tears, but he grits his teeth and bears it. Meanwhile, Xiaobing is completely flustered. Why would he think I want to make him my boss? With utter confidence, Chen Shu says, Didn't you say I was a good person? And you didn't deny it. Yes, but you went on to say, didn't you think I was the light of your life? And she agreed. Yes, but then Tran Thu clapped his hands together, cheerfully concluding, doesn't that settle it? I'm a good person, your guiding light, aren't you looking to me for guidance? Chen Shu affectionately puts his arm around Xiaobing's shoulders. Truly, he doesn't need to go to such lengths. We're good brothers, and you're Fang Xi's little sister. So you need my protection. Just say the word. Don't worry, even if we haven't sworn an oath, we're still good brothers. Her face twisted in disgust. Good brothers? Chen Shu proudly proclaims. Of course we're good brothers. Behind the counter, Fang Xi trembled with rage, unleashing her fury as she screamed, Chen Pi, are you out of your mind? But suddenly, an arm restrained her. Sister Fang Xi. Xiaobing shook her head from behind. Forget it. With the subtlety of a freight train, Chen Shu blurts out, Why is Sister Fang Xi hiding there? Were you planning a sneak attack? Fang Xi said, arms crossed. You're hopeless. She takes Xiaobing's hand, and Xiaobing turns and pulls her away. Let's go. The two leave, catching Daluk and Tran Thu by surprise. He sighs in exasperation. Oh, Chen Bi. With that, Dali also ran after the two of them, calling out, Sister Fang Xi, wait for me. Chen Shu is utterly confused. What's going on? As night fell and the moon rose, Dali caught up to the girls and asked, Sister Fang Xi, the plan failed. What should we do? Fang Xi frowned, refusing to lose. If Chen Pai is beyond help, then we'll go all the way. Horror dawns on his face. What? You want to bury him? He asked, met only by her silent gaze. With that, Fang Xi turned to her and said, Xiaobing, we have to use a stronger tactic. Xiaobing blushed shyly, but her voice was full of determination. Yes. Now even Dali felt confused by the sister's plan. Back at Habang's hotel room, Fuang Tu's cheeks flushed at the sound of her name. Fuang Tu, sis. Xiaobing emerges in a revealing pink outfit. Is this okay? Confused, Chen Shu heads back to the hotel. What's wrong with Sister Fang Xi? Why would she take my room card in the middle of the night, tell me to take a walk, then suddenly call me back? A thought suddenly flashes through his mind. Could it be? Chen Shu's face darkened as if he'd seen something terrifying. Could it be that she wants to take me out? He swipes the card, the door opens, and something rises from the bed, catching Chen Shu's eye. Where did he get that sack and why that sinister grin? Is he planning some payback? Another time, he says as he creeps toward the bed, ready to strike with the sack. Suddenly, he froze, seeing Xiaobing beneath the covers in a seductive outfit that left him stunned. Xiaobing, why you? She hooked her leg around his waist, pulling Chen Shu down in a panic. He fell onto Xiaobing, her sweet smile unwavering. Their faces were inches apart, on the verge of a kiss. Xiaobing embraced Chen Shu, her voice as gentle as water, as Fang Xi's words echoed in her mind. Xiaobing, I understand Chen Bi very well. If you don't make your feelings clear, he'll keep pretending, so you have to tell him how you feel tonight. Her eyes, as still as an autumn lake, repeated in her mind, Tell him how you feel. Chen Shu called out to him shyly. Suddenly, she grabs his collar, and with a calm voice, Habang says, Tran Bi, don't move. Lean down a little. This left Chen Shu wondering what was that all about. Taking advantage of his distraction, Xiaobing leans in, her lips pressing against his, shocking him. Is this really happening? Is the notorious gangster Chen Shu being ambushed with a kiss? In a room filled with ambiguous tension, the two lie in bed, bodies pressed close, engaging in the most intimate of acts. Xiaobing intently wraps her arms around Chen Shu's neck, deepening the kiss while he remains wide-eyed and bewildered. Oh, he's slowly drawn into the pleasant sensation, unconsciously intertwining his fingers with hers. All he can think is, so soft. She gently removes Chen Shu's jacket, and he lets out a soft moan. Xiaobing immediately sits up, flips him onto the bed, and quickly lifts his shirt, revealing his toned abs as she whispers, "Chen Pai." Chen Shu's cheeks flushed red, and tears welled in his eyes, making him seem vulnerable. Ha Bang was stunned by his adorable appearance, and she covered her mouth and giggled, surprised by his reaction. She cups her cheeks, expressing her true feelings. He's so adorable, it makes her like him even more. Ha Bang is honest about her feelings. "Chen Pai, I've liked you for a long time. I got carried away just now, but don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you." Shyly avoiding his gaze, she hints, "If you agree, you can do anything you want to me today." Stunned, he stammers, "Repeat that. Anything." Hearing those words from him made Xiaobing extremely shy, and she nodded in agreement. Xiaobing began to imagine the mature scenarios that were about to unfold, and at this point, she was full of anticipation. "I'll cooperate unconditionally." Chen Shu suddenly became bold. "If that's the case, then I won't hold back." She cautiously agreed. Just as Xiaobing's heart pounded with anticipation, his voice echoed. "Talk about a mood killer. The spirit-suppressing bureau. I'd like to report someone harassing me." Xiaobing hadn't foreseen this and stared in stunned disbelief. "Huh?" Moments later, the piercing sound of police sirens echoed at the hotel entrance. They quickly escorted Xiaobing away, leaving the other three to watch. Dali and Fang Xi couldn't believe it. Turning to question a grinning Chen Shu, did he really call the cops on Xiaobing just for kissing him? Fang Xi looked helplessly at Chen Shu. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward as he proudly lectured them. She angrily punches him in the head, ordering him to protect himself when he's out. "Protect your head? You have 1 hour tops to release her to me." Chen Shu, in tears, gently rubbed the smoking lump on his head. Fang Xi sternly lectured him, "Even if you don't like her, you can't do that. Chen Pai, Xiaobing genuinely likes you." This revelation leaves him stunned. "What? She likes me? I thought she just wanted my body." Dali and she were both speechless. They'd heard of blockheads, but now they were seeing one in person. Fang Xi, exasperated, sighed wearily, a fire of anger erupting around her as she gritted her teeth and urged him to release the child immediately. After a while, they brought Xiaobing back to Chen Shu's room. Fang Xi awkwardly put a coat on her and comforted her, telling her not to be afraid, that the kids were just being naughty and didn't understand, and that it was all over now. Seeing Xiaobing sad and silent, she irritably pointed at him. "Hurry up and apologize." He stiffened, cautiously taking each step forward. Chen Shu stood awkwardly before Xiaobing as Fang Xi smiled, warning in a low voice, "Apologize. You're giving me the creeps." Xiaobing casually waved her off, saying, "It's okay, Sister Fang Xi." She frankly admits her mistake, then expresses her resolve. "This was my fault, not Chen Shu's, so there's no need to make things difficult for him. There's still time. I believe we'll have another chance." Chen Shu's cheeks flushed red as he called out her name, deeply moved. Xiaobing." Both Dali and Fang Xi were excited, thinking this idiot had finally come to his senses. But what happened next was unexpected. He gives Xiaobing a thumbs up, affirming her identity. He really is a good brother. They both fell back, feeling he was beyond saving. Fang Xi, with a headache, decided to end this heartbreaking scene. "All right, it's late. Let's all get some rest. We're heading to another dimension tomorrow, so we can talk later." Dali quickly agreed with her, leaving only Chen Shu standing there, speechless. Xiaobing, who was leaving, suddenly stopped, smiled gently, and waved goodbye. "Good night." He awkwardly waved back. "Good night." It was then that Chen Shu realized, could she actually like him? The night was late, and the city was quiet, with the bright moonlight shining down on the modern buildings. Inside a hotel room, Chen Shu lies drunk on the bed, twisting and giggling in his sleep. His mind is filled with images of Xiaobing kissing him that afternoon, their clothes scattered on the floor, their smooth skin pressed together, her slender fingers caressing his abs, his face flushed, his lips tightly pursed. At the climax, he startled awake, bolting upright in a panic. The next morning, the highway was nearly empty so early. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Shu looked drained, dark circles under his eyes as he yawned widely, catching Fang Xi's attention. She asks with concern, "Why are your eyes so dark? Didn't you sleep well last night?" Hearing that, his heart skipped a beat as the steamy memories flooded back, and he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Not at all. I slept great." The three of them frowned, eyeing Chen Shu up and down suspiciously. Sweating nervously, he glanced away, desperate to change the subject. So, Chen Shu feigned nonchalance and brought up an unrelated topic. Senior sisters. Lu and Ning, how are your contract spirits' injuries? I was too rough that day, unaware of the difference between us. Fangxi glared at him, warning, "Shut up!" Knowing his place, Chen Shu straightened up and obeyed. "Yes, ma'am?" The car stops in front of an ancient building, and he steps out, stretching comfortably, finally having arrived. Fang Zai instructed Zhuning in the driver's seat. "Lu Zhening, go park the car and take our luggage to the hotel." The girls went to accept their mission, and she immediately agreed. Okay. The four of them walked in side by side as Chen Shu stomped on the floor. He arrogantly demanded, "Bring out all the high-difficulty missions." Everyone turned to look at him. They all thought the same thing. Big shot. Then Chen Shu added, "Don't show me any missions that require a deposit." The crowd's mouths twitched, their excitement completely gone, as Qing Yi and Qiao Yue distanced themselves, not daring to acknowledge him. Jan Fangxi was furious, seriously. Just then, Chen Shu innocently called out, "Come see the missions." Qing Yi and Qiao Yue flinched, their movements stiff, but they ultimately accepted their fate. "All right, I'm on it." His finger gently presses the button to view the task. The system panel displays a plethora of information about various missions and their difficulty. Chen Shu, in high spirits, stands amidst countless virtual screens, thinking, "Kids make choices, but adults like me want to do it all." His fingers rapidly selected various quests, hunting poison scorpions, capturing giant green frog tadpoles, and gathering heavenly poison flowers. In contrast to his excitement, Fangxi's face twisted with doubt. "These are all silver-tier lords. Can we really do this?" With newfound confidence, Chen Shu declared, "You have to have dreams, or how else will they come true?" Finding his words reasonable, she readily agreed. "All right, if that's the case, let's take them all." With her support, he became even more enthusiastic. The others watched Chen Shu in awe, truly a master. Soon after, they had accepted all the high-difficulty quests and calmly walked through the Beast Tamer Association's doors. The crowd watched with admiration and awe. Was this the demeanor of the strong? Fully prepared, the four ventured deeper into the small town. Just as Chen Shu excitedly stepped into the mist, a voice stopped him. "Wait." Fangxi thoughtfully offered them some pills, explaining that the swamp's living wood contained miasma, which could still affect even black iron-level bodies. "Take this antidote first." He quickly took it and tossed it into his mouth. With that done, the group set out on their mission, with Chen Shu leading the way to scout ahead through the dense fog, when suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Ahead, a long, winding staircase spirals upwards, its end lost to sight. Is this the stronghold of the Spirit Wardens? Recovering his focus, Fangxi reminded them. "Let's go." They chose the path leading down below. Chen Shu suddenly noticed something. Each door had a guard, and the solemn atmosphere made him feel like a country bumpkin in the big city. "Wow." Chen Shu whispers to his teammates that Spirit Wardens guard the cave entrance, and Fangxi places a serious hand on his shoulder, telling him to prepare for battle. The five immediately took their stances, activating their spiritual energy to summon their bonded spirits, as Chen Shu eagerly awaited guidance from Fangxi. The various spirits appear, their bodies overflowing with power, and Slim is eager to join them. Fangxi Minmin sensed something was off. It felt like something strange had infiltrated their ranks. Suddenly, he interrupted her thoughts with an excited shout like a child. "Forget it, let's go." With the spirits leading the way and protecting them, they head straight for their target. At the highest level of the Spirit Suppression Army's base, heavily guarded, the head of the Spirit Suppression Bureau, Tran Trong, looks grim. The situation at the Living Wood Swamp is not good. Has the geography expert arrived? The Chen Shu group walked in tow through the silent space. He frowned, wiping the sweat from his brow. Why is it so hot today? Fangxi also sensed something was off. "We're deep in the swamp where the living trees are, but the white bones around us have all dissolved, and it's too quiet." She paused, her pupils shrinking as she realized something. "Something's not right," she announced gravely. "We've reached the end of this space." They wondered, and Fangxi solemnly explained, "This is a space-forbidden zone, or you can think of it as a space barrier. In theory, passing through it could lead to another space." Hearing this, he understood the situation. The entire space was within a dimension, merely divided into countless fragments by the white bones. She assessed their current predicament. That's what the expert says, but there's no way to verify it. The white bones are too dangerous. Going inside means certain destruction. Finally, she makes a careful decision. "All right, let's retreat for now and see what else we can find." Chen Shu immediately agreed. The others turned to leave, but he lingered and noticed something strange. Chen Shu stared blankly in one direction. Huh, Sister Fangxi, I want to ask you something. He asked suspiciously, did the forbidden space dissipate? This made Fangxi stop in her tracks, turning back with certainty. Of course not. What are you thinking? If it dissipates, won't all the dimensions become connected? Chen Shu calmly pointed to the spatial rift. Are you sure? The four girls were stunned, question marks popping up all around. Huh? Fangxi was stunned for a moment. What's going on? No way. The entirety of the other dimension is round, and the forbidden zone is like an infinitely tall pillar encompassing the space. In theory, such a large fracture shouldn't appear. But at that moment, the spatial rift exploded, shaking the earth. Chen Shu and she exclaimed in shock as a ferocious beast and a towering jet-black tree appeared, golden spiritual energy shimmering along its trunk, its roots binding the white lion. He couldn't contain his shock, a king-level fierce beast from the scorching sun hills, and it's being trampled. Fangxi was incredibly tense, merging with a rare space. Hurry, ascend to Gale Duke. They acted with incredible speed, Chen Shu borrowing strength from her hand as the system appeared with three choices: flee and survive, or seize the treasure leg from Silver King. Having eliminated two monarchs, the system presented corresponding rewards and support options. Chen Shu quickly scanned the choices and compared the rewards. After careful consideration, he decides to go with option 2, not bad at all. He turns to Fangxi, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sister Fangxi, do you think we can... But before he could finish, she was already familiar with this look. Hold on, are you that desperate for money? That's the Silver Monarch we're talking about. Only Jining and Xiaoyue covered their mouths and whispered to each other, a calf is not afraid of a tiger. He was blindly confident in himself, declaring loudly, no way, Jiangnan the Fierce never comes back empty-handed, and Silver Monarch must cough up some dough. Fangxi was truly speechless. Her attitude became calm, determined to ignore Chen Si. All right, you truly are my younger brother. Qing Yi relented and released her brother. Hearing that, he froze, never expecting her to be so heartless. Fangxi even teased him. Shenbi, have you finished writing your will? What's the difference with a tombstone? I'm useless and can't defeat the Silver King, but this much I can do. Xiaoyue feigned sadness as she waved goodbye. Rest in peace, Junior. Jining quickly pulled out her phone to record Chen Shu's last moments, kindly showing him his freshly made memorial photo. Little brother, what kind of photo do you want on your tombstone? Consider it a condolence gift from your big sister. He suddenly felt like the unluckiest younger brother in the world. Why don't you ladies just go into the funeral business? They'd definitely strike it rich. Huang Tu thinks he's finally come to his senses and doesn't want to throw his life away anymore. So, let's go. Swift wind skillfully flies through the areas unaffected by the two beasts' battle. Chen Shu persisted, licking his lips with desire. Fangxi, don't you have berserk pills? Let me go. I'm confident I can win this gamble. She paused, knowing she couldn't dissuade him, and finally agreed that this potion could be used on the same species. Chen Shu still tried to tempt them. Do any of you have contracted spirits who want to try? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get close to two monarchs, and it's not dangerous. Slim and the other spirit beasts broke out in a cold sweat, turning away to pretend they weren't involved, only stopping to worry and try to dissuade him. Junior Tran Thu, forget it. Even if it's not dangerous, we're still young. He shook his head in refusal. The reward was too tempting for him to pass up. Give it a shot, you never know. Fangxi reminded Chen Shu of the most important condition. The problem was, no contracted spirit dared to try. He immediately turned his wicked gaze to Husky, thinking, isn't this one right here? Then he grinned mischievously and placed his hand on its head. Ha ha, you fool. Its body trembled uncontrollably, whimpering like a weak ghost. Woof woof. Chen Shu uses brute force to pry open Husky's mouth. Its eyes glistened with pitiful tears, hoping to sway Chen Shu's meager conscience. But alas, he remained unmoved, even threatening it coldly. If you stall any longer, I'll bury you alive. Husky quickly straightened up, wiped away its tears, and mustered a determined, sacrificial spirit. Facing a challenge, the clever Husky quickly split into two, earning Chen Shu's surprise and praise. Huh? Your IQ has improved. Husky's clone opens its mouth, waiting for Chen Shu to feed it the medicine, swallowing it without hesitation. He gently pats its head, encouraging it. My little actor, go and bring back the Silver Lord's leg. Husky, now under orders, charged into battle, leaping off the Gale Raptor and heading straight into the thick of the fight, while Chen Shu's group found a safe place nearby to observe. It stopped beside the tangled roots, but sensing a strange presence, the tree spirit turned around. Husky then put on an act, feigning innocence. Woof, woof! We're the same kind. The white lion immediately looked at it with worried eyes. Yes, its child is dangerous, stay away from it. A heated argument ensues. That's my cub. It's clearly my cub. Meanwhile, Husky quietly approaches the glittering treasure foot. Excited, it eyed its target, then quickly snapped it up, just as a thick root suddenly shifted. The tree spirit lovingly strokes Husky's head as the white lion roars in fury. Let him go. The tree spirit has confirmed his identity. He's my son. Suddenly, Husky noticed another treasure lying on a branch. It skillfully climbed up as roots from all directions targeted it, then gently wrapped around Husky's body, lifting it up. This scene makes the white lion tense. What are you going to do to it? The tree demon releases Husky from the conflict, arguing loudly, What's it to you? He's my son. Chen Shu's group was so shocked, their eyes widened in disbelief. This is unbelievable. The white lion thinks the husky is its child. How could the black tree possibly think the same? He felt his worldview collapsing. What was it thinking? Can a tree give birth to a dog? Qiao Yue stammered in shock. Isn't this getting a little ridiculous? What kind of drug did you use anyway? This is too much. Chen Shu secretly calculated the time. I agree. Husky, the drug is wearing off, but so is your disguise. It immediately signaled its clone. Growl, growl. The clone, carrying the treasure foot, retreats at top speed, while the white lion, sensing this, unleashes its full power in defiance. You're safe now. Let's have a duel. A series of tree ogre's roots rise from the ground, and so the two sides threw themselves into a final, desperate battle. Chen Shu quietly reminded everyone, Ladies, the drug is about to wear off. Prepare to run. As he spoke, the drug's effects wore off, and the two beasts, locked in fierce combat, suddenly regained their senses. They've put aside their differences, their rage now focused on a common enemy. We've been tricked. Seeing this, Chen Shu broke out in a cold sweat, urging frantically, No, the two beasts have realized we tricked them. Let's run. The tree demon's energy surged, its roots ensnaring the white lion's ankles, preventing its escape as a sharp root pierced its flesh. Then it mercilessly flung the heavily injured white lion aside as all the roots lost control and danced wildly. Chen Shu's mood became incredibly tense. It's gone mad. Roots lash out as they flee, gale wind breath turning to escape. The roots relentlessly pursue them, crashing through the forest. Other ferocious beasts influenced by it began to appear as well. Chen Shu turned back and cursed fiercely. Damn it, isn't it enough that we're not stealing the treasure anymore? We didn't blow up your ancestral tomb. Do you have to be this angry? He quickly offered a solution. Sister Fangxi, we can't hesitate, use the berserk pill. She immediately nodded in agreement. Okay. She grabbed his hand for leverage, reaching the windsickle's mouth to feed it the pill. After swallowing, its aura shifted, and the overflowing spirit energy within accelerated, widening the gap with the enemy. A piercing scream echoes from its back as the wind distorts everyone's faces, leaving them wide-eyed and grimacing. Chen Shu struggles to speak. What did Fangxi feed my contracted spirit? Why is it flying so fast? Uh-oh, you're slurring your words. Stay calm. Gale Windsparrow, keep running. The entangling tree demon relentlessly pursues, shaking the forest with its might, kicking up dust and debris. Meanwhile, in a relatively calm area, a figure leisurely patrols, like a seasoned expert. This must be a space fusion. Suddenly, Lu Jin noticed a spirit beast rushing towards him. Huh? He immediately recognized the familiar mark, the insignia of the Spirit Suppression Army. With tears streaming down his face, Chen Shu screamed desperately, Help me, master! He shouted, reporting that a horde of savage beasts was chasing them, as Lu Jin calmly assessed the situation with his hands clasped behind his back. It's just a pack of savage beasts. No need to worry so much. You all head back to the stronghold. Leave the rest to me. Chen Shu quickly gave his thanks, not forgetting to express his sincere gratitude. Thank you, master. The Great One is mighty. We'll be on our way then. He frowned, expressing his disapproval. These young people truly lack composure. They still need training. He was also quite curious. Now let's see what kind of ferocious beast could make a genius from Huaxia Academy act like this. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the vine demon lashed out, and sending Lu Jin's contracted spirit into a panic, and he wasn't faring much better. Covered in soot, she screams hoarsely, Oh my God, a silver monarch beast! Chen Shu looked back at the battle unfolding behind him, like a scene from a blockbuster movie. He clasped his hands in prayer, hoping the great master would be all right. Before long, they had all escaped, but Qiao Yue felt uneasy. The Silver Monarch has appeared, and Blue Star will surely send reinforcements, perhaps even dispatching king-level beastmasters. She's deeply worried. Fangxi, have we stirred up too much trouble? At that moment, Chen Shu struck a pose of righteousness. Don't be afraid. If anything happens, I, Xia Yan, will take responsibility. Hearing this, Fang Xi sneered. Now you're Xia Yan, are you? Just then, she saw a beam of light streak across the sky. Things weren't looking good. The boss had signaled the spirit wardens for backup, and Fuang Tu urged, don't hesitate, let's get out of here now. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Shu agreed. Yeah, let's go. And so they mounted the swift wind sparrow and fled, looking like Sun Wukong riding a cloud, finally arriving back at the inner city. At that moment, his face beamed with joy, finally out and about. Today was too exciting. Jining, Qiao Yue, and Qing Yi all shot dagger-like glares at Chen Shu. Whose fault is this? Hearing that, Fang Xi looked at her teammates, all safe and sound, and felt a pang of self-reproach. But then she subtly blamed him, saying she wouldn't take him out again. Soon the moon hung high in the sky, and the hotel was silent. Back in their room, they gathered to hear Fang Xi announce that the spirit-suppressing army has sealed off the Living Wood Marsh. It seems their plans will have to be put on hold. Then, pointing directly at the instigator of all the trouble, she said, don't even think about causing any more. After a pause, Fang Xi warned, the leader of the Genling army is now investigating the Living Wood Swamp explosion. He's met us before, so if you cause trouble, he might suspect we're involved. Be careful lately. Called out by name, Chen Shu quickly averted her gaze. Okay. During this time in South River, I'll be on my best behavior. Those words put her mind at ease. Yes, get some rest. We're returning to the capital tomorrow. Fuang Tu suddenly became mysterious. That's right, wake up early tomorrow, I have a surprise for you. The next morning, a shiny car slowly pulled up in front of the hotel. Chen Shu pointed at it, trembling with anger. Is this the surprise you were talking about? However, Fang Xi not only smiled brightly, but also posed next to the car. Yes, wasn't it a surprise? The window slowly slid down, revealing Xia Bing's familiar face. And so, the 82nd trial of the fierce Nanjiang had arrived. That day, Xia Bing drove them around the city, and Chen Shu, sitting in the back, kept stealing glances at her, only to get caught. Xia Bing tilted her head, a smile playing on her lips as if she'd discovered something intriguing. The moment his eyes met that smile, Chen Shu looked away, pretending to observe the street. Fuang Xi glanced at them, sensing something was different between the two, then nudged him, asking with a hidden meaning, so, what do you really think? Confused, Chen Shu turned back, feigning ignorance. Think about what? Fang Xi then gestured lightly towards Xia Bing. Of course. Hearing this, he stammered, unable to speak. This thing? And with that, she grabbed his ear. Chen Shu, I don't care what you think, but remember this. Xia Bing is a good person, and you can't hurt her. Those words left him stunned, and Chen Shu remained silent the entire way back. The tour concluded, and back at the hotel, Fang Xi announced, get some rest. I'll take you sightseeing for the next 2 weeks. But pardoned, he quickly waved goodbye, saying, I'll head out first. Then she turned to Xia Bing. Let's head back to our room. Back in their private space, Chen Shu stretched out, trying to shake off the fatigue. Suddenly, he's surprised by what he sees. This is... So, it was a note from Xia Bing. I've already washed your clothes, so rest easy, Chen Shu blurted out. Suddenly, Xia Bing remembers something and frantically searches through the pile. Wait, maybe it's just pajamas. Even his personal items were cleaned. He blushed furiously, thinking, this is Xia Bing. Just then, the doorbell rang, startling him, and he scrambled to hide the items. Coming, Chen Shu said, regaining his composure before opening the door. Before him stood Xia Bing, looking shy, making him sweat from the tension. Why are you here? Xia Bing asked, holding out the item. I thought you might have trouble sleeping after yesterday, so I brought you a diffuser, but Chen Shu just brushed me off. Don't worry, I won't lose any sleep. A response so blunt she was left speechless. Oh, I see. I guess I was overthinking it. I'll just take it back then. But just as she turned to leave, he quickly called out, wait. Unconsciously, Chen Shu grabbed Xia Bing's arm, scratching his head with an awkward smile. I suddenly don't think I'll be able to sleep well, so maybe you should just leave it here. Even that small gesture made her happy. Okay. Xia Bing then smiled radiantly like a spring breeze and said she'd head back first. He hastily stopped her again, saying, wait. She's a little confused. What is it? Chen Shu looks directly at her, asking, do you really like me? That question froze Xia Bing in her tracks, and after a long moment, she finally mustered the courage to admit it. That's right. Just the thought of a beautiful girl liking him was enough to make his heart flutter. Back in his room, Tran Thu tossed and turned, Ha Bang's image filling his mind. Chen Shu, I like you. He glances at the aromatherapy diffuser she gave him. For the next 2 weeks, Fang Xi took Chen Shu, Dali, and Xiaobing on a trip, only returning them to Nanjiang City before school started. During this time, Xiaobing's tenderness slowly opened the door to Chen Shu's heart. The vacation quickly came to an end, and the start of school was fast approaching. In his room, he stared intently at his phone, gazing at photos of Xiaobing. Finally, Chen Shu made up his mind, typing each word slowly and deliberately as if writing a thesis, before finally sending the message, "Xiaobing, let's go to the imperial capital together tomorrow for school registration." The next morning in the imperial capital, Xiaobing picked up Chen Shu as promised, lost in thought as she drove. But why isn't he saying anything? Does he still just think of us as old friends, and since the schools are just across the street, it's convenient for him to give me a ride? Habang glanced over, seeing him calmly looking out the window. A wave of sadness washed over her. Until the car stopped in front of the school gate, neither of them spoke a word. At this moment, her emotions plummeted. He really was just being nice. Xiaobing's heart was a tangled mess, and all she could do was sigh. Pulling herself together, she forced a bright smile. "I'm at school, so I'll head in." But as she turned away, Xiaobing's face immediately fell, her eyes downcast, filled with unspoken disappointment. Just then, Chen Shu suddenly called out to Xiaobing, scratching his head and smiling sheepishly. "Let me take you inside." Her face lit up again. And so, Chen Shu followed behind Xiaobing with her luggage, slowly walking with her to the dorms. Finally arriving, Xiaobing said distantly, "I'm here. Thanks for bringing me. I'll head up now." She lingered, hoping for a reaction, but Chen Shu deliberately avoided her gaze. As Xiaobing turned to leave, she heard his hurried voice from behind. "You said before that you liked me. Does that still count?" Those words caught her completely by surprise. His attitude was incredibly serious. "I've thought about it a lot lately. You're gentle, adorable, and kind." "Indeed, you're a good person. Nothing like the delinquent Nanjiang." Hearing this, Xiaobing's heart is filled with a vague fear. Is he trying to acknowledge my good qualities before rejecting me? She whispered, "Chen Shu, I'm not as good as you think." So at that moment, Chen Shu spoke up as well. Like a ruffian, aren't good people and bad people a match made in heaven? So Xiaobing was almost out of patience, and as he drew closer, he slowly finished what he'd started. "So, before we start our college lives, let's date." Chen Shu emphasized again. "Let's date." Before she could react, he sealed their bond with a sweet kiss, and they were lost in bliss. "From here on out, we'll face the storms and the sunshine together." "Yeah."